Chen Mo's online purchase of the 12 Talismans of the Holy Lord plastic toy had just arrived when the package exploded, thrusting him into the perilous Marvel universe. Bound to the Omni Enhancement System, the toy talismans instantly transformed into authentic divine powers. The Rabbit Talisman surged forth, outpacing Quicksilver. The Bull Talisman amplified his strength, leaving the Hulk groveling in submission. With the Dragon Talisman's explosive force, the Iron Legion was but a dazzling display of fireworks. The Serpent Talisman concealed him, rendering him invulnerable. With the 12 divine powers at his command, he evolved infinitely in battle. In the chaos of the New York conflict, he tore apart Leviathan, he ruthlessly assaulted Bruce Banner, and trampled Iron Man the Insight program. The Hydra stronghold? He shattered it with a single blow. Thanos may have gathered the Infinity Stones, but on Titan, he would seize your gauntlet. As deities from the multiverse descended, the talismans unified, confronting the supreme power. From a street thug to a cosmic deity, Chen Mo rampaged through realms, wielding life and death at his whim. Marvel heroes? Villains of renown, mere stepping stones beneath his feet. When the 12 talismans evolve to their zenith, the entire Marvel universe quakes in reverence, reduced to mere dust beneath his soles, as he ascends to the highest throne. Chapter 1. The package exploded, and New York ignited. Chen Mo stared at the grimy parcel on his desk, palm-sized and wrapped like a half-hearted mummy, with tape haphazardly securing it. The sender's information was scrawled in an illegible scrawl, Chaos Shop, the address obscured as if blurred. His fingers hovered over the greasy keyboard for a moment before he decisively struck the return key, directing the mouse cursor to the product link that had tantalized him for days, nearly exhausting his monthly budget. 12 Talismans of the Holy Lord Perfect Replica Collector's Edition with bonus spell. Damn it. I hope this isn't just a spray-painted piece of plastic. He cursed as he tore open the shoddy packaging, peeling away layers of crumpled newspaper. His fingertips brushed against a cold, hard object at the core of the package. Suddenly, an indescribable thrill surged through his fingertips. It felt as though countless high-voltage wires had simultaneously connected to his heart, and a blinding crimson light erupted before his eyes. This radiance, thick and viscous like blood, swiftly engulfed the entire room. He barely had time to utter a cry before his body was violently torn and flung by an irresistible force, his insides churning. A deafening explosion followed. A searing wave of heat mixed with acrid smoke flooded his lungs. Chen Mo was slammed against the cold, rough concrete floor, pain searing through his back. Intense dizziness and nausea washed over him like a tidal wave. What the hell is this place? He grunted, struggling to lift his head, his pupils narrowing in shock. Beneath flickering streetlights, the narrow, filthy alley resembled the intestines of a monster. On either side were abandoned roll-up doors covered in bizarre graffiti, garbage rotting in damp corners. At both ends of the alley, shadows of figures rained bullets upon one another. The flames from gun muzzles flickered in the darkness, a cacophony of explosive sounds, bullets striking walls, and the piercing screech of metal mingled with savage cries, composing a symphony of death. This was not his cramped room filled with instant noodle boxes and figurines. The air was thick with the stench of blood, gunpowder, and decay. This was hell. Damn it. Kill those sons of bitches. A furious roar echoed from deep within the alley, dripping with bloodlust. In response, a more intense hail of gunfire erupted. A few stray bullets, trailing scorching air, whizzed past, striking a nearby trash can less than a meter away. Sparks flew. The heavy metal was instantly dented with grotesque indentations. The chilling breath of death gripped Chen Mo's heart, his mind going blank. An overwhelming instinct for survival surged within him. He instinctively scrambled backward, pressing his back against the cold, filthy wall, wishing to meld into the brick crevices. His heart thundered in his chest, nearly shattering his ribs. Shit, there's a yellow-skinned monkey by the wall. Is he a cop, or just a spectator? Shoot him first. A coarse voice pierced through the chaos of gunfire, brimming with unabashed malice. The clear, targeted gunfire abruptly sliced through the alley's tumult. Chen Mo felt his scalp tingle. The shadow of death loomed over him like a tangible weight. He abruptly turned his head, his pupils reflecting the 3 dark gun barrels spitting orange flames. 3 yellow bullets, spiraling with lethal intent, formed a deadly line aimed at his forehead, heart, and abdomen. The air seemed to tear apart, and time stretched infinitely in that moment. It's over. The thought barely flickered through his mind before despair could take root. Ding. Host detected facing a lethal threat. Vital signs fluctuating sharply. Spatial coordinates confirmed. Earth 199999, main timeline of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, complying with highest emergency binding protocols. A cold, emotionless synthetic voice, as if generated by countless precise gears, suddenly resonated in his skull. His vision was instantly engulfed by a blinding torrent of Azure data. Those twisted, pulsating lines of light surpassed the limits of human understanding. Omni Enhancement System initiating. Binding Soul's unique identifier. Binding complete. High-dimensional rule adaptability detected. 12 Talismans of the Holy Lord concept projection. Analyzing. Rule coverage conversion commencing. Forced binding of host. The Azure data flood cascaded through Chen Mo's vision, the cold mechanical voice proclaiming an irresistible destiny. At the core of that dazzling blue light, 12 ancient, enigmatic, luminescent symbols materialized, hovering and rotating like brands: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig. Bull Talisman divine power, binding successful. Energy infusion. Fusion rate, 5, activation. As the system's final cold syllable echoed, an unimaginable, primal power surged forth from the very depths of his genetic essence, erupting like a dormant volcano after eons. This power did not emanate from the outside, it surged from within his limbs, his very cells, flooding his entire being in an instant. Chen Mo involuntarily let out a low growl. It was not a cry of pain but a roar of strength reaching its zenith, as if his body might burst from the overwhelming force. His muscles swelled like inflating balloons, straining against the cheap t-shirt that threatened to rip apart. His dark blue veins throbbed beneath his skin like coiling dragons. A searing gust of air exploded outward from him, stirring up dust and debris. The 3 fatal bullets, in his now superhuman perception enhanced by the Bull Talisman, seemed to move in slow motion. The first bullet, aimed at his forehead. Almost instinctively, he jerked his head to the side in a fraction of a second. The bullet's heated trajectory grazed his hair, leaving behind a scent of singed flesh. He could even clearly see the minute-swirling patterns on the bullet's copper casing. The second bullet, targeting his heart, he did not even attempt to evade. A sickening thud echoed, reminiscent of a dull knife slicing through tough leather. The bullet slammed into his left chest, where his heart lay. The anticipated scene of blood and gore did not unfold. The projectile capable of piercing steel merely left a deep red, spinning mark on his skin, enveloped by an invisible divine force. Then, as its kinetic energy dissipated, it clanged and fell, distorted and powerless, at his feet. The third bullet was aimed at his abdomen. Chen Mo inhaled sharply, contracting his core muscles instantly, their tension akin to steel. Another muffled thud echoed. The bullet seemed to penetrate a viscous, resilient non-Newtonian fluid. It burrowed less than half a centimeter into the surface of his muscle before a tremendous recoil force compressed and deformed it, trapping it within the taut fibers of his abdominal muscles. With a suppressed grunt, a faint stinging sensation arose, but it was swiftly drowned by the raging torrent of divine power coursing through him. He lowered his gaze, incredulously observing the 3 nearly negligible wounds on his chest and abdomen, barely breaking the skin and oozing a few minuscule droplets of blood. To block a bullet with his bare hands? No, it was as if his flesh had withstood the bullet unscathed. A brief silence enveloped the scene. The gangsters at either end of the alley, engaged in a frenzied firefight, froze in place. They appeared as if collectively petrified, maintaining their stances of shooting or dodging, their faces etched with sheer terror and absurdity. Saint or demon? The bald, burly man who fired trembled, his grip on the gun quivering like a leaf in the wind, his eyes bulging as he fixated on the distorted bullet lodged in Chen Mo's chest. He isn't dead. The bullet it didn't penetrate. Another thug, hiding behind a dumpster, screamed as though he had seen a ghost. Monster! It's a monster! Fear spread like a plague. Someone let out a panicked shriek, and the nearest thugs, gripped by terror, scrambled backward, resembling souls fleeing from a demon risen from hell. Chen Mo suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with a savage crimson light in the dimness. The power granted by the Bull Talisman was not merely divine strength, it ignited a primal, violent impulse born of overwhelming force. You are seeking death. His voice rumbled like an enraged lion, resonating with a deep growl. With a fierce push of his legs, the concrete ground erupted like it had been struck by artillery, creating a crater half a meter in diameter. Debris and dust flew outward in a radial burst. Utilizing this explosive recoil, Chen Mo transformed into a nearly imperceptible blur, slicing through the air with a shriek as he charged toward the bald man who had fired first. So fast, too fast, faster than the human retina could comprehend. The terror on the bald man's face was barely taking shape, and before he could even attempt to evade, a fist enveloped in divine power, accompanied by a piercing wind, loomed larger in his widening pupils. No. Chapter 2. The Bull Talisman's Divine Might, bones shattered and cracked. The shadow of death filled the bald man's throat like a cold, viscous tar. He emitted a half-hearted, incomprehensible cry, his pupils fixated on the fist, wrapped in a terrifying aura, relentlessly enlarging in the dim light. Chen Mo's mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed solely by the almost explosive power surging through him from the Bull Talisman. He possessed no knowledge of martial arts or striking techniques. This punch was merely the raw, primal instinct unleashed by an overwhelming surge of strength. A heavy, heart-stopping thud resounded, followed by the unmistakable, nauseating crack of breaking bones. The bald man, towering nearly 2 meters with tattoos and bulk, crumbled under the force of that punch, as fragile as a poorly made rag doll. The fist struck solidly at his robust chest. At the moment of contact, Chen Mo felt as though he had slammed into a leather-clad sandbag wall, but the ferocity bestowed by the Bull Talisman shattered that feeble defense in an instant. Visibly, the man's swollen chest caved in sharply. A clear imprint of the fist was instantaneously branded upon him. The fabric of his shirt tore apart with a rip as an invisible shockwave coursed through him. His spine emitted a mournful creak under the unbearable weight, curving grotesquely backward. The bald man arched his body upward, akin to a fish yanked from water. A torrent of hot, viscous blood mixed with internal fragments erupted from his gaping mouth, spraying like a fountain. Blood splattered across Chen Mo's face and head. The intense metallic scent instantly filled his nostrils. His massive form was struck as if by a speeding heavy truck, lifting him off the ground, sending him tumbling backward. He collided with 2 stunned accomplices, their bodies crashing into a pile of discarded cardboard and broken furniture on the opposite side of the alley. The cacophony of splintering wood, tearing boxes, and breaking bones melded with their dying wails, creating a symphony of chaos. Dust enveloped the scene. The once narrow alley fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by distant gunfire and the pained groans of the 3 who had been thrown aside. Chen Mo maintained his punching posture, breathing heavily. Scalding blood trickled down his forehead and cheeks, staining his cheap t-shirt, creating a vivid splash of red. He did not glance at the now unrecognizable bald man, nor did he regard the 2 unfortunate souls moaning from their broken bodies. Slowly, he lowered his head, incredulously spreading his right hand. The knuckles were slightly reddened, smeared with the enemy's blood and viscera, yet his skin remained unblemished, not even a scratch. Only a mild, tingling sensation from striking a hard surface remained. This is power, far surpassing human limits, capable of obliterating with a single punch. The strength of the Bull Talisman coursed through him like molten lava, invigorating every part of his being with each heartbeat. The sensations of flesh tearing, bones shattering, and the fragility of life before absolute power were indelibly etched into his nerves. Fire! Kill this demon! A hysterical scream shattered the silence. From the opposite end of the alley, a flamboyantly dressed Latino man, resembling a gang leader, had been consumed by madness, his terror replaced by frenzy. He raised his shotgun with fervor. The 7 or 8 gunmen, previously paralyzed by fear, were jolted awake by the scream, their terror morphing into a frenzied urge to attack. Gun muzzles erupted once more, unleashing a torrent of deadly fire. Bullets and pellets rained down like a storm, targeting the singular figure standing amidst the blood and smoke, resembling a demonic entity. Crisis loomed once more. Yet this time, although Chen Mo's heart raced, the icy terror of facing death was supplanted by a peculiar sense of power and frenzy. To evade? There was no time. To withstand? The storm of pellets from a shotgun far surpassed the few bullets earlier. In that critical moment, deep within his skull, the cold system notification chimed again with cruel precision. Ding! High-intensity, localized firepower detected. Mobility severely compromised. Conditions met for Rabbit Talisman Divine Speed Activation. Energy infusion in progress fusion rate. 5 activation. Rabbit Talisman. Chen Mo scarcely had time to grasp the meaning of this new term when a distinctly different and indescribable wave of energy surged through him. It felt as though the gravitational shackles on his body had been abruptly released, or as if every cell in his being had been infused with a buoyant, chaotic propulsion. The world before him shifted abruptly. The bullets and steel pellets, initially hurtling towards him like vengeful wasps, suddenly decelerated. They traced visible, twisting silver trajectories through the air. The flames erupting from the gun's muzzle resembled a frozen orange-eared blossom. The grotesque expressions of the foes, the motions of fingers on triggers, even the swirling dust all transformed into a slow-motion cinematic tableau. Countless subtle air currents, the directional movement of dust particles, the predicted trajectories of bullets, an overwhelming torrent of information cascaded into Chen Mo's consciousness. The rabbit talisman endowed him not only with speed, but also with a superhuman neural reflex capable of processing such rapid information. So this is how it is. A glimmer of mixed shock and ecstasy ignited deep within Chen Mo's pupils. He moved. There were no earth-shattering footsteps, no rumbling ground beneath him. His body felt weightless, as if catapulted by an invisible force. Only a visible distortion in the air, a remnant of the high-speed ripples he left behind, and a circle of dust that spread like ripples on water remained in his wake. The barrage of bullets and pellets viciously pierced through the afterimage he left behind, colliding with the brick wall riddled with bullet holes and graffiti, sending debris flying. Where is he? The leader in the leather jacket screamed in horror, his shotgun flailing helplessly from side to side. He's behind you. He's right behind you. A sharp-eyed gunman cried out in a voice twisted by sheer terror. The leather-clad leader felt every hair on his body stand on end as a chilling sense of death surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He whirled around. Too late. Chen Mo appeared like a specter, less than a meter behind him. Blood from his enemies still clung to his face, yet a ruthlessly cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. His icy gaze regarded the man as if he were merely a corpse. The power of the Ox Talisman coalesced in his left fist. Once again, a brutal, unadorned punch, imbued with primal strength, struck the back of the leather-clad leader's head. The sickening crack of a shattered spine was distinctly audible. The leader's eyes bulged, blood frothing from his mouth. His body flew forward like a broken kite, crashing into the alley wall before slumping to the ground, lifeless. The swiftness granted by the rabbit talisman provided not only speed, but also unparalleled precision in execution and absolute control over timing. Devil. He's not human. He's Satan. The remaining gunmen completely unraveled. In mere moments, two leaders had been effortlessly dispatched, as if swatting flies. This exceeded their cognitive limits entirely. Fear utterly eclipsed madness. Run! A voice, distorted in a panic-stricken wail, pierced the air as the remaining 7 or 8 thugs, like ants scalded by boiling water, abandoned their territory and weapons, fleeing desperately in all directions, lamenting the lack of extra legs. The narrow alleyway instantly emptied, littered only with spent shell casings, overturned trash, splattered blood, and a few bodies either motionless or writhing in agony. The acrid stench of blood mingled with the odor of gunpowder and decaying refuse, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Chen Mo stood in place, slightly panting. Having activated the talisman powers twice in quick succession, he felt an unusual fatigue, not of the body but akin to a sudden withdrawal of his spirit followed by a forced reintegration, leaving him dizzy and hollow. The explosive sensation of the Ox Talisman waned slightly, and the peculiar perception of time, slowing down from the rabbit talisman, quickly blurred. He shook his numbed fists, viscous blood dripping down his arms. Gazing at the scene before him, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, an overwhelming sense of unreality struck his mind. Just yesterday he had been cursing over a delayed food delivery, yet today he found himself in a New York alley, unarmed, having obliterated armed gangsters. At that moment, the shrill sound of police sirens grew closer, shattering the brief silence. The red and blue lights flashed wildly against the distant buildings at the alley's entrance. NYPD. Everyone drop your weapons. Raise your hands. Repeat. Drop your weapons. Surrender with your hands up. The urgent, tense warnings blared through the loudspeakers. Police. A chill gripped Chen Mo's heart. Covered in blood, standing in the center of a crime scene, he could only be seen as the prime suspect. He didn't believe the NYPD would entertain any explanations about talismanic powers or dimensional traversals. This was not a place to linger. Run. He must leave this cursed place immediately. As this thought crossed his mind, the ethereal blue system interface reappeared in his consciousness, cold data flickering slightly. Beginner Survival Task 1. Escape the incident area. Reward. Temporary Identity Disguise. Talisman Fusion Rate 0.5 Ox Talisman. Rabbit Talisman. Beginner Survival Task 2 issued. Find a safe house. Time limit. 2 hours. Reward. Basic Survival Supplies Pack. Snake Talisman Invisibility Activation Guide Fusion Requirement. Either Ox Talisman or Rabbit Talisman must reach 7. Identity Disguise. Safe house. Snake Talisman Invisibility. A surge of intense desire overwhelmed his fatigue and nausea. Invisibility. This was a miraculous technique for escaping danger. With it, combined with the speed of the rabbit talisman, where in this chaotic New York could he not venture? He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, instantly locking onto a not-a-high fire escape platform deep within the alley. The sirens grew ever closer. Footsteps and shouts became distinctly audible. That way. Chapter 3. The Torrent of Data. The unveiling of the spell, the footsteps and shouts of the police echoed like a death knell, striking mercilessly at Chen Mo's taut nerves. He had no time to ponder the implications of the system's prompts. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. The power of the bull charm surged once more through his legs. Boom! The already shattered concrete beneath him erupted anew, creating a small crater. Chen Mo shot upward like a cannonball, soaring to heights that surpassed the limits of ordinary human capability. Clang! His hands seized the rusted edge of the fire escape platform with precision. The tremendous force sent the dilapidated iron structure shaking violently. His arm muscles strained as the divine strength of the bull charm coursed through him. He disregarded the tearing ache in his muscles and executed a powerful pull-up, vaulting onto the platform with the agility of a primate. There, the rooftop. He had ascended. Block the alley. Request helicopter support. The frantic shouts of the police and the cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from below. Chen Mo dared not linger. Not even a glance at the flashing police lights beneath him. The power of the rabbit charm flowed naturally into his legs. His body became extraordinarily light, as if liberated from the shackles of gravity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He dashed across the uneven rooftops, littered with grease and debris. Each leap landed precisely on the next support point, his movements fluid as if rehearsed 1,000 times. He traversed decaying wooden planks and slick asphalt shingles, yet remained as steady as a rock. The wind howled past his ears, the clamor of the city and the shrill police sirens swiftly fading into the distance. In a matter of moments, Chen Mo had distanced himself from the chaotic slaughterhouse of an alley, finding refuge beneath the shadow of a massive water tank atop a taller building. Here, the view was expansive, allowing him to gaze down at the streets. A chessboard of intersecting paths, while clearly observing the distant flashing police lights. For the moment, he was safe, leaning against the cold steel exterior of the water tank. His chest heaved as he greedily inhaled the icy air, tinged with rust and dust. Fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave. Both his mind and body had endured an exhausting ordeal. Sweat mingled with still-drying blood, clinging to him uncomfortably. He lifted his gaze, taking in the dazzling yet frigid lights of New York City, sprawling and alien in the night. A profound sense of loneliness and absurdity seized him. This was no dream. He had truly traversed into a realm where bullets flew, superheroes and villains roamed freely, and death lurked at every corner. As his thoughts flickered, the once quiet blue data stream re-emerged before him, cold and stable, becoming the only familiar element in this foreign world. It resembled an invisible interface, hovering slightly to the right of his vision, not obstructing his normal sight in the least. Host, Chen Mo. Status, minor abrasions, bull talisman not activated. Moderate mental fatigue, sheep talisman not activated. Moderate energy depletion, chicken talisman not activated. Current world, 199999. Main timeline of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Threat level, area wanted low. Hydra attention, low. SHIELD. Attention, low. Talisman binding status. Bull talisman, divine power fusion degree 55, activated. Rabbit talisman, divine speed fusion degree 55, activated. Other talismans, not activated. Specific conditions or fusion degree requirements must be met. System energy reserve, 78, slowly recovering. Beginner survival task, 2, find a safe house. Time limit, 1 hour 52 minutes. Reward, basic survival supply pack. Activation guide for snake talisman. Invisibility. Fusion degree of either bull or rabbit talisman must reach 7. As he pondered the chilling terms S, H, I, O, D, and Hydra, Chen Mo felt as though his heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand. In the midst of his frantic escape, he had not realized the gravity of his situation, but now a shiver crawled up his spine. He recognized that his previous actions in the alley could not possibly have gone unnoticed. In this world teeming with surveillance and super agents, The fact that he was a monster capable of unarmed bullet deflection and supersonic movement meant that he was undoubtedly being targeted by some monstrous entity lurking in the shadows. The glaring low that followed the threat level felt like a cold mockery from the system. A safe house. He must locate a safe haven without delay. The invisibility granted by the Snake Talisman was crucial for concealing himself and evading pursuit. He concentrated on the entry for the Bull Talisman, Divine Power. A torrent of detailed information flooded his mind. Bull Talisman, Divine Power. Status. Activated, Fusion Degree 55. Basic ability. Bestows the host with physical prowess that transcends the ordinary. Enhancing muscle strength, bone density, impact resistance, and endurance. The higher the fusion degree, the greater the strength tier and bodily capacity. Current strength tier. Approximately 15 tons of maximum explosive power, grip, arm strength, kicking, skin toughness capable of withstanding close-range direct fire from small-caliber handguns. 9. Bone strength significantly exceeds special alloys. Energy consumption. Basic maintenance requires no energy. Explosive power output, e.g., maximum weightlifting. Breaching high-strength defenses will consume system energy depending on the extent of output. Current energy reserve 78. Advanced applications. Insufficient fusion degree. Not unlocked power shockwave. 10. Localized power enhancement. 15. Earth pulse perception. 20. 15 tons. Chen Mo instinctively clenched his fist, feeling the weighty power, as if it were capable of rending steel. Dormant within his muscles, unarmed bullet deflection and the ability to obliterate a chest cavity were indeed of such magnitude. He then shifted his focus to the Rabbit Talisman, Divine Speed. Rabbit Talisman, Divine Speed. Status. Activated, Fusion Degree 55. Basic ability. Bestows the host with movement speed that surpasses physical limits. Rapid neural reflexes, dynamic visual capture capabilities, and physical coordination. The higher the degree of fusion, the stronger the speed hierarchy, reaction speed, and control under high-speed conditions. Current speed hierarchy. Normal movement speed, 300, approximately 83. Extreme short distance burst speed, 500, approximately 139, with a brief duration. Neural reflex speed, millisecond level. Energy consumption. No consumption under normal conditions, moving below the speed of sound. Breaking the sound barrier or executing high-speed maneuvers will consume system energy. Characteristics. Passive enhancement of aerodynamic adaptability during high-speed movement, significantly reducing wind resistance and the impact of sonic booms. Currently capable of diminishing subsonic movement noise by 90. Advanced applications. Insufficient fusion degree. Not unlocked short-distance teleportation. Shadow clone. 10. Time perception distortion. Bullet time upgrade. 15. Spatial curvature gliding. Preliminary. 20. 300 kilometers per hour. Chen Mo gasped in astonishment. No wonder he felt like the wind was rushing past him while jumping from the rooftop earlier. This speed would be sufficient to race on highways in his past life. More critically, the millisecond-level neural reflexes and dynamic vision embody the true essence of combat, with the rabbit charm combined with the bull charm. Seeing clearly, reacting swiftly, and striking accurately. Furthermore, the characteristic that reduces wind resistance is tailor-made for high-speed maneuvering in urban environments. His gaze ultimately settled on the taskbar, particularly on the activation guide for the snake charm, invisibility. Invisibility. In a world rife with surveillance and satellites, this ability is akin to a life-saving trump card. Safe house. Chen Mo savored this term, his sharp eyes scanning the labyrinthine urban blocks below. Skyscrapers illuminated brilliantly, old apartment buildings stood silent in the shadows, and back alleys twisted like distorted veins. He needed a temporary refuge that would not be easily discovered. System, are there any markers or suggestions for suitable hiding spots? He attempted to inquire in his mind. Insufficient permissions. The system only provides basic scanning and task guidance. Please explore independently, host. The cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind, devoid of emotion. Chen Mo found it. It seemed that this so-called omnipotent enhancement system was more of a rigid tool than a considered aid. Just as he was about to retract his gaze and intuitively choose a direction, the entry representing threat level in the lower right corner of his field of vision suddenly flickered ever so slightly. A minuscule pale red arrow appeared behind the text denoting S-H-I-L-D. Attention, low, pointing toward a general direction in the southern part of downtown Manhattan. Although there were no textual prompts, this sudden change was akin to a warning light illuminating in the darkness. Has S.H.I.L.D. already mobilized? Or is some agent nearby? A powerful sense of urgency seized Chen Mo instantly. The nerves he had just relaxed tensed once more. The area indicated by that marker was certainly not a place he should approach at this moment. No more hesitation. He must locate that damned safe house before greater trouble finds him. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed upon the deep recesses of Brooklyn, where a cluster of aging, intricate buildings loomed like colossal shadows. The illumination here was sparse, the streets narrow and winding, and the density of surveillance cameras was evidently far less than in the bustling core of Manhattan. That direction, Chen Mo's eyes narrowed, the power of the ox talisman gathering in his legs, while the lightness bestowed by the rabbit talisman surged through his body once more. Like a leopard blending into the night, he crouched slightly at the edge of the water tank. Chapter 4. Activation of the mouse talisman. The cardboard box devours the enemy. The target was clear, the chaotic old district deep within Brooklyn. Chen Mo transformed into a ghost of the night, suddenly propelling himself from the water tank's edge. Whoosh! The rabbit talisman's incredible speed enveloped him, generating a faint breeze as he gracefully landed on the roof of a neighboring, shorter building. There was no thunderous crash, only the soft creak of the tiles beneath his feet absorbing the impact. In that instant of landing, his leg muscles, empowered by the ox talisman, absorbed much of the shock. Without a moment's pause, he sped towards Brooklyn, utilizing the undulating roof lines and scattered debris for cover. The rabbit talisman granted him not only speed, but also a sense of balance and precise control, allowing him to navigate the complex terrain as if it were flat ground. Each leap was meticulously calculated, landing on discreet yet sturdy footholds such as the sides of chimneys, air conditioning platforms, and the frames of abandoned billboards. The wind whistled past his ears, and the flow of traffic below blurred into streaks of light. On the system interface, the countdown for the novice survival mission, 2, was mercilessly ticking away. 1 hour 39 minutes, 1 hour 38 minutes. He needed to move faster. He attempted to amplify the output of the rabbit talisman. Suddenly, the sensation of lightness surged in his legs, and his speed skyrocketed. The surrounding scenery transformed into a blur of colors. However, an undeniable resistance emerged ahead, as if he had collided with an invisible wall of air. The rush of wind he generated grew sharply louder, hinting at the potential formation of sonic boom. Warning: current rabbit talisman fusion level, 55, is insufficient. Prolonged supersonic movement cannot be maintained. Forcing a breakthrough of the sound barrier will significantly deplete system energy, estimated consumption of 15 per second, and create a massive sonic boom. Revealing your position. The cold warning echoed in his mind, and, simultaneously, the energy reserve on the system interface flickered, the value fluctuating, 77. Chen Mo's heart sank, and he immediately reduced his speed limit, maintaining it near the subsonic threshold, approximately 300. The sensation of air resistance and the sharp wind noise diminished considerably. It seemed that until the fusion level of the talisman improved, supersonic speed could only be a short-term trump card, not to be used indiscriminately. The night served as the best cover. He avoided the brightly lit main roads, weaving through the shadows of New York's steel forest. Occasionally, he passed high-rise apartments with lights aglow, faint sounds of television, arguments, or music drifting from within. The mundane vitality of this world instilled in him a chilling sense of alienation. After several minutes, he finally set foot on the rooftops of Brooklyn. The architecture here is notably lower and more antiquated, with tightly spaced buildings, various illegal structures, tangled wires, and heaps of discarded furniture scattered around, resembling a vast and chaotic beehive. The number of surveillance cameras is visibly scarce, many of which are damaged and coated with a thick layer of dust. A laying of garbage, greasy fumes, and an unidentified chemical odor permeates the air. With a task countdown of 1 hour and 21 minutes, Chen Mo slows his pace. Akin to a foraging owl, his keen gaze sweeping over the labyrinthine alleys and dilapidated backyards below, reminiscent of a monstrous intestinal maze. He searches for an ideal, temporary refuge, sufficiently concealed, structurally stable, preferably with multiple entrances for a swift escape. Soon, his attention is drawn to an aged 5-story apartment building bordering the street. Its rear alley is largely occupied by a row of enormous, rust-riddled industrial trash bins. Nestled between the bins and the building's rear wall lies a long-forgotten corner, cluttered with discarded sofas, mattresses, appliance casings, and an abundance of rain-soaked, crushed cardboard boxes, piled high like a small mountain of refuse. This corner, backed by the building's sturdy wall and shielded in front and on the sides by towering trash bins and heaps of waste, forms a natural blind spot, impenetrable to sight. Unless someone were to scale the refuse mound, it would be impossible to see inside from any direction. A perfect temporary hideout. Chen Mo silently descends from the rooftop of a nearby low-rise building, the precision bestowed upon him by the rabbit talisman allowing him to land as quietly as a cat. He swiftly slips into the depths of his makeshift fortress constructed from garbage. The interior is more spacious than anticipated, allowing enough room for a person to bend and move. The rancid odor of decaying wood, moldy fabrics, and the stench of refuse assails his senses, intensely pungent. The darkness is nearly impenetrable, with only a few faint beams of light filtering through the gaps in the trash from distant street lamps. This is it. Almost the instant he steps into this concealed corner, a system notification chimes in his mind. Ding! The host has entered a relatively enclosed area with no immediate threats. Assessment. Temporary safe point established. Novice survival task. 2. Find a safe house. Completed. Reward distribution in progress. Acquired. Basic survival supply pack 1. Stored in system's temporary space. Can be retrieved at will. Activation of guidance. Snake talisman. Invisibility. Prerequisites met. Ox talisman fusion level 55. Rabbit talisman fusion level 55. Initiating guidance activation procedure. Success. Chen Mo's heart leaps with joy. He immediately inspects the system's temporary space. A semi-transparent box materializes in the corner of his vision, within which lies a military green, bulging backpack. With a mere thought, a heavy, faintly canvas-scented military green backpack abruptly appears atop the tattered mattress at his feet, its zipper open. Chen Mo crouches down, utilizing the dim light to sift through its contents. The contents of the bag were quite rudimentary, yet undeniably practical. Several packs of vacuum-sealed, high-calorie compressed biscuits, along with 2 bottles of pure water, each 500 milliliters. A set of deep gray, unmarked hooded athletic wear, including pants, was present, alongside a pair of durable black sneakers that fit perfectly, a stainless steel water bottle, a small roll of medical bandages, and a tiny spray bottle of disinfectant were included as well. A multifunctional Swiss Army knife, devoid of any weaponry, was tucked inside, along with a crumpled stack of dollar bills, approximately $200. Additionally, there was a rough, hand-drawn map of a specific area in New York, Brooklyn, on paper. In a moment of unexpected relief, Chen Mo felt a slight loosening of his taut nerves. At the very least, he would not perish from hunger in the immediate future. And he had clothing to change out of his blood-stained shirt, which resembled a tattered rag. He swiftly removed the bloodied shirt, haphazardly spraying the disinfectant from his backpack onto the dried blood and grime on his body, before donning the deep gray athletic attire and sneakers. Although the conditions were modest, the sensation of being enveloped in blood and death began to dissipate somewhat after changing into fresh clothing. Snake's sigil, invisible, activation guide. Please concentrate, host. An attempt to sense and communicate with the rune core within representing the snake. The guiding program will assist in establishing a preliminary energy link. Warning: initial activation may be accompanied by minor energy disturbances. The invisible snake's sigil. Chen Mo leaned against the cold, damp wall and stuffed the bloodied shirt into the bottom of his backpack. He forced himself to calm down, dismissing the acrid odors in the air and the distant sounds of drunken men shouting. Focusing his thoughts, he endeavored to sense the rune core. He closed his eyes, attempting to immerse his entire consciousness within. The power of the ox sigil resembled a dormant beast, steady and profound, whereas the power of the rabbit's sigil flowed like a swift gale, agile and quick. Deep within the cores of these two relatively active energies, he sensed vaguely the presence of 10 other vibrations, each distinct in nature, some obscure, others peculiar, floating like stars in the inner space of his consciousness. He needed to locate the rune representing the snake. Drawing upon his memory of the 12 sigils, he endeavored to mentally sketch the ancient symbol of invisibility shaped like a serpent. As he concentrated intensely, striving to pinpoint the target among the 10 stars within him, a faint sound, like the rustling of objects and the scraping of hard surfaces, suddenly emanated from the direction of the garbage pile's entrance. Like a viper flicking its tongue, Chen Mo's eyes flew open, his heart seizing in alarm. The heightened perception granted by the rabbit's sigil magnified his awareness in an instant. It was not the sound of the wind. It was the deliberate, malice-tinged footsteps of multiple individuals drawing closer. They were not just one. The approach was clearly directed towards the corner where he had temporarily sought refuge. Someone was coming. They had circumvented the path he had taken earlier and were encircling him from another angle. On the system interface, the text that had previously displayed threat level, area wanted, low, instantaneously transformed into glaring red. Unknown hostile targets approaching. Threat level, medium. Quantity, 3. Damn it. Had the police traced the blood trail? Or was it S-H-I-L-D? Could it be another gang from this neighborhood? Regardless of who it is, they are undoubtedly malicious. The adversary's uncanny ability to locate him, who had only been concealed for mere minutes, is no mere coincidence. The sole narrow entrance of the refuse heap has been obstructed. He has become a fish in a barrel. What to do? Charge through. They are well prepared, and their firepower remains uncertain. The Bull Talisman can withstand gunfire, but what if they wield assault rifles or even more formidable weapons? The Rabbit Talisman can facilitate escape, yet the entrance is blocked, and forcibly breaking through would consume precious time. At this critical juncture between life and death, Chen Mo's gaze swept across the towering piles of dilapidated cardboard boxes and discarded debris around him. A bold, audacious thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. The Snake Talisman has yet to be activated, but among the 12 talismans, there is one recently unlocked, the Mouse Talisman. The Mouse Talisman transforms stillness into motion. Animate the inanimate. Although its fusion level is 0 and it has never been activated, even the specifics of its effects remain unknown. It is presently his only potential trump card. His thoughts plunged into the system, locking onto the entry that represented the Mouse Talisman. His spirit surged forth like an unleashed torrent, recklessly crashing toward the core of the mouse-shaped rune that symbolizes the gift of life. Simultaneously, he fervently screamed within his mind, "Move! Boxes, sofas, mattresses, everything, block them." Warning, host attempting to forcibly activate an unactivated talisman. Mouse Talisman. Energy link highly unstable. Consequences unknown. Confirm? The cold prompt resonated with unprecedented urgency. Confirm. Immediately. Now. Buzz. A current. Vastly different from the brute force of the Bull Talisman and the swiftness of the Rabbit Talisman, surged forth from an unknown corner within Chen Mo's being. Imbued with an extraordinary vitality, this newfound power felt raw, tumultuous, and nearly uncontrollable. It seemed to possess its own will, greedily siphoning Chen Mo's mental energy. With a muffled groan, darkness clouded his vision, his temples throbbed, as if his brain had been instantaneously drained. At the very moment this wild surge of life, energy, erupted, the Mouse Talisman's previously dim fusion level of 0 suddenly flickered. 0-1. Boom! Centered around Chen Mo, an invisible wave of life, infused with a scent of decay, radiated outwards like a shockwave, sweeping through all the debris within a 3-meter radius. The nearby cardboard boxes, swollen and deformed from rainwater, suddenly quivered as if struck by a high-voltage surge. The once faded logos on their surfaces seemed to come alive, twisting and writhing. Creaking and cracking echoed as the rigid cardboard was forcibly torn and distorted. Those massive cardboard boxes, as if imbued with a strange vitality, abruptly rose from the refuse heap. Their waterlogged and deformed forms twisted and elongated, edges ragged and serrated, resembling grotesque creatures composed of cardboard and mold, crawling forth from a fetid swamp. They emitted a silent roar, accompanied by a nauseating scent of mildew and dust, clumsily yet fiercely lunging towards the entrance where 3 startled figures, brandishing submachine guns, had just revealed themselves. What on earth? From the entrance came 2 screams, transformed by terror into high-pitched cries. This was swiftly followed by the explosive din of gunfire. Chapter 5. The Rampage of the Animated Box. The mysterious sniper rat-a-tat-tat. The piercing sounds of gunfire reverberated wildly within the narrow confines of the refuse-strewn corner. Scorching bullets rained down like a metallic tempest upon the first animated cardboard creature that charged forward. Thud, thud, thud. The bullets easily penetrated the decaying cardboard, leaving behind a series of smoking holes. Fragments of cardboard, mingled with darkened mold and dust, flew in all directions. Yet, the cardboard creature seemed entirely impervious to pain, even disregarding its own injuries. The massive, contorted box, bearing a foul wind, relentlessly bore down upon the foremost gunman clad in black combat gear and masked visage. "Get away!" The gunman bellowed in terror, attempting to retreat, but found himself blocked by his comrades in the cramped space. Bang! A heavy thud echoed, akin to a hammer striking a sandbag. A quarter of the cardboard creature's body slammed into the gunman's chest and shoulder. The immense force far exceeded the mere weight of ordinary cardboard. The gunman let out a muffled grunt, staggering back and colliding into his companion. The submachine gun slipped from his grasp. "Fuck, Jason!" His companion cried out in alarm, trying to steady him, but was thrown off balance by the collision. In that chaotic moment, a second animated cardboard creature, howling like the wind, launched itself from the side. Its angle of attack was exceptionally cunning, effectively sealing off the route for the two men to fire upon Chen Mo's hiding place. A colossal shadow, reeking of mildew, loomed overhead. "Open fire! Eliminate that monster!" The third gunman, the quickest to react, roared as he raised his weapon, unleashing a torrent of bullets at the approaching cardboard creature. The bullets once again tore through the cardboard. Yet, the creature's twisted body structure seemed to endow it with an uncanny ability to absorb impact. Though shredded paper flew, its momentum remained undiminished. Boom! The second cardboard creature collided violently with the two unsteady gunmen. The three tumbled into a heap, buried beneath a mass of swollen, moldy cardboard and twisted metal supports. Only thrashing limbs and anguished, terrified cries remained. Simultaneously, the third animated cardboard creature, the one closest to Chen Mo, did not charge at the enemy. Instead, propelled by Chen Mo's subconscious command, it abruptly pivoted, using its enormous, tattered form as a decaying shield to block the space between Chen Mo and the entrance. Thud! A few stray bullets struck it, tearing open several ragged holes, yet failing to penetrate. An opportunity! Chen Mo's pupils constricted sharply. The rapid power of the rabbit talisman surged through his legs. The explosive force of the ox talisman erupted beneath his feet. Boom! The worn mattress beneath him caved deeply as he propelled himself forward, his body transforming into an indistinguishable gray blur. He did not charge toward the entrance temporarily sealed by the cardboard monster. That would be far too reckless. Although his adversary had been knocked down, the submachine gun remained firmly in hand. His objective lay in the heap of discarded furniture and construction debris, precariously stacked near the top of the low wall. Whoosh! Swift as a phantom, beneath the cover of the third activated cardboard monster, serving as a shield, Chen Mo surged toward the flank of the rubbish mound. With renewed strength, he propelled himself forward. Bang! Crash! Like a human cannonball, he forcefully smashed through the dilapidated cabinets and decaying plasterboard piled at the edge of the low wall. Amidst the splintering wood and billowing dust, he harnessed the momentum, gripping the top of the wall with both hands. With a shout, the power of the cow talisman surged forth, his arm muscles bulging as he gracefully vaulted over. Beyond the low wall lay a narrow alley, cluttered with even more refuse. Temporarily safe. "He behind us. He scale the wall. Quick, pursue him. Don't let him escape." From the mound of debris below erupted frantic shouts and struggles. Yet the enemy ensnared by the cardboard monster was evidently delayed. Without a moment's hesitation, even the time to glance back was forsaken, as Chen Mo's feet touched the ground. The power of the rabbit talisman was immediately unleashed to its fullest potential. His figure soared forth like an arrow loose from a bow, racing deeper into the alley's darker, more intricate regions. Whoosh! The wind whistled sharply in his ears. The dilapidated buildings on either side loomed like rapidly retreating shadows. In less than 100 meters, a faint yet lethally penetrating gunshot echoed from the pinnacle of a distant edifice. The sound was distinctly peculiar, deep and abrupt, akin to the hissing of a venomous serpent. Every hair on Chen Mo's body stood on end. An unprecedented, bone-chilling sense of imminent death surged through him like a jolt of electricity, far surpassing the previous threats posed by the gangsters. The superhuman reflexes and dynamic vision bestowed by the rabbit talisman activated in an instant. The world transformed into slow motion once more. He perceived, in the shadowy recess of an alleyway piled with empty oil drums to his right, a slender, gleaming sniper bullet, spinning through the air like the forked tongue of a snake, silently penetrating the space. It had precisely locked onto his temple. Too fast. It was far quicker than the handgun bullets encountered in the previous skirmish, exceeding their speed tenfold. The angle was viciously cunning. The timing was impeccably calculated, perfectly positioned to intercept his high-speed trajectory, as if it had anticipated his path. There was no evasion, no time to change direction. The shadow of death loomed instantaneously. Roar! In that dire moment, it felt as though all his blood surged to the crown of his head. The power of the cow talisman was unreservedly channeled into the right side of his body, particularly his right arm and head. His muscles tensed and hardened to the utmost degree, his skin taking on an unnatural, dark hue. He could only instinctively tilt his head towards the oncoming bullet. Swoosh! The sound of a blade slicing through resilient leather. The impeccably precise sniper bullet grazed past the upper side of Chen Mo's temple. The searing airflow instantaneously carbonized the hair at his temples. A piercing agony, akin to being seared by a branding iron, surged through him. The bullet did not strike directly, yet it failed to evade entirely. A gaping wound, deep enough to expose bone, tore from above his right temple, extending relentlessly to the back of his skull. Scalding blood erupted like a fountain. The left side of his face and neck were instantly drenched in a viscous, warm liquid. Excruciating pain, dizziness, accompanied by a resounding tinnitus. Warning: host's head has sustained a penetrating abrasion. Vital signs are moderately declining. The horse talisman is inactive, unable to self-heal. The dog talisman is inactive. Immunity to fatal damage has been weakened. System energy urgently injected, maintaining host consciousness and basic mobility. Energy reserves, 68. The IC system prompt, coupled with the surge of energy, forcefully subdued the nearly fainting pain and dizziness. Chen Mo's vision flickered into darkness, yet his body, propelled by the inertia of the rabbit talisman, surged forward at high speed. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and nausea, leveraging his momentum to execute a tactical roll. Thud! Thud! 2 bullets grazed perilously close to his rolling trajectory, violently embedding themselves into the ground where he had just been, creating 2 profound craters. Dust and debris erupted. A sniper, more than one, and undoubtedly, they were elite marksmen. Their coordination was impeccable. As the roll concluded, Chen Mo did not falter. Heedless of the blood gushing from his temple, he maximized the speed of the rabbit talisman. His figure transformed into a distorted streak of gray lightning. The zigzag path was wildly erratic. Each push-off unleashed the strength of the bull talisman, shattering the ground beneath him. Thud! 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 The lethal bullets, like a persistent curse, accurately struck the residual shadows left by his every maneuver. They struck walls, barrels, and the ground with a dull, fatal resonance. Each instance was perilously close. Death loomed behind him, frantically wielding its scythe. Who were they? The S.H.I.E. Ed Dispiciad Force, or the Winter Soldier of Hydra. Chen Mo's heart raced with terror, yet it was eclipsed by an inferno of rage. These relentless fiends, they must be shaken off. Ahead, a sharp right turn appeared at the alleyway, stacked high with discarded car tires. Now it was the moment. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes as he executed a sharp, extreme angle turn while sprinting at full speed. The divine power of the bull talisman erupted in his legs, propelling him forcefully behind the pile of tires at the corner. Thud! A bullet nearly grazed his back as it struck the tires, producing a resounding thump. Seizing the temporary cover of the tire stack, Chen Mo plunged into an adjacent, half-collapsed warehouse, its doors and windows barricaded with wooden planks. The side wall of the warehouse bore a massive, gaping hole. He dove headfirst into the darkness. His silhouette vanished into the shadows of the ruins. The gaping wound at his temple continued to bleed, each heartbeat igniting a wave of sharp pain. The relentless pursuit of death shadowed him, as if the very gloom of Brooklyn had opened its gaping maw, intent on consuming him whole. Yet in Chen Mo's eyes, the flames that burned were no longer fear, but a cold fury ignited to its fullest. The invisibility of the serpent talisman became the sole lifeline in the darkness. Leaning against the frigid brick wall, he licked the blood that had flowed to his lips, salty and searing. His thoughts, sharp as blades, fiercely pierced the serpent-shaped runes within him that represented concealment. Chapter 6. The initial veil of the serpent's spell, the clinic turmoiled deep within the dark ruins of the warehouse. Chen Mo leaned against the cold, broken wall. The gaping wound on his forehead felt like a branding iron searing his flesh, blood still oozing slowly, staining half of his face and the collar of his tracksuit. Each heartbeat brought a wave of dizzying pain. The shadow of death from the sniper's bullet still entwined around his nerves. He gasped violently, his lungs ablaze with agony, while the glaring energy reserve indicator in the lower right corner of the system interface rang like an alarm. Yet at this moment, all the pain and fatigue were suppressed by a more potent will to activate the Serpent Talisman. Invisibility must be achieved now. Chen Mo roared in his mind, his spirit taut like a bowstring, recklessly piercing into the chaotic realm within him that represented concealment. The violent chaos of the Mouse Talisman was still fresh in his memory, but he had no other choice. Outside lay the deadly blockade of elite snipers. Only by merging with the shadows could he grasp a glimmer of hope. Detected strong will of the host driving the Serpent Talisman. Invisibility. Core connection establishment. Energy guidance fusion degree. 00102. Warning. Insufficient energy supply. Blood loss from the wound has led to severe depletion of mental strength. Forcing activation may lead to instability or collapse of invisibility. Continue? Continue. Activate it. Chen Mo's eyes blazed crimson as he nearly ground his teeth to dust. He forcefully squeezed the nearly exhausted mental strength, akin to extracting toothpaste, injecting it into the nascent connection. Buzz. A chilling, slippery energy, reminiscent of a serpent shedding its skin, laboriously seeped from an unknown corner within him, weak and unstable, slowly enveloping his surface. This energy was starkly different from the brute force of the Bull Talisman, the swiftness of the Rabbit Talisman, or the vivacity of the Mouse Talisman. It bore an elusive quality that deceived light. Chen Mo gazed down at his hands. The outline of his arms began to blur and become transparent in the dim light, as if ink poured into water was being diluted. Yet this process was exceedingly slow, accompanied by subtle flickers and distortions, reminiscent of a poor signal. Especially at the bleeding site on his forehead, the energy coverage in that area was alarmingly thin, still revealing the dark crimson of blood. Not enough. Far from sufficient. This degree of transparency might barely fool an ordinary person, but under the infrared or thermal imaging scopes of a professional sniper, it was akin to running naked. Energy infusion. Stabilizing form. The cold, mechanical prompt from the system carried an air of resolute finality. The energy reserve number in the lower right corner of the system interface surged 68. 65. A pure, more substantial torrent of energy instantaneously surged into the fragile connection of the Serpent Talisman. The slick, icy energy on his surface suddenly solidified and stabilized. Chen Mo felt his body lighten slightly, as if an invisible burden had been lifted. He looked down once more. His hands had vanished. His arms had disappeared. Bowing his head, he gazed at his deep gray athletic attire, which seemed to have been erased by the finest of erasers, vanishing entirely into the air. Only the fragments of brick and dust beneath his feet attested to his continued existence. The searing pain from the wound on his forehead remained vivid. Yet that area too had transformed into a realm of transparent void, with even the blood seeping from it being consumed by an enigmatic energy field upon contact with the air. He had succeeded. True optical invisibility had been achieved. Chen Mo suppressed the surge of elation within him, immediately holding his breath and minimizing his movements. The invisibility provided by the Serpent Talisman was merely a visual deception. Sound, scent, and heat still persisted. Like an authentic specter, he silently maneuvered to the edge of a massive gash on the opposite side of the warehouse, straining to listen. Outside, there was an eerie silence. No footsteps, no sounds of gun bolts being drawn, not even the faintest hint of breathing. The elite hunters seemed to have melded into the night, patiently awaiting their prey to reveal a weakness. He could not afford to wait. His energy was depleting. Chen Mo's gaze fixed on a shadowy corner, several meters beyond the breach, cluttered with discarded tires and oil drums. Drawing a deep breath, the power of the Rabbit Talisman coalesced quietly in his legs. Whoosh! There was no sound of wind, no echo of footsteps, only the faintest whisper of friction, akin to leaves brushing against the ground. The invisibility energy field of the Serpent Talisman appeared to significantly dampen even the noise generated by rapid movement. In the blink of an eye, He materialized behind the heap of tires, his body pressed against the cold, greasy rubber, his heart racing. No bullets were fired. No alarms blared. He had succeeded. In the state of invisibility combined with the explosive speed afforded by the Rabbit Talisman, he had successfully changed his position. He dared not linger. Leveraging the absolute concealment granted by the Serpent Talisman and the Rabbit Talisman's supersonic acceleration, he darted through the labyrinthine alleys and shadows of Brooklyn at high speed. Like an invisible gale, no longer moving in straight lines, he continuously altered his direction, utilizing the complex terrain to completely evade any potential tracking. After several minutes, Chen Mo finally halted at the edge of a relatively secluded neighborhood. This area was adjacent to the rear entrance of a small community clinic, where a dim emergency light emitted a feeble glow from the corner. He leaned against a row of large green medical waste bins, exuding the scent of disinfectant, and dispelled the Serpent Talisman. With a hum, his bodily outline reformed in the air. The intense pain in his forehead and the overwhelming dizziness surged forth like a tide, nearly causing him to falter. System energy reserves, 59. The brief yet intense period of invisible movement had consumed nearly 6 units of energy. He had to attend to his wound. Otherwise, blood loss and infection could claim his life. The back door of the community clinic stood ajar, light spilling out from within. Chen Mo, mustering his strength, hastily applied bandages from his backpack to staunch the bleeding on his forehead, donned the hood of his athletic wear to obscure half of his bloodied face, and pushed the door open to enter. The clinic was small, staffed by an elderly doctor with graying hair and a drowsy, plump nurse. The pungent scent of disinfectant hung heavily in the air. "Hey!" The nurse, startled from her slumber, beheld the faint traces of blood and the disheveled appearance of Chen Mo beneath the brim of his hat, and instinctively let out a scream. Silence. Chen Mo's voice dropped to a low, commanding tone, imbued with an undeniable air of authority that made even the seasoned doctor feel a tremor of apprehension. "I require sutures and anti-inflammatory medication, immediately. Money is no object." He slammed a small stack of cash, stained and grimy, onto the counter, producing a dull thud. The doctor's murky eyes scanned the bills, then flicked to Chen Mo's cold, piercing gaze, which emanated a palpable aura of danger that could not be concealed even while seated. He swallowed hard and waved at the nurse. "Prepare the instruments and medication, Jenny. Quickly." The suturing process was both rudimentary and brutal. The doctor's hands trembled slightly, and the searing pain from the alcohol-soaked cotton ball as it brushed against the wound caused Chen Mo's muscles to tense. Yet he remained silent, his eyes growing colder still. As the suture needle pierced through flesh, his fists clenched tightly on his knees, the knuckles cracking softly, nearly causing the doctor to drop the needle in shock. "All done. 7 stitches. The wound is deep, could have grazed the skull." "Young man, you've landed yourself in quite a predicament," the doctor muttered, wrapping the bandage while attempting to pry information from him. Chen Mo remained mute, accepting the water and anti-inflammatory pills the nurse offered, preparing to reclaim the remaining cash and depart from this troublesome place. Suddenly, the dilapidated glass door of the clinic was thrust open. 3 ruffians, reeking of cheap alcohol and cologne, barged in, clad in substandard leather jackets. Leading them was a green-haired thug adorned with a gaudy gold chain, whose eyes lit up at the sight of the cash on the counter, gleaming like a beacon. "Hey, old man, it's time to pay this month's protection fee, isn't it?" The green-haired miscreant swaggered up to the counter, reaching out for the stack of bills, entirely oblivious to Chen Mo, who sat quietly on a nearby bench, his hat drawn low. "But Jones paid this month, didn't he?" The doctor's face paled as he attempted to contest. "Quit your rambling. I said it's unpaid." The green-haired thug shoved the doctor aside, causing the frightened nurse to retreat into a corner with a scream. Slowly, Chen Mo raised his head. From the shadow of his hood, his icy gaze sliced through the 3 miscreants like a scalpel. The freshly sewn wound at his temple throbbed faintly, and the power of the talisman within him stirred restlessly, like a beast disturbed. He wished to avoid conflict and simply leave, yet trouble seemed to seek him out unbidden. "Get lost." His voice, though not loud, bore a chilling metallic quality that cut through the cacophony within the clinic. The 3 thugs paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter. The green-haired thug turned around, mockingly cupping his ear, his face twisted into a grotesque smirk. "Huh, yellow-skinned monkey, what did you just say? Who should get lost?" As he spoke, he reached out, his greasy fingers poised to grasp Chen Mo's hood with a taunting insolence. The stench of cheap tobacco and sweat wafted from the thug's oily grasp as it lunged for Chen Mo's hood. the malevolent grin on the green-haired thug's face, enhanced by the intoxication of alcohol, radiated an arrogance that was both foolish and dangerous. Yet, Chen Mo remained motionless. At the very moment when that hand was about to graze the edge of the hood, a sharp crack echoed through the now silent clinic, akin to a firecracker exploding. Chen Mo's right hand darted forward, akin to a viper striking its prey, precisely seizing the wrist of the green-haired thug with astonishing accuracy. The motion was so swift that it left only a blurred afterimage in its wake. The terrifying grip bestowed by the Cow Talisman unleashed its full force in an instant. The sinister grin on the green-haired thug's face froze, contorting into an expression of excruciating pain. He felt as though his wrist was ensnared by a pair of searing iron pincers, being slowly crushed by a hydraulic press of immense weight. The agonizing torment elicited a shrill scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, causing his body to collapse uncontrollably. "Boss, let go!" The two other thugs, startled and enraged, sprang into action. One grabbed the metal base of a nearby force stand, while the other drew a spring-loaded knife from his waist, flicking it open with a swift motion. And both lunged menacingly at Chen Mo. The metal base hurtled toward the back of Chen Mo's head, while the spring knife viciously aimed for his waist. Yet, Chen Mo remained seated, even his eyelids failing to flutter. The power of the rabbit talisman coursed through his nerve endings. The metal base, approaching his skull, appeared to him as if in slow motion, its trajectory crystal clear. The thrust of a spring knife was painfully sluggish. He forcefully struck downward with his right hand, still gripping the green-haired thug's wrist. Boom! It sounded like he had smashed a broken sack. The green-haired thug shrieked as he was slammed down onto the clinic's cold, polished floor with an irresistible force. His head struck the ground, producing a dull thud that sent shivers down one's spine. Instantly, his eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. His wrist twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly shattered. Utilizing the recoil from this strike, Chen Mo's body glided effortlessly back half a meter along the bench. The heavy metal base barely grazed the tip of his nose before crashing onto the bench, splintering the sturdy wooden backrest with a resounding crack. Almost simultaneously, Chen Mo's left foot shot up like a viper's tail, striking with impeccable precision. Bang! His toes, empowered by the explosive force of the Cow Talisman, delivered a crushing blow to the inner wrist of the knife-wielding thug. Crack! Another unmistakable sound of bone breaking. The knife-wielding thug felt as if his wrist had been struck by a speeding automobile. The searing pain forced him to release his grip, sending the spring knife clattering to the ground. His arm fell limp, the bones in his wrist shattered. The rabbit talisman offered not merely speed, but also unparalleled precision. The remaining thug, clutching the force stand's base, stood frozen in shock, witnessing the swift downfall of his companions. He raised the heavy metal base, paralyzed with fear, his face drained of color, and his legs trembling uncontrollably. Chen Mo slowly rose to his feet, his dark gray hooded sweatshirt dusted with a hint of grime. From beneath the shadow of his hood, his gaze, cold as polar ice, swept over the unconscious green-haired thug and the knife-wielding thug who clutched his wrist in agony. Finally resting upon the paralyzed thug, without uttering a single word, Chen Mo stepped forward, his figure slightly leaning. With a thunderous sound, the terrazzo floor beneath him emitted a groan under the weight, and spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread from his point of impact. Debris flew in all directions. The rabbit talisman was activated. Whoosh! Only a fleeting shadow, formed by the air being violently torn apart, remained at the spot, along with a cloud of dispersing dust. The thug, clutching the metal base, was momentarily blinded, a fierce wind rushing towards him. He had no time to react. A fist, clad in a black sports glove, expanded infinitely in his widening pupils, targeting his nose. Bang! It was like a heavy hammer smashing a ripe watermelon. The thug's nasal bone, along with the structure of his face, collapsed instantly. Blood mixed with mucus and tears gushed forth. He couldn't even let out a sound, his body collapsing to the ground like a serpent stripped of its bones, the metal base clattering as it struck the floor. The entire encounter, from the green-haired thug reaching out to all three of them falling, took no more than 3 seconds. The clinic was enveloped in silence. Only the unconscious groans of the green-haired thug, the pained gasps of the knife-wielding thug, and the trembling teeth of the plump nurse could be heard. The elderly doctor sat slumped in his chair, pale and wide-eyed, regarding Chen Mo as though he were a demon risen from hell. Without even glancing at the three fallen figures, Chen Mo bent down to retrieve a stack of blood-stained banknotes that had fallen on the counter, tossing several bills to the old doctor, the medical fee and compensation. His voice remained cold and unperturbed. After speaking, he lowered his hood and turned to push open the back door of the clinic, his silhouette swiftly disappearing into the dim alleyway, leaving behind a scene of chaos and two individuals still reeling from shock. Night enveloped Chen Mo once more. The wound on his brow throbbed faintly after the earlier explosion of energy, a reminder of his physical frailty. Yet, the anger in his heart dissipated significantly. The three oblivious thugs had served as convenient practice dummies, allowing him to preliminarily test the synergy of the Ox and Rabbit talismans in combat. Simple, brutal, and effective. Ding. Defeated low-level threat target 3. Ox Talisman Fusion Degree 03, current 58. Rabbit Talisman Fusion Degree 02, current 57. Minor combat experience absorbed. Detected that the host has preliminarily mastered the basic application of talisman abilities. Issuing beginner guide task 3, task content, within 24 hours. In different areas of New York City, at least 3, use talisman abilities, excluding Rat and Snake, to perform 3 acts of chivalry, standard, stop crimes and punish evildoers. Ensuring a certain public impact, 5 witnesses. Task rewards. Activation guide for the Chicken Talisman, Psychokinetic Levitation, requires Ox or Rabbit Talisman Fusion Degree of 6. Basic Energy Replenisher 1, 2000. Acts of Chivalry? Public Impact? Chen Mo looked at the system task, a cold smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. He had no interest in becoming some sort of superhero. However, the task rewards of the Chicken Talisman, Psychokinetic Levitation, and the Energy Replenisher were crucial to his current state. Especially with energy supplements, the system's energy has plummeted to 58. The Serpent Talisman and subsequent actions require a reservoir of energy. As for public influence, it is merely a byproduct. Let this city be aware that an uncontrollable presence lurks in the shadows. Perhaps this too serves as a form of deterrence. He requires a target, one sufficiently wicked and conspicuous. In the hours that followed, Chen Mo glided through the chaotic streets of Brooklyn like a true specter, employing the invisibility of the Serpent Talisman and the swiftness of the Rabbit Talisman. He was akin to a patient hunter, seeking prey that met the system's stringent criteria. Targets soon emerged in a dimly lit alley behind a bar, rife with the stench of cheap alcohol and violence. 5 drunken brutes had cornered a frightened young girl, hurling profanities and making unwelcome advances. Her cries were drowned out by the bar's raucous music. Chen Mo dispelled the Serpent Talisman, materializing like a phantom at the alley's entrance. He refrained from immediate action, intentionally shattering an empty bottle beneath his foot. The sharp sound of breaking glass pierced through the relative calm of the alley. The 5 men turned in unison, spotting the shadowy figure with a lowered hood, obscuring its face. "Hey, who is the bastard? Trying to meddle?" roared the leader, a tattooed bald man, as he relinquished the girl and approached menacingly with his companions. Chen Mo sprang into action. Rabbit Talisman, a burst of speed. In an instant, his figure blurred, as if teleporting into the midst of the 5 men. Talisman. The force overwhelmed. There were no intricate moves, only the most direct manifestation of violence. A powerful punch landed squarely on the bald man's chest, akin to being struck by a truck. The sound of shattering ribs resonated clearly as his massive form was sent flying, toppling 2 trash bins in his wake. On the left, one thug's fist had barely begun its arc when a vice-like grip seized his wrist, twisting it savagely. Snap! His arm was wrenched backward, broken at the joint. Boom! To the right, another thug received a ferocious sidekick to the ribs, his body soaring sideways before crashing against the alley wall and collapsing, spewing blood. Slap! Slap! The last 2 thugs were met with lightning-fast slaps that spun them a full 720 degrees, their mouths erupting with a mixture of blood and teeth as they crumpled to the ground like heaps of refuse. The entire encounter transpired in less than 5 seconds. The stunned girl gazed wide-eyed at the 5 moaning brutes sprawled on the ground, then turned to the figure standing like a demigod at the alley's entrance, the coldness of its jaw visible beneath the hood. Chen Mo offered her no glance, nor did he linger. Before she could react and scream, he activated again, the Rabbit Talisman carrying him swiftly into the darkness at the alley's far end, leaving chaos and pain groans in his wake. The bar's back door swung open, and startled bartenders and patrons peered out, witnessing the scene unfold, immediately erupting into terrified discussions and shouts. The flashes of cameras illuminated the chaos. Chapter 8. The emergence of telekinesis. The shadow of Jean Bing, the frigid night wind, swept through the alley, failing to disperse the pungent stench of blood and the acrid odor of vomit that lingered in the air. A few horrified faces peered out from the back door of the bar, their expression illuminated by the flickering lights of mobile phones, akin to stage spotlights that captured the violence in this squalid corner. Chen Mo had long since melded into the darkness, the swift incantation of the rabbit talisman allowing him to distance himself from the scene within mere breaths. Taking refuge in the shadowy crevice of an abandoned office building several blocks away, leaning against the cold, rough concrete wall, he breathed lightly, the stitched wound on his forehead throbbing from the explosive actions earlier, yet his spirit was inexplicably exhilarated. On the system interface, the progress bar for the beginner's guide task, 3, pulsated clearly, 13. The public's influence was indeed profound. Chen Mo curled the corners of his mouth into a cold, emotionless arc. Those terrified witnesses and the flashes of mobile phones were precisely the influence he sought. As for the girl he had rescued, merely an emblem attached to the task. Gratitude was unnecessary. He only required the legend of a mysterious powerhouse to begin circulating through the city. He needed rest, and more importantly, to replenish his energy. The invisibility granted by the snake talisman was his lifeline, yet it consumed too much energy. The brief release followed by rapid movement had caused his system energy to plummet to 55. The rewards of the chicken talisman and energy supplements were crucial for addressing his immediate needs. For his second target, Chen Mo chose a small outdoor parking lot near Brooklyn Bridge Park. At this late hour, vehicles were sparse and the lighting was dim. A few figures clad in hoodies were huddled around a brand new black car, using professional tools to pry open the door lock. Car thieves. The objective was clear, their actions nefarious, and the location relatively open, making it easy to create witnesses. Chen Mo did not deactivate his invisibility. The energy from the snake talisman enveloped him, rendering him as silent as the air itself as he stealthily approached. He halted in the shadow of a streetlight, less than 10 meters from the targeted vehicle. With a flicker of thought, he partially lifted the veil of invisibility, leaving only the indistinct outline of his upper body visible, while his lower half melded into the shadow of the lamppost, crafting an eerie, half-ghostly apparition. "Hurry up! This car has an alarm," urged one of the thieves in a hushed tone, fiddling with the lock cylinder. "Shut up. It'll be done soon, damn it. This lock is a bit tight," another complained. At that moment, a low, cold voice, as if emanating from Fisher in hell, unexpectedly resonated behind them. "Hands. Do you not want them anymore?" The four thieves froze, as though doused with icy water. They turned abruptly. Beneath the yellowish glow of the streetlight, a figure with only a blurred upper body outline, its lower half merging like smoke into the darkness, hovered less than 3 meters behind them. The shadows beneath the hood were unfathomable, with 2 cold points of light seemingly ablaze. "Ghost! What is that?" The sheer terror instantaneously overwhelmed their greed. A timid car thief let out a shriek, dropping his tools in a frantic attempt to flee. Chen Mo sprang into action. Instead of employing the overwhelming power of the bull talisman, he opted for a more enigmatic approach. The speed of the rabbit talisman rendered him invisible in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 indistinct afterimages appeared behind the 3 fleeing car thieves, as if they had teleported. The velocity was so astonishing that the human eye could scarcely perceive their trajectory. Bang, bang, bang. 3 precise strikes delivered with the finesse of a master, empowered by the bull talisman, struck forcefully at the napes of the thieves. The movements were clean and efficient, devoid of any hesitation. The 3 car thieves emitted not a single sound, collapsing lifelessly to the ground like puppets deprived of their strings, utterly unconscious. The remaining lockpicker, witnessing the terrifying spectacle of his companions being effortlessly dispatched like phantoms, was seized by an overwhelming fear. His legs turned to jelly, and with a thud, he knelt upon the ground, his tools clattering beside him as he raised his hands in a desperate plea, tears in his voice. "Please, don't kill me. Mr. Ghost, we're just trying to make a living." Chen Mo's figure coalesced once more beneath the streetlight, appearing as a half-formed specter, his icy gaze sweeping over the kneeling supplicant and the 3 unconscious bodies sprawled on the ground. He uttered not a word, merely raising a finger to point towards the dark expanse of the river. The car thief paused momentarily, then, realizing the implication, scrambled to his feet and fled in the opposite direction as if pursued by a malevolent spirit, quickly vanishing into the night. Chen Mo refrained from pursuit. His objective had been accomplished. On the fringes of the parking lot, a young couple, startled from their romantic interlude, peered through their car window in terror at the bizarre scene unfolding before them, their phones trained unwaveringly on the shadowy figure beneath the streetlight. Ding. Newbie guidance task. 3. Progress. 23. Number of witnesses. 2. Qualifying standard. 1 more to go. Chen Mo's gaze shifted towards the edge of Manhattan, specifically a small dock warehouse area near Hell's Kitchen. This locale was a veritable melting pot of illicit activities, a haven for smuggling, fencing, and underground transactions. Late into the night, a faint light flickered within the abandoned warehouse number 3, accompanied by muffled sounds of heated argument and violence. Utilizing the invisibility granted by the snake talisman, he stealthily ascended the rusted ventilation shaft of the warehouse like a gecko. Peering through a crevice, he beheld a scene within. Numerous wooden crates bearing indistinct foreign markings were stacked haphazardly. A group of 7 or 8 thuggish men clad in black suits encircled a middle-aged man, clad in a cheap suit and bearing a bruised visage, who was being forcibly pinned to the ground. The leader, a bald man with a single eye and a menacing scar marring his face, was mercilessly grinding the man's fingers beneath his boot, eliciting a sickening crunch. "Weskier, do you think you can repay the money owed to the boss with just your fingers?" The scarred leader's voice rasped like sandpaper. Please, Scarface, grant me a few more days. I swear." The middle-aged man's anguish cries pierced the air. Grace period? In the realm of Goldbin, the ruler of the underworld, time is the only currency. The scar man sneered, applying more pressure with his foot. Another finger snapped audibly. Goldbin, the emperor of New York's shadowy underbelly. Chen Muskaza sharpened. This name bore significant weight in the outline. It belonged to one of the formidable antagonistic forces the protagonist would confront in the early stages. He had not anticipated encountering one of his minions so soon. The mission demanded chivalry and the punishment of wrongdoers. The gangsters before him, engaged in usury and the brutal oppression of the lower class, were undoubtedly the ideal targets. Moreover, the setting was a secluded yet open dock warehouse, where several late-returning dock workers were drawn by the commotion within, peering curiously. However, the adversaries were numerous and likely armed. More critically, this involved Jin Bing. Chen Mo's mind raced. The combination of the Bull Talisman and the Rabbit Talisman would easily dispatch these thugs. Yet, how could he create a sufficiently shocking public impact while avoiding premature exposure of his full capabilities, which might provoke undue vigilance for Jin Bing? His gaze swept across the corners of the warehouse, where rusted metal scraps, broken bearings, and twisted steel pipes lay in disarray. An idea flashed through his mind. Release the snake talisman. Reveal my form. In an instant, Chen Mo's silhouette materialized like a specter on the suspended metal maintenance corridor of the second floor. From his elevated vantage point, he looked down upon the scum below. The game was over. His cold voice, though barely above a whisper, pierced the cacophony within the warehouse like an icicle, reaching every ear with chilling clarity. Silence enveloped the warehouse in an instant. All the thugs, including the scarred face, looked up in shock simultaneously. At the edge of the corridor stood a figure clad in a dark gray tracksuit, hood obscuring his face, silently poised. The dim light outlined his indistinct shape, and an invisible, chilling aura began to permeate the air. "Who the hell are you? Seeking death?" Scarred Face was the first to react, his eyes ablaze with malice. He swiftly drew a large-caliber revolver from his waist and aimed to shoot. His movements were fierce and swift. Bang! Flames erupted from the gun's muzzle. Almost simultaneously, Chen Mo moved, but it was not to evade. Rabbit Talisman, maximum speed. His figure became a blur, vanishing as if teleporting, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. The bullet whistled through the afterimage, striking the rusted iron wall behind, igniting sparks. "Up there, take him down." The other thugs also drew their guns. In an instant, the warehouse was filled with gunfire. Chen Mo's form darted like a phantom along the narrow corridor of the second floor. Each burst of the Rabbit Talisman was accompanied by a sharp change in direction, leaving behind a series of distorted afterimages. Bullets chased him like relentless vermin, striking the corridor's metal railings and walls, sending sparks flying and leaving a pockmarked trail. He did not retaliate, only evaded. His speed accelerated, The afterimages multiplied. The entire second floor seemed to be filled with several of his figures simultaneously. Scarred Face and his thugs grew increasingly alarmed. The opponent's speed surpassed their comprehension. The bullets could not keep up. This was no ordinary person. At the moment Scarred Face was reloading, Chen Mo, moving at high speed, suddenly halted. His body was like a javelin, pinned at the end of the corridor. He would no longer evade. His gaze, as if tangible, fixed upon the heap of discarded metal fragments in the corner of the warehouse. With his thoughts concentrated, he was not employing a talisman of bovine origin, but rather attempting to channel a modicum of psychokinetic energy. Detection of host's intents while guiding the conditions for the preliminary activation of the chicken talisman, psychokinetic levitation, has initiated the establishment of an energy link. Fusion degree 001. Energy guidance initiated. A faint yet distinct wave of formless power radiated outward from Chen Mo, targeting the heavy metal pieces. In the corner of the warehouse, a rust-laden metal anchor, as thick as an adult's thigh and weighing several hundred kilograms, trembled violently. To the horror of all witnesses, it began to levitate slowly, unsteadily, as if intoxicated, yet undeniably defying the pull of gravity. The scarred-faced thug, momentarily halted in his action of reloading, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The other henchmen, as if frozen in time, raised their weapons and gaped at the astonishing breach of physical laws. "Go!" Chen Mo barked, urging his willpower forward. The massive anchor, seemingly grasped by an invisible hand, hurtled towards the group of stunned henchmen with a thunderous rush. Its target was not a person, but the ground beneath them. "Get away!" The scarred-faced thug screamed in a voice filled with desperation. With a thunderous crash, the colossal metal anchor plummeted to the warehouse's concrete floor, creating a resounding impact that reverberated throughout the space. The concrete was instantly shattered, forming a deep crater over 2 meters in diameter, as spiderweb-like cracks erupted in all directions. Debris and dust shot skyward like an explosion, and a violent shockwave sent several slower henchmen hurtling against wooden crates. Coughing violently, the scarred thug staggered to his feet, blood spilling from his mouth as he gazed at the crater, akin to one struck by artillery fire. His eyes then drifted towards the shadowy figure at the end of the second-floor corridor, filled with sheer terror. This was no mere human. It was a monstrosity. The dockworkers peeking at the scene from the warehouse entrance were rendered pale with fear, scrambling away in a panic. Chen Mo observed the chaos and anguish among the henchmen. Taking note of the overwhelming dread in the thug's eyes, he refrained from further action. The initial activation of the chicken talisman, controlling the anchor, had already expended 2 units of system energy, current 53, achieving the objectives of intimidation, confusion, and, most crucially, witness. As for the middle-aged man named Wesker, he had succumbed to unconsciousness the moment the anchor struck. Ding! Beginner's Guide Task 3, Progress 33. Task completed. Rewards dispensed. Activation guidance for Chicken Talisman, Psychokinetic Levitation. Preliminary activated, Fusion Degree 0. 1. Basic Energy Supplement 1. 2000, credited to System Space. Ding! Fusion Degree of Bull Talisman reaches 60. Rabbit Talisman reaches 59. Conditions for deep activation of Chicken Talisman are met. Shall we proceed with deep guidance immediately? Deep guidance? Chen Mo felt the faint yet undeniably present fluctuations of psychic energy within him, and without hesitation, he affirmed his choice. The power of the Chicken Talisman, in terms of tactical value, far surpasses mere brute force. Chapter 9, In-Depth Study of Psychic Energy. A glimpse into the world of espionage, the cold mechanical voice of the system echoed. Chicken Talisman, Psychic Levitation, Deep Guidance initiated. Energy infusion and synchronization enhancement commenced. A wave of energy, grander and purer than that experienced during activation, surged into the nascent, peculiar node within Chen Mo that symbolized the Chicken Talisman. This energy possessed a quality that was both ethereal and agile, yet contained an immense power, instantly coursing through his limbs and bones. In that moment, Chen Mo felt as if a portion of his weight had dissipated, rendering his body extraordinarily light. Simultaneously, an invisible and peculiar sense of perception, akin to ethereal tendrils of consciousness, radiated outward from him in all directions. Though this psychic perception was still feeble, with a coverage radius of less than 10 meters, it was remarkably acute. He could distinctly sense every irregularity in the rusted iron corridor beneath his feet, perceive the trajectory of every speck of dust dancing in the air, and even vaguely detect the disturbances in airflow caused by the labored breaths of the thugs below in the warehouse. This was the foundational externalization of psychic perception. Chicken Talisman, Psychic Levitation. Status: activated, fusion level 0. 5. Basic ability: grants the host fundamental psychic manipulation and anti-gravity levitation capabilities. The higher the fusion level, the stronger the intensity, precision, range, load capacity, and levitation height and speed of the psychic energy. Current ability level: psychic energy, can stably manipulate 50 objects for levitation and directed movement, speed 5, capable of basic defense, deflecting low-speed bullets and blocking blunt objects. Psychic perception radius: 10 meters, fuzzy. Levitation, can enable oneself or contacted objects, up to 1s weight, to escape gravitational pull, achieving suspension above ground. Height of 1 meter. Movement speed of walking. Energy consumption: basic maintenance requires no energy expenditure. Manipulating heavy objects, high-speed movement, precise operations, or personal levitation will consume system energy based on intensity. Characteristics: passively enhances mental recovery speed and perceptual acuity, slight. Advanced applications: insufficient fusion level, not unlocked psychic shockwave, 5, regional force field manipulation, 10. Mental barrier, energy attack defense, 15. 50 manipulation points. Levitation. Chen Mo felt the new power coursing through him, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Though still feeble, it undoubtedly unveiled an entirely new combat style, coupled with the explosive force of the Bull Talisman and the swiftness of the Rabbit Talisman. The tactical combinations would become even more enigmatic and unpredictable. He refrained from attempting levitation immediately, instead directing his gaze toward the warehouse below. The dust had yet to completely settle, and the scar-faced man along with several remaining thugs struggled to rise, their faces a mixture of fear, agony, and malice. The middle-aged man named Weskier remained unconscious. With a subtle shift of his mind, he initiated his next move. Buzz, an invisible telekinetic force, quietly spread, targeting the large-caliber revolver that had fallen a short distance from the scarred face. In the gaze of the scarred man, filled with terror, the heavy revolver began to float from the ground as if gripped by an unseen hand. The weapon awkwardly adjusted its orientation in midair. The dark muzzle slowly, but precisely aimed at the center of the scarred man's forehead. The sheer horror of having his own weapon trained upon him rendered the scarred man paralyzed, his voice faltering, his body rigid with fear, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The sensation of having a gun pointed at his head was 100 times more terrifying than the earlier thud of the anchor hitting the ground. Chen Mo did not pull the trigger. He merely manipulated the revolver, causing it to sway gently before the scarred man, the chilling muzzle nearly touching the tip of his nose. It was a silent yet profoundly oppressive warning and humiliation. With another mental command, the floating revolver suddenly accelerated, launching as if propelled by a catapult, slicing through the air with a whoosh. A sharp clang reverberated as the revolver violently struck the heavy metal door of the warehouse, instantly twisting and warping, its parts scattering in all directions, rendered completely useless. After accomplishing this, Chen Mo paid no further heed to the terrified henchman below. He turned, activated the Rabbit Talisman, and his figure transformed into a blurred gray shadow, leaping through the gaping hole in the warehouse roof, vanishing into the vastness of the night. Only the warehouse remained, shrouded in silence and thick with fear. Mission accomplished, rewards in hand. Chen Mo did not linger. Utilizing the invisibility of the Snake Talisman and the speed of the Rabbit Talisman, he swiftly distanced himself from the dock area, returning to the relatively safe confines of Brooklyn. He located an empty apartment on the top floor of an abandoned building, using telekinesis to clear away the obstructing debris, establishing it as a temporary refuge. He retrieved the basic energy supplement awarded by the system. It was a thumb-sized transparent glass vial containing a viscous, light blue liquid. Chen Mo uncorked it and tilted his head back to drink. The liquid was cool upon entry, imbued with a strange hint of mint. Instantly, a gentle yet immense flow of energy coursed down his throat into his stomach, rapidly diffusing throughout his body, like parched earth welcoming a nourishing rain. System energy reserve, 5373. Mental energy restored. Minor injuries, healing accelerated. The stinging sensation in his forehead diminished significantly, and the fatigue evaporated. Chen Mo felt invigorated. The 20 units of energy replenished were sufficient for the upcoming endeavors. He sat cross-legged on the dust-laden floor, beginning to delve deeply into the capabilities of the Chicken Talisman. Each aspect of telekinetic control, range, precision, strength, personal levitation height, and movement speed, required extensive practice and familiarization. Time slipped away in focused training. In the deep of night, in the Queens area of New York, atop an inconspicuous office building, what appeared to be a mundane import-export trading company was, in truth, one of SHIELD's many safe houses in New York. Beneath the bright lights, a middle-aged man, Agent Phil Coulson, stands before an immense wall of LCD screens. His receding hairline, impeccably tailored suit, gentle smile, and piercing gaze create a striking contrast. The screens are divided into numerous segments, showcasing surveillance footage and blurry images captured by mobile devices from various sources. The content is alarmingly consistent. In a Brooklyn bar's back alley, 5 burly men are swiftly incapacitated by a mysterious hooded figure. In a parking lot at Bridge Park, a half-formed specter repels a car thief, leaving 3 accomplices unconscious from an unseen force. At a warehouse in Hell's Kitchen, the enigmatic individual levitates and wields a massive anchor, disarming a scar-faced assailant with telekinetic prowess. The final image freezes on the surveillance footage, revealing a blurred silhouette of Chen Mo in the corridor on the 2nd floor. While the face remains indistinct, the chilling aura and the vague outline beneath the hood have been distinctly highlighted. Gentlemen, Coulson's voice, though gentle, carries an undeniable weight. 3 hours, 3 different locations. 3 incidents of extraordinary abilities. The style is consistent, targeting street crime and gang activities with ruthless precision. The speed, strength, and the apparent telekinesis and levitation exhibited far exceed the capabilities of ordinary individuals. He turns, scanning the room filled with similarly attired agents, their expressions grave. Preliminary assessment. The target appears to be a single male, age unknown, with a high probability of being Asian, based on physique and vague witness descriptions. Codename tentatively assigned to Spectre. Threat level, Hornet class, tentative. Sir, a young analyst interjects. The individual he confronted at the warehouse was a lieutenant of Gene Bing. The scar-faced man oversees loan sharking in the dock area. The Spectre's actions are akin to a direct affront to Gene Bing. Coulson nods, his gaze deepening. That is precisely the crux of the matter. Gene Bing's influence is deeply entrenched and brutal. The Spectre's provocation will undoubtedly elicit retaliation. This may present us with an opportunity to further engage with or understand the Spectre. He pauses, his tone intensifying. Moreover, we must maintain rigorous surveillance. I want to know every appearance of this Spectre, his limits, his behavioral patterns, and whether he poses a threat to innocence. Approaching the control console, he brings up an electronic map of New York City, marking several areas in Brooklyn and Hell's Kitchen with red circles. Focus surveillance on these regions. Mobilize all available street informants and traffic monitoring systems. He glances at a technical agent. Attempt to analyze the energy fluctuations from the telekinetic manipulation of the anchor at the warehouse, and see if we can match it with known individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. Yes, sir. The agents respond in unison. Coulson's gaze returns to the blurred hooded figure on the screen, his gentle smile concealing a hawk-like intensity. A sudden emergence, powerful abilities, ambiguous allegiances, and the audacity to directly challenge Gene Bing. New York's night seems to have lost its tranquility. Meanwhile, in Manhattan, atop a towering skyscraper resembling a black pyramid, lies the core of Wilson Fisk's empire, Gene Bing. Beyond the heavy, bulletproof glass curtain wall lies the dazzling yet frigid nightscape of New York. Inside the expansive office adorned with luxurious Persian carpets, the lighting is dim. A colossal figure, akin to a humanoid tank, stands with his back to the entrance, gazing out of the floor-to-ceiling window. Clad in a bespoke, opulent white suit, his bulging muscles threaten to burst through the fabric, and his thick neck, devoid of any adornment, emanates a suffocating aura of intimidation. Merely his silhouette is sufficient to render even the most ruthless assassin speechless. Scarface, the minor boss who narrowly escaped a fate in the warehouse, now kneels on the plush carpet, trembling uncontrollably, his forehead pressed firmly against the ground, drenched in sweat. He stutters through a tearful recounting of the events that transpired in the warehouse, emphasizing the terrifying speed and strength of the mysterious hooded figure, as well as the miraculous telekinetic force that wielded the anchor with such precision. He was like a ghost, Mr. Jean. We couldn't harm him in the slightest. He even used telekinesis to point my gun at my own head. Scarface's voice trembles with fear and humiliation. The immense figure remains silent. The atmosphere in the office seems to solidify, the oppressive weight rendering Scarface nearly breathless. After a prolonged silence, a deep, resonant voice, akin to thunder rumbling in the distance, gradually breaks the stillness, imbued with an undeniable authority and a hint of icy wrath. A flying magician? Jean slowly turns around, casting an enormous shadow over the kneeling Scarface. His face, chiseled like granite, displays no emotion, save for a pair of eyes concealed in shadow, glinting with the ferocity of a predator. Find him. Jin's voice, though low, strikes Scarface's heart like a hammer. Bring that trickster before me. Alive. I wish to witness his magic firsthand. Chapter 10. The initial flap of the chicken talisman. Underworld currents. Jin's voice crashes like a cold iron block upon the heavy carpet, each word laden with suffocating gravity. Scarface, prostrate on the ground, feels as though an invisible hand has tightened around his heart, making even the act of breathing a struggle. Yes, Mr. Jean, I will surely unearth him. Scarface's voice quivers with terror, nearly bowing his forehead against the carpet in an oath. Leave. Jin's voice remains unyielding. Scarface, feeling as if granted a reprieve from doom, scrambles to his feet, not daring to glance at the towering figure, stumbling out of the office as if fleeing from hell itself. The heavy oak door of the office closes silently behind him. Jean stands resolutely before the floor-to-ceiling window, the city's neon lights flowing in his indifferent gaze. A creature daring enough to challenge him, displaying such peculiar abilities, signifies more than just the loss of a few subordinates. It is a direct affront to his authority as the underground emperor of New York. He must uncover everything about this creature, its abilities, weaknesses, and origins. Then, he shall crush it, employing the most brutal means to make it abundantly clear that in the underbelly of New York, there can only be one voice. Jean gradually approached the immense mahogany desk, picking up an unmarked encrypted satellite phone and dialing a number. It was me. Jean's voice resonated with a deep and direct tone. Queens, at the intersection of Hell's Kitchen, Warehouse 3. Last night, an Asian man clad in a gray coat with a hood. He possesses remarkable speed and strength, suspected to have telekinesis and levitation abilities. Codename, Phantom. I require all his information within 24 hours, placed on my desk. A brief silence ensued on the other end, followed by a similarly cold, emotionless voice. Message received. Target has been placed on the watch list. Fee, the usual triple. The information must include the preliminary assessment from S.H.I.E.L.D. Understood. Jean wasted no words before hanging up. Money was merely a number to him. What mattered was efficiency. S.H.I.L.D. had taken notice as well. This was hardly surprising. Yet, Jean believed that within the shadows of New York, his reach extended deeper and more covertly than those official agents. He gazed out the window again, his eyes sweeping across the city's intricate web like a hawk. No matter how deeply they burrowed, the pest would always leave traces. In Brooklyn, atop an abandoned apartment building, Chen Mo sat cross-legged, utterly oblivious to the wrath of the underground emperor and the meticulous surveillance of S.H.E.L.D. His entire focus was immersed in the burgeoning power within him. The telekinesis of the chicken talisman. Compatibility at 0. 5. Control over 50 objects. It may sound feeble, but Chen Mo understood its latent potential. This was not mere brute force. It was a fine-tuned control based on mental perception. He slowly lifted his right hand, fingers blade wide, concentrating his thoughts. A vibration of invisible energy emanated. A rusty screw scattered on the floor, as if awakened, quivered slightly before wobbling and floating into the air. Though somewhat shaky, akin to a toddler taking its first steps, it had indeed defied gravity. Hovering half a meter above the ground, Chen Mo's gaze was focused, his mind acting as an invisible thread connecting to the tiny screw. He attempted to maneuver it, advancing, retreating, turning left and right. The screw traced an awkward, irregular path in the air, its movements slow and marked by a noticeable delay. The consumption of mental energy flowed like a tiny stream, ceaseless. Chen Mo remained unperturbed, embodying the patience of a master artisan as he repeatedly practiced the fundamental controls: acceleration, deceleration, sudden stops, and direction changes. Simultaneously, he spread his mental perception like a web, enveloping a 10-meter radius centered around himself. The trajectory of falling dust. The tremors of cobwebs in the corners, the faint sound of engines from distant streets. Every subtle detail was captured and analyzed. Chicken Talisman compatibility 0. 1 current 0. 6. Control precision slightly enhanced. The cold system notification served as the finest encouragement. Chen Mo remained undistracted, continuing his practice. The screw S movement became smoother and more fluid, managing to sketch a lopsided circle. He then endeavored to increase the number and complexity of his targets. 2 screws, manipulated simultaneously by 3 distinct trajectories, led to an abrupt surge in mental exertion. Beads of perspiration formed at his temples. The 3 screws danced chaotically in the air, their paths a disarray of confusion. Concentrating deeply, Chen Mo closed his eyes, casting aside distractions, and wielded his thoughts with the precision of a scalpel, simultaneously maintaining 3 separate lines of control. Time slipped away in this focused practice. As dawn began to break outside, casting a pale light, Chen Mo finally halted. The 3 screws hovered silently before him, arranged in a stable triangle, unwavering. Chicken Talisman fusion level, 0-2, current. 0-8, slight increase in mental energy, enhancement in multi-target control stability. After a night of arduous training, the rewards were evident. Although he was still far from achieving seamless control, the fundamentals had been grasped. Chen Mo exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of fatigue, yet, more importantly, a profound satisfaction in mastering newfound powers. He rose, stretching his stiff limbs, his gaze falling upon a thick stack of pristine bills in the system space. 2,000 as a task reward. This sum was but a drop in the bucket in New York. He needed startup capital, information channels, and above all, a reliable weapon. He could not rely solely on his fists and telekinetic screws for combat. Those talismanic abilities were his trump card, but in daily life, he required some more conventional means of intimidation. The black market. This was the swiftest avenue for acquiring intelligence and weaponry. Based on the rudimentary map provided by the system and some vague information gleaned from the streets, Chen Mo pinpointed a chaotic flea market deep in Brooklyn. By day, it served as a hub for secondhand goods, but at night, during certain hours, it transformed into a breeding ground for illicit transactions. As night fell once more, Chen Mo donned a nondescript black hoodie, employing the invisibility granted by the Snake Talisman to quietly infiltrate a narrow alley suffused with the scents of fish and motor oil. At the end of the alley, a rusted iron door stood ajar, guarded by 2 burly men clad in leather jackets, their vigilant eyes betraying their true purpose. Chen Mo refrained from a forceful entry. He deactivated his invisibility, materializing like a specter in the shadows 5 meters from the door. "Stop! What do you want?" One of the men barked, instantly alert, his hand moving toward his waist. Chen Mo remained silent, raising his hand with his palm facing upward. Buzz! An invisible telekinetic force quietly activated. A discarded car battery, weighing over 10 kilograms, perched on a nearby dilapidated wooden crate, suddenly trembled. And under the watchful eyes of the 2 men, it began to wobble and float into the air, though it only ascended a mere 10 centimeters and swayed slightly. The scene defied logic enough to send shivers down their spines. A superhuman, the other man stammered, instinctively taking a half step back. Chen Mo controlled the battery, allowing it to hover above his palm as if cradling an invisible tray. From a shadow of his hood, a cold voice emerged. "I need to speak with old cripple about a business deal. Open the door." 2 robust men exchanged a glance, and in that fleeting moment, they discerned the astonishment and trepidation reflected in each other's eyes. Such a peculiar method was beyond their capacity to confront. Instantly, one of the burly men swung open the iron gate, stepping aside with an attitude that transformed into utmost reverence. "Please, do come in." Chen Mo gently placed the battery down, actually using telekinesis to return it to the wooden crate, and stepped through the iron door. Behind him, the door was swiftly shut. Inside lay an expansive space resembling an abandoned garage, the air thick with a noxious blend of oil, metal, inferior tobacco, and sweat. Dim yellow bulbs hung overhead, casting a murky light. Numerous stalls were haphazardly scattered about, with their proprietors displaying fierce visages or wandering gazes. The wares on display were a motley assortment, from various models of handguns, rifles, and even submachine gun parts, to obviously illicit jewelry, antique watches, electronic gadgets, and some suspiciously shaped, long objects wrapped in oilcloth. The clientele was plentiful, predominantly discreet and taciturn, lowering their voices during transactions, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. The entire market was enveloped in an atmosphere thick with tension and greed. Chen Mo's arrival, particularly the unusually deferential demeanor of the two guards at the entrance, immediately captured the attention of several stall owners and patrons alike, their gazes ranging from curiosity to scrutiny and even malice. In the deepest recesses of the market, behind a stall brimming with various electronic components, an emaciated old man with a gaunt face, clad in greasy overalls, and one leg fitted with a rudimentary metal prosthesis, squinted at Chen Mo, his visage marred by a ghastly scar. He was known as the Old Cripple, one of the most well-informed brokers in this underground market. Ignoring the prying eyes, Chen Mo approached the stall without hesitation. He eschewed pleasantries, addressing the old man directly, his voice deliberately lowered, resonating with a husky and cold timbre. Two matters. First, I require a reliable firearm, equipped with a suppressor and 5 rounds of ammunition. Second, in the recent days, have there been any notable occurrences in Queens and Hell's Kitchen regarding a meddlesome specter? The old cripple's murky eyes roved over Chen Mo, pausing momentarily in the shadow beneath his hood. His parched lips curled into a grin, revealing a few yellowed teeth, a gun that's easily arranged. As for the specter, young man, inquiring about that will land you in significant trouble. Chapter 11. The Dragon's Curse begins. Hatred emerges. The fetid air of the black market seemed to congeal. The scar on the old cripple's gaunt face twisted under the dim light, his murky gaze fixated on the sharp dagger suspended above Chen Mo's palm, a sight that defied logic. Coiling around his spine like a frigid serpent. With a dry throat, the old cripple forced out the words, each weighted with gravity, $1 million. Alive. His voice rasped like sandpaper, reflecting his displeasure over last night's incident at the docks. $1 million. For capture alive. A cold smirk curled at the edge of Chen Mo's mouth, obscured by the shadow of his hood. The reaction of the underground emperor of New York was more intense and foolish than he had anticipated. Did they consider him mere prey to be priced at will? The old cripple would soon realize who the true hunter was. And the gun? The voice of Chen Mo interrupted the ramblings of the old cripple, born from fear. Still cold as ice, the old man jolted, akin to a startled viper, swiftly retrieving a grimy black canvas bag from a rusted metal box beneath his stall. He unzipped it, and the metallic glimmer caught the faint yellow light. Inside lay a sleek, formidable black handgun, accompanied by 2 spare magazines and a short, cylindrical suppressor. Scattered nearby were dozens of gleaming, yellow, 9mm parabellum cartridges. Chen Mo's mind stirred, and the hovering dagger gently returned to the display. He reached for the firearm, feeling its weight, cold and heavy, the chill of metal against his skin. A Glock 19, a common commodity on the black market, renowned for its reliability and ease of concealment. With practiced precision, he examined the chamber, trigger, and magazine, his movements clean and efficient. The bullets, 5 rounds were present. The old man pointed to several paper packets nestled within the bag, insisting they were undoubtedly fresh merchandise. Chen Mo tucked the gun into the small of his back, obscured by the hem of his oversized hoodie, while the suppressor and magazine were stowed away in his backpack. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times. He lifted a magazine, his focus sharpening once more. With a hum, a golden bullet floated out, suspended a few centimeters above his fingertips, as if held by invisible threads, slowly rotating. The compatibility with the chicken talisman was at 0.8, making the manipulation of such a small object remarkably stable. Money lay on the table. Chen Mo withdrew his telekinetic grip, and the bullet clinked back into the magazine. He turned, casting one last glance at the old man, his figure swiftly melding into the chaotic, shadowy currents of the market's depths. The old cripple gazed at the stack of pristine dollars on the table, enough to purchase half of his stall, and then at the bullet resting quietly at the magazine's mouth, a chill racing from his soles to the crown of his head. This specter was more terrifying than the bounty on the wanted poster. In the dead of night, on the fringes of Brooklyn, near the East River, lay an old industrial area. Massive abandoned factories loomed like silent steel behemoths in the night, the air thick with the acrid scent of rust, machine oil, and chemicals. Chen Mo moved like a wraith, utilizing the rabbit talisman's short bursts of speed and the snake talisman's intermittent invisibility as he silently navigated through towering cooling towers. A labyrinth of corroded pipes and docks piled high with discarded containers. He sought a place to test his newly acquired weapon, and a secure refuge was imperative. Although his system energy had restored to 73, the sustained use of talismans was not to be underestimated, particularly the snake talisman, which imposed a considerable burden on both mental acuity and energy reserves. Warning: high-energy gamma radiation detected. Source distance: 18 kilometers northwest. Energy fluctuations rising sharply. Threat level assessment: high. Preliminary database match indicates potential target. Gamma entity, codename Abomination. The cold, mechanical warning echoed in Chen Mo's mind like a clarion call. Gamma entity, Abomination? His pupils dilated with shock. The plot of the Incredible Hulk. How could the timelines overlap so closely? And right here in Brooklyn, thunderous roars erupted in the distance. As if to validate the system's ominous warning, a low, thunderous rumble erupted, accompanied by a terrifying roar reminiscent of some colossal beast, resonating through the ground from the northwest. This was soon followed by the piercing wail of car alarms, the jarring sound of twisted metal, and faint echoes of terrified screams. Chen Mo abruptly halted, scaling a rusted iron ladder of a cooling tower, gazing toward the northwest. They are approximately 2 kilometers away. An area that once housed small logistics warehouses had transformed into a battlefield. Bright orange flames surged skyward, thick smoke billowing forth. A massive, suffocatingly terrifying silhouette emerged against the backdrop of fire and smoke, akin to a demon rising from the depths of hell. This creature stood nearly 4 meters tall, its entire body enveloped in a rough, grayish-white carapace resembling weathered stone, muscles taut and bulging with explosive power. A tail as thick as a battering ram trailed behind, effortlessly swatting a container truck like a toy, sending it crashing into a nearby 3-story building, igniting a secondary explosion. Its grotesquely contorted head, with a jutting jaw and protruding fangs, radiated a frenzied yellow light from its eyes. It rampaged, swinging its enormous fists, striking everything within view. The warehouse walls, parked vehicles, even the ground. Each impact reverberated with violent tremors and terrifying roars. Abomination. Undoubtedly an abomination. That pure, brutal, all-consuming aura of terror surged forth like a tangible shockwave. Even from such a distance. Target locked. Abomination. Emil Bronsky. Status: Gamma mutant, unstable, highly violent. Destructive tendencies. Threat level: high. Severe threat to current host condition. Vulnerability analysis: based on public intelligence, the spinal connection at the back of the neck, relatively weak. High-intensity energy impacts may cause effective damage. Physical blunt force trauma shows limited effectiveness. Roar. The abomination unleashed a deafening bellow, seizing the front of a heavy truck, and as if it were mere straw, hurled it toward the distant police cars flashing their lights. The police vehicles were instantly crushed, erupting in flames that illuminated half the sky. Open fire. Open fire. Block it. Call for reinforcements. We need heavy weaponry. Repeat. Heavy weaponry needed. Oh my God. What kind of monster is that? The feeble cries of the police and the chaotic chatter of radios were drowned out by the abomination's roars and explosions, rendering them utterly powerless. Sporadic bullets from handguns and shotguns struck the abomination, akin to mere tickles, merely sparking a few embers as they ricocheted off its thick, armored hide. Amidst this frenzied scene of destruction, a lithe figure caught Chen Mo's attention. It was a soldier clad in a military green vest, impressively robust and towering above the average man, pre-Bronsky mutation, skillfully utilizing the warehouse's cover and abandoned vehicles, demonstrating remarkable military prowess and explosive agility. Attempting to close in on the abomination, firing a large-caliber rifle at its eyes and other relatively vulnerable points. It was a Special Forces operative under General Ross. Roar. The abomination, evidently enraged by the agile creature, abruptly turned, its massive foot conjuring a vicious gale as it descended brutally upon the Special Forces soldier. The soldier's pupils constricted as he desperately lunged sideways. Boom! The ground was crushed, leaving a deep pit several meters in diameter. Debris flew in all directions. The shockwave violently hurled the soldier away, crashing him against a heap of metallic refuse, blood spewing from his mouth, clearly gravely injured and temporarily incapacitated. The abomination grinned wickedly, advancing with heavy steps towards the incapacitated soldier, its colossal shadow enveloping him. Emergency mission: the grief of the behemoth. Mission objective: intervene in the abomination incident. Option: attempt to stop the abomination, inflict effective damage, or rescue the key target. Reward: Dragon Talisman, Explosive Energy, Activation Guide, significant increase in Bull Talisman fusion. System Energy 10, Universal Points 500. Option: evade the conflict and preserve oneself. No penalties, but miss the opportunity for a power surge. Gazing at the crimson options and lucrative rewards on the system panel, Chen Mo's eyes sharpened like blades. Evade? No. This frenzied behemoth was the perfect opportunity to test his strength and gain fusion experience. Moreover, the Dragon Talisman's explosive energy was precisely what he currently lacked for long-range. Wide-area destruction. Danger? The system had indicated a weakness. The power and defense bestowed by the Bull Talisman, combined with the extreme speed from the Rabbit Talisman, was his greatest reliance. Furthermore, the Dog Talisman offered instant death immunity as a final safeguard. Strength. He craved more formidable power, the kind of absolute strength capable of dominating in this perilous world. System. Select the option. Chen Mo roared within his mind. Mission accepted. Dragon Talisman, Explosive Energy, preparing for activation. Energy Guidance Channel established. An unprecedented, wildly searing aura surged from the depths of Chen Mo's being, awakening a dormant node. Unlike the brute force of the Bull Talisman, the swiftness of the Rabbit Talisman, or the agility of the Chicken Talisman, this power brimmed with destructive, explosive energy. It was as if a slumbering volcano had been roused. A torrid torrent cascaded through the newly established link, converging into his tightly clenched fists. Taking a deep breath, the cold night air filled his lungs, yet it could not suppress the fiery desire for eruption within his chest. He fixed his gaze upon the colossal figure of destruction in the distance. The abomination's deep voice resonated from beneath its hood. Is your head hard enough? Rabbit Talisman activated. Target: core of the battlefield. Virum. The rusted iron ladder beneath him instantly twisted and contorted underfoot. Chen Mo's figure left behind a blurred afterimage, akin to a black lightning bolt tearing through the night sky, shooting towards the infernal battlefield ablaze with fire. Chapter 12. The Bull Demon Shakes the Mountains. Dragon flame begins to bloom. Whoosh. The sharp sound of the air being torn was drowned out by the deafening explosion and the abomination's roar. Chen Mo's silhouette darted through the derelict factory, twisted containers, and the charred remnants of vehicles at breakneck speed, like a missile skimming the ground. The power of the Rabbit Talisman surged to its zenith, the fusion degree of 59 granting him a speed that left elusive afterimages dancing in the retinas of ordinary onlookers. Within mere breaths, he had penetrated the battlefield's periphery. A tempestuous wave of energy, rife with the searing heat of flames and the acrid winds of shattered stone, surged toward him. The loathsome figure, as massive as a mountain, loomed ominously close, emanating a suffocating aura of destruction akin to a tangible wall. It raised its colossal foot with a sinister grin, intent on reducing the struggling, blood-spitting soldier below to mere pulp. Chen Mo could even discern the viscous blood and grime clinging to the creature's grayish-white, callous skin. Now was the moment. The divine power of the Ox Talisman surged within him, a maximum explosion of energy. Boom! The cement ground where Chen Mo landed erupted like it had been struck by heavy artillery, instantly forming a shallow crater, with spiderweb-like cracks violently spreading outward. Harnessing this terrifying recoil, he launched himself upward like an armor-piercing projectile, soaring towards the monstrous foot descending upon him. Speed, power, the amalgamation of both. Target: the ankle joint of a loathsome creature. Get away from me! Chen Mo roared within. His right fist infused with the infinite strength of the Ox Talisman tore through the air, accompanied by a deep, resonant sound. striking down upon the tendon connection of the creature's ankle, which was thicker than his waist. Bang! A sound so thunderous it felt as if it could halt a heart. It was as if a colossal hammer had struck the roots of a millennia-old tree. A visible shockwave of white energy erupted from the point of impact, while the furious airflow whipped up debris and ashes from the ground, creating a brief circular shockwave. The tremendous downward force of the creature's foot was unexpectedly deflected upward. The enormous foot brushed past the soldier's head, crashing down onto the adjacent ground, forming yet another terrifying pit. Roar! The immense body of the loathsome figure staggered slightly, thrown off balance by the sudden, upward surge of force. It emitted a bellow of rage and astonishment, lowering its head sharply, its gigantic eyes glowing with a frenzied yellow light, locking onto the minuscule gray figure that had appeared beneath it, akin to an ant. Not only the loathsome creature, but also several nearby police officers, who had miraculously evaded the chaos and were now frantically seeking cover, as well as soldiers from General Ross's command, observing the battlefield through high-powered telescopes, were all left dumbfounded. My God, who is that person? Did he just deflect the creature's foot with his bare hands? Is he a monster? Chen Mo could acutely feel the excruciating pain and rebound force radiating from his fist. The hardness of the loathsome creature's skin surpassed that of steel. The power of the Ox Talisman enabled him to shake this behemoth, yet the recoil surged his blood. Ox Talisman Fusion Degree 05, Current 64. Enduring high-intensity recoil. Body experiencing slight tremors. There was no time to catch his breath. The creature's massive palm, accompanied by a deafening rush of air, descended upon him with the intent of squashing him like a fly. The enormous shadow loomed overhead. Rabbit Talisman, extreme evasion, in a moment fraught with tension. As the giant palm descended, Chen Mo's figure slipped sideways like a specter. The ground trembled as though struck by a colossal bomb, debris hurtling like bullets. A massive palm imprint sank into the earth, and the creature's fury intensified as its attack missed the mark. It spun around with a ferocity that split the air. Its tail, as thick as a siege pillar, sweeping through with a terrifying wail, encompassing a vast area. Chen Mo's pupils constricted as he activated the Rabbit Talisman once more, retreating low to the ground with lightning speed, rough stones scraping against his back. With a resounding crash, the sweeping tail sent the charred remains of a nearby burning car flying as if it were mere paper, tumbling and disintegrating in midair. Roar! Little insect! I shall crush you! The creature bellowed, striding forward with seismic force, its fists hammering down like pile drivers towards Chen Mo's rapidly shifting shadow. Each punch unleashed violent explosions and tremors that shattered the remnants of the warehouse with ease. Chen Mo darted through the rain of colossal fists, his agility heightened to its utmost limits by the Rabbit Talisman, steadily increasing in synergy as he navigated the line between life and death. The creature's strength and defense were formidable, yet its speed was relatively clumsy. This was his opportunity. Like a storm-tossed seabird, he nimbly evaded the torrent of destruction. Each near miss from the giant fists brought a terrifying wind pressure that sliced like a blade against his skin. He was waiting for the culmination of the Dragon Talisman's guidance, for the ultimate force capable of breaking through this armored shell. Warning: host is maintaining high-intensity evasion. Speed nearing current synergy limit. Energy consumption accelerating. System energy, 68. Dragon Talisman, explosive energy, guidance completion, 989-9100. Activation ready. Energy surging. Now was the moment. A fierce glint ignited in Chen Mo's eyes as he narrowly dodged another devastating strike that obliterated half the warehouse. He forcefully planted his feet against a partially collapsed heavy concrete load-bearing wall. Ox Talisman, erupt. The wall instantly yielded, creating a shallow dent. Rabbit Talisman, vector acceleration. His body surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, propelling towards the gaping chest of the creature, which had opened itself up in its furious assault. The creature, caught off guard by this audacious insect daring to close the distance, instinctively attempted to retract its fist for defense, but its massive form brought inevitable delay. Chen Mo's figure approached like a flash of lightning, the disparity in size between them akin to that of an adult and a child. His right fist clenched tightly, The tempestuous, searing, destructive energy within him surged forth like a volcanic eruption, racing towards the core of the creature's rock-solid chest, the weak point marked by the system. Take this. Chen Mo roared within his heart. Dragon Talisman, explosive. With an earth-shattering boom, an intensely blinding and searing orange flame erupted from his fist. Akin to a miniature sun, a cataclysmic force unleashed upon the world. In an instant, it engulfed his fist and forearm. This was no ordinary flame. It was a highly compressed, explosive shockwave imbued with destructive energy. The fiery shockwave struck the abomination's chest with tremendous force. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Immediately, the earth-shattering sound of the explosion drowned out all other noises on the battlefield. A colossal fireball, tenfold more terrifying than any blow the abomination had previously endured, erupted at its chest. The furious flames surged upward like a raging dragon, instantly consuming the upper half of the abomination's body. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward in all directions. A howl of excruciating pain erupted from the abomination for the first time since the battle began. Its massive form, akin to a mountain, was forcefully pushed back for the first time. Stumbling, it retreated 4 staggering steps, each footfall resonating like a colossal hammer striking the ground, leaving deep cracks in its wake. The seemingly indestructible grayish-white carapace on its chest bore a horrifying, charred indentation nearly half a meter in diameter at the explosion's epicenter. Cracks spiderwebbed outward from the center. Wisps of blue smoke and the acrid stench of charred flesh filled the air. Though its defenses were not completely breached, this strike had evidently inflicted substantial damage, shaking the very foundation of this monstrous creature. The entire battlefield fell into a momentary silence. Only the crackling of flames and the abomination's heavy, pained breaths could be heard. In the distance, all who witnessed this scene, be they police officers, soldiers, or General Ross and command members watching through surveillance footage, were left as if turned to stone. My God, did he just repel that monster? What power was behind that flame and explosion? Is he a new breed of superhuman? General Ross fixated on the gray figure slowly descending amidst the smoke of the explosion, the orange flames on its fist gradually extinguishing. His eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of barely concealed greed. Chen Mo landed, slightly panting, gazing at the enormous charred indentation on the abomination's chest, feeling the residual heat on his fist and the explosive energy coursing within him, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The Dragon Talisman. This was true power. Chapter 13. Dragon Flame devours the city. Talisman gains renown. The massive charred indentation on the abomination's chest emitted acrid smoke, with jagged, spiderweb-like cracks surrounding it. It lowered its head to inspect the once proud carapace, which had withstood armor-piercing rounds, now shattered and scorched. A wave of pain and an overwhelming sense of humiliation crashing down upon its already fragile sanity. Roaring in fury, the abomination bellowed, "Damn little insect! I will tear you apart and grind you to dust." It was utterly driven mad. Its colossal body trembled violently with rage, yellow pupils narrowing into dangerous pinpricks. Fixating on the diminutive gray figure amidst the smoke, an unprecedented killing intent swept across the battlefield like a tangible, cold tide. It no longer paid heed to the severely injured Special Forces soldier beside it, nor did it care for the sporadic bullets fired in its direction. Its focus was solely on Chen Mo, the insignificant ant that dared to injure and offend its absolute power. Boom, boom, boom. Hatred surged forth like an uncontrollable war fortress, its strides heavy enough to induce tremors in the ground, akin to a rampaging rhinoceros launching the most savage assault upon Chen Mo. Each colossal footfall carved deep craters, sending shards of stone scattering in all directions. Its robust arms extended wide, resembling 2 massive siege columns, sealing off all avenues of evasion for Chen Mo. It aimed to seize this damned insect and crush it to oblivion. A terrifying sense of oppression loomed like a tsunami. The air itself seemed to solidify under the ferocity of hatred. Chen Mo's gaze remained icy, unperturbed. The explosive energy of the Dragon Talisman surged slowly across his fists, delivering a searing sting, while instilling a confidence capable of annihilating all. Dragon Talisman, explosive energy, activated successfully. Fusion degree, 0-1 status, basic explosive flame eruption, energy concentration type. Power multiplies with energy infusion and fusion degree enhancement. Warning, hatred has entered an extreme state of frenzy. Physical attack desire and strength significantly increased. Threat level, extremely high. Host energy reserve, 62. Exercise caution with Dragon Eruption. Rabbit Talisman, ultimate maneuver. Just as the iron gate-like arms of hatred were about to close, Chen Mo's figure sprang into action, not retreating, but charging headlong towards the oncoming hatred. He suddenly crouched low and dove, like a gray lightning bolt skimming the ground. He narrowly slipped through the vast gap beneath the beast's massive frame. Roar! Hatred's arms struck down with tremendous force, colliding with a resounding thud. Its gargantuan body continued to surge forward for several steps before it realized the target had vanished. Chen Mo had already positioned himself behind the beast. He stood atop a warped, colossal metal plate, possibly debris from a warehouse ceiling, his body slightly arched backward, akin to a drawn bow. His right fist retracted to his waist. All his strength, empowered by the Ox Talisman, coalesced. More crucially, the energy of the Dragon Talisman, signifying destruction, surged like a flood, compressing and gathering towards his fists. An orange-red glow ignited once more, brighter and more concentrated than before. It resembled a core of molten lava on the brink of eruption. Target, the unguarded weak point at the spinal connection of hatred's lower back. Break it. Chen Mo uttered a low growl, twisting his waist and channeling the immense force of the Ox Talisman along with the explosive energy of the Dragon Talisman into his fist, which launched forth like a fired armor-piercing shell, striking fiercely at the beast's lower back. Boom! An even more blinding and searing sphere of flame erupted at hatred's lower back. This explosion resonated with a deeper, more thunderous sound, yet carried a penetrating, destructive force. Hatred let out a deafening wail. Its massive form stumbled forward violently. The chitinous layer on its lower back was thinner than that on its chest. And under the dual impact of the physical force empowered by the Ox Talisman and the subsequent Dragon Eruption, a horrifying wound the size of a basin was instantly blasted open. Charred tissue rolled back, exposing the dark red, writhing mutated muscles beneath. One could even glimpse the pale outline of the spine, deep to the bone. A true, grievous injury. The loathsome creature, for the first time, collapsed on one knee due to excruciating pain. Its enormous fist struck the ground with a violent thud, supporting its weight while emitting agonized gasps. Viscous yellow blood mingled with tissue fluid gushed from its horrific wounds. Bull Charm Fusion Degree 07, current 71. Dragon Charm Fusion Degree 04, current 05. Inflicted significant damage on high-threat targets. Effective. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. With a successful strike, he showed no inclination to linger. The rabbit charm erupted instantaneously, propelling his figure backward to establish a safe distance. The dragon blast possessed immense power, yet its consumption was equally terrifying. Following those two strikes, coupled with continuous extreme evasion, the system's energy had plummeted to 55. He needed to catch his breath to observe the creature's response. He had struck a blow. The monster was injured. Oh my goodness. He had wounded it. Firepower cover. Protect that gray specter. The distant soldiers and police, initially stunned, finally reacted. Witnessing the loathsome creature kneeling in pain, their morale surged. Though their bullets remained ineffective against its defenses, the concentrated fire poured upon the creature's massive form, clattering and sparking, at least diverting a portion of its attention. Roar! You wretched flies! The loathsome creature, thoroughly enraged by the itchiness on its body, abruptly turned its head, its eyes aflame with pain and madness, locking onto a distant firing point. A military Humvee mounted with a heavy machine gun. It abandoned the elusive Chen Mo, charging towards the Humvee like a rampaging heavy tank, intent on crushing these bothersome flies in a fit of rage. Scatter quickly. It's coming. Soldiers beside the Humvee shouted in terror. The driver of the Humvee swerved desperately in an attempt to escape, but against the creature's overwhelming speed and massive form, it was akin to a snail's crawl. Just as the Humvee and its occupants were about to be crushed beneath the creature's foot, Chen Mo sprang into action. Yet, he had not aimed to save them. His target was an abandoned 5-story factory building, teetering on the brink of collapse due to an earlier explosion. Situated beside the creature's charge path, the building's exterior was charred, its windows shattered, and thick smoke billowed forth, the structure groaning under the flames' relentless assault. A mad yet audacious plan formed instantaneously in Chen Mo's mind. Rabbit charm, extreme speed, he transformed into a streak of gray lightning, circumventing the creature's direct path. Darting to the opposite side of the building, focused intent, chicken charm, telekinesis, target, the two immense steel beams on the top floor, already glowing red-hot and precariously unstable. Buzz, the invisible telekinetic force gripped those two critical load-bearing beams like unseen hands, though insufficient to shift the massive tons of steel at the brink of structural collapse. It was more than adequate. Crack, crack, under the combined efforts of the chicken charm's telekinesis and Chen Mo's bull charm brute force, shattering the adjacent wall to create vibrations. The two load-bearing beams, already on the verge of breaking, emitted their final desperate groans. They shattered completely, rumble, like an earth-shattering avalanche. The 5-story factory building, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, crashed down upon the path of the loathed adversary with a resounding roar. Countless burning concrete blocks, twisted steel bars, and shattered glass cascaded down like a waterfall of destruction, instantaneously obstructing and burying the route of the loathed charge. Dust billowed into the sky, resembling a colossal mushroom cloud. A shroud of despair enveloped the loathed. A thunderous growl erupted. The loathed was caught off guard by this sudden cataclysm. Its massive form was mercilessly struck by the multitude of burning debris, burying it beneath the weight. Roars of anger and resentment emanated from the depths of the rubble, accompanied by violent struggles that caused the mountain of debris to tremble and roll. Though not entirely buried alive, the loathed remained temporarily trapped beneath the smoldering wreckage. The heavy burden and the relentless flames scorching it prevented any immediate escape. With a single strike, seizing the moment, utilizing the environment, the tide of battle was irrevocably turned. The entire battlefield fell into a profound silence. All present, soldiers, police officers, and generals in the distant command center, stood frozen, gazing at the infernal ruins that resembled the entrance to hell, and at the figure draped in gray, lowering its hood amidst the smoke and flames, standing atop the remnants. It appeared as a deity commanding fire and annihilation, a specter harvesting colossal beasts. Chapter 14. Embers of shadows, movements from all sides, the burning ruins resembled a massive bonfire, crackling beneath the silent night sky of Brooklyn, with thick smoke billowing skyward, staining the waning moon a sinister crimson. The loath's furious and resentful roars were muffled by the heavy debris and flames, becoming distant and dull, akin to a demon pounding its cage in the depths of hell. The dust cloud raised by the collapsing building had yet to dissipate, and the acrid stench of charred materials and burning chemicals permeated the air. At the battlefield's edge, surviving Special Forces soldiers and police officers, still shaken, gazed at the purgatorial ruins that had entombed the monster. They then turned their eyes to the gray figure standing like a demonic deity at the edge of the rubble, their expressions filled with the relief of survival and an ineffable awe. He collapsed the entire building and buried that monster alive. Who on earth is this? No one dared to approach. The chilling aura emanating from that gray figure, combined with the fearsome might that had just ignited the flames and shaken the colossal beast, was more heart-pounding than the oppressive presence of the loathed. Is he friend or foe? None could tell. Chen Mo breathed slightly, his gaze coldly sweeping over the burning ruins from beneath his hood. The loath's struggles persisted. The rubble trembled, but that massive form was momentarily subdued. The system indicated that the loath's vital signs remained robust, yet its mobility was significantly restricted. Emergency mission, the lament of the colossal beast. Completion high. Successfully dealt a heavy blow and temporarily suppressed the loathed, effectively preventing further destruction. Task rewards distribution. Dragon Talisman Fusion level 10, current 15. Ox Talisman Fusion level 08, current 79. System Energy 10, current 65. Universal Points 500, current 500. Dragon Talisman explosive energy, successfully activated and displayed its prowess in the first battle. Unlocking fundamental application skill, localized compression of explosive energy, enhancing armor-piercing effects. The sensation of burgeoning strength resonated clearly, particularly with the Dragon Talisman, as that devastating energy surged through his body with greater fluidity. A portion of his energy had also been restored. Yet, Chen Mo understood that this was merely a transient victory. The abomination was not yet vanquished. Once it broke free, its fury would be even more unbridled. More critically, the commotion here was alarmingly loud. The shrill wails of sirens grew ever closer and more numerous. The flashing red and blue lights pierced through the haze. A substantial reinforcement force was encircling the scene. From above, the thunderous roar of military helicopters filled the air. The colossal beams of searchlights swept across the ruins and battlefield like the eye of judgment. General Ross's military forces would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to capture or study the abomination. As an unexpected variable, he would certainly become a target of their meticulous surveillance or even apprehension. This place was no longer safe for lingering. Swish! The snake talisman activated. The cold, slick energy enveloped him instantaneously. In the gaze of numerous onlookers, Chen Mo's figure melded into the surroundings like ink dispersing in water, becoming blurred, transparent, and ultimately vanishing entirely amidst the swirling smoke and flickering flames. Only the cracked ground, trampled beneath, remained in his wake. He had vanished. The gray figure was nowhere to be seen. Where had he gone? Was it invisibility or teleportation? Soldiers and police officers erupted into even more astonished cries. Searchlights futilely sweeping the spot where Chen Mo had disappeared, yielding nothing. The specter that had salvaged the scene, yet brought forth endless enigmas, vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Simultaneously, in Manhattan, at the S.H.L. Temporary Command Center in New York, the enormous screen displayed multiple segmented images, the burning ruins of a collapsed factory, devastated neighborhoods, real-time aerial footage from military helicopters, and several key moments replayed. Particularly Chen Mo's fiery punch repelling the abomination and the blurred figure that had surged into the building, causing its collapse, the visuals obscured by explosions and smoke. Phil Coulson stood before the screen, his gentle smile long erased, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. The senior agents and analysts behind him held their breath, the atmosphere palpably tense. The energy analysis report had been compiled. A technical agent spoke rapidly, detailing the collection of two anomalous energy residues at the scene. The first was a high concentration of gamma radiation, originating from the entity codenamed the Abomination. The second was an extremely volatile, unprecedented high-temperature energy explosion residue, characterized by resemblance to a form of highly compressed plasma detonation, yet with energy levels and conversion efficiency far exceeding known technology. The source pointed towards that gray-hooded target. The assessment of physical destruction was underway when another agent reported that the target exhibited an instantaneous burst of speed preliminarily estimated to exceed 100 meters per second, coupled with astonishing agility, suggesting the presence of a form of short-range teleportation ability. The force of its punches, inferred from the damage inflicted on the abomination and the destruction on the ground, was conservatively estimated to reach an impact force of over 100 tons. The method that ultimately triggered the building's collapse, when combined with the evidence at the scene, indicated a probable use of telekinetic precision to dismantle critical structural nodes, orchestrating a chain reaction of destruction. Upon comprehensive evaluation, the chief analyst inhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly, as he declared, "Target codename, Phantom. The threat level has been elevated from Hornet to Tiger. Possessing super speed, immense strength, suspected telekinesis, invisibility, as reported by witnesses regarding its disappearance, and terrifying explosive energy attacks. The combination of its abilities is formidable, with tactical applications that are bold and efficient, resulting in extraordinary destructive power. Danger level, extremely high. Tiger level. This represents a threat capable of inflicting devastating damage on a small city. It ranks just below a select few known, exceedingly dangerous, superpowered individuals." Coulson's expression grew graver. What developments are there from General Ross's side? The military has completely cordoned off the perimeter, deploying heavy machinery in an attempt to excavate the abomination beneath the rubble. They are intensely focused on the Phantom, General Ross has issued the highest level of search orders, demanding the target be found and contained at all costs, alive or dead. Replied an agent responsible for liaison. Contain? Coulson's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Do they think they're capturing a lab rat? Notify the field team to closely monitor the military's movements, but to avoid any direct confrontation with the Phantom. Our primary objective is observation, assessment, and documentation. Furthermore, he cast a sharp gaze at the blurry gray figure on the screen, emphasizing the need to monitor all anomalous energy fluctuations in Brooklyn, particularly those reminiscent of the telekinetic residue from last night's warehouse at the docks, along with the characteristics of this high-temperature, explosive energy. I need to know where it is hiding and what it intends to do. Understood, sir. Coulson turned his attention to another screen. The image frozen at the moment Chen Mo charged into the burning building, just before the collapse. The telekinetic destruction of critical structures was precise and merciless. He muttered to himself, this was no mere impulse. The bounty on the abomination's presence, this phantom, was its emergence coincidental, or did it herald a greater tempest? In Hell's Kitchen, the core of the Kingpin's empire, the atmosphere in the vast office was as oppressive as the depths of the ocean before storm. Scarface knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed firmly against the cold, exquisite Persian carpet, sweat trickling down the scar on his face like writhing worms. On the enormous LCD screen, a processed battlefield scene captured by satellite was playing, flames repelling the abomination, buildings collapsing to entomb the monstrosity, and the gray figure disappearing amidst the smoke. The image concluded with the indistinct silhouette of the hooded figure. Wilson Fisk's imposing figure loomed before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his back to Scarface. Outside, the dazzling yet frigid panorama of Manhattan's nightscape failed to illuminate the profound gloom in his eyes. $1 million. Gene Bin's deep, resonant voice echoed slowly, akin to a thunderclap rolling through the room, imbued with a chilling intensity that now seemed to mock him. Scarface's body trembled more violently. Gene Bin turned slowly, casting a vast shadow over the prostrate Scarface. Tell me, those eyes, concealed in the shadows, shone down upon Scarface like searchlights. How'd he ultimately vanish? Disappear? Scarface struggled to recall, as if he had melted into the air or slipped into the shadows, rendering him utterly invisible. Gene Bin's fingers, involuntarily tapping on the mahogany table, emitted a dull thud, reminiscent of a funeral bell. Speed, power, telekinesis, and explosive flames, now combined with invisibility, each word he uttered intensified the oppressive atmosphere in the room. An omnipotent monster? Gene Bin's voice carried an unrecognized gravity. The abhorrent, destructive power was vividly clear in his mind, that Spectre could directly shake and even suppress the abomination, posing a danger far beyond his initial estimations. This was no mere street rivalry. The bounty. Gene Bin pondered for a moment, a flash of resolution and greed flickering in his eyes, doubled. $2 million. A reward of $500,000 for anyone providing precise whereabouts. The objective shifted, prioritize acquiring samples from his organization or intelligence regarding his abilities. Capture came second. He needed to comprehend the essence of his power. Yes, Mr. Gene Bin. Scarface felt as if he had been granted amnesty, scrambling to convey the orders. Wait. Gene Bin halted him, his voice cold as ice. Deploy the Shadow Squad. Inform them that the target is exceedingly dangerous, and any means are permitted. Scarface shivered. The Shadow Squad. That was Gene Bin's most enigmatic and ruthless assassination group, tasked with handling supernatural occurrences and challenging targets. It seemed Mr. Gene Bin was genuinely enraged and had begun to take this matter seriously. Chapter 15. The initial touch of a shield. The dragon's might emerges the air at the top of the abandoned apartment building was thick with dust and the scent of decaying wood. Chen Mo sat cross-legged in the center of the empty room, his breathing long and steady. Within him, several distinct forces flowed ceaselessly. The overwhelming energy of the Ox Talisman surged like dormant volcanic lava, heavy and searing, coursing through his muscles and bones, bestowing an indomitable quality. The swift energy of the Rabbit Talisman surged like a rushing silver current, leaping through his nerve endings, sharpening his senses to the point where he could perceive every speck of dust falling through the air. The telekinetic force of the Chicken Talisman extended like invisible tendrils from his brow, reaching out to a 5-meter radius around him, fusion degree 0.8, radius slightly increased. Though faint, it was agile and precise, allowing him to distinctly feel the contours of the walls and every crack in the floor. Meanwhile, the newly awakened dragon Talisman harbored a violent, explosive energy akin to a tamed lava dragon, coiled deep within his dantian. Each breath brought a searing sting and an impulse for destruction, necessitating immense willpower to restrain and guide it. Neo Talisman Fusion Degree 79, 2 Talisman Fusion Degree 62, G Talisman Fusion Degree 08, Long Talisman Fusion Degree 15, System Energy Reserve 65. After a night of arduous struggle, the rewards were immense. Particularly, the activation of the Dragon Talisman enabled him to completely overcome his previous deficiency in long-range, formidable offensive capabilities. The increase in fusion degree translated into a tangible enhancement of power. He spread his right hand and, with a subtle shift of thought, attempted to summon a fragment of energy from the Dragon Talisman. Above his palm, the air suddenly distorted and a small walnut-sized, unstable flame of orange-red hue materialized out of thin air, radiating an intense heat that caused the surrounding air to ripple slightly. Within the flame, destructive energy writhed restlessly. Compress. Chen Mo concentrated, recalling the techniques unlocked by the system. His intangible mental force acted like a hammer, forcefully compressing the small flame. With a sudden pop, the flame violently imploded for a brief moment, its size shrinking by nearly 1/3, its color shifting from orange-red to a blinding white. The temperature surged dramatically. A more perilous and penetrating ferocity permeated the air. However, this precarious state lasted for less than half a second before the compressed energy exploded outward due to insufficient control. With a soft explosion, the failed compressed fireball burst above his palm, transforming into a wave of scorching air that stirred up the dust from the ground. Dragon Talisman control failed. Energy escaped. Fusion degree 01, current 16. Continued practice may enhance control precision. The failure was anticipated. Chen Mo shook his slightly numb wrist, dissipating the escaping energy. The explosive power of the dragon was immense, yet the difficulty of control was equally high. Compressing energy demanded stronger mental fortitude and a higher fusion degree. He understood the need for patience. His gaze shifted towards the system space, where 500 universal points lay quietly. The system shop icon flickered with a soft glow. With focused intent, he opened the shop interface. A dazzling array of item projections materialized in his consciousness. Basic energy supplement. 100 points restores 10 system energy. Mental recovery potion, trace amount. 50 points slightly accelerates mental recovery. Tactical suit, basic concealment. 200 points, equipped with basic bulletproof features. Resistant to infrared and weak thermal imaging. Combat technique infusion, basic. 300 points, master the fundamentals of military combat. Simple signal jammer. 150 points, jams conventional signals within a radius of 20 meters. Chen Mo's attention first fixed upon the basic energy supplement. Energy is fundamental. Without hesitation, he expended 300 points to procure 3 vials. A flash of soft light occurred, and 3 pale blue vials appeared in the system space. Next, the tactical suit, basic concealment, captured his interest. Priced at 200 points, his current sportswear was tattered from the previous battle, stained with blood and dirt, devoid of any protective or concealment features. This suit was precisely what he needed at the moment. He completed the payment. Another flash of light, and a neatly folded deep gray, uniquely crafted combat suit appeared in the space. The design is understated and form-fitting, imbued with a sense of fluidity and subtly suggestive of a bulletproof layer. With only 50 points remaining, he opted for a mental recovery potion, trace amount. The use of both the chicken charm and the dragon charm is exceedingly taxing on mental fortitude, rendering this precaution prudent. Prepared, Chen Mo donned his combat attire. The fabric felt cool to the touch, supple yet elastic, allowing for movement that was unhindered, even lending him a sense of lightness. He secured his Glock 19 in a dedicated holster at his hip, while the silencer and magazine were stowed in a pouch on his leg. Finally, he pulled up the hood, and he seemed to meld into the shadows of the room, his very breath becoming indistinct. He needed to vacate this place. The cacophony wrought by the battlefield was too pronounced, and it would soon be thoroughly searched. Pushing open the decaying fire door of the apartment, Chen Mo was poised to utilize the snake charm for invisibility. However, his steps abruptly halted. Below, at the sole entrance to this forsaken apartment building, a discreet black Chevrolet Suburban sat idling, its engine still running. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a well-tailored, slightly old-fashioned beige trench coat. His hairline somewhat receding. He bore a gentle yet formulaic smile, his gaze warm yet sharp as that of an eagle. And he was craning his neck to look towards Chen Mo's floor. Phil Coulson. Isaaki. Chen Mo's eyes turned to ice in an instant. Such swiftness. The invisible energy of the snake charm enveloped him entirely, rendering his form indistinct in the dimly lit stairwell. Coulson appeared oblivious to the peculiarities above. He adjusted the collar of his trench coat, murmuring something into the communicator on his wrist, then proceeded unhurriedly toward the entrance of the apartment building, his gait relaxed. As if visiting an old friend, Chen Mo, akin to a true specter, pressed against the wall, utilizing the concealment afforded by the snake charm to silently descend the stairs. He held his breath, his heartbeat slowing to its utmost limit. Coulson was an elite agent with extraordinarily keen perception. Though the snake charm was powerful, its integration was not absolute, and it was not entirely foolproof at close range. The two were on the second-floor landing, a narrow and cluttered corner, about to pass each other. At the very moment they brushed past, Coulson's footsteps imperceptibly faltered. His gentle eyes, akin to precise radar, swept over the wall adjacent to Chen Mo's concealed position. There a small patch of cobweb lay, with a tiny spider quietly resting upon it. In that fleeting instant, as Coulson's gaze darted by, the spider seemed to sense some invisible disturbance and rapidly ascended along its silk thread. The web quivered gently in response. This minuscule, nearly negligible motion, yet for a top-tier agent, it was already sufficient. Coulson's pupils constricted ever so slightly, despite the unchanging warmth of his smile. The muscles in his body tensed instantaneously, akin to a poised cheetah. His hand, tucked in the pocket of his trench coat, seemed to grip something tightly. A clarion call of alarm rang in Chen Mo's mind. He had been discovered, or rather, an anomaly had been sensed. Without a moment's hesitation, the rabbit talisman erupted with instantaneous vigor, propelling Chen Mo's figure like a gray tempest that cleaved through the air. No longer concealing his presence as he charged toward a dilapidated window, firmly boarded up with wooden planks on the opposite side of the apartment building. "Wait, we mean no harm." Coulson's voice rang out, still gentle yet laced with urgency. Boom! In response, a fierce side kick imbued with the power of the Ox talisman shattered the thick boards as though they were mere paper, splintering wood flying in all directions. Chen Mo's silhouette burst forth from the gaping hole like a cannonball, landing with precision on the pavement of the alley behind the apartment. Coulson hurried to the broken window, only to glimpse the dark gray figure darting away at a speed surpassing human limits. Target sighted. High-speed movement westward. Repeat. Target moving rapidly to the west. Suspected to possess super-speed abilities. Execute plan. Attention. Absolutely refrain from firing. Repeat. No fighting. Coulson barked rapid orders into his communicator. He gazed at the freshly scattered wood shavings on the ground, then lifted his eyes toward the direction in which Chen Mo had vanished. His gentle smile morphing into a complex expression. Super speed, power, invisibility, telekinetic explosions, he murmured, his eyes glinting with shock and heightened interest. A walking arsenal of superpowers? Nick will surely be thrilled with this report. Several blocks away, in the shadowy recesses of a secluded alley, Chen Mo's figure slowly materialized as he dispelled the snake talisman. Leaning against the cold, damp brick wall, his gaze was icy. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed set their sights on him. That Coulson possessed a frighteningly keen perception. The concealment of the snake talisman was not without its challenges. The integration level. The fusion of the snake talisman must be enhanced swiftly. At that moment, an exceedingly subtle yet scrutinizing wave of energy brushed against Chen Mo's body like a gentle breeze. This sensation differed from technological scans, imbued with an ancient, mysterious essence that seemed to perceive all. It vanished in an instant. Chen Mo abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, scanning the sky. The night had descended, illuminated only by the city's lights and scattered stars. Who was it? Chapter 16. the serpent's shadow, borrowing treasures from the vault-chilled sewage, replete with the acrid scent of industrial waste, surged through the dimly lit underground pipes. Chen Mo leaned against the rusted, slippery pipe wall, gasping for breath, each inhalation laced with a searing pain in his chest. The abhorrent roars and explosive cacophony still echoed in his ears, yet that inferno lay far behind him. Utilizing the near-perfect optical invisibility of the snake talisman and the extreme speed of the rabbit talisman, he moved like a true specter, successfully evading the military helicopter searchlights before they could ensnare him in their web, slipping into the vast labyrinth of Brooklyn's underground sewer system. Mission: The Beast's Lament completed. Reward settlement: Dragon Talisman activation guidance completed. Ox Talisman Fusion level 15, current 86. System energy 10, current 65. General points 500. Ox Talisman Fusion level surpasses 8. Enhancing power amplification tier, significantly boosting fundamental physical defense. Dragon Talisman Fusion level 0. 5. Increasing base explosive firepower with a slight optimization in energy consumption efficiency. The system's prompt tone was cold yet crystalline, yet the sensation of power it instilled was undeniably palpable. Chen Mo could feel his muscle fibers hardening, while the density of his bones seemed to increase, and the lingering pain from earlier battles was dissipating swiftly. More importantly, the ferocious, destructive energy of the Dragon Talisman was becoming more subdued within him, akin to a dormant volcano poised to erupt at any moment. The cost was immense. The system's energy had dwindled to a mere 65, a staggering depletion resulting from prolonged intense combat and a desperate escape. His body was caked in mud, smoke, and traces of dried blood, primarily that of the abominable. His dark gray hoodie was tattered and in disarray. He was in dire need of cleansing, recuperation, and additional resources. With a flicker of thought, the chilling energy of the snake talisman enveloped him once more, melding seamlessly into the shadows of the pipe's darkness. Like a silent fish gliding through murky waters, he navigated swiftly through the convoluted, foul-smelling network. His objective clear: to distance himself from the heart of the battlefield and seek a secure temporary refuge. Hours later, he found himself at the edge of Brooklyn, atop an abandoned freight train station from the last century. The view was expansive, the structure sturdy, and the interior spacious yet laden with dust. Chen Mo tore away the remnants of his tattered clothing, utilizing the rusty water from a nearby fire hydrant to wash off the grime. He donned a pair of black work pants and a deep blue hoodie borrowed from a clothesline. The frigid water invigorated his skin, awakening his senses. He leaned against the dust-covered windowsill, gazing out into the profound darkness that enveloped the dawn. In his mind, the system panel unfolded. Host: Chen Mo. System energy: 62, slowly recovering. Talisman fusion levels: Ox Talisman 86, strength defense, Rabbit Talisman 62, speed reaction, Snake Talisman 51, invisibility, Chicken Talisman 08, telekinetic levitation, Dragon Talisman 05, explosive energy, ability. Basic scanning analysis, range 50 meters, items held, Glock 19 handgun with suppressor, 45 rounds, cash 2,100, basic energy supplement 0, used. With just over $2,000 remaining, it was insufficient to rent even a modest safe house in New York, let alone procure special supplies or intelligence. The abomination incident had thrust him into the limelight, with the military, and countless eyes fixated on the Gray Phantom. His next move must be executed with greater stealth and efficiency. The invisibility granted by the Snake Talisman was his greatest asset at present. System: deeply guide the Snake Talisman, Chen Mo commanded in his mind. The fusion level had reached 51, far surpassing the initial stage, and he needed to unearth the potential of this ability. Deep guidance of Snake Talisman, invisibility, initiated. Energy infusion and fusion level synchronously enhanced. A hum resonated as a purer, deeper chill of energy surged into the nodes of invisibility within him. This energy possessed an ethereal quality that deceived perception, coursing through his entire being in an instant. Chen Mo felt as though his body had become more translucent, the boundaries between him and his surroundings further blurring. Not merely an optical invisibility. It appears that even the faint heat and breath emanating from the individual are rendered more perfectly concealed and distorted by this energy field. Serpent Charm, Invisibility. Status, deeply activated, Fusion Degree 60. Basic ability, bestows the host with impeccable optical invisibility in the visible spectrum, while subtly distorting infrared radiation, reducing thermal imaging detection efficiency. In a stationary state, the presence is significantly diminished. Current ability level, optical invisibility, perfect stationary slow movement. Stability of invisibility enhances during high-speed movement, slightly reduces wind noise. Thermal radiation distortion, passively reduces its own infrared characteristics by 30, enhancement possible with increased fusion. Presence reduction, in a stationary state, difficult to be perceived by biological instincts. Energy consumption, maintenance of basic invisibility requires reduced energy at medium to low speeds. Energy consumption increases with high-speed movement or vigorous actions. Negligible consumption when completely still. Characteristics, passively enhances environmental integration perception, faint. Advanced applications, insufficient fusion degree. Not unlocked regional light and shadow distortion. Range visual deception, 10. Energy wave obfuscation, reduces energy detection sensitivity, 15. Brief phase shift, evades physical contact. 20. The diminishing of thermal imaging and reduction of presence sparked a glimmer of brilliance in Chen Mo's eyes. This enhancement is critical. It signifies a substantial augmentation of his survival capabilities against modern surveillance and detection methods. A plan swiftly took shape, leveraging this upgraded serpent charm to procure a substantial amount of operational funds. Target: those underground banks or small vaults that launder money for the mafia or other crime lords, where cash is abundantly stored and security is stringent. Yet the illicit nature of these establishments means they dare not make a fuss if robbed. In the ensuing 2 days, Chen Mo embodied the patience of the most diligent hunter and the efficiency of the most elusive specter. Utilizing the near-perfect invisibility of the serpent charm, coupled with the enhanced perceptual integration capabilities and the brief surge of speed granted by the rabbit charm, he navigated the gray areas between Brooklyn and Queens. With agility surpassing that of elite operatives, he silently maneuvered past luxurious apartments, fortified with high-voltage electric fences, infrared alarms, and armed guards, where certain mafia bosses' secret vault lay hidden. Employing the subtle telekinesis from the chicken charm in conjunction with lock-picking tools, he unlocked the alloy safe concealed behind a masterpiece, extracting neatly stacked bundles of cash, exuding the scent of ink, amounting to $500,000. He infiltrated a seemingly legitimate establishment in Hell's Kitchen, which was, in truth, a hub for high-interest loan laundering. During a shift change in the heavily guarded underground vault, he slipped through like the air merging into shadows, gliding through ventilation ducts, disrupting the surveillance cameras for a few seconds with telekinesis, and absconding with $300,000 stored in a heavy iron cabinet. He even patronized a pawn shop in Queens, which covertly assisted the mafia in liquidating stolen goods and handling special items. Under the watchful eyes of the proprietor and a menacing enforcer, he rendered himself invisible with the serpent charm, silently extracting thick stacks of large bills, totaling approximately $200,000, while they were occupied transporting a safe filled with jewelry and cash. The actions were executed with precision and stealth, leaving no trace behind. No effective alarms were triggered, nor was there any disturbance among the onlookers. The only remnants were the cash that vanished from the vaults and safes, along with the bewildered expressions of the guards who, upon inspection, were met with incomprehensible fear, unable to explain the incident to their superior. Snake Talisman Fusion Level 05, Current 65. Enhanced Environmental Perception. Chicken Talisman Fusion Level 02, Current 10. Improve Psychokinetic Control Precision. Upon Chen Mo's return to the abandoned dispatch building, $1 million in cash lay quietly within his system space, a sum sufficient to sustain his endeavors for a considerable duration. Seated by the window, he gazed at the awakening lights of New York in the distance, idly toying with a heavy gold coin pilfered from the safe of a certain mob boss. The coin reflected a cold sheen under the dim light. Power necessitates resources, and invisibility serves as the ultimate key to plunder. Chapter 17. Ambush in the Alley. Emergence of the dog curse. The $1 million served as a formidable foundation, allowing Chen Mo's taut nerves to relax slightly. In a relatively chaotic yet fluid area of Brooklyn, he utilized a forged identity and cash to rent a nondescript but well-equipped short-term apartment. with a stable base of operations. He could systematically analyze his abilities and engage in intensive training. By day, the apartment transformed into his training ground. The strength of the Ox Talisman was repeatedly tested as he twisted solid steel rebar with his bare hands, wielded a heavy wooden dining table as a dumbbell, and even attempted to strike a reinforced, load-bearing wall with his fists, which ultimately drew the ire of downstairs neighbors, compelling him to restrain himself. The speed of the Rabbit Talisman was honed to perfection within the confined space. His figure became a blurred phantom, darting rapidly between the living room, bedroom, and kitchen, practicing instantaneous acceleration, sudden stops, and directional changes. Combined with the invisibility of the Snake Talisman, he endeavored to maintain stability while moving at high speeds, minimizing wind noise. The psychokinetic control of the Chicken Talisman became a focal point. He was no longer content with merely levitating screws. Coins, cups, books, and even hefty weight plates became subjects of his practice. He maneuvered them through complex flight paths, achieving precise positioning and sudden accelerations to strike the target. The mental exertion was immense, yet the accuracy and upper limits of his control steadily improved. Training with the Dragon Talisman shifted to the desolate riverbank under the cover of night. Each attempt to condense explosive flames resulted in violent detonations, leaving charred craters upon the riverbank. He strived to regulate the output's power and direction, attempting to compress energy and minimize unnecessary dispersal. Ox Talisman Fusion Level 04, Current 90. Rabbit Talisman Fusion Level 03, Current 65. Enhanced High-Speed Maneuver Stability. Chicken Talisman Fusion Level 04, Current 14. Psychokinetic Maximum Load increased to 80. Control Radius expanded to 15 meters. Dragon Talisman Fusion Level 02, Current 07. Initial control of explosive flames achieved. Energy waste reduced. Strength steadily ascended amidst sweat and concentration. Yet beneath the calm exterior, turbulent currents surged. In the dead of night, Chen Mo concluded his training and returned to the street where his apartment was situated, akin to a specter. This alley was relatively secluded, with dim streetlights illuminating the towering rear walls of the apartment buildings and the corners cluttered with dumpsters. Habitually, he maintained a low invisibility state of the Serpent Talisman, a feat achieved almost instinctively after reaching a fusion level of 65, his footsteps soundless. Just as he was about to turn a corner piled high with discarded furniture, a warning blared in his mind. Warning, high threat detected. Scanning. Targets for individuals. Positions, 11 o'clock rooftop sniper. 3 o'clock ambush assault behind the dumpster. 6 o'clock heavy firepower at the alley entrance. 9 o'clock stealth operative at the ventilation duct. Equipment, anti-material sniper rifle, automatic rifle, shotgun and ballistic shield, military knife. Tactics, tridimensional crossfire net. Predict the host's movement route. Threat level high. Energy signatures, weak Hydra modification detected. Targets 3, 4. Hydra, and they were seasoned ambushers, even deploying what appeared to be modified super soldiers. A frigid sense of crisis coiled around his spine like a venomous serpent. Without a moment's hesitation, the Rabbit Talisman surged to its utmost potential. His body sprang forth like a startled cheetah, defying physical inertia as he lunged sideways. Almost simultaneously, a resounding boom shattered the silence of the alley. A gaping crater, the size of a basin, erupted in the concrete wall beside where he had just stood. Debris and smoke exploded outward like grape shot. An anti-material sniper round. If it struck him, even with the enhancements of the Bull Talisman, he would surely face death or dismemberment. The relentless barrage of automatic rifle fire rained down upon his escape route, bullets ricocheting off the walls, ground, and discarded furniture, sending sparks flying and splinters scattering. Then, with tremendous force, the heavy firepower unit, armed with a shotgun and ballistic shield, charged from the alley's entrance, unleashing a devastating shockwave of lead in the direction he sought to evade. The violent steel pellets covered a vast area. Even more lethal was the stealth operative who slid down from the ventilation duct like a serpent, brandishing a sharp military knife. Coordinating with the suppressive fire of the assault rifle, he lunged from the side, the blade glinting menacingly as it aimed for Chen Mo's carotid artery. The speed and ferocity of the attack were far beyond that of an ordinary human. Indeed, a modified warrior. A flawless ambush. The firepower, timing, and coordination were impeccable, demonstrating an in-depth understanding of his movement patterns. On the precipice of life and death, Chen Mo's mind raced like a hyper-accelerated computer. The extreme reflexes granted by the Rabbit Talisman allowed him to perceive all trajectories of attack. The power of the Bull Talisman surged through his muscles. He forcefully twisted his body mid-air, evading the predicted impact point of the sniper round, while channeling divine energy into his left arm, which struck the side of the incoming knife with the force of a steel whip. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed. Sparks erupted. The tremendous force sent the modified warrior's arm, wielding the knife, careening away. A flicker of astonishment crossed the opponent's eyes. Utilizing the reaction force from the impact, Chen Mo's body hurtled towards a massive green metallic dumpster like a cannonball. Boom! The sturdy metal dumpster became deeply dented from the collision. Chen Mo rolled onto the ground, narrowly evading the subsequent barrage of shotgun pellets and the sweeping fire from automatic rifles. Warning: high-speed evasion and force blocking. Energy consumption escalating. System energy, 58. The passive thermal shielding effect of the Snake Talisman has been partially countered by the specially designed infrared sight. Risk of position exposure increased. The target's resilience against strikes exceeded expectations. Execute the plan. Fire coverage. The sniper on the rooftop issued a cold command through his earpiece. The heavy infantryman, armed with a shotgun, advanced while shielding vital areas with a blast shield, continuously bombarding Chen Mo to restrict his movement. The automatic rifleman coordinated with crossfire. The stealthy modified warrior, akin to a relentless parasite, engaged in close combat, thrusting his dagger with lethal precision. The sniper on the rooftop relocked onto Chen Mo's rolling position. Chen Mo's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Passively enduring the onslaught was not his style. He must break the deadlock. First, eliminate the most threatening sniper. Utilizing the extreme speed of the Rabbit Talisman and the intricacies of the alleyway, he evaded while fervently channeling the Chicken Talisman. Buzz. The telekinetic force targeted a patch of grease beneath the heavy, firepower operative at the alley's entrance. Just as the modified warrior was about to pounce again, his feet slipped. Despite his astonishing balance, his offensive momentum faltered. Now's the moment. A fierce glint shot from Chen Mo's eyes. Ignoring the bullets sweeping from the side and the daggers in close proximity, he forcefully propelled himself off the dented dumpster. Bull Talisman. Eruption. Boom. The dumpster was thrust backward, emitting a shrill metallic screech. Rabbit Talisman. Vector acceleration. Target. The rooftop where the sniper was located. His body shot upwards like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the sniper. Simultaneously, he manipulated his telekinesis to violently tug several discarded tires stacked nearby to the front. Bang! 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 The sniper on the rooftop was clearly unprepared for the target to charge towards the gun's muzzle. 3 successive lethal sniper rounds whistled through the air. Thud! 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 The first round penetrated a tire, drastically slowing and deflecting. The second round shattered the tire into pieces. The third grazed past Chen Mo's side, tearing away a piece of fabric and a bit of flesh, delivering a searing pain. Warning: bruise under the left rib. Bull Talisman defense mitigated most of the kinetic energy. Minor injury. Rabbit Talisman Integration 02, current 67. In a race against time, Chen Mo's figure soared like a great rock, leaping to the edge of the rooftop. The sniper was within arm's reach. He could even see the eyes filled with shock and murderous intent behind the scope. The sniper reacted swiftly, discarding his rifle to draw his handgun for a shot. But Chen Mo was faster. A kick imbued with the boundless power of the Bull Talisman struck the sniper's chest like a war axe. Crack! The unmistakable sound of shattering ribs echoed. The sniper was violently kicked, akin to a ruptured sack, crashing against the rooftop railing, spewing forth blood mingled with fragments of his internal organs. His demise seemed imminent. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo's body spun like a top, the explosive energy of the Dragon Talisman coalescing at his fingertips. His target, the alleyway below. He intended to bury the 3 assailants along with the alley itself. However, just as the orange glow ignited at his fingertips, an ominous alert resonated. Warning: ultra-high energy response detected. Source: 3rd floor window at the 9 o'clock position. Threat level: lethal. Evacuation impossible. A chilling sense of impending doom, freezing his very soul, descended upon him. He abruptly turned his head, only to behold a darkened window at the 9 o'clock position, where a cannon, radiating a ghostly blue energy, coldly aimed at him. The light at the cannon's mouth surged to its zenith. Buzz! A beam of ethereal blue energy, as thick as an infant's arm and honed to perfection, tore through the air with the essence of annihilation, spanning dozens of meters in an instant to strike Chen Mo's head. It was too swift, too close, beyond the reactive limits of the rabbit talisman. He barely managed to tilt his head, his pupils reflecting the destructive azure light. The thought of impending doom had scarcely formed when, boom, the ghostly blue beam forcefully penetrated his left shoulder. The horrific energy erupted, its destructive capabilities far surpassing the initial power of the dragon talisman, savagely tearing at his flesh and bone. The immense impact hurled him from the rooftop with great force. Excruciating pain, indescribable in its intensity, engulfed all consciousness. He plummeted like a severed kite into the depths of the alleyway. Alert! Alert! Host subjected to a lethal energy weapon attack. Left scapula shattered. Severe penetrating injury to the left lung. Burned tissue around the heart. Ruptured artery. Vital signs rapidly declining. Conditions met for the dog talisman activation. Passive ability. Instant death immunity. Activated. Locking onto lethal damage concept. Forced exemption. An ineffable warmth, profound and mighty, erupted from the deepest recesses of Chen Mo's being, from an ancient node long dormant. This force carried an eternal significance that transcended life and death, flowing through his faltering body like a warm spring. The destructive, ghostly blue energy, ravaging his vitality, was forcibly neutralized and expelled, akin to ice melting under a blazing sun. Shattered bones were mysteriously reassembled and mended under an unseen power. Torn blood vessels were glued and restored by an intangible force. The charred internal tissues regenerated at a visible pace. The horrific penetrative wounds saw their muscle fibers writhing and closing up. The agony ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by an unusual warmth akin to the comfort of soaking in a hot spring. In merely a breath or two, the grievous wounds that could have claimed the life of an ordinary individual 10 times over had remarkably healed to a significant degree. A sinister, charred scar, reminiscent of a laser burn, marred his left shoulder, serving as a grim testament to the terror of the recent strike. Beneath the scar, the bones and muscles throbbed with a faint ache, yet no grave harm remained. Dog talisman, immortal, immune to instant death, activated. Status, concept level instant death damage immunity. Rapid recovery from severe damage. Warning, encountered high-intensity energy weapon, suspected prototype of Hydra energy cannon. Extremely high threat. Immediate withdrawal recommended. Chen Mo abruptly opened his eyes amidst the dust raised by the impact, his gaze filled with a chilling awareness of his survival, mingled with a deeper, uncontrollable ecstasy. The dog talisman, an immortal body. This was his ultimate trump card. Chapter 18. Temple peering, serpent shadows unhooked in the dust-choked depths of the alley. Chen Mo rose abruptly from the rubble, as if resurrected from the dead. His movements were swift, entirely unlike one who had just endured a fatal piercing wound. Only the grotesque scar on his left shoulder and the tender new flesh beneath his tattered clothing silently testified to the terrifying power of that recent blast. The astonishment in his eyes was replaced by a cold, murderous intent. The experience granted by the dog talisman did not instill fear. Rather, it ignited the ferocity deep within him. Hydra. He would not forget this death. But now was not the time for a head-on confrontation. The rooftop sniper lay dead. Below, in the alley, the remaining 3 were evidently stunned by the recent terrifying blast. They could not fathom that their target could still move after such an onslaught. Yes, not dead. Impossible. The energy cannon struck directly. Open fire. Quickly fire. After a brief moment of shock, their attacks became more frenzied. The thunderous roar of automatic rifles and shotguns erupted anew, with a deluge of bullets and pellets raining down upon the dust-filled area where Chen Mo stood. However, Chen Mo was faster. The rabbit talisman erupted. His figure surged from the haze like a wraith, advancing rather than retreating, charging directly at the heavily armored assailant wielding a shotgun and blast shield, his face a mask of brutish resolve. Seeking death, the heavy gunner grinned maliciously. lifting the shotgun to unleash another torrent of fire. Chen Mo's gaze was icy, the destructive energy of the dragon talisman coalescing violently in his right fist. This time, it was not a test. It was vengeance. Explode for me. A deep roar reverberated within. Boom! An orb of orange-red flame, more intense and concentrated than before, erupted from Chen Mo's fist like a miniature sun. The highly compressed, explosive energy slammed into the heavy blast shield with tremendous force. The deafening explosion resonated. The terrifying flames instantly engulfed the heavy gunner. The blast shield, capable of withstanding rifle rounds and ordinary explosives, shattered as if made of paper. The ferocious flames and shockwave tore through the gunner's hulking form, launching him into the air. Severed limbs, broken equipment, and the acrid scent of charred flesh scattered in all directions. Dragon Talisman Fusion Degree 03, Current 10. Explosive power significantly enhanced. One strike, instant kill. The remaining automatic rifleman and the modified warrior's pupils dilated in terror. Fear swiftly eclipsed their mission. They instinctively wished to retreat. Yet how could Chen Mo allow them to escape? Particularly that modified warrior who had fired the cold shot. With the rabbit talisman, an extraordinary speed, Chen Mo's figure left a fleeting afterimage in the air, instantaneously appearing before the automatic rifleman who was changing magazines. Infused with the divine power of the bull talisman, his left fist struck the opponent's chest with the force of a battering ram. Crack! Thud! The ribcage shattered. The heart burst. The rifleman's eyes bulged. And without a sound, he was sent flying, crashing against the wall and sliding down limply. The last modified warrior, witnessing this, flashed a mad glimmer of despair in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, abandoning all defense, and thrust his military dagger towards Chen Mo's throat with a ferocity that promised mutual destruction. His speed far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Get lost. Chen Mo takbakt, unflinching and unyielding, as his right hand shot out like lightning, precisely seizing the wrist that wielded the dagger. The terrifying grip of the bull talisman erupted. Crack! The wrist bone was instantly shattered. A ghastly wail escaped the modified warrior's lips. Chen Mo, seizing the momentum, twisted and executed a vicious shoulder throw, slamming the opponent to the ground like a sack of broken straw. Boom! The concrete floor splintered with spiderweb-like cracks. Blood spewed from the modified warrior's mouth as he struggled to rise. Chen Mo's foot pressed down on his spine, empowered by the might of the bull talisman. Crack! The sound of the spine breaking was distinctly audible. The modified warrior emitted an inhuman shriek, his body convulsing violently before finally going limp. Once more, the rabbit talisman surged. Chen Mo's figure darted towards the apartment on the third floor that had fired the energy cannon, moving with unparalleled swiftness. He was determined to unearth the one who had launched that surprise attack. However, upon shattering the glass and entering the room, it was already deserted. Only a few thick cable interfaces and a technologically advanced cannon base, radiating residual warmth, remained on the floor. The air was filled with a faint scent of ozone. They had fled. Clearly, it was a one-time ambush point, activated and then immediately abandoned. Chen Mo's cold gaze swept across the room, finding no valuable clues. The caution and ruthlessness of Hydra far surpassed that of Jean Bing and his gang. Warning: unknown spatial energy fluctuations detected. Source: southwest high altitude. Distance: 350 meters. Energy nature: highly ordered, suspected to be of magical origin. Threat level: unknown. Continuous observation in progress. Magical origin? A chill ran down Chen Mo's spine. Could it be Kamar Taj? He abruptly turned his head to gaze out at the night sky in the southwest direction. There was nothing but the urban neon lights and the deep night veil. Yet the system's scanning was infallible. A distinct feeling of being watched enveloped him. The passive trigger of the dog talisman, the violent outpouring of the dragon talisman, had clearly stirred certain hidden entities. This place was no longer safe. The snake talisman enveloped him instantly, and Chen Mo's figure melded into the night, like a true specter, vanishing amidst the complex architecture without leaving a trace. Less than 2 minutes after Chen Mo disappeared, a circular portal, shimmering with golden sparks, silently materialized 3 meters above the alley where Chen Mo had just engaged in fierce combat. From the portal emerged a tall, bald black mage clad in a blue robe, bearing a stern and serious countenance, known as Modu, alongside an Asian mage in gray casual attire, whose demeanor was gentle yet whose gaze held profound depth, referred to as Wang. They hovered in the air, surveying the alley below, which resembled a scene ravaged by a small hurricane. Shattered walls, enormous craters, scorched remnants of explosions. The lifeless body of a sniper, dismembered remains of a heavy-armed soldier torn apart by dragon fire, a rifleman with a broken neck, and the corpse of a modified warrior with a shattered spine. The atmosphere was thick with residual chaotic energy from the recent cataclysm, alongside a subtle yet discernible trace of annihilative destructive energy left behind by the energy cannon, neutralized by the dog talisman. Wang gasped, his eyes widening as he beheld the devastating battleground. Could such destructive force and lingering energy be the source of the intense wave of death that had just washed over them? Modu's expression turned grave as he crouched in midair, his fingers brushing over crystalline remnants of the ground, scorched by the energy cannon. While he sensed the peculiar power signature lingering in the air, the eternal vitality residue from the triggered dog talisman. It was not merely the destructive power he was contemplating. He had withstood a blast potent enough to slay a mammoth, yet managed to recover from it in an astonishingly brief span, a paradox of devastation intertwined with everlasting life. Moreover, there was the near-perfect concealment he had exhibited upon his departure. Rising to his full height, Modu cast a sharp gaze toward the direction where Chen Mo had vanished. His brow furrowed. When did New York become home to such perilous, unknown entities? The Supreme Mage had instructed us to monitor the energy anomalies. His threat assessment would undoubtedly require recalibration. Wang nodded solemnly, his expression equally grave. Moreover, it was evident that he was being hunted by certain forces. The matter of Hydra's energy weapon must be reported to Master Gu Yi. This specter represents a significant variable. After thoroughly inspecting the scene to ensure no detail was overlooked, golden sparks ignited once more, and the portal closed, vanishing along with the two figures, leaving behind the alley's bloodshed, silence, and the enigmatic mysteries that lingered unspoken. Chapter 19. Stark set sail. Serpent shadows disturbed the flow as dawn broke. It dispelled the gruesomeness of Brooklyn's back alleys. Yet for others, the new day heralded profound shock. In Manhattan, atop the Stark Industries building, Tony Stark, disheveled with unkempt hair and pronounced dark circles under his eyes, was engrossed in the complex schematics of the arc reactor displayed on a holographic screen, making final adjustments to its parameters. A mechanical arm clumsily offered him a cup of overnight coffee, which he irritably swatted away. "You need to rest," came the gentle yet firm voice of J.A.R. "V.I.S. rest? J.A.R. V.I.S. The new energy is at hand. Once I finalize this damned miniaturization, I can rest for as long as I desire." Tony's words trailed off abruptly. Before him, the main screen suddenly illuminated with an urgent news bulletin from a prominent news website, the headline emblazoned in crimson. An extraordinary battle erupts in Brooklyn's industrial zone. Mysterious gray shadow of military beasts. The video footage shook violently, evidently captured from a distance by a mobile device. Yet the content was profoundly shocking. A loathsome creature, colossal as a mountain, rampaged and obliterated everything in its path. A blurred gray figure darted between the gaps of its massive fists within human speed. That figure unleashed blinding fireballs from its fists, driving the beast back. Ultimately, the gray silhouette triggered the collapse of a building, momentarily trapping the monster beneath a fiery ruin. Tony Stark forgot about his coffee and the arc reactor, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, fingers unconsciously gliding through the air, magnifying the indistinct image. Striving to discern the nature of the gray figure. What was it? A humanoid rocket launcher? A fusion of speed, strength, and energy attacks? JARVIS. Analyze it. Immediately. Analysis in progress. Target individual codename. Phantom. First appeared several days ago during a conflict on the streets of Brooklyn. Motion capture analysis suggests peak movement speeds exceeding the sound barrier, with strength vastly surpassing human limits. Attack methods include physical strikes and a form of high-energy detonation. Preliminary threat level assessment. Extremely high. There is an 87% probability of connection to last night's mysterious attack on the Queen's stronghold of Kingpin, as well as the Hell's Kitchen underground bank heist. Sound barrier? Strength beyond limits? Energy attacks? Tony murmured, his eyes igniting with an unprecedented brilliance, a spark of shock, curiosity, and fierce competitive spirit intertwining. How intriguing. It appears that while I am preoccupied with rescuing the world from an energy crisis, a remarkable new toy has emerged in New York City. JARVIs, keep a close watch on him. Report any and all information at the earliest opportunity. Perhaps he will serve as an excellent test subject to evaluate the combat performance of my new armor. A signature smirk, brimming with irreverence and strong confidence, curved at the corners of Tony's mouth. He temporarily set aside the reactor blueprints as the holographic display swiftly transitioned to a detailed schematic of Mark II. The thrust output of the leg propulsion system needs to be enhanced by another 15. Perhaps I should consider that newly conceived high-speed maneuvering assistance system. Meanwhile, deep within IEL-DS Trident headquarters, a colossal circular screen wall displayed the comprehensive report on the creature incident, along with autopsy analyses from the urban warfare scene, especially the targets obliterated by dragon-like explosions and those dispatched by the immense force of the Bull's Curse, alongside clear images of the energy cannon base left behind in an apartment. Nick Fury, his eyes sharp as an eagle, scanned each report. The atmosphere in the office was tense. The energy cannon base exhibited a technological style highly reminiscent of World War II Hydra energy weapons, yet miniaturized and far more powerful than documented. The snipers and assault troops dispatched in an instant were elite mercenaries, and Fury pointed with his metallic finger at the last two body photographs. Preliminary dissections revealed that their muscle density, bone strength, and neuroresponse speeds far exceeded normal human standards, with traces of an unknown enhancement serum remaining in their blood, indicative of Hydra's Winter Soldier program. It seemed a new product had emerged. He lifted his head, gazing at Phil Coulson, who stood solemnly before the desk. Our Phantom has not only dealt a severe blow to the monstrosity conjured by Ross, but has also, seemingly unscathed, retaliated against a well-equipped Hydra hunting squad led by 2 suspected super soldiers. Coulson, enlighten me with your updated assessment. The gentle smile that once adorned Coulson's face had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Director, the threat level of the target, the Phantom, must be elevated from Vespid to Red Giant, corresponding to the early threat level of the Hulk. His capabilities have been confirmed to include supersonic movement, immense strength, devastating energy blast attacks, suspected telekinesis, as evidenced by the traces of heavy objects moved by an invisible force at the scene, and most crucially, based on the residual energy analysis from the urban combat site and the vague testimonies of distant witnesses at the apartment window, he appears to have regained mobility within a short period after being struck by a high-powered energy weapon. This is akin to a near-immortal existence. Near-immortal? Fury's single eye narrowed slightly, glinting with a dangerous light. With the Cosmic Q project on the verge of reactivation and the Insight program in preparation, Hydra's heads are stirring. And now an uncontrollable Phantom emerges. New York is swiftly transforming into a menagerie of monstrosities. We need to make contact with him, Director Fury, Coulson said solemnly, at least to ascertain his stance and the limits of his abilities. Allowing such an entity to roam outside the system poses too great a risk. Contact? Fury scoffed. How shall we make contact? Extend an invitation as one would to Bruce Banner? Just look at his methods against Jean and Hydra. Firm, efficient, lethal. Inform our field agents to prioritize intelligence gathering. Without my direct orders, any form of proactive contact is prohibited. He paused, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. Additionally, keep a close watch on Stark. That genius scoundrel will undoubtedly react like a shark sensing blood upon seeing this footage. Do not let him create an even bigger mess for me. Coulson nodded in compliance. Yes, sir. Brooklyn, Chen Mo's new safe house, a high-end apartment on the top floor. Secured and anonymously rented for a short term with cash. He stood bare-chested before a floor-to-ceiling mirror. The reflection revealed his muscular and well-proportioned physique. The lines of his muscles fluid and explosive. On his left shoulder, the charred scar left by the energy cannon had faded to a faint pink mark, thanks to the powerful healing properties of the dog charm, with lingering pain nearly dissipated. Dog charm, immortality and immunity to death. Status, passively activated, basic abilities. Grants the host immunity to concept-level instant death damage. Physical lethal attacks are ineffective, and rapid healing from severe, non-lethal damage. Passively delays aging, eternal youth. Current ability level, instant death immunity. immune to physical lethal strikes, decapitation, heart penetration, headshots, etc. Effects against energy, curses, and conceptual instant death attacks remain unknown. Rapid restoration. The healing speed from severe injuries is approximately 100 times that of an ordinary individual, necessitating the consumption of the host's own energy and vitality. Minor wounds heal almost instantaneously. Aging is hindered. Cellular vitality remains locked in its peak state. Trigger mechanism. Passive, automatically activated upon encountering a lethal threat. Warning. Sustained high-intensity damage may still deplete the host's life force, potentially resulting in death, though not instantaneously. Gazing at the scar in the mirror, Chen Mo's eyes were icy. The ambush by Hydra had made him acutely aware of the world's treachery. The talisman had granted him a second chance at life, yet he was far from invincible. Enhancing his own strength was the fundamental solution. Ding! Survival crisis detected for the host has been resolved. Talisman abilities have been expanded. New task issued. Shadow Walker. Task content. Utilize the Serpent Talisman abilities, Fusion Degree 65, to infiltrate the Stark Industries Expo opening ceremony. Restricted area. Undetected. Remaining for a duration of 30 minutes. Task rewards. Talisman Fusion Degree 10. Stealth Technique Advanced. 800 Universal Points. Failure penalty. Exposure of identity, leading to heightened scrutiny from S, H, I, L, D, and Stark. The Stark Industries Expo? The one Tony Stark had flamboyantly announced his revival of? Chen Mo. Did the system intend for him to stroll through the domain of that technological maverick? Or was there a deeper significance? Reflecting on the overwhelming media coverage regarding the ghost battle with the Abomination, alongside Stark's notorious curiosity and desire for control, a dangerous smile curled at the corners of Chen Mo's mouth. Serpent's shadow disturbance? Intriguing. He decided to observe this Iron Man's new toy launch. It promised to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 20. Serpent's infiltration. Dragon's astonishment and iron armor. The Stark Industries Expo remained sleepless this night. Flushing Meadows Corona Park in Queens was transformed into a colossal, futuristic technology paradise. Dazzling holographic advertisements illuminated the night sky, while imaginative conceptual product models rotated on display stands, with throngs of people cheering in excitement. The grand stage was ablaze with focused lights, awaiting the undeniable star of the evening, Tony Stark. The security perimeter had been elevated to its utmost level. Armed private security and plainclothes S, H, I, L, D agents were omnipresent. High-definition cameras monitored every angle, and drones equipped with advanced scanning technology patrolled the skies. Yet, to Chen Mo, all of this was as insubstantial as mere air. The power of the Serpent Talisman enveloped his entire being. The 65 fusion degree not only granted him near-perfect optical invisibility and infrared cloaking, but also significantly diminished his presence. He moved like a whisper in the night, silently slipping through layer upon layer of security. Infiltrating the Expo's core backstage area, the restricted technical preparation zone, through a maintenance entrance of a ventilation shaft. The pathways here were intricate, cluttered with spare equipment, cables, and props destined for the performance. Staff hurriedly adjusted equipment, preparing for Stark's entrance. No one noticed the invisible specter gliding silently among them. Chen Mo's objective was clear: the control room of the main stage and the nearest technical observation point. He aimed to observe Stark up close while ensuring his own safety during these 30 minutes of strolling. Shadow Walker mission. Infiltration successful. Countdown. 29 minutes and 58 seconds. The system notification pulsated in his mind. Inside the control room, technicians were anxiously performing the final adjustments. A vast surveillance wall displayed various angles of the stage along with intricate parameters. Chen Mo clung to the shadows atop the corridor of the control room like a gecko, his icy gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd and screens below. Basic scanning analysis initiated. Target: Stark Industries Expo Control System. Threat level: low, non-combat target. High energy reaction source detected beneath the stage. Energy nature: high purity electric energy, arc reactor. The arc reactor? Chen Mo understood. It was the heart of Stark's armored suit. At that moment, a deafening roar of cheers and screams erupted from the venue. Dazzling lights focused on the main stage. A charismatic and iconic voice resonated through the sound system. Welcome to the future. Tony Stark, clad in an impeccably tailored suit without a tie, wore his signature confident smile as he emerged like a rock star amidst the blinding spotlight and adoration. He spread his arms wide, reveling in the audience's worship. Chen Mo, concealed in the shadows, coldly observed the radiant figure at the center of the stage. This was the core of Iron Man and the future Avengers, exuding confidence and an air of dominance. Stark commenced his impassioned speech, introducing Stark Industries' leading vision for clean energy and technological advancement, primarily revolving around his arc reactor. A holographic projection painted a breathtaking image of future cities in midair. As the speech reached its zenith, Stark's lips curled into a mysterious smile, and he snapped his fingers. The enormous curtain at the back of the stage slowly ascended. Accompanied by stirring music and billowing clouds of dry ice, a row of metallic armors, glistening and uniquely designed, stood majestically on display like soldiers at a review. The rugged retro Mark I, the sleek silver Mark II, the classic red and gold Mark III, alongside several unreleased avant-garde concept models. The audience erupted into fervor. Flashbulbs illuminated the scene. Wow! Even Stark himself appeared pleased with the spectacle, opening his arms to welcome the more fervent applause. Yet, in this moment of dazzling attention, an ominous sound erupted. Boom! A deep yet piercing explosion resonated unexpectedly from a large backup power equipment room, less than 20 meters from Stark's position. Fiery orange flames surged forth, accompanied by thick smoke, violently erupting from the seams and vents of the equipment room. The ferocious shockwave twisted the heavy metal door, sending it crashing away. Frayed wires and sparks flew. The interior of the equipment room was instantaneously engulfed in flames. An explosion. A terrorist attack. The sudden explosion and flare of light struck like cold water poured into boiling oil. The crowd, once immersed in a revelry of technology, was instantly seized by panic. The sounds of screams, cries, and shoving swiftly replaced the cheers. The scene was on the brink of chaos. Stark's expression shifted dramatically. The voice of Jarvis echoed in his concealed earpiece. A violent explosion has occurred in the auxiliary power equipment room. The cause remains unknown. Thermal readings indicate an internal high-energy reaction, not a preordained event. Damn it, Stark muttered under his breath. He immediately shouted into the microphone, attempting to calm the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. It is merely a small. His voice was drowned out by the overwhelming wave of terror. In the technical observation area, the invited military representatives, the aide to General Ross, government officials, and Pepper Potts all turned pale, while security personnel anxiously shielded them. The agents of SHIELD, stationed in the shadows, tightened their nerves, their eyes and surveillance cameras frantically scanning the venue for potential assailants. Meanwhile, in a backstage corridor, merely a wall away from the explosion point, Chen Mo slowly withdrew his right hand, which had just gestured toward the explosive device room. The residual orange glow at his fingertips gradually extinguished. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. Dragon Rune Fusion, Level 03, Current 13. Precision Demolition. Energy Control Optimized. The explosion was undoubtedly his doing, targeting the equipment room, stacked with backup circuits and unstable battery packs. The power was meticulously controlled, sufficient to incite chaos and fire, yet not capable of causing mass casualties. Why take such action? To distract SHIELD's attention, to test the microcontrol and precision demolition of the Dragon Rune, and to deliver a subtle warning from the shadows to the illustrious Iron Man. New York harbors a future beyond just him. Chaos serves as the perfect cover. While everyone's focus was captivated by the explosion and ensuing panic, Chen Mo's figure slipped away like a genuine specter, silently following the predetermined escape route. Swiftly exiting the backstage area through another maintenance corridor, vanishing into the tumultuous crowd beyond the exposition. Shadow Walker mission complete. Reward granted. Serpent Rune Fusion, Level 10, Current 75. Stealth Technique, Advanced, acquired. Universal Points, 800. Stealth Technique. Advanced significantly reduces energy consumption and vulnerabilities for maintaining invisibility during high-speed movement and in complex environments. Enhances integration perception. And passively lowers the probability of detection by highly sensitive creatures. When Stark's security team and the Tardy Fire Brigade finally managed to control the blaze in the equipment room, They found nothing of value other than the destroyed apparatus in a scene of utter disarray. Tony Stark stood at the chaotic edge of the stage, observing the still frightened crowd and the smoking equipment room, his signature nonchalance replaced by a frosty demeanor of offense and intense curiosity. JARVIS. I am here. Scan the entire area. Identify any abnormal energy residues, especially those of an explosive nature. Tony's gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, and our spectral companion seemed to revel in the chaos. Chapter 21. The initial whisper of the rat's curse, the Stone Guardian. The tumultuous aftermath of the Stark Industries Expo echoed in the headlines for several days, eventually eclipsed by fresh gossip and political scandals. Yet for some, the fiery orange mark left by the ghost and that eerily precise explosion loomed like the sword of Damocles overhead. Manhattan, in the upper offices of Kingpin. Outside the heavy, bulletproof glass, the dazzling skyline of New York sparkled, while inside, a stifling low pressure pervaded the atmosphere. Incompetence. A bunch of incompetence. Kingpin's deep voice rumbled like distant thunder. His massive frame settled in a specially designed alloy chair, fingers unconsciously stroking the skull-headed handle of his solid gold cane. On the enormous LCD screen, the surveillance footage of the explosion in the Expo's backstage equipment area was frozen, alongside several blurry satellite thermal maps marking the ghost's movements. My 1 million bounty has resulted in my 3 money laundering spots being emptied and my men slaughtered like pigs. Now he dares to set off fireworks at Stark's venue? Below, several trusted subordinates remained silent, cold sweat soaking their expensive suits. Bullseye, Kingpin's most ruthless and precise assassin, toyed with a playing card, its edges sharpened. His gaze fixated on the residual thermal image on the screen. Boss, this guy's cloaking ability is quite peculiar. Thermal imaging and motion sensors have little effect on him. But he doesn't truly vanish. He always leaves a trace. He needs a place to land, to resupply, to fence his loot. Kingpin's murky eyes turned to Bullseye. Get to the point. The cash he took his old bills, unmarked. However, the jewelry and those antique gold watches bear our internal markings. Bullseye's lips curled into a cruel smile. In Queens, the pawn shop run by the old cripple's nephew recently acquired some clean goods that look very familiar. Kingpin leaned forward slightly, a massive shadow looming over. Find him. I want him alive. His powers are worth 1,000 times more than that money. He paused. Then, with a heavy thud of his cane, which produced a dull metallic sound, added, if capturing him alive proves too difficult, then bring back the corpse along with anything that can prove his identity. Bullseye, this time you go personally. Take the hive. As you wish, boss. Bullseye inclined his body slightly, a bloodthirsty excitement flickering in his eyes. He licked the sharp edge of the playing card, his figure silently retreating into the shadows. In Brooklyn, Chen Mo's new stronghold, a remote warehouse with an independent garage, located far from the city center and seldom visited, the heavy roll-up door descended, transforming the interior into a temporary training ground and equipment storage. Snake symbol fusion level, 75, stealth technique advanced, highly effective. Chen Mo had tested it, even when sprinting at full speed within the warehouse, enhanced by the rabbit symbol, as long as he did not collide violently with objects. The energy expenditure required to maintain invisibility was significantly reduced, and the sound of wind was nearly eliminated. The low presence passive effect, blending seamlessly with the environment, ensured that even the most perceptive stray dogs rarely barked at him as he walked the streets. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. The ambush by the Hydra and the warnings from the Expo made him realize that his adversaries would only grow stronger. He required more hidden cards and greater power. On the system panel, 12 talisman icons remained largely dim. Aside from the activated ones, ox, rabbit, snake, chicken, dragon, and dog. The next flickering light was the mouse talisman, transform stillness into motion. Trigger condition task, bestow life. Task content, successfully utilize the mouse talisman to grant at least one inanimate object, such as a statue, doll, or mechanical creation, basic mobility and rudimentary consciousness, and maintain its activity for 5 minutes. Task reward, activation of the mouse talisman, slight random enhancement of talisman fusion, 300 universal points. Failure penalty, mild backlash to mental energy, headache, bestow life upon the inanimate. Chen Mo gazed at the pile of discarded items in the corner of the warehouse. A few limbless plaster mannequins, a rusted children's tricycle, and his eyes fell upon an object partially covered by a dust cloth, towering in the depths of the garage. He approached and abruptly lifted the dust cloth. Dust cascaded down. A statue of a medieval knight, carved from rough granite, was revealed. The statue bore an antiquated design, clad in heavy armor. Wielding a colossal sword that propped against the ground, its face obscured beneath the helmet, exuding an aura of profound stillness. This was an artwork left by the previous owner of the warehouse, so cumbersome that no one wished to relocate it. You will do. Chen Mo sharpened. The stone was sufficiently hard and weighty, making it an ideal candidate for a clearer test of the effect. He stood before the knight statue, extending his right hand to press his palm against its frigid chest. His consciousness sank within, connecting with the dormant node of the talisman that represented the gift of life. Mouse talisman activation initiated. A peculiar yet gentle flow of energy, distinct from the rampant force of the dragon talisman and the chilling essence of the snake talisman. Infused with a sense of awakening and shaping, gradually coursed from Chen Mo's palm into the cold stone figure. Mouse talisman energy infusion in progress. Fusion degree synchronously elevating 0. 1 to 0. 2. Chen Mo could distinctly sense a thread of his mental energy intertwining with the essence of the mouse talisman. Akin to delicate roots striving to penetrate the stone's dense structure, attempting to sow a seed of life within that realm of silence. The process proved more arduous than anticipated. The stone was inert, resisting this activation. The consumption of mental energy surged like a torrent. Time ticked away. Beads of sweat formed on Chen Mo's forehead. The statue remained cold and lifeless. Warning: mental energy depleting too rapidly. Target material exhibits excessive inertia. Activation process obstructed. Risk of failure heightened. Just as Chen Mo felt his mental energy nearing depletion and was preparing to abandon the endeavor, a faint, nearly imperceptible cracking sound emanated from within the statue. In an instant, the stone fingers of the knight, gripping the colossal sword, moved ever so slightly. Chen Mo's spirit surged. He intensified the output of energy and mental force. The radiance of the mouse talisman flickered in Chen Mo's palm, vanishing entirely into the statue. Beneath the helmet of the stone knight, within the obscured hollow of its stony eye sockets, two faint glimmers of earthy yellow light flickered to life, weak yet persistent like a candle struggling against the wind. A grating sound of stone against stone echoed, sharp enough to send shivers through the teeth. The knight's heavy form, hewn from a single block of granite, began to move with agonizing slowness and rigidity. It clumsily lifted its arm, which bore a colossal sword, and its ponderous stone feet attempted to take a step forward. Thud! The ground trembled slightly. It had awakened, though its movements were sluggish and stiff, akin to a rusted machine, and its gaze vacant of vitality. It was indeed in motion. A faint yet undeniable sense of bewildered loyalty coursed through the link of the mouse spell, transmitting a submissive consciousness to Chen Mo. Mouse spell activation successful. Fusion degree 0-3. Target granted. Granite Knight statue. Basic. Status. Basic activation. Possessing simple movement capability. Sluggish. Basic physical attack, relying on its own weight and structure. And a faint loyal consciousness towards the caster. Energy maintenance. Continuous consumption of the host's mental strength. Task completed. Reward. Mouse spell fusion degree 0-2. Current 0-5. Slight enhancement in mental resilience. 300 universal points. It was a success. Chen Mo gazed at the rigid yet undeniably animated stone sentinel before him. A flicker of intrigue and control flashing in his eyes. Although still feeble, it represented a novel possibility. An army of activation? Stone fodder? Just then, warning. High-precision remote observation detected. Source: southeast direction of the warehouse. Straight line distance 800 meters. Atop the abandoned water tower. Threat level: medium. Surveillance. Target locked. Human male. Characteristics: special target tattoo on the neck. Equipped with weaponry. Composite bow, specialized arrows, throwing darts, playing cards, metal blades. Database match: elite mercenary assassin. Target eye. Target eye? The renowned killer of Jinbing. How swiftly he arrives. Chen Mo's expression turned icy in an instant. The snake spell enveloped him, merging his figure into the shadows of the warehouse. Through the narrow gap of the warehouse's high windows, his keen gaze swiftly fixed upon the indistinct figure crouching atop the distant water tower, resembling a vulture. Enjoying the view? A cold smirk graced Chen Mo's lips as he transmitted his intent through the link of the mouse spell. Let us entertain our guest properly. In the corner of the warehouse, the newly animated stone knight, with its vacant earthy eyes, slightly turned to focus on the water tower's direction. Stiffly and silently, it pivoted, its heavy stone footfalls resonating dully against the cement floor, moving toward the warehouse entrance step by step, like the most loyal yet clumsy of sentinels. Chapter 22. Suspended Bombardment. The holy light of the horse, symbol atop the abandoned water tower, the biting, cold wind howled. The target, I melded with the night, like a stone sculpture. Its hawk-like eyes fixed firmly on the silent warehouse below, aided by night vision. The composite bow was already drawn, a specialized arrow, entwined with delicate wires and glimmering with a faint red light at its tip, poised against the string. The thermal source's motion sensor remained unresponsive, while the sonar detection registered faint vibrations, akin to the dragging of a heavy object. The marksman spoke softly into his miniature earpiece, his brow furrowed. The target's stealth capabilities surpassed his expectations. The warehouse's internal structure was indeterminate, rendering precise location of the specter impossible. He requested a swarm to conduct a comprehensive sonic scan, compelling the target to reveal himself. A cold, metallic voice resonated through the earpiece. Approval granted. Capture alive if feasible. Eliminate if necessary. A glint of fierce determination flashed in the marksman's eyes as he pressed a concealed button on the bow's body. Whoosh! The specialized arrow, accompanied by a piercing scream, sliced through the night sky, accurately striking the warehouse roof. Upon contact with the steel panel, instead of detonating, it burst open with a sharp crack, releasing dozens of miniature drones resembling mechanical wasps, each the size of a fingernail. Buzz! A cacophonous, high-frequency sound wave erupted from the swarm of drones, enveloping the entire warehouse like an invisible tsunami. The sound waves penetrated the walls, reverberating violently within the confined space, reflecting and compounding. This sonic weapon, designed specifically to target the concealed and delicate instruments, could induce dizziness, nausea, and was capable of disrupting or even damaging electronic devices and certain energy-dependent superpowers. Inside the warehouse, Chen Mo let out a muffled groan. Although the Snake Talisman's concealment field mitigated much of the physical soundwave impact, the pervasive and penetrating sharp noise pierced through like countless needles stabbing into his brain. His mental control faced intense disruption. Maintaining the rat talisman's hold over the Stone Knight became exceedingly difficult. The Stone Knight's movements grew increasingly rigid and chaotic, even beginning to spin uncontrollably in place. Warning: experiencing high-intensity, broad-spectrum sonic attack. Mental energy is severely disrupted. The maintenance cost of the Snake Talisman has increased by 30. The stability of the Rat Talisman control link has dropped to 65. Drone swarm signal source detected. Threat level: moderate continuous interference. Sonic weaponry? Attempting to shake me out? Chen Mo's gaze turned icy as he endured the sharp pain and discomfort in his mind. He looked towards the warehouse entrance, where the Stone Knight swayed like a drunken man under the sonic assault, and a plan swiftly materialized. Since you wish to witness, let it be a grand spectacle. A fierce glint flickered in Chen Mo's eyes as he forcefully stabilized the link of the Rat Talisman and issued one final, blunt command to the Stone Knight. Charge. Target. Main entrance. Simultaneously, he moved like lightning, the Rabbit Talisman igniting, and he instantaneously reappeared in a corner of the warehouse, piled high with discarded tires and oil drums. The Chicken Talisman activated with full force. Buzz! A dozen heavy, worn tires and 2 partially filled, rusted oil drums abruptly levitated under the influence of an unseen hand. Like debris caught in a tempest, they hurtled violently towards the inner side of the heavy rolling door of the warehouse. Boom! Clang! Crash! The tires and oil drums struck the inner side of the rolling door, producing a thunderous din. The already beleaguered door, ravaged by sonic assaults, trembled and deformed violently. Outside, the marksman atop the water tower narrowed his eyes. The direction of the main entrance. A full frontal assault? Attempting a breakout? He immediately shifted most of his attention to the main entrance, drawing back his compound bow once more. aiming a high-explosive arrow at the spot where the rolling shutter might be breached. In that fleeting moment, a seemingly sturdy brick wall on the side of the warehouse erupted. Boom! Bricks and mortar exploded outward like a detonation. A knightly statue, nearly 2.5 meters tall and composed of heavy granite, emerged with an unexpected ferocity, crashing through the wall with a violent determination that belied its cumbersome form. Debris and dust filled the air. What in the world? The pupil of the targets I constricted sharply. Through the night vision goggles, the figure that burst forth was no phantom but a rigidly moving, medieval stone knight with an eerie yellow glow in its eyes. The statue knight broke through the haze, its vacant gaze locking onto the target atop the water tower. It let out a silent roar, if it had vocal cords, raising its heavy stone sword, and began a relentless charge toward the base of the water tower, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Damn it, the target cursed under his breath, sensing the trouble this creature posed despite not fully grasping the situation. Without hesitation, he redirected his arrow, releasing the high-explosive projectile straight into the knight's chest. Boom! Flames erupted. Debris flew. The knight's momentum was momentarily halted. A large crater forming in its chest, rocks cascading down, yet it merely staggered, its ochre eyes glinting defiantly as it continued its determined advance toward the water tower. It seemed as if its very purpose was to collide with that tower. The target's expression shifted slightly, releasing a flurry of arrows. Armor-piercing and incendiary arrows struck true against the knight's joints and head. Chunks of stone shattered as one arm was blown off and part of its skull disintegrated. Its charge slowed, yet it persisted, each step leaving a deep imprint in the ground. It resembled an undying specter. This bizarre and tenacious scene captivated the attention of the target and everyone else, including Jean Bing, who was observing through the monitors from a distance. Now was the moment. As the dust from the warehouse's breach lingered, a figure fully cloaked in shadow shot forth like a wraith, not heading toward the water tower, but rather arcing wide. Utilizing the cover of the warehouse and nearby abandoned vehicles to swiftly advance to the rooftop of a derelict 2-story building less than 300 meters from the water tower. Chen Mo's silhouette briefly materialized at the rooftop's edge, the serpent talisman dispelled. His gaze, icy and resolute, locked onto the swarm of drones buzzing like flies in the air, continuously emitting disruptive sound waves. The chicken talisman activated. Maximum power. The area enveloped. Buzz. An invisible yet formidable telekinetic field expanded instantaneously, as if two unseen giant hands clutched the swarm of agile drones. All the drones halted abruptly, as if a pause button had been pressed. The high-frequency sound waves ceased abruptly. In the next moment, Chen Mo clenched his right fist. The dragon talisman detonated. Energy compressed. Target. The center of the drone swarm, now ensnared by telekinesis. Explode for me. Boom! A fiery orange-red orb, more concentrated and intense than at the exhibition, erupted violently at the center of the drone swarm. The raging flames instantaneously consumed all the miniature drones ensnared by psychokinetic forces, leaving them unable to evade. Metallic components melted and warped under the extreme heat, scattering in all directions. It was as if a fleeting yet lethal flower of flame had blossomed in the night sky. Rooster spell Fusion Degree 03, current 17. Enhancement in psychokinetic range and intensity. Dragon spell Fusion Degree 05, current 18. Significant improvement in energy compression and control. Successful application of combination technique. Combination technique prototype. Rooster, psychokinetic restraint, dragon, precision detonation, suspended bombardment. Suspended bombardment. A decisive strike that cleared the field. The source of interference vanished. The cacophony of distressing sound waves in Chen Mo's mind abruptly dissipated. His mental clarity was restored. Damn it. The target atop the water tower witnessed the swarm's instantaneous annihilation. A mix of shock and fury washed over him. He finally spotted Chen Mo on the rooftop. The composite bow was drawn to its full extent, an especially crafted electromagnetic pulse arrow, its tip flickering with eerie blue arcs, whistled through the air, hurtling directly towards Chen Mo. The speed and accuracy of this arrow far surpassed that of ordinary bullets. Before the arrow reached him, Chen Mo felt a tingling sensation coursing through his skin. The rabbit spell unleashed its utmost potential. At the very moment the arrow was about to strike, Chen Mo deftly sidestepped. Swish! The arrow grazed past his left arm. The eerie blue arcs leapt forth, instantly singeing the fabric of his sleeve, accompanied by a surge of intense numbness. Although he wasn't directly hit, the residual effects of the electromagnetic pulse left his left arm feeling weak. Warning: left arm affected by residual energy. Muscles temporarily numbed. No significant harm. Chen Mo's gaze turned icy, poised to retaliate. Suddenly, warning: detection of an ultra-high energy gamma radiation source activated. Source location: northwest direction. Straight line distance: 12 kilometers. Threat level: extremely high. Energy nature: unstable. Artificially triggered. Target suspected to be a gamma-ray bomb. Miniaturized experimental model. A gamma-ray bomb. That madman Gene Bing. He.S. actually deploying such a device in the heart of New York City. Chen Mo swiftly turned his head. In the northwest, atop the roof of an abandoned factory, a rugged metallic apparatus, pulsating with a dangerous green light, was set up, its barrel aimed directly at the rooftop where he stood. Blinding green light coalesced furiously at the barrel. The aura of destruction surged towards him like a tsunami. Ghost, taste this. Let's see if you can survive this time. Gene Bing's maniacal voice echoed through the loudspeaker of the device, filled with madness. Buzz, a beam of concentrated, catastrophic green gamma radiation, radiating a sense of annihilation, surged forth like the scythe of death, instantaneously crossing a kilometer to shoot towards Chen Mo's rooftop. The speed surpassed the limits of Chen Mo's current rabbit spell evasion. Where the beam passed, the air crackled with the sound of ionization. The breath of death constricted around Chen Mo's throat, more terrifying than the Hydra energy cannon. With a wider range, the dog spell could provide immunity to instant death, but such high-energy, sustained gamma radiation was capable of carbonizing his cells in an instant. The dog spell would not save him. In a moment of peril, within Chen Mo's body, a long-dormant sigil node, symbolizing the expulsion of aberrations and the healing of all things, erupted with an unprecedented brilliance upon sensing the devastating threat of the mutated and distorted energy emanating from the gamma rays. Like a desecrated sacred relic, it burst forth. The equine sigil activated passively. Purification. Protection. A warm, sacred, and vibrant golden light erupted from Chen Mo's being without warning, instantly forming a translucent shield adorned with intricate golden runes, enveloping him entirely. The ghastly green gamma death rays violently collided with the golden barrier. There was no explosion, no shockwave. The terrifying gamma radiation, capable of vaporizing steel and distorting life itself, upon contact with the golden shield, hissed like boiling water meeting snow, swiftly neutralized, purified, and dispelled by the warm golden light. Wherever the golden glow reached, the ferocious gamma energy dissipated as if confronted by its nemesis, vanishing into nothingness. Only the surface of the shield rippled violently, betraying the magnitude of the impact it endured. Equine sigil, healing and purification, activated passively. Status: encountering extremely high levels of anomalous energy, gamma radiation distortion source, triggering maximum purification and protective effects. Effect: absolute purification, eradication of all anomalous energy intrusions. Sacred protection, forming an absolute barrier against anomalous energy. Warning: energy consumption is immense. System energy: 45. Ongoing defense. Bathed in golden light, Chen Mo remained unharmed. He gazed in astonishment at the holy shield surrounding him, feeling the warm and mighty purifying force within. The equine sigil, healing and purification. Its passive protection was indeed remarkably powerful. Meanwhile, in the distance, Gene Bing, witnessing this scene through surveillance, found his malevolent grin frozen, transformed into disbelief. Impossible. What is that light? Chapter 23. The radiance of holiness shocks the world. The swine's gaze bewitches the soul. The ghastly green gamma death rays crashed against the thin golden shield surrounding Chen Mo like wild waves colliding with a reef, howling yet unable to penetrate. The sacred golden light and the destructive green radiance clashed fiercely in the night, emitting a disconcerting hissing sound, illuminating the rooftop of the abandoned building as if it were a battlefield of gods and demons. Equine Sigil, Fusion Degree, 08, Current, 08. Encountering extreme, anomalous energy stimulation. Purification and protective efficacy is extraordinarily enhanced. System Energy, 40. Ongoing defense against high-intensity gamma radiation. Consumption increasing. Within the shield, Chen Mo felt the warm and immense power of the Equine Sigil. His heart steadied. He gazed at the crude device on the rooftop that continued to unleash death rays with reckless abandon, his eyes cold as steel. Being passively attacked was never his style. This gift from Jin Bing, I shall remember. Chen Mo whispered, urging his thoughts. The rabbit's sigil erupted. His figure, enveloped in the golden barrier, fell like a golden meteor, vanishing from the rooftop in an instant. Boom! His original position was transformed into a vast, glazed pit by the relentless barrage of gamma rays. In the next moment, Chen Mo's figure appeared at the edge of the rooftop of the abandoned factory, a mere 20 meters from the gamma ray emitter. The golden shield held firm against the ferocious torrent of radiation, its ripples oscillating violently, yet remaining steadfast. Stop him! Cried a few of Jin Bing's subordinates, clad in black combat attire and clearly tasked with operating and guarding the device. They raised their automatic rifles, trembling with fear. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down upon Chen Mo, who stood enveloped in golden light. However, the projectiles merely struck the shield inscribed with golden runes, dissipating into nothingness without even a ripple. Completely disintegrated by the sacred purifying force, transforming into metallic dust that scattered into the air. Chen Mo paid no heed to these minions. His gaze was fixated on the humming gamma ray apparatus, exuding an aura of destruction. He raised his right fist, the orange-red destructive energy of the Dragon Talisman gathering and compressing at the tip of his fist. This time, the energy core had been compressed to the size of his fist, its hue deep and nearly dark red. Here it is back to you. Boom! A beam of dark red energy, refined to its utmost, pierced through the air with the precision of a glowing steel needle, striking the mouth of the gamma ray device. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, more terrifying than any before. The dark red dragon explosive energy clashed with a violent gamma energy core within the device, resulting in a catastrophic detonation. A colossal fireball, a blend of orange-red and grotesque green, erupted skyward, instantly engulfing the entire apparatus and the few guards unable to escape. The ferocious shockwave sent the factory's steel structure flying like paper, painting half the sky in flames. Dragon Talisman Fusion Level, 07, Current, 25. High compression energy detonated with precision. Threat target, gamma ray device destroyed. Amidst the smoke and fire of the explosion, Chen Mo's golden shield gradually retracted, ultimately merging back into his body. The passive protection of the horse talisman was lifted. He stood amidst the ruins at the rooftop's edge, the night wind tousling the tattered edges of his clothing. Untouched save for a lingering numbness in his left arm. He cast a cold glance towards the water tower direction, where the target had long since vanished, evidently having made a decisive retreat the moment the gamma rays were obstructed. The instincts and survival skills of a top-tier assassin. Chen Mo made no attempt to pursue. The system energy had dwindled to 35, the continuous high-intensity use of talismans having taken a significant toll. With a flash, he activated the snake talisman, enveloping himself in its essence, vanishing like a true specter from the site of the explosion, leaving only the inferno of the factory ruins behind and the distant wail of fire truck sirens. At SHIELD, Trident Headquarters, in the Emergency Medical Analysis Center, a massive screen replayed the enhanced combat footage captured by satellites and nearby drones. The golden shield standing resolute against the gamma rays. Bullets disintegrating upon impact with the shield, and the moment the precise and terrifying dark red energy beam detonated the gamma device. A group of esteemed biomedical and energy specialists, clad in white lab coats, gathered before the screen, their eyes filled with fervor, as though witnessing a miracle. Incredible. A realm of absolute purification. That radiant golden light completely neutralized gamma radiation potent enough to annihilate an entire battalion. It was not merely neutralization. It was eradication, a purification at the conceptual level. Observe. The metallic structure of the bullet disintegrated into fundamental particles upon contact with the golden luminescence. Furthermore, that final energy assault, intensely compressed and violently potent, was executed with unfathomable precision, directly igniting the gamma core. His abilities resembled those of a legendary saint. No, he was a deity walking among mortals. Nick Fury's single, I was fixated on the screen, particularly on that warm and indomitable golden shield, his expression grave enough to draw water from stone. A saint? A deity? He scoffed, his voice hoarse. For all he beheld was a being of terrifying power, uncontrollable, and recently bombarded by gamma explosives. The greater his powers, the more destructive his capabilities became, and the risks of losing control escalated. He turned to the equally solemn Phil Coulson beside him. Locate him, Coulson, not to apprehend, but to engage, before he is completely provoked by Hydra, the military, or the Gamma forces, or before he spirals into despair and detonates the Statue of Liberty. We must establish a line of communication. Approach him with utmost sincerity and caution. Coulson inhaled deeply. Understood, sir. I will find him. In Queens, atop an unremarkable old apartment building, Chen Mo donned a new black tracksuit, leaning against the cold base of the water tower, eyes closed in meditation. The system's energy was gradually replenishing, and the residual warmth from the passive activation of the Horse Talisman was still mending the paralysis of his left arm and the subtle wear from the previous battle. Horse Talisman, healing and purification. Status, activated, fusion level 08. Basic abilities, bestows the host with an immunity to ailments, actively and passively purges all negative anomalies, toxins, curses, energy erosion, etc. Passively triggers divine protection, resisting high-intensity, anomalous energy incursions. Current ability level, immunity, immune to all known viruses, bacterial diseases, and most malignant transformations. Purification, can actively cleanse oneself or a target of low to medium-intensity negative states, requires energy expenditure. Upon encountering extreme, anomalous energy, such as high concentrations of gamma radiation, strong purification and protective shields are passively triggered. Divine protection. The passive shield possesses exceptional resistance against anomalous energy attacks, magic, radiation, cursed energy, etc., but is less effective against pure, kinetic physical assaults. Energy consumption, passive maintenance, immunity, requires minimal energy. Active purification and protective shield consume significant energy. The capabilities of the Horse Talisman were nothing short of a life-saving divine art. Chen Mo felt a surge of exhilaration. Coupled with the Dog Talisman's immunity to instant death, his survival aptitude had reached a terrifying pinnacle. Ding. Triggering reputation mission. Coercive contact, mission objective. Demonstrate overwhelming power during the inaugural formal encounter with S.H.A.L.D. Senior Agent Phil Coulson, establishing an uncontrollable and unassailable strong image, compelling him to abandon any attempts at coercive control. Mission rewards. Activation guidance for the Pig Talisman, Laser Eye. Enhancement of intimidation. Reduction in frequency of official harassment. 1,000 universal points. Failure penalty. Inclusion on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s control list, resulting in restricted future operations. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. finally making its move? That ever-gentle, affable Agent Coulson? A cold smile curled at the corners of Chen Mo's mouth. To exhibit strength? Precisely to his liking. With a subtle mental shift, he communicated with the flickering pig icon on the system panel. Pig Talisman Laser Eye. Heat Ray. This would serve as the ultimate weapon to intimidate mortals. Initiating energy infusion and synchronization for Pig Talisman, Laser Eye. A searing, concentrated, and penetrating energy gradually coalesced deep within Chen Mo's eyes, settling into place. He felt a slight heat radiating from his eyeballs, as his vision sharpened and became increasingly clear, as if he could penetrate the very essence of matter. At that moment, the iron door leading from the rooftop to the stairwell was gently pushed open. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, adorned with a tie, and wearing his characteristic gentle smile, emerged. He bore no weapon, exuding an air of relaxation. It was Phil Coulson. Good evening. Coulson's voice was calm, imbued with a soothing magnetism. I apologize for disturbing your rest. I believe we can converse in a more civilized manner. Chen Mo slowly turned around, the invisibility of the snake talisman long since lifted. He stood in the shadows of the rooftop, his hood obscuring the upper half of his face, revealing only his sharply defined jawline. He remained silent, simply regarding Coulson. Coulson maintained his smile and took a few steps forward, halting approximately 10 meters away from Chen Mo, a distance that conveyed neither overt threat nor obscure dialogue. I represent S.H.I.E.L.D., and on behalf of Director Nick Fury, I wish to express our concern. We harbor no intentions of hostility towards you. Rather, we aspire to establish a communication mechanism. This world is becoming increasingly perilous, and beings like you require a partner who understands, rather than additional adversaries. Chen Mo continued to remain silent. Yet, Coulson keenly sensed that the temperature on the rooftop seemed to rise. An invisible pressure began to permeate the air. We are aware of your conflict with Jean and his employment of some unconventional weaponry. Coulson continued, striving to convey sincerity. S.H.I.E.L.D. can offer you essential protection and informational support, and even assist in resolving certain troubles. In exchange, we merely wish to be informed of your stance on significant events that could threaten global security. Stance? Chen Mo finally spoke, his voice low and frigid, akin to metal scraping against metal. My stance is simple. Do not provoke me. As his words fell, two crimson points of light suddenly ignited from the shadows of his hood, akin to the eyes of a demon opening in the dark. Buzz! Two beams of intense, crimson heat rays, exuding a terrifying temperature, erupted from Chen Mo's eyes without any warning. The speed of the beams surpassed Coulson's neural reflex limits. With a sizzle, the scorching light did not strike Coulson directly. Instead, it grazed the tips of his expensive shoes, penetrating the cement rooftop mere half a meter in front of him. The solid concrete melted away as if it were butter, creating two deep, molten holes with edges resembling fused glass. The air around the openings warped due to the extreme heat, emanating a pungent, charred odor. The residual heat caused a sharp pain to surge through the tips of Coulson's shoes. Activation of the pig talisman, laser eyes, successful. Fusion degree, 0 in status, basic heat ray, I emission. Range, temperature, and duration will increase with energy infusion and fusion degree enhancement. Deterrence contact, mission completed. Reward issued, deterrent power increased S.H.I.E.L.D. Internal threat assessment raised, forced action priority lowered. 1,000 universal points. Coulson's gentle smile froze instantly, his pupils constricting. A cold sweat drenched his back in an instant. He could scarcely comprehend how the attack was executed. The destructive energy contained within those two red beams left him with no doubt. Had they been aimed at his head, he would now be a headless corpse. This is my stance. Chen Mo's icy voice resonated again, the red glow in his eyes gradually extinguishing and retreating into the shadow of his hood, conveying to Fury. Keep your distance. My troubles, I shall resolve myself. Send someone else. His sentence remained unfinished, yet the chilling murderous intent resonated with Coulson, sending a shiver down his spine. With a flash of the serpent talisman, Chen Mo's figure melded into the night, vanishing from the rooftop. Coulson stood rooted in place, gazing at the two smoking molten holes before him, then glancing at the spot where Chen Mo had disappeared, before finally exhaling a long, heavy breath and pressing down on his earpiece. Director, contact concluded. The target's attitude is exceedingly firm. He demonstrated a new ability. High-energy heat rays emitted from his eyes. Their power is sufficient to penetrate tank armor. I recommend reassessing the engagement strategy. Repeat, I advise a reevaluation. The ghost poses a far greater danger than anticipated. Chapter 24. The Tiger Talisman splits the soul. Twin bodies shock the demon in Jean Bin's opulent office. The atmosphere was stifling to the point of suffocation. Fragments of expensive antique vases lay scattered across the floor, while a corner of the pure gold desk had been brutally snapped off. Jean Bin's massive frame trembled with rage, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Target knelt on one knee, head bowed, the target tattoo on the back of his neck glaringly apparent. His combat suit bore multiple tears and burn marks, his complexion pale, clearly having suffered some repercussions from the factory explosion. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Jean Bin's roar reverberated, making the glass vibrate. Gamma bomb. I deployed the most dangerous toys from the lab. And what was the outcome? Not a single hair harmed. What in the world is that damned golden light? What kind of monster is he? Boss, his abilities exceed all our intelligence. The voice of the target exuded a barely perceptible dryness, embodying defense, speed, strength, and energy attacks, alongside the extraordinary abilities of purifying golden light and eye beams. It possessed almost no weaknesses. Furthermore, it appeared to sense our ambush. Jean Bing's fists cracked ominously, his eyes ablaze with madness and a hint of subtle fear. The strength displayed by the specter transcended the realm of superpowers, approaching the divine and demonic. Yet he could not retreat. A single step back would shatter the underground empire he had painstakingly built. Countless wolves would pounce, tearing him apart. Weakness? Jean Bing abruptly turned. A massive shadow enveloping the target. Every human harbors vulnerabilities. Limits exist. Combat demands energy. He will tire. He will be injured. He can be disrupted. If Hydra's sonic weapon proves effective, then he shall unleash something even more formidable. He approached a safe embedded in the wall, inputting a complex password and undergoing iris verification. The heavy alloy door slid open, revealing a more intricately designed cylindrical device within, pulsating with a haunting blue glow. The infrasound resonator, prototype of the siren song. Jean Bing caressed the cold metallic shell, his eyes glimmering with a cruel light. It could emit inaudible infrasound, directly affecting the organs and brain. With a broader range and greater penetration, it could rupture internal organs and boil brain matter within seconds. Even the Hulk would succumb to a single strike. He glanced at the target. This was his final resort. I shall lead the charge personally. You are responsible for luring him into the trap. This time, I want to witness his downfall with my own eyes. Chen Mo's new refuge lay beneath the Brooklyn Bridge in an abandoned maintenance tunnel. Damp and dark, yet sufficiently concealed. He sat cross-legged upon a dry concrete slab, eyes closed in meditation. The system's energy had restored to 52, yet the relentless high-intensity battles and the extensive use of talismans, particularly the tremendous consumption from the passive protection of the horse talisman, left him feeling mentally fatigued. Jean Bing's frenzied counterattack was anticipated, yet the weapons deployed by his adversary grew increasingly perilous. After the Gamma Bomb, what would come next? The scrutiny of SHIELD felt like a thorn in his side. He required greater power, more efficient methods. On the system panel, the icon for the Tiger Talisman, Balance and Division, flickered subtly. This ability had always been shrouded in mystery. Trigger Condition Task. Yin and Yang. Task Content. Successfully harness the power of the Tiger Talisman amid extreme mental energy shocks or intense emotional fluctuations. Experiencing a state of balance or division. Initial guidance will primarily be a passive experience. Task Reward. Activation of the Tiger Talisman. Significant enhancement of mental resilience. 500 Universal Points. Failure Penalty. Brief mental disarray. Balance? Division? Chen Mo attempted to actively communicate with the talisman, but that power resembled a chaotic vortex. Elusive and intangible. He temporarily set it aside, turning his attention to the newly activated Pig Talisman. With a flicker of thought, the energy of the Pig Talisman converged in his eyes. Two strands, as thin as a hair, yet imbued with terrifying heat, shot forth from his gaze, precisely slicing through a discarded steel rebar ahead. The rebar melted away effortlessly, as if a hot knife through butter, the severed edge glowing a fierce crimson. The fusion degree of the Pig Talisman has reached 02, currently at 03. The temperature of the thermal ray and the degree of condensation have improved. The control is strengthening, but the consumption is considerable. Chen Mo dissipated the energy and rubbed his slightly heated eye sockets. At that moment, a warning sounded. Warning! Ultra-low frequency high energy sound waves detected. Source: multi-directional movement. Threat level: high, range-based mental and physical assault. Target: large infrasound emission vehicle 3, disguised as a municipal engineering vehicle, forming a triangular formation surrounding the host's area. Distance: 500 meters. The effects are severe. High-intensity infrasound has enveloped the area with extreme penetration. Impact on the host: internal organ resonance, slight discomfort. Mental interference, moderate. Stability of talisman energy, declining, minor. Here it comes, and it's a grand scheme. 3 infrasound emission vehicles. Area coverage. Chen Mo instantly felt a wave of nausea and discomfort, as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart. and his brain felt as though it were trapped in a low-frequency, vibrating beehive. The invisible field of the snake talisman quivered, nearly faltering. The energy operation of the other talismans also showed signs of sluggishness. With a cold glint in his eyes, Chen Mo unleashed the rabbit talisman, propelling himself like a cannonball out of the maintenance passage. Outside, in the open space beneath the Brooklyn Bridge, 3 vans adorned with the markings of New York City Public Facilities Maintenance were parked in a triangular formation, their roofs crowned with massive dish-shaped emitters, relentlessly releasing invisible, lethal infrasound. Further away, Jean Bing's imposing figure stood like a small mountain. Uncharacteristically, he was not clad in a suit, but rather donned a matte black heavy exoskeleton armor. The armor's lines were rugged, with hydraulic assistance humming at the joints, and colossal alloy hammers at the fists. Beside him, the target lurked in the shadows like a venomous serpent, clutching several specially designed sonic bombs. "Ghost, you have nowhere to escape," Jean Bing bellowed through the armor's loudspeakers, his voice resonating like that of a colossal beast. "How does the song of the sirens taste? Kneel and beg for mercy, surrender your secrets, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift end." In response, 2 searing crimson thermal rays tore through the night, aimed directly at the observation window of Jean Bing's armor. Clang! Clang! Jean Bing reacted with astonishing speed, crossing his massive alloy hammer arms to shield his front. The scorching beams collided violently with the thick alloy, sparking blinding flames and creating 2 deep crimson dents, yet failing to penetrate. "A mere parlor trick," Jean Bing sneered, engaging the full power of his armor, advancing with heavy steps like a humanoid tank charging towards Chen Mo. The ground trembled slightly beneath his tread. Simultaneously, the target moved with ghostly agility. Several sonic bombs shrieking through the air from various angles, exploding into bursts of disruptive sound waves and blinding light. Warning: infrasound interference intensifying. Mental interference has risen to severe levels. Stability of talisman energy continues to decline. Pig talisman attack has been blocked. Rabbit talisman speed is reduced by 15. Evasion efficiency diminished. As Chen Mo skillfully evaded the onslaught of Jean Bing's assault and the persistent harassment from the target eye, he continuously unleashed the thermal rays from the pig charm, striking the vulnerable joints and energy core of the armored foe. However, Jean Bing's armor, evidently fortified through special enhancements, exhibited considerable resistance to energy attacks. Coupled with the disruptive effects of the infrasonic waves on Chen Mo's precision, his efforts yielded little success. With a resounding crash, Jean Bing's formidable blow struck the very spot where Chen Mo had just been standing, creating a massive crater in the ground. The violent shockwave caused Chen Mo to stagger. System energy, 45. Continuous consumption escalating. Warning: prolonged exposure to the siren song is nearing a critical threshold for mental strain. Risk of losing control. Frustration. Fury. The oppressive sensation weighed heavily on Chen Mo's chest, surging forth a tempest of wrath. The thunderous roar of Jean Bing's armor, the relentless ambush from the target eye, and the omnipresent cacophony of infrasonic noise pricked his mind like countless needles. "Get lost!" Chen Mo let out a primal roar from within. The pinnacle of rage and pressure ignited like the fuse of a powder keg. Buzz! Within him, the note of the tiger charm, symbolizing balance and division, erupted with an unprecedented radiance under the immense mental shock and emotional turmoil. A chaotic and formidable force enveloped his entire being in an instant. Tiger charm, balance and division, has passively triggered. State: experiencing extreme mental shock and emotional upheaval. Yin-Yang division activated. Effect: the host's consciousness and power temporarily split into 2 independent entities, Yin, dominated by malevolent thoughts, and Yang, dominated by benevolent thoughts. Shared charm abilities, fusion degree halved. Independent action, duration, unknown, dependent on mental condition and energy maintenance. Chen Mo felt as though his consciousness had been violently torn asunder by an invisible force. A wave of intense dizziness and a sensation of ripping surged through him. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, a fierce distortion and overlap of light and shadow surrounded Chen Mo's form. Swish! Swish! 2 figures, as if cast from the same mold, yet tinted with starkly different hues. suddenly materialized in their place. The left figure, clad in a tight-fitting garment of inky black, with a ferocious gaze, bloodthirsty and twisted into a cruel grin, radiating an icy, bone-chilling aura of malice and destruction, the embodiment of malevolent thought. The right figure, dressed in plain gray and white, with clear eyes that bore a hint of compassion, exuding a serene demeanor, surrounded by a faint, warm white light that ebbed and flowed. The embodiment of benevolent thought. Two Chen Mos, one malevolent, one benevolent, coexisting simultaneously. Ha! Finally free. The embodiment of malevolent thought cackled with a raspy, exhilarated laugh, its crimson tongue licking its lips as it greedily surveyed Jean Bing and the target eye. Akin to a predator eyeing its prey, the slaughter commenced. The embodiment of benevolent thought furrowed its brow slightly, casting a worried glance at the malevolent counterpart. However, sensing something amiss, it suddenly turned to look towards the Brooklyn Bridge, where an out-of-control school bus was careening through the guardrail, hurtling towards the edge of the battlefield below. Faint cries of terror from children echoed within the vehicle. Save them. Without hesitation, the benevolent entity activated the rabbit charm, transforming into a fleeting white specter that charged relentlessly towards the plummeting school bus. In stark contrast, the malevolent entity, adorned with a sinister grin, fixated its crimson gaze upon Jean Bing and the target eye, both momentarily stunned by the sudden upheaval. Now, it was time for my game to commence. Chapter 25, Duality Unites. Ancient One descends. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, a consequence of Chen Mo's split. Jean Bing, encased in heavy armor, stared in disbelief at the two phantoms before him, one black and one white. The target eye, muscles taut and unmoving, gripped a dart that he forgot to launch. A chill racing up his spine. A clone? What devilish ability is this? Jean Bing was the first to recover from a shock, his armored engine roaring violently. The massive alloy hammer, imbued with the force to annihilate, swung fiercely towards the black figure, exuding palpable malevolence. First, I shall dismantle you. Dismantle me? The malevolent entity. Chen Mo grinned widely, revealing his stark white teeth, his eyes filled solely with unadulterated brutality and exhilaration. As the colossal hammer hurtled towards him, he neither flinched nor evaded. The power of the bull charm had been halved upon splitting, yet it remained formidable. Boom! The pitch-black fist, infused with divine power, met the alloy hammer head-on. Clang! The deafening clash of metal echoed along the riverbank, a violent shockwave erupting in a circular blast. The ground beneath the malevolent entity cracked underfoot, yet he merely swayed slightly, having withstood the full force of the armored strike. Jean Bing, on the other hand, felt the immense recoil reverberate through his arm, the hydraulic systems within his armor groaning under the strain. Quite the strength you possess, hefty giant. The malevolent entity sneered, utilizing the force to leap backward while his eyes blazed with crimson light. The pig charm unleashed a scorching ray, two beams of fiery red light, more ferocious than those used by the original body, but lacking a touch of precision, lashed out like burning whips towards the joints of Jean Bing's armored legs. Sizzle. The armor at the joint melted instantaneously under the intense heat, warping grotesquely. Jean Bing staggered under the weight of his massive form. You seek death. The target eye finally sprang into action. His figure appeared like a specter at the malevolent entity's flank, wielding several razor-edged alloy playing cards that whistled through the air, targeting the malevolent entity's eyes, throat, and heart. The angles were vicious and precise. A flicker of disdain crossed the malevolent entity's eyes, too apathetic to dodge. The dog charm's death immunity emboldened him. He allowed the playing cards to strike his body, producing a series of metallic clinks, his skin and muscles, reinforced by the bull charm, absorbing the blows, leaving only a few white marks. Simultaneously, he swung his hand back. The chicken charm's psychic force, halved, crashing like an invisible hammer against the container concealing the target eye. Boom! The container crumpled under the impact. The target eye rolled away in disarray, his expression growing increasingly grim. This dark specter not only possessed terrifying strength and defense, but also exhibited an utter disregard for death. Your darts feel like mere tickles. The malevolent entity cackled, the rabbit charm erupting, speed halved, as he darted forward, a black afterimage trailing behind him. intent on crushing this bothersome fly. On the other side, the benevolent entity, Chen Mo, surged forth like a streak of white luminescence, racing beneath the tumbling school bus. The bus, propelled by immense kinetic energy, was plummeting nose first towards the rocky riverbank. The heart-wrenching cries of the children inside pierced the air. Time was of the essence. The benevolent entity's expression grew grave as he thrust his hands upward in a desperate gesture. Incantation of the Chicken Talismans. Unleash maximum output. Fusion rate halved. A powerful, invisible force field enveloped the descending bus in an instant. The bus's momentum came to a sudden halt. Yet, the immense weight and inertia of the vehicle far surpassed the limits of the benevolent entity's psychic energy at that moment. The force field trembled violently, and the bus continued its slow descent. The metal of the vehicle groaned under the unbearable strain. Stop! The veins on the benevolent entity's forehead bulged as his mental energy surged forth uncontrollably. The faint glow of the horse talismans circulated around him, mending his spirit that was tearing under the overload and providing the strength to sustain him. There was no fear in his eyes, only an unwavering resolve to protect. Boom! The heavy front of the bus ultimately crashed to the ground, but thanks to the cushioning effect of the psychic energy, the impact was significantly mitigated. The vehicle shook violently, deforming, yet it did not completely shatter or overturn. Quick! Save them! The benevolent entity, disregarding his own breathlessness, dashed towards the twisted door of the bus. Grasping the mangled metal with both hands, he unleashed the power of the bull talismans, reduced by half, tearing the door apart with sheer force. A warm, white glow, passive effect of the horse talismans, radiated from him, enveloping the terrified children within the bus with a soothing presence. Do not fear, it is all right. Come out one by one. The children, bathed in this warm light, gradually calmed, as if finding solace, guided by the benevolent entity. They began to crawl out of the contorted vehicle in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, the battle between the malevolent entity and Jean Bing, along with Target Eye, had reached a fever pitch. The malevolent entity had completely forsaken defense, adopting a reckless approach of trading injuries for injuries, attacking with unparalleled ferocity. The scorching rays were unleashed indiscriminately, leaving the armor of Jean Bing riddled with dents and melting at the joints. Psychic energy seized nearby debris and scrap metal, hurling them like projectiles at the two combatants. Although Jean Bing's armor was formidable and Target Eye's agility was commendable, they found themselves in a precarious situation, struggling under the relentless and reckless onslaught of the malevolent entity. Madman, this guy is a lunatic, Jean Bing roared, alarms blaring from multiple points on his armor as energy reserves dwindled drastically. Target Eye faced peril at every turn, narrowly escaping scorching rays and psychic grasps. Warning, malevolent entity's energy consumption is excessive. Host dual body, system total energy, 30. Warning, benevolent entity's mental energy is severely depleted. The passive healing effect of the horse talismans is becoming increasingly burdensome. The strain brought on by the division of the tiger talismans far exceeded Chen Mo's expectations. The dual-front battle was rapidly draining both energy and mental fortitude, especially with the malevolent entity's unrestrained expenditure. Enough! A ruthless glint flashed in Jean Bing's eyes as he abruptly pressed a crimson button within his armor. Taste this! The final movement. Buzz. The 3C Demon Song subsonic wave launchers atop the vehicle glowed, shifting from a deep azure to a blinding crimson. A surge, tenfold stronger than before, accompanied by a cataclysmic resonant frequency of subsonic waves, swept across the battlefield like an invisible tsunami. Thud! The malevolent entity, caught at the forefront, was struck with tremendous force. Its frenzied assault was abruptly interrupted. A muffled groan escaped as blood seeped from its 7 orifices. The halved protective sigils, diminished after the split, suffered severe damage under this targeted superwave. Its movements froze momentarily. Meanwhile, the benevolent entity staggered, the psychic field sustaining the school bus and the children fluctuating violently, nearly collapsing. Its complexion turned pale, desperately striving for stability, yet a trickle of crimson escaped from the corner of its mouth. Jean Bing and the Target Eye, shielded by armor and specialized earplugs, were comparatively less affected. Now is the moment. Eliminate him. Jean Bing roared, unleashing the full power of his armor. As a colossal alloy hammer, imbued with the might to obliterate all, descended forcefully upon the rigid malevolent entity's head. Simultaneously, the target I launched an attack. 3 poisoned alloy projectiles striking in a formation aimed at the heart, throat, and spine of the malevolent entity. A fatal strike. A flicker of rage and resentment flashed in the malevolent entity's eyes, yet its rigidity impeded any chance of evasion. In an instant of dire peril, an unexpected transformation occurred. The battlefield's space rippled as if stones were cast into water, producing concentric circles of golden waves. Time seemed to be pressed into slow motion. The hammer of Jean Bing, the poisoned darts of the target eye, and the rampant crimson subsonic waves all became sluggish and viscous. From the depths of this chaos emerged a figure clad in a bright yellow robe, a bald head radiating an otherworldly aura, silently materializing at the center of the battlefield. With a mere extension of her finger, she pointed at the 3 frenziedly operating siren launchers, gently tapping. Pop, pop, pop. 3 soft sounds echoed. The subsonic weapons, capable of reducing ordinary mortals to mere pulp, deflated like burst soap bubbles, instantly silencing and disintegrating into fundamental components scattered about. The destructive sound waves ceased abruptly. Ancient One, Supreme Sorceress, her calm gaze swept across the battlefield. The frenzied malevolent entity, the protective benevolent entity, the horrified Jean Bing and target eye, as well as the contorted school bus and the rescued children. The imbalance of yin and yang is never the righteous path. The voice of the Ancient One was tranquil, yet imbued with a penetrating power that resonated within the hearts of all, particularly within the depths of Chen Mo's consciousness, where dust returns to dust, and earth to earth. As her final word fell, a gentle yet irresistible force, containing the essence of cosmic equilibrium, swept over both the malevolent and benevolent entities like a warm tide. The malevolent entity's furious malice dissipated like melting ice and snow, while the benevolent entity's warm white light gradually receded. In the golden ripples, 2 figures drew near, merging seamlessly into one. The form of Chen Mo, the original, re-emerged. His complexion somewhat pale, eyes filled with fatigue, yet the previous ferocity and sense of division had vanished, replaced by a complexity and clarity born from profound transformation. He sensed that the power of the Tiger Talisman within him had ceased its ferocity, transforming instead into a warm current that maintained his strength and mental equilibrium. Tiger Talisman, Balanced Division. Status: activated, Fusion Degree 15. Basic ability: maintains the host's internal balance of strength and spirit. Passive: capable of actively and passively dividing consciousness and power, good and evil yin-yang aspects, with the divided entity existing independently, yet sharing the same essence. Fusion Degree halved. Current ability level: internal balance. Significantly enhances mental resilience, reduces the risk of energy surges, and strengthens resistance to mental disturbances. Yin-yang division: can momentarily divide into up to 2 independent consciousness entities, tendencies of good and evil, sharing the talisman's abilities at current fusion degree. The divided entity's abilities are approximately 50 of the main body. During division, the primary consciousness may dominate one or fall into slumber. Upon the dissolution or return of the divided entity, experiences and a portion of consumed energy return to the main body. Energy consumption: maintaining balance requires minimal energy. Actively dividing and sustaining the divided entities consumes vast amounts of energy. Warning: excessive or prolonged division may lead to personality cognition disorders. In the moment of fusion, a deluge of chaotic battle experiences from the malevolent aspect and the protective insights from the benevolent aspect surged into Chen Mo's consciousness. The fusion degree of the Tiger Talisman quietly increased as he began to understand and master this power of division and return. Ancient One's gaze fell upon Chen Mo, her profound eyes seemingly penetrating the flow of 12 talismans within him and the existence of the system. She spoke little, merely nodding slightly at Chen Mo, her voice resonating directly in his mind. The lost anomaly, the Tea of Kamartaj, may provide answers to your queries regarding the essence of power. If you seek something, the gates of the New York sanctum remain ajar for you. With that, she no longer regarded the startled Jean Bing and the rescued children. her figure slowly dissolving like a phantom amid the shimmering golden sparks, as if she had never been there. On the battlefield, only the sobs of the surviving schoolchildren. Jean Bing's labored breaths in his heavy armor, the uncertain gaze of the target, and Chen Mo, standing amidst the ruins, feeling the newfound balance within, remained. His expression complex as he looked toward the direction of Ancient One's disappearance. The underground emperor of New York and his ace assassin, for the first time, felt their own insignificance and powerlessness in the presence of the transcendent force of the supreme sorcerer. Yet Chen Mo knew that a broader and far more perilous world had quietly opened its doors to him. Chapter 26. The Roar of Beasts. Terror in New York. The smoke beneath the Brooklyn Bridge had yet to dissipate entirely, and the remnants of Jean Bing retreated in disarray under the joint sweep of S. Akka, E, E. However, for Chen Mo, troubles clung to him like a persistent parasite. In the depths of an abandoned auto repair shop, a temporary stronghold, Chen Mo sat cross-legged on the cold metal workbench, eyes closed in meditation. The system's energy had restored to 68, and the subtle sense of balance bestowed by the Tiger Talisman flowed through his limbs, soothing the mental fatigue that followed the division. Ancient One's invitation was like a stone cast into the lake of his heart, ripples yet to settle, but at present, he had more pressing matters to attend to, dealing with the increasingly agitated beast that had been interrupted in its hunt. Trigger side quest, Gamma Purge, quest content, defeat the uncontrollable Gamma Abomination. Quest objective, prevent further destruction, test the limits of one's own power, practical application of the Bull, Rabbit, and Dragon Talismans. Optional objective, acquire a sample of its blood tissue, infused with special Gamma energy. Rewards, significant enhancement of the fusion of Bull, Rabbit, and Dragon Talismans, 2,000 universal points. Gamma Energy Sample Analysis Report, system generated. Failure penalty, extensive devastation in Harlem, New York, a deduction of 30 from system energy. The Abomination, Chen Mo, opened his eyes, gleaming with a cold light. Emil Bronsky, the most deranged warrior under General Ross, a twisted product after injecting inferior Hulk serum. The embodiment of pure power and destruction, a perfect punching bag. Boom! A terrifying roar, surpassing even the explosion of the Brooklyn Bridge, resonated, accompanied by violent tremors from the direction of Harlem. Following that, an unending cacophony of explosions, the thunderous collapse of buildings, and the heart-wrenching screams of countless civilians filled the air. Harlem had descended into a hell on earth. The streets were as if plowed by a colossal plow. Asphalt cracked and buckled, twisted cars embedded in walls like discarded toys. Multi-story apartment buildings were severed in half, their skeletal frameworks of steel and concrete jutting grotesquely toward the sky, smoke and flames soaring into the heavens. A massive, hideous creature, clad in pale bone armor, roared and wreaked havoc in the heart of this ruin. The Abomination. It towered more than remembered, nearly 4 meters tall, with muscles as knotted as granite blocks. Ghastly white bone spikes protruding from its shoulders, elbows, and spine, glinting with a chilling metallic sheen. Each punch resounded with a sonic boom, bringing down entire structures. A main battle tank was seized by it with one hand, wielded like a meteor hammer, and hurled towards a distant police helicopter. Boom! The helicopter erupted into a fireball, plummeting. Open fire! Open fire! Stop it! General Ross's hoarse roar echoed through the remaining combat teams via radio. Heavy machine gun bullets struck the Abomination, sparking only a few embers. Rockets hit, but merely rocked its massive form, leaving only scorched marks, only serving to further infuriate the beast. Hulk, come out! Fight me! The Abomination let out a deafening roar, shattering the load-bearing column of a 5-story building with a single punch. The building groaned in despair, slowly tilting. Countless debris and furniture raining down upon the civilians unable to evacuate. No, in the streets, a mother clutching her child gazed in despair at the looming shadow above, collapsing to the ground. In this moment of dire peril, a shadow, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, like lightning tearing through the night, suddenly appeared beneath the crumbling building. Chen Mo. He paid no heed to the tons of debris descending above, nor to the Abomination radiating an aura of terror nearby. His gaze was locked onto the desperate mother and child, his expression icy and focused. Rabbit Talisman Supersonic. Activate. Swish. A vague silhouette lingered in the place. In the next instant, Chen Mo had already materialized beside the mother and child. Without a moment's hesitation, the power of the bull talisman surged forth. Boom! He stomped forcefully with one foot. The solid pavement shattered as if it were mere tofu, creating a shallow pit several meters in diameter. The tremendous recoil, combined with the infinite divine power bestowed by the bull talisman, propelled him like a human rocket, lifting the two into the sky. Rumble! Just as they departed from the original spot, the collapsing building crashed down. Dust and debris surged into the air like a tsunami, instantly engulfing that area. Chen Mo twisted in midair with graceful agility, akin to a nimble swallow, deftly avoiding the flying rubble. He landed steadily on the rooftop of a nearby building that had yet to succumb to destruction, gently placing the terrified mother and child down. The woman collapsed to the ground, tightly embracing her stunned child, weeping incoherently. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Chen Mo offered no response, not even a glance in their direction. His gaze, sharp as a cold blade, pierced through the swirling dust, fixating on the source of this calamity, the abomination. Roar? A new insect? The abomination took notice of this small figure, who dared to rescue others amidst its rampage, moving with remarkable speed. It twisted its grotesque head, its pale bone spines glinting ominously under the moonlight, its enormous yellow vertical pupils brimming with cruelty and a hint of intrigue. "Your scent is somewhat different. Quick enough. Strong enough. I hope you can endure longer than those tin cans." Abandoning its destruction of the buildings, the abomination's colossal foot slammed down. Boom! The ground erupted. Its massive form exhibited terrifying explosive power that belied its size, akin to an out-of-control heavy truck, hurtling toward the rooftop where Chen Mo stood with a brutal ferocity. Its enormous bony fist tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as it descended. Even before the fist arrived, the overwhelming pressure had already warped the railings at the edge of the rooftop. An insect? A cold smile curled at the corners of Chen Mo's lips. His eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with boiling combat spirit and an exhilarating eagerness to test his limits. Bull Talisman power. Full throttle. Stacked. Rabbit Talisman Supersonic. Maximum activation. He chose not to evade. Instead, he met the colossal bone fist, capable of flattening a main battle tank, with his own fist. His fair, seemingly ordinary human fist, infused with the divine power of the bull talisman, bulged with muscle, and beneath his skin, golden light shimmered momentarily. His speed accelerated to break the sound barrier, compressing the air in front of his fist into a visible conical shockwave. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying thud resounded, akin to two solid mountains colliding violently. At the point where their fists met, a visible white shockwave erupted violently, akin to the massive ripples caused by a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a shockwave passed, the concrete surface of the rooftop shattered like fragile cookies, lifting and cracking. The entire building groaned under the unbearable strain, shaking violently. The windows of several precarious buildings shattered instantaneously, sending fragments cascading to the ground. Below, battered cars were hurled into the air, tumbling like mere toys amidst a cloud of dust and debris. From the epicenter of devastation, a figure shot forth like a cannonball, crashing through the walls of two towering edifices, carving a trench over 100 meters long into the streets of Harlem, before ultimately colliding with the lower level of a department store, unleashing a storm of dust and shattered glass. It was an embodiment of loathing. As the dust began to settle on the rooftop, Chen Mo remained steadfast, his fist poised in midair. The rooftop beneath him had been reduced to precarious fragments, its edge jagged and uneven. Gradually, he withdrew his fist, shaking off the pale remnants of bone that clung to his knuckles. The gravel beneath his feet emitted a faint scraping sound. Neo Talisman Fusion Degree. 15, current 75. Collision of extreme power. 2 Talisman Fusion Degree. 08, current 23. Precise burst and release of force at supersonic speeds. Combination technique prototype. Neo, Divine Power. 2, Supersonic Heavy Fist. Chen Mo shook his slightly numbed arm, feeling the surge of power and speed coursing within him, a flicker of satisfaction glinting in his eyes. The might of loathing was indeed formidable. Yet, it was merely a prelude. A resounding roar erupted from the ruins of the department store. A sound not of a defeated creature, but of a beast ignited with primal fury. The dust was swept aside by a violent gust, revealing the immense form of loathing rising slowly to its feet, shaking off its dazed head. Fine cracks appeared on the stark white bone armor of its shoulders and fists, dark green blood seeping through the fissures. It had been wounded, struck by a mere wisp of a human. "I shall tear you apart." The eyes of loathing glowed crimson with ferocity, rationality drowned beneath a tide of rage. Abandoning all defenses, it charged once more at Chen Mo, assuming the feral stance of a primal beast, its massive feet creating deep craters in the ground with every stride. Meanwhile, above Harlem, a Quinjet hovered like a specter in the sky. Inside the cockpit, Nick Fury's single I was fixed intently on the live battle footage projected before him, his expression as grave as lead. The scene captured Chen Mo's punch, sending loathing flying, vividly etched in the visual display. Coulson. Fury's voice was as cold and unyielding as iron. Target codename updated. Source Spirit. Threat level temporarily elevated to Omega Observation. I require all combat data. Precise to the millisecond. Chapter 27. The Dragon's roar shakes the world. Ruling over the ruins, the charge of loathing resembled an uncontrollable seismic force. Each footfall triggering violent tremors in the streets, stones and dust swirling into the air. Amidst the wreckage, Chen Mo stood resolute as a boulder, his hood billowing in the fierce wind, his icy gaze locked onto the enraged white behemoth charging towards him. No tentative measures, no embellishments. The clash of pure power ignited the latent ferocity within Chen Mo. The balance bestowed by the Tiger Talisman fortified his mental core, yet could not suppress the battle fervor ignited by the boiling force. Gulme. 2 Talisman, Supersonic. Erupt. Neo Talisman, Divine Power. Infuse my legs. Boom. The fragment of the rooftop beneath Chen Mo's feet completely collapsed. His figure transformed into a black line, tearing through the air as he boldly confronted the abomination. His speed was so extraordinary that it left several distinct sonic boom rings in midair. The abomination's colossal bone fist descended with the force of annihilation. This time, Chen Mo did not engage head-on. The rabbit talisman bestowed not merely linear velocity, but also a neural response and dynamic vision that transcended human limits. At the very moment the bone fist was about to strike, Chen Mo's body glided an inconceivably small angle, narrowly evading the jagged edge of the bone-laden fist. The fierce wind from the punch stung his cheek, yet under the protection of the Ox Talisman, not even his skin was broken. In that fleeting moment of passing, the divine power of the Ox Talisman surged into his right arm. The terrifying kinetic energy from the supersonic speed had yet to dissipate. Down you go. Chen Mo's right elbow struck like a battering ram, crashing into the unguarded junction of the abomination's spine armor. That was the relatively weak point of its massive form. Crack. The chilling sound of bones fracturing resonated clearly. The momentum of the abomination's massive body abruptly halted, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, causing it to uncontrollably topple forward. Boom! The abomination fell like a mountain of flesh, crashing heavily onto the debris below. Dust billowed into the sky like a mushroom cloud. The entire Harlem district seemed to tremble in response. Ox Talisman Fusion Degree 07, current 82. Precise strike on weakness. Rabbit Talisman Fusion Degree 05, current 28. Lethal counterattack under extreme evasion. Roar. A mix of pain and fury erupted from the ruins as the abomination struggled to rise. But the excruciating pain in its waist and the stiffness from dislocated bones rendered its movements grotesque. Chen Mo's figure gracefully landed on a slanted, massive concrete slab. Gazing down into the smoke-filled pit below, he breathed slightly heavier. The continuous bursts of energy had taken a toll. Yet the sensation of power surging within him was clearer than ever. The balancing light of the Tiger Talisman flowed through his consciousness, gradually soothing the mental fatigue brought on by the battle. System energy, 65. The passive internal balance of the Tiger Talisman is in effect, increasing energy recovery rate by 10. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several armor-piercing rockets, trailing flames, were shot from the remnants of a military position, aiming precisely at the abomination's head, throat, and heart while it lay incapacitated. General Ross seized this fleeting opportunity. Fool! Chen Mo found it. Such an attack might be lethal against ordinary armor targets, but against the Gamma monster, it would only exacerbate the situation. Indeed, the recently wounded abomination was thoroughly provoked by this ambush. It did not even bother to evade, raising its massive bone claws to shield its face. Boom! 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 Flames erupted upon the abomination. The violent explosions temporarily obscured its figure. Yet in the next moment, a roar far more savage and frenzied than before tore through the remnants of the explosion. Whoosh! A visible wave of grim green energy surged forth from the epicenter of the explosion, akin to a hurricane sweeping across the land. The surrounding ruins were once again upheaved, with several armored vehicles nearby being violently overturned. The swirling dust and debris were scattered by the ferocity of the onslaught. The abomination arose once more, its form seemingly inflated yet again. The pallid bone armor was marred with charred marks and delicate fissures, yet within its sinister yellow eyes burned only an unadulterated desire for destruction. The broken spines of its shoulders and back writhed under the chaotic surge of gamma energy, regenerating into more robust and menacing protrusions. Its wounds healed at an alarming rate. Hung! Power! Infinite power! The abomination roared skyward, its voice reverberating so intensely that the distant glass facades hummed in response. Abruptly, it turned its head, those frenzied, slit pupils locking onto the pale-faced General Ross by the command vehicle. You, insect, I shall crush you first. It abandoned the tenacious Chen Mo, its colossal body propelled by an insatiable thirst for carnage as it charged toward General Ross with lethal intent. The ground beneath its feet undulated like waves. Open fire. Stop it. At all costs. General Ross's voice was hoarse with a hint of despair. The barrage from heavy machine guns rained down upon the abomination, akin to rain upon a banana leaf. As a catastrophe loomed imminent, a chilling voice resonated along the path of the charging creature, declaring, "Your opponent is me." Chen Mo's figure appeared as if propelled by instant teleportation, positioning himself between the abomination and General Ross's command vehicle. Gazing at the onrushing titan of destruction and sensing the escalating ferocity emanating from it, Chen Mo felt not a shred of fear. Instead, a fervent flame ignited within his eyes. Testing the limits of strength, this indomitable monster before him was the perfect measure. Bull Talisman Divine Power. Maximum output. Rabbit Talisman Supersonic. Overload. A hum reverberated as an invisible force field enveloped Chen Mo's form, distorting the air around him. The ground beneath him collapsed instantaneously into a shallow pit. He inhaled deeply, legs slightly bent, poised like a leaping cheetah, fixated on the oncoming abomination. No evasión, no underhanded tactics. This time, it was a pure confrontation of strength against strength, a direct clash between beast and human weaponry. Come on! Chen Mo unleashed a deep growl, confronting the massive body of the abomination barreling toward him, thrusting both palms forward with tremendous force. The air before his palms was compressed to an extreme, producing a sharp, explosive crack. Boom! An even more terrifying collision ensued. It was as if two meteors collided at the heart of the ruins in Harlem. The impact point erupted in blinding white light, forming a massive crater over 20 meters in diameter instantaneously. The shockwave swept outwards like a ring of annihilation, vaporizing the soil and debris at the crater's edge. Distant remnants of buildings were ruthlessly toppled, as if by an invisible hand. Several news helicopters hovering dangerously low were violently shaken by the turbulent winds, nearly spiraling out of control and crashing. The swirling clouds of dust enveloped the impact center like a heavy curtain, as if time itself had come to a standstill. By the command vehicle, General Ross gripped the armrest tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the strain, his eyes wide with a near-fractured intensity. Within the cockpit of the Kuan fighter jet, Fury's singular eye remained fixed, unblinking, upon the screen obscured by dust. The entire world held its breath, awaiting the outcome of the collision. The unsettling sounds of crunching and creaking echoed from the heart of the dust, as if metal were being wrenched apart under immense force. Suddenly, a colossal figure, as massive as a mountain, staggered backward from the thick haze, It was the abomination. Its enormous form was encased in a ghastly white carapace, marred by spiderweb-like cracks, particularly pronounced at the chest where it had met Chen Mo's palms, creating a deep, distorted indentation. Dark green blood streamed like a brook from the gaps in its armor and from its mouth and nostrils. Its gigantic feet carved deep furrows into the rubble, each retreating step accompanied by the groans of the earth and the brittle sounds of shattering bones. It had stumbled back several meters before barely managing to stabilize its precarious stance. Within its violent, slitted eyes, for the first time, there flickered a look of incredulous terror. As the dust began to settle, Chen Mo's figure was once again revealed at the center of the impact crater. He remained steadfast in his stance, palms extended outward, firmly rooted in place. The ground beneath him radiated cracks like a spider's web, but only within a few meters around him. His clothing was torn in several places, exposing his well-defined muscles, stained with dust and a hint of the abomination's dark green blood. His arms trembled slightly, muscles protesting with a tearing ache, and his palms were split, oozing blood. Yet he stood his ground. He had withstood the full force of the rampaging abomination without yielding an inch. Ox Talisman Fusion Degree 20, Current 102. Breaking the limits. A qualitative transformation in power and defense is achieved. Rabbit Talisman Fusion Degree 12, Current 40. The instant burst and unloading technique under overload has reached perfection. Combo skills Supersonic Heavy Fist Proficiency Enhanced. Can now incorporate Ox Talisman Shockwave Effect. With a deep breath, Chen Mo slowly lowered his arms, panting heavily, each breath filled with scorching air. The muscle-tearing sensation from the Ox Talisman's extreme operation was gradually mending under the Rabbit Talisman's subtle healing. An unprecedented weariness washed over him. It was overshadowed by the exhilaration of surpassing his limits. He gazed at the staggering abomination in the distance, its eyes betraying a newfound fear, and bared his teeth, revealing a mouth full of gleaming white fangs. Now it was time to end this. Chapter 28. Dragon Flame Burns the Heavens. A name is born. The abomination gasped violently amidst the ruins, each breath resembling the wheeze of a broken bellows, spewing forth a foul stench laced with blood. The horrific indentation in its chest was a sight to behold, shattered bone spurs protruding like broken spear tips, piercing its pallid skin and flowing with dark green blood. Its frenzied vertical pupils fixated intently on the diminutive yet godlike figure 100 meters away, where fear and a wild fury intertwined and ignited. "No, it is impossible. I'm his strongest," it growled, attempting to summon the raging gamma energy within to mend its wounds. Yet, the tremors caused by the divine power of the Bull Talisman seemed to penetrate its very marrow. Each surge of energy brought excruciating pain, rendering the healing process agonizingly slow. Chen Mo straightened his posture, taking a deep breath. The air was thick with the acrid scents of gunpowder, blood, and dust. The soreness in his arms swiftly subsided under the warm flow of the Horse Talisman, while the balancing force of the Tiger Talisman anchored his slightly agitated mental core due to the extreme outburst. The system's energy stood at 52, sufficient to support one final strike. The trial of strength had concluded. This monstrous bag of sand had fulfilled its purpose. Now, a sufficiently stunning display was required to declare the end of power. The Dragon Talisman's explosive energy commenced its gathering. Buzz! Unlike the previous instant release, this time, Chen Mo harnessed a greater reservoir of mental energy for guidance and compression. His right arm slowly rose, finger splayed, palm directed towards the writhing abomination in the distance. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, emitting a low, mournful wail, beginning to stir anxiously. Heating up, scorching, frenzied, annihilating. A flicker of orange-red light ignited in Chen Mo's palm, akin to a feeble spark. Yet in an instant the spark expanded, compressed, and expanded again. The radiance intensified, its hue shifting from orange-red to a deep, molten crimson. The terrifying heat warped the light, making the very fabric of space appear to groan. Dragon Talisman fusion rate rapidly increasing, 516,378. Energy compression, heightened condensed state. Additional mental power lock engaged. Warning: energy output is about to exceed the current talisman's bearing limit. Please exercise caution. The winds of the Harlem district seemed to come to a standstill. All remaining gunfire ceased at that moment. Whether it was the trembling soldiers in the ruins, the terrified survivors peering from afar in the crumbling buildings, or Fury and Coulson, who held their breath in the airborne Quinjet, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to that figure and the increasingly terrifying energy core in his palm. It was a fragment of the sun, capable of incinerating everything. Roar! The abomination sensed a life-threatening peril. That destructive energy overwhelmed its primal fear, eclipsing its rage. It let out a roar filled with defiance and dread, enduring the intense pain as its colossal bone claws seized a nearby, severed concrete tower base, hurling it with all its might towards Chen Mo. Simultaneously, its massive form recklessly turned, attempting to crash into the subway station entrance that had yet to fully collapse. The enormous concrete block, accompanied by a whistling wind, hurtled towards Chen Mo like a meteor. In the face of this desperate counterattack, Chen Mo's gaze remained unwavering. He locked onto the abomination with a precision akin to the most sophisticated radar. The dragon explosion's deep resonance echoed through the desolate ruins, clearly reaching every ear. Burn it all away. Bone! The dark red energy pillar, charged to its zenith, erupted from Chen Mo's palm like a world-ending dragon, breaking free from its constraints. The pillar, exceeding a meter in diameter, ionized the air in its wake, producing a piercing shriek accompanied by arcs of blue electricity. The surrounding space contorted and deformed under the searing heat. A massive concrete block, propelled by the onrush, vaporized upon contact with the dragon's flames, akin to ice thrown into a furnace, disintegrating into nothingness with a sizzling sound. Even before an explosion could occur, the pillar pressed on without pause, tearing through space at a velocity surpassing the speed of sound, precisely penetrating the vulnerable right shoulder blade and spine junction of the monstrous entity known as the Abomination, which had just collapsed the entrance of the subway station. There, the bone armor shattered, and the defenses plummeted. A chilling sound echoed, reminiscent of a red-hot iron rod piercing through butter, without a loud explosion. The dark red destructive flames effortlessly penetrated the Abomination's proud pale armor and its gamma-enhanced resilient muscles. The terrifying kinetic energy thrust its massive form deep into the subway station. It was only as it delved further underground that the extreme heat and explosive energy contained within the dragon flames erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom! A deep, muffled explosion resonated from the depths below. The earth trembled violently, as if a colossal beast writhed in agony beneath the surface. The ground of Harlem undulated like waves. From the subway entrance surged a towering pillar of destruction, a mixture of dark red flames and sickly green gamma energy, reaching dozens of meters high. The surrounding ruins, within hundreds of meters, succumbed to a chain collapse as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Smoke and dust, mingled with eerie energy mist, soared into the sky, forming a twisted, grotesque mushroom cloud. On the ground, a vast lava pit, exceeding 10 meters in diameter and unfathomable in depth, emerged at the subway entrance. Its edges of earth and concrete instantly vitrified by the intense heat, radiating a dark red glow and exuding terrifying temperatures. From the depths of the cavern, faint, intermittent wails of the Abomination, in excruciating pain, could be heard, but they quickly waned, leaving only the hissing of flowing lava and the muffled sounds of collapsing structures. Dragon Talisman Fusion Degree 35, Current 113. Extreme Compressed Energy Penetration. Additional burning and internal explosion effects. Target Abomination sustains devastating damage. Vital signs rapidly deteriorating. Subquest Gamma Purge completed. Rewards. Ox Talisman Fusion Degree 10, Current 112. Rabbit Talisman Fusion Degree 08, Current 48. Dragon Talisman Fusion Degree 10, Current 123. Universal Points 2,000. Chen Mo slowly lowered his smoking arm, feeling a slight sting in his palm. He gazed at the immense lava pit before him, reminiscent of a portal to hell, and savored the surge of power brought forth by the enhancement of his Talisman Fusion Degree, exhaling a long breath of scorching air. The winds of Harlem began to stir once more, heavy with the scent of char and sulfur. Silence, an absolute silence, enveloped the entire battlefield. In the distance, survivors lay incapacitated on the ground, oblivious to their own loss of control. The remaining soldiers, having forgotten their weapons, stared vacantly at the horrifying chasm and the molten lava. General Ross, his complexion ashen, leaned against the command vehicle, his lips quivering, yet no sound escaped them. High above, within a Quinjet, Fury's solitary, eye fixated on the figure standing at the edge of the lava pit, resembling a deity of destruction, while a holographic screen beside him displayed the preliminary analysis of the dragon flame energy, revealing a peak temperature exceeding that of the sun's surface and a penetrating power surpassing all known kinetic weaponry, categorizing the energy level as a city-level threat. Director Coulson's voice carried a barely perceptible dryness as he concluded his distaste for the situation. Fury remained silent for a long moment, his rough fingers tapping against the console, before his grave voice resonated with an unprecedented weight. Notify all agents with Level 7 clearance and above. Source Spirit Dossier access elevated to the Celestial Sword threat list. Assessment: possesses the capability to single-handedly obliterate New York. Current stance: extremely dangerous and uncontrollable. Engagement strategy indefinitely suspended. Maintain continuous observation at the highest level. No proactive provocations are permitted. He paused to add, furthermore, prepare a top-tier confidentiality and compensation plan for Ross. Everything that transpired in Harlem today was a catastrophe triggered by the military's secret weapon experiment gone awry. Is that understood? Yes, Director. Coulson responded solemnly, his gaze toward the figure below, imbued with unprecedented awe and trepidation. Amidst the ruins, Chen Mo seemed to sense the scrutiny from above. He slightly lifted his head, his cold gaze piercing through the Quinjet's armor, locking eyes with Fury for a brief moment. At that instant, a daring television helicopter breached the military's perimeter, strong gusts dispersing some of the smoke, as the camera's telephoto lens firmly focused on the figure at the edge of the lava pit. Blinding searchlights illuminated him. In the harsh light, Chen Mo's hood fluttered slightly, revealing his chiseled jawline. He disregarded the glaring spotlight, as well as the surrounding desolation and countless terrified gazes. He raised his right hand, palm upward, and his fingertips twitched ever so slightly. With a hiss, a slender, ruby-like beam of searing energy shot forth from his fingertips, precisely melting through the helicopter's searchlight. Amidst the terrified screams of the pilot and reporters and the astonished gaze of countless viewers before their televisions, Chen Mo's icy voice resonated through the live audio equipment, echoing throughout New York. Remember, the rampaging monster is known as Abomination, and the one to end it is the Source Spirit. As his words fell, the light of the serpent charm flickered, and his figure melded into the air like ink dissolving, vanishing entirely amidst the rising heat waves and smoke at the edge of the lava pit. Only the unfathomably deep chasm, glowing with a dark red light, and the pervasive atmosphere of terrifying heat and sulfur lingered, silently proclaiming, an entity known as Source Spirit had officially ascended to the stage of New York, and indeed, the entire world, in the most domineering and irresistible manner. Chapter 29. The Encirclement of Shadows. 3 undercurrents. The molten pit in Harlem has yet to cool. While the name of the Source Spirit has swept through New York like a plague, permeating every inch of the atmosphere. For the ordinary citizens, it is a blend of fear intertwined with a bizarre sense of security. For the forces lurking in the shadows, it serves as a clarion call of greed and trepidation. Deep within Brooklyn, in an abandoned auto repair shop, Chen Mo sits cross-legged upon the frigid lift platform, the air suffused with the scent of machine oil and rust. The system's energy gradually rises to 55, yet the mental equilibrium bestowed by the Tiger Charm continues to suppress the remnants of the Dragon Flame's violent wrath, which yearns to obliterate everything in its path. Ox Charm Fusion Degree 112, Rabbit Charm Fusion Degree 48, Dragon Charm Fusion Degree 123, System Energy 55. An unprecedented sensation of vitality courses through his limbs, each heartbeat reverberating like the thunderous drum of war. Yet, Chen Mo's brow furrows slightly. It is too quiet. The retribution from Jean Bing, the prying eyes of S.H.I.L.D., and even the military's potential recklessness in this forsaken corner should not yield such tranquility. Warning: high-precision life signal scan detected. Source of scan: multiple directions. Warning: weak energy wave resonance detected. Suspected energy signature tracking targeting the host. Warning: non-natural shadows detected. Threat level: low. Surveillance quantity: 3. The chilling alerts from the system feel like ice water poured over him. They are here, almost simultaneously. Boom! The massive roll-up door of the repair shop is violently blown open by an external explosive device. The acrid smoke billows forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several fist-sized, red glowing orbs are hurled inside, unfurling midair into a honeycomb structure, instantly releasing a cacophony of buzzing and a powerful electromagnetic pulse. Disruption grenades. Strobe flashbangs. The entire interior of the repair shop is engulfed by a chaotic surge of energy and blinding white light. Surveillance cameras erupt in sparks, and old fluorescent tubes crackle and shatter. This is a tactic specifically designed to counter high-tech equipment and disrupt the senses. Target confirmed. Source spirit. Execute capture. Prioritize non-lethal weaponry. A chilling command, processed through electronic modulation, resonates amid the echoes of the explosion. Amidst the cover of brilliant light and swirling smoke, a dozen agile figures, like phantoms, stream through the shattered door and broken windows, clad in matte black tactical gear, equipped with full coverage helmets, and armed with equipment far superior to ordinary soldiers. High-frequency sonic impact batons, powerful neurotoxin guns, high-pressure electric nets, and even small energy suppressors mounted on their shoulders. Their movements are synchronized, their coordination impeccable, akin to a precision-killing machine, instantly sealing off all possible escape routes within the repair shop. With the weapon's infrared targeting systems locking onto the area where Chen Mo is concealed amidst the smoke. The military, and not just any forces, but elite troops far beyond the ordinary. Chen Mo realizes in an instant. General Ross is evidently unwilling to accept the humiliation of defeat and the disgrace of Harlem, deploying his ultimate forces. However, this is not the entirety of it. Just as the military squad bursts in, hiss, 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 3 barely perceptible tendrils of black smoke slithered like serpents possessed, swiftly traversing the shadows along the walls of the repair shop. Their target, none other than Chen Mo. Within the murky haze, the distinctive azure emblem of Hydra flickered ominously. They had adeptly maneuvered through the chaotic gaps in the military's firepower net, seeking to exploit the confusion. Complicating matters further, high above, a modified Quinjet, painted nearly invisible, hovered like a vulture in the sky. Beneath its belly, a disc-shaped device silently rotated, casting undetectable low-frequency energy scanning waves. It was this very resonance between the scanning waves and the faint energy of the spell within Chen Mo that triggered the system's alarm. 3 factions converged: the elite military Echo team, the lurking Hydra Viper agents, and the observant eyes of SHALD from above. It was akin to a meticulously woven net that suddenly tightened around its prey. Inside the Quinjet, Fury S Singular, I was fixated on the real-time, multi-spectral imaging of the unfolding scene below. The energy silhouette representing Chen Mo appeared somewhat blurred amidst the interference of bright light, yet remained discernibly clear. The target's energy response was astonishingly stable, with minimal impact from the brilliance surrounding him. Hill's voice carried a hint of gravity. "Lock onto him, Hill." Fury's tone was as cold as iron, commanding the Echo team's data collection on all operational movements, particularly the target's counterattack patterns. Natasha prepared for Hydra's vermin, ready to execute the insurance protocol should the source spirit find itself cornered or reveal its true vulnerabilities. His finger hovered above a crimson button, representing the Quinjet's superpowered particle cannon, capable of annihilating an entire city block in an instant. Inside the repair shop, the overwhelming light and white noise barely affected Chen Mo. The enhanced senses from the bull spell effortlessly filtered the distractions, while the concealment instinct of the snake spell allowed him to meld seamlessly into the smoky chaos and erratic light. He observed the approaching Echo team, characterized by their high tactical proficiency, alongside the 3 insidious shadows, a cold smirk flickering in his eyes. Do they all aspire to be hunters? Chen Montak Momulet, as if conversing with himself, yet his words pierced through layers of obstruction to reach the Quinjet's listening devices. Let us see whose claws are sharper. In a sudden burst, he moved, not opting for invisibility, but harnessing the rabbit's spell. Supersonic, an explosive surge. Boom! In an instant, he left behind a conical sonic boom cloud. Formed as compressed air reached its peak velocity, Chen Mo's figure appeared as if teleported, right amidst the two foremost Echo operatives. His speed was so extraordinary that the sensors within their helmets barely registered the piercing alarm in time. Empowered by the bull spell, infusing strength into his arms. There were no flamboyant techniques, only an overwhelming force and velocity. Bang! Bang! Two fists, clad in tactical gloves, struck like siege hammers, leaving behind supersonic afterimages as they crashed into the chests of the two operatives. Crack! The sickening sounds of alloy armor shattering and ribs fracturing echoed simultaneously. Puff! The two operatives were struck as if by a high-speed train, blood and shattered innards erupting from their mouths. Their bodies flew backward, propelled at a velocity surpassing their advance, colliding forcefully with two teammates behind them, sending all four tumbling in a chaotic heap, instantly incapacitated. One strike, for rendered powerless. The remaining members of the Echo squad felt their pupils constrict sharply, their well-trained nerves tensing to their utmost limits. The high-frequency oscillation baton, accompanied by a piercing hum that tore through the air, swept toward Chen Mo's joints. A nerve anesthetic dart shot out from an ingenious angle, while a high-voltage electric net descended ominously overhead. The energy suppressor on their shoulders surged to full power, attempting to disrupt the flow of energy within him. Simultaneously, the three shadows accelerated abruptly, no longer stealthy, but akin to black arrows released from a bowstring. Three beams, infused with chilling energy, shot forth from the shadows, targeting Chen Mo's back and temple with lethal precision, seizing the moment to strike decisively. A disdainful sneer escaped Chen Mo's lips. Amidst the barrage of attacks, his figure flickered like a specter, the ultimate speed of the rabbit talisman leaving behind a blur of afterimages. The high-frequency baton swept through the phantoms. The anesthetic dart pierced through them, and the electric net fell short. The ripples from the energy suppressor dissipated like a drop in the ocean. Meanwhile, his true form appeared instantaneously behind a squad member who was about to change magazines. His hand sliced like lightning into the unprotected nape of the opponent's neck, causing the soldier to collapse without a sound. The three deadly beams of cold energy pierced through the afterimages left by Chen Mo, striking the rusted walls of the repair shop with a resounding impact, corroding three deep pits that emitted dark smoke. Clearly, they were specialized energy weapons crafted by Hydra. The target speed far exceeded estimates, suspected to involve short-distance spatial flickering. Non-lethal weapons had failed. Repeat, non-lethal weapons had failed. Requesting authorization for the use of restricted force. The commander of the Echo squad roared through the communication channel, his voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. Authorization granted for the use of the wall breaker. Target extremely dangerous. Repeat, target extremely dangerous. The roar of General Ross echoed from the command center. Three Echo squad members, noticeably more robust than their comrades, suddenly stepped forward, tearing open the front of their tight combat suits to reveal a miniature reactor gleaming with a perilous blue light embedded in the center of their chests. This reactor was connected to a complex network of tubes that plunged deep into their spines and limbs. A surge of violent energy erupted from the trio. Their muscles expanded as if inflated, veins bulging beneath their skin, taking on an abnormal purplish hue, while their eyes were transformed into a frenzied azure by the energy. They emitted a low, beastly growl. Simultaneously, the three activated, their speed surpassing human limits. Like three uncontrollable war machines, they charged toward Chen Mo in a triangular formation, propelled by a tempest of raging energy. The cement ground beneath their feet cracked and splintered with each step, and even before their fists reached him. The violent energy pressure had already sent Chen Mo's garments fluttering wildly. The military's ultimate trump card, the semi-mechanical modified soldiers stimulated by gamma energy, the wall breaker. High above, aboard a Kuan-style warplane, Fury's single eye gleamed with intensity. Now is the moment. Analyze the target's responses to superlative forces and energy impacts. Record all physiological and energy reaction details. The encirclement had commenced, and the true lethal move was about to unfold. Chapter 30. The Dragon's Fury Shakes the Heavens. The Mystery of Immortality. Three humanoid weapons, shrieking and tearing through the air, lunged forth with ferocity. The furious gamma energy intertwines with the mechanical might, creating a visible distortion field that completely seals off all avenues for Chen Mo to evade. The air is compressed, emitting a thunderous roar. "Insect, I shall crush you," bellowed the leading augmented soldier, his azure eyes burning solely with the desire for destruction. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, is enveloped in a blinding energy arc, descending with crushing force. This blow possesses the power to pierce the frontal armor of a main battle tank. The shadow of Hydra looms like a relentless parasite, as three insidious tendrils of black smoke coalesce into three poisoned, shadowy daggers, silently aiming for the vulnerabilities exposed by Chen Mo's evasion of the wall breaker, targeting his lower back, knee, and temple. The timing of this assault is exquisitely precise. Suddenly, the energy scanning waves from above intensify, akin to invisible shackles attempting to lock onto the flow of energy within Chen Mo's being. It is a deadly scenario. Yet, within Chen Mo's eyes, a near-manic flame of exhilaration ignites. The balancing light of the Tiger Talisman surges swiftly within his core consciousness, suppressing the insatiable urge to fragment, while elevating all his senses, strength, and speed to their zenith. He craves such pressure, such a crucible of confrontation. He welcomes the challenge. He neither retreats nor evades, nor even employs the Serpent Talisman's invisibility. Confronting the gamma-infused fist capable of shattering mountains, Chen Mo's right hand tightens into a fist, channeling the divine might of the Ox Talisman with the force of a raging river. The golden patterns beneath his skin flash momentarily. The air before his fist is compressed to an extreme, forming a visible white shockwave. Boom! The clash of fists erupts like two meteors colliding head-on. The violent shockwave detonates once more, even more concentrated than during his encounter with the abomination in Harlem. The discarded parts within the repair shop are swept up like leaves in a tempest, torn asunder. The ground is scraped away, leaving a layer stripped bare. The two other wall breakers are momentarily halted by the force of the impact. Crack, sizzle. The nauseating sounds of shattering and metal distortion fill the air. The augmented soldier's massive fist, encased in an alloy gauntlet and entwined with gamma energy, alongside the alloy armor beneath, crumbles under the force of Chen Mo's iron fist infused with 112 units of Ox Talisman power, shattering, warping, and distorting like fragile porcelain. Dark red flesh mingles with severed metal conduits, blue energy fluid, and shattered bones, bursting forth like a tomato crushed by immense force. Act! The augmented soldier emits a wretched wail, his colossal form sent flying backward as if struck by a speeding truck, crashing through a row of heavy tool racks. Buried beneath a steel ruin, with only a twisted metal arm protruding, twitching in agony. Ox Talisman Fusion, Level 08, Current 120. Destroyed Superalloy Armored Limb. Power Penetration Enhanced. The madness in the eyes of the other two wall breakers is instantly extinguished by this gruesome scene, replaced by sheer horror. Yet, military orders and the surging gamma energy within compel them to continue their assault. The soldier on the left spreads his arms wide, the energy core in his chest glowing intensely, and a massive beam of gamma energy erupts forth at close range. With a devastating surge of radiation and searing heat, the figure on the right relinquished his fists, propelling his entire body like a projectile, aiming to pulverize Chen Mo with his mechanically enhanced shoulder. Simultaneously, the lethal dagger of Hydra was already upon him, its chilling energy causing sharp stings against Chen Mo's skin. A vexatious fly, a glint of fierce determination, flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Rabbit Talisman, Supersonic, Arc Maneuver. In an instant, his form vanished from sight, leaving behind a massive void, scorched by a gamma energy beam. The next moment, he materialized beside the wall breaker on the left. With his left hand extended, he invoked the Chicken Talisman, unleashing telekinetic force. A powerful, invisible energy instantaneously ensnared the colossal body of the wall breaker, which had been unleashing energy. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it sufficed. Chen Mo's right hand was already coiled with energy. Within his palm, the orange-red glow of the Dragon Talisman was compressed to its utmost, no longer a mere sphere, but transforming into a spiraling energy cone akin to a drill bit, spinning at high velocity. The tip blazed white, exuding an aura capable of annihilating all. Spiral Dragon Flame Break. Sizzle. The whirling crimson-white energy cone pierced through the wall breaker's remaining energy shield and alloy armor as easily as a heated needle through thin paper, forcefully penetrating his core chest. Boom! This time, it was a muffled internal explosion. The wall breaker's movements froze instantaneously, a basketball-sized cavity erupting from his chest, its edges resembling terrifying molten glass. The furious gamma energy broke free from its restraints, spilling forth with catastrophic radiation. The blue light in his eyes dimmed rapidly, and his massive form crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Dragon Talisman Fusion Degree. 15. Current. 138. Energy Form Innovation. Spiral Penetration. Internal explosion effect significantly enhanced. The final wall breaker's savage charge was upon him. Meanwhile, the three venomous daggers of Hydra, rendered ineffective by Chen Mo's sudden displacement, still viciously aimed for his ribs and waist. Seeking death, Chen Mo's murderous intent surged. He did not retreat. His right leg swept out like a steel whip. Bull Talisman's divine strength infused, surpassing the speed of sound. Boom! A profoundly thunderous impact. The last wall breaker's armor, harder than steel, crumpled and shattered beneath Chen Mo's whip-like kick, resembling inferior plastic. His massive body was propelled sideways by this overwhelming force, crashing into a support pillar of the repair shop. The pillar groaned in agony, fracturing into a spiderweb of cracks. The wall breaker was embedded in the wall, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his chest caved in, a sight that foretold his impending demise. Uft, uft, uft. Three soft sounds. The three poisoned shadowy daggers finally struck Chen Mo. However, the dagger tips scraped against what felt like the toughest alloy, producing a jarring screech. They merely left three rents in his clothing, while his skin bore three faint white lines, not even breaking the skin. The faint golden light of the horse talisman's passive protection flickered and vanished. The three figures in Hydra's shadow simultaneously gasped, evidently suffering backlash from their damaged weapons. How could this be? An incredulous exclamation echoed from the shadows. Now, it is your turn. Chen Mo's cold gaze swept toward the shadows. With his left hand outstretched, the luminous sigil of the dragon's spell ignited once more, this time imbued with a lethal intent that seemed to lock onto the very essence of his soul. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted from the corner of the repair shop. It was the first wall breaker, the one Chen Mo had sent flying, now buried beneath a pile of tools. Remarkably, he was still clinging to life. In his final moments, he detonated the gamma energy core within him along with all the high explosives he carried. A terrifying inferno and shockwave surged forth like a wrathful tsunami, instantly engulfing a significant portion of the repair shop. Scorching metallic shards shot out in all directions like the scythes of the Grim Reaper. The frenzied shockwave, laced with lethal gamma radiation, swept away everything in its path. Chen Mo was perilously close to the epicenter of the explosion, bearing the brunt of the assault. Warning: ultra-high energy mixed explosion impact, overlapping lethal gamma radiation. Threat level: extremely high. Dog sigil sensing immediate death threat. Passive trigger assessment in progress. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in Chen Mo's perception. He witnessed the destructive flames and shockwaves materialize into a tangible wall, swiftly consuming him. The deadly radiation pierced through his body like myriad venomous needles, targeting every cell. There was no escape, no means to defend. At the very instant this undeniable threat of death loomed over him, a warm, eternal glow, as pure as the first light of dawn, erupted from the deepest recesses of Chen Mo's being. It instantaneously enveloped his entire form, manifesting as a gossamer cocoon of golden light that seemed to transcend time itself. Boom! The torrent of destruction collided vehemently against the golden cocoon. There was no explosion, no shockwave. The terrifying energy, capable of vaporizing steel and warping life, upon contact with the golden cocoon, dissipated silently like snow under the blazing sun, purifying and returning to the void. Only the surface of the cocoon rippled violently, akin to a stone cast into a lake, revealing the magnitude of the impact it endured. Within the cocoon, Chen Mo remained unscathed. He could acutely feel a force originating from the essence of life itself, protecting him from any external deprivation. time, space, energy, radiation, every potential source of rule-level harm that could lead to the obliteration of life's imprint was utterly shielded by this seemingly fragile cocoon. Dog Sigil, Immortal, passive trigger activated. Status, encountered rule-level death threat, high explosive energy impact, gamma radiation distortion. Triggered the highest level of absolute existence protection. Effect, immune to all physical energy, rule-level death damage. Preserves the host's life imprint in eternal existence. Energy consumption, passive trigger. No consumption, life imprint protection is a rule-level passive. So this is what it means to be immortal. Chen Mo felt that eternal warmth within him, an inexplicable enlightenment washing over his heart. He gazed at the center of the explosion, where only a vast pit of molten rock and twisted metal debris remained. The flames and smoke gradually dissipated. The surviving members of Echo Team, alongside the three Hydra shadows, stood petrified, their visors and helmets concealing faces etched with unparalleled horror and absurdity. To withstand the self-detonation of the Gamma, Core, and Scathe, this was no mere human feat. It was monstrous, divine. Within the cockpit of the high-altitude Quinn-class aircraft, alarms blared piercingly. The energy detector, signifying Chen Mo, displayed a luminous dot within the explosive core's epicenter. Initially, the energy readings plummeted to the brink of extinction, only to stabilize in an unprecedented manner akin to a supernova's eruption. The waveforms, indicative of life, remained remarkably tranquil, devoid of any fluctuation. Report. Target's vital signs remain unchanged. Energy readings stable. He withstood the Gamma Core's detonation. Hill's voice quivered with disbelief, losing its usual composure. Fury's singular eye fixated on the screen, and for the first time, the hand hovering above the crimson button trembled minutely. He observed the figure gradually emerging from the haze, enveloped in a subtle, yet eternal golden glow, as if witnessing a manifestation of the very essence of order walking among mortals. The dog talisman does not let him die, he uttered in a deep tone, each word heavy with significance. Threat level redefined. His fingers slowly retreated from the particle cannon button, his voice hoarse to the extreme. This was not a matter that could be resolved by weaponry, not at this moment at least. Amidst the ruins of the repair yard, Chen Mo gradually lifted his hand, gazing at the faint golden radiance swirling in his palm before turning his attention to the remnants and shadows standing like lambs awaiting slaughter in the distance. A cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. It was time to cleanse the filth. Chapter 31. The Dawn of Holy Light. The aftermath unsettled the shockwave from the Gamma Core's detonation wreaked havoc within the repair yard, a searing wave of heat swirling with metallic debris and radioactive dust, mingling with the acrid stench of charred remnants and ionized air. The few surviving Echo Team members lay sprawled on the ground, their tactical visors obscuring dilated pupils and the spasms of physiological nausea. The three Hydra shadows twisted violently like geckos scalded by boiling water, writhing backward in a desperate attempt to merge with deeper darkness. Fear enveloped them like a chilling tide, extinguishing all traces of their fighting spirit. Chen Mo stood resolute, the gossamer golden cocoon that enveloped him gradually retracting, ultimately merging into his being. The passive protection of the dog talisman was lifted, leaving behind a profound and eternal resonance of life's imprint in his heart. He cast a glance at the military remnants on the ground, resembling nothing more than mud, and at the shadows retreating rapidly, his gaze icy, yet devoid of immediate interest in pursuit. These insignificant creatures were no longer worthy of his exertion. Dog Talisman, Immortal, Status, Activated, Fusion Level 01. Basic Abilities, bestows the host with the trait of Eternal Youth. Passively immune to all instant death effects on the physical energy rule level, conceptual level protection. Current ability level, Eternal Youth, cellular time stagnation, metabolism maintained at optimal state. Instant death immunity, passive trigger of absolute existence protection, immune to any form of instantaneous fatal attacks, regardless of intensity. The effects of continuous damage, such as toxins, energy erosion, and severe injuries, do not possess direct resistance. However, they ensure that the life mark remains intact, necessitating the cooperation of the horse talisman for healing. Energy expenditure is negligible for the Eternal Youth. The immunity to instant death is a passive rule with no cost. It is important to note that this immunity to instant death is not absolute. Non-instantaneous deaths caused by severe injuries, seals, or energy depletion fall outside the scope of this immunity. Immortality does not equate to invincibility. Chen Mo instantaneously comprehended the essence of the dog talisman. It represents the final and most resilient boundary of life, rather than an invulnerable shield. System energy, 43. Warning: high-intensity, continuous combat. Energy reserves are below the safety line. Fatigue surged like a cold tide through his limbs. The muscle soreness following the explosive power of the Ox Talisman. The mental agony after the continuous release of the Dragon Talisman. And the energy shock endured from the Gamma explosion slowly subsided under the feeble passive restoration of the Horse Talisman. He needed to recuperate. At that moment, a faint yet excruciating gasp, mingled with the sound of liquid choking in the trachea, emanated from a corner of the repair shop, collapsed by the explosion. There lay a heavy pile of discarded engines and broken metal beams. Chen Mo frowned slightly, his thoughts stirring. The snake talisman enveloped him, and he silently vanished from his position. In the next instant, he appeared at the source of the sound. An elderly man, clad in a greasy work uniform with graying hair, was partially trapped beneath a twisted metal frame. A broken rebar had pierced through his left abdomen, blood soaking his work uniform and forming a small dark red stream on the ground. More critically, the dust from the explosion had clogged his mouth and nose, triggering a severe asthma attack. His complexion turned a purplish hue, lips turning blue, as his chest heaved violently, resembling a dilapidated bellows. Each breath came with a sharp wheeze, and every exhale spewed forth blood-tinged foam as he was on the brink of asphyxiation. The elderly man's murky eyes gazed desperately at the ghostly figure that had suddenly appeared before him, filled with the terror of death and a plea for life. He recognized this being, renowned in New York, akin to a harbinger of death, yet he lacked the strength to utter a word, only managing to emit a raspy call for help with his last breath. To save him? Chen Mo's gaze remained indifferent. He was no saint. In Harlem, the urge to save was driven by benevolence. At this moment, he merely wished to depart. The old man's life or death was of no concern to him. Just as he prepared to turn away, a warmth, pure and vibrant with life, suddenly surged within him. This power was distinct from the eternal protection of the dog talisman. It was gentler, brimming with vitality, imbued with an instinctual desire to purify all impurities and heal all wounds. It did not stem from Chen Mo's will, but rather responded to the intense aura of death and the torment of illness emanating from the old man, surging forth like a desecrated holy spring. Horse Talisman, healing and purification, passive triggered. Status: detecting high-intensity life-threatening conditions, penetrating wound, choking asthma acute attack, dust obstruction. Triggering basic effects of pain removal and life healing. The effect: preliminary elimination of suffocation and lethal inflammatory factors, stabilization of critical injuries, temporary suppression of hemorrhage from penetrating wounds. Energy consumption: moderate, passive triggering effect. A golden radiance, more gentle and warm than the protective light of the canine talisman, flowed uncontrollably from Chen Mo's outstretched palm, akin to liquid sunlight, softly enveloping the dying elderly man's mouth, nose, and the wounds on his abdomen. The thick layer of dust covering the elderly man's mouth and nose swiftly disintegrated under the golden light, as if it had encountered its nemesis, transforming into harmless particles. The thick phlegm obstructing his trachea was instantaneously purified and decomposed. Gasping, the elderly man inhaled a deep breath, erupting into a violent cough, as his previously ashen face began to regain a hint of color at a visible rate. Simultaneously, the gruesome penetrating wound on his abdomen, with blood flowing freely, rapidly coagulated under the golden illumination. The inflammation and necrotic tissue at the wound's edge were purified, although the steel reinforcement remained. The risk of fatal hemorrhage and infection was instantly curtailed. The elderly man's pain-twisted expression softened as he stared in astonishment at the miraculous transformation occurring within him, then turned his gaze toward Chen Mo, who was shrouded in golden light, resembling a deity. The elderly man murmured in awe, struggling to kneel in reverence. Chen Mo observed the uncontrollably flowing warmth of the golden light from his palm and the elderly man emerging from the brink of death, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. The healing power of the equine talisman was astonishingly uncontrollable. He immediately gathered his focus, forcibly suppressing the restless energy of the equine talisman within him. The golden light quickly dimmed. "Leave this place." Chen Mo's voice was cold, devoid of emotion. He no longer looked at the elderly man. Activating the serpentine talisman, his figure melded with the air, vanishing entirely from the repair shop ruins. Suffused with the acrid scent of smoke, blood, and a peculiar warmth. Beneath the night sky of New York, chaos was only just beginning. At the military secret base, General Ross glared at the screen, displaying the last footage of Chen Mo, bathed in golden light, pulling the elderly man back from the brink of death. He slammed his fist onto the control panel. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. They couldn't even manage the consumption. The Echo Squad has been wiped out. All modified units destroyed. Worthless. And what the hell is that golden light? What ability does it possess? He roared into the communicator. Find him. Dig 3 feet deep, if necessary. And that old man. Bring him back. I need to know what the golden light did to him. At SHIELD. Trident Headquarters, Fury's Loan. I repeatedly replayed the footage captured by the Quinjet. Chen Mo, enveloped in golden light, disregarding the gamma explosion. With holy light flowing from his palm to save the dying elderly man. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the table. In a low voice, Fury instructed Hill, segregate the file on the code-named Source Spirit and restrict access permissions to only the Director and permanent members of the World Security Council. Supplement the ability description, suspected to possess rule-level immortality characteristics and advanced divine healing capabilities. He paused before adding, additionally, mobilize all resources to locate the rescued elderly man. I require the most detailed medical report and event retrospective. Notify the mages stationed at the New York Sanctum that we have a new anomaly requiring assessment. In the depths of a certain underground base, the Hydra watched as the screen displayed Chen Mo effortlessly crushing the arm of a modified soldier, followed by the warm golden light dispelling the shadows of death. Wiping the cold sweat from his bald head, he instructed through the communicator, notify the Viper team to immediately abandon all tracking and hostile actions against the Source Spirit. Transition to the deepest concealment. No one shall approach the target without my direct command. Fear and calculation flickered in his eyes. Also, initiate the backup transfer protocol for the Insight Plan data. I have a premonition that this creature will inevitably come knocking at our door. In a chamber of the New York Temple, adorned with esoteric runes and star maps, a middle-aged mage clad in a yellow robe slowly opened his eyes. Before him, a circular mirror of golden sparks was dissipating. The final image frozen within depicting the moment Chen Mo's palm radiated healing golden light. A formidable anomaly, bearing life and purifying power not of this realm, the mage murmured, tracing a complex trajectory in the air with his fingers. An invisible message merged into the torrent of magic, traversing space to the distant depths of the Himalayas. Supreme One, a highly abnormal individual has emerged at the New York node, whose core of power touches upon the essence of life and purification. I request guidance. In the shadows of New York, chaotic undercurrents surged and intertwined, while the center of this tempest, codenamed Source Spirit, vanished like a true ghost within the city's steel jungle, leaving no trace of its whereabouts. Beneath the cold shadows of the Brooklyn Bridge, Chen Mo leaned against a massive pillar, observing the flickering golden light, Dog Talisman, and the warm holy glow, Horse Talisman, that danced in his palm, his gaze profound. The undying healing system panel displayed 12 talisman icons, 7 of which were illuminated. Power was ascending, and troubles were escalating. He turned his attention toward Harlem, where the dark red glow of the lava pit seemed not yet extinguished. Source Spirit, he whispered, savoring the name he had bestowed upon himself. A cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was merely the beginning. Chapter 32. Bloodshed in Hell's Kitchen. The fiery eyes of the pig, the cold shadow of the Empire State Building sliced through the afternoon sunlight as Chen Mo leaned against the shadowed side of a Gothic church spire, overlooking the chaotic yet vibrant streets of Hell's Kitchen below. The system's energy had risen to 68, and the balancing power of the Tiger Talisman had quelled the restlessness from the recent battles, yet the flame within him, fueled by the growth of his power, remained unabated. Golden Ping, the corpulent drug lord lurking in the shadows of New York. From a mere street thug to an enforcer of Golden Ping, And then to the ambush at the Brooklyn Bridge. This debt needed settling. He was no hero, disinterested in upholding justice. But the principle of vengeance was etched into his very bones. The den of iniquity in Hell's Kitchen? It would serve as a perfect testing ground for his newly unlocked power, the Pig Talisman. Mission triggered. Reckoning. Mission content. And Golden Ping's hostile actions against the host. Obliterate his core influence in Hell's Kitchen. Mission objective. Kill or permanently eliminate Golden Ping. Dismantle his core stronghold. The lower levels of Fisk Tower or known secret base. The Fisk Art Foundation building, a fortress draped in the elegance of artistry, stands at the edge of Hell's Kitchen. Yet beneath its refined exterior flows a blood of sin more fervent than lava. Chen Mo's figure melds into the air like ink. The Serpent Talisman's exquisite concealment allowing him to effortlessly penetrate the tight security, evading infrared sensors and dynamic tracking. The armed patrol teams appear as mere phantoms to him. In the underground core area, the atmosphere is as tense as the silence before a storm. Behind the heavy blast-proof door lies a command center resembling a war fortress. Massive screens divide the surveillance footage from every corner of Hell's Kitchen. Gene Bing's enormous form is ensconced in a specially designed alloy chair. His expensive suit taut against his granite-like muscles, as his robust fingers unconsciously tap the armrest, producing a dull thud. His face, marred by excess flesh, betrays no emotion. But within the depths of his small eyes, flames of wrath and gravity swirl. The target, like a specter, lurks in the shadows, toying with several specially crafted coins. Their edges sharpened to a lethal precision. His gaze, akin to poisoned steel needles, keenly scans every entrance. A dozen fierce and well-equipped mercenaries are strategically positioned, fingers poised on triggers, as the air is thick with the cold scent of sulfur and metal. He will come. Gene Bing's voice shattered the oppressive silence. Deep as rolling thunder. Prepare our gift. I want him to die in the sewers of Hell's Kitchen. Boss, Echo Team, and the modified units have failed. A Hydra Viper has lost one of its trusted subordinates. A voice trembled, unable to mask its fear. Silence. Gene Bing struck the armrest with force, leaving a clear imprint in the alloy. The failure lies in their inadequacy. They are not strong enough, ruthless enough, nor do they comprehend the value of their prey. His eyes glimmered with avarice and madness. Undying? Healing? Holy light? Once I capture him and extract his secrets, New York, no. The entire world shall crawl at my feet. At that moment, buzz! A fist-sized hole inexplicably melted through the ventilation grating in the command center ceiling. The edges shimmered with a molten glass-like appearance. A concentrated, thumb-thick crimson beam, like a spear of judgment shot from the depths of hell, silently pierced downward, targeting the Spectre's head. Quick, too swift, beyond the limits of neural response. The Spectre felt an excruciating heat at his brow, scarcely able to react. Puffed. A faint sound of penetration, akin to a heated needle plunging into butter. The Spectre's head, perpetually adorned with a mocking and cruel expression, jerked back as the crimson beam pierced through, leaving a charred, carbonized hole at his brow. Scalding brain matter mingled with blood and fragments of bone erupted from a gaping wound at the back of the skull, splattering against the frigid alloy walls with a hissing sound. The brilliance in his eyes instantaneously froze. The coin in his hand clattering to the ground as his body collapsed like a serpent stripped of its bones. The most lethal assassin of Hell's Kitchen had perished without uttering a single groan. Initial combat application of the Pig Charm, Laser Eyes. Target locked. Fatal weakness, cranium. Energy concentration, highly compressed. Effect, penetrating kill. Fusion level 0, 5, current 0, 5. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm finally blared. The shrill buzz instantly filled the entire space. The mercenaries reacted with remarkable speed, expertly seeking cover as their firearms unleashed deadly tongues of flame. Large-caliber armor-piercing rounds, high-explosive grenades, and even individual rocket launchers rained down upon the ventilation shaft and the direction of the beams like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive flames swiftly engulfed the area. Smoke and dust swirled around. The alloy walls were pockmarked and scarred. Gene Bing's enormous frame surged upright, the alloy chair behind him creaking under the strain. He fixated intently on the position where his target had fallen, then glanced toward the corner shrouded in fire. his skin twitching violently as disbelief and horror flickered in his eyes for the first time. His sharpest, deadliest blade had vanished just like that. Where's he? Force him out. Turn him into mush. Jean Bing's roar echoed like a wounded beast, infused with fury and a hint of barely perceptible fear. Yet, whoosh, a shadow, too swift for the eye to capture, traversed the dense barrage as if teleporting, appearing behind a mercenary who was changing magazines while crouched behind cover. Chen Mo. Release the snake charm. Reveal yourself. Bang. An elbow strike imbued with the power of the bull charm crashed down like a battering ram upon the exposed back of the mercenary. Crack. The unmistakable sound of a shattered spine echoed. The mercenary's body flew forward like a ragged sack, toppling another teammate as they tumbled together, instantly rendered combat ineffective. Over here, a nearby mercenary, terror-stricken, swung his firearm around. But Chen Mo was faster. Rabbit charm. Supersonic. Eruption. His figure transformed into a blur, leaving behind a series of twisted, ghostly trails in the narrow space. Bullets futilely passed through the afterimages, striking the alloy walls and sending sparks flying. Puff, puff, puff. The pig charm activated once more. Chen Mo's eyes blazed like red-hot irons, two concentrated crimson beams precisely targeting their marks. A mercenary's grenade launcher was pierced by the beams, erupting in a thunderous explosion that sent half his body flying. Another mercenary's tactical helmet was melted through as if made of paper, carbonizing his head in an instant. The third mercenary, who had just raised his weapon, found his wrist and assault rifle severed cleanly by the beams, collapsing with a pained scream. Pig charm fusion level 0. 8, current 1-3. Precision kill. Thermal ray, stability enhanced. It was like a tiger among sheep. No, it was a deity crushing ants. The speed, strength, and those two lethal, searing gazes of Chen Mo formed an inescapable cycle of death. The mercenary's proud equipment and tactical coordination crumbled like mere child's play in the face of such overwhelming power. The cacophony of shrieks, the sound of shattering bones, the explosions of weaponry, and the sizzle of flesh instantaneously carbonized, intermixed with piercing alarms, composing a dirge of despair from the depths of hell. In less than 10 seconds, within the command center, apart from Jean Bing and his last two personal guards, all the mercenaries had been transformed into shattered corpses or charred remnants. The heavy stench of blood and gunpowder was suffocating. Jean Bing gazed at Chen Mo, who stood as a demonic figure amidst the blood and debris, his cold, merciless eyes seemingly ablaze with the fires of hell. The immense fear finally eclipsed his rage. Stop him! Jean Bing rasped in a hoarse roar. Yet his massive frame instinctively recoiled. Simultaneously, he tore open the collar of his expensive suit, revealing a piece of close-fitting armor that shimmered with a ghostly blue light. At the center of the armor, a miniature device resembling an arc reactor was rapidly charging. A flicker of desperate madness crossed the eyes of his two remaining guards. They were Jean Bing's last death warriors. With a simultaneous roar, they lunged at Chen Mo. One drew a high-frequency vibrating dagger, aiming for Chen Mo's throat. The other spread his arms wide, attempting to grapple Chen Mo tightly, while simultaneously activating all the explosive devices strapped to his body. Clearly, they intended to perish together. Get away! Chen Mo's gaze was as frigid as ancient ice. Faced with the approaching dagger and the oncoming human projectile, he neither flinched nor evaded. The power of the Ox Talisman surged. Maximum output. His left fist struck like a cannonball, accompanied by a gale that crushed everything in its path. Bang! The chest of the guard wielding the dagger collapsed like a train colliding head-on, creating a deep dent as his body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing against the reinforced alloy door, leaving a twisted human-shaped indentation. His right leg swept in a steel whip motion, infused with the power of the ox and the speed of the rabbit. Thud! In a sound as thunderous as it was profound, the body of the death warrior attempting self-detonation was obliterated below the waist as if crushed by a colossal hydraulic press, bursting into a blur of flesh and blood. His upper body spun outward, colliding with the control panel, the detonation device failing to activate before becoming utterly inoperative. Ox Talisman Fusion, Level 03, Current 123. Mastery of Strength. Rabbit Talisman Fusion, Level 02, Current 50. Instantaneous leg power. Now, only Jean Bing remained. The Emperor of New York's underworld, at this moment, was as pale as a ghost, sweat pouring down as he leaned against his massive vault, the ghostly blue armor on his chest glowing at its zenith. Stay back. Jean Bing's roar quivered with a fa of bravado. Look at this. He abruptly pointed to a nearby monitor. The screen was segmented into several views, revealing real-time surveillance of critical locations across New York, all rigged with massive bombs. The central subway hub, beneath the advertisement screens in Times Square, the main cable of the Brooklyn Bridge. If I press this button, half of New York will perish with me. Let me go. Otherwise, we all perish together. You threaten me? Chen Mo halted his steps, gazing at the terrifying bombs on the screen, a cruel and icy smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He slowly raised his right hand, palm directed towards Jean Bing, as the orange-red glow of the Dragon Talisman began to converge and compress, forming a searing white core that emitted a devastating heat, warping the very air around him. You madman! Jean Bing exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the energy sphere capable of vaporizing him, feeling the suffocating aura of destruction that shattered his sanity. No longer hesitating, he abruptly pressed a button on his armor, not the detonator for the bombs, but his last resort for survival, injecting himself with a modified version of the desperation virus. Ag! Jean Bing let out a monstrous wail. His massive form swelled violently, as if inflated, his skin turning a brilliant crimson, akin to a red-hot branding iron. Muscles bulged and ripped through his suit and armor. The terrifying heat radiated from within him, causing the alloy floor beneath him to sizzle and begin to deform. His eyes transformed into a molten gold, filled with pure desire for destruction and wild agony. Power! Infinite power! I will incinerate you! Jean Bing roared, his thick arms howling like lava as they struck down towards Chen Mo. The scorching gust of wind approached even before the impact of his fists. Confronted by this humanoid lava beast, ablaze with life and augmented strength, the coldness in Chen Mo's gaze intensified. The white-hot dragon flame sphere in his palm compressed to its utmost limit. Then let it turn to ashes. Chapter 33, Dragon Flame's Infernal Judgment. The aftermath of Holy Light. Jean Bing, transformed into a lava giant, charged forward with a fury that threatened to consume all. His crimson fists tore through the air, stirring up a searing tempest, causing the temperature in the command room to skyrocket. As the alloy walls groaned under the strain, their edges beginning to glow and soften. The acrid scent of melting metal and the stench of burning flesh filled the air. Chen Mo's figure, amidst Jean Bing's rampaging fists, resembled a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves. Yet his gaze remained calm, as deep as the abyss, and the dazzling white dragon flame sphere in his palm did not waver. Instead, at the moment his opponent closed in, he thrust it forward with great force. Dragon eruption. Boom! The blinding sphere of light erupted like a supernova, instantly expanding into a cataclysmic torrent nearly 2 meters in diameter. It collided head-on with Jean Bing's lava-like fist, carrying with it the ultimate heat capable of annihilating all matter and an explosive kinetic force. Sizzle. It was akin to a red-hot iron plunging into an iceberg. The piercing sound of energy clashing and dissolving drowned out Jean Bing's roar. His crimson lava arm, upon contact with the pure white dragon flame, melted and vaporized as swiftly as snow meeting its nemesis. For the first time, Jean Bing's molten visage contorted with immense pain and disbelief. No! He let out a heart-wrenching scream as his lava-like arm fractured and disintegrated under the onslaught of the dragon flame. Yet the torrent of the dragon eruption did not falter. Like an enraged dragon surging forth, it relentlessly consumed Jean Bing's outstretched lava arm and brutally pierced through his colossal, furnace-like chest. Boom! A more ominous and terrifying explosion erupted from within the molten body. The figure of Jean Bing stiffened abruptly, as if a cataclysmic force had seized him. Beneath his crimson skin, countless beams of blinding light radiated outward, resembling a sun on the verge of detonation concealed within him. A horrifying wail escaped his lips, akin to the final scream of a soul being torn asunder. His formidable physique, once a source of pride for its fusion with the desperation virus, began to collapse internally under the onslaught of the dragon flames, akin to a sandcastle scattered by a tempest. The scarlet muscle tissue peeled away like charred rags, revealing beneath it a skeletal structure similarly scorched and carbonized by the searing heat. The bones, too, shattered and fragmented under the relentless assault of the radiant dragon flames. Ultimately, the entire humanoid furnace was obliterated from within, bursting forth in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! The sky was filled with crimson shards of lava mingled with the charred remnants of bone, resembling the most sanguinary fireworks of a festival, propelled outward by a terrifying shockwave. The scalding lava cascaded like a torrential downpour upon the floors, walls, and ceilings of the command room, emitting a hissing sound as it burned, leaving behind scorched craters. The entire space resembled a realm ravaged by a volcanic eruption. A noxious cloud of smoke mingled with the acrid stench of sulfur and charred protein permeated the air. All that remained was a vast pit, its edges flowing with dark red molten metal, surrounded by scattered crimson debris and twisted metal. The infamous kingpin of New York's underworld, Wilson Fisk, along with his last desperate struggles, was utterly erased from existence, leaving scarcely a trace behind. High-intensity dragon blast application, internal detonation. Destroying desperation, virus, enhanced target. Dragon Talisman fusion rate 10, current 144. Energy precision, internal explosion, control enhanced. Mission clearance complete. Rewards. Pig Talisman fusion rate 20, current 33. Universal points 1500. Unlocking Rabbit Talisman high-frequency oscillation step application technique. Rabbit Talisman high-frequency oscillation step. In a state of supersonic movement, instantaneously generate high-frequency energy shock waves at the soles of the feet, allowing for brief moments of weightlessness to leverage force, disrupt precision instruments, and shatter fragile materials, such as glass. Specific crystalline structures. The scorching air warped the line of sight as Chen Mo slowly lowered his smoke-emitting palm, surveying the devastation and the molten pit before him, his eyes betraying no emotion. The mission was accomplished, Jin Bing lay vanquished. Yet, the trouble was far from over. His gaze swept toward the monitor that Jin Bing had last pointed to. On the screen, the red dots representing several critical bombs still glowed ominously. Although Jin Bing was dead, the remote control evidently possessed an independent backup triggering mechanism or timer. Trouble. Chen Mo furrowed his brow. Should he directly employ the Dragon Talisman to obliterate these bombs? The explosion's impact would indiscriminately affect the innocent, which was not his intention. Utilizing the newly unlocked high-frequency oscillation step, its range was too limited, and precision in destroying the detonation core could not be guaranteed. At that moment, buzz! The warm and sacred aura within him stirred uncontrollably once more. The power of the horse talisman reacted like pure water drawn to filth. Sensing the chaotic, destructive energy contained within the bombs on the screen and the immense death pollution that would ensue upon detonation, the magical talisman for healing and expulsion has sensed a source of massive destructive energy, not yet detonated, and a potential threat to life annihilation. A powerful instinct for purification has emerged. Is it possible to guide the talisman's energy for a mental-level expulsion of the anomalous state, deactivating the detonation device? This requires a considerable expenditure of mental strength and talisman energy. Warning: this operation exceeds the conventional application scope of current talisman fusion, posing risks of failure and potential energy backlash. Mental-level expulsion? Remote paralysis of a bomb? A flicker of unusual light crossed Chen Mo's eyes. The potential of the talisman seems to surpass expectations. Although the risks are substantial, it is worth a try. It is just the opportunity to test its limits. He closed his eyes, focusing all his spirit, no longer suppressing the warm and powerful purifying force within him. His thoughts extended like invisible tendrils, traversing the energy pathways of the bomb displayed on the monitoring screen, reaching across the spatial divide. The target was the most critical electronic fuse and energy activation module inside the bomb. His spirit was highly concentrated under his mental guidance. The talisman's energy transformed into an invisible golden warmth, crossing spatial barriers, gently yet firmly enveloping those perilous detonation cores. Purify, expel, restore stability. In the depths of a subway hub in downtown New York City, within a massive bomb hidden in the shadows of a ventilation duct, Several key solder points on the precision electronic fuse circuit board vanished, as if erased by an invisible eraser. Inside the energy activation device's storage capacitor, the violent chemical energy calmed instantaneously, as if caressed by a gentle spring breeze, becoming inert. Within the enormous advertising screen base in Times Square, another bomb's countdown display flickered erratically before finally settling on a random number, extinguishing completely. Its intricate mechanical interlocking mechanisms, as if infused with a powerful lubricant, became irrevocably stuck in the safety valve position. Inside the main cables of the Brooklyn Bridge, deep within the Manhattan Bank Vault, the critical detonation devices of various bombs, cloaked in the invisible purifying force, were rendered ineffective, as if baptized by divine light, falling silent. The mental guidance of the talisman was successfully expelled the anomalous states of 7 high-risk explosive devices, deactivated detonation. Energy consumption, immense. Talisman fusion level, 10, current, 10. Mental strength depletion, 45. Warning, system energy has decreased to 38. Host has entered a state of moderate fatigue. Chen Mo abruptly opened his eyes, his complexion slightly pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The exhaustion of his mental strength brought a wave of dizziness. He glanced at the screen, where all the red dots representing the bombs had extinguished. Holy light, purification? He self-deprecatingly tugged at the corner of his mouth, suppressing his discomfort. Such a life-saving endeavor is indeed not suited for him. It is unwise to linger here. Without further hesitation, he activated the snake talisman, his figure melding into the air like a phantom, vanishing amidst the chaos of the command center ravaged by lava and intense heat. The smoke of Hell's Kitchen had yet to dissipate, but a greater storm was brewing invisibly. S-H-I-E-L-D. Trident Headquarters, Confidential Laboratory. It is inconceivable, almost a violation of the law of conservation of energy. A scientist clad in a white lab coat gazed intently at the comprehensive scan of an elderly patient within the isolation chamber, his voice trembling with excitement. The fatal penetrating wound had been temporarily sealed by a formidable energy field, and the necrotic tissue, along with inflammatory factors, had been thoroughly purified and eradicated. More crucially, the lethal dust and thick phlegm within the patient's lungs and trachea had been deconstructed and reduced to the most fundamental, innocuous, inert particles. This was nothing short of a miracle. Hill scrutinized the scan, which marked the faint yet remarkably pure golden energy signatures lingering at the site of the elderly man's injuries and respiratory tract. His expression grave. What do the analytical results indicate? Is it confirmed to be the energy signature of the entity designated as Source Spirit? The compatibility rating stands at 997. The energy level classification approaches the purity of the cosmic cube's dissipated energy. Yet, its attributes are entirely distinct. It is imbued with vitality and purifying qualities. The scientist's eyes shimmered with fervor and reverence. Fury solitary, I remained fixated on the scan, silent for a prolonged moment. Classify this data as top secret for the Celestial Sword, and additionally, notify the World Security Council's appointed observers that a high-level closed-door meeting is imperative. The agenda, threat assessment of the Source Spirit, along with the strategic value and potential risks of its healing capabilities. In the Hydra's secret data center, an ear-piercing alarm reverberated. On the screens, the transmission progress bar, representing the core data of the Insight Project, was forcibly interrupted. The bright red destruction directive flashed continuously. Quickly, completely format. Physically obliterate all backup media. Sitwell roared in exasperation, beads of cold sweat dotting his bald head. The Source Spirit has eliminated Kim. It has cleansed Hell's Kitchen. Its next move is undoubtedly directed towards us. We cannot allow any analyses of its vulnerabilities to fall into its hands. Destroy. Annihilate everything. He watched the underground schematics of Fist Tower being incinerated by dragon fire on the screen, terror filling his eyes. Immediately activate all dormant protocols. Transition into the deepest hibernation. Disappear before it finds us. At Kamar Taj, within the Sanctum Sanctorum S Observatory, Master Ancient One floated serenely at the center of the platform. Before her hovered a colossal, circular mirror composed of countless golden runes. The image reflected was not one of reality, but rather the intertwining threads of fate above New York. Among them, a robust, radiant beam of light, embodying 12 distinctly different yet harmoniously unified qualities, began to grow increasingly clear and solid. This beam of light dominantly warped the surrounding threads of fate, emanating an undeniable, even ominously rule-defying power. Around the beam, silver lines symbolizing S, H, I, ELD, circled warily, probing. Crimson lines representing Hydra shrank in fear, seeking concealment. A rainbow-like stream from Asgard seemed drawn by some unseen force, its trajectory subtly deviating. While in the distant cosmos, several cold, destructive gazes appeared to pierce through dimensions, casting a nebulous focus upon the ascendant beam of light. In the depths of Ancient One's profound gaze, the mirrored scene was reflected, devoid of sorrow or joy, only a serene clarity of omniscience. She slowly raised her hand, her fingertip gently tapping the void, a barely perceptible golden ripple merging into the torrent of runes upon the mirror's surface. The anomalous force had solidified, and the gears of fate began to accelerate. She whispered, her voice dissipating into the eternal cold winds of the Himalayas. Chapter 34. Shadows in the Alley. The monkey's dance, the sanguinary tempest of Hell's Kitchen, has not impacted the opulence of the city surface. Beneath the veil of night, New York's neon lights continue to gleam, and the flow of traffic persists unceasingly. Yet, in the depths of shadows, an invisible undercurrent surges ever more violently. In the special care unit of St. Maria's Hospital in Queens, the scent of disinfectant fails to entirely mask the faint, lingering warmth in the air. The elderly man, unexpectedly saved by Chen Mo, lies on the hospital bed, entranced in a drug-induced slumber, although his penetrating abdominal wound has been stabilized by the talismanic seal. Recovery will still be necessary after the steel has been extracted. Outside the ward, two sharply observant men in plain clothes appear to wander aimlessly, their earpieces relaying unending reports from the watchful eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. In a more concealed corner, shadows blend seamlessly into the walls. As Hydra's serpents keep a keen watch, they dare not approach, tasked only with documenting all comings and goings, seeking even the faintest trace of evidence. Within the ward, beneath the gentle glow of the bedside lamp, the elderly man's wrinkled face bears a serene expression, liberated from the grasp of death. Yet, for Chen Mo, his existence represents an urgent complication, a living witness who has observed his invocation of holy light and is now under the stringent surveillance of S.H.I.E.L.D. Should his memories be unearthed, the secrets of the Source Spirit's abilities would be further unveiled. Such an uncontrollable variable is intolerable to Chen Mo. The night deepens. An imperceptible figure, akin to the profoundest night itself, silently melds into the shadowed corners of the ward. Chen Mo dispels the serpent's invisibility, revealing his form. His icy gaze fixated upon the slumbering elder. The room remains enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic sound of the man's steady breathing and the ticking of monitoring equipment. To slay him? Chen Mo's fingers twitch slightly, the searing energy of the pig talisman flickering momentarily in his gaze. It would be the most definitive resolution. The life or death of an ordinary man holds little significance for him. His finger rises, poised at the frail temple of the elder. At that moment, buzz! The warmth emanating from within, symbolizing the talisman of the horse, suddenly surges uncontrollably. It is not the overwhelming force experienced during the act of salvation, but rather a gentle, anxious wave, akin to a guardian tending to its young. This wave caresses the elder's sleeping form, seemingly offering solace, yet also silently pleading. Chen Mo's movements falter momentarily. Is the horse talisman obstructing him, protecting this life that it has bestowed? This cursed talisman possesses its own will? Or perhaps it is an instinct born of healing power. The conflict between murderous intent and the talisman's inherent resistance rages fiercely within Chen Mo. The stabilizing force of the tiger talisman quietly operates, suppressing his divided impulses, maintaining the unity of his spirit. He is not a bloodthirsty butcher, yet he detests any potential threat even more. The elder's continued existence represents a threat. The searing heat at his fingertips gradually recedes. To kill may be simple, yet the talisman's response is an unknown variable. Forcibly suppressing it could provoke backlash. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra's vigilant eyes are fixed upon this place. To act recklessly would be tantamount to declaring one's guilt outright. Then, what of an alternative choice? His thoughts sink into the system panel, where the icon of the Monkey Talisman, symbolizing transformation, comes into view. Monkey Talisman, Metamorphosis basic ability. Alter the appearance of a target, biological or non-biological. Mimicry. Current fusion degree, 0. Warning. The effect of mimicry is limited by the host's understanding, unable to alter the essence of matter or core memories. High-precision mimicry requires significant mental energy consumption. Altering appearance? Insufficient. Chen Mo's gaze fell upon the word memory. Could the Monkey Talisman reach into deeper realms, such as the essence of memory itself? A bold and chilling thought emerged. He slowly raised his right hand, palm directed toward the slumbering elder on the hospital bed. With concentrated intent, he ceased to suppress the protective fluctuations of the horse talisman, instead guiding a radically different force, one imbued with distortion and transformation. The energy of the Monkey Talisman. This time, the target was not the physical form, but something deeper, more ethereal. Memory. That memory of the abandoned repair shop, of the desperate cries for help, of the warm, golden light. The energy of the Monkey Talisman, formless and intangible, acted like the most exquisite chisel, cautiously probing into the elder's mental realm under Chen Mo's guidance. This unprecedented maneuver was fraught with unknown risks. Buzz. Chen Mo's mental energy was as taut as a drawn bowstring. He meticulously avoided the core of the elder's consciousness, locking onto that specific fragment of memory. The energy of the Monkey Talisman did not seek to erase, but rather to alter its form, like an artist blurring the lines of a clear sculpture, shrouding it in a layer of ambiguous, chaotic mist. He twisted the scene of the abandoned repair shop into one of a late-night mugging by an unknown vagabond, blurred the golden silhouette that appeared in near death into the flickering lights of a police car upon arrival, replaced the sensation of warm, healing light with the relief following a paramedic's injection of potent analgesics, like the most adept of deceivers tampering with another's memory reel. The energy of the Monkey Talisman cautiously operated within this mental domain, each sculpting action accompanied by subtle mental energy depletion and an indescribable sense of inertia. Warning. Attempting high-precision, mental-level form manipulation, memory alteration, far exceeds the conventional application range of the current talisman fusion degree. Energy consumption escalating. Mental energy rapidly depleting. The horse talisman's protective energy generates a faint repulsive response. Operational precision declining. Chen Mo's temples throbbed slightly, sweat trickling down his temples. The sensation of mental exhaustion was far more intense than that of the previous remote purification bomb. Yet his gaze remained cold and focused, akin to the most precise of instruments, forcibly suppressing the interference of the horse talisman, guiding the energy of the Monkey Talisman to complete the final overlay. Puffed. As if a soundless whisper echoed, the elder's sleeping visage slightly furrowed in displeasure, then relaxed once more, his breathing becoming steadier and deeper. Had he succeeded? Chen Mo slowly retracted his hand, acutely aware of his nearly depleted mental energy and the significantly lowered system energy, reduced to 30. Alongside the Monkey Talisman's faint yet distinct feedback. Monkey Talisman high difficulty application attempt. Mental level memory form alteration, partial overlay and blurring. Judgment, preliminary success, effects require further observation. Monkey Talisman fusion degree 15, current 15. Unlock the primary branch of mental interference. Warning, this operation is exceedingly unstable. Tampering with content poses the risk of loosening over time or under intense stimulation, with potential for unknown latent damage to the target psyche. Enough. Chen Mo gazed at the serene visage of the elderly man. As long as he could temporarily obscure the crucial information, he could delay until he became powerful enough to disregard the prying eyes of these insignificant creatures. He lingered no longer, invoking the Serpent Talisman. He melded once more into the shadows, as if he had never been there at all. Barely 5 minutes after his departure, the ward door creaked open. A middle-aged man, clad in a gray trench coat and exuding a gentle, cultured demeanor, entered, clutching what appeared to be an ordinary briefcase. He was, in fact, Phil Coulson. Approaching the old man's bedside, he regarded the slumbering figure with a professional scrutiny. He did not act immediately, instead standing quietly for a moment, as if attuning himself to the faint yet pure energy lingering in the air. Then, he extracted from the briefcase a palm-sized device, shimmering with an ethereal blue glow, its probe resembling the delicate tendrils of a jellyfish. Coulson cautiously positioned the probe against the elderly man's forehead, his movements as gentle as a feather's caress. The device's screen illuminated, casting the serene glow upon his composed face. Initiating a shallow memory read and matching energy residue, the vital signs of the target remained stable. With no signs of rejection, Coulson murmured softly as the device's indicator light pulsed rhythmically. However, the brainwave graph displayed on the screen revealed a peculiar and deliberately disrupted chaotic state. Fragments of the abandoned repair shop appeared obscured by thick frosted glass. Only indistinct flickers of light and intense sensations of pain visible. The pivotal golden silhouette distorted into a swirling mass of red and blue spots. Emergency lights. The warm, healing sensation mingled with the cold sting of a medicinal injection, rendering it indistinct. Fragmented memories indicated a disarray of critical node data, with signs of high-intensity external interference. Coulson furrowed his brow, observing the analytical results. The energy residue matched the confirmed source spirit characteristics, yet the memory content could not extract effective associative imagery. A flicker of confusion and gravity crossed his eyes. He stowed the device, casting a deep glance at the slumbering elder. Safeguard him. Elevate the monitoring level. The enigma surrounding him may be deeper than we fathom. Coulson quietly commanded into his communicator, then silently exited the ward. In the depths of a shadowy alley, Chen Mo leaned against a frigid brick wall, closing his eyes to recuperate, attuning to the information flow returned by the monkey talisman. The scene of Coulson utilizing the memory-reading device flickered in his mind like a blurred image. Though the details were unclear, he understood that the tampering had taken effect, momentarily bewildering the gaze of S.H.I.E.L.D. The cost was a depletion of mental energy and a further reduction in system power. He lifted his gaze, as if piercing through the layers of buildings, directing his sight toward the distant suburbs in the northern reaches of the city. On the system's map, a flickering point of light, indicative of a high concentration of unknown energy, radiated a distinctive allure. New Mexico, Old Bridge Town. It was time to meet that exiled prince from Asgard. Chapter 35, Pinnacle of the Empire. The dragons roar as the dawn peers through the towering steel jungle of New York. The icy golden light painted the iconic spire of the Empire State Building. Chen Mo stood at the pinnacle of this metropolis, observing the ceaselessly flowing city below, which resembled a colony of ants in its insignificance. The biting cold wind rustled his black garments, and the system's energy gradually ascended to 45. His mental fortitude recovered slightly under the feeble nourishment of the talismanic incantations and restful slumber. Yet the profound fatigue wrought by the monkey talisman's forced alteration of memory lingered persistently. The coordinates of New Mexico flickered in his mind. However, before departing from the eye of this storm, he needed to leave a signal that was sufficiently clear and awe-inspiring, an exclamation of existence and a warning to all hidden observers. He slowly raised his right hand, finger splayed, palm facing skyward. His consciousness delved within, awakening the ferocious and fervent core of the dragon talisman. This time, it would not be a compressive implosion nor a spiraling penetration. What he sought was a declaration, pure, magnificent, and unparalleled in its destructive brilliance. Buzz! A blazing orange-red radiance surged wildly within his palm. No longer a mere sphere, it resembled a torrent unleashed from a dam, surging with unstoppable fervor. The light intensified, shifting from orange-red to an incandescent white. The terrifying heat distorted the surrounding air, and the metallic platform beneath him groaned under the unbearable strain. A wave of cataclysmic energy, centered around him, cascaded outward like an invisible tsunami, instantly engulfing the entire rooftop platform and even spreading downward. Dragon Talisman energy output at full capacity. Form, columnar shockwave. Warning, energy output exceeds current talisman capacity by 75. Potential for severe backlash. Target, no specific target. High altitude energy release. Roar, accompanied by a low, dragon-like growl from Chen Mo. The incandescent torrent, accumulated to its zenith in his palm, erupted forth like an unshackled apocalyptic dragon, bursting forth with a thunderous roar. Boom! A column of blinding white light, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, tore through the morning air of New York, accompanied by a terrifying shriek that pierced eardrums and a will to annihilate everything in its path, soaring into the heavens. The rooftop of the Empire State Building resembled a detonated miniature sun. The dazzling white light was visible even from dozens of kilometers away, wherever the light passed. The air was instantaneously ionized, creating a vacuum corridor that lingered long after. The thin clouds at high altitude were effortlessly penetrated and vaporized, as if the sky had been punctured by a colossal hole. The violent energy shockwave radiated wildly from the light column's center. All the glass curtain walls of the Empire State Building's uppermost floors shattered simultaneously, transforming into billions of crystalline fragments that rained down upon the streets below like a torrential downpour. The feeble telekinetic force of the Chicken Talisman quietly enveloped him, gently deflecting the shards that threatened to strike him. The entire skyscraper trembled violently from this single strike. Ear-piercing alarms resonated throughout Manhattan. My heavens! What is that? An alien attack. Goodness, has the Empire State Building been struck? Panic erupted instantly in the streets below. The screeching of brakes and the cacophony of terrified screams filled the air. People gazed upward in terror, fixated on the blinding white beam that seemed to bridge the heavens and the earth, alongside the Empire State Building's topmost floor, which appeared ravaged as if by a monstrous beast. At S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Trident headquarters, a piercing alarm reverberated through the command hall. Fury's single eye locked onto the screen, displaying the horrifying energy surge erupting from the apex of the Empire State Building. The energy readings skyrocketing instantaneously. What the hell is he trying to do? Create a hole in the sky over New York? Fury's roar echoed through the communication channels. All airborne units, ascend immediately. Target the Empire State Building's apex. Maintain maximum vigilance. Under no circumstances are you to engage without my command. Repeat, do not engage. Connect me to him. I want to speak with him. He bellowed at the technicians. Above the clouds, a Quinjet that had just taken off in haste hovered like a startled hummingbird, several kilometers away from the Empire State Building in a designated safe zone. The pilot and the rapid response team members inside the cabin gazed out at the cataclysmic beam of destruction, their faces drained of color. Eagle's Nest. Eagle's Nest. This is Quinjet 7. The target is releasing ultra-high energy beams from the top of the Empire State Building. Energy readings are incalculable. Threat level. City destruction. Repeat, city destruction. The pilot's voice trembled with undeniable fear. Maintain distance. Maintain distance. Await instructions. Fury's voice strained to remain composed. The blinding beam continued to surge forth for a full 10 seconds, clearing a vast expanse of sky above the Empire State Building spire. As Chen Mo slowly retracted his palm, wisps of smoke curled from his hand, and his skin radiated an intense burning sensation. The energy core of the Dragon Talisman sent a hollow feedback, yet its fusion degree distinctly pulsed. Maximum power energy release. Dragon Talisman fusion degree 08, current 152. Energy output limit increased. Warning, system energy has dropped to 38. Talisman energy cycle entering cooldown period. Chen Mo stood at the edge of the shattered glass wall, fierce winds tousling his hair. He surveyed the chaotic city below, resembling a boiling cauldron, and the distant Quinjet that circled like a fly, hesitant to approach. His expression devoid of emotion. At that moment, a faint electronic beep pierced through the wind. The sound did not emanate from the outside world, but rather from the tracking chip implanted within him by S.H.I.E.L.D., which he had forcibly suppressed beneath his skin using the power of the Ox Talisman. At this moment, the dormant chip was activated by the Quinjet's special frequency, forcibly sending a communication request. A request to connect to an encrypted communication channel emerged. Chen Mo's gaze hardened. The specter of his past lingered. He did not accept the call, but slowly raised his right hand, extending his index finger, pointing at the bothersome Quinjet several kilometers away. Buzz. The energy of the pig talisman coalesced at his fingertip. A glimmer of crimson light ignited, reminiscent of the Eye of Death. Inside the Quinjet's cockpit, alarms blared with a piercing intensity. Warning, warning, ultra-high energy lock. Engaged by a lethal weapon. The pilot stared in horror at the radar screen, where a high-threat energy source marker had abruptly appeared, sending his spirit into disarray. Source spirit. Here lies Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Cease all hostilities. Fury's voice forcefully penetrated through the activated tracking chip, striving for one final communication. However, what responded was an exquisitely condensed, searing crimson beam that tore through the heavens. Whoosh! The blazing ray, akin to a fiery steel needle, instantaneously traversed several kilometers, unerringly piercing the core of the Quinjet's engine. Boom! A colossal fireball erupted high above Manhattan. Shattered metallic fragments spewed forth, belching black smoke in all directions. The Quinjet plummeted like a bird with broken wings, spiraling downwards, trailing a long plume of black smoke towards the Hudson River below. Pig Charm, Fusion Degree 10, Current 43. Ultra-long-range precision sniping. Enhanced penetration of thermal rays. Warning, active attack on S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle. Hostile relationship established with S.H.I.E.L.D. Negotiation? Chen Mo gazed at the distant fireball plummeting, his cold whispers carried away by the howling wind. You are not worthy. He ceased to linger, his thoughts locking onto the coordinates of New Mexico. The ethereal glow of the serpent charm enveloped his body, rendering him translucent. Following this, the rabbit charm activated supersonically. Boom! A conical cloud ring, breaking the sound barrier, detonated at the fringe of the Empire State Building's ruins. Chen Mo's figure transformed into an indistinguishable black line, slicing through Manhattan's icy morning air, hurtling towards the southwestern skyline, leaving in his wake the ravaged pinnacle of the empire, the wreckage of the downed aircraft in the river, and a New York engulfed in profound shock and terror. Within the Trident Command Hall, an eerie silence reigned. On the large screen, the tracking signal representing the source spirit flickered atop the Empire State Building before vanishing at an unprecedented speed beyond the southwestern horizon. Fury's complexion turned ashen. His single eye fixated on the final image of the aircraft's crash and the direction of Chen Mo's disappearance. His fists clenched tightly, creaking ominously. The cacophony of the Hudson River Rescue Team echoed through the communicator. Reporting losses, Fury's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper scraping together. Quinjet 7 confirmed crash. Rescue team has departed. Pilot and crew survival chances. Hill's voice bore an almost imperceptible weight. Seal the information. Highest priority. Fury interrupted Hill, inhaling deeply to forcibly suppress the surging anger and frustration. His gaze shifting to another screen, displaying a satellite map of Old Bridge, New Mexico, where a luminous point signifying a high-energy reaction was magnifying. Designate his movements as absolute priority. Mobilize all resources. Keep a close watch on New Mexico. He paused, his tone imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Furthermore, inform Coulson to drop all current tasks and immediately lead a team to Old Bridge. We may need to recover an extraterrestrial visitor. The storm over New York had temporarily subsided, yet all were acutely aware that this was merely the fleeting tranquility before tempest. A broader, more perilous stage was slowly unfolding with the silhouette that had rent the sky. Deep within the deserts of New Mexico, an unshakable hammer of the thunder god awaited its destined master and the uninvited disruptor. Chapter 36. The desert's enigmatic hammer, the bull's might beneath the scorching afternoon sun. The arid expanse of New Mexico shimmered with distorted heat waves, the coarse yellow sands stretching endlessly towards the horizon. Chen Mo's figure materialized like a specter in the shadows of a weathered rock hill, the ethereal glow of the serpent charm gradually dissipating. The continuous high-speed flight and previous energy depletion left the system's energy at a mere 45, and his mental strength was burdened by profound fatigue after the monkey charm's memory alteration. Yet, all discomfort was eclipsed by an overwhelming allure as he sensed the immense energy field deep within the desert. Buzz! The system panel activated automatically, revealing a flickering golden dot on the map, symbolizing an ultra-high concentration of an unknown energy field. Mission triggered. The mystery of divine power. Mission objective. Engage with and analyze the advanced energy source deep within the desert. The Hammer of Thor, Mjolnir. Goals. Attempt to lift the Hammer of Thor, optional. Record its energy characteristics. Rewards. Significant enhancement of the Bull Charm's fusion level, dependent on depth of attempt. 1,000 universal points. Unlock basic energy analysis system assistance. Failure penalty. None, though it may trigger unforeseen chain reactions. The Hammer of Thor. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. The perfect tool to test the limits of the bull charm. The rabbit charm activated. Supersonic. Boom. A shock wave erupted, sending a sonic cloud spiraling outward as Chen Mo transformed into a streak of sand, propelling himself towards the source of energy, stirring up a cloud of dust in his wake. A moment later, deep within the desert, a colossal circular impact crater came into view. At the center of the pit, an ancient, hefty, and uniquely shaped short-handled warhammer stood, firmly embedded in a black rock base adorned with mysterious runes. It was indeed Mjolnir. It emanated an indescribable sense of majesty and weight, the surrounding air seeming to freeze, with even the swirling sands settling within a few meters of its vicinity. On the crater's wall, a makeshift research camp had been established. Several tents, a generator humming, and various detection instruments flickering with indicator lights filled the area. A number of agents clad in S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms busily recorded data, while armed personnel maintained a vigilant perimeter. At the center of the camp, a familiar figure, Phil Coulson, was intently observing the readings from a tablet, his brow furrowed in concentration. Clearly, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s response was swifter than anticipated. Chen Mo, concealed in the shadows at the edge of the circular pit, dispelled the serpent charm, revealing his form. He refrained from descending immediately, his cold gaze sweeping over the camp and the hammer below. Commander, unidentified personnel detected at the pit's edge. Repeat, unidentifié de personnel cited. A sharp-eyed sentinel, spotting Chen Mo through binoculars, shouted into his communicator, simultaneously raising his rifle. The camp instantly went on high alert, all agents poised for action, their weapons aimed steadily at the pit's edge. Coulson's head snapped up. Upon seeing Chen Mo, his pupils constricted in shock. It's him. Codename, Source Spirit. Lower your weapons. Everyone, lower your weapons. Coulson's command erupted with unprecedented gravity, laced with an imperceptible urgency. Do not provoke him. Repeat, do not fire. Maintain the highest level of vigilance. He was acutely aware of the destructive power of the figure before him, the memory of the Empire State Building's destruction still vivid. The agents exchanged glances, hesitating as they slowly lowered their weapons, yet their fingers remained firmly on the triggers, anxiously fixated on the black silhouette standing like a javelin at the edge of the pit. Chen Mo paid no heed to the warnings from below or Agent Coulson's admonitions. His entire focus was riveted upon the magnificent war hammer emanating an overwhelming aura of might. The power of the bull talisman surged within him, roaring like a torrent drawn to a magnet, filled with an unprecedented yearning. Divine weaponry? Let us see your true measure. Chen Mo leaped into the air. He did not invoke the rabbit talisman, relying solely on the terrifying leaping ability granted by the bull talisman. Thud! The solid ground cracked like a spider's web beneath his feet. He descended like a meteor, accompanied by a howling wind, crashing down into the circular pit. A mere 10 meters from Mjolnir, the dust that erupted resembled a miniature explosion. The resounding impact sent a shiver through the hearts of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on the pit's walls. Coulson's breath momentarily caught in his throat, his palms slick with cold sweat. Chen Mo advanced step by step towards Mjolnir. With each footfall, the sturdy sand and stone beneath him sank and fractured. The divine power of the bull talisman poured into him unabated, his muscles swelling, stretching his garments taut. With visible pale, golden patterns coursing beneath his skin, a pure, primal force, potent enough to shake mountains, emanated from him, as if a primordial beast was awakening. The readings from the sensors on the pit walls skyrocketed. The values representing pure physical strength breached the upper limits of the scale, emitting a piercing alarm. My God, is he truly human? A scientist gazed at the horrifying curve on the screen representing muscle density, his voice trembling. Chen Mo stood resolutely before Mjolnir. The ancient hammer glistened with a chilling metallic sheen, its head adorned with arcane runes that seemed to harbor the power of the cosmos. He inhaled deeply, the boundless divine strength from the bull talisman coursing through him like a raging flood, completely saturating his right arm. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed like an iron clamp, firmly grasping the hammer's handle, which was etched with diamond-patterned grips. It felt cold and heavy in his grasp, as if he were holding a star. Rise! A deep roar erupted from his chest, like the roar of a dragon and the growl of a tiger. Boom! From the point where Chen Mo clutched the hammer's handle, an invisible, visible wave of force suddenly exploded outwards. The sand and stone beneath him were swept away as if caught in a tempest, revealing the hard black rock below. The rock crumbled like fragile cookies, collapsing. The entire impact pit seemed to tremble. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on the walls struggled to maintain their footing, gasping in astonishment. The ground beneath Chen Mo was subjected to unimaginable pressure, continually sinking. His arm muscles bulged like a coiled dragon, the pale golden patterns shimmering blindingly. The blood vessels beneath his skin writhed like serpents. The divine power of the bull talisman surged forth uncontrollably. The fusion degree of 123 was pushed to its limits. He felt as if he were propelling a planet, tugging at a continent. It was a weight that originated from the realm of rules, a binding decree imposed by Odin, the All-Father, which no unworthy mortal could lift. Buzz! The runes on the MJ Lunar suddenly illuminated. It was not a destructive thunder, but a vast and stubborn force of rejection, as if the weight of 1 billion divine mountains pressed firmly upon the hammer. Despite Chen Mo's brute strength tearing the earth apart and shaking the pit, MJ Lunar remained utterly unmoved. It seemed as if it had taken root here since time immemorial, merging with the land, the gravitational core of the entire planet, and the royal enchantment that bound it. Divine might like a prison. Ugh! Chen Mo let out a muffled groan, feeling a tearing sensation in his arm under the unbearable burden. His palm cracked. Golden blood, a manifestation of the highly concentrated power of the bull charm, oozed out, dripping onto the dark hammer's handle. Instantly absorbed, as if a droplet melding into the ocean, without a ripple. Warning! Encountered a rule-level energy barrier, Odin's binding. The output of bull charm power has reached the current fusion limit, unable to breach the barrier. Host's arm muscle tissue slightly torn. Energy backlash. Bull charm fusion degree 12, current 135. Power limit enhancement. Slight improvement in rule resistance. It was a failure. Chen Mo slowly released his grip. 5 clear. Faintly golden blood-stained fingerprints remained on the hammer's handle, but they quickly faded, smoothed over by the hammer's inherent power. He gazed down at his slightly trembling right hand, muscles still spasming, before lifting his eyes to the defiant, proud hammer that upheld ancient oaths, his expression devoid of defeat, ignited instead by a more fervent light. Is this what a higher-level barrier of power entails? Indeed, it was futile. Coulson observed the terrifying traces of power explosion at the pit's bottom and a hammer that remained utterly still, letting out a long breath. Though the shock in his heart remained undiminished. Even this monster capable of withstanding a gamma explosion could not lift that hammer. What on earth was it? Just then, rumble. From the distant horizon, a blinding column of rainbow light descended like divine retribution. It struck precisely upon a dune several kilometers away from the circular pit. The violent energy surge raised towering waves of sand. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire desert. What was that? The S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents gazed in terror towards the direction of the light column. Chen Mo suddenly looked up, his icy gaze piercing through the swirling dust, locking onto the center of the Rainbow Bridge's descent. A wave of energy, filled with destructive intent, cold and merciless, emanated from the heart of that light column like an awakening ancient beast. The destroyer of Asgard had arrived. Chapter 37. The Pig Dragon Burns Armor. Divine weapons test their edge. The afterglow of the Rainbow Bridge had yet to dissipate, and the sand swirled like a murky tidal wave. The silhouette of a colossal figure slowly rose amidst the dust, cold, heavy, and oppressive. It was a humanoid armor, exceeding 3 meters in height, crafted from an unknown dark golden metal. It bore no face, only a smooth, mirror-like visage, with a vertical slit in the center resembling a tightly closed singular eye. The armor, with its ancient and fearsome design, features sharp spikes extending from its joints, exuding a chilling aura that promises the annihilation of all living beings. Its heavy steps imprint deep marks in the sand, each stride causing the earth to tremble slightly. Behold the ultimate weapon of Asgard, the Destroyer armor. Its target is evidently not the mere mortals of S.H.I.L.D. The faceplate slowly rotates, and the icy fissure of its gaze, akin to a precise ray of death, effortlessly spans several kilometers, locking onto Chen Mo at the bottom of the circular pit. An invisible, heavy pressure, imbued with a will for destruction, descends abruptly like a tangible shackle. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on the pit walls suddenly feel breathless, their hearts gripped as if by an unseen giant's hand. Coulson's expression shifts dramatically. Retreat. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Get away from that metallic can. Quickly. There's no need for orders. The agents and scientists are already in a state of panic, scrambling into their vehicles. The engines roaring like startled hares as they flee frantically into the depths of the desert. The deathly aura emanating from the destroyer is far too pure for any human to withstand. In an instant, only Chen Mo remains in the circular pit, facing the icy killing machine from several kilometers away. Target lock, destroyer armor, Odin's battle armor. Energy level, extremely high, harboring the power of a stellar core and Odin's might. Threat assessment, extremely high, capable of inflicting severe damage to current host. Weakness marking, preliminary activation core, energy node of faceplate, suspected weakness. Joint connections, relatively weak defense. Perfect timing to test out my new toy. In Chen Mo's eyes, there is not a hint of fear, but rather a fervent battle spirit ignited. The divine power of the Bull Talisman has become more refined after wielding the hammer. The desire for destruction from the Dragon Talisman roars within him, and the newly unlocked Pig Talisman eagerly awaits its turn. An active target imbued with divine power is far more appealing than that lifeless hammer. The destroyer, evidently, has no intention of communicating. The icy fissure at the center of the faceplate suddenly gapes wide. Blinding golden-red energy, akin to a volcano suppressed for millennia, gathers with furious intensity. Boom! A beam of destruction, half a meter in diameter, carrying the searing heat capable of incinerating all and the terrifying energy to tear through space, launches forth like a spear of divine retribution, instantly slicing through the air and hurtling towards Chen Mo from several kilometers away. Wherever the beam passes, the air warps violently, and the sand below is carved into a deep, molten glass-like trench. Speed, power, exceeding any military weaponry. This is splendid. A fierce glint ignites in Chen Mo's eyes. The Rabbit Talisman unleashes supersonic speed. En ultimate explosion. Boom! Another sonic boom erupts from his position. His figure vanishes as if teleporting. The destructive beam barely grazes his afterimage as it strikes the center of the circular pit. Boom! The terrifying explosion shakes the entire desert. The circular pit is forcibly blown out on one side. Countless rocks melt and vaporize. Scorching shockwaves carry molten debris skyward. Chen Mo's figure appears atop another sand dune several hundred meters away, his clothing singed and curling from the intense heat. He gazes at the impact crater, now a quarter flattened, with a flicker of gravity in his eyes. This power is truly formidable. The destroyer did not relent. Its faceplate rotated and once again locked onto Chen Mo. The crimson light converged once more. It is my turn. Chen Mo seized his evasion. In his eyes, the power of the Pig Talisman surged forth with a thunderous force. Buzz! Two beams of condensed crimson light, as slender as a thumb and as fierce as glowing steel needles, erupted from his gaze with unparalleled speed. Simultaneously, the destroyer unleashed its annihilation beam. In midair, the crimson and golden energies collided with a resounding clash, each representing the pinnacle of destruction. A deafening sound of energy annihilation rent the air, akin to a searing iron plunging into icy water. The point of contact erupted with blinding brilliance as chaotic energy surged like an uncontrolled hurricane in all directions. A stalemate ensued, lasting less than half a second. Ultimately, the crimson beam could not compete with the energy level of the annihilation beam infused with the power of a stellar core, and was forcibly repelled back by the golden torrent. Yet, this brief moment of stagnation was precisely what Chen Mo sought. Just as the annihilation beam was about to fully engulf the Pig Talisman S-ray and strike him, The dragon burst penetrated. The energy of the dragon talisman, already coiled and ready to unleash its maximum potential, transformed from a wide-ranging impact to a concentrated point of focus. A spiraling, white-hot energy cone, emitting a piercing shriek, surged forward with unerring precision to strike the core point of the annihilation beam that had been temporarily hindered by the pig talisman S-ray, where the energy flow exhibited minute turbulence. Boom! The brilliant white spiral tip pierced through the stability of the annihilation beam's energy torrent like a glowing nail into decaying wood. The entangled energies of crimson, pig talisman, and golden annihilation beam were detonated at their core by this lethal white tip. A thunderous roar echoed in the air, reminiscent of a small nuclear explosion. A massive fireball, a blend of red, gold, and white, swelled violently. The terrifying shockwave sent sand soaring into towering waves. Lifting it dozens of meters high, the enormous form of the destroyer staggered backward from the force of the self-detonation. Combination technique, pig talisman and dragon talisman. Energy blockade, core penetration. Pig talisman fusion, level 07, current 50. Heat ray energy concentration enhanced. Dragon talisman fusion, level 06, current 158. Energy form control, spiraling penetration, strengthened. System energy, 38. Roar. The destroyer emitted an enraged metallic roar, seemingly incensed by the provocation of an ant. Abandoning its ranged assault, its colossal metallic body surged forward like an uncontrollable siege beast, rumbling towards a sand dune where Chen Mo stood with terrifying speed. Each footfall trembled the earth, rendering the dunes as fragile as tofu before its might. Close combat? A cold smile graced Chen Mo's lips. Let us see whose shell is tougher. The power of the ox talisman surged through him once more. His muscles bulged, and golden patterns shimmered. He did not retreat, but advanced. The rabbit talisman unleashed its explosive speed. The figure transformed into a blurred black line, charging fiercely towards the destroyer. One large and one small. The colossal metal deity and the flesh and blood body. In a vast expanse of the desert, the most primal and violent clash was about to unfold. At the edge of the pit, Coulson's convoy had not retreated far. Through high-powered telescopes and drones relaying images, everyone held their breath, witnessing a battle that transcended the limits of human imagination. They watched that diminutive yet formidable figure boldly charge towards the cold killing machine. Had he lost his mind? Grappling with that monstrous entity, exclaimed an agent in astonishment. Boom! Like two high-speed trains colliding head-on, Chen Mo's fist, imbued with the power of the bull talisman, unleashed a piercing shriek as it struck fiercely against the colossal metal fist of the destroyer. Chapter 38. Indomitable Confrontation. The God King's fury, the collision of flesh and blood fists against metal titans. Boom! A sound reminiscent of a divine drum reverberated through the desert. The thunderous roar, powerful enough to shatter internal organs, erupted above the arid landscape. A violent shockwave radiated from the point of collision, sweeping outward like a tsunami. The massive dune beneath their feet was flattened as if struck by a giant's hand. Sand and debris soaring skyward, forming a wall of sandstorm that obscured the sun. At the heart of the sandstorm, crack! The agonizing sound of twisting metal echoed sharply. The destroyer's armor, forged from Asgardian gold, capable of withstanding the bombardment of interstellar warship cannons, crumpled under the terrifying iron fist of Chen Mo, who had channeled 135 units of bull talisman power, compounded with a supersonic impact. It disintegrated like inferior pottery under a heavy hammer, instantly caving in, warping, and cracking. Countless fine fissures spread like a spider's web. The enormous body of the destroyer was forced backward by this overwhelming force that transcended physical limits. Its heavy metallic feet carving deep furrows in the sand for dozens of meters. The destructive light erupting from the seam in its mask momentarily flickered in disarray. Meanwhile, Chen Mo was sent flying as if he had collided with a high-speed iron mountain. He soared backward like a cannonball. Bang! 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 He crashed through 3 small rocky hills in succession. Dust and debris filled the air. Finally, he landed heavily into the 4th rocky mound, smashing a human-shaped dent into the solid rock. Bull Talisman maximum output. combined with Rabbit Talisman Supersonic Impact. Effect: inflicts considerable physical damage to divine-grade metals. URU Alloy. Bull Talisman Fusion Level 10, Current 145. Power penetration and destructive capability significantly enhanced. Host status: minor bone fractures in both arms. Internal organs shaken. Energy impact: Dog Talisman passive not triggered, non-fatal. In the dust-filled crater, Chen Mo slowly rose to his feet. He shook his slightly numb arms, feeling the subtle pain in his bones and the surge of blood. Yet, his eyes burned with the flame of excitement. What exhilaration! This was the thrill of a clash of power. The destroyer steadied its form, lowering its gaze upon the shattered and contorted fist. As the light seeping through the crevices of its mask flickered violently, seemingly conveying immense rage and bewilderment. How could mere ants of the mid-court inflict harm upon a divine weapon? A roar erupted, the furious metallic growl reverberating across the desolate expanse. The destroyer was utterly unhinged. Casting aside all restraint, the fissures in its mask widened dramatically, and this time, the energy coalescing was not a singular beam, but rather a torrent of molten flame. A concentrated essence of golden-red energy. An overwhelming force, far surpassing any prior display, capable of incinerating stars, instantaneously locked onto Chen Mo, who had just risen from the rocky pit. The temperature of the entire desert skyrocketed, as if the sky itself had been stained with the hues of a furnace. The exterior of Coulson's armored vehicle began to radiate heat, the windows groaning under the unbearable strain. "Run! Get as far away as possible!" Coulson's voice, tinged with desperation, rang out hoarsely. This was a battle beyond the realm of humanity. Chen Mo's pupils constricted sharply. An acute sense of impending doom washed over him like ice water poured over his head. The energy level contained within this strike far exceeded any previous assault, capable of vaporizing him entirely, leaving not even a remnant. Warning: detection of super high-energy destructive energy accumulation. Threat level: fatal. Energy intensity: far beyond the host's current defensive threshold. Dragon and cow talismans cannot fully withstand it. Trigger conditions: rule level instant death damage. Dog Talisman Immortality passive trigger assessment in progress. Eternal Immortality, accompanied by a low growl within Chen Mo's heart. A warm, eternal, and pure golden light, akin to the first rays of dawn, erupted from the depths of his being without reservation, enveloping his entire form in an instant. It formed a seemingly delicate golden cocoon, yet it appeared to harbor the primordial force of the universe at its inception. At the moment the cocoon took shape, the destroyer unleashed its ultimate strike. The flame of star destruction, in a cataclysmic eruption, a torrent of golden-red energy, seemingly drawn directly from the core of a star, surged forth with the ultimate power to annihilate space and extinguish all existence, instantaneously engulfing the area where Chen Mo stood. Even the half of the rocky hill behind him was completely consumed by this devastating flow of light. There was no explosion, only obliteration. Wherever the golden-red torrent flowed, all matter, rocks, sand, and air, was instantaneously disintegrated into the most fundamental particles, the very fabric of space contorting into a bizarre, molten state. A vast, gaping void, edged with dark red energy currents, materialized above the desert, as if the scene had been erased by an eraser. A terrifying energy storm swept across several kilometers, tossing Coulson's convoy about like leaves in a tempest. Communication was utterly severed, and all instruments failed. The SHIELD, temporary camp, along with the mighty Mjolnir, was entirely obliterated by the shockwave. Yet Mjolnir remained steadfastly embedded in its pedestal, impervious, its runes swirling, isolating the hammer from the chaos. Like a rock amidst a storm, the flow of light persisted for a full 5 seconds before gradually dissipating. In its wake, only a massive lava pit over 100 meters in diameter, unfathomably deep, remained. The walls of the pit shimmered with a dark crimson, high-temperature luster, exuding rising steam and a pungent scent of sulfur. Had Chen Mo and the rocky hill behind him vanished? Were they entirely vaporized? The desert succumbed to an eerie silence. Only the heavy metallic breaths of the destroyer echoed at the edge of the lava pit. Deep within Asgard's golden palace, the one-eyed, Aged Odin gazed through the luminous veil projected from the tip of the eternal spear, observing the unfolding events upon the desolate Midgard. A flicker of barely perceptible astonishment crossed his single eye when he witnessed the diminutive mortal of the realm daring to confront the might of the destroyer with mere flesh, even managing to inflict harm. However, as the mortal was entirely consumed by the flames of the destroyer's burning star, only a frigid indifference remained in his gaze. "Let the foolish offender be obliterated to dust," Odin murmured, preparing to withdraw his attention. Yet, at that very moment when the destructive light dissipated, revealing the vast lava pit, Odin's eye abruptly froze. His pupil contracted to the size of pinprick. At the center of the lava pit, a faint yet unwavering, eternal golden radiance ignited defiantly. Within that glow stood a figure, unscathed, none other than Chen Mo. The gossamer thin golden cocoon of light gradually retracted, ultimately merging into Chen Mo's being. He stood at the boiling bottom of the lava pit, with swirling dark red magma beneath him. The scalding heat waves distorted the air, yet could not encroach within half a meter of his form. The eternal protective light of the dog talisman withstood the annihilation of the stellar core's energy. It safeguarded the absolute existence of his life mark. Dog talisman, immortal, passive triggered. Status: encountered rule level instant death attack. Stellar core, energy, annihilation. Triggered highest level absolute existence protection. Effect: immune to annihilation effects. Maintains the eternal existence of the host's life mark. Energy consumption, passive trigger. No consumption. Life mark protection is rule level passive. Dog talisman fusion degree 03, current 04. Slightly enhances resistance to rule level annihilation. What? For the first time? Odin gasped in disbelief. The tip of the eternal spear, Gungnir, trembled slightly. On his majestic visage, an expression of incredulity emerged for the first time. A mortal from Midgard withstood the full force of the destroyer's assault unscathed. What law governed that golden protective power? How could it withstand Odin's divine might? On the desert, at the edge of the lava pit, the destroyer flickered ominously, its visor's light fluctuating erratically, as if its murderous programming was thrown into chaos and delay by this incomprehensible spectacle. Chen Mo raised his head, his icy gaze piercing through the swirling heat waves, locking onto the smooth surface of the destroyer's visor. Slowly, he lifted his right hand. Within his palm, the blazing white light of the dragon talisman ignited once more, this time infused with a ferocious, indomitable will of destruction, thoroughly incensed. "Have you had enough?" Chen Mo's voice was cold, clearly penetrating the roar of the lava, reaching the perception of the destroyer, or perhaps Odin controlling it from afar in Asgard. "Now it is my turn." Chapter 39, Radiant Armament. Resonance of runes lava churned beneath his feet, the acrid stench of sulfur pervading the air. Chen Mo stood at the bottom of the high-temperature lava pit, capable of melting gold and iron, yet enveloped by an invisible force field, a faintly protective effect bestowed by the canine rune, effectively shielding him from the lethal heat and toxic fumes. He gazed at the edge of the lava pit where a momentarily disoriented destroyer lingered, cold murderous intent intertwined with the fury ignited by relentless assaults, burning fiercely within his chest. Passive endurance? That was not his style. In the palm of his hand, the blazing white radiance of the dragon rune was fervently compressed and spun. Although the destroyer's ultimate strike had been rendered ineffective by the canine rune, the terrifying pressure and energy level that could obliterate stars bore down on his consciousness like a heavy hammer. The limits of the Ox rune's divine power had been shattered, and the destructive desire of the dragon rune had been thoroughly ignited. He needed release. He needed to prove himself. He needed to make this cold iron lump, and the pair of eyes watching from behind, pay a price. Dragon explosive annihilation star drill. Chen Montak Hoavet. The searing energy in his palm was compressed to its utmost limit. No longer merely a spiraling drill. The tip even coalesced into a dark singularity, imbued with the essence of annihilating stellar cores. Merging the insights gained from the flames of obliterated stars, this strike embodied his deeper understanding of the dragon rune's destructive nature. Boom! A beam of energy, no thicker than an arm, yet refined to the point where light itself was consumed, surged forth, interwoven with destructive black radiance. tearing through the scorching air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at the gap in the central visage of the destroyer. Speed, penetrative power, far surpassing anything prior. The destroyer seemed to regain its composure from the chaos, sensing the lethal threat. A shield of light, composed of countless tiny hexagons and swirling with magical runes, swiftly coalesced before it. This was the defensive manifestation of Odin's divine power. The concentrated black and white beam collided violently against the magical shield. Amidst the harsh sounds of annihilation, the shield quaked violently. Countless runes flickered into oblivion. The massive form of the destroyer was pushed back once more by the impact. Yet it ultimately held its ground. Odin's defensive magic was not easily breached. Hold, I wonder how many times you can withstand this. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He swung his arms in succession. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A torrent of slightly weaker, yet equally lethal, spiraling dragon flame beams rained down upon the destroyer. The target was not merely the core of its visage, but also the joints connecting various parts of its body. The weaknesses were clearly marked, guiding the assault's direction. The destroyer struggled to cope. The light shield flickered continuously to block. The ear-piercing sounds of annihilation echoed endlessly. Fine cracks and burning pits began to mar the sturdy armor. It attempted to counterattack, yet Chen Mo's strikes were swift and cunning, enhanced by the rabbit rune's supersonic maneuverability, allowing him to evade in the fleeting moments between attacks, launching even more ferocious counterstrikes. However, the destroyer was ultimately Odin's ultimate weapon. After withstanding over a dozen dragon flame impacts, it seemed to seize upon a brief moment when Chen Mo needed to catch his breath. The gap in its visage glowed with a dangerous golden red light once more. A beam of annihilation, slightly weaker yet still deadly, shot forth at close range. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened as he braced himself to resist. Bolstered by the talisman of the dog, or to evade with the talisman of the rabbit, an unforeseen change erupted. A warm, sacred force brimming with vibrant vitality surged within him without warning. This time, it was not the instinct of impending demise that he sensed, but rather the colossal, frigid magic intertwined with the will of annihilation and stellar energy residing within the destroyer. The power of the horse talisman, embodying healing and purification, stirred restlessly. It seemed to perceive that destructive energy as an aberration and source of contamination that required purification and expulsion. An instinctual, profound desire for purification surged through Chen Mo's consciousness. Warning: the energy of the horse talisman is in a state of agitation. It has detected an exceedingly high concentration of destructive and chaotic energy emanating from the source, the destroyer's armor, triggering a potent instinct for purification. Should the horse talisman energy be guided to purify and disperse, this will require a vast amount of mental strength and talisman energy. The target energy level is extraordinarily high. Unknown risks are present. Purification and dispersion, purifying a weapon. Chen must too haste. Just as the destroyer's lethal beam was about to reach him, he made a bold decision. Cleanse it for me. Chen Mo did not suppress the energy of the horse talisman. Instead, he wholeheartedly guided it. He transformed this warm, sacred power, infused with his immense mental will, into an invisible torrent that surged along the dissipating dragon flame beam he had unleashed, flowing upstream. It collided fiercely with the annihilating beam emitted by the destroyer, aiming to penetrate the barrier of energy and directly impact the core of the destroyer's armor. A sudden silence ensued. There was no earth-shattering explosion. When the torrent of thought imbued with the purifying power of the horse talisman met the destroyer's annihilating beam, a bizarre scene unfolded. The frigid, raging golden red energy beam, capable of incinerating stars, softened, faded, and dissipated at a visibly rapid pace, as if it had been doused with a neutralizing agent. It was neither negated nor obliterated, but rather purified, reverting to the most fundamental and gentle particles of cosmic energy, akin to snow melting beneath the warm embrace of spring sunshine. The purifying force surged like a relentless parasite, flowing upstream along the energy beam, instantly penetrating the core energy node revealed by the gaps in the destroyer's faceplate. The destroyer's massive form abruptly froze in place, as if a pause button had been pressed. The flickering light within the gaps of its faceplate extinguished instantaneously. The powerful magical runes coursing across its surface flickered erratically, akin to a faulty bulb, before ultimately dimming to nothingness. Its intricate energy transmission system, the core circuitry driving destruction, was now infused with the purest essence of holy water. The cold force of the stellar core was forcibly soothed and purified, losing its destructive vitality. The formidable magical runes, empowered by Odin, were forcibly dispelled and disintegrated, losing the foundation for their operation. The destroyer was incapacitated. Its massive form remained poised for attack. Frozen in place, as the gaps in its faceplate slowly closed, with the last remnants of golden-red light within resembling unwilling embers, extinguished completely. The suffocating aura of destruction dissipated like a receding tide, leaving behind a colossal, cold, and heavy metallic statue that had lost all semblance of energy. Standing at the edge of a desolate lava pit, the incantation of the horse charm, Dispelling, was invoked. Success in purifying and dispersing the core driving energy and Odin's runes of the target, the destroyer armor. The effect, kinetic energy of the target halted. Energy core in a state of inertia. Energy consumption, immense. Fusion degree of the horse charm at 17, current 27. Mental energy depletion, 55. Warning, system energy has fallen to 30. Host has entered a state of profound fatigue. The first combination of spells, Dragon Horse the Dragon, destroys the vessel. The horse purifies the core. A faint resonance of the spell was triggered, 0-1. Did it succeed? Chen Mo gasped lightly. His pallor evident as a wave of dizziness washed over him. Observing the completely inert destroyer before him, he felt a twinge of surprise. The purifying power of the horse charm could exert such an overwhelming influence on a divine weapon. He steeled himself, casting his gaze towards the circular pit. The S.H.I.O.D. camp was in disarray, yet the mighty Mjolnir remained steadfastly embedded in the shattered pedestal, its form radiating a serene glow. Just as Chen Mo prepared to approach for a closer inspection, a thunderous roar resounded. Another radiant beam of rainbow light descended from the heavens, directly landing beside the frozen destroyer. As the brilliance faded, a man with flowing golden hair, a robust physique, and clad in humble earthly attire that could not mask his commanding presence, emerged unsteadily onto the sandy ground, wielding a broken sword hilt, a remnant of the god of Thunder's sword. His face was aflame with anger and urgency. It was none other than the exiled Thor. Following closely behind were several figures dressed in civilian attire. His girlfriend Jane Foster, scientist Eric Selvig, and intern Darcy Lewis. Destroyer. Halt! I am Thor Odinson. Thor bellowed with authority at the immobile destroyer, attempting to command it with the weight of his royal lineage. However, the destroyer remained unresponsive, like a true metallic statue. Thor was taken aback. It was then he discerned the state of the destroyer, its armor dimmed, marred by numerous cracks, and the core devoid of energy, alongside the enormous lava pit that sent shivers down his spine. What had transpired? Thor looked around in bewilderment, his gaze inevitably drawn to a figure emerging from the depths of the lava pit, weakened, yet exuding an invisible aura of pressure. Coulson's convoy struggled back from the distance. Agents stood dumbfounded, gazing at the scene before them. The immobile destroyer, the vast lava pit, the enigmatic figure emerging, and the suddenly appeared golden-haired giant, all rendered speechless, their minds momentarily paralyzed. Chen Mo's gaze swept past Thor and the terrified Jane behind him, not lingering. His eyes ultimately fell upon the dull, sword hilt in Thor's grasp, then glanced toward Mjolnir in the distance. The Prince of Asgard? Chen Mo's voice, hoarse from exhaustion, resonated clearly across the desolate landscape. It seems your domestic affairs have sullied my experimental ground. Who are you? What have you done to the destroyer? Thor instinctively tightened his grip on the fractured sword hilt, his gaze fixed warily on Chen Mo. He sensed the mortal before him was in a weakened state, yet the terrifying aura concealed within, particularly those icy eyes, elicited a primal sense of threat. Chen Mo did not respond to Thor's inquiry. Slowly, he raised his hand, not to attack, but to gesture toward the dim sword hilt in Thor's grasp. A hum resonated in the air, an invisible force, intertwined with a peculiar wave stemming from the resonance of runes, enveloped the shattered god of Thunder's sword. The once dull hilt flickered faintly for an instant. Chapter 40. The Gift of Divine Power. A storm approaches a hum. The fractured sword hilt glimmered ever so slightly under Chen Mo's gestural influence. The The light was weak and fleeting, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, yet distinctly shattered the desolate silence of the wasteland. Thor instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt, feeling a familiar, yet foreign tremor coursing through the blade, his eyes wide with astonishment. Why did this broken mortal iron respond to this mysterious figure when Mjolnir had rejected him? Chen Mo himself was momentarily taken aback. The faint glow was not a deliberate result of his actions. It felt more like a resonance of sorts. Was it a remnant mark left by the canine rune's confrontation with Odin's power? Or perhaps the Asgardian essence, tainted while purifying the energy of the destroyer by the equine rune? Or could it be that the dragon rune's insights on the brink of annihilation touched upon some essence of thunder? Detected weak divine power crystal, remnants of the god of thunder's sword, energy fluctuations, energy attribute, Asgardian divine power, fragments of thunder's laws. Highly inert. Detected weak runic resonance, originating from the combination of runes and host experiences opposing divine power. Would you like to attempt absorption? Requires mental energy to establish a connection. Risk of divine backlash exists. Divine power crystal? Fragments of thunder's laws? A glimmer of insight flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Both the system's energy and mental strength were at a low ebb, and the risks of absorption were considerable. However, this was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity to comprehend higher levels of power and enhance the integration of runes. Risk has always coexisted with reward. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his thoughts intensely, forcibly squeezing the scant remnants of his mental energy. He guided the rune energies within him, which had only just settled and appeared to have formed a subtle connection through their combination. Particularly the recently displayed purifying power of the equine rune and the eternal protection of the canine rune, into an invisible bridge, cautiously touching towards the fractured edge of the sword hilt in Thor's hand. The edge of the sword hilt glimmered once more, clearer than before. It was as if the slumbering thunder beast had been touched upon its reverse scale. A weak yet supremely authoritative sense of resistance emanated. It was the residual imprint of Odin's divine power. Chen Mo stifled a groan, as if pricked by needles. The energy bridge he was guiding trembled violently. What do you intend to do with my sword? Thor roared, sensing the disturbance in the hilt and the invisible pressure radiating from his opponent. Instinctively shielding the sword behind him, though he had lost his divine power, the pride and intuition of a king remained undiminished. In that fleeting moment of resistance and temptation, a concentrated crimson beam, akin to the scythe of death, shot forth from Chen Mo's eyes without warning. The pig talisman's laser eyes targeted Thor's arm, which was protecting the hilt of his sword. Swift, ruthless, and precise. Although Thor possessed remarkable combat instincts, the limitations of his physical prowess, now devoid of divine power, became evident. He instinctively recoiled, but the searing crimson beam grazed the outer side of his forearm, instantly incinerating his clothing and leaving a charred burn upon his skin. A sharp pain surged through him, causing Thor to emit a pained grunt, his grip on the hilt loosening. In the fleeting moment, as the hilt slipped from his grasp, Chen Mo, enduring the mental agony and the void of energy, conjured an invisible hand through his will, activated by the chicken talisman. The severed hilt, as if drawn by a magnet, swiftly broke free from Thor's control and transformed into a streak of light, forcefully drawn into Chen Mo's hand. It felt heavy and cold, with the remnants of a tingling arc of electricity at the break. No, get it back to me. Thor's eyes widened in fury, disregarding the pain in his arm as he lunged forward. Seeking death? Chen Mo's cold gaze swept over Thor, and the radiant white light of the dragon talisman flickered ominously. The aura of destruction enveloped Thor and Jian, who stood behind him. Thor's feet were rooted to the ground, paralyzed by the immense threat of death. His body bristling with tension. He glared at Chen Mo, fury blazing in his eyes, yet he dared not move. He had lost his divine power and could no longer protect Jian and the others. Chen Mo paid no heed to Thor's murderous glare. He lowered his gaze to the dim hilt in his hand, his mental energy akin to the most precise probe, intertwined with the purifying and soothing power of the horse talisman and the protective barrier of the dog talisman, forcefully penetrated the hilt's interior. Suddenly, the hilt erupted with blinding blue-white lightning. The violent backlash of energy surged like a wrathful dragon, crashing against Chen Mo's consciousness through the mental link. Warning: encountering divine power backlash. Mental impact. Dog Talisman activated passively, maintaining consciousness. Horse Talisman activated passively, removing mental corruption. Guidance successful. Commencing the extraction and absorption of inert divine power crystal, fragment of the Thunder Rule. Energy conversion in progress. Boom. A pure vast power, imbued with the dual essence of thunderous fury and destructive creation, surged into Chen Mo's body like a river breaking free from its dam. Chen Mo let out a suppressed roar, his body trembling violently. Blue-white arcs of electricity coursed across his skin, his hair standing on end, and lightning flickering in his eyes. Though this power was merely a fragment and had been largely purified of its destructive intent by the Horse Talisman, its essence remained immensely ferocious. It crashed violently against his veins, flesh, and bones. The energy gauge on the system panel fluctuated wildly, 354-045-5055, like a long-awaited rain after a drought. The previously expended system energy was rapidly replenished by this pure cosmic energy, even beginning to overflow. More critically, there was the resonance of the talismans, absorbing higher cosmic energy, fragments of its guardian power. System energy saturation, commencing the infusion of sigil energy and rule analysis. Bull Sigil Fusion Degree 15, current 160. The essence of power touches the realm of rules, faint thunderous might. Dragon Sigil Fusion Degree 18, current 176. The destructive energy merges with the annihilation traits of thunder. Dog Sigil Fusion Degree 05, current 09. Resistance to divine power impact enhanced. Horse Sigil Fusion Degree 08, current 35. Purifying power's adaptability to divine energy augmented. New state unlocked. Sigil Resonance Beginner 02. Sigil Resonance. When multiple sigil abilities synergistically act upon the same target or event, additional energy amplification and faint rule interaction occur. The higher the resonance degree, the stronger the amplification. The hilt of the broken sword turned to ash in Chen Mo's hands. The last flicker of lightning merging into his being. He slowly lifted his head, the rampant arcs of electricity gradually subsiding, the lightning in his eyes retreating, replaced by a deeper, more subdued coldness. Though his complexion remained pale, his aura seemed to have undergone a refinement, becoming more substantial and weighty, imbued with an indescribable majesty. The system energy stabilized at 60. His mental strength, nurtured by the horse sigil, began to recover slowly. He glanced at Thor, then at the distant Mjolnir still embedded in its pedestal, a cold smirk curving his lips. Thor Odinson? Chen Mo's voice regained its calm, yet carried an invisible pressure. Your sword is mediocre. Your hammer possesses some merit. With that, he disregarded the furious Thor and the terrified Jane, the serpent sigil's ethereal glow enveloping him. His figure gradually melding into the air, vanishing without a trace. Curse you! Thor bellowed at the spot where Chen Mo had disappeared, his anger futile. Coulson, accompanied by a group of shaken agents, cautiously approached, observing the statue-like destroyer, the immense lava pit, and the furious blonde giant. Mr. Coulson took a deep breath, attempting to negotiate. At that moment, boom! Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Dark clouds gathered without warning. A more robust and majestic rainbow beam descended with a thunderous crash. It precisely enveloped Thor's form. No, Jane! Thor could only scream before being consumed by the beam. Disappearing from sight. Along with him vanished the motionless destroyer armor, drawn by the power of the Rainbow Bridge. The desolate landscape returned to silence, leaving behind the vast lava pit, the ruinous camp, the stunned SHILD agents, and Jane Foster, lost and disoriented by Thor's sudden disappearance. Asgard. Golden Palace. The brilliance of the Rainbow Bridge faded. Thor's figure appeared atop the Grand Hall, the destroyer standing like a loyal servant behind him. Upon the throne, Odin slowly opened his single eye, gazing down at his son, whose essence had undeniably changed, filled with anger and resentment. Father, that mortal, he has stolen my sword. He has desecrated the dignity of Asgard. Thor seethed, eager to voice his grievance. Enough. Odin's deep voice, laden with boundless weariness and a subtle hint of trepidation, interrupted him. His profound gaze seemed to penetrate the distant starry expanse, settling upon the direction of Earth. The remnants of that sword had lost their worth. Ultimately, Odin's gaze landed upon Thor, its complexity unfathomable. "And you, my son, do you perceive it?" Thor was taken aback. "Within that mortal's form, I beheld the eternal indomitable spirit, the purifying holy light, and a trace of purloined thunder." Odin's voice resonated like an ancient sigh. "A singular anomaly has emerged in Midgard, an unpredictable variable beyond even my comprehension. A storm is on the horizon." Chapter 41. The cornered beast of the slums and the first glimmer of holy light in the depths of a derelict auto repair shop in Queens, New York. The damp, moldy scent mingled with a lingering aroma of motor oil, permeating the dimly lit space. Chen Mo sat cross-legged atop a pile of worn tires, eyes closed in meditative focus. The system's energy stabilized at 60, while his mental fortitude slowly recuperated under the nurturing influence of the horse talisman. Yet, the profound fatigue from the fierce battle in the New Mexico desert, coupled with the residual, subtle sting of lightning within his meridians from forcibly absorbing divine power crystals, remained an ever-present shadow. His fingertips unconsciously traced the air, a fleeting arc of faint yet annihilating white lightning flickering momentarily. The 176 fusion level of the Dragon Talisman endowed him with a deeper mastery of energy control. The trace of Thunder's obliterating essence, derived from the remnants of the god of Thunder's sword, acted as a catalyst, amplifying the already terrifying destructive capability of the dragon's explosive force with an edge of regulatory precision. The eternal, indomitable sense of protection from the dog talisman grew clearer under the nurturing of the horse talisman, fusion level 09, settling like bedrock deep within his consciousness. Meanwhile, the power of the horse talisman, fusion level 35, appeared more agile, having purified the core of the destroyer and soothed the raging divine force, enhancing its sensitivity to the recognition of foreign energies. Talisman Resonance, Beginner 02 Weak Energy Amplification in effect. Talisman energy circulation efficiency increased by 5, energy consumption reduced by 3. The subtle resonance of 02 brought palpable enhancement. A cold smile curved Chen Mo's lips. The expedition to Asgard had yielded far beyond expectations. The increase in strength fostered a more intense desire for control and a voracious hunger for resources. The prying eyes of SHIELD, the insidious actions of HYD array, and the potential movements of the military, though bothersome, no longer posed a lethal threat. What he needed was a grander stage, mightier adversaries, and more efficient means of plunder. Just as he plotted his next course of action, a sharp sound of slicing air approached with increasing intensity. Not a singular instance, but a deluge like rain. It instantaneously rent the serene night sky above the repair shop. Boom, 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 boom. Violent explosions erupted fiercely around the perimeter of the shop. The earth trembled. The corroded metal roof groaned under the unbearable strain, with dust and debris cascading like a torrential downpour. The shrill sound of alarms, if any existed, was utterly drowned out by the detonations. Warning: engaging in saturation artillery fire coverage. Threat source: long-range guided rocket clusters. Threat level: high physical destruction impact shockwaves. The military? Chen Mo's eyes sharpened, gleaming like blades. Without a moment's hesitation, the rabbit talisman unleashed a supersonic burst. Boom! The very ground beneath him erupted with a deafening sonic boom. In a fraction of a second before the shell struck, his figure transformed into a blurred silhouette, crashing through the rusted iron wall and bursting forth. Almost the instant he broke free, a thunderous explosion resounded. The spot where he had been seated was directly hit by multiple large-caliber rockets. The core area of the repair facility collapsed as if trampled by a giant. Engulfed in flames, a searing wave of heat swept through, carrying metal shards and fire in a violent torrent. Chen Mo's figure appeared on the rooftop of a low building several dozen meters away, his cold gaze sweeping over the inferno that was once the repair yard. In the sky, several Apache attack helicopters circled like vultures, their wings laden with rocket pods, still emitting smoke from their recent launches. In the distance, accompanied by the thunderous roar of treads crushing the pavement, a convoy of a dozen Abrams main battle tanks and Bradley infantry fighting vehicles, clad in standard U.S. Desert camouflage surged through the narrow, dilapidated streets of the slums, their cannons aimed directly at his position. Countless special forces soldiers, equipped with night vision goggles, took cover behind tanks and crumbling walls, rapidly establishing a tight network of crossfire. Chen Mo, or perhaps I should call you Source Spirit. A booming, cold voice resonated through a loudspeaker, echoing throughout the district. A command Humvee halted behind the armored cluster, atop which stood General Thunder Ross, an elderly man in military uniform. His hair grizzled and his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. He fixated on Chen Mo atop the building, his face contorted with a mix of rage, apprehension, and a twisted fervor. You wreak havoc, destroy cities, disrupt order. The abilities you exhibit are exceedingly perilous. Under the National Security Emergency Authorization Act, I, General Thunder Ross, command you to cease all resistance immediately. Submit to military oversight. Otherwise, you shall be executed on the spot. Oversight? Chen Mo stood resolute on the rooftop, the night wind billowing around his dark garments. Faced with the ominous muzzles below and the circling helicopters above, he wore only a mask of icy indifference. With this scrap metal, his voice, though low, pierced through the residual echoes of the explosions and the clamor of armored vehicles, reaching Ross's ears. Arrogance. General Ross's face turned ashen, and with a fierce wave of his hand, he commanded, "Open fire. Crush this monster, regardless of the cost." The order was given. The 30mm cannon beneath the nose of the Apache unleashed a terrifying roar, resembling the ripping of fabric. A deluge of depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds descended upon the rooftop, enveloping it in a metallic storm. The tank turrets below rotated, and the 120mm smoothbore cannon erupted with a deafening bellow. High explosive shells screamed toward the building with deadly intent. The 25mm chain gun and heavy machine guns mounted on the infantry fighting vehicles spat forth lethal tongues of fire. A relentless barrage formed an impenetrable net of death. The slum's residents, long awakened by the explosions, cowered behind their windows, trembling at the battlefield-like scene outside, their eyes filled with despair. Faced with a saturation bombardment capable of obliterating an entire platoon in an instant, Chen Mo sprang into action. The Rabbit Talisman surged to supersonic speeds, his figure leaving behind numerous distorted afterimages on the rooftop. Rat-a-tat-tat, boom, boom, boom. The position where he had just stood was instantly engulfed by a barrage of relentless artillery fire. The roof of the entire building appeared as though it had been devoured by a monstrous beast, with bricks and concrete torn asunder like mere scraps of paper. Sent flying into the air, clouds of smoke and bursts of flames surged skyward. Yet, amidst the chaos, a figure surged forth like a wraith, darting through the haze with astonishing speed. In the terrified gaze of the armed helicopter pilot, Chen Mo's silhouette seemed to teleport beneath an Apache helicopter. Caution! He is below. A frantic warning blared across the communication channel, but it was too late. With a gaze as frigid as ice, Chen Mo's right fist, imbued with the power of the Bull Talisman, struck upward with the force of a battering ram against the vulnerable fuel tank of the Apache's belly. Boom! The sound resonated like a heavy hammer striking a colossal metal can. The agonizing metallic screech of distortion and explosion echoed. The Apache was hurled upwards like a struck baseball, tumbling through the air. The fuel tank ruptured instantaneously. Leaking aviation fuel ignited upon contact with the engine's intense heat, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! A massive fireball blossomed in the sky. Shattered rotors and debris billowed forth, engulfed in black smoke. Bull Talisman Fusion Degree 03, Current 163. Precise weak point strike. Rabbit Talisman Fusion Degree 02, Current 55. High altitude, instantaneous maneuver. Damn it! Open fire. All units, engage freely. Bring him down. Ross roared from the command vehicle, witnessing the destruction of a multi-million-dollar Apache, igniting his fury. More artillery, a denser rain of bullets. Like a furious storm of metal, they pursued the specter in the sky. Chen Mo darted through the air at high speed, the Rabbit Talisman's velocity rendering him almost instantaneous, evading lethal fire again and again. Yet, the concentrated infantry fire below clung to him like a relentless parasite, stray bullets grazing past his body. The shockwaves from explosions repeatedly sent him soaring. A depleted uranium armor-piercing round, launched from a tank, tore through the air with terrifying kinetic energy, like a glowing steel needle, piercing through the illusion of Chen Mo's evasion and violently embedding itself into a dilapidated 5-story apartment building behind him. Boom! The round's horrific penetrative force obliterated the entire structure from within, triggering a violent explosion. The supporting framework was annihilated. The building emitted a haunting groan, akin to a giant stripped of its bones, slowly and irretrievably leaning to one side before collapsing. No! Heart-wrenching cries of despair erupted from within the crumbling edifice. There were elderly individuals. There were children. These were the impoverished residents of a slum who had no time to evacuate. Chen Mo's pupils constricted sharply. He saw it. From a shattered window on the 3rd floor, a mother clutching her infant screamed in despair, trapped beneath fallen furniture. On the 5th floor balcony, an elderly man gripped the fractured railing with all his might, his body dangling precariously in mid-air. The military, in their pursuit to eliminate him, showed no regard for civilian lives. A palpable aura of murderous intent erupted from Chen Mo. Yet, the artillery fire intensified below. The armed helicopter reacquired its target. 2 Hellfire anti-tank missiles shrieked through the air, sealing off his escape routes from either side. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion unleashed a tempestuous shockwave in the air. Chen Mo's figure was engulfed by the flames. Had he been struck? General Ross fixed his gaze intently on the epicenter of the explosion. As the smoke began to dissipate, a figure emerged, somewhat disheveled, from the inferno. His clothing was charred and tattered in multiple places, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. It was evident that he had endured the close-range detonation of 2 missiles. Even with the protective power of the Bull Talisman, he had sustained some internal injuries from the shockwave. However, what chilled Chen Mo's gaze further was the sight of the 5-story residential building below, which had collapsed entirely on one side. Countless cries and moans were buried beneath the concrete debris. The air was thick with smoke, resembling a hell on earth. Warning: host has sustained moderate shock trauma. Mass civilian casualties detected. A high concentration of bloody, despairing, and painful negative energy fields has formed. The Horse Talisman, healing and exorcism, has sensed a large-scale, life-threatening situation in the pollution of war wounds. It generates a strong instinct for purification and healing. Instinct intensity, exceeding critical point. Force guidance triggered. A powerful surge erupted from within Chen Mo, unlike anything he had ever experienced. This time, the power of the Horse Talisman surged forth like a boiling sacred spring, transforming from a gentle trickle into a vast river. A wave of warmth, expansive and all-encompassing, radiated a sanctified light that surged uncontrollably from his being. In an instant, it illuminated the war-torn and despair-laden streets. Chapter 42. The Holy Radiance Purifies Sin. An immortal declaration light. Warmth. Sanctity. A brilliance filled with boundless vitality and hope. Like the sun rising in darkness. It instantaneously dispelled the smoke and despair hovering over the slums. A golden halo centered around Chen Mo radiated gently yet irresistibly, expanding to cover a radius of nearly 100 meters. It enveloped the ruins of the collapsed residential building, the burning streets, the cold steel armor, and all those caught within. Wherever the light shone, miracles unfolded. Those buried beneath the rubble, gravely injured and on the brink of death, felt an indescribable warmth seep into their bodies. Agonizing pain melted away like snow. Fractured bones rejoined and healed within the warmth. Gaping wounds visibly stopped bleeding, closed up, and new flesh sprouted in a delicate pink. Even the suffocating sensation from inhaled dust was instantaneously eradicated. "Mommy, it doesn't hurt anymore?" A child trapped beneath a stone ceased his crying, staring in bewilderment at his restored leg. "Oh God, this is a miracle!" An elderly man with white hair discovered that his once suspended arm had somehow found solid ground on a sturdy slab of concrete. Tears of murky age streaming down his face. Meanwhile, the soldiers operating weapons and unleashing firepower toward Chen Mo found themselves enveloped by this radiant light. Their scrapes and bruises healed in an instant. More crucially, a sense of peace and tranquility washed over their frenzied nerves, which had been agitated by the bloodlust and orders of the battlefield. Many instinctively released their grip on the triggers. their once ferocious intent replaced by confusion and a strange calm. Even the roar of tank engines seemed to soften within this domain of sacred light. Massive-scale group healing and purification initiated by the Horse Talisman. Effect: healing all non-lethal physical injuries within the affected area. Eliminate the negative mental states of panic, despair, and bloodlust. Purify the battlefield from pollution, including radioactive dust and harmful gases. Energy expenditure: tremendous. The fusion degree of the Horse Charm is 30, currently 65. Mental power depletion: 70. Warning: system energy has decreased to 45. The host is in a state of severe mental fatigue. Chen Mo floated in midair, bathed in the sacred light emanating from himself, his complexion as pale as parchment, a profound dizziness nearly causing him to plummet. He steadied himself with determination, his cold gaze sweeping across the battlefield below, momentarily frozen in chaos. He observed the civilians, bewildered and astonished from their wounds healing, and the soldiers who had laid down their arms, their expressions returning to clarity. His gaze ultimately settled on General Ross, who was similarly enveloped in the sacred light, yet wore a face of shock and disbelief atop his commanding steed. "Do you see it, General Ross?" Chen Mo's voice, hoarse from the exhaustion of his mental faculties, resonated clearly in every ear, bolstered by the divine light, akin to the whisper of a deity. "The power you desire resides within me. It can bring devastation." He cast a glance at the ruins of the repair shop, obliterated by a rocket, and the burning wreckage of an Apache helicopter. "And it can also usher in rebirth." His eyes swept over the civilians rescued from the debris. The stark contrast was overwhelming. The ultimate shock was that it was he who had shattered the armed helicopter with a single punch. It was he who, with a mere wave, had healed dozens of mortally wounded individuals. The duality of destruction and rebirth, two extreme forces, bizarrely coalesced within a single being. General Ross stood agape, witnessing Chen Mo, illuminated by the sacred light as though a savior had descended, and then glanced at the healed soldiers and the civilians, supported from the ruins, their faces etched with the relief of survival. His mind was in turmoil. This revolutionary scene shattered his preconceived notions. The devastating power sought by the super soldier program, born of gamma rays, appeared utterly ludicrous and feeble in the presence of this man. Was he pursuing a weapon to eliminate threats, or had he inadvertently opened another Pandora's box? No, impossible. This is a deception, some form of mental control. Ross shook his head violently, striving to dispel the wavering within him, a mad obsession reigniting in his eyes. "Open fire. Continue firing. He is a monster. Do not be deceived by him." He roared into the communicator, his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Yet, the battlefield fell into an eerie stasis. The soldiers gazed at their wounds, miraculously healed, looked up at the figure surrounded by sacred light, and then at their comrades rescued from the wreckage. The weapons in their hands felt as heavy as lead. The sense of tranquility brought by the sacred light was so palpable that it instinctively incited their resistance to the general's commands. Useless. Ross seethed at the hesitating soldiers, furiously drawing his pistol and aiming it at a young soldier, recently healed. "I command you to fire." At that moment, a resonating hum pierced the air. A meticulously concentrated crimson beam, akin to the fiery spear of judgment, shot forth from Chen Mo's eyes. The pig charm laser beam, targeting the pistol in General Ross's hand. Swoosh! Incredibly precise. Ross felt a sudden numbness in his wrist, a searing sensation coursing through him. He glanced down to see that his steel handgun had been molten, a clean hole penetrating through from barrel to grip. The edges of the metal still glowed red and softened. His palm, grazed by a searing beam, was instantly charred black. A piercing agony shot through him. "Ah!" Ross let out a cry of pain as his handgun clattered to the ground. "I detest having a gun pointed at me." Chen Mo's voice, cold as the biting wind, resonated with an even greater disdain for being disturbed during his respite. He slowly raised his hand, and within his palm, the radiant white light of the Dragon Talisman began to coalesce once more. This time, threads of blue and white arcs of electricity danced within the brilliance. The aura of annihilation mingled with the oppressive force of thunder, instilling a suffocating terror in all the soldiers below. "Stop! Immediately cease fire." Ross clutched his wrist, gazing in horror at the pulsating orb of energy, finally comprehending that this being before him was not a mere beast to be captured, but a harbinger of catastrophe. Cease all attacks. Withdraw. Retreat at once. He bellowed into the communicator, his voice strained. The armed helicopter swiftly ascended, while the tanks and armored vehicles roared to life. Reversing with urgency, the soldiers, feeling as if pardoned from death, hurriedly aided the wounded, retreating in a tidal wave, leaving behind a scene of devastation and smoldering wreckage. Chen Mo observed the panicked retreat of the iron tide below, but did not pursue. The orb of thunder and flame in his palm gradually dissipated. What he sought was not senseless slaughter, but intimidation and tranquility. His mental energy was nearly depleted, and the system's power remained at less than 40%. He cast one final glance at the survivors amidst the ruins below, their complex gazes of awe, fear, and gratitude directed towards him, as well as the distant, burning neighborhoods. His expression betraying no emotion. The snake talisman activated, a ghostly light enveloping him, as Chen Mo's figure slowly vanished into the air, leaving behind a fading halo of purity and the irrevocably altered battlefield, narrating the astounding scene of a clash between divine and demonic forces that had just transpired. General Ross sat in the jolting retreat of the Humvee, gazing at the charred burn on his wrist, then turned back to the district shrouded in sacred light and rubble. His face ashen, his eyes filled with defeat, fear, and an insatiable, deeper greed. Healing, immortality, and that destructive power, he murmured softly, as if persuading himself, must be secured at any cost. Immediate report to the highest command. Codename, Source Spirit. Threat level elevated to maximum. Activate the Gamma Task Force Contingency Plan. Chapter 43. The undead of the underground clinic in Manhattan's Lower East Side, deep within an alley rife with cheap neon lights and the stench of sewage, lay the entrance to a dilapidated basement devoid of any sign, the Night Owl Clinic, where New York's underworld, fugitives, and various unsavory characters sought treatment for their injuries. The air was thick with a bizarre amalgam of low-grade disinfectant, the scent of blood, and sweat. The dimly lit room housed several tattooed men, exuding a fierce aura. Some groaning softly while others surveyed their surroundings with menacing glares. An elderly man, clad in a blood-stained white coat and with murky eyes, was roughly stitching up the wounds of a burly man with a severed arm while smoking a cigarette. Chen Mo's figure emerged as if from the shadows, the ethereal glow of the snake talisman dissipating the moment he stepped into the clinic. His complexion remained pallid, a testament to the exhaustion of his mental fortitude. Yet his gaze was as frigid as ever. The clinic's stale air, tinged with the metallic scent of blood, caused him to furrow his brow slightly. His entrance instantaneously captivated all eyes, not due to his unfamiliarity, for this was a gathering place for strangers, but rather because of the dissonant aura he exuded, as if he had just emerged from the battlefield, imbued with a subtle, almost ethereal sanctity, juxtaposed with his excessively pristine attire. Cleansed of impurities by the talisman of the horse. Seeking medical attention? For McHugh, grunted an elderly man, his gaze fixed and indifferent, his voice gravelly and cold. I am looking for someone, Chen Mo replied, his tone quiet yet resonant, slicing through the clinic's cacophony like a shard of ice. A doctor named Viper. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted to one of tense silence. The expressions of several men on the nearby beds morphed into wary and dangerous glances. The old man's suturing paused momentarily. His murky eyes, veiled by smoke, scrutinized Chen Mo with newfound seriousness. In the shadows of the corner, a figure that had appeared to be dozing suddenly tensed, barely perceptible. There is no one by the name of Viper here. The old man exhaled a ring of smoke, his tone unchanged. Only old Night Owl. Is that so? Chen Mo's gaze, sharp as a spotlight, zeroed in on the taut figure in the corner. The Viper from Hydra, known for embedding micro-tracking devices and neurotoxins in the wounds of his prey. Your Ouroboros insignia on the inside of your sleeve has not been washed thoroughly enough. Before his words could fully resonate, the figure in the corner sprang forth like a startled serpent, executing a movement so swift it left an afterimage in its wake. A knife, glinting with an eerie azure sheen, lunged for Chen Mo's throat with a vicious angle. Simultaneously, the other hand hurled 3 metallic spheres, which detonated mid-air, releasing a pungent, pink, paralyzing smoke. Seeking death, several men, who had posed as injured patients, erupted from their beds, drawing concealed firearms or machetes, skillfully cutting off all of Chen Mo's escape routes. They were not patients at all, but rather ambushed Hydra operatives. Warning: encountering high-threat target, Hydra operative Viper and ambush team. Target carrying neuroparalytic gas, high-frequency vibrating dagger. Threat level: high toxic ambush. In the face of the imminent deadly assault from all directions and the swiftly proliferating paralyzing smoke, Chen Mo's eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion. A cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. The serpent talisman rendered him entirely invisible. As the dagger and bodies descended upon him, shrouded in smoke, he vanished like a specter. What? Viper's decisive strike missed its mark. His pupils constricted in shock as he lost sight of his target amidst the smoke. The other Hydra operatives also miscalculated their strikes. Their weapons lost their lock. Above us, one operative cried out in terror. High above in the dusty, cobweb-laden corners of the clinic ceiling, Chen Mo hung, suspended like a gecko. The serpent talisman's concealment had allowed him to meld seamlessly into the shadows. Too late. Chen Mo's voice was as chilling as the harbinger of death. The rabbit talisman activated. Supersonic dive. His figure plummeted from the ceiling like a cannonball. Target: Viper. The power of the bull charm surged into his right leg, striking with the force of a steel whip. Thud! Amidst the muffled sound of impact, Viper felt an irresistible force below his waist, as if he had been struck by a speeding truck. The crack of bones was distinctly audible, and his body spun violently, crashing into a cabinet stacked with pharmaceuticals. The sound of shattering glass mingled with his anguished cries. Integration of Bull Charm 02, current 165. Explosive leg strength. Rabbit Charm Integration 01, current 56. Vertical mobility enhancement. Simultaneously, as Chen Mo landed, his eyes shimmered with the brilliance of the pig charm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 3 concentrated crimson beams shot forth with precision. Thud, thud, thud. The foreheads of 3 Hydra agents, who had just raised their weapons, were instantly pierced, leaving behind charred holes. Their movements froze, and the light in their eyes rapidly extinguished, their bodies collapsing limply to the ground. Pig Charm Integration 05, current 48. Precise instant kill. From the eruption to their annihilation, it transpired in mere moments. The genuine patients in the clinic and the elderly man, known as Night Owl, were paralyzed with fear, trembling like quails, afraid to make sound. Chen Mo approached Viper, who lay curled amidst the shards of glass and remnants of medicine, his lower body twisted and bloodied. Cough, cough, cough. How'd you find me? Viper's eyes were filled with terror and confusion. He believed he had concealed himself flawlessly. You Hydra have no secrets before me. Chen Mo crouched down, his icy gaze as sharp as a scalpel. Tell me, who orchestrated the ambush at Brooklyn Bridge? Who within SHIELD conveyed my whereabouts to you? And what progress have you made in your research on the Holy Light and the Undying? His fingers slowly rose, a flicker of annihilating, incandescent electricity dancing at its tip. Viper gazed at the electric spark that sent shivers through his very soul, feeling the palpable intent to kill emanating from Chen Mo. His mental defenses crumbled instantaneously. I'll tell you everything. It was Baron Strucker. The ambush was ordered by the Baron himself, one of the heads of the Insight Project within SHIELD, John Garrett. He provided your whereabouts and preliminary analysis of your abilities. The research is still in its early stages. We cannot analyze that energy. All we know is that it is of an extremely high level. It may be related to the cosmic cube. He blurted out the information in a rush, fearing that any delay would lead to his obliteration. Information acquired. High-ranking Hydra member Baron Strucker, SHIELD, Trader John Garrett. Preliminary conclusions on host abilities. High-dimensional energy possibly related to the cosmic cube. Mission triggered. Eliminate the serpent. Mission details. Remove key Hydra figures John Garrett and Baron Strucker, optional. Rewards, significant increase in serpent charm integration, 2,000 universal points. Unlocking intermediate breath, tracking system, auxiliary function. Failure penalty, continued targeted assassinations and research by Hydra. Excellent. The electric spark at Chen Mo's fingertip gradually dissipated. Having acquired the desired information, Viper now held no value. Just as he prepared to eliminate Viper, a humming sound arose. A faint yet tumultuous wave of negative spiritual energy. Imbued with chaos, anguish, and malice, emanated like a chilling spider's web from behind a locked iron door deep within the clinic, intertwined with desperate wails and frenzied whispers. The wave heralded an ominous presence. Warning: an anomalous source of spiritual contamination detected. Suspected tortured, dying soul. The sheep's sigil, soul projection, registers a feeble response. Sigil resonance 02, weakly enhances spiritual sensitivity. The sheep's sigil? Chen Mo cast a glance at the rusted iron door. A flicker of terror crossed the eyes of Viper. No, do not go there. It is a failed experiment. Ignoring Viper's pleas, Chen Mo approached the door, channeling the divine power of the ox sigil into his palm and yanked the lock with great force. Crack! The alloy lock snapped like a strand of pasta. As he pushed open the heavy door, a foul stench mingled with blood, decay, and a sickly sweet chemical aroma assaulted his senses. In the dim light, he beheld an operating room that resembled a gruesome slaughterhouse. The walls were adorned with various twisted instruments of torture and surgical tools. Upon the operating table lay a grotesque form, vaguely discernible as a male human. Yet his body was forcibly implanted with distorted metal components and tubes, connected to instruments gleaming with eerie light. A metal mask, riddled with electrodes, covered his head, and the exposed lower half of his face was contorted, silently opening and closing, emitting a sound perceived only on the spiritual plane, a harrowing wail of despair fraught with torment. The source of the intense negative spiritual pollution was here. Target: unknown experimental subject, failed Hydra human modification. Status: soul forcibly bound within a dying shell, enduring extreme agony. Source of spiritual contamination. Threat: weak to host, but profoundly distorted. Even a heart as steely as Chen Mo's furrowed in concern upon witnessing this scene. The cruelty of Hydra surpassed even his limits. Baroness experiment aimed to replicate your immortality. Viper coughed blood, convulsing on the ground with a nervous laugh. But alas, it all failed. The soul became mere fodder. To replicate immortality? By such means? Chen Mo's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He stepped towards the operating table, gazing at the tormented, twisted soul writhing in endless suffering. The eternal protective essence of the dog sigil instinctively repulsed him against the forceful distortion of life, while the purifying instinct of the horse sigil vehemently rejected this tainted source of spiritual pollution. To end his suffering, Chen Mo raised his hand. Just then, buzz! The response from the sheep sigil surged with unprecedented intensity, as if urging him to act. The faint connection of sigil resonance seemed to point toward a direction: the soul. A chilling and audacious thought sparked within Chen Mo's mind. He slowly extended his right index finger, not concentrating the destructive power of the dragon sigil, but rather attempting to channel the newly awakened energy of the sheep sigil within him, mingling it with the protective will of the dog sigil and the purifying pull of the horse sigil. A gossamer thread of the spirit, exceedingly thin and nearly translucent, emanated from Chen Mo's fingertips, cautiously reaching out to touch the twisted, anguished flame of the soul upon the operating table. Chapter 44. The First Cry of the Goat Soul. Seeds of Revenge. The spiritual thread, extending from his fingertips, provoked an intense disturbance in the tormented soul, akin to ice water plunged into a cauldron of boiling oil. Buzz! The terrifying psychic shriek, as tangible as a steel needle, violently pierced Chen Mo's consciousness, laden with boundless agony, resentment, madness, and an insatiable desire for annihilation. This was the spiritual essence, thoroughly distorted by the inhumane torment of the Hydra. Warning: high-intensity impact from a distorted soul detected. Mental contamination attack. Threat level: high potential contamination of the host's mental will. Dog Talisman activated, maintaining soul will stability. Horse Talisman activated, purging mental erosion contamination. Chen Mo let out a muffled groan, his temples throbbing. The guiding thread of the dog Talisman vibrated violently, nearly snapping under the strain. The degree of distortion in this soul surpassed all expectations. Yet, his gaze remained cold, forcibly stabilizing his mind. The steadfast guardianship of the dog Talisman and the purifying power of the horse Talisman acted like a solid dam, staunchly blocking the flood of contamination. It was either liberation or eternal descent. Chen Mo's icy mental intent resonated like a resounding bell, driving deep into the chaotic soul fire along the precarious thread, akin to a brilliant light piercing through darkness. The frenzied, struggling soul trembled violently within its chaotic consciousness. It seemed to catch a glimpse of an exceedingly faint yet profoundly precious notion of release. A momentary pause, like a drowning soul grasping at the last straw. Chen Mo seized this fleeting opportunity. The energy of the goat talisman, mingled with the potent purifying will of the horse talisman, surged along the spiritual thread. It was no longer a mere touch. It was a meticulous and resolute cleansing. A wail, only perceptible at the soul level, erupted with a chilling resonance, more agonizing than before. Yet within this pain, the madness and resentment began to wane, replaced by the excruciating torment of forced detachment from the distortion and a faint, yet increasingly clear, semblance of human rationality. As the goat talisman's power purified the distortion, it passively discerned the final fragments of this soul's memories, the cold laboratory table, the flickering surgical lights, the serpent's mocking smile, Baron Strack's ruthless commands, the excruciating pain inflicted by the strange serum coursing through its veins, and a blurred yet warm visage of a young girl, Lillian, the last vestige of its humanity. Goat talisman, soul projection, first deep application, spiritual guidance and purification. Integration level, 20 current, 20. Unlocking basic soul interference. Mental energy consumption intensifying. System energy depleted to 38. As the purification deepened, the madness and resentment within the soul's flame were forcibly stripped away, obliterated by the power of the horse talisman. What remained was an exceedingly weak, nearly transparent soul light, yet restored to a basic human form. The orb of light harbored an inexhaustible weariness, a profound sense of liberation, and an indelible hatred for the serpent and Strack. A feeble whisper, almost extinguished, from Lillian's soul permeated Chen Mo's consciousness. The power of the sheep talisman distinctly revealed to him that this soul had waned to its utmost limit, on the cusp of vanishing entirely from existence. Do you seek revenge? Chen Mo's icy mental voice echoed once more, akin to a demon's whisper, as the soul orb of the vanishing Strack serpent suddenly erupted in a final burst of radiance. An intense will of hatred coalesced like a reflection of light returning. The desire to rend apart their malevolent thoughts resonated clearly in return. As you wish. There was no trace of compassion in Chen Mo's gaze, only a chilling pragmatism. He guided the power of the sheep talisman, akin to the most intricate chisel, meticulously stripping away the overwhelming will of hatred from the orb. Concentrate. Compress. Infused with a hint of spirituality bestowed by the sheep talisman and the faint remnants of the horse talisman, it formed an intangible yet chillingly resentful soul imprint. Simultaneously, a thread of annihilating thunder gathered quietly at the tip of his finger. With a soft sound, a minuscule bolt of blinding white electricity precisely pierced through the brain core of the lifeless body on the operating table. It utterly extinguished the final vestige of physiological function in this vessel. As the body succumbed entirely to death, the weakened soul, orb, forcibly stripped of its mark of hatred, lost its last anchor, emitting a sigh of liberation, gradually dissipating into the air like starlight. Chen Mo withdrew his finger with the intangible, resentment-laden soul imprint dancing at its tip. He regarded the serpent, now a quivering mass of terror, having soiled itself in fear from witnessing the entire ordeal. Your creation longs for you. Chen Mo's voice resonated like an echo from the depths of hell. In the serpent's eyes, filled with sheer horror, he flicked his fingertip. The intangible soul imprint shot forth like an arrow, instantly embedding itself in the serpent's brow. The serpent's body stiffened violently, as if struck by high voltage. Its eyes bulged, blood vessels rapidly spreading across the whites of its eyes. Grasping its head with both hands, it emitted a ghastly scream, as if countless searing needles were swirling within its brain. The visage of Baron Strack, the cold despair in the eyes on the operating table. An endless agony churned like maggots in its consciousness, tearing and gnawing. This was no illusion. It was a vengeful brand implanted at the soul level, born from the very pain it had wrought. Accompanied by the hint of spirituality from the sheep talisman, this brand, like a living entity, would relentlessly torment its psyche until it shattered. Application of sheep, horse, and dragon talismans. Soul imprint implantation, hatred-oriented. Effect: the target endures sustained high-intensity mental torment, stemming from their own sins, until mental collapse or death. Talisman resonance 0-1, current 0-3. First cross-talisman operation at the soul level. The serpent writhed frantically on the ground, howling, violently striking its head against the floor, soon bleeding profusely, its mind unraveling as it could only repeat fragmented phrases such as "spare me," "Strack," and "Lillian." The other living souls in the clinic had long been frightened to the point of terror, hastily fleeing the scene. Chen Mo no longer gazed at the writhing puddle of muck on the floor. He turned, his eyes sweeping across the filthy, blood-soaked operating room, settling on the instruments that flickered with an eerie luminescence and the data recording terminals. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes at the sight of the research data pertaining to Hydra. Though their methods were nefarious, there might be valuable insights to glean, at the very least allowing him a deeper understanding of his adversaries or a means to exploit their findings. He approached the control terminal. Chapter 45. Codename, Origin Spirit. The Shadow King of New York in the depths of the Night Owl Clinic's operating room. The acrid scent of blood mingled with the sweet aroma of neurotoxins, lingering in the air. The Viper lay coiled in a corner, his body spasming intermittently, his gaze vacant. Saliva mixed with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, emitting incoherent mutterings that betrayed his descent into madness. The vengeful brand implanted deep within his soul burned like an unquenchable inferno, consuming his sanity. Standing before the control terminal that pulsed with ghostly light, Chen Mo observed the screen divided into multiple surveillance feeds and data streams, most of which flickered with static due to the preceding battle. He disregarded the gruesome records of human experimentation, his fingertips dancing swiftly across the stained keyboard, endowed with the precise control granted by the Bull Talisman, akin to a top-tier hacker. Warning: the terminal is protected by multiple layers of physical encryption and a data self-destruction protocol. Attempting to bypass failed, triggering final physical meltdown procedure. Target, core hard drive. Sizzle. A pungent odor of burning filled the air as smoke billowed from within the console. The core storage area glowed with a blinding red light. In a desperate struggle, Chen Mo snorted coldly, his reflexes as swift as lightning. Just as the meltdown protocol threatened to obliterate the data, the Chicken Talisman's telekinetic power was invoked. Buzz. An invisible force forcefully tore through the fragile metal shell of the console. It deftly enveloped the searing core hard drive, akin to the most intricate mechanical hand. Yanking it from its slot, free from the melting core. Sizzle. The moment the hard drive was liberated, the core erupted in searing flames, reducing the interior of the console to charred remains. Yet the hard drive, encased in the protective grasp of the Chicken Talisman's telekinesis, floated before Chen Mo, its exterior slightly warm, but its internal data preserved. Precise application of Chicken Talisman, telekinesis, microscopic object manipulation. Integration level 05, current 08. Manipulation precision significantly enhanced. Acquired item. Encrypted hard drive of Hydra's human modification and energy research, physical carrier. Chen Mo stowed the still-warm hard drive into a specially designed shielding bag, one of the spoils he had previously collected. Although the core data had been mostly destroyed, the hardware itself and the residual foundational information might yield some insights. While he held little interest in Hydra's biotechnological advancements, the analyses and reports regarding their exploration of divine light and immortality were surely worth examining. He cast one last glance at this den of sin and madness, his gaze landing on the deranged Viper. A thought crossed his mind. Should he eliminate the witness? However, gazing upon the desolate state of the other, reduced to a mere shell of existence, Chen Mo felt no stirring within. The distinction between life and death held no significance. This utter annihilation served as a more profound punishment than death itself, acting as a silent warning to the other watchers of Hydra. Enveloped in a serpent's sigil, his figure melded with the shadows, silently departing from the underground lair, leaving behind an abyss of fear and madness festering in the darkness. At S.H.I.E.L.D., in the Triskelion headquarters, within the highest-level briefing room, an atmosphere thick enough to be palpable enveloped the air. The enormous circular screen displayed a split view of several harrowing images. 1. New Mexico desert. A piercing white beam of light stretching from heaven to earth. The Empire State Building demonstration. The colossal destroyer armor being repelled by a single punch, while a black figure remained unscathed beneath the shower of devastating light. And finally, the image of the Rainbow Bridge carrying Thor and the destroyer away. 2. Queen's Slum. a specter that vanished under the saturation of gunfire, only to reappear beneath a helicopter, shattering an Apache with a single blow, the ruins of a collapsed building, mistakenly struck by artillery, and the heartwarming scene of divine light illuminating the entire block, where dozens of dying victims were instantaneously healed in the radiance. 3. Although the clinic battle lacked direct imagery, reports indicated the total annihilation of the Viper squad, with Viper himself discovered in a state of complete mental collapse, akin to a broken husk, alongside the final blurry footage captured from distant traffic surveillance, showing Chen Mo emerging from an alley. Nick Fury stood before the screen, his single eye scanning each individual present, the grave-faced representatives of the World Security Council, the fearful gaze of Alexander Pierce, the lurking leader of Hydra, the furrowed brow of Maria Hill, and the weary Phil Coulson, just returned from the New Mexico desert. Gentlemen, ladies, Fury's voice was hoarse and heavy. This is the comprehensive information we currently possess regarding the entity known as Source Spirit, Chen Mo. In summary, 1. Undeniable physical destructive capability, strength, speed, and energy attacks that reach or even surpass any known individual with superhuman abilities or weapon systems, including Hulk and his Guardian armaments. 2. Two extreme characteristics, the first being absolute guardianship, tentatively named, evidenced by immunity to instant death harm, including annihilation-level energy, the desert incident. The second being holy light healing, tentatively named, demonstrated through extensive, instantaneous healing of fatal injuries and purification of negative states, the slum incident. Both exhibit characteristics aligned with the rules of existence. 3. High uncontrollability and unpredictability, actions driven by self-centered logic, interpreting provocation as hostility and retaliatory measures that are severe against the military, Hydra, and others. Yet there are no recorded instances of large-scale harm to innocents not directly threatened, as seen in the slum rescue. Suspected capabilities of intelligence gathering, precise targeting of Viper. 4. Unclear intentions. Current behavioral patterns lean towards testing strength and removing obstacles, without exhibiting explicit political demands or tendencies for large-scale destruction. However, the trajectory of power escalation is profoundly unsettling. As Fury activated the controller, the screen illuminated with Chen Mo's emotionless and cold visage, beneath which crimson letters materialized. Codename, Source Spirit, Threat Level, Maximum, Anomalous Entity, Disposal Guidelines, Extremely Dangerous, Absolutely Avoid Provoking, Absolutely Prevent Large-Scale Conflict, Prioritize Intelligence Gathering and Potential Contact, Unofficial, Global Surveillance in Place. A voice, dry as parchment, emanated from a council-appointed officer, Director Fury. Are you certain this assessment is not overly cautious? Fury interjected, his single eye glinting ominously. Look at the volcanic pits in the desert. Observe the Apache shattered by a single blow, and behold those fatal wounds that healed in an instant. Officer, he is not merely powerful. He is a phenomenon, a manifestation of uncontrolled cosmic law. Our discussion does not revolve around how to control or annihilate him. That would be a path to self-destruction. Rather, we are deliberating on how to survive until he grows weary of this small pond called Earth, or until some fool provokes him once more. And let us pray he retains even a modicum of interest in our planet. Pierce's gaze, hidden behind his glasses, was shrouded in gloom. The annihilation of Viper and the loss of critical research data were heavy blows. The eerie abilities exhibited by Source Spirit sent a chill through him. This variable was too significant. A reassessment was imperative. Even more extreme measures must be considered. Coulson, contemplating the face of Chen Mo on the screen, recalled the icy gaze and the figure illuminated by holy light amidst the desert. His emotions conflicted. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured, Director, perhaps we could explore unofficial contact. Fury turned to him, his tone brooking no dissent. Not at this moment. He resembles a tiger, agitated and licking its wounds. We require an opportunity, something he may need or something we possess that piques his interest. Fury's gaze drifted to the corner of the screen, where a blurred image of the New York sanctum lingered. Additionally, Hill, activate the highest clearance file on Kamartaj. I need the mage's insights on this Source Spirit. His powers resonate with the essence of an ancient magic, yet they are entirely distinct. He pivoted, his single eye sweeping over the assembly. Lastly, seal all information regarding the Holy Light healing incident, especially from the military. I do not wish to witness a second General Ross losing his sanity, nor do I want to see certain individuals attempt to exploit this power to create greater calamities. Dismissed. As the meeting concluded, an intangible weight pressed down even more heavily. The existence of Source Spirit loomed over the world like the sword of Damocles. Meanwhile, in the shadows of New York, Chen Mo, recently bestowed with a new codename, gazed at the flickering white arc of energy dancing in his palm, alongside a barely perceptible glimmer of golden holy light. Source Spirit, a fitting name, he murmured, his cold gaze directed towards the heart of Manhattan. The power tests have sufficed. It is time to procure something truly valuable. The energy fluctuations of the cosmic cube shimmered like a lighthouse in the night, flickering in his perception. The storm of the New York battle was silently brewing. Chapter 46. The calm before the storm, the whisper of the cube. Manhattan, Stark Tower, top floor. Dressed in casual attire, Tony Stark held a glass of wine, gazing down at the dazzling New York skyline, which shimmered like flowing gold under the night sky. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the Stark logo radiated a gentle glow, a source of pride for him. However, this genius billionaire, known for his irreverent demeanor, wore a furrowed brow at that moment. A holographic projection unfolded before him, displaying several blurry, yet seismic video clips, a molten pit in the desert, ruins illuminated by divine light, and the wreckage of an Apache obliterated by a single punch. Jarvis, has the analysis report been generated? Tony's tone lacked its usual levity. Yes, sir. After synthesizing all available visual data and energy residuals, the target codenamed Source Spirit exhibits capabilities that include 1. Supersonic maneuverability, estimated peak speed exceeding 20 Mach. 2. Physical strength estimated to surpass the limits of the armor sensors, comparable to the peak destructive force of the Hulk incident, with even greater penetrative power. 3. High-energy plasma unknown energy projection, destructive capacity far exceeding that of the arc reactor's energy beam weapon. 4. Dual high-energy laser emission, extremely high precision and penetrative capability. 5. An unknown form of absolute defense, immune to annihilation-level attacks, including the Destroyer's main cannon. 6. Large-scale instantaneous biological tissue repair and energy purification capability, principle unclear. Suspected to be at a fundamental level. 7. Advanced optical invisibility and possible mental interference ability, intelligence sourced from Hydra loss reports. Comprehensive threat assessment, doomsday level. Recommendation, extremely dangerous. Avoid contact unless absolutely necessary. Tony drained his glass, the amber liquid failing to alleviate the weight on his heart. A doomsday-level entity devoid of even a name? How much has that old fox Fury been hiding? He irritably tapped his temple. Jarvis, where are the model simulation results? Model simulation. Defensive posture probability of victory in a frontal engagement is under 0.7. Survival probability. Battlefield extraction 372. Core threat. Its energy attack strength and speed exceed the armor's energy storage and reaction limits, while its absolute defense renders conventional attacks ineffective. Conclusion. The existing armor systems cannot pose an effective threat. Tony silently observed the indistinct black silhouette on the screen, devoid of fear, only feeling a profound irritation at being challenged to his limits and a fierce burning spirit. Incapable of posing a threat? Then I shall create something that can. From this day forth, the research priority shall be elevated to the highest. Codename, Anti-Source Spirit. Connect me to all S.H.I.E.L. DS encrypted databases on energy annihilation and spatial physics. Also, retrieve all historical archives regarding the Cosmic Cube. Meanwhile, aboard S.H.I.E.L. DS Airborne Command Ship. Be in sight. The atmosphere in the highest command room was even more somber than the night sky over New York. Fury stood with his back to the enormous circular screen, which displayed a collage of images. Tony Stark's personal footage, reports from a New Mexico desert, satellite photos of the post-war slums, and analyses of the wreckage at the Viper Clinic. General Ross had been forcibly placed on leave, and the military had retreated for the time being. The Hydra has lost one of its venomous fangs, and Pierce has recently been unusually silent. Maria Hill stands behind Fury, her words flowing rapidly as she reports that the energy signal from the Source Spirit vanished after its last appearance in Queens, rendering our conventional monitoring methods utterly ineffective. Furthermore, Stark has just forcefully breached the level 7 encryption of our files related to the Cosmic Cube with the highest authority. Fury turns, his solitary eye appearing particularly profound in the dim light. If Stark has caught wind of this, it is better to involve him than to let him merely observe from behind his wealth. At least he is astute enough to comprehend the nature of an apocalyptic threat. He approaches the control panel and summons a three-dimensional map of New York, a conspicuous red demarking the vicinity of Stark Tower. The location of its last disappearance is alarmingly close to the current temporary research site of the Cosmic Cube. Are you worried he might interfere with the cube? Coulson cannot help but inquire, his tone laced with concern. I am not concerned about him tampering with it. Fury's voice is frigid. I worry that he might not know how to handle it. The Cosmic Cube is not a toy. Any rough contact could lead to unpredictable consequences. Will New York turn to glass? Or could the Earth be transported to the Andromeda Galaxy? It is all possible. He slams his fist down on the control panel. What troubles me most is that we cannot communicate with him. How do we warn him? With our pathetic firearms? He glances at Coulson. Is there any response from Kamartaj? Master Gu-E did not respond directly. Hill interjects, however, the Guardian Wong has conveyed a message. There have been unusual fluctuations in the dimensional barrier originating from New York. Additionally, he mentioned that the aura of the Source Spirit is quite peculiar. Peculiar? Fury muses over the term, contemplating whether it is a blessing or a curse. Wong's exact words were, not of this realm's divine power, nor of chaotic magic, its source vast and unfathomable, its essence overwhelmingly domineering. Exercise utmost caution. Fury takes a deep breath, his solitary eye scanning the red dot on the map. Initiate the Lighthouse Protocol. Release the secondary energy radiation characteristics of the Cosmic Cube in a weak, intermittent manner, directing it into the ionosphere above the area where the Source Spirit last disappeared. This energy signal will reveal his location while also serving as a beacon, allowing us to pinpoint the position of this Leviathan lurking in the turbulent depths. This is a desperate gamble, but it is better than being utterly in the dark. Director, this is too dangerous. What if he charges directly at us? Coulson exclaims in shock. Then let us pray he does not. Fury interrupts him, his tone resolute. Execute the orders. Meanwhile, instruct Natasha and Barton to immediately set out and stand by at the periphery of the cube's temporary research facility. Remember, it is a standby. Surveillance, not engagement. No one is to fire first. I repeat, no one is to open fire. In Queens, within the shadow of a water tower atop an abandoned factory, Chen Mo sits cross-legged, the power of the Serpent Talisman seamlessly integrating him into the darkness. With his eyes closed, his mental energy spreads like an invisible web, encompassing several kilometers around him. A system panel hovers deep within his consciousness. Talisman fusion level, Ox 165, Rabbit 56, Dragon 176, Snake. The recent battle and the operations at the soul level have been immensely taxing, yet the rewards are equally abundant, particularly the unexpected breakthroughs with the horse and sheep talismans. The cold, nine-headed serpent hard drive lies beside him, its distorted data momentarily failing to pique his interest. As he sifts through the energy within him, now more vibrant and surging due to the absorption of divine power fragments, a faint yet remarkably clear resonance emerges, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly piercing through his mental energy field. This sensation is frigid, profound, imbued with an infinite void, creating an inexplicable stirring within the energy coursing through him, especially the recently absorbed Dragon Talisman power that embodies spatial characteristics. Warning: high-intensity spatial energy resonance detected. Energy source analysis. Cosmic artifact, space gem, cosmic cube. Resonance intensity, weak, but with a clear directional signal. Source location, Midtown Manhattan, New York, coordinates locked. System strongly advises. This energy source contains extraordinarily high-quality spatial law power. It can significantly accelerate the integration of the Dragon Talisman and other space-related talismans. It can replenish vast amounts of system energy. The cube, the cosmic cube. Chen Mo's eyes sprang open, the icy depths of his pupils flickering with a flash of blinding white and violet electricity, reminiscent of a shark sensing blood. Has S-H-I-E-L-D, or rather, the one-eyed fury, finally succumbed to temptation? Are they using the cube's energy as bait? Foolish. Or is there a deeper plot at play? He raises gaze. as if piercing through layers of buildings and the night sky, precisely targeting a direction in Midtown Manhattan. There, a massive yet subdued spatial energy beacon shone brightly in the system's perception. Since the light has been lit, a cold and ruthless smile crept across Chen Mo's lips. He would gladly accept it. He did not move immediately. The ghostly light of the serpent talisman still enveloped him, like a patient hunter. He needed to wait for an opportunity, a moment that could further muddy the waters. He sensed that around that beacon, countless shadows were converging. Agents of S, H, L, D, the Hydra serpents, and perhaps a golden armored figure. The eye of the storm had already formed. Under the cover of night in New York, a tempest that would sweep across the globe was about to unfold in the most violent manner. Chapter 47. Shadows of the Divine Realm. The cube changes hands. Deep within an unremarkable gray structure in Midtown Manhattan lies the S, H, I, E, L, D base, designated for the temporary housing and study of high-risk items. The heavy alloy doors remain firmly shut, with walls embedded with multiple layers of energy-damping field generators. Inside the core laboratory of the base, the light has been deliberately dimmed, save for the central cylindrical energy confinement platform emanating a soft blue glow. At its center, a cube radiating a profound cosmic blue, seemingly containing the endless expanse of the starry sky, floats silently. The cosmic cube. Alexander Pierce stands outside the heavy observation window, gazing at the cube through one-way reinforced glass. He wore a gentle yet formulaic smile, but his gaze resembled that of a craftsman scrutinizing a legendary weapon. Such an enchanting power, merely seeping forth as secondary radiation, was sufficient to agitate the source spirit. Fury remains too conservative, he murmured to a man beside him, clad in the garb of a senior researcher, yet possessing an icy, sharp gaze, the disguised Brock Rumlow. The Insight Project requires its power for precise guidance, and also, as bait, to eliminate the greatest variable. The Baron is already prepared, Rumlow replied in a hushed tone. Once the source spirit manifests, or any anomaly arises with the Tesseract, the gift shall be delivered. Pierce nodded slightly, his eyes sweeping over the busy researchers in the laboratory, many of whom concealed the mark of a serpent in the depths of their gaze. Ensuring that everything remained under control, this Tesseract would ultimately belong to Hydra. At that moment, a sudden flicker of lights engulfed the entire base. An invisible pressure, imbued with a chilling arrogance, surged like a tide. The laboratory's alarm system barely had time to react. Warning: high-intensity, unknown energy detected. Spatial readings anomalous. Energy characteristics match Asgard. Threat level extremely high. Who goes there? Pierce and Rumlow's expressions shifted dramatically. The space at the center of the laboratory twisted violently, as if disturbed by thrown stones. A figure clad in a long robe of dark green with golden trim, wielding a golden scepter, emerged with an alluring yet sinister beauty. Loki Odinson. With a disdainful and frosty smile gracing his lips, Loki's gaze greedily fixed upon the cosmic cube on the confinement platform, while the blue gem atop his scepter shimmered with beguiling light. You possess something that does not belong to you. Stop him, Pierce commanded sharply. Although Loki's unexpected arrival posed a significant variable, the Tesseract must not be compromised. The disguised researchers instantly cast aside their FA aids, drawing hidden weapons. Rumlow lunged at Loki like a cheetah. The base's automated defense system activated, alloy gates crashing down, energy guns emerging from the walls to take aim. The struggles of mere ants. A flicker of mockery danced in Loki's eyes. He could scarcely be bothered to wield his scepter, with merely a thought. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The light of the mind scepter swept through. The agents charging forth fell into an instant stupor, only to become fervently loyal, turning their weapons upon their former comrades. For Lord Loki, the cacophony of gunfire and screams erupted throughout the laboratory. Rumlow, agile and deft, narrowly evaded the bullets fired by his control companions, his alloy knuckles slicing through the air toward Loki's nape. Yet, Loki's figure dissipated like a phantom before his eyes. In the next heartbeat, the icy tip of the scepter was poised against Rumlow's throat. You possess a certain intrigue. Loki observed the indomitable will reflected in Rumlow's eyes, the blue light of the scepter flickering slightly. Ramla's body suddenly stiffened, his eyes filled with intense struggle. It was soon enveloped by a cold fervor as he gradually knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty," Pierce, observing from outside the window, was nearly driven to madness. Without hesitation, he pressed the emergency button on the control panel. It was not the self-destruction of the base, which would obliterate the Tesseract, but the activation of the antimatter annihilation ray prepared by Baron Strucker, installed within the confinement platform. If they could not possess it, then they would destroy it. A ruthless glint flashed in Pierce's eyes. Buzz! The confinement platform was suddenly illuminated by a blinding red alert. A countdown from a miniature device began to race. 54. Terrifying energy fluctuations began to coalesce, potent enough to annihilate the entire base along with the Tesseract. Foolishness. Loki's expression finally changed. He had not anticipated such madness from the Midgardians. Ignoring the control of others, he violently pointed his scepter at the confinement platform. A powerful beam of energy shot forth, attempting to interrupt the countdown. Boom! The energy beam struck the energy field of the confinement platform, triggering violent tremors. The countdown was forcibly interrupted, halting it too. However, this strike also destabilized the platform. The spatial energy within the Tesseract erupted like a volcano suppressed for millennia. Buzz crackle. The indomitable alloy confinement platform shattered like fragile glass, covered in cracks. A deep blue torrent of energy surged forth, instantly devouring everything within the laboratory. The controlled agents, the kneeling Ramlu, and even the several centimeters thick alloy walls disintegrated under the blue light like sandcastles. In the moment of the energy explosion, Loki, relying on his formidable divine power and the physique of a frost giant, braced against the impact, while simultaneously his scepter erupted with dazzling blue light to shield himself. He was violently hurled away by the raging energy torrent, crashing through the reinforced glass of the observation window and tumbling clumsily to the ground near Pierce's feet. The core area of the laboratory had transformed into a writhing chaos of blue energy currents. The Tesseract floated at the center of the maelstrom, emanating a disquieting glow. The countdown of the antimatter annihilation ray, under the energy shock, had completely malfunctioned, yet the device itself, enveloped by the Tesseract's energy, resembled an unstable bomb. The ceiling of the base was torn apart by the residual waves of the Tesseract's energy, revealing the night sky of New York. Loki coughed up a mouthful of golden divine blood, propping himself up with his scepter as he gazed at the Tesseract, which was both perilously close and wildly chaotic. His eyes filled with ardor and a hint of trepidation. He extended his hand, attempting to soothe and guide the Tesseract with the power of his scepter. At that moment, a target appeared, above the base. Outside the obelisk base, within a Quinjet, Hawkeye Barton, piloting the aircraft, clearly captured the target through the high-powered scope. From the direction of Stark Tower, a golden-red streak tore through the night sky, diving towards the breach in the base at an astonishing speed. JARVIS. Maximum power. Stop that sissy with the scepter. Tony Stark's voice resonated with the roar of his armored suit. Further away, several HIELD Quinjet fighters were urgently taking to the skies. In the eye of the storm, the radiance of the cosmic cube illuminated Loki's ecstatic yet twisted visage, casting light upon Pierce's startled retreating figure and revealing a shadowy silhouette of Chen Mo silently hovering above the breach. His frigid gaze pierced through the chaotic energy maelstrom, precisely locking onto the cosmic cube and the scepter of mind power firmly held in Loki's grasp. High-intensity spatial energy source detected. Cosmic cube. High-intensity psychic energy source detected. Mind scepter. Mission triggered. Energy predator. Mission objective. Seize the cosmic cube and mind scepter or absorb their core energy. Rewards. Significant enhancement in Dragon Talisman fusion. Substantial increase in psychic resistance. Improvement in talisman resonance. 5,000 universal points. Failure penalty. Missed optimal energy extraction opportunity. 2 lights? Chen Mo's voice was barely audible amidst the night breeze, laced with a hint of icy exhilaration. No need for me to search one by one. With a swift motion, he activated the Rabbit Talisman, disregarding the chaos unfolding below and the imminent arrival of Iron Man, propelling himself toward the roiling sea of blue energy, as if teleporting. The Battle of New York had arrived prematurely, and he had already secured the main course of this grand feast. Chapter 48. Dragon's Roar in the Sky. the scepter's edge chaos. Utter chaos. The obelisk base resembled a can that had been violently opened, with the gaping breach unleashing the furious energy of the cosmic cube like a rampaging blue behemoth, tearing apart the metallic structure and consuming everything in its path. Ear-piercing alarms reverberated through the night sky, mingling with the thunderous roar of S.H.I.E.L. DS Quinjet engines and the sporadic sounds of gunfire and explosions within the base. Loki stood at the edge of the energy turbulence, the blue gem atop his scepter radiating brilliance as he desperately resisted the onslaught of the cube's dispersing energy while greedily extending his hand to grasp the cosmic treasure just within reach. His golden robe was torn by the energy, his handsome face glistening with sweat, yet his eyes burned with fervor. "Stay away from my possessions. Take the antlers." A boisterous roar accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. A crimson gold figure descended like a blazing meteor, plunging toward the breach above the base. The armor plates on Tony Stark's shoulder slid open, revealing a micro-missile launch bay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several high-explosive micro-missiles, trailing fiery tails, precisely sealed off all possible paths for Loki to approach the cube. Foolish mortal, Loki was forced to retract his hand, waving his scepter as a psychic energy shield rapidly unfurled. Boom! 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 The missiles detonated violently against the shield, flames and shockwaves momentarily obscuring vision. In that fleeting moment of fiery brilliance, a shadow swifter than lightning, like a specter, pierced through the smoke of the explosion, disregarding the raging spatial energy turbulence, and materialized directly above the cosmic cube. It was none other than Chen Mo. The rabbit talisman surged in supersonic acceleration, target locked on the cube. His right hand, enveloped in the divine power of the bull talisman, reached unhesitatingly for the profound blue radiance. Buzz! The cosmic cube seemed to sense the threat, erupting in a stronger resistance. The terrifying spatial energy manifested as tangible shockwaves, akin to billions of invisible blades slicing mercilessly towards Chen Mo's palms and entire being. Warning! Encountering high-intensity spatial backlash. Spatial cutting threat level, fatal. Dog talisman passively triggered. Immunity to instant death damage. Horse talisman passively triggered, purging spatial energy erosion. A layer of warm, eternal golden radiance instantly enveloped Chen Mo's entire body. The spatial blades, capable of reducing the most resilient alloys to atomic states, grazed the halo as if colliding with a wall of size, stirring up violent ripples in space, yet failing to penetrate even a fraction. Simultaneously, the purifying power of the horse talisman surged through his arm, forcibly calming the chaotic torrents of spatial energy. Chen Mo's palm firmly grasped the cube, radiating a cosmic, cerulean glow. It felt cold and solid, as if a galaxy were swirling within. Release it. Loki, witnessing the scene amidst the clouds of smoke and debris, was filled with rage. He abruptly raised his mind scepter, the blue gem atop it erupting with an unprecedented brilliance. Submit to me. A beam of blue psychic energy, 100 times more potent than before and refined to perfection, surged forth like a spear of judgment, transcending physical distance and instantaneously crossing space to strike fiercely at Chen Mo's forehead. He aimed to obliterate the consciousness of the one daring to touch the foundation of his throne. Warning! Encountering high-intensity psychic rule attack. Mind gem. Threat level. Fatal. Soul annihilation. Dog talisman passively triggered. Immunity to instant death damage. Sustaining life mark. Sheep talisman senses soul impact. Passively activated. Weak soul barrier. Mind scepter energy analysis. High concentration of psychic rule entity. Absorbable. Buzz. The blue psychic beam struck Chen Mo's forehead with force. Yet, the anticipated vision of soul annihilation did not manifest. The golden halo enveloping Chen Mo's body flared momentarily. That terrifying psychic energy, potent enough to brainwash an entire army, was thwarted entirely by the eternal indestructibility of the dog talisman, making not even the slightest ripple. Simultaneously, a faint yet remarkably pure psychic energy was passively drawn in by the sheep talisman, merging into his being. Chen Mo did not even glance back. He merely tightened his grip on the cosmic cube, his icy gaze sweeping over Loki as if regarding an irritating fly. What? Impossible. Loki's fury instantaneously transformed into sheer horror. The power of his mind scepter, which he prided himself on as capable of controlling billions of beings, had proven ineffective. Your noise is bothersome. Chen Mo's voice was as cold as ancient ice. He raised his left hand, without even invoking the dragon talisman, merely allowing the light of the pig talisman to flicker in his eyes. Sizzle, sizzle. Two beams of condensed crimson light, infused with terrifying heat and penetration, shot forth like red-hot needles. One struck with pinpoint accuracy at Loki's wrist, where he grasped the scepter. The other crashed violently at the junction of the blue gem atop the mind scepter and its main body. Loki let out a piercing scream of agony. A charred hole was instantly melted through his wrist. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to drop the scepter. Simultaneously, a crisp sound of shattering echoed. Under the resplendent blue light of the Mind Stone, it seemed trivial, yet reverberated like thunder in Loki's heart. The exquisite interface at the tip of the scepter, adorned with the Mind Stone, was severed at a crucial support point by the terrifying heat penetration of the pig charm's laser eye, although the Mind Stone itself remained intact. The structure of the scepter was compromised. The gem's brilliance flickered violently. Pig charm, fusion, level 08, current 56. Extreme weakness penetration, causing structural damage to the divine artifact, Mind Scepter. My scepter. Loki, filled with shock and fury, disregarded the agonizing pain in his wrist and instinctively attempted to grasp the scepter to mend it. However, Chen Mo's assault was far from over. At the very moment Loki was shaken by the damage to the scepter, leaving a momentary gap in his defense, a hum resonated. Chen Mo, holding the cosmic cube, unleashed the incandescent white radiance of the dragon charm, imbued with the essence of annihilating thunder. This time, he did not target anyone. Instead, he forcefully, violently infused this ferocious energy directly into the cosmic cube itself. Open for me. He sought not the cube, but the pure energy of the space stone within it. He intended to forcibly tear open a breach. A thunderous roar erupted as if the heavens themselves were being cleaved apart. The cosmic cube, under the onslaught of the dragon charm's chaotic energy, erupted with a blue brilliance tenfold, 100-fold more intense than before. A colossal blue energy beam, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, surged forth from within the cube like a cosmic beast breaking free from its chains, brutally striking towards the heavens above the base's gaping wound. This beam was not a portal, but a forced, uncontrolled release of spatial energy. Where the beam passed, the fabric of space shattered like fragile glass, revealing a bizarre and color-distorted cosmic backdrop. A vast and exceedingly unstable spatial rift was brutally torn open. The chaotic currents of space surged forth like a hurricane. Above New York, a ghastly scar was forcibly ripped into existence. On the other side of the rift, a swarm of small spacecraft, resembling locusts, could be faintly discerned. Rushing forth, the vanguard of the Chitauri army. The Battle of New York was ignited in the most violent manner, prematurely triggered by Chen Mo. Just as Tony Stark maneuvered around the explosion smoke, he beheld this apocalyptic scene. His face paled instantly beneath the mask. Friday. Maximum alert. Alien invasion. Repeat. Alien invasion. In the ruins of the base, Loki clutched his smoking wrist, gazing at the gaping rift in the sky and the approaching Chitauri forces. Amidst his astonishment and fury, a twisted ecstasy suddenly emerged upon his face. Though the process had spiraled out of control, the outcome appeared unexpectedly favorable. Meanwhile, the instigator, Chen Mo, suspended at the center of the chaotic energy maelstrom, grasped the radiant cosmic cube with one hand, basking in the light of the rift space. The icy glint in his eyes reflected the surging alien army, while a cold, satisfied smile curled at the corners of his lips. The experience package has arrived at your doorstep. Chapter 49, a solo dance on the battlefield, rending the heavens. The piercing sound of the air raid siren, sharp enough to penetrate the soul, reverberated throughout New York City, akin to the anguished cry of a dying beast. In the sky, a colossal rift, forcefully torn asunder by Chen Mo using the dragon talisman and the energy of the cosmic cube, gaped like the sinister maw of a demon. Countless Chitauri piloted their locust-like single-person shuttles, bursting forth like a steel hive, accompanied by a sharp, whistling sound, blocking out the sun as they surged from the breach. The first wave of dozens of shuttles, their engines spewing azure flames, resembled piranhas sensing blood as they locked onto the most conspicuous figures below. Chen Mo, clutching the cosmic cube, the beleaguered Loki, and Iron Man, hovering in the air. Friday, tag all extraterrestrial targets. Open fire at will. Tony Stark's voice bore unprecedented gravity and a hint of irritation at being overshadowed. He raised his arms, unleashing his repulsor cannons and shoulder-mounted missile pods simultaneously. Boom! Whoosh! Blinding energy beams and miniature missiles intertwined, forming a net of firepower that obliterated the foremost Chitauri shuttles mid-air. Flames and debris erupted like fireworks. Insects, feel the wrath of the gods. Loki seized the opportunity to wield his damaged scepter, sending forth beams of psychic energy toward the shuttles. Although the scepter was compromised, its potency diminished, it still proved effective against these minions. Several shuttles were struck by the energy beams, spiraling out of control before crashing into the ground, resulting in fiery explosions. Yet, more shuttles poured forth like an endless swarm of locusts, bypassing the wreckage of their fallen comrades, diving downward. Their target was unmistakably clear, the human hovering directly beneath the rift, clutching the cosmic cube. Dozens of azure energy rays descended like a torrential rain of lasers, instantaneously sealing off all avenues of escape for Chen Mo. The intensity of the energy far surpassed that of conventional Earth weaponry. Faced with an assault capable of vaporizing an armored battalion in an instant, Chen Mo remained utterly still. His icy gaze swept over the incoming swarm of shuttles, and with a slight lift of his hand, the power of the dragon talisman within him erupted like a roaring dragon. Merging with the spatial energy emanating from the cosmic cube, this strike bore the might to rend the very fabric of reality. Dragon's destruction, space-rending. No longer a searing white plasma fireball, but a blue-white torrent of energy, its edges distorted and filled with countless fine black spatial fissures, surged forth like an enraged, roaring dragon of the void, defying the barrage of energy rays. Sizzle. The attacks collided mid-air with a thunderous clash. There was no cataclysmic explosion. The energy rays launched by the Chitauri shuttles disintegrated upon contact, akin to fragile threads meeting a searing iron, instantaneously annihilated. The blue-white torrent of spatial rending continued unabated, carrying with it the power to obliterate matter, violently crashing into the descending swarm of shuttles. Assaillante destruction ensuite. The flying shuttle, struck head-on by the torrent, was akin to a scrap of paper thrown into a shredder, instantaneously fragmented into the most fundamental streams of particles, leaving no time for an explosion to occur. The edges of the shuttle, affected by the onslaught, were as if caught in the most ferocious cosmic tempest, with its metallic shell warped and torn, and its engines spiraling into chaos before detonating. In a mere instant, within a fan-shaped area, over 30 Chitauri shuttles, along with the soldiers aboard, were as if erased by an invisible eraser. A bizarre void manifested in the sky. The dragon incantation merges with the cosmic cube's spatial energy, initiating spatial rift attack for the first time. Effect: annihilation of spatial rules. Field clearing effect amplified. Dragon incantation fusion degree 25, current 201. Understanding of spatial laws slightly enhanced. Tony, having just dispatched several shuttles, stumbled in midair, nearly dropping his jaw in shock from the cataclysmic strike. JAR-VIS. Analyze the energy readings from that attack. Sir, the energy readings are off the charts. The destruction pattern involves the tearing of spatial rules, and our existing database cannot fully decode it. The voice of Friday carried a subtle hint of electronic distortion. Loki's eyes twitched at the sight. His grip on the scepter tightened. This Midgar monster was 1,000 times more terrifying than that brash Thor. Chen Mo remained unfazed by the shockwave of destruction. He gazed at the endless tide of Chitauri forces surging from the sky, alongside the ominous energy fluctuations emanating from the depths of the rift, Leviathan, his eyes flashing with impatience. These minions were far too sluggish. In a sudden burst of motion, he activated the rabid incantation. Supersonic. Boom! A sonic boom erupted from his position. In an instant, he vanished. The next moment, he materialized at the heart of the thronging Chitauri shuttles. This time, he refrained from using the Dragon Blast. The consumption was too great. The bull incantation's divine power surged through him. Muscles bulged. Golden patterns shimmered beneath his skin. Like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, he charged headlong into a high-speed Chitauri shuttle. Crack! The excruciating sound of twisting metal echoed. The sturdy Chitauri alloy shuttle shattered, as if it were a mere toy made of paper, splintering into pieces. The soldiers inside were crushed into pulp before they could even utter a scream. Chen Mo emerged unscathed from the explosion's debris, propelling himself towards the next target. Boom! 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 It was as if a human cannonball had appeared in the sky. Wherever he passed, Chitauri shuttles were obliterated like bowling pins struck by a ball, one after another. Fragments and flames bloomed like a morbid flower of death. Ultimate release of the bull incantation's divine power. Stacking rabbit incantations, supersonic impact. Fusion degree 12, current 177. Enhanced bodily strength and explosive power. Battlefield killing instinct awakened. Occasional stray beams struck him, yet they were effortlessly deflected by the divine power shield of the bull incantation. Thus, he rampaged through the dense cluster of shuttles as if a tiger among sheep. He surged forth unopposed, carving a bloody path through the Chitauri's aerial torrent, with an efficiency that surpassed even that of the Dragon Blast. On the ground, Natasha and Barton, who had just arrived piloting a Quinjet for low-altitude support, stared in astonishment. What was he doing? Barton drew his bow and shot down a shuttle that was attempting to attack civilians, the sound dry and sharp. It was pure, efficient slaughter. Natasha gazed at the dark figure in the sky, relentlessly creating explosions and destruction, her expression grave. He was not protecting anyone. He was reveling in the ecstasy of devastation brought by his power. In the sky, Tony observed Chen Mo mercilessly annihilating the Chitauri like a butcher with vegetables, and then glanced at the chaos below, where civilians were screaming and fleeing. A sense of frustration welled up within him. Friday, prioritize intercepting units attacking the civilians on the ground. Don't let that madman steal all the glory. Don't let him kill everyone. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the spatial rift, heavy as if an ancient beast were awakening. 3 colossal metallic Leviathans, the Chitauri's biomechanical war behemoths, slowly emerged from the fissure, their menacing heads peering out. Their enormous bodies nearly obscured the sky, bristling with dense artillery and countless Chitauri soldiers. The true threat had arrived. One of the Leviathans, its crimson electronic eye locking onto Chen Mo below, who appeared as insignificant as an ant, yet radiated an aura of terrifying energy, opened its massive maw. Within, energy gathered, coalescing into a formidable beam capable of leveling an entire city block. Just as Chen Mo had crushed the head of shuttle, he felt the oppressive weight of the terrifying energy lock onto him from above, and in his cold pupils, a flicker of interest emerged for the first time. This was beginning to get intriguing. Chapter 50. The name of the source spirit, the beginning of rules. The Leviathan's gaping maw resembled an abyss. A deep blue destructive energy boiling like magma, condensing into a blinding orb of light within its throat. The terrifying energy fluctuations targeted the ground below, warping the very fabric of space. The power of this strike far exceeded the combined force of all the previous shuttles. Get out of the way! Natasha screamed into the communicator from within the Quinjet. She had witnessed the destructive power of the Leviathan's main cannon, capable of obliterating a destroyer in a single strike. Tony's expression shifted dramatically as he opened the thrusters to dash toward Chen Mo. Friday. Calculate the trajectory. Prepare the energy shield at maximum power. Damn it. Doesn't this lunatic know to dodge? On the ground, having just evacuated a portion of the civilians, Captain Steve Rogers raised his vibranium shield, looking up at the mountain-like beast descending and the tiny figure below, his heart racing. However, Chen Mo hovered in midair, facing the imminent surge of destructive energy with no hint of fear, instead bearing a nearly cold, evaluative demeanor. He could sense that the energy level of this attack posed a certain threat to him, primarily due to the energy impact and consumption, but it was merely a threat. Let us see your limits, he murmured to himself, as the divine power of the bull talisman within him began to operate at its maximum capacity. muscles vibrating with a subtle hum under the infusion of divine energy. The faint golden lines beneath his skin glimmered with unprecedented clarity and brilliance. A terrifying force, reminiscent of an ancient titan, emanated from him, spreading outward. Simultaneously, the psychic energy of the chicken talisman was unleashed. This time, it was not the delicate manipulation of a hard drive at the microscopic level, but rather a vast and awe-inspiring invisible force field. Like an unseen giant hand, it grasped fiercely at the massive head of the Leviathan, poised to strike. Not to shake it, for that would be too taxing, but to disrupt and restrain. Buzz! The immense psychic field instantaneously affected the Leviathan's head. The colossal creature emitted a pained howl, if it had vocal cords, and the concentrated energy orb experienced violent fluctuations. Its trajectory was forcibly deflected by a fraction. In that fleeting moment of deflection, the Leviathan unleashed a devastating beam of light. Boom! A torrent of azure energy, exceeding 5 meters in diameter, surged forth with the intent to annihilate. Ripping through the air and striking toward the deserted factory just dozens of meters away from Chen Mo. "No!" Captain America exclaimed. The obliterating beam instantaneously engulfed the factory. There was no explosion, only a silent obliteration. The steel and concrete structure melted away like snow, disintegrating and vanishing, leaving behind a gaping pit, unfathomable in depth, its edges shimmering with the luster of molten glass. Factoni gazed at the factory that had vanished in an instant and the enormous pit, unable to suppress a curse. If that strike had landed amidst the crowd, at the very moment the beam erupted, Chen Mo seized the fleeting opportunity created by the chicken talisman's interference. And the rabbit talisman unleashed a supersonic burst. His figure transformed into a blurred streak of black lightning, advancing rather than retreating. He charged directly towards the Leviathan's massive maw, which had just released its attack and had yet to close. What was he doing? Barton's voice trembled with disbelief. The answer was revealed in an instant. Chen Mo shot into the colossal gullet of the Leviathan like a bullet. The inner walls were lined with writhing organic tissue and flickering metal conduits. The dragon's explosive force tore through from within. The searing white flame, intermingled with violet arcs of electricity, erupted from the very limits of Chen Mo's palm. It was as if a high-energy bomb had been detonated within the beast. Boom! A blinding radiance erupted from the Leviathan's vast mouth, accompanied by the hair-raising sounds of metal twisting and tearing, and the sizzle of organic tissue being charred to carbon. Roar! The Leviathan let out a deafening wail, simulated energy. Its immense body convulsed violently. A terrifying gash was explosively torn open in its massive head. Shattered metal, burning organic matter, and blue, foul-smelling blood cascaded forth like a waterfall. It was as if a giant serpent had been decapitated, its enormous form losing control, and, with a devastating inertia, plummeting toward the streets below. Cow Talisman, Rabbit Talisman, Chicken Talisman, Dragon Talisman combination technique. High-speed breach with internal explosion. Cow Talisman fusion degree 10, current 187. Body strength enhanced. Rabbit Talisman fusion degree 05, current 61. Extreme battlefield mobility. The fusion degree of the Chicken Talisman stands at 07, current 15. While the Dragon Talisman boasts a fusion degree of 18, current 219, enhancing its internal destructive power. A thunderous roar erupted as the decapitated remains of the Leviathan plummeted like a meteor several blocks away, triggering a cataclysmic impact that sent dust spiraling into the sky akin to a nuclear explosion. The shockwave engulfed nearly half the block. In the sky, Chen Mo emerged from the explosive flames and debris, unscathed, his cold gaze sweeping over the two other Leviathans, who were paralyzed with terror and attempting to retreat, as if under the watchful eye of death itself. The creature was a true monstrosity, a surviving Chitauri soldier, witnessing his companions and the colossal beast being obliterated like refuse. Fell into utter despair, frantically piloting his craft in a desperate attempt to escape back through the spatial rift. Fear spread through the Chitauri ranks like a contagion. Their once fearless charge transformed into the folly of moths drawn to flame in the presence of such a godlike entity. On the ground, Captain America raised his shield against the blast's impact, his gaze fixated on the figure in the sky, an embodiment of a demonic presence. His expression, a complex tapestry of emotions. Tony hovered nearby, his face beneath the helmet a mask of shock, his armor trembling slightly under the force of the Leviathan's explosion. Are we truly here to save the city? Natasha's voice resonated with a hint of bitterness and helplessness. At the spatial rift, Loki observed his once proud army being slaughtered like mere poultry, his complexion ashen, his grip on his damaged scepter tightening until his knuckles turned white. Retreat. Temporarily withdraw the remaining Leviathans. He roared into the communicator, his eyes filled with resentment and deep-seated apprehension. This variable must be eliminated. Chen Mo remained indifferent to the turmoil below. Suspended in the air, he clutched the brilliantly radiant tesseract. The recent battle, particularly the confrontation with the Leviathan's main cannon and the subsequent internal explosion, brought him into close proximity with the tesseract, maximizing the system's efficiency in analyzing and absorbing the energy of the Space Stone. Continuous contact with the tesseract, Space Stone. System energy absorption in progress. 52, 58. 65. Dragon Talisman Spatial Law Analysis Acceleration. Fusion degree continuously rising. Space Rift's power and stability enhanced. Warning. Space Stone energy level is excessively high. Host body is nearing its limit beyond the protective range of the Dog Talisman, risking energy overload damage. That is sufficient. Chen Mo felt the tumultuous surge of spatial energy within him and the tearing pain coursing through his veins, decisively halting the absorption process. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. His current gains far surpassed expectations. He gazed at the still open rift in the sky and the remnants of the Chitauri forces, then glanced down at the tesseract, which struggled violently, attempting to reassemble its energy. Closing the rift? Poking it with the scepter, like in the original story? Too tedious. He slowly raised his right hand, and, in his palm, the incandescent dragon fire began to coalesce once more. Yet this time, surrounding the dragon fire were countless intricate, black fissures, sprawling like a spider's web. It seemed as though he held not flames, but a fragment of space itself on the verge of shattering. It is time to put an end to this. A chilling voice resonated through the air as Chen Mo hurled the orb of dragon flame, imbued with the terrifying power to rend space, towards the colossal rift in the sky. The dragon's explosive force targeted not the enemy, but the very fabric of space itself, the blinding sphere of light. Tearing through the void like a comet in reverse, plunged into the heart of the immense blue rift in an instant. There was no explosion. Instead, as the orb penetrated the rift, the center rippled as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, generating violent waves of spatial distortion. In the next moment, countless fine black fissures erupted from the orb like a virulent contagion, proliferating wildly. The disconcerting sound of cracking glass echoed through the void, as the massive rift twisted and contracted violently, resembling a tattered cloth being wrenched by an unseen hand. The spatial structure at the edges of the rift was mercilessly annihilated by the dragon's explosive spatial rending force. The Zeta Reticulan forces attempting to surge forth, be they shuttles or soldiers, were directly sliced and crushed by the warped, contracting space, reduced to cosmic dust. The fragile conduit connecting the two realms was forcefully sealed by Chen Mo in the most ferocious manner conceivable. In mere seconds, beneath the countless terrified gazes of New Yorkers, the apocalyptic rift, resembling the Eye of Doom, vanished entirely amidst the tumultuous spatial distortion, as if brutally grasped by a phantom hand. All that remained was a scene of devastation, littered with the remnants of the Zeta Reticulans and the lingering smoke. The gaping wound in the sky over New York was forcefully smoothed out. Dragon Spell, spatial rending attack applied to spatial structure disruption. Effect, force annihilation of unstable spatial nodes, Zeta Reticulan portal. Dragon Spell fusion degree, 30, current, 249. Significant enhancement in comprehension of spatial laws. Spatial rending attack advanced to a regular skill. With a thunderous sound, Chen Mo's figure descended gently upon the rooftop platform of Stark Tower, standing atop the gleaming Stark logo that still emitted a ghostly blue glow. In one hand, he held the somewhat dimmed, yet still profound cosmic cube, while the other casually grasped Loki's mind scepter, its gem glowing faintly due to its melted interface. Below lay a ravaged yet resilient New York City. The surviving Zeta soldiers scurried about like headless flies, encircled by S.H.I.L.D. agents and the belated military forces. Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, future Avengers, stood at various vantage points, their complex gazes fixated on the figure atop the tower. Tony's armor descended slowly to the platform's edge, lifting its visor to reveal his weary yet alert face. "Hey, powerful stranger, thank you for resolving the predicament. However, what you hold in your hands belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather to Earth." He gestured towards the cube and the scepter. Several Quinjet fighters hovered in the air, their weapon systems ominously trained on the platform. On the ground, Captain America raised his shield, while Natasha and Barton remained tense, ready for any eventuality. Chen Mo's gaze swept over Tony, over the anxious crowd below, and finally over the circling Quinjet in the distance. His expression remained utterly inscrutable, akin to a deity surveying mere ants. S.H.I.E.L.D. Earth? Chen Mo's voice, cold and clear, reverberated across the silent platform and the throng beneath. They belonged to power. Slowly, he raised his hand, which clutched the tesseract, the luminous runes of the dragon's symbol illuminating once more, this time revealing a multitude of intricate black spatial rifts dancing within the glow. A wave of destruction, far more terrifying than the previous rending of Leviathan, capable of warping reality, enveloped the entirety of the Stark Tower's uppermost level in an instant. Or perhaps you might attempt to wrest it from my grasp. His icy gaze pierced like tangible icicles toward Tony and the array of weapon systems aimed at him. The cost would be this edifice and half of New York below. A threat, bare, overwhelming menace. Tony's countenance darkened in an instant, his fists clenched tightly. Yet he dared not make a single move. He felt acutely the terrifying force locking onto him, ready to tear through the fabric of space. The consequences of its unleashing would be unfathomable. On board the aircraft, Hill and Fury watched the surveillance feed, their faces ashen. Yet they suppressed the impulse to fire within the communication channel. Captain America's hand, which held the shield, trembled slightly before it was slowly lowered. Observing the silent battlefield and the muted fury of those present, a glimmer of cold mockery flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. "Remember my name." His voice, though soft, resonated like a thunderclap, indelibly imprinting itself in the hearts of every survivor and every observer watching the scene unfold. Source Spirit, the embodiment of the rules of power. The moment his words fell, the snake symbol's ethereal glow enveloped him entirely. Simultaneously, the rabbit symbol's supersonic limit was activated. Boom! A shockwave erupted, creating a circle of sound and force. Chen Mo's figure, along with the tesseract and the mind scepter, vanished without a trace. Only the slowly dissipating ripples of warped space and the eerie silence of the battlefield remained on the Stark Tower's platform. The night breeze swept through the ravaged city, stirring smoke and dust. The Battle of New York commenced in a manner far beyond anyone's imagination and concluded in an even more shocking fashion. A codename, etched like a brand into the very essence of this world, lingered in the air. Volume 1 concludes. The shadow of New York has grown into a colossal curtain enveloping the world. Chapter 51. Extraterrestrial onlookers in the vast, desolate deserts of New Mexico. The scorching sun blazed upon the ochre rocks, heat waves distorting vision, the air so parched it felt as if it could spark flames. In stark contrast to the chaotic aftermath of the Battle of New York, here existed an ancient silence, accompanied only by the whisper of the winds and sands. At the edge of an abandoned town stood the dilapidated bar, the Lion and the Eagle, the sole remaining structure still gasping for breath in this desolate expanse. Behind the bar, a scruffy, bleary-eyed old bartender was diligently polishing a glass. In a corner, Dr. Eric Selvig, Jane Foster, and Daisy Louise huddled around a scratched wooden table. Strewn with various homemade instruments and notebooks, the atmosphere thick with tension. Jane remarked, "This reading is undoubtedly anomalous. Unprecedented." Dr. Shavig pointed at the violently fluctuating curve on the instrument screen, his voice tinged with a suppressed excitement, as the energy levels surpassed any known astronomical phenomenon. The atmospheric disturbance patterns appeared as though something had violently torn open a chasm. Jane Foster fixated on the screen, her delicate brows furrowing in concentration. Location? Can it be pinpointed? Just southwest, approximately 100 kilometers away, near the town of Puente Anico. Daisy rapidly tapped the keyboard, manipulating the satellite imagery. "Look, There's a noticeable energy vortex in the atmosphere. Like a funnel. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, resonating as if it came from the heavens, shattering the silence of the desert. The ground beneath the entire town trembled slightly. Dust cascaded from the bar's ceiling. "My God!" Daisy exclaimed, pointing towards the southwestern sky outside. What was once a clear blue expanse was now violently disturbed by an invisible hand, as heavy clouds gathered to form a colossal, slowly rotating funnel-like vortex. At the vortex's center, lightning danced wildly, accompanied by the rolling of thunder. Golden, thick bolts of lightning lashed out like divine whips, striking the dark clouds with fervor. An oppressive force, palpably overwhelming, descended from the firmament, as if an ancient and terrifying entity was about to manifest. "What is that?" The bartender's glass clattered to the floor, shattering into pieces. Jane and Shavig rushed to the window, their faces etched with shock and fear. "The storm of the storm domain?" Dr. Shavig murmured, his eyes reflecting a mix of fervor and reverence. About 50 kilometers from Puente Anico, atop a massive red rock pillar shaped by wind erosion, Chen Mo sat cross-legged. The power of the serpent talisman allowed him to blend seamlessly into the shadow of the rock, as if he were an eternal boulder. In his hand, he toyed with a fist-sized fragment of peculiar metal that shimmered with a ghostly blue hue, retrieved from the molten core of the destroyer's armor. A delicate arc of pure, white electricity, imbued with a sense of annihilation, danced at his fingertips, resembling the most precise of chisels. Attempting to peel away the last remnants of destructive divine power trapped within the fragment. A system panel floated in the depths of his consciousness. Item: URU metal, traces of enchantment residue. Status: divine metal, Asgard. Properties: high energy affinity for conduction and storage, extreme resilience. Enchantment effect: residual divine power. Analysis progress: 978981. Warning: residual divine power possesses a faint will imprint. Odin: separation risk. Low. Host soul, strength suppression. Suddenly, a colossal wave of divine power, filled with order and majesty, yet carrying a hint of twilight, reverberated like the cosmic bell of the universe, instantaneously piercing through the barriers of space, sweeping across the expanse of the New Mexico desert. Its source was unmistakably the terrifying storm vortex forming on the southwestern horizon. Warning: detected a transdimensional spatial passage forcibly opening. Energy level: extremely high. Rule level: energy characteristics: Asgardian divine power, Odin's might. Spatial anchoring: with an overwhelming will to guard and exile, the threat level is exceedingly high concerning spatial stability, while the host remains neutral and not directly targeted. Chen Mo paused momentarily in his act of stripping the metal, his icy pupils shifting towards the direction of the gathering storm. That divine power was vast and ancient, imbued with an undeniable will to dominate, yet beneath the surface lingered an unmistakable sense of decay and frailty, like a once mighty sword of a forgotten deity. To forcibly open the door and exile one's own kin, Chen Mo's voice, barely audible amidst the hot winds, carried a hint of frigid mockery. The methods of the Father of Gods are nothing extraordinary. His mental prowess functioned like invisible tendrils, sharply detecting an object plummeting rapidly at the storm center. Imbued with immense life, energy, and the force of thunder. Its energy fluctuations were wild, fervent, and brimming with an indomitable fighting spirit. It was firmly bound by a powerful sealing force. Target: Thor Odinson, realm of Asgard. Status: divine power stripped, sealed by Odin's decree. Life signs robust, demigod-level physical strength. Emotional state: enraged, resentful, and bewildered. Threat level: high, basic physical destructive capability. Current: sealed state low. The god of thunder? A flicker of understanding passed through Chen Mo's eyes. The script had begun. A reckless prince stripped of his power? He found no interest in such a spectacle for the time being. Lowering his gaze, he reignited the electric arcs at his fingertips, refocusing on extracting the last remnants of impurities from the URU metal. The storm of Asgard and the fallen deity were merely inconsequential background noise on the canvas of the desert. However, just a few minutes later, a distinctly different wave of divine energy, imbued with a chilling, cunning, and avaricious aura, stealthily seeped through the yet-to-be-closed fissure of the spatial passage. This force was exceedingly concealed, cleverly clinging to the residual ripples of Odin's divine power, with a clear intention to lock onto the location of Thor's descent. Warning: secondary spatial fluctuations detected. Energy characteristics: Asgardian divine power, Loki Odinson. Additional: high-level illusionary spatial disruption mark. Target: reinforce the spatial passage anchor point. Interfere with the stability of Odin's seal. Threat level: medium, persistent spatial disturbance. To the host: low, indirect impact. Has the little snake grown impatient? A cold smile curved Chen Mo's lips. Loki's illusions and spatial tricks appeared as clear as fireflies in the dark before his perception, now infused with partial powers of the space gem. Is it brotherly affection or sheer impatience? He remained motionless, yet the mental field enveloping him functioned like a meticulous radar, capturing every subtle change in the vicinity of Thor's point of descent. He could see the bewildered blonde giant standing amidst the desert after the storm dissipated. He could see Jane Foster's rugged vehicle jostling towards the fallen point. He could glimpse a magnificent metal eagle, Heimdall, soaring momentarily across the sky. And he could distinctly observe the spatial disruption mark left quietly by Loki, akin to an invisible coordinate, continuously emitting weak yet persistent ripples. The spatial coordinates illusion interfered with Chen Mo's gaze as it swept across the last vestiges of the tenacious struggle of the destructive divine power's imprint on the URU metal fragment in his hand. He cast a glance towards the distant area where Thor had fallen, now rapidly cordoned off by S.H.L. vehicles. A chilling thought emerged. Since Loki sought to cause trouble and lure down the destroyer, rather than laboriously extracting the core imprint, it would be more prudent to repurpose it. His fingertips ignited with a brilliant arc of electricity, abruptly ceasing the attempt to extract the imprint. Instead, he infused a thread of exceedingly faint energy, imbued with the annihilating essence of his own dragon talisman, forcefully imprinting it as if sealing a mark over the divine power's imprint. Spiritual imprint overlay completed. Marked item: URU metal fragment, trace. Marked characteristics: original destructive divine power, dragon talisman annihilation essence, overlay. Tracking effect: target locked, destroyer armor. Additional location and minor energy attraction to same source divine power. Upon completing this, Chen Mo casually tossed the newly imprinted URU metal fragment into the system space. He rose, the serpent talisman shimmering with ethereal light, his figure melding into the shadows of the rocky columns, vanishing silently from the pinnacle. As the storm subsided, the stage was set for a grand performance. He intended to see what valuable kindling this fire ignited by Loki could produce. As for the powerless god of thunder, for now, he was merely bait to lure forth Leviathan. Chapter 52. The hammer falls to earth, shaking divine retribution outside the town of Punta Antiqua, deep within the desert. A solitary, ancient rock structure, resembling an inverted giant bowl, stood starkly on the Gobi. This was the crater base. At this moment, the base was tightly surrounded by S.H.I.E.L.D. task forces encircled with layers of security. The beams of searchlights pierced the encroaching night, illuminating the base's entrance as brightly as day. Agents clad in black uniforms, armed with advanced weaponry, remained vigilant, the air thick with an invisible tension. In the core area of the base, a vast, smooth-edged circular pit occupied most of the space. At the center of the pit's bottom lay a weapon of ancient design, a short-handled war hammer with a square head wrapped in gray leather, its end secured with leather thongs. Quietly embedded in the rock, it was none other than M.J. Lolnir, the hammer of the god of thunder. The hammer emanated a faint yet tangible silver-gray radiance, a heavy, majestic aura of divine power pulsating like an invisible force field, enveloping the entire pit. Within this force field, the very air seemed to solidify. "Gentlemen, this is the objective," Agent Coulson declared gravely, standing on the alloy platform at the edge of the pit, pointing at the hammer below, addressing the group of muscular men beside him. All clad in S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms, their eyes sharp as hawks. The Thunderstrike team, the pinnacle of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s superhuman strength assessment unit. All known physical attempts have failed. Hydraulic presses, laser cutting. None have left even the slightest scratch. Your mission, attempt to move it, even if only by a millimeter. Is that all? Captain Bull Hank grinned broadly, his muscular neck cracking as he twisted it. He flexed his arms, which were thicker than most men's thighs, and proclaimed, "Look at me." He strode down the metallic staircase and entered the depths of the pit. A hum. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped Hank, as if the surrounding air had transformed into a heavy mercury. His muscles bulged violently, veins protruding like writhing worms. With each step, the alloy soles of his boots sank deep into the hard rock surface. He approached the hammer, arms wide open, embracing the cold handle as if it were beloved. Ugh! Hank emitted a primal roar, unleashing a ferocious surge of strength. The muscles in his arms, shoulders, and back swelled like granite. The rocks beneath him groaned under the strain, cracking inch by inch. Yet, the hammer of Thor remained utterly unmoved, as if rooted in the very core of the earth. Its silvery gray glow shimmered without a hint of fluctuation. Hank's face flushed crimson, veins throbbing on his forehead, and finally, exhausted, he let go, staggering back and gasping for breath. His eyes filled with incredulous shock. Impossible. Is this thing heavier than an aircraft carrier? I'll try. A relatively slender team member, with eyes as cold as a serpent's, stepped forward. He took a deep breath, the bones in his arms cracking crisply, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen, resembling some kind of alloy. His mutant ability, metal mimicry, amplified his strength. He grasped the hammer's handle, his gaze unwavering, concentrating all his power into a single point. Creak! The sound of grating metal filled the air. It was the sound of his metallic skin scraping against the hammer's handle. Power surged continuously. 1 second, 2 seconds, yet the hammer still stood silently at the bottom of the pit, as if mocking them without a word. Change, Cole ordered. Power link. The other 3 assault team members immediately stepped forward. One grasped Snake Fong's shoulder, another held on to first, and the last connected the chain. The 4 formed a unified force, akin to a tug-of-war. Bull Hank gritted his teeth and joined in once more, gripping the last member. The combined strength of 5 superhuman operatives surged forth through a unique biological field connection technique. 1, 2, 3, heave! The 5 unleashed a deafening roar simultaneously. The rocks beneath them collapsed, creating a shallow pit. Invisible waves of power rippled within the pit. The biological field connecting them emitted a hum of overload. The silvery gray glow surrounding the hammer finally flickered slightly, but it was merely a momentary ripple, like a gentle breeze disturbing a tranquil pond. The hammer remained steadfast as ever. From the center of the power link, Snake Fong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his metallic skin fading instantly, his face as pale as parchment. The others, too, felt their strength drained, swaying weakly, their eyes filled with despair. Enough! Cole's face turned ashen as he waved his hand to halt the test. Medical team. His heart raced with turmoil. The power rules contained within that hammer exceeded the limits of earthly technology. Just then, a thunderous boom erupted from the direction of the heavy alloy doors of the base, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and the terrified cries of agents. Enemy attack. It's that blonde giant. He has broken in. Boom. A golden figure, reminiscent of a raging rhinoceros, forcefully shattered the final alloy gate within the base, plunging into the depths of the core pit. It was none other than Thor Odinson, bare-chested, with disheveled golden hair. His visage bore the marks of battle, bruises and blood, his gaze blazing with fervor and madness as it fixated upon the hammer at the bottom of the pit. MJ Ulner. Thor disregarded the multitude of ominous gun barrels aimed at him, ignoring Coulson's stern warnings. His focus was solely on that hammer. It was the source of his power, the emblem of his honor, the very ladder to his throne. He strode towards the edge of the pit and leapt. Thud! He landed firmly at the bottom, stirring a cloud of dust. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Thor took a deep breath, his countenance radiating unshakable confidence and anticipation. As he extended his right hand, the same hand that had lifted the mighty hammer countless times, gripping the cold handle with determination. I am still the Prince of Asgard, Odin's son, God of Thunder. Thor roared in his heart. In my name, return to me, MJ Ulner. He exerted a tremendous force upwards, his muscles tensed, power surging forth. Yet, contrary to his expectations of divine might returning with a thunderous display, the hammer remained utterly immobile. The silvery gray glow was serene as still water. The confidence on Thor's face instantly froze, morphing into sheer shock and disbelief. He summoned his strength once more, pouring every ounce of energy into the effort, even letting out a roar of defiance. Yet it remained unyielding, as if a most cruel jest had been played upon him. He, Thor, god of thunder, was rejected by his own weapon. No, Thor let out a heart-wrenching cry, filled with pain, confusion, and humiliation. His knees buckled, and he despairingly knelt before the hammer. Rain mixed with tears streamed down his cheeks. His father had truly abandoned him. Above the base, in a shadowy alcove of a ventilation duct, Chen Mo's figure emerged like a specter, his icy gaze piercing through the darkness, calmly observing the kneeling and lamenting Thor. Akin to a lost dog, the system panel clearly marked the intangible seal of divine power, encompassing the pit's floor. Odin's decree resonated within Chen Mo's mind. The arrogant prince was ultimately but a puppet in his father's hands. He felt no ripple of emotion regarding Thor's plight. His gaze swept over Mjolnir, and a system prompt materialized. Item: Mjolnir, Hammer of Thor. Status: Artifact forged from URU steel core with multiple enchantments by Odin. Core enchantment. Odin's power seal. Only those of just heart and sufficient worthiness may lift it. Threat level: extremely high. Rules level binding of divine power. System analysis. Host currently lacks Odin's recognized worthiness. Forcibly attempting to lift it requires contending with the primordial power of Odin's decree. Risk: extremely high. Potential to trigger divine retribution. Lacking worthiness? A glimmer of cold amusement flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. Worthiness has always been defined by power, just as Coulson ordered the capture of the despairing Thor. Buzz! A wave of destructive energy, far more terrifying and pure than when Thor had intruded, penetrated the heavy alloy dome of the base without warning. It descended. Warning: high-intensity spatial transmission fluctuations detected. Energy feature: Asgardian power destroyer armor. Spatial coordinate positioning, guided by Loki S. Mark. Threat locking: Thor Odinson. Threat level: extremely high, planetary destruction weapon. With a thunderous crash, the robust alloy dome of the base was torn apart as if it were mere paper, a colossal force ripping open a vast aperture. The icy starlight and night breeze surged in. A gargantuan figure, towering over 3 meters, forged entirely from an unknown dark gold metal. Its face a smooth slab reminiscent of a coffin lid, with a slender window emanating a devastating red light at its center, descended like a meteor into the base's hull. The heavy metallic foot sank deeply into the alloy floor, an overwhelming aura of death permeating the air. The cold red glow swept over the chaotic crowd, ultimately locking onto the disoriented Thor, who stood in the pit. Target locked. Purge protocol initiated. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated from within the armor. The slender window on the destroyer's face blazed with intensity. Terrifying energy surged within. Target Thor. True destruction has arrived. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's figure slowly clenched his fist in the shadows, arcs of white electricity silently dancing at his fingertips. The prey had finally arrived. Chapter 53. The Arrival of Destruction. Unarmed against light, the moment the destroyer descended, the entire crater base was plunged into a hellish nightmare. A cold, pure, and emotionless aura of destruction engulfed the scene, instantly freezing the blood of all present. Open fire. Fire at will. Coulson roared through the communication channel. He had witnessed the horrific lava pit in the New Mexico desert. This creature was an embodiment of doom. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions erupted instantaneously. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, well-trained, unleashed a torrent of rifle fire, armor-piercing rounds, high-explosive grenades, and even individual rocket launchers upon the destroyer's colossal dark golden form. Clang! Bang! The bullets struck the destroyer's armor, akin to hammering against ancient, unyielding ice, sparking briefly before being deflected. The flames and shockwaves from the grenades barely caused the massive figure to sway. A rocket struck its chest, engulfing it in a fiery explosion, yet once the flames dissipated, the dark golden armor remained pristine, not a dent to be found. Ineffective. All attacks rendered futile. The energy readings skyrocketed. What manner of monster is this? Despair echoed through the communication channel. The destroyer paid no heed to the surrounding, insect-like assaults, its red light window fixating firmly on the dazed Thor in the pit. The horrific energy reaching its zenith. Buzz! A destruction beam, over 0.5 meters in diameter and as concentrated as liquid magma, surged forth. Imbued with the essence of annihilation, tearing through the air with a soul-chilling shriek, hurtling towards Thor at the bottom of the pit. No, Thor, just pinned down by agents, felt his eyes widen in horror as he beheld the beam of death descending upon him. He sought to evade, yet his weakened body, stripped of divine power, felt as though it were encased in lead beneath the vast might of the heavens. In a moment of peril, a figure appeared before Thor with an astonishing speed that transcended the limits of the naked eye, akin to teleportation. None other than Chen Mo. He refrained from utilizing the ultimate speed of the Rabbit Talisman, relying solely on the foundational explosion of the Bull Talisman's divine power, unleashing a wave of kinetic energy that rippled outward. Faced with a destructive beam potent enough to vaporize both Thor and half of the pit, Chen Mo remained unfazed. His right fist, enveloped in a faint golden glow of divine energy, surged forward with the force of a meteor tearing through the sky. Meeting the annihilating beam with unadorned ferocity, there was no external release of energy, only raw physical strength. The Bull Talisman's divine power had reached an exquisite concentration. Boom! His fist collided with the destructive beam, yet there was no earth-shattering explosion. The anticipated vision of his body being instantaneously vaporized did not materialize. That ferocious beam, capable of melting through battleship armor, collided with an invisible wall of resistance. It came to a halt before Chen Mo's fist. The orange-red energy, once a wild dragon, was tamed by an even more formidable and pure force, one that seemed capable of shaking the stars themselves. It was forcibly restrained, compressed, and suspended less than a foot from his fist, forming a violently boiling, blinding sphere of energy. The terrifying impact contained within the destructive beam was absorbed and neutralized by Chen Mo's body. The rocks beneath him erupted and sank, spiderweb-like cracks sprawling across the pit's floor. Ultimate concentration of Bull Talisman divine power, countering rule-level energy shock. Annihilation attribute, residual Dragon Talisman, passively integrated. Energy counter-efficiency enhanced. Bull Talisman fusion degree 15, currently 202. A leap in bodily strength and control. Warning, core temperature of the destructive beam exceeds 12,000 degrees Celsius. Continuous erosion of divine power defense layer. Increased consumption of divine energy. Roar. The destroyer armor seemed to encounter unprecedented resistance, emitting a perplexed mechanical sound. The crimson light display flickered violently. Yet, the directive to eliminate Thor held the utmost priority. The energy core in its chest suddenly blazed to life, doubling the output power of the destructive beam. Boom! The orange-red energy sphere expanded violently. The brightness of the destructive beam surged. The energy that had been suspended before Chen Mo's fist transformed into a torrent of chaos. Enormous pressure bore down upon him, as if millions of mountains were collapsing. The rocks beneath his feet disintegrated into powder. He was propelled backward by the ferocious energy shock, his feet carving deep ruts into the pit's floor, dust swirling around him. Ugh! A coppery taste surged in Chen Mo's throat as he tasted the metallic tang of blood. Enduring the amplified destructive beam was a strenuous endeavor, even for the Bull Talisman's divine power. Yet, his gaze remained icy and resolute. Not only did he refuse to retreat, but he also harnessed the momentum of his backward slide, unleashing a mighty tremor with his right fist. Break for me, Buzz! The energy sphere, compressed to its utmost limit, detonated under the violent shockwaves of Chen Mo's Bull Talisman divine power and the corrosive properties of the Dragon Talisman's annihilation. Boom! It erupted like a miniature sun. The blinding orange-red light instantly engulfed half of the pit. A turbulent surge of energy swept outward like a tsunami. The alloy platform twisted and deformed. Nearby instruments were instantly reduced to cinders. Agents caught in proximity were violently hurled away by the shockwave, their screams echoing throughout the chaos. The blinding light faded. The colossal form of the destroyer armor staggered back slightly from the recoil of its own beam explosion. Yet, Chen Mo's figure re-emerged, steadfastly positioned in front of Thor. The garments draping his arms were incinerated by the intense heat, revealing skin imbued with a faint golden divine radiance, akin to arms forged from celestial metal. His skin appeared slightly reddened, wreathed in wisps of blue smoke, yet remained entirely unscathed, not even a trace of burn visible. Silence enveloped the scene. The entire base fell into an eerie stillness. All witnesses, be they S.H.I.E.L.D. agents or the recently despondent Thor, seemed petrified, their minds rendered blank. To confront the destroyer's main cannon with bare hands and remain unharmed? Is this truly humanity? Even the destroyer appeared momentarily incapacitated by this incomprehensible spectacle. Its crimson interface flickering wildly, seemingly reassessing its threat level. Chen Mo shook his slightly tingling arm, feeling the divine power within him rapidly stabilize. He gazed at the cold killing machine before him, a spark of intrigue flickering in his eyes for the first time. An admirable sparring partner. His voice, icy and clear, resonated through the hushed bass, the perfect opportunity to stretch his limbs. Before his words faded, boom! An explosive sonic blast erupted from the ground. Chen Mo's figure vanished in an instant. The rabbit talisman surged to supersonic speed. Target, the destroyer. The true battle was now set to commence. Chapter 54. Collision of Divine Power. Unarmed armor, disassembly boom. Chen Mo's figure materialized before the destroyer's chest, as if teleporting. The kinetic energy from the supersonic speed combined with the strength of the bull talisman, his right fist resembling a colossal battering ram, struck with a terrifying shriek that tore through the air, violently aimed at the core energy location of the destroyer's armor. Boom! The sound resonated like a mighty bell tolling. A deafening roar echoed throughout the base, enough to halt hearts. For the first time, the massive body of the destroyer was shaken. Its heavy, dark golden form was sent staggering backward by the force of the punch, leaving deep grooves in the alloy floor. The point of impact bore a distinct indentation of a fist, while the surrounding metal twisted unnaturally and glowed with a smoldering crimson hue. Combination technique: Bull Talisman and Rabbit Talisman. Supersonic Heavy Fist. Effect: maximum enhancement of kinetic energy. Physical destructive power multiplied. Bull Talisman Fusion Level 0.8. Current 210. Power output significantly increased. Rabbit Talisman Fusion Level 0.5. Current 66. Instant battlefield advancement enhanced. Roar. The destroyer emitted a furious mechanical growl. Its crimson interface locked onto Chen Mo, now perilously close. It raised its massive metal arms, with the force capable of rending mountains. Its colossal hands came crashing down like a fly swatter, intent on reducing Chen Mo to mere pulp. The terrifying gust from its palms created a thunderous roar in the air. Chen Mo's eyes sharpened. He stood firm, unwavering. The Bull Talisman's divine energy operated at its absolute limit. He crossed his arms overhead, bracing himself. Boom! Two colossal, dark golden hands descended upon Chen Mo's arms with the ferocity of a meteorite strike. A visible shockwave erupted in a circular explosion. The ground beneath him collapsed into a shallow pit. Yet, he stood firm, as steadfast as a mountain, bracing against this terrifying onslaught capable of crushing tanks. A faint golden glow of divine power blazed like flames across his arms. The strength is commendable. Chen Mo's icy voice carried a hint of mockery. With a sudden tremor of his arms, a more violent force surged forth. Crack! The might of the destroyer's converging arms was forcefully dissipated. The enormous metallic hands were violently repelled. Almost instantaneously, as the hands were thrust away, Chen Mo crouched low. The extraordinary reflexes and speed granted by the Rabbit Talisman activated, allowing him to slip through the gap between the destroyer's arms like an eel. He appeared beneath the left side of the destroyer's ribcage. With his right hand, fingers poised like a blade, he summoned arcs of radiant white annihilation energy at his fingertips. Infused with the power of the Ox Talisman, he struck. Swoosh! His palm knife sliced through the weaker joint of the destroyer's dark golden armor with precision akin to a heated knife cutting through butter. The shrill sound of tearing metal echoed as the palm knife penetrated deeply into the armor. The radiant annihilation energy surged through the incision, ravaging the internal energy conduits and mechanical structures. Weakness mark system assistance activated. Dragon Talisman annihilation energy. Minor. Injected. Internal damage inflicted. Effect. Partial armor structure failure. Energy transmission efficiency decreased by 15. Roar. The destroyer let out a howl imbued with unmistakable pain. Its massive form quivered violently, and its left arm became momentarily rigid and sluggish. It swung around abruptly. The right arm, akin to a colossal battering ram, swept through the air with a piercing whoosh, attempting to force Chen Mo back. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His body moved like a boneless serpent, sliding beneath the sweeping giant arm at an incredible angle. Simultaneously, his left fist, enveloped in divine power, struck with the force of a cannonball against the joint of the destroyer's right arm. Boom! Crack! Another muted thud resonated, accompanied by the sound of shattering metal. The trajectory of the destroyer's right arm was forcefully interrupted. The armor at the shoulder joint twisted and deformed, revealing a complex structure sparking with energy. Continuous weak point strikes. Battle Instinct Fusion Talisman activated. Ox Talisman Fusion, level 05, current 215. Dragon Talisman Annihilation Attribute Application. Minor, proficiency enhanced. The monster, indeed. He was a true monster. At the edge of the pit, held firmly by the agents, Thor ceased his struggles, staring blankly at the figure below, like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, suppressed the destroyer's armor with a series of furious roars. A tempest of emotions surged within him. That raw power, that terrifying speed, that innate combat instinct evoked memories of the ancient war giants from his guardian legends. Was this truly immortal for Midgard? Did his father not see such beings when sealing his own power on this planet? The destroyer was utterly enraged. The red light in its facial viewport blazed to its zenith. The energy fluctuations from its core surged to a terrifying level. It ceased its attempts to attack Chen Mo. Its arms flung wide open, body leaning slightly backward. A wave of devastating energy began to radiate outward. It was about to unleash an indiscriminate, destructive shockwave. Caution! Is it about to self-destruct? Not a mere area attack. Coulson's voice rang out in alarm from the platform. All agents frantically sought cover. Chen Muskau's shopped. An area attack? This is troublesome. It must not be allowed to release it. At the very moment when the energy of the destroyer was reaching its zenith, Chen Mo moved. His speed surpassed that of before. The rabbit talisman propelled him to supersonic velocities. The bull talisman amplified his divine strength to its peak. His figure left behind multiple afterimages, targeting the destroyer's head. The elongated window, radiating a sinister red glow. Silence. He leaped high. His right leg transformed into a colossal golden battle axe. The divine power of the bull talisman coalesced at his heel. A brilliant arc of annihilation spiraled around it. With a terrifying momentum that could shatter mountains and split seas, he struck fiercely at the red glowing window of the destroyer's visage. Bull-rabbit-dragon combination technique. Supersonic annihilation slash. Weak point identified. Central perception core. Energy infusion. Maximized. Boom, crack, pop. A cacophony of excruciating explosions erupted. Chen Mo's heel, akin to a golden meteor, crashed into the red glowing window of the destroyer's face. The dark golden shield, fortified with an energy barrier capable of withstanding armor-piercing rounds, shattered like fragile glass under the triple impact of the bull talisman's ultimate divine strength, the supersonic kinetic energy, and the dragon talisman's annihilation attributes. Chen Mo's heel surged forward, piercing into the window's interior. The radiant arc of annihilation erupted instantaneously. Crackle! Blinding sparks of electricity flickered wildly. A series of muffled explosions resonated from within the destroyer's head. The brilliance of the red window flickered violently, dimming like a candle in the wind. A plume of black smoke mingled with electric sparks erupted from the shattered void of the window. The massive frame of the destroyer suddenly stiffened. Its once raised arms fell limply to its sides. The concentrated destructive energy within its chest dissipated as rapidly as a receding tide. It had lost its most vital central perception core. Its enormous body stood as if unplugged from power, swaying slightly, temporarily incapacitated. Only the damaged head and joints emitted sporadic sparks, indicating that it had not yet been entirely obliterated. Chen Mo gracefully landed, standing before the rigid destroyer, shaking off the slight numbness in his right foot. His cold gaze swept over the lifeless war machine before him. The core structure remained intact. His eyes settled upon the slightly protruding core energy source at the center of the destroyer's chest armor, emanating a dim red glow. The divine technology of URU metal from Asgard. At that moment, a sudden transformation occurred. A chilling, vast, and terrifying will, filled with anger and a hint of incredulity, descended as if crossing an endless sea of stars, locking on at Chen Mo with an iron grip. This will bore the majesty of the king of gods. It was Odin, simultaneously, buzzing. The residual divine power of Odin within the destroyer's armor ignited violently under the forceful urging of this will, burning fiercely as if returning to light. Its headless body erupted with a blinding golden light. The shattered joints groaned under the unbearable strain. The core at its chest radiated a wave of destruction far surpassing anything before. It forcibly activated the ultimate annihilation mode at the cost of its complete disintegration. The target was locked onto Chen Mo. The golden light of destruction instantaneously engulfed him. Chapter 55. The Wrath of the God King. Alchemical furnace, the golden light of destruction surged forth like a tsunami. In an instant, it submerged Chen Mo's figure. This was the final requiem of the destroyer armor, forcibly activated by Odin's will, consuming all remaining divine power and core energy. Its might eclipsed the previous beams of annihilation. Wherever the light passed, the air was ionized, crackling with explosive sounds, and the ground's rocks melted and vaporized like wax. The central region of the crater base seemed to transform instantaneously into the core of the sun. No, just when Coulson and all the agents glimpsed a flicker of hope, their hearts plunged once more into despair. How could mere flesh and blood survive such a cataclysmic eruption of energy? At the heart of the golden light, Chen Mo felt as if he had been cast into the furnace of a star. An endless torrent of light and heat, imbued with the tyrannical divine power of annihilation, assailed and tore at his body. The defensive layer formed by the cow talisman flickered violently like an oil lamp in a gale, groaning under the strain. A searing pain coursed through his skin. Warning: encountering ultra-high intensity divine power annihilation attack, enhanced by Odin's will. Threat level: lethal, rule level destruction. Dog talisman passive trigger: immunity to instant death damage maintaining life mark. Horse talisman passive trigger: extreme purification of divine power erosion. Divine power impact exceeds expectations. Defense nearing its limit. System energy rapidly depleting. 656,055. Odin. For the first time, a cold fury ignited in Chen Mo's eyes. That old wretch dared to conspire from across the endless cosmos. Passive defense? That was not his style. You wish to incinerate me? Let's see whose flames burn brighter. Chen Mo steeled himself. Rather than fully retracting his defenses, he summoned the power of the dragon talisman within him, while the dog talisman ensured his life was secure and the horse talisman frantically expelled the corrosive effects. The blazing white dragon fire surged wildly in his palm. But this time it was different. This time, the dragon fire incorporated the spatial tearing properties he had just comprehended. Derived from the cosmic cube, more crucially, he unhesitatingly infused into it the pure destruction divine power he had stripped, absorbed, and stored in the system's space from the fragments of the destroyer. Buzz! The dragon fire in his palm swelled dramatically, changing color. No longer merely a pure white, it transformed into a profound, viscous dark golden hue, its edges flickering with countless fine, pitch-black spatial fissures. A new energy form emerged, fusing the explosive essence of the dragon talisman, spatial rending, and the destruction divine power of Asgard. Dragon explosion annihilation furnace. Chen Mo roared. He thrust his palms forward with great force. That profound, dark, golden dragon fire of destruction ignited like a spark thrown into a barrel of oil. instantly igniting the surrounding tempestuous sea of golden divine power. Boom! En précédente explosion érupted. However, it is not merely a one-way release of destructive energy. Instead, a fierce clash, annihilation, and even fusion occurred between two distinct yet homogeneous forces of destruction, both imbued with destructive traits, one being the divine power of Odin, and the other the refined essence of Chen Mo. The dark golden dragon flames, akin to a ravenous beast, voraciously devoured, tore apart, and assimilated the surrounding golden divine energy. In the midst of this chaos, black fissures in space spread and sliced through, forcibly dispersing and stripping away the raging flow of energy. The purifying force of the talisman enveloped Chen Mo in a thin golden aura, expelling the impurities and divine energy that the dragon flames could not consume. Dragon Talisman fuses with the destructive divine power, Asgard, and the space-rending trait. New skill comprehended, Annihilation Forge, Energy Clash Annihilation Assimilation. Degree of Dragon Talisman Fusion, 30, current 279. Power Rule Comprehension Leaps. Slight enhancement in understanding the laws of destruction. Strengthened application of space tearing. Improved efficiency of energy clash. System energy consumption slows, 45 stable. The entire core of the base resembled a whirlwind. Dark gold and golden energy currents clashed violently, exploding and annihilating. The sturdy alloy structure was shredded and melted as if it were mere paper. A large area of the deep pit's edge collapsed. The blinding light rendered everyone unable to gaze directly. The colossal, dark, golden form of the destroyer armor crumbled and melted like a sandcastle amidst the clash and annihilation of its own divine power and the incoming destructive energy. Transforming into a molten metallic solution, this terrifying storm of annihilation endured for a full 7 or 8 seconds. As the dazzling light finally began to fade, the core area of the entire impact site had utterly vanished. All that remained was a massive lava pit over 100 meters in diameter and several dozen meters deep. Its edges smooth as glass. At the bottom, dark red, high-temperature magma churned, emanating a terrifying heat wave. Suspended in the center of the lava pit, Chen Mo's figure hovered gently. Most of his clothing had been incinerated, revealing his muscular torso, with a faint golden aura and wisps of lingering scorching smoke clinging to his skin. Yet, his gaze remained as cold as ever, even sharper, unscathed. In his left hand, he grasped a fist-sized orb of metallic liquid, radiating the heat and aura of annihilation, which was the essence of URU metal refined from the core of the destroyer armor, far purer than the fragments he had previously collected. Meanwhile, at the edge of the lava pit, Thor, Coulson, and the surviving agents stood as if carved from stone, staring blankly at the figure in the center of the lava lake, unscathed and dismantling the destroyer barehanded while refining divine metals. Just then, a resonant hum filled the air, a vast, commanding will, imbued with an unmistakable sense of fury and fatigue, surged forth like a torrent across the cosmos. Descending once more, this time, the will was strikingly clear, suffused with the pressure of a god-king, locking its gaze firmly upon Chen Mo. Simultaneously, above the lava pit, golden light coalesced, and a vague, colossal silhouette adorned with a golden helm and armor, wielding the eternal spear Gungnir, faintly emerged. The projection of Odin's will. The Midgard thief. How dare you destroy my artifact, refining the gold of the divine realm? Do you not comprehend your transgression? The voice, both commanding and ancient, resonated like thunder, striking deep within Chen Mo's soul. The terrifying pressure bore down upon him like a tangible mountain, seeking to compel his submission. Raising his gaze, Chen Mo's icy stare pierced through the searing waves of lava, confronting the indistinct specter of the divine king. A smirk of unabashed mockery and defiance curling at the corners of his lips. Seen? His voice, though soft, cut through Odin's divine oppression with a sharpness that seemed capable of severing chains. Your toy obstructed my path. I dismantled it. I have taken a liking to your metal. I claimed it. Nothing more. He raised his right hand, a flicker of deep, dark golden energy dancing at his fingertips, tearing through the fabric of space as it pointed toward Odin's apparition. As for sin, should you possess the courage to descend in your true form, you are most welcome to come and seek judgment. An invisible battle intent surged, mingling with the essence of the destruction furnace, soaring high enough to challenge Odin's divine pressure. Arrogance. The specter of Odin bellowed in fury, the phantasm of the eternal spear aimed at Chen Mo. A resonant hum filled the air as a remarkably concentrated golden beam of divine power, exuding an aura of judgment and death, transcended the limitations of the apparition. Hurtling towards Chen Mo. With a fierce gaze, Chen Mo gathered the energy of the destruction furnace in his palm. At that moment, a vibrant beam of 7 colors suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping the disoriented Thor at the edge of the lava pit. "Father, no!" Thor barely managed to utter a cry of desperation before his form was consumed by the radiance of the Rainbow Bridge. Almost instantaneously, with Thor's disappearance, Odin's apparition and the divine beam dissipated like foam, leaving only the lingering resonance of divine wrath echoing above the lava pit. The 7-colored beam flickered and vanished, and the desolate landscape returned to silence, save for the bubbling of the molten rock. Chen Mo slowly lowered his hand, the energy of the destruction furnace dissipating. He gazed at the spot where Thor had vanished, then at the searing essence of URU metal in his grasp, his expression frigid. That was quite a swift escape. He murmured to himself, but merely interest, I have accepted it. Odin's wrath? He regarded it with indifference. Through this battle, the bull and dragon talismans had progressed remarkably, further refining high-quality URU metal, yielding rewards far beyond expectations. Asgard was but a stepping stone on his path to power. The Serpent Talisman's ethereal glow enveloped his form, and Chen Mo quietly vanished above the lava-filled chasm, leaving behind a vast lake of molten rock, a testament to the futility of divine punishment. The desert winds, carrying the searing breath of embers, swept across the land once more. Chapter 56. Dark currents in the Golden Palace, forging shapes in the furnace in the depths of Asgard. Within the Golden Palace, Odin's chamber lay shrouded in a heavy, oppressive silence, the only light emanating from the faint golden glow of Gungnir, the eternal spear, thrust into the floor, symbolizing the enduring will of the Divine King. Thick velvet curtains concealed the eternal radiance of the celestial palace, allowing only a few stubborn rays to outline the weary yet majestic silhouette of the king. Seated upon a grand golden throne, his single eye closed. The wrinkles on his face resembled parched riverbeds, deeply etched with the marks of time and the immense toll of enforced will. The divine essence of Asgard permeated the royal chamber like boiling magma, its intense fluctuations revealing the turmoil beneath the facade of tranquility exhibited by the Allfather. Chen Mo's frigid, unyielding black eyes, devoid of reverence, effortlessly tore apart the destroyer and forged the gold of divine realms. Confronting the projection of the God King with the precision of the sharpest dagger, repeatedly piercing through Odin's millennial pride and understanding. When had the courtyard birthed such a blasphemous heretic? Odin's low mutter echoed in the vast chamber, tinged with a barely perceptible astonishment and uncontrollable fury. The power of the source spirit was unparalleled and domineering. Its essence was beyond the understanding of even my eyes. His hand, gripping Gungnir, whitened slightly from exertion. The grand doors of the chamber opened silently, and Queen Frigga entered without a sound. Her anxious gaze fell upon her husband, noting the pallor of his face exacerbated by excessive exhaustion and the remnants of anger pulsating in the air. Odin, her voice was gentle yet imbued with undeniable strength. Thor has returned. Though his power is not yet restored, his spirit has been tempered, which is a commendable outcome. As for the denizens of the courtyard, she approached the throne, tenderly grasping Odin's cold hand. While he remained obstinate, his strength could indeed rival the destroyer, even thwarting Loki's schemes. Asgard's enemies were not limited to him alone. Odin opened his single eye, the depths of his golden iris swirling with complex emotions, culminating in a heavy sigh. It is not his power I fear, but the uncertainty it brings. His strength is overwhelming, and his actions unrestrained. In the order of the 9 realms, is this a blessing or a curse? Loki's ambition had been inflamed by this very provocation. He glanced at Frigga, revealing profound fatigue in his gaze. My slumber may come sooner than anticipated. He required time to recuperate from the immense drain caused by his forced intervention and to contemplate how to navigate this unpredictable variable. Meanwhile, in the side hall of the Golden Palace, Thor stood in silence before the vast floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the resplendent celestial architecture and the eternal starry sky beyond. His bare torso was wrapped in thick bandages, remnants of the mortal struggles he had faced on Earth, now healing rapidly under the nurturing power of Asgard. Yet, what truly pierced him was the sting of defeat deep within his soul. The image of the courtyard mortal, known as the Source Spirit, effortlessly shredding the destroyer, was seared into his mind like a brand. The raw power, the terrifying speed, and the mastery over destructive energy were anything but mundane. How could the divine strength he had always cherished appear so feeble in comparison? What troubled him further was the gaze of that individual while refining URU metal, as if looking upon mere dust by the roadside, utterly devoid of emotion. Mjolnir, Thor instinctively clenched his fists, feeling the emptiness of power within him. He yearned to lift the divine hammer, reclaim the glory of the thunder god, and prove himself to all, especially to that indifferent denizen of the courtyard. Yet, his father Odin's decree loomed like an insurmountable chasm. In the shadowy corner of the room, Loki appeared silently, a ghostly emerald apparition. He wore his customary elegant smile, yet his eyes were like poisoned ice needles, precisely piercing the vulnerabilities within Thor's heart. My dearest brother, are you still relishing the memory of that profoundly impactful defeat in Midgard? Loki's voice slithered like a venomous serpent, observing your current state, where even a mere mortal could easily trample you underfoot. Is it the loss of your hammer that has led to this, or the diminishment of your divine pride? He approached slowly, admiring the taut muscles and blazing fury in Thor's eyes. That Source Spirit, who had torn apart the destroyer, forged the metals of the divine realm, and even faced the will of the All-Father without flinching. What a formidable power! Alas, this strength does not belong to Asgard, and scarcely deigns to acknowledge your existence. Loki! Thor suddenly turned, lightning flickering in his gaze. Close your mouth, and that mortal is merely... What? Loki interjected with a scoff. A thief who fortuitously gained power? A weakling in need of your pity? Brother, when shall you awaken to reality? Asgard no longer requires a brute who can merely wield a hammer. Observe the power he displays. That is the kind of might capable of instilling dread across the 9 realms, making the fools of Jotunheim tremble in fear. And you, he appraised Thor from head to toe, are only worthy of licking your wounds in the shadows. Each of Loki's words struck like a dagger, piercing Thor's most vulnerable points. Thor's breath grew heavy, golden divine energy coursing uncontrollably across his skin, yet sealed away from release. Silence. The glory of Asgard shall not be desecrated. I shall reclaim my power. And what before that? Loki's smile twisted into something cruel. The All-Father's power is nearly exhausted, soon to succumb to Odin's sleep. And that Source Spirit resides in Midgard, uncontrollable by anyone. What if he covets the treasures of Asgard? What if he desires more, such as the eternal flame? The box of ice? He leaned closer to Thor, his voice dropping to a devilish whisper. Brother, where is your hammer? Where's the glory you once safeguarded? With that heart-wrenching remark, Loki's form dissipated like ripples in water, leaving Thor standing by the window, fists clenched, nails digging into his palms. In his golden eyes burned humiliation, resentment, and a flicker of a forcibly awakened, deeper yearning for power. On Earth, deep within the Arctic Circle, beneath a primordial ice cap. Here, Chen Mo had carved out a vast spherical space with the power of dragon talismans, its walls flowing with dark golden energy from a destructive furnace, isolating it from all external detection. At the core of this space floated a sphere of molten metal, URU metal essence, as radiant as a miniature sun. The intense heat and aura of destruction it emitted were perfectly restrained by an invisible psychic field of talismans. Chen Mo hovered before the molten mass, his eyes closed, his mental energy probing like a precise needle, delving into the internal dynamics of the liquid, sensing every subtle flow of energy and structural change within the URU metal. The analysis data regarding URU metal cascaded down the system panel like a waterfall. The analysis of URU metal essence, high purity depersonalization, continues. Energy conduction efficiency. Theoretical peak can reach 998, requires matching energy source. Physical characteristics. Extreme toughness requires specific energy activation. Malleable form requires extreme high temperature energy shaping. Rule affinity. Spatial law. Medium. Destruction law medium. Energy storage extremely high. System-assisted shaping plan generation in progress. Recommendation. Integrate the power of runes, dragon explosive space, ripping bull god power, as the core drive to construct an energy amplification storage and release hub in the pure vessel of weaponry. Chen Mo opened his eyes, his cold gaze fixed upon the liquid metal. It needed to be imbued with a soul. With a mere thought, the power of the dragon rune within him was stirred. A strand of deep, viscous, dark golden flame, with edges flickering with pitch-black spatial fissures, surged forth from his palm, coiling around the massive blob of liquid metal like a spirit serpent. The moment the dark golden flame made contact with the URU metal, it erupted in an even more blinding brilliance. The destructive high temperature and the force of spatial tearing penetrated, forged, and refined the metal with fervor. The originally feeble remnants of Odin's divine power within the liquid mass were completely incinerated, annihilated. The impurities of the metal were eradicated, and its structure was forcibly optimized and restructured under the terrifying energy of the rules. Simultaneously, the divine power of the bull rune transformed into an invisible colossal hammer, merging into the dragon flame. With each lick of the fire, it accompanied an infusion of boundless divine power in the forging. The metal blob churned, compressed, and deformed in the dark golden flames, slowly coalescing into a vague, elongated weapon prototype, the outline of a sword embryo. Dragon rune, destruction furnace, shaping in progress. Bull rune divine power, forging in progress. URU metal structure optimization and reorganization, impurities eradicated. Odin's divine power imprint, completely annihilated. Initial construction of energy conduction network within the entire spherical space. Only the howling of the flames and the deep humming akin to the birth of stars from the extreme forging of metal remained. Chen Mo, like a divine craftsman commanding the laws of forging, wielded the runes as a hammer and the rules as a furnace, transforming the divine gold from Asgard into a uniquely powerful weapon of slaughter. With each clarification of the sword embryo's outline, a more fierce and domineering aura of destruction emanated. The wrath of Asgard, Odin's gaze, merely added fuel to his furnace. Chapter 57, Dwarven Secrets, Divine Hammers Dimming Nidavellir, the Star Ring Furnace. A colossal neutron star was enveloped by an astonishing star ring structure, radiating eternal light and heat, providing ceaseless energy to the entire Dwarven kingdom. A molten metal torrent surged through the intersecting massive pipelines, the thunderous sound of the forging hammer striking the metal resonating like the heartbeat of the cosmos. Echoing through the void, King Eitri, a master craftsman whose form resembled a lava giant, his soul remaining eye-shimmering with the wisdom of stars, stood on the control platform at the core of the furnace, fixated on a projection composed purely of energy before him. The image depicted Chen Mo beneath the Arctic ice cap, forging the URU sword embryo with the destruction furnace. That dark golden flame. Behold the terrifying power entwined within the flames. The forcibly reshaped URU metal. Each frame strikes like a hammer upon the very soul of Eitri, the supreme craftsman of the cosmos. This fire, this power, Eitri's voice, rugged yet trembling with incredulity, transcends the eternal flame and the magma of Muspelheim. It embodies the rules that tear apart space, annihilating matter, infused with the pure, celestial physicality that can shake the stars. His singular eye widened in horror, his calloused hand gripping the edge of the control panel, knuckles whitening from the strain. My king, a similarly towering yet much younger dwarven smith, his voice tinged with both fear and fervor, exclaimed, "It is consuming that flame." The URU metal rejoiced. Its structure was being pushed towards an unimaginable pinnacle. Pinnacle? Eitri abruptly turned his head, his lone eye igniting with a terrifying brilliance. It was blasphemy. It was destruction. More than that, it was art. His emotions were a tempest. That individual had forcibly erased Odin's divine imprint, shaping the pure essence of URU into a form utterly his own. Such a method was crude, tyrannical, lacking any aesthetic of forging. He brandished his robust arm as if in accusation. Yet the result, the young dwarf pointed towards the projection, where the sword's silhouette grew increasingly distinct, emanating a piercing aura that twisted the void itself. His voice parched. Eitri's actions came to a sudden halt. He fixed his gaze upon the sword taking shape. all his anger and accusations ultimately transmuting into an almost covetous obsession, a craftsman enraptured by unparalleled materials. The outcome surpassed all of Asgard's divine weaponry. Except for the fleeting glance his gaze cast towards the model of Mjolnir, floating at the center of the forge, radiating a soft silver glow. In the imagery, the sword forged by Chen Mo contained a sheer destructive force and a sharpness of rule that compelled Eitri to acknowledge a terrifying truth. In terms of destructive capability and material potential, this unfinished sword had already eclipsed Mjolnir. The might of Mjolnir resided in the rules and thunderous divinity bestowed by Odin, rather than in the pure artistry of forging or the ultimate development of URU metal itself. Asgard had awakened a madman, a forger wielding terrifying power and the authority of destruction. Eitri murmured to himself, his massive palm unconsciously rubbing his prized mechanical arm. Odin's power waned. Was Thor still a brute, merely a cunning serpent? In Midgard, he gazed at the projection of Chen Mo, his cold, focused profile, nurturing a creature capable of melting divine realms. "My king, must we take action?" the young dwarf inquired, his tone laced with unease. Eitri remained silent for a moment, the light in his eye flickering. "Shut down all observations of Midgard. Erase this record. Sever all ties with Asgard regarding this matter." His tone was resolute. Nidavellir was loyal solely to its contracts and craftsmanship. It must never become embroiled in the conflicts of the divine realms. He paused, his gaze lingering on the sword floating within the crucible of destruction, his voice lowering, "Especially never to oppose the being that wields such flames. We shall observe its evolution until it is wholly forged." Asgard, the Golden Palace Square. Thor stood in the center of the square, surrounded by the scrutinizing gazes of the valiant warriors of Asgard, their expressions a complex tapestry of concern, sympathy, and beneath it all, an almost imperceptible doubt. Doubt as to whether he could still wield Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, to uphold the glory of Asgard. "Drink!" Thor roared, his hands gripping the handle of Mjolnir with unyielding determination. His muscles rippled like coiling dragons, and a golden aura of divine power radiated fiercely from his form. He summoned the remnants of his waning strength, attempting to awaken the slumbering might of thunder within the hammer. "Rise!" With every ounce of his being, he endeavored to lift it. The crystalline surface of the rainbow bridge groaned under the strain, fissures appearing like delicate veins. Did the hammer stir? No. It was merely the ground beneath him that shattered under the weight of his formidable power. Mjolnir lay still, its silvery light serene as a placid lake, offering no response to its master's call. "Why? Father, answer me!" Thor bellowed in despair, his knees crashing heavily to the ground, fists pounding the unforgiving crystal surface, producing a dull, resonant echo. Humiliation and resentment gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. The image of a Midgardian tearing apart a destroyer, Loki's mocking words, pierced his nerves anew. Sif and the three warriors, Volstagg, Hogun, and Fandral, stood at a distance, their hearts heavy as they beheld their once invincible prince in such a despondent state. Sif felt compelled to step forward, yet Hogun gently restrained her, shaking his head. In this moment, Thor required strength, not solace. Just as Thor was nearly engulfed by his sense of defeat, a tremendous rumble erupted. The very foundations of Asgard trembled violently, as if gripped by an unseen giant's hand. The brilliance of the golden palace flickered, and the vibrant colors of the rainbow bridge momentarily spiraled into chaos. What was happening? Thor snapped his head up, momentarily forgetting his humiliation. It was Odin's slumber. Heimdall's thunderous voice resonated like a mighty bell, emanating from the direction of the Rainbow Bridge's guardian temple, echoing throughout all of Asgard. The All-Father had succumbed to deep sleep. The protective barrier of the Golden Palace weakened. An anomalous surge of icy energy was detected from the direction of Jotunheim. The frost giants stirred restlessly. Odin's slumber. This revelation struck like a thunderbolt, igniting a surge of tension among all the warriors of Asgard gathered in the square. The King of the Gods was the steadfast anchor of Asgard. Each instance of his slumber heralded great peril. Thor's demeanor transformed instantly. Confusion and humiliation faded, replaced by the warrior's vigilance and sense of duty. He rose abruptly, gazing towards the distant realm of Jotunheim, suffused with the essence of eternal frost, lightning flickering within his golden eyes. "Loki," he growled, realizing that this sudden turn of events bore the unmistakable mark of his cunning brother's machinations. Meanwhile, deep within the Golden Palace, Odin's colossal form lay within a golden sarcophagus of slumber, Gungnir hovering above him, casting a faint protective glow. Queen Frigga stood vigil beside the coffin, her face etched with profound concern. In the unnoticed shadowy corners, a ghostly green figure gradually emerged, and on Loki's face, an icy smile of unbridled ambition finally appeared. He gently caressed the suddenly cold and piercing box in his palm, the frost box, which emanated an eerie blue chill. The moment had finally arrived. He murmured softly to himself, his gaze sweeping over the slumbering Odin, across the chaotic square, and towards the distant Jotunheim, ultimately seeming to penetrate the infinite starry sky, resting upon the burning dark golden flame at the North Pole. The chaotic prelude shall be initiated by me. Source Spirit, how many obstructive thorns will your flame incinerate? Truly, is a prospect worth anticipating. Chapter 58. The sword induces calamity. Where does the thunder god remain? Beneath the Arctic ice cap, at the core of the destruction furnace, dark golden flames coiled around the suspended sword embryo like a living python, fiercely entwining it. With each breath of the flames, a piercing shriek tore through the void, as dark cracks flickered across the surface of the sword embryo, leaving behind a more refined, profound metallic sheen. The form of the sword embryo was now unmistakably clear, over 3 feet in length, 2 fingers wide, straight and heavy, devoid of any ostentatious embellishments, save for a deep groove along the spine, as if designed to cradle the galaxy. Buzz, an invisible, haunting wave suddenly expanded from the sword embryo's center. URU sword embryo form solidification complete. Core energy transmission network established. Dragon rune annihilation space rending law imprint completed. Ox rune divine power imprint completed. System energy injection. Constructing energy nexus. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The most critical step had arrived. He forcefully brought his hands together. As the eternal power from the dog rune, the purifying light from the horse rune, and the long-dormant mental force from the goat rune surged forth like 3 torrents, forcibly stripping a strand of their essence and mixing it with the pure energy madly infused by the system, plunging it fiercely into the core groove of the sword embryo. Boom! The entire spherical space felt as if a star had been cast into it. Blinding light instantaneously consumed everything. The sword embryo trembled violently, emitting a dragon-like hum, as if resisting the forcible infusion of external power. The dark golden flames of the destruction furnace surged tenfold in fury. They crazily scorched and forged the sword embryo, forcibly melding the imprints representing immortality, purification, and spirit with the existing imprints of destruction, power, and space. This was a forceful welding at the level of rules, a barbaric fusion of the essence of the runes and URU, divine metal. Crack, crack. The surface of the sword embryo was suddenly covered in fine cracks, as if it were on the brink of shattering at any moment. Yet, with each crack that appeared, it was instantaneously fused by the dark golden flames, infusing new rune essence, and the cracks flowed with an even more restrained and perilous black gold hue. Rule fusion conflict. Energy overload. Dog rune eternal trait anchored to sword body, maintaining indestructible form. Horse rune purification power, harmonizing conflict, stabilizing energy flow. Goat rune mental imprint weakly establishing initial mental link. Fusion progress, 657,080. Just as the rule imprint was about to be forcibly completed, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz, a vast and ancient force, imbued with the terrifying will of judgment and destruction, surged forth like a tempestuous thunder, seemingly provoked by the essence released during the forging of the sword. This formidable power, disdainful of Chen Mo's spatial barriers, forcefully penetrated through layers of dimensions. Descending upon this icy realm, a deafening roar echoed. The pristine blue skies above the Arctic ice cap were suddenly engulfed by an endless tempest of dark thunderclouds. The pitch-black clouds churned like a boiling sea of ink, while golden bolts of lightning, as robust as dragons, raced wildly within, converging. A cataclysmic pressure, targeting the very souls, descended from the heavens. This was no ordinary lightning. It was a divine calamity, a manifestation of cosmic laws reacting against the defiance of creation. The backlash of the rules? Chen Mo abruptly lifted his gaze, his icy pupils piercing through the ice and space, locking onto the apocalyptic lightning gathering above. Do they think mere punishment can deter me? Within the spherical space, the aura of the calamity seeped in. The nearly complete black gold sword core, like a provoked monarch, emitted a piercing and wrathful cry. The blade had yet to be forged, yet its intent threatened to rend the very heavens. Almost simultaneously with the calamity locking onto the sword core in Asgard, at the Rainbow Bridge Guardians Hall, Heimdall's golden eyes, capable of piercing through the 9 realms, suddenly focused on the direction of Earth's North Pole. He beheld the sword core, oscillating within dark golden flames, radiating a brilliance that pricked at his very soul. He witnessed the apocalyptic thunderstorm, wildly converging with the will of the cosmic origin. His golden pupils contracted in disbelief, revealing an unprecedented horror. That sword is usurping the authority of the All-Father, invoking divine retribution. He barely had time to ponder further. The duty of safeguarding the 9 realms compelled him to instinctively open his mouth and unleash a warning roar that reverberated throughout Asgard. Thor! Thunder! Heimdall's roar struck like thunder, resonating through the Golden Palace square. Just as Thor prepared to investigate the disturbances in Jotunheim, he suddenly froze. A tremor from deep within his blood surged, tightening around his heart. He distinctly felt a remarkably pure and terrifying force of thunder, laden with defiance and destruction, erupting from some corner of Earth. That sensation was akin to the birth of another thunder god, challenging the very foundation of his existence. My power. Thor instinctively glanced at his empty hands, then abruptly turned his gaze toward Earth, his golden pupils swirling with confusion, horror, resentment, and fury. The thunderous power sealed within him by Odin began to stir uncontrollably, as if drawn and provoked by the distant sword core. The guardian of Asgard perceived the looming threat. The deposed thunder god felt the challenge. The cosmic rules had unleashed divine retribution, and, at the eye of the storm, Chen Mo stood proudly amidst the raging furnace of destruction, his cold gaze sweeping over the trembling sword core, penetrating space to lock onto the apocalyptic lightning above. Calamity? It arrives at the perfect moment. He slowly raised his right hand, the dark golden radiance of the dragon talisman swirling chaotically in his palm. As the aura of the destructive furnace soared skyward, let your thunder temper the final edge of this sword. Chapter 59, Thunder Calamity Tempering the Sword, Divine Spear Shattering Light. Boom! The cataclysmic retribution has finally descended. A terrifying thunder pillar, exceeding 10 meters in diameter and as refined as molten gold, adorned with countless arcane runes, tore through the thick ice of the Arctic, defying all physical barriers, bearing the absolute will to annihilate all that defies heaven, and struck down with tremendous force. Its target, the ominous black gold sword embryo hidden beneath the ice. As the thunder pillar passed, millennia-old glacial ice vaporized silently, akin to snow under the sun, leaving behind a vast, unfathomable passageway, its edges shimmering with a molten glass-like luster. The sheer aura of destruction warped the very fabric of space, invoking mournful wails. In the face of this world-shattering cosmic punishment, Chen Mo's eyes held not fear, but rather a cold, burning fighting spirit. Gulme, he uttered with a low growl. His right fist, imbued with the power of the bull talisman, boldly met the descending thunderous wrath. At the tip of his fist, the dark golden energy of the annihilation furnace spun and compressed violently, forming a miniature black hole that devoured all. Boom! The collision between fist and thunder did not yield an earth-shattering explosion. Instead, it was a silent obliteration, a clash of ferocious energies. The cataclysmic thunder pillar struck as if it had encountered the universe's most unyielding singularity. The terrifying energy, potent enough to vaporize planetary surfaces, was fiercely resisted by the concentrated power of destruction emanating from Chen Mo's fist, fiercely absorbing and annihilating it. Black fissures in space spread like a spider's web from the point of contact. Dazzling golden lightning and profound dark golden flames intertwined and clashed violently. The Bull Talisman's power withstands Cosmic Retribution, beginner level. Energy Collision Annihilation Efficiency, 87. Remaining Retribution Energy Guidance Direction, URU Sword Embryo. Chen Mo's arm trembled slightly under the immense pressure, the surface of his skin flickering with a faint golden glow of divine power. Yet, his stance remained as steadfast as a mountain. His fist resolutely held back the destructive lightning. The forging commenced. With a single thought, he plunged his resisting right fist downward. A thread of guiding intent traveled along his fist. Sizzle. The majority of the violent will of destruction was annihilated by the furnace of destruction, leaving only the purest essence of thunder, akin to a tamed, furious dragon, which struck fiercely upon the black gold sword embryo suspended at the core of the furnace. Buzz! The sword embryo emitted an unprecedented, high-pitched hum. It sounded like a painful scream, yet also a joyous song. The obsidian blade was instantly engulfed by blinding golden lightning. The unstable runic imprints upon its surface flickered violently under the baptism of thunder, appearing and disappearing. Fine cracks once again spread across the blade. Warning: Divine Punishment Energy Infusion. Stability of the rune imprints is plummeting. Dog Talisman's eternal properties are operating beyond capacity. Horse Talisman's purifying power is maxing out the thunder's violent factors. Goat Talisman's faint mental link transmits waves of intense agony. Hold firm. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened, his left hand reaching into the void. The psychic energy of the chicken talisman instantly transformed into countless invisible tendrils, tightly wrapping around the trembling sword embryo, forcibly stabilizing its form. Simultaneously, the power of the dragon talisman within him surged unreservedly into the annihilation furnace. Boom! The dark golden flames erupted instantaneously. The temperature soared to an inconceivable level. The flames transcended mere combustion, transforming into countless minuscule, rapidly spinning blades that tore through the very fabric of space. Relentlessly slicing and forging the sword embryo enveloped in golden thunder. With each cut, the pure essence of thunderous power was forcibly infused into the heart of the sword embryo. Every strike rendered the metallic structure at the fissures denser, with the inscriptions of the spell engraved more profoundly into its very core. Thunderous tempering. Deep fusion of rule imprints. Destruction Forge enhances the tearing characteristics of the sword edge. Degree of fusion between source inscription and URU metal, 909598. Sword embryo's energy affinity threshold surpassed. Significant increase in energy storage capacity. The fissures upon the surface of the sword embryo rapidly mended, as if imbued with life. Under the relentless forging of the Destruction Forge and the sustenance of the dog spell. With each reconciliation, the essence flowing from the cracks transformed from pure black gold into a deep, restrained hue, reminiscent of an endless tempest and the annihilation of the starry cosmos. A dark purple-gold luster. The grooves along the sword's spine erupted with blinding brilliance, akin to the opening of a miniature stargate. In Asgard, within the sacred hall of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall's golden eyes fixated intently on the direction of Earth, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming strain. He witnessed Chen Mo confronting the destructive thunderclap with his flesh and blood. He saw that individual guiding divine punishment to temper the demonic sword. He beheld the black gold sword embryo metamorphosing amidst the thunder and fire, emanating an aura of finality that pierced even his very soul. Stop him! Heimdall roared with an earth-shattering fury. He raised the immense guardian sword, brutal steel, high. Golden divine power surged wildly into the blade. He intended to forcibly summon the power of the Rainbow Bridge, transcending space to interrupt this blasphemous forging. Boom! The core of the Rainbow Bridge erupted with an unprecedented cascade of radiant colors. A beam of energy, refined to its utmost, capable of piercing through the stars, tore through space under Heimdall's guidance, precisely targeting the icy realm of the North Pole where Chen Mo resided. This strike contained the annihilative might of the Rainbow Bridge and Heimdall's resolute will to protect the 9 realms. At the moment, the colorful beam descended. Within the icy domain, at the most critical juncture of tempering, the black gold sword embryo seemed to sense the malevolent provocation from Asgard, erupting with a terrifying sword howl that could shatter gold and rend stone. Buzz clang, a shadowy sword radiance, condensed to the essence, with edges dancing with dark purple-gold arcs of destruction, erupted from the sword embryo like an awakening ancient beast, without warning. It tore through the flames of the destruction forge. It rent asunder the spatial barriers set by Chen Mo, defying the path opened by the divine punishment thunderbolt. It crashed fiercely into the radiant beam from the rainbow bridge that cut through space. Boom! An indescribable cataclysmic collision erupted above the North Pole. The obsidian sword radiance collided violently with a multicolored beam. There was no stalemate. The dark sword light sliced through the solidified energy like a heated knife through butter. Infused with the power to tear space, destructive thunder, the might of the bull's spell, and the obliterative force of the dragon spell, it instantaneously shredded the energy structure of the rainbow bridge beam. Sizzle! The radiant beam shattered like fragile glass, cleaved apart by the relentless dark sword light. Countless dissipating energies of the rainbow bridge erupted uncontrollably, scattering into the void and triggering localized spatial turbulence. The pitch-black sword light diminished slightly in momentum, yet still bore the terrifying will to sever all, surging upstream along the spatial trajectory of the rainbow bridge. Within the temple of the rainbow bridge, Heimdall felt as if struck by lightning. The colossal guardian sword, bolt steel, let out a mournful cry as a fine yet distinct crack appeared upon its blade. He himself emitted a muffled groan, golden pupils shedding 2 streams of shocking blood tears. The forceful intrusion into Chen Mo's forging process resulted in backlash, compounded by the mental shock of the shattered rainbow bridge energy, causing him to suffer a grievous blow instantly. "Heimdall!" exclaimed Thor and Sif, who had rushed to the scene, their expressions filled with shock at witnessing the guardian's injury. Leaning on his sword, Heimdall felt golden blood trickle from the corners of his tightly shut eyes. His voice hoarse and heavy. "That sword has become sharp enough to sever the rainbow bridge and slay gods." Thor trembled violently, his golden pupils fixated on the direction of Earth, as if perceiving through endless space the demonic sword taking shape amidst thunder and fire. A chilling aura and an unprecedented sense of impending crisis seized him instantly. Beneath the Arctic ice, the apocalyptic thunder columns finally dissipated. The dark, golden flames of the annihilation furnace gradually retracted, merging into the quietly suspended sword. The sword had taken form, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches in length, with a blade width of 2.5 fingers. It exhibited a deep, introspective dark purple-golden hue, the blade heavy and devoid of sharpness. Save for a groove along the spine that glimmered with a profound light akin to a liquid galaxy. Lacking extravagant embellishments, it emanated a pure, soul-freezing aura of dominance and destruction. Chen Mo extended his hand, gently grasping the hilt. A resonance surged through him, a sensation of bloodline connection and mutual understanding instantaneously enveloping him. The sword quivered slightly, emitting a low, pleasurable hum as if responding to its master. The hilt felt frigid, yet harbored the power to extinguish stars. Weapon, unnamed, material, high purity or divine gold, forged from the essence of conjuration. Traits, supreme sharpness, spatial tear and annihilation. Immortal, eternal, demon-breaking, purification, mental link, weak. Energy storage amplification, very high. Core law imprints, dragon, destruction of space, ox, strength, dog, eternity, horse, purification. Goat, spirit, status, initially formed, potential yet to be fully unleashed. The brilliance capable of severing the rainbow bridge lingered as Chen Mo's fingers traced the heavy, unsharpened blade. Sensing the dreadful power within, potent enough to tear apart the fabric of cosmic rules. "Henceforth, let your name be Boundary Severance," he declared, with a flick of his wrist. The Boundary Severance sword swept casually across the void. Swoosh! A pitch-black rift, its edges flickering with dark purple-golden arcs of lightning, silently manifested. On the other side of the rift lay the star-studded depths of the cosmos. Under the sword's edge, space appeared as fragile as thin paper. Chapter 60. Smoke of the Nine Realms, the initial call of Boundary Severance. The name of the sword resonated in his ears, and the sword body imperceptibly trembled. The dark purple-golden flow accelerating within the heavy groove along the spine, seemingly satisfied with a name embodying the ambition to tear apart the universe. Chen Mo's fingers brushed over the cold, unsharpened blade, sensing the dormant, destructive power within, potent enough to make Odin pale with fear. This is merely a nascent form, its potential far from fully realized. Task: Divine Craftsman's Trial. Forging exclusive divine weapon completed. Rewards: Dragon Talisman Fusion, level 25, current 304. Ox Talisman Fusion, level 15, current 230. Dog Talisman Fusion, level 05, current 14. Horse Talisman Fusion, level 05, current 70. Sheep Talisman Fusion, level 03, current 23. Comprehension: Advanced application of the Destruction Forge, refinement and energy shaping. Acquired: Boundary Breaking Sword, growing divine artifact prototype. The fusion levels of the talismans surged once more, particularly the Dragon Talisman, which broke through 30, its characteristic of spatial tearing flowing seamlessly within Chen Mo's thoughts. With a subtle mental command, the Boundary Breaking Sword transformed into a stream of dark purple gold light, merging into his body, suspended within the sea of consciousness, resonating gently with the ethereal shadows of the 12 talismans. At that moment, buzz, a faint yet desperate plea for help, transcending infinite spatial barriers, rippled through Chen Mo's mental field like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, piercing through the psychic shield enveloping the Arctic. This thought was steeped in agony, chaos, and profound fury, originating from the other side of the earth, in Virginia, USA, at Culver University. Warning: high-intensity gamma energy surge detected. Energy signature match: Bruce Banner Hulk. Energy level: abnormal, out of control. Contains strong signals of mental suffering. Additional faint mental wave analysis. Help? Stop me. I'm escaping Hulk. Out of control. In Chen Mo's cold pupils, there was no trace of compassion for the plea, only a glimmer of icy interest. A loathing giant? A being renowned on Earth for sheer physical power? Perfect for testing the edge of the boundary-breaking sword and the divine strength achieved after the Ox Talisman surpassed 23. As thoughts flitted through his mind, the power of the Snake Talisman enveloped his entire being, his figure instantly fading into the void. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand, the dark golden energy of the destruction forge intertwining with spatial tearing waves at his fingertips. Boundary breaking. Buzz. The previously silent dark purple-gold long sword materialized in his grasp. Chen Mo gripped the hilt, sweeping it casually towards the void ahead. Sizzle. A pitch-black spatial rift, its edges crackling with dark purple-gold lightning, formed in an instant. The aura emanating from the other side was precisely at the epicenter of the gamma energy explosion. The iconic gamma-ray laboratory dome of Culver University was clearly visible, just as Chen Mo was about to step into the spatial rift. Buzz. Another vast, cold wave of divine power, imbued with endless death and darkness, surged forth like an awakened ancient beast, sweeping through the 9 realms. This power was chilling to the bone, carrying the stillness of decaying all things, emanating from Asgard. Warning: ultra-high dimensional divine power explosion detected. Energy signature: Law of Death, Hela Odinson. Spatial coordinates: Odin's slumber chamber in Asgard. Energy level: Godfather level, peak seal loosening. Threat level: extremely high. Hela, goddess of death. Odin's slumber, seal loosening. The ultimate internal strife of Asgard had finally erupted, simultaneously across the torn spatial rift. At Culver University, the gamma-ray laboratory erupted in a thunderous explosion. A colossal figure, its skin resembling flowing green granite, emerged amidst the smoke and flames, releasing a roar that intertwined agony and fury. Hulk. The shockwave sent everything nearby hurtling away. The terrifying gamma energy surged forth like an uncontrollable torrent. The realms ignited, and earth trembled. On one side stood the liberated goddess of death, while on the other loomed the rampaging giant of hatred. Chen Mo gripped the broken boundary, his cold gaze sweeping across the scenes at both ends of the spatial rift. The internal strife in Asgard was a grand spectacle. Yet Hela needed time to regain her strength after her escape. The raging green behemoth before him, however, appeared tantalizingly accessible. A chilling smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he stepped into the spatial rift. Let us begin with you as a test. Chapter 61. The Gamma Beast. A Trial of Divine Power. Culver University, the ruins of the Gamma Ray Laboratory. Smoke billowed, and flames surged skyward. Concrete fragments and twisted metal frames lay scattered like toys trampled by a giant beast. The air was thick with acrid char and violent gamma radiation. The alarms long drowned out by a far more terrifying presence. Roar! The deafening roar shattered the air. A towering figure, standing at 3.5 meters, materialized from the haze. Its skin akin to rough, flowing green granite. Muscles rippling with a terrifying strength capable of rending main battle tanks asunder. It was none other than the uncontrollable Hulk. His remaining sanity was entirely consumed by boundless pain and rage, his crimson eyes reflecting a madness bent on destruction. Bang! 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 Hulk's enormous green fists, akin to siege hammers, pounded mercilessly against the ground. Each strike triggered minor earthquakes, cracking the earth and sending debris flying. He seized a military Humvee, overturned by the shockwave, swinging it like a mere straw and hurling it towards the assembled troops in the distance. Boom! The Humvee tumbled through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound, crashing into the soldiers and erupting into a massive fireball. The cacophony of screams, explosions, and the metallic clinks of bullets striking Hulk's form melded into a vision of hell. Open fire! All units! Suppress him! From a temporary command post in the distance. General Ross bellowed into the communicator, his face pale, eyes wide with a mix of shock and a morbid fervor. This was the ultimate weapon he had sought, even if it had spiraled out of control. A torrential downpour of armor-piercing rounds, rockets, and even small howitzers cascaded upon Hulk like a metallic storm. Clang! Boom! Bullets ricocheted. The flames of exploding rockets enveloped him. Yet, when the smoke cleared, Hulk's massive form merely swayed slightly, his green skin unmarred by any evident wounds. Instead, the intense pain and impact only fueled his fury further. Hulk smashed. He leaped fiercely, akin to a green meteor, crashing down upon an Abrams main battle tank that had just opened fire. Crash! The heavy tank turret was violently crushed. The treads shattered. The entire vehicle twisted and contorted beneath the overwhelming force, desperate screams and muffled explosions echoing from within. A monster. This was nothing short of a monster. The surviving soldiers, their hearts torn asunder, began to retreat. Just as the Hulk rampaged like a demonic deity, General Ross's eyes reflected an even greater madness. Buzz! At the heart of the battlefield, amidst the ruins less than 20 meters from the Hulk, the very fabric of space seemed cleaved by an invisible blade. A pitch-black rift, its edges crackling with faint arcs of dark violet and gold lightning, silently manifested. A figure stepped forth from within. It was Chen Mo. The ethereal glow of the serpent talisman dissipated the moment he emerged from the rift, revealing his true form. Clad in a simple black combat uniform from the system's spatial reserve, he bore no sword, merely standing there with an air of calm that starkly contrasted with the hellish scene surrounding him. His gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the Hulk, who was tearing an armored vehicle asunder, his icy pupils devoid of fear or pity, only a profound and unadulterated scrutiny and intrigue. Target: Hulk Bruce Banner. Status: highly mutated gamma radiation entity, in a state of extreme, uncontrollable rage. Core characteristics: strength increases infinitely with anger, theoretically. Exceptional physical resilience and regeneration capabilities. Current peak estimate. Planetary class initial stage. Energy characteristics: high concentration of gamma radiation, contains faint fragments of order. Mental disturbance: utter chaos. Bruce Banner's consciousness suppressed. Faint signals of distress. Threat level: high potential for escalating physical destruction. Subject to host. Testing target. Roar. The Hulk seemed to sense something, abruptly halting his assault on the armored vehicle, his massive green head swiveling toward Chen Mo. A flicker of instinctual confusion passed through his crimson eyes. Why did this insignificant creature not flee? Did not feel fear? Yet, that fleeting doubt was swiftly drowned by an even greater tide of fury. Little insect, Hulk will crush you. The Hulk unleashed a thunderous roar, his colossal form erupting with astonishing speed. A gigantic fist, its skin resembling green rock, hurtled through the air with a terrifying shriek, akin to a collapsing mountain, aimed directly at Chen Mo's head. Before the fist even reached him, the violent wind generated by its descent stirred debris from the ground, conjuring a miniature storm. The force of this punch far exceeded the earlier blow that had crushed the tank. It was pure, unadulterated physical violence. Faced with this terrifying strike capable of compressing steel into mere pancakes, Chen Mo displayed not a flicker of trepidation. Strength? He whispered, advancing rather than retreating. Buzz! A pale, golden aura of the bull talisman enveloped him in an instant. He chose not to evade, nor summon other talismans. Simply lifting his right arm, fingers splayed, his palm aglow with divine energy, met the descending green fist head-on. He intended to withstand it. Boom! A resounding crash. So deep it seemed to halt hearts, erupted amidst the ruins. The anticipated scene of a diminutive figure being obliterated into a pulp did not unfold. Chen Mo stood firm, like a steel stake driven into the ground. The earth beneath him collapsed into a shallow pit several meters in diameter. Spiderweb-like fissures spread wildly, yet he remained steadfast. His palm firmly cradled the Hulk's fist, which was larger than his entire upper body. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. In the depths of Hulk's crimson gaze, a look of bewilderment emerged for the first time. The full force of his blow, capable of toppling tanks, was effortlessly caught by a diminutive human with a single hand. The sensation upon impact was not that of flesh meeting flesh, but rather colliding with an immovable divine mountain. Chen Mo's arm muscles subtly bulged, as a pale, golden aura of divine power flowed beneath his skin like flames. He felt the terrifying force emanating from the fist, surging like a tsunami, each wave more powerful than the last. Hulk's strength undeniably grew with his fury. With every heartbeat, the force of that fist intensified. Activation of the Bull Talisman's Divine Power, 230. Physical power resistance. Hulk, peak of anger rising. Power output, stable suppression. Body load, minimal. Dog Talisman passive, stabilizing life form. Threat assessment, growth rate of power considerable, yet fundamental disparity too great. Is this all the strength you possess? Chen Mo's icy voice pierced through Hulk's roar, laced with unabashed mockery. He abruptly twisted his right hand that held Hulk's fist. Crack! An agonizing sound of dislocated bones reverberated. A howl of anguish and rage erupted from Hulk. His extraordinarily robust green wrist was forcibly twisted into an unnatural angle by Chen Mo's seemingly casual motion. The excruciating pain ignited a deeper fury within Hulk. Hulk was enraged. Beneath his green skin, veins bulged like coiled dragons. His muscles expanded once more. The distorted wrist emitted a series of cracks, as, fueled by his terrifying regenerative ability and amplified rage, it forcibly reset. Simultaneously, Hulk's other colossal fist, imbued with even greater ferocity, hurtled toward Chen Mo's chest like a comet colliding with Earth. Chen Mo's sharpened. Get lost. He pressed down forcefully with the hand that held Hulk's right fist. In tandem, his left foot shot up like lightning. Boom! The sole of his foot, shrouded in the divine power of the Bull Talisman, struck Hulk's sinewy green chest with the might of a golden siege lance. Crash! Hulk's massive form was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a high-speed train. Propelled at an even swifter pace, he crashed through the partially collapsed load-bearing wall of the laboratory, carving a deep trench several dozen meters long through the debris-laden ruins. Ultimately, he was forcefully embedded within a tangle of twisted rebar and concrete. As the dust slowly settled, Chen Mo maintained his kicking posture, gradually retracting his foot and gently brushing off non-existent dust from his pant leg. The pale golden aura of divine power circled around him, leaving him unscathed. In the distance, General Ross and his soldiers stood as if petrified, mouths agape and eyes nearly popping from their sockets. They gazed at the diminutive figure who had sent Hulk flying, akin to witnessing a deity of strength descending upon the earth. Chapter 62. The angrier, the stronger, bull power stirs the abyss boom. The concrete ruins erupted violently. Hulk's colossal green form shot forth like a cannonball, stirring a tempest of dust. A distinct, slightly indented, pale, golden footprint was emblazoned upon his chest. The muscles at the wound writhed violently, visibly mending before the naked eye. Yet, the excruciating pain and an unprecedented sense of humiliation surged through him like boiling oil poured onto raging flames, igniting Hulk's wrath to a fever pitch. Roar! His roar was more ferocious than ever, filled with an insatiable desire for destruction. Hulk's crimson eyes fixated intensely on Chen Mo, almost dripping with blood. In his fury, his form swelled slightly once more, the green luminescence beneath his skin deepening, muscles coiling like a great serpent, brimming with explosive power. The surrounding air twisted from the intense heat he radiated. Hulk, the mightiest! He brought his fists together with a thunderous clash, the sound resonating like metal striking metal. The ground beneath him cracked underfoot. This time, he did not recklessly charge. Instead, with a swifter pace and an earth-shattering momentum, he lunged once more at Chen Mo. His fist became a tempest of green, accompanied by countless afterimages, crashing down with wild ferocity. Each blow carried greater force than the last. Faster still. Target anger level, soaring. Physical regeneration rate increased by 15. Physical destructive power approaching planetary mid-level critical point. Threat level, rising, continuously increasing. In the face of Hulk's relentless onslaught, Chen Mo remained inscrutably cold. Anger is power? He murmured, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Then let me show you what true power is. He did not flinch. The divine energy of the Bull Talisman surged within him, a soft golden light enveloping his form like a flowing divine armor. Bang, 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 bang. Hulk's heavy fists rained down like a barrage of meteors, crashing mercilessly upon Chen Mo. Shoulders, chest, arms, back. Each strike resonated with a thunderous boom. Visible ripples of force exploded at the impact points. The ground beneath Chen Mo crumbled and fractured. Dust and debris were hurled skyward by the violent shockwaves. Yet, Chen Mo stood firm, like a mountain rooted in the earth, unwavering. Hulk's terrifyingly powerful blows, capable of toppling tanks and crushing steel, struck him, merely causing the faint golden glow of divine energy to ripple slightly, like a gentle breeze rippling across a lake before settling back into tranquility. Not even his battle attire bore a scratch. Divine power of the Bull Talisman fully activated, 230. Passive defense, perfect block. Power rebound, 100 resistance. Body load, minimal. Divine energy diffuses the impact. Dog Talisman, immortal, ensures life, form stability. Threat assessment, power growth has a limit. Below the host's current divine energy base value. Not enough. Chen Mo spoke coldly amidst the rain of fists. He suddenly extended his right hand, moving with a seemingly leisurely pace, yet precisely grasping Hulk's descending wrist between the gaps of his punches, like the strongest hydraulic clamp. What? Hulk's ferocious assault abruptly halted. He was astonished to discover that his arm, capable of toppling mountains, was firmly ensnared by a single hand of his opponent, unable to budge an inch. Is your anger only this much? Chen Mo's arm surged with strength. His fingers, enveloped in divine energy, felt as if forged from adamantine. Crack. The unmistakable sound of shattering bones echoed. Ack. The Hulk let out a more harrowing wail. The green skin at his wrist ruptured, exposing the twisted bone beneath. Agonizing pain surged through his chaotic consciousness like a tsunami, but deeper within him, an instinctual fear of an incomprehensible existence for the first time overshadowed his pure rage. Kneeling, Chen Mo's voice resonated like a cold judgment. Gripping the Hulk's wrist with his right hand, he forcefully pressed down. Simultaneously, his knee, imbued with divine power, struck the Hulk's abdomen like a golden war hammer. Boom! An unimaginable force erupted in an instant. The Hulk's massive form, akin to a mountain, crumpled like a rag bag struck by an invisible hammer, his knees buckling uncontrollably. Bang! His heavy knee crashed onto the ground. The solid concrete was dented, creating two enormous craters. Dust swirled around. The Hulk was forcibly brought to one knee. His colossal head hung low, his green back heaving violently, emitting heavy gasps like an old bellows. The excruciating pain in his wrist and abdomen temporarily robbed him of the strength to retaliate, and in his crimson eyes, the furious blaze was replaced by suffering and a hint of indescribable bewilderment and fear. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Only the Hulk's labored breaths and the distant gasps of soldiers echoed. General Ross dropped his binoculars with a clatter, his face as pale as paper, lips trembling as he gazed at the black figure that held the Hulk down with one hand, as if witnessing a nightmare that threatened to overturn his lifelong pursuits. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chapter 63. Extracting Source Blood, the General kneels. In the desolate ruins, the Hulk's massive form was forced to kneel on one knee, his heavy breaths sounding like a worn-out bellows, each inhalation accompanied by a painful rasp. The searing agony in his wrist and abdomen temporarily quelled his raging fire, and for the first time his crimson eyes clearly reflected the small yet godlike figure before him, cold, powerful, and unyielding. Chen Mo's hand remained like an iron clamp around the Hulk's fractured wrist, a faint golden divine light swirling, suppressing any possibility of the Hulk's struggle. His icy gaze swept over the Hulk's arm, covered in green rock-like skin, sensing the surging gamma energy beneath, brimming with wild vitality and peculiar rules. Target: Hulk Gamma Energy Core. Status: severely injured, wrist shattered, internal organ shock, fury temporarily diminished, regeneration ability continues to activate. Energy Core, Gamma Radiation Source, highly concentrated, containing weak fragments of anger enhancement rules. Target value: Gamma Source Blood Sample, containing rule fragments of extremely high research value. System suggestion: force extraction of blood sample. A glimmer of interest flashed in Chen Mo's eyes at the mention of rule fragments. This hulking behemoth grew stronger with his anger. It was indeed more than mere mutation. He raised his left hand, a hint of highly condensed dark golden dragon talisman energy swirling at his fingertips, possessing the characteristic of spatial rending. The energy coalesced into an almost invisible needle, its edges flickering with fine black traces. Without hesitation, Chen Mo flicked his wrist. Swish! The energy needle precisely pierced a robust vein in Hulk's arm, radiating a rich, verdant glow. A roar of fury erupted from Hulk as excruciating pain surged through him, causing his body to writhe violently. Yet, the intense agony in his wrist, suppressed by Chen Mo's divine power, combined with the lingering impact on his abdomen, rendered his struggles futile. A viscous, shimmering liquid, akin to emerald, was forcibly drawn from his body by the dark golden energy needle. As the blood departed Hulk's form, it seemed to bubble with life, emanating a ferocious gamma radiation and a palpable sense of wrath. Chen Mo was well prepared. The psychic energy from his talisman swiftly coalesced into an invisible, spherical containment field, securely sealing several vials of the precious gamma source blood within the confines of the system space. Gamma source blood sample, containing faint fragments of the anger rule, successfully acquired. Sample status: stable, psychic field isolation. Further analysis requires a secure environment. At the moment Chen Mo extracted the blood, General Ross's frantic voice boomed through the communicator. Open fire. Target the one in black. Reduce him to rubble. From a distance, he resembled a desperate gambler, his eyes bloodshot with rage. The sight of Hulk's torment shattered his composure. Yet what gnawed at him even more was the realization that the ultimate weapon he had tirelessly pursued appeared as a mere lamb to the slaughter before that mysterious figure. Jealousy, fear, and an insatiable desire for possession consumed him entirely. General, Hulk is still there. The aide attempted to dissuade him. Execute the order. That guy is more dangerous than Hulk. General Ross bellowed. The army, having regrouped and replaced their weaponry with more formidable arms, unleashed a barrage of fire. This time, the target was not Hulk, but Chen Mo. Dozens of tail-firing anti-tank missiles, searing laser beams, and even two urgently summoned 105mm light howitzers converged their lethal firepower upon Chen Mo's location, enveloping both him and the kneeling Hulk. The ground shook violently as an explosion, more ferocious than Hulk's rampage, erupted at the center of the ruins. Flames soared into the sky, and dust swiftly engulfed everything. The earth trembled violently, and shockwaves sent debris flying in all directions. Have we eliminated him? General Ross stared intently at the epicenter of the explosion, his heart racing. As the smoke began to dissipate, the first sight to greet his eyes was Hulk, still on one knee, slightly dazed from the shockwave, but with only minor burns on his exterior. In front of Hulk stood Chen Mo, unwavering. A circular shallow pit, 3 meters in diameter and half a meter deep, marked the ground beneath him, a testament to the explosion's force. Yet, he remained completely unharmed. A thin, shimmering energy shield, adorned with pale gold and dark golden patterns, enveloped him and the Hulk behind him like the most resilient of eggshells. The surface of the shield flickered with flames from the missile explosions, Bright scorch marks etched by laser beams, and fragments of shells were repelled, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. Ox Talisman Divine Power Outward Release, Basic Shield Form. Dragon Talisman Annihilation Properties Integrated, neutralizing explosive energy erosion against physical attacks. Energy consumption, low, insufficient attack power. Threat level, extremely low. Chen Mo slowly turned his head, his icy gaze piercing through the swirling smoke, precisely locking onto General Ross in the distance atop the command vehicle. That look was akin to eternal ice, instantly freezing the blood within General Ross's veins. Do you enjoy firing? Chen Mo's voice, though low, resonated clearly above the cacophony of the battlefield, reminiscent of death's whisper. In the next moment, a sonic boom erupted. Chen Mo's figure vanished in an instant. General Ross merely perceived a blur before an irresistible, overwhelming force crashed down upon his shoulder. Crack! General Ross emitted a horrific scream, distorted by agony. The sheer force compelled him to kneel on the ground, his knees crashing onto the metallic floor of the command vehicle, producing a sound that grated on the nerves like shattering bones. The excruciating pain caused tears to stream down his face, rendering him as pale as a sheet. Chen Mo's foot, akin to a mountain, pressed down on his shoulder, immobilizing him and forcing him into a humiliating kneel. The cold gaze looked down upon him, as if regarding an ant daring to provoke divinity. Now, do you relish speaking from your knees? Within the command post, all officers and soldiers stood as if paralyzed, witnessing their supreme commander being trampled like a dead dog, kneeling in humiliation, not daring to breathe. The terror instilled by Hulk had yet to dissipate, and the dread and dominance of this mysterious figure in black had etched itself into the very souls of everyone present, akin to the deepest of nightmares. Chapter 64. The desolation of cannon fire. The green grief begins to emerge. General Ross's cries echoed hauntingly within the silent command post. Excruciatingly jarring. His shoulder bones shattered. The pain surged like a tidal wave against his nerves. Yet what he found even more unbearable was the weighty foot upon his shoulder. As oppressive as a mountain, and the utter humiliation brought forth by those cold, emotionless eyes gazing down at him. Who are you? General Ross gritted his teeth, forcing the question through clenched jaws, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. Chen Mo offered no reply. The name of an ant was not worthy of his remembrance. His gaze swept across the officers and soldiers within the command post, all rendered mute, before settling back on General Ross's contorted face, twisted by pain and fury. Your weapon is quite loud, he declared coldly, as if pronouncing a judgment, and very weak. No sooner had the words left his lips than, boom! A more ferocious and anguished roar erupted violently from the center of the explosion. It was Hulk. Though the prior overwhelming bombardment had been largely mitigated by Chen Mo's shield, the violent shockwave and flames still swept over the subdued Hulk. His already injured body was struck anew, the pain acting as the most fervent catalyst, igniting his previously suppressed rage. Yet this time, his fury seemed different. Roar! Hurt Hulk to death! The smoke was dispersed by a furious gust. Hulk's colossal form rose once more. However, his condition sent a jolt of alarm through everyone present. Beneath his green skin, veins bulged like red-hot iron, glowing with a dark crimson light. The expansion of muscle seems to have reached a critical juncture. Although the physique has not continued to grow, the density of the muscle fibers appears to have multiplied several-fold, presenting a texture reminiscent of tempered steel. Those crimson eyes remain wild. Yet within lurks a chilling rationality that evokes a sense of dread. No, it is more akin to a cruel instinct born from the extremities of pain and fury. Warning: target status abnormal. Gamma energy rampage. Physical strength has surpassed planetary mid-tier. Mental fluctuations, extreme pain and rage, is Bruce Banner's consciousness nearing obliteration. Emergence of a murderous instinct, the Hulk. Threat level: high destructive potential unknown. Recommendation: increase suppression intensity. The Hulk's most formidable form, the Hulk, or rather, the Green Scar, emitted a roar unlike any before, deeper and imbued with a sense of destructive pressure. He turned abruptly towards Chen Mo, his crimson eyes ablaze with a furious wrath intertwined with a cold, predatory intent. No longer did he charge mindlessly. Instead, he slightly lowered his body, resembling a primordial beast poised to strike, as the ground beneath him silently cracked under the weight of his terrifying power. Almost simultaneously with the Hulk's transformation, a bone-chilling, high-frequency hum emanated from the skies at the edge of the battlefield. 3 uniquely designed, pitch-black Quinjet aircraft, adorned with the emblem of SHIELD, materialized like phantoms. Beneath their fuselage, a vast energy cannon, radiating a ghostly blue light, rapidly charged. The cannon's aim was directly at Chen Mo. Warning: high-energy weapon lock detected. Energy characteristics: SHIELD. Prototype annihilation cannon, derived from Space Stone secondary technology. Energy level: planetary peak, capable of posing a threat to the current host. Threat source: SHIELD. Authorized by Nick Fury. SHIELD. Chen Mo's cold pupils shifted slightly, scanning the 3 technologically advanced aircraft in the sky. That old fox, Fury, could no longer restrain himself? Was he seeking to gain an advantage, or merely testing the waters? Target confirmed. Source Spirit. Highest threat level. Annihilation cannon charging at 90. Launch countdown, 10 seconds. Inside the Quinjet, a chilling command echoed. On the ground, the transformed Hulk, Green Scar, seemed to sense the immense threat from above. His crimson eyes darted between Chen Mo and the Quinjet, emitting a low, menacing growl from his throat. That newly awakened cold instinct for slaughter made him realize that the figures standing on General Ross's shoulder, as well as the iron birds in the sky, were targets that demanded annihilation. Yet, his remaining chaotic consciousness instinctively fueled his loathing for the man in black, who had inflicted upon him such profound pain and humiliation. The 3 parties confronted one another, the atmosphere thick with impending violence. Chen Mo exerted a slight pressure with his foot on General Ross's shoulder. General Ross let out another anguished cry. It appears your toys are not limited to just one batch. Chen Mo's voice remained composed, yet all could sense the tempest of terror lurking beneath that calm exterior. Very well. He lifted his head, his icy gaze sweeping across the 3 Kuan-type warplanes in the sky, charging with energy before settling on the Green Hulk, whose rage resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Let us go together. Chen Mo slowly withdrew his foot from General Ross's shoulder. The general collapsed to the ground like a limp rag, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with the lingering terror and confusion of survival. Chen Mo stepped forward, confronting the dual threats of the ground beasts and the sky's artillery. The faint golden aura of the divine bull talisman flowed around his body, manifesting as a tangible force, an overwhelming pressure akin to that of an ancient beast awakening, erupting with tremendous might. The ground beneath him cracked spiderweb-like, silently spreading outward from his center. Let me see your limits. His cold voice resonated like the beating of war drums, heralding the commencement of the final trial. Chapter 65. A single punch to the void. The aftermath shakes the world. The atmosphere of the battlefield froze to a chilling point. To the left stood the Green Hulk, whose size remained unchanged. Yet his muscles were as forged steel, radiating a frigid aura of slaughter. He crouched low, dark red veins flickering ominously beneath his green skin. His crimson eyes fixated on Chen Mo, a devastating roar rolling deep within his throat, suppressed to the utmost. In the sky to the right, 3 of SHIELD's most advanced Kuan-type warplanes hovered like specters of death, their underbellies blue annihilation cannons glowing intensely, the energy readouts rapidly climbing to critical levels. The lethal energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding air. At the center stood Chen Mo, solitary. The faint golden aura flowed around him like boiling molten gold, an invisible force field emanating from his core, repelling the debris and dust beneath his feet, creating an absolutely pristine circular domain. His cold gaze swept between the Hulk and the warplanes, as if assessing 2 experimental specimens on the verge of destruction. Annihilation cannon charging. 989-9100. Launch. Target lock complete. Triple salvo. Area strike. Boom. 3 beams of destruction, as thick as barrels and refined like liquid sapphire, tore through the air, imbued with the terrifying essence of annihilation, instantaneously traversing space in a triangular formation, crashing down upon Chen Mo. Where the beams passed, the air was ionized, emitting a piercing shriek. Almost simultaneously, The Hulk charged. The Green Hulk surged forward, not with a roar as before, but compressing all his strength to the utmost. His legs propelled him forcefully off the ground. Boom! The earth beneath him erupted like it had been struck by a meteor, creating a massive crater. His enormous form transformed into a blur, a green afterimage barely perceptible to the naked eye. His speed had multiplied several times. His target, Chen Mo, with his colossal fist clenched, dark red energy gathered at the tip, compressing the air into swirling clouds of white vapor. This punch contained all the power and murderous instinct he had gained after surpassing his limits. Its might was surely on par with the 3 annihilation beams in the sky. The lethal convergence from above and below threatened to engulf Chen Mo, faced with this terrifying assault capable of rewriting the very surface of a planet. A flicker of seriousness finally crossed Chen Mo's eyes. Now this feels like something, he murmured, slightly lowering his body, his right fist gradually drawn to his side. Upon the right fist, enveloped in a delicate golden divine power, the very fabric of space began to warp. It was not the obliteration of the dragon's talisman, but rather the extreme compression of the bull's talisman, manifesting a pure force that exerted immense pressure upon the spatial realm. Just as the annihilation beam approached, in a mere 1/10,000th of a second, Chen Mo's right fist moved. There were no earth-shattering flashes of light, nor were there extravagant displays of energy. Only the most unadulterated and primal punch, driven to its utmost limit by the bull's talisman. An unremarkable yet powerful strike surged forward. Buzz. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. Centered around Chen Mo's fist, the space ahead collapsed and twisted, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a boulder, forming a visibly funnel-shaped, transparent vortex of force. 3 beams of blue light, potent enough to obliterate a cluster of tanks, were met with the vortex, vanishing as if they were but a drop in the ocean. The frenzied annihilation energy was forcibly distorted, torn apart, and decomposed by that pure physical force. Like strands of noodles kneaded by an invisible giant hand, they dissipated into a myriad of blue luminescent points. As the Hulk's punch, infused with cold malice and surpassing all limits, collided with the vortex, he felt as if he struck not flesh and blood, but a neutron star hurtling towards him. Crack! 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 The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed like popcorn popping. The Hulk's green fist, capable of withstanding artillery fire, along with his entire arm, contorted and shattered upon contact with the vortex, as if porcelain caught in a hydraulic press, sending shards of green flesh and bone flying. A howl erupted from the Hulk, a sound of unprecedented agony and incredulity. His massive form was propelled backward at 10 times the speed of his approach, as if struck by an invisible hammer. He crashed through several buildings, yet to collapse completely, vanishing amidst the swirling dust and rubble, his fate uncertain. One punch, merely one punch, the annihilation beam shattered. The Hulk's arm was crushed and sent flying, centered around Chen Mo's fist. The ground within a radius of several hundred meters appeared as though it had been furiously plowed by an invisible force. All debris, remnants, and even layers of earth were swept away by the shockwave of that pure power, leaving behind a hauntingly pristine fan-shaped expanse. In the sky, 3 Queen-style fighter jets seemed to be frozen in time, their pilots and operatives gaping at the cleared area below and the Hulk now lost within the ruins, their minds blank and palms drenched in cold sweat. Had the annihilation cannon been obliterated by a single punch? Had the Hulk been rendered powerless by one strike? Chen Mo gradually retracted his fist, the golden divine light receding like a tide. He nonchalantly flicked his wrist, as if he had merely performed a trivial task. Bull Talisman Divine Power Limit Breakthrough, 230. Power Control, perfect, no energy dissipation. Spatial Pressure, Initial Manifestation, Force Field Vortex. Fusion Degree, slightly enhanced. Bull Talisman 01, Current 231. Threat neutralized. His gaze swept across the devastated battlefield, glancing over the rigid Queen-style aircraft suspended in the sky, then falling upon General Ross, who lay pale and motionless in the distance, before finally resting on the ruins where the Green Hulk had vanished, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. Not dead, quite resilient indeed. He could sense that deep within the rubble, the violent gamma energy, though considerably weakened, still persisted tenaciously, seemingly gestating some profound transformation amid suffering. The Green Hulk was indeed not so easily vanquished. Nevertheless, the purpose of the test had been accomplished. Dull, as the cold voice resonated, Chen Mo's figure slowly faded within the ethereal glow of the serpent talisman, dissolving like ink in water, utterly vanishing from sight. Only a fan-shaped ruin, flattened by a single punch, remained, alongside a Hulk whose fate was uncertain, a group of terrified soldiers, and 3 Kuan-style aircraft, rigid as sculptures in the sky, along with the indelible image of an unmatched fist etched into the minds of all present. The Battle of Culver University had concluded. In the name of the Source Spirit, indisputable might would reverberate throughout the world. Chapter 66. Aftermath. Gamma Physique Refinement. The smoke of Culver University had yet to dissipate, as piercing sirens and the wailing of ambulances intertwined, weaving a mournful post-war elegy. Amidst the ruins, soldiers moved like soulless husks, clearing debris and transporting the bodies of their comrades, each visage betraying numbness and profound terror. General Ross lay, slumped on a stretcher, his shoulders aching far less than the shattering of his spirit. He watched his once proud army toil futilely amidst the ruins, gazing at the eerily pristine fan-shaped expanse where a single punch had cleaved through, replaying in his mind the image of that shadowy figure dispersing the annihilation beam, rendering the Green Hulk powerless. It was not a battle, but rather a divine being trampling upon mere mortals. "General, the Hulk's signal has vanished," reported the communications officer, his voice trembling, casting a glance at Ross that bore a hint of barely perceptible pity. "Vanished, vanished," Ross repeated hollowly, then suddenly roared, the pain from his wounds distorting his features. "Lock it down. Highest level lockdown. All witnesses must sign the utmost confidentiality agreement. Everything that has transpired here today constitutes a catastrophic gamma experiment incident. Level 1 biological breach. Do you understand?" This was his only recourse to attempt to obscure the horrific reality that transcended human comprehension. In the sky, the 3 Kuan-style aircraft hovered like startled birds, maintaining a safe distance. The cockpit was enveloped in silence, save for the low hum of instruments and the heavy breaths of the agents. The commander observed the tactical screen, where a red dot, marked as extremely dangerous, indicated the area of Chen Mo's final disappearance. With a parched voice, he reported to headquarters, "Target, Source Spirit confirmed missing. Means unknown. Hulk has lost all life signs. Annihilation beam energy completely neutralized by an unknown force field. No residual traces. Requesting further instructions." He paused, struggling to add, "Recommend re-evaluation of threat level to be classified as a planetary scale catastrophe. SHIELD." Deep within the bowels of the Triquill Wing headquarters. In the dimly lit command hall, a colossal circular screen displayed the harrowing scenes from Culver University, alongside energy analysis graphs and a slow-motion replay of Chen Mo's final punch. The transparent force field vortex created by that strike twisted the very fabric of space, etching a devilish smile into the hearts of every viewer. Nick Fury's single eye remained fixed on the screen, the depths of his intact eye reflecting an unprecedented gravity. In his hand, he clutched a freshly delivered top-secret report, summarizing intelligence on Chen Mo's earlier activities. The ghost in the shadows of New York, the enigmatic figure who could rend the destroyer asunder with bare hands. The madman capable of forging divine metals. Each piece of information wove together to sketch a terrifying presence, reckless in action and wielding unfathomable power. One punch, merely one punch. Fury's voice resonated with the roughness of sandpaper, having sent the theoretically limitless Hulk variant hurtling away, shattering the annihilation cannon based on cosmic cube technology and redefining his codename. "Yes, Director," Maria Hill responded immediately, her tone equally taut. The original codename would be retained, with an additional designation, Limit Breaker. Fury enunciated each word with precision. Authorization level, threat assessment equivalent to or surpassing nuclear deterrence. Initiate ARC protocol at the highest alert level. Cease all hostile actions against him. Transitioning to maximum surveillance and potential engagement protocols. He understood well that any reckless probing could provoke catastrophic retaliation. On the other side of the Earth, beneath the Arctic ice, Chen Mo's silhouette appeared silently within a spherical forging chamber isolated by spatial barriers. The air still resonated with the remnants of the furnace of annihilation and the sharp echoes from the initial formation of the boundary-breaking sword. With a slight motion of his mind, the dark purple-golden blade manifested before him, suspended in mid-air, heavy and unsharpened, yet exuding an overwhelming aura capable of rending the cosmos. Boundary-breaking sword, growth type, artifact prototype, status, stable, energy full. Gamma source blood sample, containing fragments of the rule of wrath acquired, status stable. Chen Mo's gaze fell upon several vials of emerald green blood, enveloped in the chicken talisman's telekinetic energy, reminiscent of liquid jade. He could vividly sense the frenzied life force contained within and its peculiar connection to emotions through the rule fragments. Wrath enhances, he murmured to himself, recognizing the raw power of the rule, which resonated with the essence of the Ox Talisman. A thought crystallized in his mind. If this gamma energy could infinitely enhance the physical form through wrath, could it be absorbed, transformed, or even completed more efficiently by the divine power of the Ox Talisman? Without hesitation, a strand of dark golden dragon talisman energy coiled around his fingertips, akin to the most precise of chisels, carefully prying open a corner of the telekinetic field to draw forth a strand of highly concentrated gamma source blood. The emerald liquid light, exposed to the air, immediately emitted an astonishing wave of radiant heat and a tumultuous surge of will. Buzz! The pale, golden divine power of the Ox Talisman surged forth from Chen Mo's being, greedily surging toward that strand of gamma source blood. The two forces, representing different cosmic rules, clashed violently upon contact. The frenzied gamma energy surged forth like a runaway steed, battering and eroding the divine brilliance of the Ox Talisman, attempting to either assimilate or tear it apart. Warning: gamma source blood energy incursion. Energy attributes: fury, corrosion, emotional amplification. Conflict with the Bull Talisman's divine power, purity, stability. Physical amplification. Conflict level: high. Rule level struggle. System intervention. Attempting to facilitate fusion. Chen Mo furrowed his brow, sensing the muscles in his arm twitching slightly under the clash of two distinct powers, with faint golden and dark green lights flickering beneath his skin, as if engaged in a silent tug-of-war. The ferocity of the gamma energy exceeded expectations. The fragment of anger embedded within it was exceedingly stubborn, resisting assimilation by the divine order of the Bull Talisman. Oof! Chen Mo snorted coldly, his consciousness diving deep within, fully activating the Bull Talisman. A more magnificent and refined golden divine light erupted, descending like a divine mountain, forcibly enveloping and compressing the restless gamma blood. Simultaneously, he summoned a thread of purifying power from the horse talisman, injecting it like a clear stream to neutralize the ferocity and radiation pollution within the gamma energy. Hiss! Like cold water splashing into hot oil, a violent energy reaction erupted within the veins of Chen Mo's arm. Pain surged through him, yet his gaze remained icy. The eternal life force of the dog talisman anchored his life essence, ensuring that this conflict would not inflict true harm. He resembled the most fervent alchemist, using his own body as a crucible, forcibly melding and forging two entirely disparate powers. Rule conflict intensifying. Energy confrontation. Horse talisman purifying power activated, neutralizing ferocity factors and radiation pollution. Bull talisman divine power dominating, forcibly suppressing and refining. Gamma energy fragment. Anger rule, resisting vigorously. Fusion progress. Slow 12. Time passed second by second. The light emanating from Chen Mo's body flickered unpredictably, and sweat evaporated before it could even surface due to the high temperature of his skin. He could feel that with each clash and suppression, the pure essence of power within that strand of gamma blood was being forcibly stripped away and absorbed by the Bull Talisman's divine power. Meanwhile, the divine power of the Bull Talisman seemed to grow more refined and resilient in the process of countering and refining this violent energy fragment. As if undergoing a form of tempering, Bull Talisman divine power fusion degree slightly increased. 0.08, current 2318. Divine power resilience, purity slightly enhanced. Preliminary analysis of anger enhancement rule fragment structure, damaged. Gamma blood consumption, minimal. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, observing his arm's skin, now calm once more. recovered by the golden light. Although the fusion process was arduous and slow, with tremendous consumption, the enhancement was undeniably substantial. The foundation of the Bull Talisman's divine power had become more solid, hinting at a glimpse of an edge where anger fuels strength, growing stronger with each battle. This laid a subtle foundation for his future integration of the Bull Talisman with the properties of the Power Gem. Though the path was rugged, the direction was correct. A glimmer flashed in his eyes as he regarded the remaining gamma blood, akin to viewing precious fuel. Green fatty, your blood still holds some value. Chapter 67. The Resurgence of the Remnant Body, Banner's Fright. Dozens of kilometers away from Culver University, a desolate river valley lay barren. The night was as dark as ink, with icy river water washing over the cobblestone riverbed. Deep within a dense thicket of reeds near the riverbank, a massive, dark green figure, nearly blending into the night, rose and fell gently. It was the battered form of the Hulk. His right arm was severed at the shoulder, the break covered with a thick layer of dark green scab, resembling cooling magma, grotesque and terrifying. A pale golden footprint was imprinted on his chest, surrounded by skin marred with cracks. His entire body bore the scars of explosive impact and collision, his green skin dull and lifeless, his enormous frame curled up, breathing weakly as if on the verge of extinguishment. Yet, within this hushed shell, a silent battle was raging. Bruce Banner's consciousness was akin to a drowning soul immersed in the endless darkness of the deep sea, crushed under the tumultuous waves of the Hulk's raging fury. Suppressed for far too long, the catastrophic defeat at Culver University, that bone-shattering punch, the ultimate pain and terror crushed by absolute power, acted as the fiercest catalyst, unexpectedly shaking the indomitable barrier of Hulk's fury. No, do not stop. Fragments of Banner's consciousness struggled to emerge from the tide of pain. He sensed the Hulk's strength waning, felt the rage that weighed upon his heart like a mountain cracking for the first time. This was an unprecedented opportunity. In the darkness, Banner clung to this lifeline, unleashing an unparalleled will to survive. No longer would he passively endure the Hulk's wrath or be consumed by it. He began to fiercely and actively strive for control of this body. With a nuanced understanding of the Hulk's furious emotions accumulated through countless transformations, along with the deep-seated instinctive fear brought on by this defeat, he sought to assault and dismantle the Hulk's will. The pain and fear of escape pierced through like a dagger, penetrating the chaotic mental realm of the Hulk, transmitting the most primal signals of emotion. The remnants of Hulk's will instinctively resisted, emitting an angry yet feeble roar. But this time, that absolute suppression was absent. The fear and signals of evasion emitted by Banner began to erode the mental void left by the Hulk's diminishing power like a virus. Buzz! The curled green giant's body trembled violently. The dim green light beneath his skin flickered intensely, akin to a malfunctioning bulb. His colossal form began to shrink at a visible rate, like a deflating balloon. Bones cracked painfully, twisting and resetting. Sinewy muscles softened and collapsed. The rough green skin faded, becoming pale and fragile. This process was agonizing and slow. After several minutes, the massive creature curled within the reeds vanished, replaced by a starkly naked man, Dr. Bruce Banner, covered in bruises and unhealed scratches, curled up on the cold cobblestones. Cough, cough, cough. Banner abruptly opened his eyes, the violent coughing causing him to curl up tighter. Icy river water splashing onto his face, bringing a piercing chill and a palpable sense of survival. He gazed vacantly at his pale, battered hands, then touched his intact yet subtly aching body. The stark contrast left him dizzy. "Have I returned?" he murmured, his voice hoarse and parched. Suddenly, a torrent of icy, excruciating memories surged into his mind, like a dam bursting. The cold, merciless figure clad in black, reminiscent of a deity or demon. The terrifying image of someone who effortlessly caught Hulk's powerful punch, disregarding bullets and artillery. The nonchalant twist that shattered Hulk's arm. The absolute force that kicked him away as if he were mere refuse. And that final world-destroying punch that plunged him into the abyss of death, along with the despair of his shattered arm and the relentless terror that crushed his very essence. "Ah!" Banner clutched his head, releasing a silent scream, his body trembling violently with fear. These were not the memories of an observer. They were Hulk's own experiences, indelibly etched into the deepest recesses of his body and soul. Now, these memories, like parasites, had fully transferred to Banner's consciousness. He had never felt Hulk's pain and fear so vividly. The oppressive presence of that black-clad figure, like the deepest nightmare, was firmly imprinted in his soul. The name source Spirit Breaker surfaced alongside fragments of that confidential file in Banner's chaotic mind. S.H.I.E.L.D. knew. They had been monitoring him all along. But what had they done? They bombarded the battlefield with that damned artillery, nearly obliterating him, Hulk. In the process, a chill surged from his spine to the crown of his head. Banner suddenly awoke. He could not remain here. The military and S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly descend upon him like sharks scenting blood. They would either study him or classify him and that monster as targets for elimination. Using his trembling, battered arms, he propped up his weakened body and staggered to the riverbank, greedily drinking a few mouthfuls of the icy water, the biting cold slightly clearing his muddled mind. He tore off several broad reeds to cover his body and, after orienting himself, he resolutely fled toward the depths of the mountains and dense forests, away from the city and roads. Each step tugged at his entire body as pain. But the instinct for survival and the fear of encountering that black-clad figure or being captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. propelled him onward. He had to vanish completely, hide in a place where no one could find him. That creature named Chen Mo was certainly not a being that any human could confront. He dared not even recall those cold eyes. Chapter 68. Global Tremors. The Ark set sail. The catastrophic Gamma leak incident at Culver University sent ripples across the globe, akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up colossal waves. Although official statements were vague, desperately downplaying the situation by declaring it a serious experimental accident resulting in biochemical contamination and announcing indefinite quarantine of the area, the truth could not remain concealed. Numerous eyewitnesses, including elite soldiers under General Ross, peripheral agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and even some fortunate university staff who had escaped the fallout, bore witness. The highest level of confidentiality agreements may silence their voices, yet they cannot extinguish the palpable fear lingering in their eyes, a fear that nearly materializes. Vague snippets captured on mobile devices before the signal jamming took effect, and the horrifying scenes of destruction have circulated like a virus within certain clandestine underground networks and intelligence organizations. The images depict a shadowy figure in black effortlessly catching the massive green giant's punch, a terrifying force that sends the giant flying several dozen meters. An energy shield that easily withstands a barrage of covering fire. And, finally, the earth-shattering moment when a single punch clears a vast area, seemingly obliterating both the giant and some formidable energy weapon. Each fragment challenges humanity's understanding of individual power. This is no mere accident. It is a divine battle. Codenamed Source Spirit, they now refer to him as the Limit Breaker. He single-handedly toppled the Hulk and an entire battalion. The most advanced annihilation cannon of S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared as a mere toy before him. General Ross was trampled publicly like a lifeless dog. Various indistinguishable reports and shocking descriptions are fervently brewing in the dark web, causing intense tremors among intelligence agencies and the underworld globally. In New York, atop Stark Tower, Tony Stark is unusually absent from his laboratory, instead standing before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, cradling a cup of coffee long turned cold, his brow furrowed. A virtual screen before him repetitively displays a segment, painstakingly restored and denoised by JARVIS, yet still unclear. Keyframes capturing Chen Mo's kick that sent the Hulk flying and the final punch that cleared the area. Energy analysis results indicate that the energy emitted by the target possesses an exceptionally high degree of concentration and physical destructive characteristics, incompatible with any known superpowers, mutant gene abilities, or extraterrestrial technology. The energy level has been preliminarily estimated to surpass the threshold of conventional tactical nuclear weaponry, concentrated in an individual release. SS voice carries a note of gravity, defensive strength, completely neutralized by an unknown force field against clusters of Javelin missiles and direct fire from a 105 howitzer. Speed assessment, surpassing existing optical capture limits, suspected to possess short-range spatial mobility capabilities. Tony gazes at the indistinct yet overwhelmingly oppressive black figure on the screen, irritably finishing his cold coffee. Limit Breaker? What an apt name. From which crevice of stone did this individual emerge? 100 times more troublesome than that green behemoth. He sets down the cup, his expression sharpening. JARVIS. Activate the Veronica satellite monitoring network and lock onto him. Priority above the Insight program. Additionally, analyze all potential areas of his appearance. I have a feeling this individual will come knocking sooner or later. A sense of being scrutinized by superior technology, coupled with an exhilarating anticipation of facing the unknown, intertwines within Tony's heart. Simultaneously, an urgent secret meeting of the World Security Council convenes in a highly encrypted virtual space. At a massive circular virtual conference table, representatives from several permanent member states bear grave expressions. A classified document marked 001. Limit Breaker projects in the center. In summary, the target source, codenamed Limit Breaker, exhibits destructive power, defensive capabilities, and suspected spatial mobility that far exceed the limits of human potential. Its threat level has been classified by SHIELD as a planetary-scale catastrophe, equivalent to or even surpassing strategic nuclear deterrence. Its behavioral patterns are highly uncontrollable, with motives that remain ambiguous. Existing international treaties and military deterrence prove ineffective. Fury's cold, virtual visage reports, highlighting the analysis of the sector devastated by a single punch and the nullification of annihilation cannon energy. Nick, are you suggesting that an entity has emerged on Earth that we are utterly incapable of counterbalancing or even comprehending? In SHIELD, we're oblivious to this until it dismantled half a university? A representative's voice brimmed with suppressed fury and disbelief. We are exerting every effort to trace its origin. At present, the utmost priority is to manage information, avert global panic, and reassess our defense strategies, Fury stated solemnly. Strategies? What can we use for defense? Shall we deploy nuclear weapons against a target suspected of spatial mobility? Another representative's voice resonated with despair. Perhaps we should consider contact? Someone tentatively proposed. Contact? With an entity that tramples General Ross underfoot and regards military firepower as inconsequential? What do we have to negotiate with? Our sincerity? An immediate rebuttal arose. The meeting fell into a suffocating silence. The absolute disparity in power engendered an overwhelming sense of impotence. Ultimately, an aged yet authoritative voice, the shadow of Alexander Pierce, slowly spoke. Director Fury's art protocol shall be elevated to the highest alert level. I second that. Simultaneously, initiate the global anomalous energy monitoring network to relentlessly pursue the target's trail. Any engagement must be approached with extreme caution, necessitating the formulation of multiple contingency plans and preparation for significant sacrifices. Until we identify effective countermeasures, any action that provokes this target is an egregious irresponsibility towards global security. Though his words appeared just, a fleeting glimmer of ruthless cunning flickered in his eyes. Hydra requires time to assess whether this variable can be wielded to their advantage or how to use others as instruments against it. The meeting concluded amidst a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. The most powerful individuals in the world faced an unprecedented threat and felt utterly powerless against the sudden emergence of this entity. The towering order of human civilization appeared alarmingly fragile in the face of absolute power. Aboard SHIEL, DS Aerospace Carrier, the Insight program's preparatory bridge. Fury solitary, I gazed out upon the vast expanse of clouds. The activation of the ARC protocol signified SHIEL, DS transition to the highest state of readiness, with certain concealed forces beginning to mobilize. He picked up a specialized communicator and connected to an encrypted channel. Hill, inform Ms. Carter that we need to restart all top-secret projects regarding supernatural energy research in the paperclip files, particularly those pertaining to divinity or regulations. Priority target, to decipher the source of the Limit Breaker's power. He paused, adding, also, have Agent Barton on standby. He has a new assignment. I require a set of eyes to monitor Dr. Banner's whereabouts. That green behemoth may well be our only indirect window into understanding the Limit Breaker's powers. The tumultuous undercurrents of the Earth have only just begun to stir, ignited by the storm surrounding the Limit Breaker. Chapter 69, The Gamma Key, the Tiger Talisman's movement. Beneath the Arctic ice in a forge of space, Chen Mo sat cross-legged, suspended in midair. Before him lay several vials of ethereal green gamma source blood, firmly bound by the incantations of the Chicken Talisman. He had just completed his second experimental attempt at refining this essence. Ox Talisman Divine Power Refining Gamma Source Blood, Trace Amount. Process, High-Intensity Energy Conflict, Rule Fragment Resistance. Result, Ox Talisman Divine Power Fusion Degree increased. 0.07, current. 2,325. Divine Power Resilience Purity continues to experience trace enhancement. Anger Enhancement Rule Fragment Structural Analysis Progress. 38. Fragmented and difficult to directly replicate. Gamma Source Blood Consumption. Trace Amount. Side Effects. Mild physical burden already purified and stabilized by the Horse Talisman and Dog Talisman. System Evaluation. Refining efficiency is lacking. Energy loss is enormous. Cost effectiveness is low. Suggestion. Seek higher purity gamma source or alternative energy carriers. The inefficiency was evident. Chen Mo opened his eyes, observing the still surging emerald luminescence of the source blood. His brow slightly furrowed. Forcibly refining this gamma source blood, which harbored rule fragments, was akin to attempting to smelt divine gold with mundane fire, a task of disproportionate effort. Though enhancement was indeed present, the energy expended and the burdens endured were not justifiable. He needed a more efficient method, perhaps by directly harnessing its inherent characteristics. A thought sparked in his mind as 12 talisman shadows emerged in his mental sea, slowly revolving around the core luminous orb of the system. His focus settled upon the shadow of the Tiger Talisman, which represented balanced division. The fusion degree of the Tiger Talisman had always remained low, its abilities relatively dormant. Maintaining the equilibrium of talisman power, or separating its persona into the dualities of yin and yang, good and evil. Chen Mo's gaze flitted between the Tiger Talisman shadow and the Gamma source blood. Hulk and Banner were prime examples of a forceful division instigated by Gamma energy. Were they not? The Hulk embodied pure anger and strength, while Banner represented reason and knowledge. Could the power of the Tiger Talisman interact with this externally induced state of division? Could it perhaps analyze and utilize this characteristic of division? A bold idea crystallized in his mind. He cautiously drew forth a minuscule thread of gamma source blood energy, opting not to employ the Ox Talisman for refining, but instead, with utmost care, guided this tumultuous energy closer to the dormant black and white mingling figure of the Tiger Talisman within his mental sea. Buzz. The moment the thread of emerald gamma energy grazed the edge of the Tiger Talisman shadow, a sudden transformation occurred. The long silent shadow of the Tiger Talisman trembled violently. An intangible, ineffable force of balance was instantaneously invoked. This force was neither offensive nor defensive. It resembled a rule designed to maintain a pre-existing state. Under the aegis of this balancing rule, the tempestuous gamma energy, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, had its inherent chaos, fury, and destructive disorder subdued and smoothed. Though its essence could not be entirely altered, this energy became significantly more docile in an instant. More remarkably, the power of the Tiger Talisman seems to have subtly captured the inherent trait of division contained within gamma energy, Banner, and Hulk, resonating with it in a faint yet significant manner. Warning. The rule power of the Tiger Talisman is activated by the divisive nature inherent in the gamma source blood. Status, slightly active, resonant state. Gamma source blood energy, trace amount, temporarily stabilized by the balancing rules. Analysis of divisive characteristics caused by external forces, progress. Initiated 1, preliminary assessment. The Tiger Talisman possesses the potential to analyze and influence the divisive state caused by external forces, further experimental validation required. Fusion degree of the Tiger Talisman slightly increased. 0.05, current 505. A gleam of brilliance ignited in Chen Mo's eyes. Indeed, the true value of the Tiger Talisman lies not in combat, but in its mastery over states. It functions like a high-precision regulator and analyzer. While it cannot absorb and enhance power directly from gamma energy like the Bull Talisman, it can refine its ferocious characteristics. More importantly, it can analyze and potentially harness the divisive state caused by gamma radiation. What does this imply? It suggests that he might utilize the power of the Tiger Talisman to directly intervene in the transformation between Hulk and Banner. Moreover, if he were to master the rules governing this divisive characteristic, could he attempt a controllable power division within himself? For instance, could he create a doppelganger that carries a portion of the talisman as power? Or could he extract certain abilities that require specific emotional catalysts, such as the anger needed for the Bull Talisman to absorb gamma energy, to form an independent incarnation of rage? This thought spread through Chen Mo's mind like wildfire. The potential of the Tiger Talisman far exceeded his previous imaginings. It could very well be the key to unlocking a new paradigm of power, a perfect vessel for the divisive characteristics of gamma radiation. Chen Mo gazed at the remaining gamma source blood, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The previous disdain vanished entirely. This was no longer ineffective fuel, but rather a precious experimental material and the key to deciphering the rules of the Tiger Talisman. Bruce Banner, he murmured softly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. It seems you cannot vanish too thoroughly. One green giant may not suffice, but a source that continually provides high-quality gamma source blood and samples for observing the divisive state holds immeasurable value. Task triggered. Exploration of the Tiger Talisman. Objective: conduct an in-depth study on the activation and guidance of the Tiger Talisman by gamma energy, especially its divisive characteristics. Path: acquire more high-purity gamma source blood samples. Capture and track Bruce Banner, Hulk, for long-term observation, optional. Reward: increased fusion degree of the Tiger Talisman, extent depending on research results. Unlock new application techniques for the Tiger Talisman, probability. The system's prompt perfectly corroborated Chen Mo's line of thought. He no longer rushed to refine the remaining source blood. Instead, he carefully resealed it. Now, this source blood was a valuable resource for studying the Tiger Talisman. Dr. Banner, Chen Mo's voice resonated in the silent space, carrying the coldness of a hunter locking onto its prey. Your vacation may have to end prematurely. He needed to discover where Banner had fled. At Culver University, remnants of Banner's, the Hulk, mystical powers and the faint essence of his final strike undoubtedly lingered. Though subtle, such traces were not beyond his reach, given his system's scanning abilities and the prowess of his mystical symbols. With a hum, the ethereal glow of the serpent symbol enveloped him, rendering Chen Mo's figure translucent as he melded into the void. In the next instant, he found himself hovering above the ruins of Culver University. An invisible mental field intertwined with the formidable scanning capabilities of the system, functioning like the most sophisticated radar, instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, capturing the faint remnants of life force and energy that belonged to the Hulk and Banner. Chapter 70. Serpent Shadow Tracking, Global Pursuit Above the Ruins of Culver University. Chen Mo's form, concealed by the serpent symbol, seemed to blend into the distorted light, vanishing completely from mundane sight. Only the chilling winds howling above grazed his intangible silhouette. System scan initiated. High-precision life trace tracking mode. Scan range. Culver University ruins and surrounding 50 kilometers. Target characteristics locked. Gamma radiation residue. High concentration active decay. Mystic power particle residue. Host attack remnants. Bruce Banner's life field characteristics. Faint and unstable. Environmental interference. High. Radiation pollution from rescue operations. Analyzing and establishing energy trajectory model. The invisible scanning beams spread like Quicksilver, penetrating every corner of the battlefield. Across the plowed white edges, the debris from buildings torn asunder when Hulk was launched, scattered green blood, shattered bones, and further afield. The chaotic life fields left by soldiers and rescuers. The system's formidable computational power began to strip away interference, tracing the unique energy and life signatures that belong to the target. Time elapsed, as Chen Mo remained as still as the most patient of hunters. Below, the black-clad agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. finally arrived, donned in hazmat suits, taking charge of the scene to commence a more professional cleanup and evidence elimination. Yet, every move they made unfolded under Chen Mo's silent watch. Critical node detected. Coordinates: east longitude, north latitude, Reed Marsh of the Valley. High-intensity gamma radiation residue detected. Recent eruption with rapid decay. Severe life form conversion energy fluctuation detected. Hulk Banner. Residue of host mystic power detected. Weak attack correlation. Bruce Banner's life field signature detected. weak mobility. Movement direction, northwest, deep into the Appalachian Mountains. On the system panel, a clear trajectory was delineated, tracing the point of Hulk's disappearance to the marshy reed area, then pointing towards the undulating dark green mountains to the northwest, a line invisible yet directed towards its quarry. He had been found. A glimmer of predatory sharpness flickered in Chen Mo's cold gaze. Indeed, Banner had survived and was fleeing toward the remote mountains, precisely aligning with his intentions. Just then, warning, multi-band high-precision detection beam scanning detected. Source, Near-Earth Orbit Stark Industries Satellite Identifier, Geostationary Orbit S-H-I-L-D, Skyblade Surveillance Satellite Cluster Identifier. Scanning mode, Wide Area Life Energy Characteristic Scan, suspected targeting of the host and hull characteristics. Threat level, low. Routine scan, no detection of the host's concealed state. The response is rather swift. Chen Mo scoffed lightly. The satellite network of Tony Stark and S-H-I-E-L-D has already begun to cast its net. However, under the absolute concealment of the Serpent Charm, these technological probes are as blind as bats. With a flicker of thought, the power of the Serpent Charm is further activated. No longer merely a visual invisibility, it begins to distort all energy radiation and life magnetic field fluctuations emitted by itself. He becomes akin to a true cosmic backdrop, erasing all traces of his existence in the physical realm. Serpent Charm Concealment Mode Upgrade. Energy Radiation Shielding 999. Life Magnetic Field Simulation. Environmental Background. System Assistance. Information Disguise. Evading Recognition Algorithms. Threat Neutralized. Current Technological Detection Failure Probability 99999. Having accomplished this, Chen Mo's gaze once more turned towards the mountains in the northwest. Tracking Banner was merely the first step. What piqued his interest now was the resonance between the Tiger Charm and the characteristics of Gamma Fission. He needed to observe Banner, to witness the transition between his two states, to study the flow of gamma energy between the poles of anger and rationality. This dynamic observation would offer far more insight into the evolution of rules than merely capturing him for research. Bruce Banner, I hope you can run a little further. Chen Mo's silhouette glided silently towards the northwest, illuminated by the ethereal glow of the Serpent Charm. His pace appeared slow, yet each step spanned several kilometers. Like a ghost weaving through the clouded mountains, your fear, your struggle, and each transformation will become invaluable data for my analysis of the rules. Deep within the Appalachian Mountains, after a grueling day and night of trekking, Banner found refuge in a dark, damp cave, clad in a makeshift garment woven from vines and broad leaves. Shivering from a cold, he chewed on bitter wild fruits, listening warily to the sounds outside. In his mind, the image of those cold eyes and the scene of Hulk's shattered arm resurfaced like a relentless thorn, digging into his consciousness. He was unaware that he had become the target of a presence far more terrifying than S-H-O-D, or the military. Regarded as a mere laboratory mouse in an observation cage, an unshakable chill enveloped him, akin to a serpent coiling around his spine. The forest lay in silence, save for the mournful whisper of the wind, a chase transcending space, and an observation of an unknown fate quietly unfolded within these ancient mountains. The hunter concealed himself in the unseen, while the prey gasped in fear, and the secrets of the power rules were about to be gradually unveiled in this silent observation. Chapter 71. Forest Prisoner. Fear as a cage deep within the Appalachian Mountains. Time seemed to freeze amidst the ancient greenery and stillness. Towering ancient trees intertwined to form a heavy canopy, blocking most of the sunlight, allowing only fragmented, dappled light to spill onto the forest floor. The air was damp and chilly, permeated with the scent of humus and moss. Bruce Banner huddled within a shallow cavity formed by the massive roots of a tree, barely shielding him from the relentless elements. His garments, long since tattered by thorns and jagged rocks, clung to him in shreds, while his exposed skin bore the marks of scratches, bruises, and the swollen bites of insects. Hunger gnawed at his insides like a dull blade, while the chill enveloped him like a relentless parasite, sapping away his already scarce warmth. He trembled, curling his body tighter in a desperate attempt to retain a semblance of heat. Yet, more tormenting than hunger and cold was the pervasive, bone-deep fear that shadowed him. Each time he closed his eyes, that cold, merciless figure would manifest, effortlessly catching the Hulk's world-shattering punch, casually snapping the bone of his arm, before sending the Hulk flying as one might kick aside an annoying stone. Ultimately, it was that fist capable of tearing through space and annihilating all. The agony, despair, and boundless terror of the Hulk's near-death experience crashed over Banner's fragile psyche like relentless waves. The name source Spirit Breaker echoed in his mind like a curse. He was no longer the scientist struggling to control the monster within. He had become an ant, fortunate to have escaped the crushing weight of a higher existence. The humiliation and fear stemming from this realization threatened to overwhelm him. Psychological pressure, critical, gamma energy activity, anomalous fluctuation stimulated by fear. Hulk consciousness fragments, agitation, fear, and anger intertwined. Warning, high risk of forced transformation. The system's alerts drifted silently through Chen Mo's consciousness. He resembled an invisible specter, hovering atop an ancient tree hundreds of meters away from Banner's refuge. The absolute concealment of the Serpent Talisman melded him with the surroundings, rendering him undetectable even to the keenest of birds. His mental energy field, akin to an invisible web, enveloped the area, precisely capturing every minute physiological change and mental fluctuation of Banner. Could fear serve as a catalyst? A flicker of interest flashed in Chen Mo's cold pupils. He observed that the profound fear residing in Banner's soul not only failed to suppress the gamma energy, but instead acted like a spark igniting a barrel of oil, causing the eerie green energy to surge more vigorously within Banner, even invoking a fierce reaction from the remnants of the Hulk's consciousness. This was markedly different from pure anger. Fear seemed to imbue the gamma energy with a chilling, corrosive quality. At that moment, a series of unusual, threatening rustling sounds emerged from the vicinity of Banner's hiding place. Distinct from the wind or small creatures, Banner's body tensed abruptly, his wide eyes filled with terror as he turned toward the source of the noise. A mutated anaconda, as thick as a grown man's thigh and nearly 10 meters long, slowly emerged from the damp layer of fallen leaves, revealing its menacing triangular head. Its cold, vertical pupils locked onto the prey, radiating warmth and fear within the cave. Clearly, it regarded the feeble Banner as an easily attainable feast. Don't come any closer. Go away. Banner shrank back in terror, pressing his spine against the icy roots, his voice trembling with fear. He did not wish to transform, especially not in this state. He feared that once transformed, those terrifying memories would utterly obliterate Hulk or summon that devil. Yet, the anaconda disregarded the prey's pleas. Its immense body surged forward like a released arrow, its gaping maw opening wide, exuding a foul wind as it lunged at Banner. The ultimate threat of death and a profound fear, akin to the last straw that breaks the camel's back, instantaneously shattered Banner's fragile mental dam. A roar, laced with agony, fury, and an even deeper terror, erupted violently from his throat. Buzz! An eerie green gamma light burst forth from Banner's frail form like an explosion. But this time, the radiance was tinged with a discernible, dark hue, reminiscent of ink diffusing in water. His body expanded rapidly in the glow, undergoing a grotesque transformation. Bones cracked and muscles swelled. However, this newly birthed Hulk form was strikingly different from before. His physique did not reach the pinnacle he had at Culver University. Instead, his muscular contours were more refined and compact, like a forged alloy. His skin was no longer a pure, vibrant green, but had taken on a somber, bronze-hued dark green. Most alarming were his eyes, still blood-red, yet the frenzy of rage was supplanted by a colder, more ruthless intent, akin to a predator locking onto its prey. Fear had not dissipated, but had morphed, contorted into a chilling fuel driving this killing machine's efficient operation. Target: Hulk, fear-altered form of green tragedy. Status: forced transformation, driven by deep fear of death. Energy signature: gamma radiation, high concentration mixed with darkened fear will. Physical strength: planetary class initial stage, stable state, not yet, at peak fury. Mental waves: highly focused, killing instinct dominates, fear internalized, tactical thinking. Threat level: moderate, destructive power manageable, target clear. Hiss: the mutated anaconda, in its assault, seemed to sense the terrifying aura erupting from its prey. A flicker of instinctive dread passing through its cold vertical pupils, momentarily stalling its attack. Hulk tore apart. The newly emerged green tragedy Hulk, prototype, let out a deep, restrained roar, not mindlessly clashing as before, but exhibiting astonishing tactical instinct. His massive form darted to the side with an agility incongruous to his size, deftly evading the anaconda's bite. Simultaneously, his giant claws, cloaked in dark green skin, resembled the sharpest alloy scimitars, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek as they fiercely struck at the anaconda's relatively vulnerable 7 inches. Splurt, dark green, putrid blood gushed forth like a fountain. The anaconda's resilient scales and muscles crumbled beneath Hulk's claws, as if made of paper. The colossal serpent's head, accompanied by a severed spine, was ruthlessly torn away. The headless serpent body writhed and convulsed in a frenzy, turning the surrounding leaves and earth into chaos. The green tragedy Hulk, prototype, casually discarded the still twitching serpent head. His dark green chest rising and falling slightly as his cold, blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings, vigilant against any potential threats. He no longer unleashed his fury in a frenzied destruction as he once did. Rather, he operated with the precision of an efficient killing machine. Once he confirmed his safety, his gaze returned to the writhing serpent below, a low, guttural sound emanating from his throat, an instinct born of hunger. He crouched down and began to tear into the snake's flesh, consuming it raw. His movements remained brutish, yet they exuded a chilling sense of efficiency. Above in the treetops, a flicker of satisfaction sparkled in Chen Mo's eyes. The fear he had internalized transformed intriguingly into a primal instinct for slaughter and tactical acumen. He sensed clearly that at the moment when the Green Hulk, prototype, tore apart the anaconda, a surge of gamma energy, more refined and colder than before, erupted, infused with the essence of fear. This energy was strikingly different from pure rage. It seemed to possess a stronger allure to the talisman of the tiger's balance. A subtle shift in his thoughts prompted an almost imperceptible, intangible force of the tiger's talisman to extend like the thinnest thread, silently reaching out to ensnare and entangle the wisp of fear-laden gamma energy that diffused through the air, before swiftly retracting. Successfully captured. Sample of fear-infused gamma energy trace. Energy analysis contains composite fragments of fear-driven attributes, killing efficiency, tactical instinct, etc. Prototype. Affinity with the balance rules of the tiger's talisman. High. Initiating analysis of fear's impact on gamma energy and its fragmented state. Progress activated. Observing the evident interest and faint resonance displayed by the phantom of the tiger's talisman towards this newly captured energy sample within his mind's ocean. A cold curve formed at the corners of Chen Mo's mouth. Bruce Banner, the prisoner struggling within fear, with his pain and each transformation, provided him with a precious key to decipher the rules of power. This forest prison not only confined Banner, but also served as Chen Mo's most exquisite living laboratory. Below, the Green Hulk, prototype, in the midst of devouring snake flesh, seemed to sense something amiss. He abruptly lifted his head, his crimson, icy gaze warily scanning the direction of Chen Mo, a low, threatening growl rumbling from his throat. Yet, he discovered nothing, only the whispering rustle of the wind through the treetops. Chapter 72. Nine-Headed Surge. The golden armor will arise at S.H.I.L.D. Triskelion headquarters in the deepest encrypted conference room. The air was so thick with tension it felt as if it could drip with moisture. The vast circular screen displayed satellite imagery of the Appalachian Mountains, reports of anomalous energy fluctuations, and harrowing footage from the ruins of Culver University. Nick Fury S. Singular I, sharp as a hawk S, swept across the seated core executives, including Alexander Pierce, the representative of the World Security Council. According to the comprehensive report from the Sky, Sword Satellite Network, and Agent Barton S. Ground Reconnaissance, Maria Hill's voice pierced the silence, stating that Dr. Banner's last reliable trace vanished in the Black Pine Forest of the Appalachian Mountains, with coordinates now locked. This area subsequently detected a brief but intense surge of gamma energy, the characteristics of which bore a striking resemblance to the later stages of Hulk's transformation at Culver University, albeit more restrained and exhibiting greater destructive efficiency. It was surmised that Dr. Banner had transformed once again, possibly entering a new and more perilous form. The screen displayed a spectral analysis of the energy surge, the somber dark green peaks casting a pall over all present. A new form? Croaked a representative from the council. Are you suggesting that the creature has evolved? More accurately, it has adapted Fury interjected gravely, his singular eye piercingly fixed on Pierce. Following a devastating assault by the Limit Breaker, Hulk exhibited an unprecedented survival instinct. This is perilous. We must contain him before he wreaks further havoc or falls into the hands of those with ulterior motives. He deliberately emphasized the latter. Pierce wore his customary expression of a gentle, yet concerned politician, nodding slightly. I completely concur, Nick. Both Dr. Banner and Hulk are exceedingly unstable variables, particularly with the looming threat of the Limit Breaker. I propose we immediately authorize the Thunderbolts, a rapid response team led by Crossbones, to enter the Black Pine Forest area with the latest prototype gamma suppressor, attempting a humane containment of Dr. Banner. He paused, adding earnestly, of course, the operation must be conducted with absolute discretion to avoid provoking Hulk further, and we cannot allow the Limit Breaker to become aware of our actions. Fury's singular eye narrowed slightly. While Pierce's suggestion appeared reasonable, the term humane containment emanating from his lips carried an air of insincerity. Fury was acutely aware of Hydra's covetousness towards Hulk and gamma energy. Assigning Crossbones to this task was akin to placing a feast before a famished wolf. However, he refrained from outright opposition. Now was not the time for open conflict, and he required someone to probe the situation. Very well, Fury acquiesced. But the Thunderbolts must operate under my direct command, with all operational details entrusted to Deputy Director Hill. Furthermore, I require Council authorization to access all classified research data in the paperclip files concerning the correlation between super soldier serum and gamma radiation. We must comprehend the origins of Hulk's transformations to devise a more effective response, whether for containment or potential utilization. He placed particular emphasis on the term utilization. His gaze firmly locked on Pierce. A fleeting glint of coldness flickered in the depths of Pierce's eyes, yet his smile remained unchanged. Of course, for the safety of all humankind, resource sharing is essential. I will coordinate with the relevant departments to expedite the transfer of materials to SHIELD. He inwardly scoffed, contemplating Fury's intent to utilize this data against Hulk or even the Limit Breaker. Conveniently, Hydra also required this information to refine their Winter Soldier program and broader ambitions. The meeting concluded amidst superficial cooperation and undercurrents of tension. Once Pierce departed, Fury immediately instructed Hill, keep a close watch on Crossbones and his team. I want to be informed of their every move, including all private communications with Pierce, at the earliest opportunity. Additionally, notify Tony Stark that we can provide partial reverse-engineered data on the Annihilation Cannon for the core component of the anti-high-energy individual force field disruptor he requested. But we require him to share all test results and analytical models concerning the energy characteristics of the Limit Breaker. In New York, atop Stark Tower, the laboratory awaited. In this realm, akin to a sanctuary of futuristic technology, holographic projections weave through the air, while mechanical arms meticulously assemble components that shimmer with an ethereal blue glow. The atmosphere is saturated with the distinct scent of ozone mingling with the metallic aroma of heated alloys. Tony Stark, clad in an oil-stained work vest, his bloodshot eyes sparkling with fervor, is entirely engrossed in welding the last few nodes on a complex circular apparatus. The SHIELD has authorized access to certain data regarding the Annihilation Cannon derived from the Space Stone. As the transmission commences, Jarvis's voice resonates through the space. Connection established, synchronizing with the Veronica Master control model. Without lifting his gaze, Tony's welding torch emits a blinding blue-white arc data integration complete. Model correction in progress. Merging the design of the anti-high-capacity field generator prototype for the armor's back. Warning. Energy circuit load forecast exceeds critical threshold by 37. The existing arc reactor cannot meet peak output demands. Tony abruptly halts his welding, running a frustrated hand through his hair. Damn it, another energy bottleneck. Fury must have provided a stripped-down version of the data. Jarvis, initiate the new element simulation synthesis plan. I require a more potent core. He strides towards a colossal holographic console, his hands dancing swiftly across the interface, calling forth the holographic model of the Stark Expo, 1974, left by his father, Howard Stark. The intricate lines of the city's structure rotate and deconstruct in midair, ultimately converging on a unique three-dimensional model at the center pavilion, resembling the structure of an atomic nucleus. Father, You knew long ago what the future demands, didn't you? Tony gazes at the model with a complex expression before his resolve sharpens. Jarvis, concentrate all computational resources and reverse engineer this structure. I need to understand what element it signifies. Simultaneously, inform Pepper to activate the acquisition plan for the Expo site, top priority. I intend to excavate there. Understood. New element derivation has commenced. Estimated time of completion, 72 hours. Acquisition directive has been dispatched to Ms. Potts, Jarvis replies. Tony's gaze shifts once more to the center of a laboratory, where a suit of armor, cloaked in heavy golden plating, is being assembled by mechanical arms, its back protruding with the nascent form of a vast circular device, the prototype codenamed Anti-Breaker. Its design philosophy radically departs from previous iterations, eschewing the majority of weapon systems to allocate 90 of its energy and structural integrity to support the still-developing anti-high-capacity field generator and overdrive propulsion system. As Tony watches the screen replaying the blurred footage of a devastating punch, a fierce flame of determination ignites within his eyes. Your power is formidable, but technology knows no limits. Just wait, I will surprise you at the Expo. He envisions, amidst the throngs of onlookers at the Stark Expo, himself donning this golden armor. A culmination of Stark Industries' pinnacle technology and his father's intellectual legacy, confronting that seemingly invincible deity. It shall be the most resplendent gem upon the crown of his technological dominion. Chapter 73. The Tiger symbol transforms, fractures of reason Appalachian Mountains, core area of the Black Pine Forest. The immense, dark green form of the Hulk, prototype, leaned against the colossal stump of a fallen pine tree. He had just torn apart an adult black bear that dared to challenge his dominion, its dark green blood and remnants strewn across the ground, exuding a pungent scent of carnage. With his head bowed and heavy breaths escaping his lips, the chilling crimson of his eyes still lingered with the aftertaste of slaughter. Yet, beneath that veneer, a profound weariness and pain, emanating from Bruce Banner's consciousness, quietly spread within him. The transformation driven by fear, while bestowing a more efficient instinct for killing, exacted a severe toll on Banner's mental essence with each moment spent in this state. The cold awareness of the Hulk, green sorrow, clashed repeatedly with Banner's anguished consciousness on the fragmented battlefield of his soul, akin to two opposing hurricanes pulling at one another. Target mental fluctuation, intense conflict, Hulk's killing instinct versus Banner's pain and fatigue. Gamma energy state, high activity, dark green fear trait, but stability declines. Critical point of split state, approaching. Optimal timing for Tiger Talisman intervention. Hundreds of meters away, hidden in the void, Chen Mo's eyes gleamed with intensity. Now was the moment. The overwhelming pain and fatigue of Banner's consciousness had become the final straw on a taut string, causing a violent tremor in the already fragile balance of separation between Hulk and Banner. This was the perfect opportunity for the power of the Tiger Talisman to intervene, guiding and even controlling the situation. No longer content with merely observing from a distance and collecting dispersed energy. This time he would actively stimulate and delve into the core of the division. Buzz. Chen Mo's consciousness sank into the sea of perception, fully activating the black and white intertwined illusion of the Tiger Talisman, a force far more refined and profound than before was summoned. This power, formless yet substantial, contained the essence of harmonizing yin and yang, and reconciling conflict. He did not directly act upon Hulk's raging corporeal energy, but instead channeled this balancing force like the most delicate probe and guiding thread, silently penetrating the space to precisely pierce the tumultuous mental realm of the Green Sorrow Hulk prototype. The target was none other than the core of Bruce Banner's anguished consciousness. Awaken! A cold, commanding voice, akin to an oracle, erupted deep within Banner's crumbling awareness. This voice was not a physical sound wave, but rather a mental impact carried by the balancing power of the Tiger Talisman, imbued with a forceful awakening and guiding intent. Banner's consciousness felt as if struck by a high-voltage jolt, emitting a piercing wail of despair. The agonizing pain and fatigue deep within him were suddenly magnified by this external force. Simultaneously, the balancing power of the Tiger Talisman enveloped his suffering core like a refreshing spring, not to eliminate the pain, but to organize, manifest, and forcibly create a brief yet intense collision and separation from Hulk's cold, murderous awareness. Tiger Talisman Rule. Guidance for mental level division. Effect. Temporarily enhances Banner's consciousness presence. Intensifies the opposition conflict with Hulk's awareness. Gamma energy reaction. Intense turbulence. Stability collapses. Outside. Roar. The colossal form of the green grief, Hulk, trembled violently, as if struck by an invisible force. Clutching his immense head, he unleashed a roar that was a tumultuous amalgamation of agony and wrath. The dark green aura enveloping his body flickered frantically, fluctuating erratically. His muscles surged and convulsed like tumultuous waves, contorting grotesquely. Within his crimson eyes, a chilling malice and a tempestuous fury boiled like molten water. Yet amidst this chaos, a rare flicker of profound anguish and fleeting clarity belonging to Bruce Banner emerged. "Don't stop, roll out." The Hulk, green grief, managed to articulate, albeit intermittently, words that were hoarse and laced with terror, belonging to Banner himself. Though these words were quickly drowned out by a furious roar, this ephemeral moment of lucidity flashed like a bolt of lightning in the night. State of dissociation, brief imbalance. Banner's consciousness manifested, 17 seconds. Gamma energy flow, chaotic. A portion of energy is drawn by Banner's consciousness, attempting to suppress the Hulk. Fragmented rule capture, successful. Data stream of the struggle for dominance in the dissociated state. Conversion data of fear and rage energy at critical juncture. Tiger Talisman fusion degree enhanced. 03, current 538. Unlocking new application technique. Mental balance. Prototype briefly disrupts the target's mental equilibrium, amplifying specific emotions or consciousness. A brilliant light erupted in Chen Mo's eyes. It succeeded. The power of the Tiger Talisman could indeed deeply interfere with this externally induced dissociative state. Although it lasted but a fleeting moment, he had distinctly captured the pivotal data stream of gamma energy fluctuating as Banner's consciousness forcefully suppressed the Hulk. This provided a crucial template for understanding the rules of dissociation and for future attempts at control division. Even more astonishing was the new technique of the Tiger Talisman. Mental balance. This was no longer passive observation and guidance, but rather an active means of mental assault and interference. Although still in its rudimentary stages, its potential was immense. At that moment, a transformation occurred. Roar. The Hulk felt no pain. The green grief Hulk seemed utterly incensed by the violent turmoil within and the brief loss of control, manifestation of Banner's consciousness. That fleeting clarity was completely engulfed by an even more ferocious fury and terror of the very loss of control. The dark green light emanating from his body surged dramatically, becoming deeper and more unstable. A more savage and chaotic aura erupted forth. No longer cradling his head, he frantically swung his fists, striking the ground with tremendous force. Boom! 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 The earth trembled violently. Dust soared into the sky. Surrounding trees were snapped in half like mere straw by the terrifying shockwave. He was unleashing the most primal destruction to vent the irreconcilable pain and anger within, striving to reclaim absolute control. Warning: target's psyche is utterly out of control. Gamma energy is rampaging. Green grief, form unstable. Destructive powers surging. Threat level, elevated high. Chen Mo gazed at the dark green figure below, engulfed in a frenzy of destruction, and instead of intervening, a cold smile crept upon his face. Out of control? Rampaging? Excellent. This was a perfect specimen to observe the collapse and reconstruction of a dissociative state under extreme pressure. He required more data of this nature. The power of the Tiger Talisman emerges like invisible tendrils, once more extending silently. No longer does it forcefully guide. Instead, it assumes the role of the most composed observer, meticulously recording every subtle fluctuation of gamma energy and chaotic consciousness during Hulk's complete rampage. In Chen Mo's eyes, Bruce Banner's painful prison has transformed into a treasure trove, continuously yielding invaluable data. Chapter 74. Fisk's Ambitions, a subtle ripple of the cube in the Hell's Kitchen. Atop the headquarters of the Fisk Corporation, there are no windows. The thick, bulletproof alloy walls isolate all external light and sound. Only a few stark white ceiling lights illuminate the enormous solid wood desk at the center. The air is frigid, permeated by a blend of cigar smoke and whiskey, alongside an intangible, suffocating sense of oppression. Wilson Fisk, known as Kingpin, the sovereign of this criminal empire, stands with his back to the entrance, facing a vast one-way glass wall. Beyond it lies not a cityscape, but a colossal, enclosed arena reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum. At this moment, a bloody gladiatorial bout unfolds within. A burly man, injected with inferior super-soldier serum, tears apart his opponent with his bare hands, unleashing a beastly roar into the heavens. Fisk's massive frame resembles a mountain of muscle, his expensive tailored suit straining against his bulging physique. He holds a glass of amber liquor, yet refrains from drinking, silently observing the carnage below. His gaze is calm and cold as the abyss. Mr. Fisk, a meticulously attired middle-aged man, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles and exuding a soft demeanor. Wesley, Fisk's strategist, silently appears at his side, presenting an encrypted tablet. The latest intelligence from the Midnight Suns team pertains to the Culver University incident and the existence of the entity codenamed Source Spirit or Breaker of Limits. Fisk slowly turns, accepting the tablet. The screen displays a widely circulated, digitally altered, blurry combat clip. A figure in black effortlessly intercepts Hulk's mighty strike, kicks him away with stand artillery fire, culminating in that earth-shattering punch. Though obscured, the overwhelming force and destructive power resonate through the screen, evoking a heart-stopping dread. Fisk's rock-like visage remains devoid of emotional fluctuation. Yet within the depths of his small eyes ignites a flame known as ambition, more fervent and perilous than the ongoing gladiatorial clash below. The military might of Ross H.I.L.D.'s secret weapon and that green behemoth have all become mere jest in his presence. Fisk's voice, low and gravelly, resembles the grinding of two colossal stones. This is true power, transcending the mundane, defying the rules. Indeed, Mr. Fisk. Wesley adjusted his glasses. According to a cross-analysis of various intelligence sources, this individual has been classified by S.H.I.E.L.D. as a planetary-level catastrophe. General Ross is gravely injured. Hulk is missing, and S.H.I.L.D. and the military are presently in disarray. Is it time for us to recruit? Fisk interrupted, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, laced with disdain. Wesley, can you not see? Such a person cannot be swayed by money, power, or women. His gaze mirrors mine. Jean Bing pointed at the screen, where Chen Mo's cold, merciless eyes shone even through the blurred image. He believed solely in the raw power itself. Any attempt to control or exploit him was tantamount to courting death. Wesley paused for a moment, then inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Jean Bing downed his drink, his robust fingers striking the figure of Chen Mo on the tablet with force. It could be imitated, even seized. His eyes gleamed with a frenzied greed. The remnants of green blood samples from Culver University, those fools Ross and S.H.I.L.D. must be desperately gathering and studying them. We must obtain it, at any cost. Furthermore, Jean Bing turned to observe the super soldier experiment in the arena below, devouring the carcass of its opponent, his tone grave. Accelerate the Midnight Sun Project. Select the most ferocious and insane individuals. Increase the doses of serum and gamma radiation. I require a more formidable weapon, even if it can only be used once. He needed a pawn capable of approaching, or even momentarily restraining, that wretched limiter to create an opportunity for seizing samples of power or research data. Understood, Mr. Fisk. Wesley bowed, a flicker of subtle worry passing through his eyes, though it was overshadowed by his unwavering obedience to Jean Bing's will. The shadows of Hell's Kitchen began to extend their reach into more perilous and unknown realms. Beneath the Arctic ice, in the forge of space, Chen Mo sat cross-legged, his consciousness wholly immersed in the sea of awareness. The ethereal shadow of the Tiger Talisman had solidified slightly, the interplay of black and white radiance emanating a profound sense of balance and mystique. He was meticulously analyzing and deducing the fragmented rules of division captured from Banner's Hulk and the techniques of employing the mental balance. Tiger Talisman Fusion Level, 538. Mental Balance, Prototype, Analysis Level, 42. Gamma Division Rule Model Construction. Progress 17. Key Data. Consciousness Dominance Energy Flow has been recorded. Deduction, based on the division model. The feasibility of power projection, low-tier clone, has been theoretically validated. Requires a host with a high-purity energy core. At that moment, a faint yet profoundly vast spatial fluctuation surged forth, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, penetrating the thick ice and spatial barriers, sharply perceived by Chen Mo. This fluctuation carried the chilling essence of primordial cosmos and an infinite expanse, resonating intensely with the power of the Dragon Talisman. Evolved from absorbing the energy of the space stone. Detected high-intensity spatial energy fluctuation. Energy characteristics. Match degree 9998 space stone, cosmic cube. Fluctuation nature. Non-aggressive. Suspected energy periodic dissipation activated for testing. Source location. Long Island, New York, SHIELD. Secret base coordinates. Chen Mo's eyes snapped open, a piercing brilliance erupting from his cold pupils. The cosmic cube. Finally, there is movement. The prologue to the Battle of New York, or rather, the opportunity for him to harvest the energy of the space stone and catalyze a qualitative change in his talismanic abilities, was finally at hand. In comparison to Bruce Banner's whimsical games in the depths of the mountains, the infinite spatial energy contained within the cosmic cube is the sumptuous feast he currently craves. He cast a glance at the progress of the Tiger Talisman and cloned simulations within the sea of his thoughts. Although alluring, they demanded time. The energy of the space gem, however, lay tantalizingly close at hand. Bruce Banner, a voice resonated in the silent void, belonging to Chen Mo, tinged with a sense of impending detachment. Your vacation has been temporarily extended. Rest well and strive for transformation. Upon my return, I hope you will present more intriguing data. With a mere thought, the ethereal glow of the serpent talisman enveloped him, and his form instantly vanished from sight. In the next moment, he materialized above the skies of New York City, an intangible mental field intertwined with system scans, resembling a colossal radar. Swiftly pinpointed the source of a faint yet irresistibly enticing spatial fluctuation emanating from Long Island. His gaze pierced through the clouds, seemingly beholding the heavily fortified underground base of SHIELD, along with the cube radiating a cerulean glow within. A cold, predatory smile curled upon Chen Mo's lips at the thought of Loki, the Chitauri, and that alluring space gem. The stage has been set. It is time to claim my ticket. Chapter 75. The Serpent dives into 9 domains. The exhibition is about to begin. New York, Long Island, SHIELD. Underground Base, Sector 7. This facility stands as one of SHIELD's most fortified installations, buried deep beneath hundreds of meters of granite, with heavy alloy doors and energy shields forming a dual barrier of physical and energetic protection. At the core of the base, codenamed Cube, lies a vast spherical space. At this moment, the cosmic cube rests quietly within a specially designed force field restrainer, emanating a stable and profound azure light, illuminating the entire space like an underwater temple. Dr. Eric Selvig, the astrophysicist invited by SHIELD, is surrounded by a team of technicians meticulously conducting tests around the cube. The instruments emit a low hum, recording the energy fluctuations that pulse like the heartbeat of the cosmos. The energy readings remain stable within threshold limits. Doctor, a technician reported. 3 sets of spatial coordinate anchoring tests have been completed without any anomalous disturbances. Excellent. Continue monitoring all harmonic frequencies. Especially, Selvig's words were abruptly interrupted. Buzz. An unforeseen anomaly erupted. The cosmic cube trembled violently without warning. Its core's azure light surged explosively, akin to a supernova's eruption. A visible energy pulse, distorting space, rippled outward in an instant. Crackling. All monitoring screens within the spherical chamber erupted in blinding sparks, emitting plumes of smoke. A piercing alarm blared through the chaos. Red emergency lights flashed erratically. Energy overload. Force field restrainer at critical levels. Doctor, evacuate now. Agents shouted in terror, attempting to pull Selvig away from the platform. In that moment of pandemonium, an imperceptible, transparent ripple, seamlessly merging with the ambient light, glided through layers of alloy gates and energy shields like the most agile of fish, silently infiltrating the cubic space amidst the chaotic energy turbulence and the temporary blind spots of the alarm system. The serpent symbol spell was activated in complete concealment. Chen Mo moved like a ghost, navigating the crevices of reality, disregarding the panicked agents and the exploding instruments around him. His gaze pierced through the chaos, firmly locking onto the resplendent cosmic cube at the center of the platform. To feel the vast essence of spatial energy at such close proximity ignited the power of the dragon symbol within him, resonating with an intense yearning akin to a ravenous beast. He refrained from recklessly touching the cube. The defenses of S-H-I-E-L-D were no trifling matter. To forcibly seize, it would only alert the guards and provoke unnecessary complications. His objective was crystal clear: the precise spatial coordinate data required for the cosmic cube to open a stable spatial gateway. With this, he could pinpoint the optimal location at the moment the battle in New York erupted and the gateway opened, maximizing the consumption of spatial energy. System scan. Overclock mode activated. Target: Cosmic Cube, Space Gem. Scan contents. Current activation status. Spatial coordinate parameters. Energy output frequency spectrum. Force field restraint structure weaknesses. Environmental interference. High. Energy pulse electromagnetic storm. Bypassing S-H-I-E-L. DS secondary firewall to acquire core data stream. The intangible scanning beam, akin to the most precise probe, disregarded the energy force field surrounding the cube and delved directly into its core. A torrent of spatial coordinate data and energy frequency spectra surged into Chen Mo's mind, rapidly recorded and analyzed by the system. Simultaneously, the structural diagram of the force field restrainer and the distribution of energy nodes materialized clearly, preparations for any future necessary forceful acquisition. The entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye. As S-H-I-E-L-DS emergency forces stormed into the cubic space, fully armed and utilizing backup equipment to suppress the cube's rampage. Chen Mo had already obtained everything he desired. Spatial coordinate parameters, Chitauri invasion anchor point, successfully acquired. Energy frequency spectrum recorded. Force field restraint structure weakness marked. Mission accomplished. Evacuate. Chen Mo's figure began to fade. Yet, before his complete disappearance, a subtle shift in his thoughts manifested a trace of dark golden energy, imbued with the annihilation properties of the dragon spell, silently adhering to a minor energy node of the cube's restraining force field like the finest dust. This energy would not immediately cause destruction, but would lie dormant, akin to a buried landmine, ready to exploit a critical moment in the future, creating a minuscule yet fatal flaw in S-H-I-E-L-DS meticulously constructed defenses. Having completed this, Chen Mo's silhouette vanished like a reflection in water, entirely dissolving into the chaotic spherical space without leaving any physical or energetic trace. In the S-H-I-E-L-D Headquarters Command Center at Triskelion, Nick Fury's face was ashen as he observed the chaotic footage relayed from the cubic space and the final stabilized report. The cube had suddenly gone out of control, with all instruments destroyed, and the cause remained unknown. Was it yet another instance of unknown energy interference? Fury's singular "I" swept over the technical director. Yes, director. The nature of the energy pulse is beyond analysis, exhibiting a remarkably high degree of energy affinity with the Tesseract itself, yet possesses an indescribable annihilation characteristic that instantaneously breached all monitoring systems defenses. The technical director wiped the sweat from his brow. Fury mulled over the terms high affinity and annihilation characteristic, his mind racing with alarm. A name nearly escaped his lips: the Limit Breaker. Could he have targeted the Tesseract? Just then, Hill approached briskly, presenting another report with a grave expression. Director, the forensic department at the containment field node has discovered this. The holographic screen magnified and revealed an exceedingly minute, nearly invisible dark golden energy residue, vaguely resembling an abstract dragon's claw mark. Fury's pupil suddenly constricted. The image of the punch that tore through space from Culver University, the scene of the annihilation cannon's force field, overlapped in his mind. Indeed, it was him. Not only had he come, but he had also left a provocative mark. What was his intention? A warning? Or a declaration of war? An unprecedented chill enveloped Fury. The catastrophic consequences of the Limit Breaker combined with the Tesseract were unfathomable. In Manhattan's bustling streets, Chen Mo's figure slowly solidified in the shadows of a thriving commercial avenue, the ethereal glow of the serpent talisman fading away. He appeared to be merely an ordinary pedestrian. On a massive electronic billboard by the street, a dazzling promotional video looped. Stark Industries Expo. Technology transforms the future. A world of tomorrow. Set sail today. The image showcased Tony Stark donning his gold and red armor, descending amidst the cheers of the crowd, the backdrop a brilliantly illuminated futuristic exhibition hall. Chen Mo looked up, observing Tony's iconic, flamboyant smile and the resplendent armor, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The expo? Technology transforming the future? He murmured to himself, a hint of unabashed mockery in his tone. Tony Stark, I hope your new toy proves more resilient than Ross's army in S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Ironbirds. He averted his gaze, his figure once again merging with the crowd, vanishing from sight. Yet, the air seemed to linger with the intangible pressure of his icy words. The countdown to the Stark Expo pulsed silently amidst the neon lights of New York. Meanwhile, a clash transcending technology and the mundane was brewing in the shadows. Chapter 76. The clang of gold and iron. The underlying turmoil of the night in Hell's Kitchen, within the underground laboratory of the Kingpin Group. Stark white surgical lights illuminated the scene, the air thick with the acrid scent of disinfectant, the metallic tang of blood, and an ominous whiff of ozone. In a massive incubation tank, dark green liquid suspended several muscular humanoid beings, their surfaces covered in a metallic-like carapace, connected to flickering instruments by an array of tubes. Wesley gazed at the wildly fluctuating vital sign data on the screen, his expression grave behind his golden-rimmed glasses. Mr. Fisk, the Midnight Sun experimental subject has been injected with a gamma source derived from purified banner blood and the latest serum. Strength, speed, and defense have all surpassed the anticipated threshold of 300. However, the cerebral activity reveals extreme chaos, with aggression spiraling out of control. The expected stable survival time does not exceed 72 hours. He cast a glance at the silent figure of Jean Bing, looming like a mountain in shadows. Jean Bing's massive form remained motionless, save for the flickering ember of the cigar held between his fingers. 72 hours was sufficient. His voice rumbled like distant thunder. With but one target in mind, the opening night of the Stark Expo. When the Breaker of Limits makes his appearance, and all eyes are drawn to the Midnight Sun. The mission is to charge into the underground entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D. Zone 7. At any cost, he must seize at least one vial of Hulk's source blood sample, or perish there, stirring the chaos into a greater tempest. He cared not for the lives of these expendables. What he desired was the opportunity nestled amidst the turmoil, that green blood imbued with terrifying power. The confrontation between the Breaker and Iron Man would serve as the perfect cover. Moreover, Jean Bing slowly emerged from the shadows, his icy gaze sweeping over the grotesque creations within the cultivation tanks. He equipped them with prototype warheads from Stark Industries and a stockpile of sonic incapacitation devices from Hammer Industries. He aimed to ensure their demise bore greater significance. He intended to transform this murky water into a deadly whirlpool. In the underground base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Zone 7, within a cubic space. Following the emergency repairs after the cube's upheaval, the containment field had stabilized once more, its eerie blue glow still profound. Nick Fury personally stood on the observation platform, his singular eye fixed intently on the barely perceptible dark golden dragon claw mark lingering on the core of the cube. Hill stood behind him, holding a report. The energy loss rate of the containment field nodes has risen to 0.00007, and the peak fluctuations coincide with the cube's energy tidal cycle. Director, that mark resembles a ticking time bomb. Hill's voice was taut. Not resembles. It is. Fury's voice was frigid. What is the Breaker of Limits waiting for? For the cube to spiral completely out of control, or for us to use it to open a portal? He suddenly turned, demanding, "Where are Crossbones and his Thunderbolts?" They have reached the perimeter of the Black Pine Forest in the Appalachian Mountains and have established a blockade. However, Dr. Banner, or rather, the Hulk, has seemingly evaporated from existence. The last faint signal vanished 36 hours ago. Agent Barton is still in pursuit. Withdraw them. Fury commanded decisively. The Black Pine mission is terminated. All personnel, including Barton, are to return immediately. Focus on fortifying the entrance to Zone 7 and the vicinity of the Stark Expo main venue. Highest alert level. I suspect the Breaker of Limits has never aimed for just one target. Fury solitary, I turned towards the depths of the base, where a golden scepter embedded with a blue gemstone lay quietly in another secured containment unit. Loki's scepter, the Mind Stone, the cosmic cube, he sensed an invisible net tightening around them, while SHLD appeared to be merely one of the prey caught within it. At the main venue of the Stark Expo, under the cover of night, the venue sparkled brilliantly, resembling a radiant star ring fallen to Earth. Enormous holographic projections intertwined in the air, conjuring phantoms of future cities, while exhilarating music blasted through the atmosphere. The audience was a sea of faces, rising and falling in waves of cheers. All awaited with bated breath for their technological idol, Tony Stark, to make his grand entrance. In the backstage, Tony inhaled deeply, gazing at the formidable suit of armor before him, entirely enveloped in a heavy, dark gold hue, characterized by its rigid and sharp lines. With a massive circular device protruding from its back, the prototype of the anti-breaker, it lacked the flamboyant curves of previous armors, resembling more a mobile fortress. The new elemental energy core had been flawlessly integrated, maintaining a stable output at the theoretical value of 125. The anti-high capability field generator, based on the Annihilation Cannon and reverse-engineered cube data, had completed its charging process, theoretically capable of neutralizing known energy attack patterns for 3 seconds. The overload propulsion system stood ready. Jarvis, report any anomalous energy readings immediately, particularly those akin to what we encountered at Culver University. Tony's voice, filtered through the mask, resonated with an unprecedented gravity and a hint of exhilaration. The energy monitoring network operated at full power, with the energy signatures of the target, the breaker, logged into the highest priority alarm protocol. Jarvis responded accordingly. Pepper looked at him with concern. Tony, must it be this way? That is a monster. Precisely because it is a monster, Pepper, Tony replied, turning his head, his eyes flickering with a steely resolve beneath the mask. And I am Tony Stark. Tonight, I shall demonstrate to the world that technology can confront divinity. He abruptly sealed the mask. With a hum, the dark gold armor's eyes and the arc reactor in its chest, powered by the new element, ignited with a brilliant icy blue glow. The massive circular device on its back began to thrum, a ghostly blue energy field swirling within its circular structure. Boom! The crimson and gold celebratory armor soared into the sky like a meteor, carving a dazzling arc through the night, eliciting a roaring cheer akin to a tidal wave. Meanwhile, the heavy dark gold armor remained poised in the background, akin to a lurking beast, awaiting the true quarry's appearance. Above New York City, within the depths of the clouds, Chen Mo, enveloped in the absolute concealment of the snake talisman, appeared as if he had melded into the night sky itself. His gaze pierced through the brilliant lights below, precisely locking onto 2 locations, the brightly lit, bustling Stark Expo main venue, and, several kilometers away, beneath the surface, the SHILD Sector 7, emanating a ghostly blue spatial fluctuation. The system's scanning function, akin to invisible tendrils, enveloped the entirety of the city. Detected high-intensity energy response. Expo main venue target Tony Stark. Energy signature, stable, new elemental core. Detected concealed high-threat energy response. Expo backstage target Tony Stark, anti-breaker prototype. Energy signature, highly restrained, counterforce field awaiting activation. Detected spatial energy fluctuations, Sector 7 cosmic cube status stable, disturbed by dark gold markings, fluctuation rate 0.00007. Detected anomalous life signals, path from Hell's Kitchen to Sector 7 target midnight sun type, gamma serum hybrid, quantity, 5, status, berserk, countdown, 68 hours 12 minutes. Equipped with hazardous weaponry, ex-wife's warhead, sonic paralysis device. Detected high-precision detection beam, SHILD, satellite star satellite continuous scanning in progress, host not detected. The struggles of mere ants are indeed peculiar. A frigid smile curled at the corner of Chen Mo's lips, devoid of warmth. The chaos of the golden fish. The turmoil of SHILD, and the meticulously prepared surprise by Tony Stark. To him, these were merely the opening acts before the grand feast. His gaze ultimately settled on the exhibition's main venue, where the golden red armor was showcasing its prowess. Tony Stark whispered with quiet intensity, his words dissolving into the night breeze. It is time for a change in the fireworks display's leading act. With a flicker of thought, The power of the rabbit charm coursed through him. Target: the central stage of Stark Expo. He intended to announce his arrival in the most direct and audacious manner, while simultaneously testing the quality of that golden contraption. Chapter 77. The Shattered Golden Armor. The rabbit plays with iron. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world of tomorrow. Tony Stark's magnetic voice reverberated throughout the venue. The armor danced gracefully in the air, executing a complex hovering flip as its palm-mounted pulse cannon fired into the night sky, erupting in a dazzling display of fireworks. The crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. In that peak moment, a thunderous roar erupted. A shadow, imperceptible to the naked eye, descended like a black lightning bolt, tearing through the night sky at a speed beyond human perception. No sonic boom, no disturbance in the air. It was as if space itself had been pierced. Target: directly above the central stage of the expo, at the position where Tony Stark hovered. Swiftly, at breakneck speed. Tony barely registered Jarvis's sharp warning in his ear. Warning: ultra-high energy target. Speed exceeds detection limits. Location: directly above. The alarm abruptly ceased. A hand, enveloped in an invisible force field and shimmering with dark golden light, emerged as if from the void, effortlessly disregarding the armor's posture adjustments and emergency evasion protocols, and precisely pressed against the chest of the armor, where the ice-blue arc reactor glimmered. Crack! The piercing sound of twisted metal shattered the cheers of the crowd. The sturdy titanium alloy armor buckled like a fragile cookie under the weight of absolute power. A terrifying imprint crater formed instantly on the chest of the golden-red armor, as the ice-blue glow flickered erratically before abruptly extinguishing. The entire suit of armor seemed to lose its spine, plummeting from a height of 100 meters toward the sea of spectators below. Tony! Pepper screamed from the backstage monitoring screen, her voice filled with anguish. Silence enveloped the arena. All cheers froze on faces, leaving only the sound of terrified gasps. In the critical moment, a dark golden figure, heavy and formidable, burst forth from the backstage, like a roaring beast crashing through the wall. A massive circular device on its back erupted in blinding azure light, instantaneously forming a translucent force field shield with a diameter of 10 meters. The shield appeared precisely beneath the descending armor, like the most resilient trampoline, barely catching it. Bang! The heavy impact caused the force field shield to ripple violently. It landed steadily, shielding the smoking golden-red armor behind it. Tony awkwardly ejected from the deformed suit, his face pale, yet his eyes burned with a furious flame, fixated intently on the sky above. In that moment, a silhouette cloaked in a faint golden aura slowly solidified. Chen Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the void, resembling a deity surveying the mortal realm. The concealment effect of the serpent talisman dissipating upon his emergence. His icy gaze swept over the panicked crowd below and the dark golden battle armor positioned in front, exuding an unmistakable air of indifference and mockery. Stark, Chen Mo's voice, though not raised, cut through the cacophony with crystalline clarity, akin to ice scraping against eardrums. Your toy is even less durable than Ross's tanks. An affront, a blatant humiliation. Jarvis. Lock on the target. Maximize the counterforce field. Tony roared as he burst into the cockpit. The heavy armor immediately sealed shut. The circular device on his back blazed with light. The hum resonated like the roar of a colossal beast. A visible, distorted wave of azure energy surged forth, akin to a massive cannon, hurtling violently towards Chen Mo, suspended in midair. This was Tony's meticulously crafted secret weapon, designed to counter the terrifying energy assaults of the Limit Breaker, an energy-neutralizing field based on the principles of the Annihilation Cannon and reverse-engineered from the Tesseract data. High-dimensional energy neutralization field detected. Energy nature, space rule derivative, low-level imitation. Threat assessment can briefly disrupt the energy structure of the Dragon Talisman. Estimated interference duration, 0. 53 seconds. Countermeasure: Rabbit Talisman S hyperspeed evasion against the Bull Talisman S hard resistance analysis. Faced with a terrifying field capable of nullifying the powers of other superhumans, a flicker of disdain flashed through Chen Mo's eyes. A mere parlor trick. The power of the Rabbit Talisman was instantaneously unleashed. With a swish, his figure left a faint afterimage at the spot, while his true self vanished, as if teleporting. The raging azure wave passed through the afterimage, crashing into a massive holographic advertisement tower behind. Amidst the resonating hum, where the field passed, the electronic components of the tower instantly overloaded, erupting in a dazzling burst of electric sparks, yet the tower's structure remained intact. This field targeted only energy, serving as a purely anti-superpower weapon. What? Tony's pupils constricted sharply. His counterforce field was ineffective. The opponent's speed surpassed that of the field's expansion. How could this be possible? Just as Tony's mind reeled in shock, the vanishing black silhouette, like a specter, appeared without warning beside the gigantic circular energy field generator. The speed was so swift that even J.A.R.V.I.S.S. targeting system experienced a momentary lag. Chen Mo extended a finger, its tip swirling with an essence concentrated to perfection, a dark golden glow emanating from within, as if countless minute spatial fissures were being born and extinguished, embodying the power of the Dragon Talisman, now fused with the properties of the space stone. Your turtle shell is about to shatter. With a mere caress, he touched the heavy alloy shell of the field generator. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a subtle yet grating sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. The spot where his fingertip made contact with the sturdy alloy was instantly cleaved, as if by an invisible spatial blade, creating a hole the size of a fist, its edges smooth and reflective as a mirror. The intricate energy circuits and core crystal within were instantly annihilated into the most fundamental particles by the dragon's explosive energy, imbued with the tearing properties of space. Sizzle. The circular force field generator erupted with blinding arcs of electricity, its ethereal blue light extinguished abruptly, akin to a waterfall running dry. On the enormous circular apparatus, only a grotesque black hole remained, emitting wisps of smoke. The most formidable defensive countermeasure lay in ruins. Tony Stark's proud technological barrier, in the face of overwhelming power and speed, crumbled like a paper castle, pierced effortlessly by a single finger. Chapter 78. The dragon roars to the sky, a feast of fireworks. Silence. The main venue of the expo fell into a suffocating stillness. All present witnessed a scene of utter incredibility. The formidable golden fortress-like armor, its back adorned with a colossal halo symbolizing the pinnacle of technology, was effortlessly punctured by a solitary finger of the black figure hovering above. It then extinguished like a faulty light bulb. A profound sense of absurdity and an all-consuming terror gripped everyone. The myth of technology, so fragile in the presence of true inhumanity. Within the cockpit, a cacophony of alarms blared. Warning: the core of the anti-high-capacity field generator is damaged. Energy circuit failure. System efficiency decreased by 65. Tony Stark stared at the horrifying hole on the screen, illuminated by the glaring red light that indicated the generator's destruction, his mind a blank slate. Anger, frustration, and disbelief coalesced into a chilling dread. His meticulously prepared ultimate weapon, a culmination of countless efforts, merging his father's wisdom with the top-secret data of S.H.I.E.L.D., had faltered in a single exchange. Detection of ultra-high energy response. The target is charging. Energy levels surpass the peak recorded at Culver University. Jarvis's urgent warnings jolted him from his stupor. Tony snapped his head up. There, suspended in midair, after penetrating the force field generator. Chen Mo did not continue his assault, but instead slowly raised his right hand. Fingers splayed, palm facing upwards, a chillingly terrifying energy surged, wildly gathering in his palm. The dark golden light morphed from a flowing flame into a viscous liquid metal, roiling with countless minute black spatial fissures, exuding a cataclysmic aura. The surrounding air warped under an invisible force, as if light itself were being devoured. Dragon symbol spell, spatial tier state. Fully charged. The target was none other than the hundreds of the latest Hammer Industries security drones, which Tony had deployed around the main venue for the expo. At that moment, these drones, like a startled swarm of bees, were directed by Tony's command, aiming all their weaponry, machine guns, mini-missiles, and capture nets, at Chen Mo. Clear the trash. Chen Mo's voice was cold and unwavering. Buzz. The ball of dark golden energy, compressed to its utmost limits in his palm, erupted like a supernova, expanding violently. Yet it was not a beam of light. Upon departing his palm, it blossomed into a deathly flower, fracturing into hundreds of slender, yet more refined and lethal dark golden beams, each one precisely locked onto a drone. Quickly, the energy projection speed, enhanced by the rabbit symbol spell, surpassed the limits of physics. Puff, 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 puff. A series of faint sounds, akin to a hot needle piercing through foam, were so densely packed that they almost melded into one. The scene in the sky was bizarre and terrifying. Hundreds of fully armed drones, emblematic of humanity's cutting-edge military technology, were precisely penetrated at their energy cores by dark golden beams within a single millisecond. There were no explosions, no fireworks, only the punctured sections instantaneously disintegrated into molecular dust. The powerless metallic wreckage, as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, transformed into a cascade of metallic debris, cascading down from the night sky like a cold rain of iron. Just a moment ago, the drone swarm loomed ominously, shrouding the sky, yet in the next instant, they vanished into thin air. The entire process took less than half a second. Absolute precision, absolute annihilation, absolute domination. My God! In the audience, some collapsed to the ground, murmuring in a daze, "This is not human, it is a demon." Some covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Inside the cockpit, Tony Stark watched helplessly as his defensive forces were swept away as effortlessly as dust. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness surged within him. Technology appeared so pale and laughable in the face of the opponent's unreasonable and terrifying might. Just as the entire venue was struck by shock, and Tony's mind wavered in that fleeting moment, a roar, inhuman and filled with fury and anguish, echoed like thunder from the outskirts of the exhibition. Then came the violent explosions and the terrified screams of the crowd. 5 dark green figures, their bodies adorned with metallic armor, muscles contorted and swollen like monsters emerging from hell, shattered the outer security gates and charged into the venue. Their intentions were unmistakably clear. They disregarded the panicked crowd and the terrifying presence above, akin to a runaway locomotive, racing towards an emergency evacuation exit leading away from the main stage and into the underground network of the city. There lay a secret entrance to the SHI underground base in Sector 7. The Children of Midnight had arrived. They carried deadly missiles and sonic weapons, glowing with a perilous red light. Chapter 79. The Swine's Eye Burning the Sky. Sonic shattering armor, the furious intrusion of the 5 Children of Midnight, was like throwing ice cubes into a boiling pot of oil. Monsters. More monsters. Help. Run. The crowd, previously paralyzed by Chen Mo's terrifying methods, was instantly ignited by a new wave of fear, plunging into a state of hysterical chaos. The throng surged like a flood breaching its dam, desperately rushing towards every exit, screaming, crying, and trampling in a scene that spiraled completely out of control. Damn it! In the cockpit, Tony was jolted awake from the shock brought by Chen Mo seeing the 5 creatures evidently heading towards the base. He immediately grasped their intent. Armies. Lock onto those 5 green-skinned monsters. Prepare the pulse cannon. Block their path. He could not allow these creatures, clearly intent on reaching the Tesseract, to approach Sector 7. With a hum, his arms rose, and the pulse cannon's barrel glowed with an icy blue light. Although the countermeasure field had been destroyed, the weapon systems of the armor remained operational. However, amidst the clamor, Chen Mo's cold gaze swept over the 5 frenzied green figures below, as if he were merely observing a bothersome swarm of flies. His objective has always been Tony Stark and testing the power of the talisman, while these minions, sent by Jean to create chaos, do not even qualify for him to take action. He did not even spare a glance at the 5 monstrous beings for more than a second. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chen Mo's eyes suddenly ignited with a blinding, resplendent golden radiance, akin to 2 concentrated suns ignited within his sockets. The intense heat instantly distorted the air before him. The pig talisman laser eye, activated. Yet this time, it was not merely a simple heat ray. Under the slight enhancement of the dragon talisman's spatial tearing characteristics, the edges of the 2 golden beams were entwined with visible, subtle black spatial ripples. Their destructive power and penetrative capabilities surged exponentially. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two beams of golden light, intertwined with faint black glimmers, sliced through the chaotic venue like the scythe of death. The target was not the 5 children of midnight, but rather the dormant warhead and sonic paralysis device they bore. Puffed, 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 precise, lethal, wherever the beams passed. Whether it was the heavy metal shell of the warheads or the intricate core of the sonic generators, they were instantaneously pierced and vaporized as if they were butter under a hot knife. There was not even an explosion. Only the molten core components were rendered inoperable, emitting wisps of blue smoke. The formidable weapons carried by the 5 monsters were swiftly reduced to mere scrap metal under Chen Mo's pig talisman laser eye. Howl! The monsters, stripped of their weapons, let out a more frenzied roar, yet their destructive capability plummeted, relying solely on brute force to charge forth, hindered by the panicked crowd. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's gaze had already refocused on the target below, now in his sights. It's your turn, Iron Man. Tony Stark felt every hair on his body stand on end, locked onto by those eyes ablaze with golden black light. It felt as though he had become the prey of a primordial beast, but he did not retreat. His ironclad will suppress his fear. Come on, bastard, face this. Tony roared. The remaining thrusters on his back flared to life. The massive machine erupted with agility that belied its size, swiftly sidestepping. Simultaneously, the pulse cannons on his arms and the mini-missile pods on his shoulders unleashed their fury. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of ice-blue pulse beams, intermingled with tailing micromissiles, inundated the airspace occupied by Chen Mo like a tempest. Aware of the opponent's speed, Tony opted for a saturation strike, not seeking pinpoint accuracy, but rather to blockade any escape routes. Rabbit Talisman Rapid Evasion activated. High-density sonic energy core anomaly detected. Target, shoulder. Warning, sonic attack, high-frequency penetration. Capable of bypassing physical defenses, directly affecting internal organs and the precision components of the armor. Just as the pulse beams and missiles were about to envelop Chen Mo, 2 unassuming devices on his shoulder suddenly unleashed visible ripples of distorted air. These were Tony's hidden trump cards, the sonic paralysis devices from Hammer Industries. He utilized the armor itself as a conduit, releasing terrifying sonic waves capable of shattering internal organs and incapacitating electronic devices at close range while simultaneously attacking. The physical assault was merely a facade. The true lethal strike lies in this sound wave shock that disregards all defenses. Tony intends to wield the power of technology to ensure his opponent experiences the taste of irrationality. High-frequency infrasound capable of shattering tempered glass in an instant mingles with piercing ultrasound, enveloping Chen Mo like an invisible net of death. Chapter 80. Field Collapse, Cube Anomaly Buzz. The terrifying invisible sound waves, akin to millions of steel needles, instantly penetrate the air and mercilessly stab at Chen Mo. This assault bypasses physical defenses, directly targeting the internal organs and nervous system of living beings, enough to cause an elephant's heart to burst and reduce precision instruments to scrap. Tony's tactics are ruthless and precise. However, facing this deadly sound wave capable of incapacitating any flesh or mechanical construct in an instant, Chen Mo's cold countenance reveals no hint of disturbance. High-dimensional energy, sound wave attack detected. Energy nature, derived from physical rules, high-frequency vibration. Threat assessment, lethal to conventional targets. Countermeasure, purification through the horse talisman. Activate, buzz. A layer of soft yet undeniably orderly milky white radiance emanates from Chen Mo, akin to the purest water waves, spreading out in an instant. The power of the horse talisman dispels external evils and purifies anomalies. The terrifying sound wave, capable of tearing apart steel and shattering internal organs, upon contact with this milky halo, melts away silently like ice thrown into the blazing sun, disintegrating. The destructive vibrational frequency of the sound waves is forcibly smoothed out, reducing to zero. They fail to even ruffle the hem of Chen Mo's attire. Physical attacks rendered ineffective. Energy assaults neutralized. Now even sound wave attacks prove futile. Tony Stark, seated in the cockpit, watches the feedback data on the screen indicating the sound wave energy has been instantly eradicated, his pupils constricting to the size of pinheads. A chilling despair ascends in clarity to his heart for the first time. Does the opponent possess no vulnerabilities? In that fleeting moment when Tony's mind falters, adequate speed, yet insufficient power, Chen Mo's chilling voice, ghostly in its resonance, directly echoes in his ears. No, not merely in his ears. It reverberates within the cockpit. Rabbit Talisman hyperspeed displacement. In the very instant the sound waves dissipate, Chen Mo disregards the incoming pulse beams and miniature missiles, which can only strike at his afterimage, appearing as if by teleportation directly in front of the cockpit, less than half a meter from the heavy bulletproof visor. He did not even employ the Dragon Talisman. He merely raised his right hand, imbued with the faint golden power of the Ox Talisman, fingers clenched into a fist. No dazzling radiance, only an essence of physical power distilled to its purest form. Then he unleashed a punch, unadorned, yet imbued with absolute violence, capable of shaking mountains. Bang! A muffled sound so profound it could halt a heartbeat. The dark golden armored visor, capable of withstanding main battle tank fire, buckled inward and shattered as if struck by a 10,000-ton hydraulic press. Spiderweb-like cracks instantaneously spread across the entire visor. The sturdy titanium alloy rivets burst forth with a disconcerting groan. Inside the cockpit, Tony felt as though he had been struck head-on by a meteorite. The immense impact reverberated through the armor, plunging him into darkness despite the cushioning gel, causing his insides to churn violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood that splattered against the inside of his visor. The massive machine, overwhelmed by this sheer physical force, spun through the air like a top flung by a giant, hurtling backward with a catastrophic motion. With a thunderous crash, it slammed into the colossal base of the holographic projection tower at the rear of the main stage. Metal twisted, and electric sparks erupted wildly. The tower, a symbol of the Expo's future, groaned under the unbearable weight of the impact, collapsing halfway. A cloud of dust mingled with the acrid scent of burnt electronic components spiraled into the sky. Just one punch, merely one punch. Tony Stark's final pride. The anti-breaker armor that epitomized the pinnacle of human ingenuity and industrial achievement lay embedded in the ruins like worthless scrap, its visor shattered, chest caved in from prior injuries, and the back's force field generator pierced, completely stripped of combat capability. Inside the cockpit, Tony coughed blood, his vision fading to black. With only the sharp ringing in his ears and ISS intermittent alarms breaking the suffocating silence, the arena was enveloped in a deathly hush, with only the swirling dust and distant murmurs of a terrified crowd remaining. Chen Mo's figure hovered in midair, slowly retracting his fist as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. His cold gaze swept over the wreckage below, where smoke billowed from the remnants of the armor. And he spoke indifferently. Technology? Merely that. In the midst of this absolute silence and the overwhelming shock of devastation, a deep, resonant hum erupted, a wave of spatial energy, 100 times more intense and profound, seemingly emanating from the primordial universe, surged forth from the southwestern direction of the city, the location of SHIELD, Area 7. This wave instantly enveloped all of New York. The sky was painted with a bizarre azure hue. Warning: detected a surge of ultra-high intensity spatial energy. Energy source: Tesseract. Spatial coordinates: locked Chitauri invasion anchor point. Spatial portal opening. Warning: detected co-origin high-dimensional psychic energy interference. Mind Stone. Stability of spatial portal rapidly declining. Risk of unpredictable anomalies exists. The system alarms flashed frantically in Chen Mo's mind. Simultaneously, within the underground base of Area 7, in the cubic space, the Tesseract erupted with an unprecedented blinding light. Like a star gone rogue, the azure energy torrent surged uncontrollably, battering the void ahead. A colossal, highly unstable azure vortex began to form, spinning wildly. Within the vortex, distorted starry skies and countless menacing shadows were faintly visible. Meanwhile, on the Tesseract's restrainer, the dark golden sigil left by Chen Mo flickered with a dim light, as if amplifying the chaos. Dr. Eric Selvig, watching the instrument's readings explode off the charts, screamed in despair. No, the portal has been forcibly activated. Coordinates are in chaos. Energy overload. It's going to explode. The sky over New York was torn open, revealing a rift leading to an unknown abyss. Beneath this rift lay the dazed Iron Man, recently struck by Chen Mo's punch, and countless ordinary souls plunged into deeper terror. Chen Mo lifted his gaze towards the distorted spatial vortex, and for the first time, the icy depths of his pupils reflected the chaotic azure glow, a faint smile gradually curling upon his lips. At last, the banquet has commenced. Chapter 81. The Deluge Hunt, the first cry of green sorrow in the Appalachian Mountains. Amidst the black pine forest, the torrential rain fell like a mountain, with raindrops the size of beans relentlessly battering the dense treetops, producing a deafening cacophony. The muddy ground was eroded by the murky waters, forming winding streams. The heavy curtain of rain and the low-hanging dark clouds transformed the daylight into a dim twilight. A roar, intertwined with agony, fury, and a chilling intent to kill, pierced through the rain, echoing deep within the forest. A massive, dark green figure emerged, partially concealed by the rain. Hulk, driven deeper into the green sorrow form by Chen Mo's tiger talisman. With his bare hands, he uprooted a pine tree as thick as a bowl, wielding it like a gigantic club, striking fiercely in all directions. The sound of splintering wood and the splattering of soil filled the air. Each outburst was accompanied by the uncontrollable flicker of dark green gamma energy, casting an eerie hue upon the surrounding rain. Target: Hulk, deeply altered green sorrow form. Status: highly unstable mental state. Banner's consciousness: deeply repressed fear internalized. Gamma energy: high activity, dark green fear trait, rampaging continuously. Physical strength: planetary mid-tier, continuously ascending. Threat level: high, indiscriminate destruction. Several hundred meters away from the ravaged zone, atop a temporarily cleared highland, General Ross sat within an armored command vehicle, his expression darker than the stormy sky outside. His head was wrapped in thick bandages, a humiliating mark from the shockwave of Chen Mo's punch. The electronic screen displayed multiple thermal imaging feeds locking onto the dark green figure, wreaking havoc in the rain, alongside soaring energy readings. General, the target's energy response continues to rise. The destructive power has surpassed the peak recorded at Culver University. The Thunder Squad requests operational orders. The voice of Crossbones, Rumlow, came through the communicator, tinged with barely perceptible gravity. He commanded a rapid response unit, equipped with the latest sonic cannons and high-voltage net launchers, lying in wait at their designated positions. Ross's bloodshot eyes were fixed on the screen, his fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. Humiliation, swept aside like refused by that limit breaker, and now the very monster he had created was on the verge of losing control. He craved a victory, a resounding suppression of Hulk, to cleanse all of this. Action. Ross's voice was hoarse yet resolute. Crossbones, subdue him. I want him alive, at all costs. Air support is in position. Understood. Crossbones' voice carried a cold edge. A shrill alarm blared amidst the rain. Several shield-marked Quinjet aircraft, resembling black swifts, pierced through the heavy clouds, their sonic cannons and electromagnetic pulse generators glinting with ominous light beneath their bellies. Simultaneously, from multiple directions on the ground, a dozen wheeled armored vehicles broke through the curtain of rain. The sound wave cannons and high-voltage net projectors atop them instantaneously locking onto the ferocious figure hidden within the rainforest. Open fire. The command from Crossbones echoed coldly through the communicator. Buzz. Several visible, air-distorting high-frequency sound wave beams surged towards the Hulk, akin to invisible sledgehammers, striking from both above and below. Concurrently, multiple shimmering alloy nets, crackling with arcs of high voltage, descended from various angles, enveloping the target. This was the Divine Net, a tactic meticulously crafted by S.H.L.D. to ensnare the Hulk, utilizing sonic suppression to hinder his movements and electric nets to bind his formidable form. The Hulk abhorred insects. The green-skinned behemoth abruptly raised his head, his crimson eyes glimmering with a cold, violent light amidst the rainfall. Rather than confront the onslaught head-on as he had in the past, he displayed an astonishing instinct for combat. His massive body rolled to the side with an agility unbefitting his size, narrowly evading the core of most sound wave beams. However, some edges still grazed him. Buzz. The sound waves penetrated. The Hulk's vast frame stiffened abruptly, muscles convulsing violently, his innards feeling as if struck by a heavy hammer. He emitted a muffled groan of anguish, his movements momentarily stalling. Now was the moment. Puff, puff, puff. 3 high-voltage nets precisely ensnared him. Blinding blue arcs erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. A powerful current surged wildly into the Hulk's body. Target acquired. Repeat. Target acquired. An agent's excited shout echoed through the communication channel. However, before the words could fully register, a roar erupted that was even more ferocious and menacing than before, stimulated by the dual assault of sound waves and electric currents. The Hulk's surface radiated a dark green glow that erupted like boiling magma. The gamma energy, infused with a sense of dread, underwent a terrifying transformation under the extreme pain and fury. With a tearing sound, the resilient alloy net was ripped apart as if it were but a fragile spider's web, succumbing to the surging green energy and brute force. Fragments, accompanied by arcs of electricity, scattered in all directions. The Hulk broke free from his restraints, his crimson gaze locking onto the nearest armored vehicle. That look was no longer one of mere rage, but rather the cold intent of a top predator zeroing in on its prey. The Hulk smashed, his colossal form launched forth like a cannonball, ignoring the incoming sound wave beams. Energy surge wave beams briefly enhancing resistance. His massive fist, entwined with boiling green energy, struck the side of the armored vehicle with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated. The thick armor crumpled inward like paper, tearing apart. The entire armored vehicle, weighing several tons, was sent flying into the air, tumbling towards another vehicle. Flames erupted toward the heavens, while metal debris and the remnants of soldiers scattered amidst the torrential downpour. Open fire! Free fire! Crossbone's furious voice screamed through the communication channel. He realized that the Hulk before him was 10 times more perilous than the intelligence had indicated. More sonic cannons, electromagnetic pulses, and even the fiery tongues of airborne machine guns were unleashed upon that figure, resembling a demonic deity amidst the explosive light and torrential rain. Bullets struck Hulk's deep green skin, leaving only faint white marks before being deflected. The sonic waves and pulses momentarily hindered his movements, charred his skin, yet failed to inflict any mortal wounds. Instead, they ignited his ferocity even further. The green berserker Hulk charged furiously through the hail of bullets and energy blasts. With every punch thrown, every boulder or log hurled, a Cohen fighter was obliterated into a fireball, or an armored vehicle was crushed into scrap metal. Torrential rain, blazing flames, explosions, and the frenzied green figure intertwined with the soldiers' screams, creating a hellish tableau. Inside the command vehicle, General Ross gazed at the screen, displaying the rapidly vanishing red dots representing his units and the energy readings of the green light still on the rise. His complexion paling to that of parchment, his body trembling slightly. His once proud army was effortlessly torn apart before the true monster, akin to a child's plaything. A frigid despair gripped his heart. Chapter 82. The Bull Demon Descends. A fist to subdue hell. The rain poured like a celestial river, washing away the flames and blood on the battlefield, yet failing to cleanse the pervasive smoke and scent of death. The green berserker Hulk stood amidst the wreckage of armored vehicles and burning aircraft, his dark green form marred by charred marks and craters. Dark green blood mingling with the rain, yet within his crimson eyes burned an even more intense, colder fury and murderous intent. He let out a deafening roar that momentarily drowned out the cacophony of the storm. Target: Hulk, green berserker form in deep rampage. Status: severely wounded, self-healing, extreme rage, killing instinct at its peak. Gamma energy: hyperactive, dark green fear and fury mix. Approaching critical loss of control. Physical strength: planetary mid-tier, peak. Threat level: extremely high, destructive. Inside the command vehicle, General Ross observed the screen displaying the hellish figure, listening to the constant stream of casualty reports and desperate cries over the communication channel. The last shred of hope utterly shattered. Trembling, he reached toward the button covered by a red shield on the control panel, the final authorization for launching a tactical nuclear strike. To eradicate this monster, he would willingly obliterate this mountain along with his own army. Just as his finger was about to touch the button, a terrifying pressure, indescribable in its horror, descended upon the rain-lashed battlefield without warning. This weight was so heavy, so pure, imbued with an absolute sense of power that crushed all. The violent downpour seemed to part before an invisible force, creating a brief vacuum. All weapons firing, whether sonic cannons or machine guns, fell silent in an instant. Surviving soldiers and pilots of the Cohen fighters felt as though an unseen giant hand had gripped their throats, their breaths halted, hearts racing. An irresistible fear stemming from their primal instincts engulfing them in an instant. Even the roaring green berserker Hulk was abruptly silenced. He suddenly lifted his head, his crimson eyes fixated on the source of the overwhelming pressure in the air. A dark figure, unknown when it had arrived, hovered silently in the void. Rain was repelled and evaporated several meters away from his body by an invisible force field. He radiated no dazzling light. Instead, there was an essence of pure, unadulterated power. An energy so concentrated it seemed to consume the surrounding light and sound, akin to a black hole. It was Chen Mo. His icy gaze swept across the desolate battlefield below, surveying the burning wreckage and terrified soldiers, ultimately resting upon the center where a dark green, frenzied figure stood, imbued with a detached curiosity reminiscent of an experimenter observing a lab rat. The farce must come to an end. Chen Mo's voice, though quiet, struck each heart like a heavy hammer. Roar! The green Hulk seemed utterly enraged by Chen Mo's lofty, disdainful gaze, as if viewing mere ants. The fear, deeply imprinted by the talisman, was now forcibly suppressed by a tempest of fury and the instinct to kill. He recognized the source of his endless torment and dread. Old grievances ignited anew. Hulk will crush you. He abandoned all tactics, relinquished every defense. The dark green gamma energy within him, a volatile mixture of fear and rage, surged unreservedly into his legs. The ground beneath him erupted like it had been struck by a meteor, creating a massive crater. His colossal form transformed into a dark green shadow that tore through the rain, charging towards Chen Mo in midair, unleashing a fist imbued with the entirety of his strength. This punch, the air seemed to compress. The raindrops ahead were instantaneously vaporized, emitting a piercing shriek. This was the Green Hulk's ultimate strike, transcending his limits in desperation and fury. The level of power approached that of a planetary scale. Faced with this terrifying blow capable of cleaving a battleship in two, Chen Mo's eyes bore no hint of fear. Instead, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered within them. Now, this is interesting. He slowly raised his right hand. No build-up, no radiance swirling, only fingers splayed wide before forming a fist. Buzz, a force far more pure and vast, seemingly derived from the very fabric of the cosmos, coalesced around Chen Mo's fist. The divine power of the Bull Talisman was propelled to its zenith. The space surrounding his fist began to emit subtle ripples of distortion, straining under the weight of the impending clash. And then he struck, still devoid of embellishment, still straightforward. No intricate techniques, merely the most primal, unyielding force against force. Violence against violence. Boom! The two disproportionate fists collided without flourish amidst the torrential rain. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. There was no cataclysmic explosion rippling outward, only a dull thud that reverberated through the souls of all present, akin to the collision of two planets in the depths of the cosmos. At the point of impact, a visible, spherical force field, distorting light and rain, instantaneously formed and expanded. Then it violently collapsed inward. Crack, crack, crack. The excruciating sound of bones shattering, intensely resonant, erupted from the right arm of the Green Hulk, akin to the crackling of exploding beans. His arm bones, infinitely more resilient than steel, along with his muscles and fascia, crumbled like fragile glass under the overwhelming force of the Bull Talisman's merciless power, disintegrating piece by piece. A howl of unprecedented anguish erupted from the Green Hulk, a wailing so haunting it warped into a different pitch. This was not merely the agony of flesh. It was the despair of his very essence being utterly crushed, a soul-level desolation. His colossal form was struck as if by a speeding interstellar train, hurtling downwards faster than it had ascended, transforming into an emerald comet that violently smashed into the sodden earth below. The ground convulsed violently. A massive crater over 50 meters in diameter formed amidst the splattering mud. At the bottom of the pit, the Green Hulk's gargantuan emerald body was embedded deep within the rock layers, his right arm and half of his shoulder grotesquely contorted. resembling a tattered doll mercilessly crushed. Dark green blood gushed forth from the horrific wound like a fountain, instantly staining the mud at the base of the pit. The boiling emerald light radiating from his surface flickered uncertainly like a candle in the wind, while his crimson eyes, once ablaze with fury, were now submerged in boundless pain and a familiar, bone-deep terror. One punch, just a single punch, had sent the rampaging green Hulk from the skies down into the abyss. The battlefield lay in complete silence. Only the relentless rain washing over the earth and the crackle of flames could be heard. All survivors, including General Ross within the command vehicle, stood petrified, staring blankly at the dark silhouette suspended in the air, slowly retracting its fist, and at the green creature in the pit, limp and convulsing like a dying dog. Absolute violence, absolute domination. At this moment, it was indelibly imprinted upon the soul of every witness. Chapter 83. The Tiger Devours the Gamma. The general's dismay. The torrential rain continued to wash away the soil at the edge of the vast pit, merging into a murky stream that flowed into the abyss, mingling with the dark green blood to create a bizarre quagmire. In the center of the crater, the massive form of the green Hulk twitched slightly, his emerald skin dull and lifeless, the once molten energy waves having plummeted to a freezing point. His right arm, along with the scapula, lay in a state of catastrophic fracture, twisted at a grotesque angle. Each feeble breath was accompanied by blood frothing from his mouth and nose, his crimson eyes half open, filled only with endless pain and the hollow numbness of a will utterly shattered. Target: Hulk, near death, deep coma. Status: physical collapse, severe. Mental collapse: Banner's consciousness and Hulk's consciousness both silenced. Gamma energy: extremely inert, dark green fear trait dominant, dispersing. Threat level: none. Chen Mo's figure slowly descended to the edge of the vast pit, the icy raindrops parting several centimeters from his body. He disregarded the desolate battlefield surrounding him and the terrified, dazed gazes of onlookers, focusing solely on the dying emerald energy source at the bottom of the pit. Fear, pain, and collapse enveloped Chen Mo as he murmured softly to himself, his eyes glimmering with the brilliance of a researcher. Perfectly split samples. A hum resonated as his consciousness plunged into the sea of knowledge, summoning the power of the tiger charm with all his might. The ethereal black and white talisman shone radiantly, unleashing a force far more refined and profound than before, a balance of energies that transcended mere guidance and observation. Now imbued with a ravenous, devouring quality, initiating energy absorption mode of the tiger charm's rules. Target: dissipating gamma energy, containing fragments of negative wills such as fear, pain, and collapse. Analyzing the process of energy and will separation in a split state, extracting high-purity fear-based gamma essence, the invisible power of the tiger charm. Akin to countless delicate tendrils, pierced through space, deeply embedding itself into the dying form of the green Hulk, meticulously capturing and entwining the dark green gamma energy that was escaping from the collapsing body, suffused with the essence of fear. This energy, like tamed wild stallions, was forcibly extracted and stripped away, flowing incessantly through the intangible pathways into Chen Mo's sea of consciousness, where it was absorbed and refined by the talisman's ethereal form. Successful absorption. High-purity, fear-based gamma essence. Tiger charm integration level increased. 08, current 618. Mental balance analysis resolution improved. 15, current 57. Refinement of the split rule model enhanced. 20, current 37. New application skill acquired. Fear absorption. Passive, subtly absorbs the dissipating fear emotions of combat targets, slightly enhancing mental resistance and the efficacy of the tiger charm. With the influx of energy, Chen Mo distinctly felt the ethereal form of the tiger charm becoming more solid, its black and white radiance swirling with a hint of somber dark green, significantly enhancing his control over the mental aspects of splitting and balance. Meanwhile, the Hulk at the pit's bottom, with the depletion of its essence, grew increasingly feeble, its body beginning to exhibit unnatural signs of atrophy. At that moment, "Stop! Monster! Stay away from him! A horse!" Desperate roar filled with the last vestiges of courage erupted from the edge of the pit. General Ross, having somehow pushed past his guards, struggled to crawl out of the command vehicle, brandishing a large caliber pistol, trembling as he aimed it at Chen Mo. His face was ashen, yet his gaze, akin to a wounded beast, fixated intently on Chen Mo and the Hulk, who was barely clinging to life. his lifelong obsession and the last remnant of his worthiness. Chen Mo slowly turned his head, his cold gaze landing upon Ross. That look was as frigid as a 1,000-year-old glacier, devoid of any human emotion. "Are you commanding me?" These simple 4 words struck Ross's heart like an invisible hammer. He felt the surrounding air turn thick and icy, his gun-wielding hand trembling uncontrollably. The terror emanating from the man before him was something he had just witnessed firsthand, an absolute existence capable of incapacitating even the rampaging Hulk with a single blow. Ross's courage crumbled swiftly under the weight of overwhelming power, his teeth chattering as he struggled to utter a coherent sentence. In his hand, the firearm felt as light as a mere toy, offering no semblance of safety. Chen Mo could hardly muster the energy to confront him. With a subtle shift of thought, an almost imperceptible aura infused with the obliterative essence of the Dragon Talisman pierced the depths of General Ross's psyche like an invisible needle. Ack! Ross was struck as if by lightning, letting out a muffled groan, his eyes rolling back as the weapon slipped from his grasp into the mire. He crumpled to the ground, his body devoid of strength, convulsing uncontrollably as foam bubbled from his lips. A paralyzing dread, akin to a chilling serpent, engulfed his consciousness. This was a terror more harrowing than death, a psychological annihilation sourced from the depths of his soul. Chen Mo turned away from Ross, now reduced to a pitiful state, and lost interest in the dwindling sample at the bottom of the pit. The absorption of the Tiger Talisman had reached completion. Hulk had become of no further value to him. Target Gamma's source has been depleted. Further absorption yields diminishing returns. Cease absorption. Mission: suppress Hulk completed. Ox Talisman fusion level increased. 12 current. 75. Acquired new application skill. Power resonance. Passive. Ox Talisman divine power attacks now carry a slight spatial tremor effect, enhancing penetration and internal destruction. The system's notifications coursed through his mind. Chen Mo felt a significant enhancement in the power of the Ox Talisman. A result of this unadulterated forceful suppression, coupled with new gains from the Tiger Talisman, and he nodded slightly. He cast one final glance at the ailing Hulk in the deep pit, as well as the battlefield ravaged as if by a tempest and the terrified soldiers around him, before his figure began to fade gradually. Inform Nick Fury. Chen Mo's icy voice resonated through the downpour, crystal clear to every survivor's ears, akin to the whisper of death. To keep a close watch over his cube. Should I find it wandering once more, I would not hesitate to assist in its custody. As his words lingered, his silhouette melded into the curtain of rain, vanishing entirely, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation, burning remnants, a near-death Hulk, an unconscious Ross, and a cadre of soldiers, their spirits thoroughly shattered, trembling in the torrential rain. The hunt in the Appalachian Mountains concluded with the military's dismal defeat, Hulk on the brink of death, Ross in psychological ruin, and the Boundless One's indisputable dominance, drawing a bloody conclusion. Chen Mo's warning hung like the sword of Damocles over the heads of S. H. I. L. D. Chapter 84. Whispers of the Temple. Ancient Ones Gaze, New York, 177, Bleecker Street. The sanctum of Comartage in New York. In stark contrast to the clamor of the modern city outside, this place was suffused with an ancient, tranquil, and mysterious aura. The scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, and candle flames danced within bronze lanterns, casting light upon the arcane magical runes adorning the walls and the array of ancient artifacts on display. The atmosphere felt as though it were suspended in the dust of time. The king, a robust and solemn mage, was meticulously polishing a peculiarly shaped bronze compass with a magical cloth. Suddenly, his movements halted abruptly. The needle at the center of the compass began to spin wildly without warning, emitting a faint yet urgent hum. Deep within the sanctum, several artifacts, acutely sensitive to fluctuations in energy, flickered to life like a disturbed swarm of bees, casting an alerting glow. What was amiss? Wong furrowed his brow, promptly setting aside his compass. With swift motions, he formed intricate seals with his hands, a soft, golden, magical aura emanating from his palms, sweeping across the entire sanctum like ripples on water. Wherever the aura passed, the walls and floor revealed countless subtle, dark golden energy fissures, reminiscent of spiderwebs, that flickered and vanished. These fissures harbored an exceedingly domineering and pure power, along with a faint essence capable of annihilating all in its path. Such potent remnants exhibited a characteristic of spatial rending. Wong's expression grew grave. Was it the limit breaker? Had he unleashed his full strength nearby? No. The residual traces pointed towards the direction of the Appalachian Mountains. What could he be battling that compelled him to wield such formidable power? He immediately turned and hastened towards a grand copper mirror embedded in the wall, a magical artifact for communicating with the headquarters of Kamartaj. He must urgently report this anomaly to the Supreme Sorcerer. At Kamartaj, upon the celestial observatory of the sanctum, Master Agamotto stood quietly at the edge of the terrace, as if she had existed there since time immemorial. Draped in a bright yellow robe, her bald head glimmered softly under the cool moonlight. Her gaze did not wander to the majestic snowy peaks of the Himalayas below, but instead pierced through the endless dimensions of space, settling upon the depths of the Appalachian Mountains on the other side of the earth. In her ethereal vision, the remnants of a storm-laden forest took form with clarity. Like a brand imprinted in her mind, a fist, purely composed of the rules of power, contorted space as it ruthlessly crushed a surging torrent of dark green energy, infused with wrath and terror. The overwhelming and destructive process was a breathtaking display of violent beauty. The essence of pure power had reached a level capable of intervening in the fabric of spatial rules. Agamotto whispered softly, a slight ripple finally surfacing in her otherwise tranquil eyes. The balance of power derived from the talisman that absorbed fear was utilized to such an extent. She witnessed Chen Mo's final mental assault on General Ross and heard his warnings to S.H.A.E.L.D. This sudden emergence of the limit breaker, his rapid growth in strength, and his understanding and application of the runic rules exceeded her initial estimations. Particularly, the absolute mastery of power he exhibited subtly brushed against the fundamental rules of the cosmos. The threat of Dormammu loomed ominously, yet the ripples in the timeline became increasingly chaotic due to him. Agamotto's gaze deepened. Was he a variable, or some form of inevitability we had yet to comprehend? Slowly, she raised her hand and delicately pointed into the void. A circle of golden magical runes rippled outward, and at the center of the runes, an image emerged of Wong activating the communication mirror within the New York sanctum. Wong. Agamotto's voice transcended space, resonating in his heart, urging him to pause his actions. Continue to observe and document the energy characteristics and behavioral patterns of the limit breaker, particularly his potential interactions with the space stone. Avoid contact unless absolutely necessary. Wong was poised to initiate the action with the bronze mirror when he suddenly halted, bowing respectfully to the void, as commanded, Supreme Sorceress. Ancient One retracted her finger, and the golden ripples dissipated. She cast her gaze once more towards the distant Appalachia, seeming to peer beyond it, towards the restless azure glow emanating from beneath New York, the cosmic cube. Ultimately, her sight appeared to settle deeply within the Sanctum Sanctorum-S library. Upon the heavily sealed tome, the Book of Cagliostro, the Dark Dimensions Time Stone, and the arcane incantation controlled by the Ancient One's nearly inaudible voice intertwined, weaving the threads of fate into an increasingly intricate pattern. Chapter 85. The cube quivers, shadows approaching in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Within the highly classified conference room, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to the eerie stillness preceding a tempest. The immense circular screen displayed aerial satellite imagery of the Appalachian battlefield, captured after a brief lull in the torrential rain, revealing colossal craters resembling meteor impacts. The charred remnants of armored vehicles and aircraft scattered about, and at the pit's bottom, a murky silhouette that bore witness to a catastrophic onslaught, the Hulk. Beside it lay harrowing casualty reports and energy readings. Nick Fury's solitary, eye fixated on the screen, his expression dark enough to condense the surrounding air. Nearby, General Ross, just roused from unconsciousness, appeared ghostly pale, his gaze vacant, and his body occasionally twitching, was supported by two agents as he slumped in a chair. Resembling a marionette that had lost its strings, devoid of the former authority of Thunderbolt Ross. The General's psyche had sustained severe trauma, initially diagnosed as acute stress disorder triggered by overwhelming fear, accompanied by neurological disturbances necessitating long-term treatment. Hill's voice reported coldly, her glance at Ross revealing a trace of subtle complexity. The losses within the Thunderbolts exceeded 70, with all heavy equipment annihilated. The Hulk's vital signs were critically weak, having been urgently contained within the depths of the cube's medical facility. Yet according to the medical team's assessment, his gamma energy source was nearly depleted, rendering the prospect of recovery exceedingly slim. She paused, calling forth another report. Traces of ultra-high-intensity force rules and spatial rift characteristics had been detected at the site, strongly correlating with the remnants of the Culver University and Expo incidents. Confirmation was made that the limit breaker was responsible. Before departing, he had left a message. Hill relayed Chen Mo's warning regarding the cube verbatim. Silence enveloped the conference room. A chill surged from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. A single blow that incapacitated the rampaging Hulk, a mere glance that rendered General Ross powerless, while effortlessly annihilating S.H.L.D.'s most elite rapid response unit, signaled that this was no longer an uncontrollable entity of immense power, but rather a walking catastrophe. He was warning us about the cube. Ross suddenly grasped Fury's arm with an anxious fervor, his eyes wide with terror and confusion, incoherently shrieking, "We can't move. He will come. He will kill everyone. Just like crushing a bug." The sheer, unadulterated force was an insurmountable threat, weighing heavily on the hearts of all present. Fury forcefully shook off Ross's grip, the glint in his single eye sharp. "Enough. Take him away. Ensure he is under strict surveillance." He gazed at Ross being taken away, and the last vestige of hope he held for using Hulk to counter the limit breaker was utterly shattered. Hill, with an unprecedented gravity in her voice, relayed Fury's orders. The cube base in Sector 7 is to be elevated to a doomsday-level alert. All non-core personnel must evacuate immediately. Activate the highest intensity physical and energy barriers. Research on the cube is to be suspended indefinitely. Without my direct command, no one is to approach within 10 meters of the cube. Understood, Director. Hill promptly complied. Furthermore, Fury's gaze swept over the core executives present, including the equally troubled Alexander Pierce. Initiate the Avengers contingency plan. Contact Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, who has been thawed from his icy slumber and is in preliminary contact, and Natasha Romanoff. We require all possible forces to prepare for the worst-case scenario. I have a foreboding that the limit breaker and the cube he mentioned herald a greater storm on the horizon. Pierce's eyes, concealed behind his spectacles, flickered momentarily. He nodded slightly in agreement, yet his mind raced with calculations. The Hydra's insatiable thirst for the cube and the scepter, Mind Stone, had never waned. But the limit breaker's terrifying power and warnings compelled him to exercise greater caution. Perhaps the S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers could be utilized to deplete the adversary's strength? Beneath the Arctic ice, in a forged space, Chen Mo sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking into the sea of perception. The ethereal images of the Ox Talisman and the Tiger Talisman were now more solid than before, as the light flowed. The Ox Talisman exuded a heavy sensation of spatial oscillation, while the Tiger Talisman was enveloped in a dark green hue. Ox Talisman Fusion Degree, 75 new skill. Power Oscillation, passive activated. Tiger Talisman Fusion Degree, 618 new skill. Fear Absorption, passive activated. Mental Balance Resolution, 57, Split Rule Model, 37. He meticulously comprehended the newly acquired spatial oscillation characteristic of the Ox Talisman, a manifestation of pure power reaching its zenith, naturally touching upon the rules of space. The Tiger Talisman's fear absorption was currently feeble in effect, yet possessed immense potential, especially when confronting adversaries with intense emotions. System Task Update. Main Quest. Cosmic Gluttony in progress. Objective: absorb the high-purity spatial primordial energy, dissipating when a cosmic cube opens a stable spatial channel. Expected completion: 0. Task reward: significant increase in Dragon Talisman Fusion Degree. Unlock advanced applications related to spatial rules. Note: the coordinates for the spatial channel S anchor point have been locked above New York. Please prepare, host. Chen Mo's consciousness swept across the system panel, finally lingering on the blinking azure coordinate point. Above New York, the Chitauri awaited. He slowly opened his eyes, the coldness within his pupils reflecting the azure light point symbolizing the spatial channel coordinates, a chilling smile gracing his lips. The banquet table was set, awaiting the arrival of its guests. With a mere thought, his figure vanished from the spot, reappearing atop the Stark Tower, the highest building in New York City, where the winds howled, stirring the edges of his attire. He gazed down upon the resplendent city beneath him, radiant yet on the brink of cataclysm, akin to a detached spectator awaiting the commencement of a grand performance. In the distant depths of the starry sky, A menacing circular mothership silently approached the Azure planet. Upon the throne of the bridge, Loki, wielding a scepter adorned with a hauntingly blue gem, bore a subtle yet sinister smile tinged with greed. The sky over New York was a swirling vortex of an invisible storm, accelerating in its rotation. Chapter 86, A Technological Ode, Underlying Currents. New York, Stark Expo, Main Pavilion. After several months, the ominous shadow of war seemed replaced by flourishing prosperity. The main venue dazzled with lights, akin to a brilliant diamond encrusted within the heart of the metropolis. Enormous holographic projections wove the blueprint of a future city across the night sky, while floating neon ribbons sketched rivers of flowing light. An exhilarating symphony mingled with deafening cheers, heralding a feast of human ingenuity and imagination. The Stark Expo was poised to commence once more. Tony Stark, the rock star of the technological realm, donned a newly designed armor, resplendent in crimson and gold, embodying a sleek futuristic aesthetic akin to an elegant harbinger of death, tracing dazzling trajectories across the night sky. The pulse beams emitted from his palm no longer wrought destruction, but instead manifested as vibrant fireworks. The miniature missile pods on his shoulders released not deadly projectiles, but intelligent light spheres that danced in the air, forming words in a cascade of colors. Each astonishing maneuver, each millimeter-precise hover, incited a tidal wave of ecstatic screams and applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony's magnetic voice resonated through the speakers, infused with his characteristic irreverence and absolute confidence. Welcome to the future, a future illuminated by technology and led by Stark. He spread his arms wide, hovering above the main stage like a deity of technology descending to the mortal realm. Behind the scenes, Pepper Potts watched Tony's exuberant visage on the screen, her face adorned with a smile of contentment, yet her eyes concealed an inescapable worry. She was aware that Tony had virtually resided in the laboratory for months, obsessively iterating on armor technology and even secretly activating Howard Stark's research on new elements. The driving force behind it all stemmed from that nightmarish entity known as the Breaker. The energy monitoring network is operating at full capacity. No anomalies detected in Breaker's energy signature. All defense systems are ready. Jarvis's voice echoed in Tony's ear. Excellent, Jarvis. Maintain the highest alert. Tonight's protagonist is technology, not monsters. The corners of Tony's mouth curled into a smile beneath his mask, yet his gaze remained sharp as a hawk. He had deliberately deployed 300 of Hammer Industries' latest Sentinel drones around the main pavilion, akin to a silent swarm, hidden behind the bizarre holographic projections, with their weapon systems fully activated and on standby. Meanwhile, on his back, an inconspicuous circular device housed a tranquil stream of Azure energy, an anti-gravity field generator, reverse-engineered from cube energy data and annihilation cannon principles, a surprise prepared for a potential adversary. Hell's Kitchen, atop the Fist Tower, Kingpin, with his imposing stature, stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the distant, radiant lights of the exposition. He cradled a glass of exquisite whiskey in his hand, the ice cubes clinking melodically against the amber liquid. His expression bore no trace of appreciation, only an icy demeanor akin to metal. The fireworks display orchestrated by Tony Stark was, as always, ostentatious. His deep voice resonated, inquiring about the preparations of the Midnight Suns. The modifications have undergone their final adjustments. General, came the respectful reply from Crosshair, who lingered in the shadows, idly toying with several specially crafted alloy darts. The neural inhibitors have been successfully implanted, ensuring absolute compliance. The blended serum and miniature energy core maintain a stable output, with physical prowess reaching tier 180. They are equipped with the latest sonic rippers and Stark Industries repulsion bombs. They can transform into the most extravagant fireworks at a moment's notice. Kingpin took a sip of his drink, a flicker of cruel delight igniting in his eyes. Inform the soldiers that their sole objective lies beneath the exposition center, at the entrance of the emergency ventilation hub in Sector 7's underground base. When all eyes are drawn away, when chaos descends, they are to surge forth at any cost. Seize any valuable samples or data, or blast open the entrance. Larger is better. He cared not for the lives of these enhanced soldiers. What he sought was chaos, the opportunity to infiltrate the secrets buried deep within S.H.I.L.D. The potential conflict between Stark and the Limit Breakers served as the perfect cover. In S.H.I.E.L.D., DS Sector 7. The cubic base presented a stark contrast to the clamor of the exposition, its atmosphere heavy as lead. The thick alloy gates stood resolutely shut, energy barriers humming with full power. In the monitoring room, Nick Fury solitary, I fixated on the colossal, azure-glowing tesseract. Beside him, the energy fluctuation graph resembled a restless electrocardiogram, oscillating around a relatively high baseline. The volatility exceeded last week's average by 0.003, remaining within controllable thresholds, yet it was rather unstable. Hill's voice held a taut edge as she reported, Dr. Selvig suspects continuous interference from an unknown external energy field. Fury's expression darkened. The dismal defeat in Appalachia and the warnings from the limit breakers loomed ominously overhead like the sword of Damocles. He would not permit any misstep with the Tesseract at this critical juncture. Are Agent Barton and his team in position? Fury inquired gravely. They have reached their designated locations, dispersed across 3 high points surrounding the main exposition venue, equipped with heavy sniper gear and sonic suppressors. Priority target lock. Limit breakers take precedence over the potential threat of Loki's scepter. Hill responded swiftly. Let them keep their eyes sharp, Fury commanded, his fingers tapping against the cold surface of the table. Any suspicious target approaching the Sector 7 entrance, particularly those in green or armed with high-energy weapons, are to be eliminated without hesitation. We already have enough trouble on our hands. Above the main exposition venue, Chen Mo's figure blended seamlessly with the resplendent night sky, shrouded by the absolute concealment of the serpent's charm. His frigid gaze penetrated the raucous throngs below and the dazzling interplay of light and shadow, precisely fixating on the circular device nestled behind Tony Stark's crimson and gold armor, along with the swarm of drones concealed within the flickering shadows, akin to venomous wasps. Target, Tony Stark, Energy Core, stable, powered by new element. Threat assessment, moderate primary threat source. High-dimensional energy neutralization field of the rear circular device, prototype. Target, Hammer Industries Sentinel drones, quantity, 327. Threat assessment, low, cluster attack mode. Equipped with miniature missile sonic weapons. The system's clear scanning results coursed through Chen Mo's mind. To him, Tony's defensive field and those drones resembled a child's fragile and ludicrous block castle. His objective was never Tony himself, nor these trifles. His gaze ultimately transcended the surface, settling towards the southwestern expanse of the city, where a profound and vast source of spatial energy, akin to the pulsation of the cosmos, the Tesseract, continuously emanated as stable azure fluctuation. Yet beneath this stability, Chen Mo astutely sensed an almost imperceptible pull, laden with chaos and hunger. It was Loki's scepter housing the Mind Stone, attempting to entwine and pry open the portal of the Tesseract from across the distant expanse, like a venomous serpent. Spatial coordinate lock, above New York, stability, 987. Mind Stone interference intensity, low, ongoing infiltration. Estimated time to open spatial portal, 72 hours, 12 hours. System task, spatial devourer, ready. The bait had been set. He merely awaited the fish to bite. Chen Mo murmured, a glint of icy anticipation flickering in his eyes. To him, Tony's exposition, the golden ambush, the S.H.I.E.L.D.S. vigilant defenses were all but a prelude to the grand feast. He required a stage vast enough, a situation chaotic enough to cloak his true target, the Tesseract and its surging spatial essence. With a subtle shift in thought, the power of the Rabbit Talisman coursed through him. Target, directly above the Stark Expo center stage. He intended to announce his arrival in the most direct and brutal manner, igniting that chaotic fuse in the process. Chapter 87. The Rabbit's Shadow. The golden armor falls to dust, and the future belongs to those who dare to surpass their limits. Tony Stark's voice reverberated through the amplification system, resonating like an oracle throughout the main hall of the expo. He spread his arms wide, the crimson and gold armor shimmering under countless focus spotlights, the reflected glow akin to flowing liquid metal. Beneath him lay countless fervent faces, a torrent of adoring gazes converging into a searing wave, the air thick with an almost tangible amalgamation of faith and technological fervor. Holographic projections swirled behind him, showcasing Stark Industries' cutting-edge blueprints, clean energy matrices, deep space exploration vessels, and nanomedical ecosystems, each frame eliciting a tidal wave of ecstatic enthusiasm. This was a coronation of technology. A declaration from him, Tony Stark, Iron Man, heralding the dawn of the future, as the fervor reached its zenith. And Tony reveled in the glory befitting a deity of technology. The atmosphere within the venue was taut, akin to a string poised to unleash the most resplendent of melodies. Suddenly, without warning, without trajectory, and devoid of the requisite piercing shriek of air, a pure, light-absorbing darkness descended upon the scene. It resembled a black fissure carved directly from the void, descending at a velocity surpassing the limits of human retinal capture, defying the laws of physics, and exceeding even the logical computational thresholds of J, A, R, V, I, S. It did not glide. Rather, it seemed as if space itself were being forcibly folded and penetrated. In one instant, it lingered beyond the celestial dome, and in the next Planck time unit, it was upon them, mere inches away. The speed was such that even the air could not form a sound cone. Swift enough that the countless high-speed cameras within the venue recorded nothing but a jarring blank frame. Warning: ultra-high energy, target detected. Energy characteristic match, 978 target code. The limit breaker. Warning: speed anomaly, exceeding all detection model thresholds. Predicted trajectory invalid. Warning: emergency evasion protocol activation failed. Target has breached the absolute safe distance of 0 meters. As J.R.V. Ice. Cold electronic alarm resonated in Tony's auditory nerves with its first bite, the astonishment of what had yet to fully materialize in his mind. A hand, enveloped in an invisible force field and shimmering with a disquieting dark golden glow, approached with an elegance that seemed almost motionless. Disregarding all preordained extreme evasive maneuvers that could be executed within a fraction of a second, the posture adjustment thrusters failed to emit even a flicker of blue flame. It ignored the energy deflection field of the suit that activated to critical levels. The pale blue light membrane shattered silently like a soap bubble, and with precision akin to a surgeon's scalpel, it effortlessly brushed aside the dust, pressing against the core of the chest. The most radiant symbol of Stark's intellectual pinnacle, the ice blue arc reactor at its center. Crack. ZZZZT. Bang. The three sounds erupted almost simultaneously. The first was the agonizing metallic groan of the super alloy composite armor, crushed under the overwhelming force. Resembling thin iron subjected to the pressure of 10,000 tons, twisting in despair. The sturdy crimson chest plate collapsed inward in an instant, folding inwards to leave a sharply defined, deeply embedded imprint of a terrifying hand. At the center of this indentation lay the reactor. The second sound was the mournful wail of the overloaded superconducting loop at the reactor's core. The ice blue radiance within the pit flickered chaotically, like the final struggles of a dying heart, its brightness surging to blinding levels, casting the surrounding twisted metal in a pallid hue. The third sound heralded the catastrophic finale of the core's meltdown, that which represented boundless clean energy, the proud ice blue radiance of Tony Stark, extinguished in an instant, as if snuffed out by an unseen giant hand, leaving behind an abyss of silence and a faint wisp of acrid blue smoke rising into the air. Time, at this very moment, was violently frozen and crushed. In the preceding second, it hovered like a mythological deity, basking in the adoration of the masses. In the next, it transformed into a heavy metallic carcass, devoid of all luster and vitality, exhaling ominous black smoke, akin to a crimson giant bird struck down by a shotgun. Plummeting inexorably toward the throngs below, the audience at the main stage, still entranced in fervor, plunged into a suffocating despair. No, Tony, in the backstage monitoring center. Pepper Potts' scream rent the air, her hands clasping her mouth tightly, nails digging into her palms, her countenance draining of color, becoming as pallid as a corpse. A paralyzing fear gripped her heart, rendering her nearly breathless. The rapidly descending golden red point on the screen siphoned away all her strength. In the main venue, an eerie silence reigned. An absolute hush replaced the deafening cheers. Countless faces, once flushed with excitement, froze in an expression of sheer terror and bewilderment. Time seemed to have been pressed on pause, with only the plummeting metallic wreckage growing larger in sight, the shadow of death enveloping everyone. In a moment of life and death. Boom! Buzz! A muffled sound, akin to a colossal beast awakening, resonated with a high-frequency energy hum, erupting violently. At the rear of the main stage, the heavy steel and concrete wall of the emergency passage shattered, as if subjected to a directed explosion. Amidst the dust and debris, a dark golden figure, like a mobile fortress, surged into the venue with a ferocious momentum, roaring as it crushed all obstacles in its path. The massive, hexagonal energy module ring on its back unleashed a blinding, nearly tangible azure glow at the moment of its emergence. The light spread rapidly, intertwining, coalescing like a living entity. A translucent force field shield, over 15 meters in diameter, with an astonishing thickness and a surface flowing with intricate geometric patterns. Unfurled with a speed surpassing the limits of physics, perilously opening just beneath the trajectory of the falling debris, resembling a gigantic umbrella unfurled by a titan of myth. Bang! Clang! The heavy impact sounded like a funeral toll. The deformed golden-red armor crashed violently against the azure force field shield. The tremendous force sent ripples of chaotic energy surging across the shield's surface, akin to a lake disturbed by massive stone, emitting a deep, resonant hum of burdensome strain. The robust leg joints, forged from specialized shock-absorbing alloys, screeched as they ground against one another, while the specially engineered stage beneath it cracked like a spider's web, collapsing. Yet, it stood resolutely firm, like a rock amidst a storm. It shielded the crowd from the deadly descent above. Cough! Puff! The severely deformed chest armor burst open under the impact, and Tony Stark tumbled out, landing heavily on the unforgiving ground at his feet. He coughed violently, spitting out a small mouthful of crimson blood, his expensive custom suit soiled with oil and dust, his meticulously styled hair in disarray. Yet those iconic caramel-colored eyes now blazed with a fury potent enough to incinerate steel. He abruptly lifted his gaze, disregarding the agony coursing through his body, his eyes sharp as quenched blades, fixed unwaveringly upon the concealed serpent sigil hovering in the air, its effects receding like the tide. Chen Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, suspended in midair several meters above the stage, as if treading upon an invisible staircase. A faint, dark golden radiance enveloped him, absorbing light like a deity cloaked in the night. His cold, scanning gaze swept over the crowd below. A mass of terrified souls jostling together like a panicked flock of sheep, then landed on the imposing dark golden bastion that loomed before Tony, exuding an aura of formidable technological prowess, before finally settling on Tony's blood-stained and furious visage. The venue was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the heavy breaths and muffled sobs that could be faintly discerned. Chen Mo's voice, though not raised, pierced through the stillness with the chilling resonance of metal on metal, imbued with a detached disdain. Not much progress, Stark. Still so easily defeated. Each word struck like a resounding slap, landing forcefully upon Tony Stark's face and the pride of Stark Industries. This was not merely a post-battle assessment. It was a blatant, public, and ultimate humiliation. It trampled upon the dignity of a technological genius, along with his cherished achievements, into the dust. Jarvis. Tony's roar echoed like the cry of a wounded beast, laced with blood and deep-seated hatred. Lock on a target. Overload the counterforce field generator. Maximum power output. Bring him down from the sky. Ignoring the pain racking his body, he hurled himself towards the open cockpit. The weighty dark golden armor thunderously sealed around him as he fell. Inside the cockpit, the holographic interface was instantly engulfed by blinding red alerts. Tony's bloodshot eyes fixated on the suspended black silhouette on the display. Sir, the energy neutralization core is entering overload, forcefully breaching safety thresholds. Energy conduit pressure is rising rapidly. Warning, structural integrity is critical. Jarvis. Warned, its tone urgent and cold. Silence. Execute the command. Tony bellowed, interrupting it as his finger slammed down on the final authorization on the virtual keypad. Buzzing, the colossal circular apparatus on his back erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The ethereal blue light transformed from a flowing state into a chaotic whirl of tangible liquid energy, compressing violently. The surrounding space distorted dramatically, as if the very fabric of reality was being forcibly torn and molded. The deafening hum resonated like the roar of an ancient behemoth, causing all glassware within the venue to vibrate and wail at a high frequency. In the next instant, a visible, nearly 3-meter-wide ripple of ethereal blue distortion surged forth. As if a torrent of energy, shackled for eons, had broken free, carrying with it the terrifying aura of annihilation, hurtling violently towards Chen Mo in the air. This was not an explosion, nor merely a shockwave. It was the ultimate technological barrier crafted by Tony's ingenuity, a pure weapon of regulatory energy, the energy neutralization field. Objective: sever the extraordinary energy upon which the adversary relies for survival. Detected high-dimensional energy neutralization field. Energy nature, spatial rule derivative, low-tier mimicry. Attempting to forcibly detach the core structure of the interference spell's energy. Threat level high. Estimated interference duration, 15 seconds. Evasion strategy, rabbit charm, super speed temporal flow. Confronted with this technological might capable of rendering the vast majority of superhumans on Earth mere mortals in an instant, Chen Mo's gaze remained unperturbed, devoid of even the faintest ripple. His eyes seemed to regard a child brandishing a toy wooden sword, believing it to be a formidable weapon, charging towards a fully armored knight. Futile. The divine power of the rabbit charm erupted within him with a thunderous roar. There were no dazzling light effects, no sonic booms. Whoosh! In its place, a dark golden residual shadow, as solid as a living being, with even the minutiae of fluttering fabric vividly apparent, remained. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's true form had vanished entirely from the perception of all present. The sensation was not merely one of speed. It was as if he had been forcibly erased from that fixed moment in time, transcending the constraints of current physical laws. The menacing roar, capable of obliterating energy, surged through the ethereal azure force field, carrying the remnants of its spatial rending might, and struck with great force against the base of a towering holographic advertisement displaying Stark Industries' future blueprint, situated at the rear of the main stage. A low, spine-chilling hum resonated ominously. With a force field past, the massive base, constructed from high-strength concrete and reinforced steel, did not undergo any physical explosion or collapse. However, all the blinking indicator lights, flowing data cables, and roaring cooling fans, every component relying on energy, suddenly felt as though their very essence had been siphoned away upon contact with the waves of the force field. The lights extinguished collectively as if snuffed out like candles, and the electric currents circulating within the intricate electronic components were instantaneously neutralized to zero, transforming into lifeless shards of silicon waste. The grand advertisement tower, although structurally intact, instantaneously lost all vitality, becoming a cold tombstone of technological civilization. This is the terror of the energy neutralization field. It does not destroy matter. It annihilates energy itself. Within the cockpit, Tony Stark's caramel-colored eyes widened to their utmost limit, his pupils contracting to pinpricks from sheer shock and disbelief. His pride and labor, the counterforce field, had been rendered ineffective? How could the adversary's speed be so unfathomable? This had utterly subverted the physical laws upon which he based his understanding of the world. It was as if the coffins of Newton and Einstein had been simultaneously flung open at that moment, just as Tony's mind suffered an unprecedented impact, his brain momentarily blank from the cognitive dissonance of this scene. The overloaded annular force field generator at his back entered a critical moment of cooling and reflux due to the deluge of energy. The vanished black figure emerged, as if a ghost freed from the amber of frozen time, without warning and without a trace, appearing at the side of the massive annular force field generator. Within less than half a meter lay the heavy, frigid shell of dark golden armor, a testament to humanity's pinnacle of defensive technology. Chen Mo did not spare Tony a glance. Instead, he calmly raised his right hand, extending a slender finger. At its tip, a point of concentrated energy pulsated, as if countless minuscule fissures of pure darkness were continuously forming and collapsing within. The dark golden radiance silently swirling and leaping, a manifestation of the destructive divine power of the Dragon Talisman, reflecting his profound comprehension of the laws of space, revealing an ultimate form of annihilation. Though the radiance was diminutive, it exuded a terrifying aura that caused the surrounding space to subtly distort, dimming the light around it. The cold voice, devoid of emotion, stated the reality as if it were an established fact. He pointed forward with his fingertip, casually indicating. There was no grand buildup of energy, no earth-shattering pressure, only a sense of indifference, as though the act were a mere trifle. The fingertip was aimed precisely at the core of the circular force field generator, the most securely protected area, shielded by layers of composite armor. Encompassing the energy core, conduit interface. A near-silent sound, almost drowned by the residual hum of the scene, pierced through the air. Yet, this sound seemed to penetrate Tony's very marrow, causing his blood to run cold in an instant. The point he targeted, fortified against direct assaults from heavy anti-tank missiles and crafted by Tony himself from vibranium-based composite armor, did not explode, nor did it erupt in flames. Instead, it melted away silently and smoothly, akin to butter meeting an absolute zero blade or thin ice exposed to the blazing sun, erasing itself without a trace. In an instant, a hole the size of a fist appeared, its edges smooth as a mirror, revealing the intricate and precise energy circuits within, along with a core crystalline structure shimmering with an ethereal blue glow. The dragon's explosive energy, characterized by its ability to tear and annihilate space, surged into the cavity like an invisible torrent of nanoscopic blades. With a crackling sound, the interior of the circular force field generator erupted with a blinding blue arc of electricity, more brilliant than any preceding display. A relatively small, yet intensely violent internal explosion burst forth from the hole, accompanied by the jarring noise of precision components vaporizing and crystalline structures being violently shattered. The humming sound, reminiscent of a dying beast's final breath, abruptly ceased. The ethereal blue light of the force field, which represented Tony Stark's most formidable defense and ultimate countermeasure, extinguished instantly as if severed from its source. On the vast circular apparatus, only a remnant of dark red molten traces remained, while the interior was a charred expanse, continuously emitting acrid wisps of smoke, a silent mockery of the limits of human technology. The barrier, which Tony had placed great hope in, viewing it as the technological culmination to combat the limit breakers, stood as an indomitable symbol. Yet before the absolute speed and destructive power that transcended the laws of physics, it crumbled like a child's fanciful fortress constructed from building blocks, effortlessly pierced at its core by a finger imbued with divine retribution. Chapter 88. The dragons roar in the vast sky, fireworks burning the city. Silence. The word struck like a heavy lead weight, crashing down upon every inch of the exhibition hall, suffocating all who stood within. Just a moment ago, this space was an ocean of technology and revelry, a sanctuary of dreams and futures. Now, however, it had abruptly transformed into a stifling graveyard, choking under the grip of an unseen hand. The ecstatic expressions, adoration, and aspirations of the hundreds of thousands of spectators peeled away like cheap paint, leaving only raw terror and bewilderment. The sounds of gasping breaths, chattering teeth, restrained sobs, and the muffled struggles of children whose mouths were tightly covered resonated painfully in the vast emptiness, forming a haunting requiem of despair. They had witnessed the myth of steel, shimmering with the pinnacle of human ingenuity, being pierced and extinguished in an instant by a dark lightning strike, collapsing like a paper toy. They had also borne witness to the Golden Barrier, the last bastion of hope, a massive entity exuding a sense of technological security, crumbling effortlessly before a finger that seemed otherworldly. It was as if a soap bubble had been punctured, leaving behind a gaping, smoking void, extinguishing all light. An overwhelming sense of absurdity engulfed everyone present. The pride of technology, the beacon of wisdom, the pinnacle of human civilization, in the face of a non-human force that transcended comprehension and defied the laws of physics. It felt as fragile as a child's carefully constructed sandcastle, easily erased by a callous wave. This was no longer a mere failure. It was a nightmarish upheaval that shattered beliefs and obliterated understanding. Inside the cockpit of the barrier, the jarring, incessant alarms pierced through the air like cold steel needles, mercilessly jabbing into Tony Stark's frayed nerves. Severe warning. The core of the anti-gravitational field generator is damaged. Energy circuit has completely collapsed. System efficiency reduced by 628. Weapon systems offline. Attitude control system severely impaired. Warning. Damage to rear thruster unit 16, 17, and 19 is critical. Thrust output decreased by 78. Maneuverability rating severely limited. Warning. The core armor layer, force field generator area, has been penetrated by an unknown higher dimensional energy. Structural integrity reduced by 41. Risk of disintegration exists. The chilling electronic notifications echoed like a judge's pronouncement, scrolling and leaping across the holographic screen before Tony. The immense, glaring red skull symbol, denoting generator failure, was seared into his retina, overshadowing the horrifying images of armor breaches. The dark red, molten remnants at the edges of the holes and the intricately charred internal structure silently mocked all his efforts. Anger surged within him like molten lava, searing his insides. Frustration coursed through him like icy metal, rendering him immobile. Disbelief clouded his mind, rejecting the reality unfolding before him, as logic teetered on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, all these intense emotions were submerged beneath a far greater, colder sense of suffocation. A despairing futility, akin to the frigid currents of the deep sea, instantaneously froze all his thoughts. How many sleepless nights had he endured? How much of Howard's precious legacy had he wagered? How much computational power had Jarvis expended in exhaustive simulations? All to create this ultimate construct known as the Bastion, which was meant to serve as the final line of defense against inhuman forces. It was a meticulously crafted cage for that limit breaker. And yet, what was the outcome? Merely 2 strikes. Just 2 assaults. One ambush dismantled the core of the Ark, a symbol of hope. And a mere flick of a finger penetrated the pinnacle of his technological ingenuity, the Bastion. He could not even earn the right for his opponent to take him seriously. A chilling suffocation gripped his heart, rendering his vision dim. In the face of an unreasonable, rule-defying force, technology appeared so utterly pale and ridiculous. Detection of ultra-high energy response. The target is charging. Energy levels are surpassing all detector thresholds. The target has exceeded the peak record of the Culver University incident, surpassing all known database limits. The sharp, distorted alarm from Jarvis, akin to a high-voltage shock, yanked Tony back from the brink of oblivion. That sound carried a hint of urgency that Jarvis would never exhibit, almost tinged with terror. Tony abruptly raised his head, locking onto the figure suspended in the air through the damaged optical sensors of the cockpit. He saw Chen Mo retract his finger from the armor, slowly raising his right hand. His fingers spread wide, palm facing upward, his posture serene as if cradling a wisp of gentle breeze. Yet an overwhelming, soul-freezing terror was wildly coalescing from his palm. This was not the subdued annihilation from before. It was an unabashed, destructive torrent of energy. The dark golden light had ceased to be flame-like. It had become exceedingly viscous and heavy, reminiscent of a molten, searing stellar core. What was more terrifying was that within the light, countless minuscule black fissures, barely discernible to the naked eye yet radiating spatial rifts, were frantically proliferating, annihilating, and reorganizing. It was as if he was cradling not an energy sphere, but the nascent form of a miniature black hole, poised to collapse and consume everything. The surrounding air was forcibly ionized by this power, distorting and crackling with tiny electric sparks, the light in that area bending in bizarre ways. Dragon Talisman Space Tier State. Full power charging. Chen Mo's cold gaze, akin to the depths of the cosmos, apathetically swept over Tony, over the smoking remnants, before finally resting upon the vast night sky surrounding the main venue. There, accompanied by a dense and piercing wail of engines. The final ace that Tony had deployed for the safety of this expo, primarily to guard against Chen Mo's potential assault, was activated, an aerial defense network composed of over 300 state-of-the-art Sentinel armed drones. These cold, angular machines of slaughter erupted with a bluish glow from their exhausts, resembling a disturbed metallic swarm, emitting a hair-raising hum. They swiftly adjusted their formations in the air, with rapid-fire electromagnetic guns suspended beneath their fuselage, along with honeycomb-like launchers for miniature smart missiles and high-energy pulse capture net launchers. All lethal weapon systems simultaneously disengaged their safety locks, and the chilling targeting lasers converged like countless harbingers of death, densely focused on Chen Mo. The roar of the engines coalesced into a cacophony of impending doom, the icy aura of lethal intent sufficient to freeze one's blood. Yet, Chen Mo's gaze remained unyielding. The words noisy and cold echoed like a final verdict. Buzz! The dark golden sphere of energy in his palm, compressed to its utmost limit, erupted with ferocity, as if poised to consume the entirety of space in the next instant. However, it was not merely a simple beam of destruction. The moment it departed from his grasp, this terrifying energy, as if animated by an invisible will, surged forth, expanding and splitting. Hundreds, yes, the precise number corresponding to each sentinel in the sky. Thin as a hair, yet more concentrated and lethal, dark golden beams of light. Their edges entwined with ephemeral black spatial fissures, shot forth with sudden intensity. Speed, bolstered by the divine power of the Rabbit Talisman. The projection velocity of these beams transcended the very concept of speed as understood by the physical realm. They did not fly. Rather, it was as if the space between the target and the beams had been forcibly folded and erased. In one frame, they rested in Chen Mo's palm, while in the next, the tips of the beams had already appeared on the target's surface. Puff, 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 puff. A series of faint yet densely packed, sharp sounds pierced the stillness of the night sky, instantly shattering the silence. The noise was bizarre, akin to countless red-hot needles simultaneously piercing through over 300 thin sheets of glass. In an instant, the sky transformed into a grotesque and horrifying tableau of hellish imagery. The advanced military technology embodied in the costly Sentinel armed drone swarm was penetrated by those inconceivably precise dark golden beams within the same millisecond. No explosive feedbacks, no cacophonous tearing of metal, no gruesome scattering of debris. At the moment of impact, whether it was the sturdy alloy fuselage, the rotating engine core, or the poised weapon systems, the penetrated sections disintegrated as if subjected to a super-high-energy particle accelerator. They were dismantled at the atomic level, annihilated, transforming into particles of dust invisible to the naked eye, dissipating into the air. The metallic remnants, bereft of core, energy sources, and structural supports, crumbled as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, disintegrating into fleeting metallic fragments that sparkled like brief electric sparks against the backdrop of the bustling city. It was as if a cold, silent rain of iron dust had suddenly descended from above, heralding the complete defeat of technological civilization in the face of absolute power. The drone swarm, once a formidable symbol of human military strength, was reduced to ashes in less than half a second. Erased entirely. What remained were the lingering traces of minuscule electromagnetic sparks in the night sky and countless eyes on the ground, now devoid of focus, filled with despair. Absolute precision. As cold and unyielding as a scalpel, it wrought absolute annihilation, leaving no trace, no remnants. A crushing force that heralded the despairing chasm between mundane technology and extraordinary power. In the front row of the audience, a meticulously dressed, middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, his limited edition communicator slipping from his grasp, its screen shattered. He gazed vacantly at the sky, his throat only able to utter a few words, as if his very soul had been extracted. The devil. He is not human. He is a demon sent from hell. Another woman desperately covered her child's eyes, yet was unable to tear her gaze away. Tears mingled with sheer terror cascaded down her face, her body trembling uncontrollably. Within the cockpit, Tony Stark seemed drained of all strength. Leaning against the cold backrest of his chair, he watched helplessly as the aerial force he had invested vast sums into, pouring his heart and soul into, was effortlessly obliterated by an adversary who dismissed it as mere dust on a sleeve. An unprecedented, immense sense of powerlessness and icy rage coiled around his heart like a toxic vine, nearly suffocating him. The technology upon which he relied for survival, which he cherished as life itself, appeared so pale, so ludicrous, so utterly feeble in the face of the opponent's pure, brutal, and unreasonable terror. A wave of hysterical fury crashed through the dam of rationality. He could not succumb so easily. He could not allow Pepper to endure such fear once more. He could not let all the sacrifices and efforts be reduced to a jest. With a sudden shove, he pushed the control stick forward. The remaining thrusters located at his legs and shoulders erupted in a blinding ice-blue tail flame. The massive structure emitted a painful metallic groan, staggering yet embodying a tragic momentum of desperation as it forcibly raised its heavy arms. The armors flipped open, revealing the pulse cannon beneath, where ice-blue energy converged frantically in the depths of the barrel, emitting a deep, humming sound. Tony's furious roar, laced with blood, erupted through the external speakers, hoarse and frenzied, filled with a resolve of no return. I will fight you. However, at the very last moment, before Tony pressed the launch button, just as the ice-blue pulse light was about to burst forth, roars erupted that were far from human, filled with primal ferocity, exquisite agony, and a desire for destruction. Like thunder cracking in the stillness, it surged from the chaotic periphery of the exhibition. The sounds intertwined like a funeral bell from the abyss of hell. Then came a thunderous boom. The violent explosion mingled with the terrifying clamor of heavy objects striking metal and concrete, akin to a frenzied symphony, instantly shredding the suffocating silence within the main venue. The crowd, having just paused in fear at the demise of the drones, erupted once more doused in boiling oil. In even higher decibels and more frantic outcries, Tony's movements suddenly froze. Jarvis's data streams frantically refreshed on the screen. The outer security gates were torn apart as if they were mere paper. The heavy alloy isolation wall crumbled like it had been struck by a battering ram. Amidst the swirling dust, four dark green figures, exuding an ominous aura, surged forth like a rampaging monstrous train, crashing violently into the periphery of the venue. Monsters! This was the immediate reaction of anyone who laid eyes upon them. They bore a rough semblance to humans, yet their stature had expanded to nearly 3 meters in height. Their muscles coiled and twisted like constricting pythons, writhing beneath a dark green exoskeleton with a metallic sheen. Their skin appeared as though it had been corroded by potent acid, riddled with cracks and creases, oozing a viscous, fluorescent green pus from the fissures. Their limbs contorted grotesquely, some arms transformed into massive bone blades, while their lower limbs resembled the backward joints of wild beasts. Most chilling of all were their eyes, having entirely forsaken humanity, blood-red and brimming with the purest, most primal desires for slaughter and destruction, as if they had crawled forth from the deepest recesses of hell. The Midnight Suns type. Jarvis's warning flashed instantaneously. They were evidently enduring immense agony. With each thunderous step, they emitted low growls akin to ripped muscles and the creaking of overburdened bones. Yet their objective remained strikingly clear. They disregarded the chaos of trampling crowds, ignored the looming threat presented by Chen Mo in midair, and even seemed to overlook the beleaguered Tony, as if he were inconsequential to their intentions. Like hyenas scenting blood, their crimson eyes fixated on an inconspicuous corner far from the main stage, leading into the depths of the city's underground pipeline network. There, a heavy alloy door, marked for equipment maintenance and emergency evacuation, stood ajar. Behind that door lay a deep passage, leading to a secret ventilation hub of S.H.I.E.L. DS underground base in Sector 7. Even more unsettling was the sight of several twisted limbs adorned with ominous, flickering red lights, clearly forcibly embedded metallic devices, sonic rending generators, and repulsion bomb detonation modules. The frequency of the flashing red lights quickened, resembling a timer on the verge of detonation. A new, more savage and chaotic crisis had arrived. The venue plunged instantly from a silence of despair into the depths of a more tumultuous and bloody hell. Chapter 89. The Pig-Eye Rift, Sonic-Shattering Warriors. The 4 Midnight Suns charged into the hall like demons emerging from hell, detonating the fear that had been forcefully frozen by Chen Mo's terrifying presence. It was as if 4 deep-sea bombs had been cast into boiling magma. Mother! The crowd, which had just been petrified like stone by Chen Mo's inhuman tactics, was now ignited by the newly arrived, more visceral monsters, reeking of blood and destruction. The pent-up fear erupted like a barrel of gunpowder, a thunderous explosion of despairing screams, hysterical cries, and dying wails tearing through the brief silence. The throng scattered like a disturbed ant colony, akin to a flood breaching its banks, utterly losing reason and direction, surging madly towards any visible exit, pushing, trampling, clawing at each other for a sliver of space to survive. The already chaotic main venue transformed instantly into a hellish slaughterhouse. Shattered chairs, discarded shoes, and the gruesome stains of blood, trampled underfoot, bore witness to the turmoil. In that moment, Tony Stark was jolted from the depths of his seething rage and helplessness towards Chen Mo. Upon observing the 4 green behemoths, akin to hyenas sensing blood, charging towards the entrance of S.H.I.E.L. DS underground base in Sector 7, he immediately grasped Jean Bing's intent. JARVIS. Highest priority. Lock onto those 4 green canisters. Charge the pulse cannon. Disengage the safety on the shoulder missile pod. Halt their advance at all costs. His voice was hoarse yet resolute. What lay beneath Sector 7? It was S.H.I.E.L. DS top secret research, the damned Tesseract, and the very object that the Breaker had ominously warned could unleash catastrophe. These monsters must not be permitted to approach. With a hum and a crackle, the heavy arm, driven by hydraulic systems, lifted, the massive pulse cannon glowing with a piercing ice blue light, its energy coalescing in a deep, resonant thrum akin to a behemoth grinding its teeth. The shoulder armor panels slid open, revealing a honeycomb of micromissile launchers, each conical warhead shimmering with a menacing red glow. Even with the countermeasure field destroyed and the rear thrusters damaged, the firepower of this war fortress remained capable of annihilating an armor battalion in an instant. However, suspended in midair, Chen Mo's cold gaze resembled a cosmic probe, indifferently sweeping over the four frenzied green figures below. That look was akin to a deity observing a few mud-caked ants that had stumbled into a sacred temple. Jinbing? Enhanced soldiers? Despicable disruptors? They were not even worthy of inciting him to expend a modicum of spell energy to cleanse the threat himself. He was even reluctant to spare them a full glance. With a buzz, Chen Mo's eyes erupted with a brilliance more blinding than ever before, radiating a dazzling golden hue. It was not mere light, but rather two molten stars forcibly compressed into his eye sockets. The terrifying heat warped the air before him into a hazy ripple, dimming and bending the very light. The pig talisman's laser gaze. This time, under the faint augmentation of the dragon talisman's space-rending properties. The two impending beams of destruction no longer bore the essence of pure flame. Instead, they were entwined with delicate, profound black fissures, as if the very fabric of space had been torn asunder, leaving behind ephemeral, flickering cracks. Their destructive power and penetrative capacity had been forcibly elevated to another dimension. Swish, swish, swish. Two death rays, with golden cores and black blades, sliced through the tumultuous venue like the judgment sword of a deity, cleaving the chaotic space in an instant. There was no trajectory, only consequence. The chilling precision of the target was not the four monsters themselves, but rather the core generators of the sonic rippers and the central detonation modules of the repulsion bombs they carried, poised at the brink of activation. Puffed, hiss, crackle, precise, lethal, like the most intricate surgical procedure. Wherever the beam traverses, the formidable alloy generator shell, capable of withstanding rocket bombardments, and the intricate energy core enveloped in high-energy crystals, appear fragile, akin to thin ice under the sun, before the crimson-golden beam entwined with space-rending darkness. There is no explosion, no flames. Only the areas struck by the beam instantaneously undergo molecular annihilation. Like matter cast into the event horizon of a black hole, they disintegrate silently, vaporizing, leaving behind smooth, mirror-like edges, revealing the charred voids where complex internal conduits have been severed. Wisps of blue smoke rise from these apertures, exuding a pungent odor of molten metal and burnt energy circuits. The monstrous weapons carried by the four-headed beasts, capable of instantly decimating vast areas, are rendered mere heavy scrap iron, hanging uselessly from their grotesque forms under the casual sweep of Chen Mo's pig talisman laser gaze, devoid of any chance for self-detonation. Roar! The destruction of their weapons does not deter the monsters. Rather, it ignites the feral savagery forcibly instilled within them. They emit even more agonizing, chaotic roars, brimming with boundless fury. Their crimson eyes completely lose the last vestige of reason, replaced solely by a madness bent on annihilation. They can rely only on their brute physical strength, using massive bone blades clad in metallic armor and reverse-jointed limbs to violently smash everything obstructing their path. Be it terrified crowds or scattered debris, their speed is severely hampered, yet the ensuing chaos and casualties soar exponentially. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's cold gaze, ablaze with crimson-golden darkness, has precisely retargeted the creature below, simultaneously enveloping himself entirely within the attack sector. The term obstruction cuts through the din of the venue like a frigid breeze from an absolute zero abyss, penetrating directly into Tony's ears. Tony Stark feels every hair on his body stand on end. A chilling premonition of death, potent enough to freeze the soul, seizes his heart. Locked by those inhuman eyes, it feels as if the most terrifying predator in the universe has set its sights upon him. Every cell screams to flee. Yet, Iron Man's will, forged through countless trials, remains as solid as rock. Fear is instantly ignited by a more intense fury and defiance. Tony's roar, imbued with reckless determination, blasts through the external speakers, overpowering even a monster's howls. The remaining auxiliary thrusters located at his waist and legs erupt with a blinding azure flame. The colossal form emits a metallic groan that grates on the teeth, unleashing a lateral movement that defies its heavy stature, nearly akin to teleportation. Simultaneously, The massive pulse cannon ports in his arms and the shoulder-mounted missile hive unleash their full might. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of thick ice-blue pulse energy beams, resembling a dense meteor shower, tear through the air with a piercing shriek. Amidst them, numerous miniature, high-explosive missiles swarm forth from the hive, trailing blinding white flames and carving lethal arcs through the sky. This is not precision targeting, but rather a comprehensive barrage of death, crafted by Tony's utmost computational prowess. The target area not only enveloped the four ferocious beasts, made more violent by the destruction of their weapons, but also completely shrouded the expanse where Chen Mo hovered. Aware of the adversary's astonishing speed, he wove an inescapable net of death through his saturation attack. Yet, this was merely a facade. Just as the metallic storm of pulsing beams and missiles was on the verge of engulfing Chen Mo's position, several unassuming round devices, roughly the size of a fist, located at the shoulder blades of the Midnight Sun-type monsters, previously overlooked by Chen Mo's laser vision, suddenly shifted from green to red, their indicator lights flashing wildly. A deep, resonant hum erupted, penetrating the air with an intensity that was almost tangible. This sound did not travel through the air, but rather acted directly upon the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Visible ripples, akin to distorted air under extreme heat, rapidly expanded from the surfaces of those devices. This was no ordinary sound wave. It possessed an extraordinary penetrating power and a frequency so high that the human ear could not detect it, yet it could instantaneously induce visceral resonance, liquefy brain tissue, and obliterate vital signs. The physical attacks were but a decoy. The energy assaults served as a smokescreen. The true lethal trap lay in the invisible, intangible infrasound weapon, which disregarded any physical armor and directly affected the internal workings of living beings. Tony incorporated the residual weaponry from the Golden Beast into his own offensive strategy, intending to return the favor with an equally unreasonable composite attack, allowing the lofty limit breaker to experience the agony of being struck by a technological barrage. The fatal infrasound surged like an unseen tidal wave of death, merging with a frenzy of physical impacts and energy explosions, silently yet pervasively enveloping Chen Mo in an instant. Chapter 90, Collapse of the Force Field. The cube will unveil the lethal, intangible high-frequency sound waves, akin to countless poisoned ice needles piercing from the depths of hell. Swiftly penetrated the smoky debris and tumultuous air of the explosion. It disregarded physical barriers and energy shields, terrifying in its capacity to directly impact the most vulnerable internal organs and nervous systems of living beings. It was potent enough to cause instant brain death in colossal deep-sea creatures and to reduce the most sophisticated internal components of machinery to dust through resonance. Tony Stark's tactics were both ruthless and precise. He utilized the Midnight Sun monster itself as a disposable carrier and launch platform to execute a surprise attack capable of ending the lives of the majority of superhumans. However, in the face of this terrifying composite assault, which could render even the mightiest steel body limp and dismantle intricate machinery in an instant, Chen Mo, suspended in midair, displayed not a trace of disturbance upon his cold, mask-like visage. He did not shift even a fraction from his position, nor did he adopt any evasive posture. Standing resolutely like an ancient rock amidst the storm. Composite attack detected. Physical energy impact, pulse micromissiles, high-frequency sound waves, biomechanical lethal force. The physical impact energy threat level is remarkably low, as the divine barrier of the Bull Talisman completely neutralizes it. The analysis of high-frequency sound wave energy reveals that the frequency peaks within a lethal range, possessing formidable penetration that disregards physical defenses. The threat level is moderate, necessitating targeted mitigation. The proposed countermeasure involves the Bull Talisman purging malevolent forces and cleansing anomalies. As a gentle, pure, milky white halo, seemingly infused with the highest laws of cosmic order, radiates from Chen Mo, it resembles the first light of dawn, instantly enveloping him. The power of the Bull Talisman expels evil and purifies abnormalities, not merely a confrontation of energies, but a rewriting of the very rules themselves. The horrific subsonic energy, capable of tearing souls and shattering molecular bonds, encounters this seemingly gentle milky glow and is rendered as if cast into an endless purifying fire, like ice plunging into lava, silently melting away, dissolving, and being purified. The destructive frequencies embedded within the sound waves, potent enough to incite material resonance collapse, are forcibly smoothed, reset, and eradicated by a more primal and absolute force of order. They fail to even ruffle the edges of Chen Mo's garments or stir the air around him into ripples, an absolute nullification. Simultaneously, the ice-blue pulses of energy, resembling miniature high-explosive missiles trailing death, collide against an intangible wall of size. Explosions of brilliant energy erupt less than a meter before Chen Mo, sending shockwaves that scatter debris across the stage, flames licking at the charred air. Yet, amidst the conflagration and smoke, Chen Mo remains unyielding. Neither the searing flow of energy nor the high-velocity shrapnel can affect him. Upon contact with the invisible force field constructed by the Bull Talisman, they meet the resistance of an absolute cosmic barrier. The energy is neutralized and annihilated, while the fragments are instantaneously compressed and pulverized into finer dust, leaving not a single ripple upon the halo surrounding him. Physical attacks are rendered ineffective. Energy impacts are nullified. Even the insidious and deadly subsonic assault is utterly purified and erased. Inside the cockpit, Tony Stark's bloodshot eyes fixate on the blinding feedback data stream, which indicates that the energy waveform of the subsonic attack is completely nullified upon contact with the target. The readings of physical energy attacks plummet as if crashing into a wall of absolute zero, a despair deeper and colder than the previous breaches of armor. Akin to the Siberian chill, instantaneously freezes his blood and thought processes. Is the opponent truly devoid of weaknesses? A perfect omnipotence? At this moment, technology feels utterly powerless. As Tony's mind grapples with unprecedented turmoil, his brain momentarily blank due to the incomprehensible nullification, he experiences a fleeting moment of vulnerability. Suddenly, a voice, cold as the friction of polar iron, whispers with spectral clarity within his skull, unanticipated and direct. No, not merely the auditory nerves, but the sound seemed to penetrate the heavy armor and sturdy helmet, branding itself deep within his consciousness. Power surged forth, and then the second comment struck like a hammer. Too weak. The Rabbit Talisman's rapid displacement. Chen Mo's figure, amidst the lingering explosion and swirling smoke, defied all physical constraints. Those lethal attacks could only strike the fleeting visual remnants he left behind, momentarily lingering due to his incredible speed. The next instant, before Tony, less than a fist's distance from the cockpit shield composed of high-strength ballistic glass and composite displays, a chilling silhouette emerged as if detached from a frozen tableau. It was Chen Mo. He disdainfully refrained from employing the cataclysmic energy of the Dragon Talisman. Instead, he calmly raised his right hand, cloaked in a subtle yet awe-inspiring golden radiance, an embodiment of the Cow Talisman's divine power and pure physical might. His fingers slowly coalesced, forming a fist. There was no whistling wind of the punch, no blinding light. Only the space around his fist warped visibly, like a searing heat wave, due to the sheer concentration of unadulterated strength. Then he unleashed a punch, unadorned and straightforward, the essence of simplicity. It discarded all techniques and embellishments. Only the most primal, purest, and tyrannical display of physical force remained. Bang! A sound so profound it resonated as if from the very depths of the earth. Capable of halting the hearts of all living beings within a 100-meter radius, a terrifying explosion erupted. The dark golden visor armor, constructed from multiple layers of specialized alloys and cushioning gels, which could withstand the impact of main battle tank rounds, crumbled before this overwhelming punch as if struck by the core explosion of a supernova. It instantly collapsed inward, shattered. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Countless spiderweb-like, unfathomable cracks, radiating from the point of impact, spread like a plague, instantly enveloping the entire cockpit visor. The robust titanium alloy rivets and structural fasteners flew apart with a nauseating metallic groan, as if propelled by a slingshot. Inside the cockpit, Tony felt as if he were in a car colliding head-on with a full-speed aircraft carrier. Even with the most advanced cushioning system, that unstoppable force still penetrated the armor. The seat, the cushioning gel like an invisible battering ram, crashing down upon his chest. Puff! A torrent of scalding blood mixed with internal fragments erupted from Tony's mouth like a fountain. The scorching blood instantly stained the interior of the visor, covered in spiderweb cracks. A crimson and dark abyss swallowing his vision. The violent ringing in his ears drowned out all external sounds, leaving only Jarvis's intermittent, desperate electronic alarms ringing in his mind. Warning: cockpit structural integrity compromised. Severe warning: life support systems damaged. Internal bleeding detected in pilot. Warning: system overload. Core energy output unstable. Boom! The colossal machine, akin to a tin can hurled with formidable force by the mythic titan, soared through the air with a despairing howl, spinning violently as it hurtled backward. It crushed the expensive holographic projection equipment at the edge of the stage, shattering the alloy framework that supported the massive advertising billboard, its momentum unabated. Ultimately, like a falling meteor, it struck the grand tower at the rear of the main stage, a symbol of the Expo's technological nerve center, comprised of innumerable intricate servers and holographic control arrays. The thunderous impact was beyond description, a deafening cacophony of terror. The robust steel and concrete structure crumbled like mere building blocks, collapsing under the weight of destruction. Countless servers, shimmering with expensive light, were crushed into twisted metal discs upon impact. The holographic projectors erupted with blinding sparks. A mountain of cables ignited, engulfed in roaring flames. Dense black smoke mixed with the acrid scent of burning electronic components surged upward like a volcanic eruption. The tower, emblematic of Stark Industries' cutting-edge control technology, emitted a desperate groan under the final projectile's assault. The upper structure, amidst the agonizing sound of twisted metal and crumbling concrete, collapsed like decayed wood cleaved by a giant axe, stirring up a cloud of dust and flames that blotted out the sky. With a single blow, a mere punch, Tony Stark's ultimate gambit, the armor fortress embodying new elemental energy and the pinnacle of human defensive technology, lay deeply embedded within the cold ruins and roaring flames. Reduced to a heap of discarded scrap, the cockpit's visor was marred by a spiderweb of cracks, stained a despairing dark red. The chest armor was indented and deformed. The gaping hole in the back where the circular force field generator had been breached resembled a mocking eye, silently proclaiming the utter defeat of technology. Inside the cockpit, Tony's body was ensnared by the safety restraints, each violent cough expelling more blood, his vision blurred, with only the sharp ringing in his ears and Jarvis's increasingly faint, intermittent alarms echoing despairingly. The arena sank into a profound and irrevocable silence, deeper than any moment before. All screams, cries, and chaos seemed to be extinguished beneath the weight of that singular punch. Only the crackling of burning debris, the echoes of collapsing structures, and the distant, suffocating whimpers of the crowd, like a flickering candle in the wind, remained. The deity of technology had fallen to dust, struck down from the heavens in the most primal, violent, and irrefutable manner, trampled into the mire. Chen Mo's figure hovered above the swirling smoke, slowly retracting his fist as if merely brushing away a hint of dust. The soft, golden glow enveloping his fist quietly faded. His cold gaze, akin to a scanner, scanned the desolate ruins below, the blazing flames, and the metallic wreckage emitting black smoke and fire. In a calm voice, reminiscent of a verdict, he pierced through the silence. Technology? Merely this. In the overwhelming shock and silence brought forth by absolute power, the very essence of the soul felt frozen in place. In the instant when all perceptions were engulfed by ruin and desolation, a profound and terrifying surge of energy, 100-fold more potent than any previously encountered, erupted violently from the southwest of New York City. The coordinates of the SHIELD underground base in Sector 7. This energy, akin to an invisible tsunami, swept across the entirety of New York City in an instant. A resonant hum resonated through the ground, while the glass facades of skyscrapers trembled and contracted like startled jellyfish. The city's lights, street lamps, neon signs, vehicle headlights, and the illumination of towering buildings simultaneously dimmed, flickered, and extinguished, as if grasped by an unseen giant's hand around their throats. New York was plunged into a sudden, heart-stopping darkness. Above, the night sky, tinged red by smoke and flames, was forcibly distorted by an even more profound and ominous force. The dense clouds swirled chaotically as if stirred by an invisible hand, forming a colossal vortex that glimmered with an eerie blue light, rapidly taking shape above the city. The vortex's center was as dark as ink, seemingly connected to the coldest abyss of the universe. Warning: Detection of ultra-high intensity spatial energy eruption. Energy source. Cosmic cube, space gem. Spatial coordinate stabilization. Above New York City, rapidly declining 757,065. Spatial passage, forcibly opening. Energy levels surpassing critical threshold. Warning. Detection of homologous high-dimensional psychic energy interference. Mind gem. Interference intensity, surging. Spatial passage stability, extremely low. Significant distortion risk, spatial storm dimension, tearing unknown entities invading. System task, spatial devouring, activation. Target locked, high purity spatial source energy. Prepare for absorption. The chilling system alarms flashed frantically in Chen Mo's cognitive core. He abruptly lifted his gaze, and within his perpetually cold pupils, the immense vortex above New York, resembling the slowly opening eye of an abyssal beast, came into sharp focus. Deep within the vortex, the eerie blue glow intensified, akin to a boiling nebula, as distorted shadows writhed within, suggesting the presence of countless grotesque and unfathomable entities. Roaring with insatiable hunger, as if a ravenous horde from another dimension had caught the tantalizing scent of the main material plane. The main course of the feast was finally being served. Chapter 91. The Rift of the Sky, the whales descend above New York. The enormous azure vortex had evolved beyond its nascent form. It spiraled violently, expanding with a diameter that swiftly exceeded a kilometer. Its edges were no longer adorned with a smooth halo but twisted into countless frenzied, pulsating energy tendrils resembling blood vessels. The center of the vortex transformed from profound darkness into a bizarre, continuously writhing dark purple energy barrier. A severely distorted spatial portal forcibly interfered with by the mind gem scepter. A piercing energy shriek pierced the heavens, echoing like the lamentation of a billion dying stars, drowning out the city's cacophony. The sky was suffused with a morbid hue of deep blue and purple, as sunlight was mercilessly devoured, casting the entire city into the shadow of impending doom. Warning: the spatial conduit has been forcibly activated. Status: high distortion, depollution by the mind gem. Stability: extremely low. Energy dissipation intensity: peak. Massive overflow of spatial primordial energy detected. Chen Mo hovered beneath the vortex, the chaotic energy storm billowing his robes, yet an invisible force field kept it at bay. His eyes, once cold and indifferent, now blazed with a near-greedy light. The energy readings on the system panel, indicative of the overflow of spatial primordial energy, fluctuated wildly, akin to the most delectable prey tantalizingly close at hand. "It has begun," he murmured, his voice tinged with suppressed excitement. Boom! A thunderous roar, seemingly emanating from the primordial chaos of the universe. The distorted dark purple energy barrier shattered like a fragile eggshell. Instead of forming a neat passage, it ruptured like a gaping wound, its jagged edges oozing a viscous, foreboding dark purple energy fluid. Screeching, countless grotesque figures surged forth from the torn aperture like an unleashed swarm of ants. No longer did they bear the standard metallic exoskeleton of the Chitauri soldiers. Their bodies were now enveloped in writhing, distorted dark purple organic matter, with limbs grotesquely contorted. Some adorned with additional pairs of vicious claws, others trailing sticky tendrils, their eyes ablaze with chaotic, mad purple light. The airships they rode were no longer sleek. Instead, they grotesquely bulged with repulsive tumors and bone spurs, their engines belching murky, purplish-black exhaust. Distortion. The distorted vanguard, tainted by the mind gem's scepter. They were no longer a disciplined army, but rather a pure embodiment of destructive plague. Target: distorted vanguard Chitaurian species. Status: deeply polluted, chaotic. Bloodthirsty. Threat level: low. Cluster. Target: distorted Chitauri airship, tumor class. Threat level: medium-low. Cluster attack with unstable energy self-detonation. However, following closely behind, emerged the true embodiment of terror that could freeze one's very soul. Roar, a deafening sound, as if capable of shattering space itself. Three colossal behemoths, akin to interstellar fortresses, smashed through the distorted spatial portal. They were the Chitauri war beasts, Leviathans. Yet, their forms had also undergone a horrific distortion. The once silver-gray metallic shells were now encased in a heavy, dark purple exoskeleton reminiscent of living volcanic rock, with magma-like purplish-red energy coursing through the crevices. Their enormous heads appeared to be constructed from a multitude of twisted spikes and bone protrusions, exhaling devastating purplish-black energy. Their massive bodies glided above New York, casting a shadow of death that blotted out the sun. With each flap of their energy-coated fins, they unleashed a hurricane that tore through the air. The Distorted Leviathan. Objective: Distorted Leviathan, Spatial Behemoth. Status: Deep Mind Enhanced Biometal Fusion. Physical Strength: Planetary Level. Initial Stage: Energy Exhalation. High Energy Purple-Black Annihilation Beam. Threat Level: High Destructive Fortress-Level Defense. Oh, what manner of creature is this? On the ground, Captain America, Steve Rogers, stood transfixed as he beheld the three colossal beasts in the sky, resembling moving mountain ranges, his pupils dilating in shock. The vibranium shield in his grasp felt almost weightless. Target confirmed. Quantity: 3. Energy readings off the charts. Requesting saturation bombardment. Repeat. Saturation bombardment. The voice of Tony Stark crackled through the communication channel, imbued with unprecedented gravity. He piloted his hastily repaired craft, now equipped with a shoulder-mounted ion cannon salvaged from the wreckage of an exposition, hovering just below the fray. Hulk smash! The Green Giant, partially restored to his former self, yet with a distorted right arm, leaped from the rooftop of a towering building, lunging toward the nearest distorted Leviathan. His eyes aflame with ferocious battle intent. Hawkeye, Barton, drew his bowstring taut atop a skyscraper, his specially designed sonic explosive arrow locked onto a diving tumor airship. Black Widow, Natasha, maneuvered her Quinjet with agility through the hail of bullets, her cannons firing upon the distorted vanguard, descending like a plague of locusts. Human resistance appeared so diminutive and futile in the face of this cataclysmic invasion. The distorted vanguard surged into the streets like a purple tide, leaving explosions, flames, and collapsing buildings in their wake, accompanied by the anguished cries of humanity. The tumor airship unleashed a barrage of concentrated energy beams and corrosive spore bombs. Meanwhile, the three distorted Leviathans, akin to moving bastions of destruction, unleashed their purple-black beams, each blast piercing through skyscrapers with ease, leaving behind trails of molten devastation. The city burned. It wailed. Chen Mo remained indifferent to the carnage below. His entire focus was locked onto the edge of the rending spatial portal, where viscous dark purple spatial energy cascaded down like a waterfall, intermingled with the purest silver-blue primordial particles of space, reminiscent of the cosmic embryonic pulse. This was his true objective. System: Spatial Devourer activated, locking onto the stream of primordial particles. Energy Extraction Conduit under construction. Loading Rabbit Talisman Hyperfrequency Stabilization Module. Loading Chicken Talisman Gravitational Anchor Module. Construction complete. Commencing extraction. An invisible, formidable force of attraction emanated from Chen Mo, instantly expanding outward. This was not a mere physical pull, but a predatory incursion at the level of rules. Space seemed to form a colossal vortex around him. The purest silver-blue primordial particles, cascading from the portal's edge, altered their trajectory abruptly, transforming into hundreds of visible silver streaks, racing across the void and surging into Chen Mo's body, absorbing high-purity primordial particles. Dragon Talisman Fusion level increased. 010101. Ongoing. Spatial Rule Resolution enhanced. 1. Ongoing. Acquired new application skill. Spatial Anchor, Prototype, slightly enhances perception and locking capability of spatial coordinates. Each infusion of primal particles sent a jubilant hum resonating from the ethereal dragon talisman within Chen Mo's being. The intricate sigils, embodying annihilation and explosion, ravenously absorbed the mysteries of space, quietly undergoing a profound metamorphosis. His aura ascended steadily on the chaotic battlefield, akin to an abyssal rise. Vermin, how dare you pilfer the spoils of the illustrious Chitauri Legion? A voice, filled with rage and reminiscent of metal grinding, thundered from the highest heavens. A colossal, deformed Leviathan, adorned with a massive purple crystal, an amplifier for the Mind Scepter, suddenly honed in on Chen Mo, who was frantically siphoning energy. It sensed the depletion of the primal essence of space. The immense head pivoted, unleashing a violet-black energy breath potent enough to obliterate warships, akin to a torrent unleashed, tearing through the air with cataclysmic force, barreling towards Chen Mo. Where the beam passed, The very fabric of space groaned under the strain. Chapter 92. The rabbit and the bull shake the mountains. Dragon breath scorches the heavens. The violet-black deluge of annihilation, like a world-ending serpent, cleaved through the firmament. The air along its path was instantaneously ionized and evacuated, creating a fleeting vacuum corridor. Before the beam arrived, the overwhelming pressure of annihilation, capable of eradicating all, descended upon the scene. On the ground, Captain Steve Rogers felt his pupils constrict, instinctively raising his vibranium shield high above his head. Tony Stark roared over the communication channel. Dodge. Move quickly. The Hulk, having just leapt onto another Leviathan's back, was startled by the sheer magnitude of this energy surge and turned back in alarm. At that moment, it felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around everyone's hearts. The Leviathan's full-force breath was far more potent than its previous probing attack. This was a cataclysmic strike capable of obliterating an entire urban center. Yet, in the face of this apocalyptic onslaught, Chen Mo did not evade. Instead, a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth, almost cruelly. It was the perfect opportunity to test his newly comprehended spatial anchor points. With a mere thought, the faint spatial perception gained from the primal particles was pushed to its zenith. The power of the Dragon Talisman was ferociously compressed in his palm. This time, it was not merely dark golden energy, but a blend infused with a subtle, silver-blue spatial pattern. The force of annihilation was sharpened by the essence of space. Dragon Talisman, Spatial Rift Overload, locking onto the core node of the incoming energy deluge. Target, core of the deformed Leviathan's annihilation breath. Spatial anchor point positioning complete. Buzz. Chen Mo's figure abruptly vanished from sight. This time, the rabbit talisman's speed was such that it left no afterimage in its wake. In the next instant, he appeared as if teleporting, right in front of the devastating violet-black torrent, less than 100 meters from its annihilating core. A low growl, resonating with spatial vibrations, erupted. The energy sphere, compressed to its utmost limits, burst forth from his palm like a stellar cannonball. This attack bore a precision akin to causality itself. Ignoring the massive size of the beam, disregarding the chaotic energy maelstrom, it surged upward, as if imbued with life, tracing the path of least resistance, targeting the core of the energy flow. Boom! No cataclysmic explosion erupted, but rather a profound sound resonated, shaking the very souls of all who heard it, as if the fabric of space itself had been torn asunder. A dark golden, silver, and blue energy sphere forcefully embedded itself into the heart of a swirling purple-black torrent. Then, with a hissing sound akin to a red-hot iron plunged into icy waters, the violent purple-black obliteration breath was violently rent from within. Countless minute black fissures spread like a plague within the beam of light, expanding relentlessly. The once solidified stream of destruction instantly transformed into a ragged mass, its energy structure disintegrating from the internal tearing properties of space. It crumbled like a colossal serpent stripped of its spine, lamenting as it scattered into a chaotic maelstrom of energy. The dispersed purple-black energy rained down like uncontrollable meteors upon the city below, igniting a series of violent explosions. What? The purple crystal atop the distorted Leviathan flickered madly, emitting a soul-piercing wail of disbelief. Its full-force strike had been so ruthlessly dismantled from the front. Now, is my turn. Chen Mo's icy voice resounded amidst the dissipating energy maelstrom, akin to the pronouncement of death. The divine might of the Ox Talisman erupted with thunderous force. An inexhaustible power surged through his being. His muscles, bones, and blood hummed under the immense strain of this force. Simultaneously, the super-speed, divine power of the Rabbit Talisman ignited. Rabbit Talisman, Ox Talisman, supersonic, boundless divine power. In an instant, a ring of white sonic boom clouds was left behind, compressed to the extreme before violently exploding. Chen Mo's figure transformed into a dark golden streak that tore through space. The fusion of speed and power resulted in a qualitative change. It was no longer mere velocity, but a supersonic collision imbued with absolute physical destructive force. Target, the largest distorted Leviathan. Boom! Like an ancient divine mountain colliding with a planet. In the stupefied gaze of all, that dark golden streak struck with incomprehensible speed at the center of the colossal head of the distorted Leviathan, encased in thick volcanic rock. Crack, crack! The excruciatingly intense sound of shattering bones echoed like exploding beans. That terrifying exoskeleton, capable of withstanding the bombardment of a battleship, crumbled inch by inch like dry. Decayed would before the absolute force of the Ox Talisman and the terrifying kinetic energy granted by the Rabbit Talisman. The Leviathan's head, akin to a small mountain, visibly caved in and deformed at the point of impact. The immense eyeball burst under shock. Purple-black blood, mixed with viscous tissue fluid, gushed forth like a waterfall. Its colossal body, capable of shaking mountains, was violently thrust backward by this absolute violence, emitting a mournful wail that shattered the clouds. The massive form lost balance, toppling like a fallen giant toward the city below. Just one strike, a grievous blow, but this was not the end. Chen Mo's figure rebounded from the impact. Flipping midair, the golden glint in his eyes flashed anew. The pig talisman's laser eyes activated. Two beams of resplendent golden light, entwined with subtle black ripples of space, pierced through the air like the judgmental spear of death, striking with unerring precision at the pulsating dark purple amplification crystal, the very heart of the mind scepter energy node. Exposed by the colossal beast's crumpled skull. With a sharp crack, the crystal shattered, transforming into a swirling tempest of purple-black energy dust. A final, anguished howl escaped the distorted Leviathan, abruptly silenced as its massive form succumbed to chaos, collapsing like a crumbling mountain, trailing billowing smoke and burning violet-black energy. Crashing down upon the heart of Manhattan, a vast cloud of dust mingled with violet-black flames surged skyward, resembling a totem heralding the apocalypse. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the chaotic battlefield. Whether it was the frenzied assault of the distorted vanguard or the valiant resistance of Captain America, Tony, and others, even the other two rampaging distorted Leviathans, all were momentarily paralyzed by this incomprehensible display of terrifying violence. A single punch obliterated the world-ending breath. One strike collapsed the war beast. What sheer power! What incredible speed! What an aesthetic of brutality! Chen Mo hovered in the air, panting slightly. The continuous use of spell combinations, particularly in confronting planet-level behemoths, had taken a considerable toll on him. Yet, he felt the power of the Dragon Talisman steadily enhancing within him, drawn from the essence of space. Gazing down at the burning violet-black flames and the dissipating chaotic energy from the beast's remains, his eyes reflected only cold satisfaction. A furious roar erupted from the other two distorted Leviathans, filled with rage and trepidation as they abandoned their original targets. Their massive heads turned, and the annihilation beams once again locked onto him. Surrounding their colossal forms, countless tumor-like airships and distorted vanguards surged forth like a frenzied swarm, converging upon Chen Mo. The feast had only just begun. Chapter 93. The rooster rides the dragon. Fire rains upon the city. The roars of the two distorted Leviathans echoed like war horns, as countless mutated Chitauri soldiers and airships transformed into a torrent of destruction, madly rushing toward the solitary figure in the sky. Purple-black energy beams, corrosive spore bombs, and explosive bone spikes rained down like a violent storm. The sky was utterly obscured. Shadows of death loomed over the space where Chen Mo resided. On the ground, Captain Steve Rogers valiantly shielded himself with his vibranium shield against the splattering purple-black energy, the tremendous impact forcing him to stagger backward, his arm numbed. He looked up at the sky, now engulfed by an overwhelming barrage of attacks, his eyes filled with horror and a tinge of helplessness. It was over for him. No, Captain, look at the energy readings. He.S. moving. He.S. too fast. Tony Stark's voice crackled over the comms, laced with incredulity. On his armor-S scanner, Chen Mo's energy signal flickered like a specter amidst the dense web of attacks, utterly untraceable. Rabbit Talisman super speed evasion. Detected dense barrage attack. Threat assessment. Medium numerical suppression energy pollution. Auxiliary scheme. Chen Talisman universal gravitational control. Faced with a cataclysmic storm capable of shredding an entire interstellar fleet. A flicker of impatience crossed Chen Mo's eyes. These pesky flies were becoming a nuisance. With a turn of his mind, the power of the Chicken Talisman surged forth with an explosive intensity. No longer merely a manifestation of psychokinetic control, it now commanded a grander, more domineering force of gravitational manipulation. A hum resonated as an invisible, colossal gravitational field abruptly emanated from Chen Mo, enveloping an expanse of several thousand meters. An extraordinary scene unfolded. Attacks, reminiscent of torrential rain and imbued with destructive energy, be they beams, spore bullets, or bone spikes, were violently diverted the instant they entered the gravitational domain. As if manipulated by an unseen giant hand, they ceased their trajectory towards Chen Mo and, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, frantically converged towards an invisible gravitational singularity hovering 100 meters above his head. Gravitational singularity of the Chicken Talisman generated. Target, all incoming attacks. Convergence completion, 98. In the blink of an eye, above Chen Mo's head, a colossal sphere of destructive energy materialized, composed of countless purple-black beams, viscous spore liquid, and sharp bone spikes. Exceeding 50 meters in diameter, it resembled a nascent micro-black hole, with internal energies clashing and annihilating, exuding a disquieting, unstable pulsation. Good heavens, he absorbed all the attacks? Hawkeye Barton, perched atop a high-rise, gazed in astonishment, nearly forgetting to draw his bow. What manner of ability is this? Black Widow Natasha, piloting her Quinjet, narrowly evaded a rogue stream of energy, feeling a chill run down her spine as she beheld the massive energy sphere. Now, Chen Mo's cold gaze swept over the two deformed Leviathans orchestrating the assault, as well as the surrounding fleet of airships, resembling a swarm of locusts. His eyes glinted with murderous intent. It was time to clear the field. The annihilative power of the Dragon Talisman once again coalesced within the palm of his right hand. This time, it was no longer merely compressed, but infused with all his might. The dark gold radiance surged forth like bubbling magma. Simultaneously, the Chicken Talisman guided the vast, unstable sphere of destructive energy downward, precisely hovering above Chen Mo's palm. Chicken Talisman, Dragon Talisman, psychokinetic control, annihilation explosion, aerial bombardment. A gift for you. Chen Mo thrust his right hand upward forcefully. Buzz! The colossal sphere of destructive energy, formed from the amalgamation of countless attacks, was forcibly compressed and reshaped by the might of the Chicken Talisman into a more refined orb, its surface coursing with dark golden patterns. Then, the annihilative energy of the Dragon Talisman, akin to a spark igniting a powder keg, struck fiercely at the base of the energy sphere. Boom! An explosion of indescribable terror. The immense energy sphere erupted with the ferocity of supernova, yet its explosive force did not disperse chaotically. Under the exquisite directional control of the Chicken Talisman, this earth-shattering detonation was forcibly sculpted into a devastating energy storm with a radius exceeding 300 meters. Descending in a hemispherical coverage, it resembled a cataclysmic forge hurled down by the hand of God. Dark golden annihilation flames mingled with purple-black corrosive energy. Shattered bone fragments coalescing into a tempest of death that swept all before it. At the edges of the storm, the sharply compressed, converged energy blades were clearly visible. Wherever they passed, the sound was akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. The hundreds of tumor-like airships, resembling locusts, along with the densely packed, aberrant vanguard soldiers atop them, silently vaporized and vanished into oblivion at the very moment they touched the edge of the energy storm, leaving not a trace behind. In the storm's core, the energy surged with greater ferocity, tearing the very fabric of space into countless minute black fissures. The two closest aberrant Leviathans, formidable enough to withstand heavy artillery bombardments, were akin to ice and snow subjected to the relentless blazing sun. Their colossal fins first shattered and disintegrated, followed by their heavy biological exoskeletal armor, which dissolved at a visibly alarming rate in the obliterating tempest, flaking away. The exposed dark violet flesh ignited with a fervor akin to grease thrown into a raging fire, carbonizing in an agonizing spectacle. The soul-wrenching wails pierced the heavens. Within mere seconds, these titanic war beasts, towering like mountains, were reduced to massive, smoke and flame-enshrouded charred skeletons, plummeting towards the city below with a thunderous crash. A rain of fire. A true deluge of destruction. The burning skeletal remains of beasts, the vaporized remnants of airships, and the still simmering violet-black flames cascaded down upon New York City like apocalyptic meteors. The flaming bones collided with skyscrapers, triggering violent explosions and collapses. The viscous energy flames, akin to parasitic maggots, ignited everything combustible in their path. Chen Mo's strike had decimated a significant portion of the aerial foes, yet also unleashed a second, more horrific calamity upon a city already ravaged. He hovered at the center of the explosion's aftermath, coldly observing the intensifying inferno engulfing the city below, as if admiring a canvas of hell. Absorption of spatial primordial particles ongoing. Dragon Talisman Fusion Degree. 87. Spatial Rules Resolution. 12. New Application Technique. Spatial Anchor. Stabilized. Can consume energy markers and perceive spatial coordinates. Distance stability. Chapter 94. The staff pierces the soul. The canine talisman stabilizes the domain. The remnants of the aberrant Leviathans plummeted like burning meteors, trailing a wake of destruction toward the city. The violet-black energy flames rampaged through the streets, melting steel and incinerating concrete into glass. All of Manhattan resembled a purgatorial furnace. The cries of survivors, the sounds of collapsing buildings, and the explosive roars of flames intertwined into a symphony of doom. Warning: detected ultra-high intensity psychic energy lock. Energy source: Mind Gem Staff, Loki. Threat level: extremely high. Conceptual contamination at the rule level of psychic shock. Lock-on location: Stark Tower's rooftop platform. The system's alarm pierced Chen Mo's mind like a cold steel needle. Almost simultaneously, a concentrated beam of psychic energy, exhibiting an eerie, dark golden hue, surged forth like a venomous serpent traversing the fabric of space, silent yet swift beyond measure, defying physical distance and the flames and smoke in between. It crossed thousands of meters in an instant and violently pierced Chen Mo's brow. No cataclysmic explosion. No dazzling light effects. This was a strike purely at the levels of mind and soul, emanating from the power of the Mind Gem, one of the Infinity Stones. Loki had finally made his move. He sought to obliterate this relentless variable, a force of unimaginable strength that continually undermined his plans. Chen Mo's body trembled violently. His suspended form suddenly stiffened. He felt as though his consciousness had been plunged in a seething magma, a chilling, chaotic essence, rife with endless deceit and insidious intent, pierced his soul like a myriad of poisoned steel needles. It aimed to shatter his will, distort his perception, and transform him into a marionette controlled by a scepter. Submit, or be annihilated. Loki's voice, laced with seductive malevolence and icy malice, reverberated deep within Chen Mo's soul, proclaiming that his power would be harnessed for Loki's purposes. The might of the Mind Stone not only struck fiercely, but also sought to relentlessly taint and erode the very essence of Chen Mo's spirit. It endeavored to inscribe a mark deep within his soul. Mental invasion. Pollution level. Mind Stone rule erosion. Concept level. Threat assessment. Fatal. Passive trigger. Dog Talisman of Eternal Protection. Passive trigger. Horse Talisman of Purification. Buzz. At the critical juncture of this soul clash, deep within Chen Mo's consciousness, the image of the dog talisman, emblematic of immortality and eternal existence, erupted with an unparalleled blaze of golden light. The golden radiance transformed into an impervious barrier, indomitable and resistant to all forms of attack, steadfastly guarding Chen Mo's core soul essence. Regardless of how violently the power of the Mind Stone surged, tempting and corrupting, it could not budge this shield of golden light in the slightest. Immortal and indestructible, immune to instant death and the erasure of the soul. Simultaneously, the gentle white light of the horse talisman shone forth. Like the purest holy water cleansing the mind, the invading malevolent will, chaotic lies, and frigid spiritual pollution rapidly melted away, disintegrating before this force of order that symbolized the expulsion of evil and the purification of anomalies, akin to snow encountering sunlight. The dog talisman, immortal, safeguarded the essence. The horse talisman, purification, eradicated the corruption. A dual protection, unbreakable. Loki's beguiling voice abruptly ceased, and instead arose a sound of astonished rage. What? Impossible. He could scarcely believe it. The Mind Stone scepter, renowned for its invincibility in soul manipulation and spiritual taint, had been withstood by his adversary, even forcibly purified and expelled. No longer frozen for even a moment. Chen Mo's tightly shut eyes burst open. Deep within his pupils burned a cold fury. It was not a loss of emotional control, but rather the primal murderous intent following an infringement upon his soul. "And you seek death." His voice was no longer calm, akin to the grinding of ancient ice. imbued with a penetrating chill. This time, he would not remain passive. The power of the rabbit talisman erupted explosively. His form transformed into a dark golden lightning bolt, tearing through space, disregarding the flames, explosions, and debris in his path, aiming directly at the Stark Tower, which stood at the heart of Manhattan, its apex platform gleaming with a ghostly blue light, the Cosmic Cube device. Swiftly, approaching with unfathomable speed, in a state of fury, the Rabbit Talisman's power reduced the distance of several kilometers between him and Stark Tower to nearly non-existent. Loki stood atop the platform of Stark Tower, wielding the scepter embedded with a Mind Stone, his expression as dark as the depths of water. He gazed at the dark golden lightning that tore through the sky in an instant, carrying with it an overwhelming intent to kill. And alarm bells rang fiercely in his heart. Not only had the adversary withstood the assault of the scepter, but they were now determined to come forth personally. Stop him, Loki bellowed, brandishing his scepter at the remaining elite Chitauri soldiers on the platform. Simultaneously, he raised the scepter once more, this time directing his aim at the colossal device at the center of the platform, which emanated a profound azure glow, the Cosmic Cube. He intended to forcibly amplify the energy output, solidifying the passageway to ensure the arrival of Thanos' main forces. Once Lord Thanos descended, no matter how formidable this insect may be, its demise would be inevitable. The elite aberration soldiers roared as they charged toward Chen Mo's direction. Their physiques were larger, their exoskeletons thicker, and the violet-black energy beams they unleashed were far more potent. Yet, Chen Mo's figure showed no signs of hesitation. The power of the Bull Talisman surged throughout his being. He transformed into a human meteor, crashing violently into the oncoming horde of soldiers. With the Rabbit Talisman, speed, and the Bull Talisman, strength, empowering him, he executed a rapid collision. Boom! Like a hot knife slicing through butter. The first 7 or 8 elite soldiers in his path were instantly obliterated into a gruesome explosion of flesh and blood. Chen Mo's velocity remained undiminished. He plunged into the throng of soldiers, his fists enveloped in a soft golden radiance. With each punch and kick, he unleashed a crushing force. Bang! Crack! Splatter! Bones shattered. Exoskeletons burst apart. Limbs were torn asunder. It was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. There were no extravagant techniques, only the rawest and most brutal force overwhelming all. He forged a bloody path through the elite soldiers, leaving behind a gruesome tableau of severed limbs and burning violet-black flames. Loki's forehead glistened with cold sweat. The gem atop his scepter glowed ominously, targeting the core interface of the Cosmic Cube, and struck down with ferocity. The azure spatial energy intertwined and collided violently with the dark golden mental energy of the scepter. Buzz! The Cosmic Cube erupted with an unprecedented, blinding brilliance. The vast vortex in the sky suddenly contracted inward. The warped dark purple barrier at the vortex's center throbbed violently. A tempest of chaotic spatial energy surged forth, far more ferocious than before, causing the entire passageway to become increasingly unstable, as if it could collapse entirely at any moment. Yet simultaneously, a heart-stopping, overwhelming sense of pressure emanated from the depths of the vortex, as if something even more terrifying was forcibly pushing through the unstable passage. Chen Mo had reached the edge of the platform, his cold gaze locked onto Loki, who was forcefully manipulating the cube. His right hand gathered the annihilation energy of the Dragon Talisman once more, this time the energy core faintly shimmering with a silver-blue hue drawn from the Cosmic Cube. Get away from me. Chapter 95. The Aberrant Torrent, a gluttonous feast at the moment Loki's scepter pierced the core of the Cosmic Cube device. The dark golden mental gemstone energy surged like a greedy serpent, frantically injecting itself into the azure stream of spatial energy. The two powers, originating from the same source yet fundamentally distinct, clashed violently and intertwined. Buzz! The Cosmic Cube erupted with a dazzling dual blue-gold radiance. As if it were an uncontrollable star, the entire top platform of Stark Tower trembled violently. The metallic structure emitted a lament of unbearable strain. The immense vortex in the sky suddenly collapsed inward. The already warped and distorted dark purple spatial portal rippled violently, akin to a stone thrown into water. Broader and more unstable spatial fractures resembling grotesque scars, spread and tore at the edges of the vortex. Warning: Cosmic Cube Energy Output Overload. Warning: Spatial Channel Stability, Critical Collapse, 5. Detecting Ultra-High-Dimensional Energy Response, Thanos, forcibly anchoring coordinates. Detecting an immense outburst of primordial spatial particles accompanied by turbulent spatial flows, dissipation, 90. The system's alarms flashed frantically in Chen Mo's mind. Loki's reckless actions had pushed the already distorted channel to the brink of collapse, as spatial energy surged forth like an uncontrollable torrent. Yet, this also heralded an unprecedented feast of primordial spatial energy. Seeking demise. A glint of cold light shot from Chen Mo's eyes. Loki's actions were undoubtedly overturning the meticulously prepared banquet laid out before him. The energy sphere of the dragon talisman coalesced in his right hand, and he hurled it towards Loki with unhesitant ferocity. The dark golden annihilation energy rent the air, shrieking forth with devastating spatial rifts. Loki's complexion changed dramatically. He sensed the terrifying intent for destruction contained within the energy sphere. Without a moment's hesitation to continue manipulating the cube, he abruptly withdrew his scepter, drawing forth a dark golden energy barrier before him. Boom! The dragon explosive energy sphere collided violently with the barrier. The annihilation force clashed fiercely with the mental shield, resulting in obliteration. A colossal shockwave hurled Loki and his scepter away with tremendous force. He crashed against the railing at the platform's edge, spitting blood, nearly losing his scepter. His eyes brimmed with horror and resentment. Chen Mo did not pursue Loki. His gaze instantly fixed upon the core port of the cosmic cube device, which was spewing forth ethereal blue energy in a frenzy. Simultaneously, on the system panel, the readings representing the dissipating primordial spatial energy surged upward like a wild stallion. System: maximum power. Lock on to all dissipating sources. Chicken Talisman's universal gravitational net. Coverage: Dragon Talisman spatial vortex. Devour. Buzz. Within Chen Mo, the phantasm of the Dragon Talisman erupted with an unprecedented radiance of yearning. An even more violent and insatiable pull erupted around him. The power of the Chicken Talisman transformed from merely controlling gravitational singularities into an invisible gravitational net that enveloped the entire platform, extending towards the violently turbulent spatial portal in the sky. This gravitational net possessed the unique property of the Dragon Talisman, extracting energy from annihilated matter. It frantically captured and drew in the purest silver-blue primordial spatial particles that erupted from the cosmic cube's port and dissipated through the tumultuous spatial rifts in the sky. Like a colossal cosmic vacuum cleaner. Sizzle. Visible to the naked eye, countless streams of fine silver-blue light, akin to rivers converging into the sea, disregarded spatial barriers, penetrating the chaotic energy field, and were forcibly extracted and drawn in from the cosmic cube's port, from the violently fluctuating spatial rifts in the sky. They surged ceaselessly, transforming into a torrent of light, wildly rushing into Chen Mo's body, absorbing high-purity primordial spatial particles overload state. The fusion degree of the Dragon Talisman has surged to 0.50505 at an astounding rate. The spatial rules resolution has escalated to 555 with remarkable rapidity. A warning echoes. Energy overload. Bodily strain is intensifying. The passive effect triggers. The power of the Ox Talisman bears the burden. The energy of the Horse Talisman directs the flow. Chen Mo's body has become the epicenter of a tempest. The tumultuous primal energy of space surges uncontrollably, enveloping him in a tangible silver-blue flame. His muscles, bones, and meridians resonate with a hum of immense pressure. Yet, the infinite divine strength bestowed by the Ox Talisman sustains his form against collapse. The healing and purifying power of the Horse Talisman acts as the most efficient filter, swiftly untangling the raging energy stream, injecting the purest essence into the Dragon Talisman, while forcibly expelling the chaotic impurities and turbulent spatial flows. Boom! 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 The violent spatial turbulence and energy impurities expelled by the Horse Talisman are akin to uncontrollable projectiles, hurtling in all directions. Some strike the platform facilities, instantly distorting and disassembling them. Others ascend toward the sky, triggering localized energy detonations near the warped spatial portal. A few descend into the burning city below, creating deep craters. Chen Mo's consumption resembles that of a highly efficient converter, voraciously devouring the essence of spatial origin while spewing forth hazardous industrial waste. Madman, you lunatic! Loki gazes at Chen Mo, who is devouring the chaotic spatial energy like a black hole, feeling the mounting and increasingly terrifying pressure emanating from him, his complexion paling. He has never before witnessed such a frenzied entity. To actively absorb the energy of a collapsing spatial conduit, it is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. No, it is akin to reveling in the core of an impending supernova, the distorted spatial portal in the sky. Under the combined strain of Chen Mo's frenzied absorption and Loki's prior destruction, becomes ever more unstable. A violent spatial storm erupts from the fissures like blades of reality. Accompanying the storm are more and more ferocious, distorted vanguard beings. They appear as fragments torn from the spatial tempest, their bodies more twisted, their eyes filled with utter madness. They no longer possess clear targets, resembling an uncontrollable plague of destruction, launching indiscriminate attacks upon the city below, upon the Stark Tower platform, upon all living beings. Irrespective of friend or foe, the true torrent of distortion has arrived. The entire battlefield is plunged into an ultimate chaos that defies prediction. At the heart of the storm, Chen Mo revels in the exhilarating surge of power, completely unconcerned with the turmoil surrounding him. In his eyes, there exists only the ever-increasing fusion degree of the Dragon Talisman. And deep within the vortex, the stronger aura of a prey that is about to be forcibly anchored and brought forth. Dragon Talisman Fusion Degree, 153. Spatial Rules Resolution, 35. New Apply Technique. Spatial Cutting Threads, Prototype, can condense minuscule spatial fissures, forming an invisible blade capable of severing all things. Range and strength are limited. The feast has reached its climax. Chapter 96, Dance of Spatial Threads. Vanguard to dust atop Stark Tower. Chen Mo stands as the eye of the storm. The tumultuous primal particles of space transform into a surging silver-blue river of light, wildly flowing into his body. The silver-blue flames of surface transpiration coalesced into a near-tangible essence, each breath resonating with the vibrations of the surrounding space. The ethereal silhouette of the dragon incantation spiraled greedily within his consciousness, its fusion metrics soaring like a wild stallion. Dragon Incantation Fusion Level, 187,192, Spatial Rule Resolution, 4,245, Warning. The energy structure of the spatial cutting threads, prototype, is unstable. Combat anchoring required. The system's alerts acted as a frigid catalyst. Chen Mo's icy gaze swept across the edge of the platform, where Loki, whom he had just struck away with a punch, was struggling to rise. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with venomous hatred akin to that of a serpent. Below the platform, a torrent of purple surged forth like a dam burst, more twisted bodies writhing, their eyes ablaze with pure destructive desire. They were the distorted vanguards, relentlessly ascending the outer walls of the edifice and even leaping from the air like a frenzied swarm of ants, charging towards Chen Mo and the cosmic cube apparatus at the center of the platform. These were the remnants torn asunder by the chaotic currents of space, devoid of strategy, driven solely by their primal urge to annihilate. Perfect for sharpening my blade, Chen Mo whispered, his voice barely audible amidst the energy storm. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, palm facing upward. No dazzling radiance emanated from him, only an exquisite restraint and profound concentration. The spatial tearing properties of the dragon incantation were pushed to their utmost limit, intermingling with the recently absorbed, yet not entirely tamed, particles of spatial essence. Under his precise mental control, 5 threads of silver blue, finer than a hair and nearly invisible, materialized in the void before his fingertips. They were not physical entities, but rather constituted of highly compressed and refined spatial fissures. Their edges flickered with nearly imperceptible black cracks, exuding an absolute sharpness capable of cleaving through all. Spatial cutting threads. Go! Chen Mo's fingers danced as if plucking invisible strings, and with a gentle flick, swish, 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 the 5 spatial cutting threads vanished in an instant. They did not fly at a physical speed, but rather appeared as though instantaneously teleporting to the vital nodes of the foremost 5 distorted vanguards, their necks, joints, and energy cores, effortlessly bypassing their twisted armors and the chaotic energies surging within them. SSS, a sound, faint nearly lost in the energy storm, resonated as the 5 grotesque creatures abruptly froze in their charge. Their heads silently detached from their bodies, the cuts as smooth as mirrors. Their stout limbs cleanly severed at the joints. The miniature energy cores embedded in their chests, along with the surrounding exoskeletons, were precisely bisected. No blood gushed forth, for the wounds were instantly cauterized by the higher dimensional force of the spatial fissures, sealing them shut. Only charred marks remained, the flesh at the severed points instantly carbonized. The 5 massive remnants collapsed like puppets stripped of their strings, crumbling into 5 smoldering heaps of charred flesh. Swift, accurate, ruthless, an absolute cutting force, transcending physical defenses. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Chen Mo's fingers fluttered in the void like a butterfly flitting from flower to flower, continuously striking forth. With each snap of the fingers, 5, 10, or even more strands of spatial cutting threads silently emerge, vanish, and reappear. Swish, 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 swish. Upon the platform, an unspoken dance of death unfolds instantaneously. A towering vanguard, brandishing bone blades, leaps high into the air, only to be intersected by numerous cutting threads, which swiftly disassemble its form into several neatly charred fragments. A creature attempting to spray corrosive slime from the side, as soon as its maw opens, is pierced with precision by a cutting thread that traverses its mouth and brain, exiting through the back of its skull, leaving a gaping, charred hole. A cluster of soldiers charging together is severed at the waist by the horizontal cutting threads. Akin to wheat being harvested, their upper bodies, propelled by inertia, lurch forward a few steps before crashing to the ground. There are no explosions, no screams of agony, only the chilling sound of cutting and the dull thud of monstrous carcasses collapsing. Chen Mo stands motionless, relying solely on the rhythm of his fingers to slice through the oncoming aberrant vanguards, reducing them to charred remnants as if harvesting straw. At the entrance of the platform, a small hill of blackened limbs and severed arms rapidly accumulates. The acrid scent of burnt flesh mingles with the ozone remnants of spatial cutting, permeating the frenzied energy field. Absolute control, the art of slaughter perfected. The spatial cutting threads reveal their lethal prowess. The true monstrosity is within the monsters themselves. Loki gazes at this hellish tableau, his hand gripping the scepter, trembling slightly. His pride, the Chitauri army, lies before the adversary like lambs awaiting slaughter. He begins to doubt whether summoning Lord Thanos was indeed a prudent decision. Just then, Buzz, the violently turbulent, nearly collapsing aberrant spatial portal, suddenly contracts to its utmost limit. Then, with a thunderous roar, like the birth of the universe, the sky over New York appears to be ruthlessly torn apart by an invisible giant hand. An indescribably colossal dark golden figure forcibly shatters the precarious dark purple barrier, stepping forth as if a deity had descended. Chapter 97. The Titan steps into the realm. The bull symbol shakes the stars, the space whales. The atmosphere quakes. The arrival of that figure seems to instantaneously siphon away all light and sound within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Only a profound, irresistible sense of oppressive weight, stemming from the instinct of life, remains. Clad in heavy, dark golden armor, inscribed with ancient and cold patterns, it resembles a moving fortress of war. Its colossal form embodies the power to obliterate stars. Beneath the helmet, a purple face, etched with deep grooves, bears no expression. Only the indifference and absolute majesty akin to the vastness of the cosmos. On its left hand rests a massive, glimmering gauntlet of cold metallic sheen. Upon the gauntlet, a gemstone pulsating with a heart-stopping orange-yellow glow beats slowly, reminiscent of a heartbeat. Thanos, the Titan of the universe. The Mad Titan. He has arrived. Merely the act of stepping through the spatial portal generates a shockwave that reverberates through the fabric of space, landing like a colossal hammer upon the earth of New York. The already precarious skyscraper collapsed in a series of cascading failures, akin to a line of dominoes. The ground undulated violently, like turbulent waves. The apex of Stark Tower trembled violently, its robust alloy structure emitting a piercing sound of twisted metal. Warning: detection of hyperdimensional life form arrival. Target: Thanos, energy level, planetary peak enhanced by the Power Stone. Threat assessment: Lethal combat experience at a cosmic level. Detection of Infinity Stone, Power Stone, activated. The system's alarms blared in a shocking crimson. An unprecedented sense of crisis washed over him like icy water. Chen Mo's frantic attempts to absorb the essence of space faltered momentarily. He abruptly lifted his gaze, and for the first time, his icy pupils beheld the imposing purple figure standing like a mountain before the shattered portal. The raw, unmasked will of annihilation and the terrifying waves emanating from the Power Stone, capable of crushing stars, sent a heavy yet exhilarating hum through his being. Bug. Thanos' voice resonated like distant thunder, echoing across the chaos of the battlefield. His gaze pierced through the tumult, precisely locking on Chen Mo, enveloped in a silver-blue flame at the center of the platform, alongside the cosmic cube that was spewing forth energy wildly. You have stolen my energy and disrupted the established balance. Now, surrender the stone, or be reduced to cosmic dust. No more words. No probing. Thanos slowly raised his left hand, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet. Upon it, the orange-yellow Power Stone erupted with a brilliance reminiscent of a supernova, an indescribable torrent of terrifying power, seemingly capable of distorting space and shattering the laws of physics, coalesced within his palm. This was not merely an energy beam, but the very embodiment of raw power, a cataclysmic force potent enough to obliterate the moon with a single strike. Buzz! The radiance of the Power Stone illuminated Thanos' indifferent purple visage, casting light upon the despairing eyes of countless souls below. Captain America's hand, clutching his shield, trembled. Tony, ensconced within his damaged armor, stared blankly at the annihilating glow. Hulk emitted a roar of defiance. Everyone sensed that when this strike fell, Manhattan, indeed all of New York, would be utterly erased from the map. Power? As Chen Mo gazed at the gathering cataclysmic light, fear was absent from his eyes. Instead, an unprecedented, nearly frenzied fervor for battle ignited within him. It was the exhilaration of confronting a true adversary. The divine power of the Bull Talisman, under extreme pressure, elicited an instinctive and violent response. Let us see whose strength prevails. The divine power of the Bull Talisman erupted with an intensity never before witnessed. An endless surge of power flooded every muscle, bone, and cell of his being, akin to a celestial river bursting its banks. His body resonated under the immense strain, echoing with a sound reminiscent of divine metal being forged. The silver-blue flames of space enveloping his form were forcibly suppressed by this pure golden power, even showing signs of assimilation. His muscles bulged, veins rising like coiling dragons beneath his skin. The alloy platform beneath him warped, concaving, twisting, and fracturing around him. Spiderweb-like cracks proliferated wildly. There was neither evasion nor cunning. In the face of the overwhelming force of these rules, Chen Mo opted for the most direct and audacious response, one that resonated with the very essence of the Bull Talisman's power. He slightly bent his legs, crushing the fractured alloy beneath his feet into mere powder. His right fist clenched tightly, cloaked in a dark golden aura of the Bull Talisman's divine strength. The air surrounding his fist was compressed and ionized by the sheer magnitude of his power, crackling with explosive sounds and tiny black electric serpents. A flicker of faint surprise crossed Thanos' eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper chill. No longer hesitating, he raised his left hand toward Stark Tower, targeting the diminutive figure that dared to challenge the Power Stone, and clenched it fiercely. Boom! A concentrated beam of destructive orange-yellow light, akin to a divine spear of judgment, pierced through the fabric of space in an instant. Wherever the beam traversed, the space shattered like fragile glass, leaving behind indelible black fissures. Even before the cataclysmic force struck, the terrifying pressure had already caused the structure of Stark Tower's rooftop platform to emit its final mournful cry, beginning to collapse on a grand scale. Unleash! Chen Mo roared, a sound reminiscent of a primordial beast. All his strength coiled into a single surge, channeling into his right fist. He faced the annihilating orange-yellow beam without flinching, delivering a powerful blow. The Bull Talisman's divine energy was unleashed, outputting to its utmost limit. Bang! The collision was indescribably terrifying. The dark golden fist met the orange-yellow beam of destruction in the air, less than 100 meters above Stark Tower, with a ferocious clash. There was no explosive confrontation of energies, only a deep, Resounding boom that shattered every piece of glass in New York City, rupturing eardrums and sending souls trembling. As if two planets had collided in the depths of the cosmos. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. At the point of contact between the dark golden fist and the orange beam, space was twisted and torn apart. A miniature black hole singularity was born and obliterated in an instant. A visible wave of destruction, intermingled with dark gold and orange. Its edges entwined with countless black spatial cracks, spread outward at a speed surpassing sound, perfectly spherical, in a frenzied expansion. Boom! The shockwave swept through. The rooftop of Stark Tower seemed to be brushed by an invisible giant hand. All structural elements, equipment, the magical barriers Loki had previously set, and even the charred remnants of the distorted vanguard, were instantaneously reduced to the most basic particles of dust. There was no time for an explosion to occur. The shockwave continued downward. The iconic spire of Stark Tower crumbled like a sandcastle, disintegrating. The central structure twisted and broke apart, the entire skyscraper, under the relentless assault of the shockwave, ignited like a colossal match, collapsing layer by layer from the top down. Dust, mixed with shards of energy, formed a massive, slowly rising mushroom cloud. The shockwave swept across the sky. The fleet of distorted airships, previously cleared by Chen Mo and now re-entering, was vaporized in an instant. Like a swarm of mosquitoes caught in a tempest. Two colossal entities prowled in close proximity, attempting to assail the distorted remnants of the Leviathan, only to be swept by a shockwave. The immense skeleton shattered as if it were mere decayed wood, transforming into ash. The shockwave collided with the ground, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens. Centered upon the site of Stark Tower, every structure within a several-kilometer radius was struck as though by an invisible hammer. Glass facade shattered, steel and concrete structures twisted and collapsed. The streets rolled as if plowed by a mighty force. Flames and smoke surged skyward, and an enormous ring of destruction was instantaneously formed. With a single punch and a clenched fist, the residual energy utterly reduced Manhattan's central district to ruin. Chapter 98. The Cube in Hand. Loki's escape as the cataclysmic shockwave gradually dissipated. The scene in the epicenter emerged. Thanos remained suspended before the shattered portal of space. His massive form as steadfast as a mountain. The residual glow of the Power Stone shimmering upon his dark golden armor, entirely unscathed. Yet, for the first time, a distinct ripple of astonishment crossed his eternally icy purple visage as he glanced at his left hand. The light of the Power Stone upon the Infinity Gauntlet dimmed slightly, and the gauntlet itself bore an almost imperceptible crack. That recent strike, though not utilizing the full might of the stones, was more than sufficient to obliterate an interstellar fleet. How could it have been thwarted by an earthling using sheer physical strength? Though the opponent paid a dire price, this revelation fundamentally altered his understanding. Below, the Stark Tower had vanished, leaving only a vast pit, exuding thick smoke and searing heat. Amidst the ruins at the edge of the chasm, a figure knelt. Chen Mo's condition was exceedingly dire. His upper garments had disintegrated into ash amidst the shock, revealing a robust yet cracked physique. His skin was marred with spiderweb-like traces of blood, resembling fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering. Golden blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, a manifestation of the highly condensed power of the Bull Talisman. His right arm exhibited an unnatural twist, the bone evidently fractured. The cost of clashing with the Power Stone was profoundly heavy. Warning: severe bodily damage detected. Right arm sustained a comminuted fracture. Multiple internal organs ruptured. Energy circuits overloaded. Bull Talisman power consumption, 87. Passive trigger, Dog Talisman undying protection, stabilizing life essence. Passive trigger, Horse Talisman healing purification, undergoing rapid repair. Gentle white light intertwined with resilient golden light upon Chen Mo's form. The Dog Talisman safeguarded the core of his life, while the Horse Talisman acted like the most efficient nano-repair mechanism, frantically mending his shattered body. The fractured bone in his arm forcibly reconnected and healed within the golden light. Torn muscle fibers rapidly regenerated, and his ruptured organs were enveloped in white light, soothing their wounds. The blood traces upon his skin vanished at a visible pace. Although his breath was feeble, the vitality within him burned fiercely, reminiscent of a primordial beast. Coughing, Chen Mo expelled a mouthful of golden, viscous blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs, gradually rising from his half-kneeling position. He flexed his recently repaired right arm, emitting a faint sound of skeletal friction, and gazed upward at the looming figure of Thanos. The fiery fervor of battle ignited within his eyes, not extinguished, but rather surging with greater intensity. Indeed, the Power Stone possessed formidable strength. Thanos' initial astonishment swiftly transformed into a chilling intent to kill, accompanied by a hint of gravity. This Earthling was not only inexplicably powerful, but also exhibited a recovery ability that was beyond comprehension. He must be eradicated immediately. Once again, Thanos lifted his left hand, the brilliance of the Power Stone reigniting, this time more concentrated, the essence of destruction deeper. He intended to unleash a greater force to utterly crush this seemingly immortal insect. However, at that very moment of Thanos' accumulation of power, a cold, triumphant smile graced Chen Mo's lips. His objective had never been to engage Thanos in a brutal confrontation. At least not now. His true aim was always the Tesseract. The cataclysmic clash that had just transpired obliterated Stark Tower, also dismantling the protective force field and shell shielding the Tesseract. At this moment, the Tesseract, radiating a profound azure glow, hovered quietly atop the remnants of a semi-melted metallic base at the center of the deep pit, devoid of all protection and exposed to everyone's gaze. Now was the moment. Chen Mo silently urged himself. Ignoring his bodily injuries, he unleashed the divine power of the Rabbit Talisman, his speed skyrocketing to its zenith. Whoosh! His figure momentarily blurred in place. Whoosh! He left behind a solid shadow, while his true self appeared as if teleported to the center of the pit. His left hand, imbued with the residual divine power of the Bull Talisman, disregarded the residual high-temperature radiation and chaotic spatial energies surrounding the Tesseract, effortlessly grasping the object that emanated the mysteries of endless space. The moment he touched it, a chilling sensation surged through him, a vast and boundless force, seemingly containing the very essence of a universe, flooding into his palm. The absorption efficiency of the spatial essence on the system panel surged tenfold. Acquired. Tesseract, container of the Space Stone. Spatial essence absorption efficiency. Dragon Talisman fusion degree. 251,267. Rapid ascent. Spatial rule analysis degree. 6,065. Rapid ascent. No. Thanos roared in a fit of rage. His astonishment turned to fury. He had not anticipated that the opponent would withstand his strike merely to create a diversion to seize the Space Stone. The glow of the Power Stone intensified dramatically. A column of orange-yellow light, thicker and more concentrated than before, surged towards Chen Mo in the pit, fueled by Thanos' wrath. This time, he would hold nothing back, vowing to obliterate this thief along with the Space Stone. Stop him! Almost simultaneously, another frantic voice rang out. It was Loki. He had somehow crawled out from the ruins, his face smeared with dirt, his gold and green armor battered. Yet the Mind Scepter in his hand radiated an unprecedented dark golden brilliance. He could not allow the Space Stone to fall into the hands of this madman, nor could he tolerate Thanos' wrath affecting him. The Mind Stone atop the scepter shot forth a concentrated dark golden mental spike, not aimed at Chen Mo, but directed towards the Tesseract. He aimed to disrupt Chen Mo's control over the Rubik's Cube, or perhaps send it flying. Before him loomed Thanos, unleashing an enraged beam of annihilation, while behind lurked Loki, insidiously wielding his mental interference. In the depths of the abyss, Chen Mo gripped the Rubik's Cube tightly, fervently drawing in energy, all the while besieged by two wielders of the Infinity Stones. The crisis surged to its peak in an instant. Chapter 99. The Rabbit's shadow breaks the stalemate. The cube enters the body. Thanos' furious strike produced an orange-yellow beam, akin to a spear of divine retribution, tearing through the sky with the might to obliterate stars, plunging straight into the abyss. Loki's sinister dark gold mental spike, silent yet swift, bore down on the universe cube in Chen Mo's grasp. The combined might of the two Infinity Stones assailed him from both fronts, sealing off all avenues of escape. At the center of the abyss, space was locked down by two terrifying forces, solidifying as if transformed into a realm of despair. Warning: fatal energy strike locked on. Threat source 1. Power Stone's annihilation beam. Rule level: physical energy obliteration. Threat Source 2. Mind Stone's mental interference. High-dimensional rule pollution energy disruption. Dodging space. 0. Passive trigger. Dog Talisman's absolute immunity. Instant death damage resistance. Horse Talisman's purification barrier. Mental pollution isolation. The golden light of the Dog Talisman intertwined with the white light of the Horse Talisman, forming a resilient dual barrier around Chen Mo. However, this merely ensured he would not be instantly obliterated. Thanos' beam was potent enough to severely injure or even maim him. Loki's interference could disrupt his energy absorption from the cube, potentially provoking a backlash from its power. In a moment of peril, a chilling light surged in Chen Mo's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, the rabbit talisman surged. Space warped. He held nothing back, recklessly infusing the enormous volume of spatial origin particles he had just absorbed into the rabbit talisman, disregarding the cost. At the same time, the heightened spatial rule resolution was pushed to its utmost limit. Buzz! Chen Mo's figure became exceedingly blurred and distorted at the spot. He did not move in a straight line, but rather seemed to merge with the tumultuous space around him. At the very instant Thanos' beam and Loki's spike were about to reach him, swish! His form, along with the universe cube, shattered like a reflection in water disturbed by a stone, vanishing from sight. This was not merely an afterimage left by high-speed movement, but a genuine, short-distance spatial displacement. Boom! Thanos' orange-yellow beam crashed into the abyss. The destructive force further widened and deepened the chasm. Lava gushed forth. The earth rolled like waves. A terrifying shockwave flattened the surrounding ruins anew. Hiss! Loki's mental spike pierced the void, plunging into the lava, stirring chaotic mental ripples, but achieving nothing. What? Both Thanos and Loki gasped in astonishment. Spatial movement. In the face of the Power Stone's lock and the chaotic turmoil wrought by the cube's energy. How could the opponent execute such precise spatial displacement? In the next moment, 300 meters from the original abyss, above a relatively intact ruin of a street, space rippled like water. Chen Mo's figure staggered into view. His complexion was pale, golden blood oozing from his mouth once more, as he forcibly activated the immature spatial leap. A tremendous burden on both his body and the talisman. Yet in his grasp, the ethereal azure cosmic cube remained firmly held, drawing from an unbroken wellspring of energy. Space leap, overload completed. Body load severe. Energy consumption, 35. Dragon rune integration, 315. Spatial rule resolution, 75. New application skill. Short distance space leap, stable. Allows for energy expenditure to execute short range. Within sight, spatial jumps, cooldown accuracy influenced by spatial stability. Insect, you cannot escape. The fury of Thanos burned in his eyes like a tangible flame. His colossal form erupted with a terrifying speed that belied his size, plunging towards Chen Mo's newly emerged position like a violet meteor. The Power Stone on the Infinity Gauntlet ignited once more. This time, he would not attack from afar. Instead, he aimed to close the distance and crush this slippery thief into dust with absolute force. Loki's gaze flickered as he observed Thanos lunging toward Chen Mo. He glanced skyward at the spatial portal, which, having lost its energy source due to the cube's theft, began to collapse and contract violently, along with the anxious thoughts of other obsidian leaders emanating from its depths. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Madmen, you are all mad." With a swift motion, Loki directed his scepter toward the disintegrating portal. Dark golden psychic energy surged forth, temporarily stabilizing a narrow passageway. With one last venomous glance at Chen Mo, who was on the verge of being caught by Thanos and the cube in his hand, Loki transformed into a stream of dark golden light and dove into the crumbling portal without a second thought. He has escaped. Chen Mo paid no heed to Loki's flight. His entire focus was locked onto the descending Thanos. He sensed the boundless spatial essence emanating from the cube in his hand, coupled with an unprecedented fullness and transformative sensation coursing through his body from the dragon rune. A more frenzied, greedy thought arose within him. Absorb the cube? No, that would be too slow. He sought to merge with it. He desired the power of the space stone to serve as the nourishment for the complete transformation of the dragon rune. He aimed for this cosmic treasure to become a part of his strength. The system would become an integral facet of his power. System. Maximum power. Analyze the cube's structure. Channel the essence of the space stone. Target. Forceful integration with the dragon rune. Chen Mo issued the most reckless command to the system in his mind. Command confirmed. Executing highest priority protocol. Spatial Rule Resolution 75. Intervention. Dragon Rune Integration 315. Intervention. Constructing Forced Integration Channel. Warning. This operation risk level. Destructive. Success rate. 37. 8. Confirm? Confirm. Madness flickered in Chen Mo's eyes as he decided to stake everything. He forcefully pressed the glowing azure cosmic cube against the core of the dragon rune's power within his chest. Buzz! As the cosmic cube was pressed against his chest with great force, time seemed to elongate and freeze. The ethereal blue radiance clashed violently with the silvery blue flames emanating from Chen Mo's body, merging in a tumultuous embrace. An indescribable wave of terrifying energy, reminiscent of the universe's primordial inception, erupted explosively from his core. It was no longer the orderly absorption of energy witnessed earlier, but rather an intense collision and forced amalgamation of two fundamental forces. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, akin to the shattering of crystal. The immensely resilient shell of the cosmic cube, imbued with the mysteries of space, began to fissure under the pressure of Chen Mo's incantation and the system's authoritative intervention. A slender crack emerged, through which a stream of pure, unnameable silvery blue light, representing the essence of a universe, surged forth like a liberated river of stars, flooding into Chen Mo's chest in an instant. Roar! An indescribable agony engulfed every nerve within Chen Mo's being. It felt as though the very weight of the universe pressed down upon him, intent on utterly crushing and disassembling him at a material level. Simultaneously, it was as if countless spatial blades were frantically slicing and reconfiguring his insides. His body trembled violently, as numerous fine wounds erupted on the surface of his skin, golden blood gushing forth like a fountain, only to be rapidly mended under the white light of the incantation. His bones emitted a haunting groan and cracking sound, yet were forcibly rejoined by the golden light of another spell. His consciousness ebbed and flowed amidst the boundless torment, teetering on the brink of total obliteration. Warning. Mandatory injection of the cosmic gem's essence. Body disintegration rate, 4,153, ascending rapidly. Energy circuit overload imminent. Dragon spell fusion rate, 351407553, soaring uncontrollably. Spatial rule analysis rate, 8090100, breaking the threshold. Warning, dragon spell structure overload. Risk of collapse exists. Passive trigger, tiger spells yin-yang balance. Force stabilization. Buzz. Just as the dragon spell's ethereal form expanded violently due to the massive influx of spatial essence, glowing with a brilliance that threatened to explode, the previously dormant tiger spell's apparition within Chen Mo's consciousness suddenly ignited. A harmonious yet resilient force, one black and one white, swiftly spread, acting as the most precise regulator, forcibly intervening in the tumultuous fusion of the dragon spell and the cosmic gem's essence. The power of the tiger spell was not one of suppression, but rather of guidance and equilibrium. It directed the wild flow of spatial essence, taming its ferocious impact and channeling it into the deeper structures of the dragon spell, while simultaneously maintaining the stability of its core. The blinding light of the dragon spell, though still oscillating violently, showed no signs of collapse under the harmonization of the black and white energies. Instead, it began to absorb and assimilate the power of the cosmic gem in a manner that was more profound and esoteric. Tiger spell intervention. Fusion channel stabilized. Dragon spell fusion rate. 621689753, stably ascending. Control of spatial rules. 100. Solidified. Acquired primordial ability. Spatial control, beginner. The capacity to freely perceive, anchor, and manipulate small-scale spatial structures, folding, stretching, solidifying, tearing. The description may seem protracted, yet it unfolds in the blink of an eye, as Thanos' colossal purple fist, infused with the might of the Power Stone, hurtles towards Chen Mo with a terrifying momentum capable of shattering stars. Chen Mo's tightly shut eyes suddenly snap open. Within his gaze, there are no longer the whites and pupils of a human eye, but instead, two swirling, silver-blue cosmic vortices that pulsate and dance with life and death. Deep within these vortices, ephemeral images of countless stars being born and extinguished can be discerned. A vast, frigid presence, embodying the very essence of space itself, radiates a fearsome pressure akin to the awakening of a slumbering primordial beast, erupting with cataclysmic force. He raises his recently restored right hand, now adorned with a flowing silver-blue sheen, and with fingers spread wide, gently presses towards Thanos' world-destroying strike. No earth-shattering collision ensues. Thanos' fist, powerful enough to obliterate the moon, halts less than a meter from Chen Mo's palm, as if it has collided with an invisible, intangible, yet utterly indestructible cosmic barrier. The space before Chen Mo's hand is forcibly solidified, folded into multiple layers. A resounding thud reverberates. Thanos feels as though he has struck the core of a neutron star. The terrifying recoil surges through his fist and arm, violently impacting his entire being. For the first time, his massive purple form trembles uncontrollably. The momentum of his descent is abruptly stifled, causing him to stagger backward slightly. The Power Stone on the Infinity Gauntlet flickers wildly, barely countering this bizarre spatial rebound. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, propelled by this recoil, drifts backward as if weightless, landing gracefully atop a partially collapsed building. The protective shell of the cube on his chest has completely shattered, leaving behind a singular, slowly rotating, deep silver-blue, glowing rune, as if alive, imprinted upon his skin, perfectly merging with the power of the dragon talisman within him. His wounds heal rapidly under the flow of the silver-blue light, though his breath is somewhat unsteady. The immense pressure emanating from the very fabric of space renders the entire battlefield breathless. He opens his right hand, palm upward, with a slight mental shift, a 3-inch long, mirror-smooth black rift silently tears open in the space above his palm. Within the rift lies a heart-stopping void that devours all. The ultimate form of spatial cutting silk, Spatial Rift. Effortlessly summoned, Thanos hovers mid-air, his massive fist gradually retracting. He gazes at the spatial rune imprinted on Chen Mo's chest, sensing the terrifying aura that resonates with the space stone, yet is more profound and restrained. The ability to effortlessly rend space itself instills an unprecedented gravity upon his typically stoic purple visage. He casts a glance at the completely collapsed and vanished spatial portal above, now devoid of energy after Loki's escape, and then surveys the burning ruins of the city below, the terrified crowds, and the remnants of the Avengers, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear and despair. "You have won a temporary respite, thief." The deep voice of Thanos resonated, imbued with a sense of scrutiny and evaluation. "Yet, the balance of the universe shall ultimately be restored. The power of the Space Stone does not belong to you. We shall meet again." There was no furious roar, no lingering resentment. Thanos cast a profound glance at Chen Mo, as if to indelibly imprint this variable upon the depths of his soul. Then, his colossal form gradually receded into the turbulent spatial maelstrom created by the collapse of the portal behind him, vanishing from sight. He arrived with an overwhelming presence and departed with unyielding decisiveness, leaving behind a landscape of devastation and a master of runes standing resolutely atop the ruins, wielding the authority of space. The Battle of New York concluded in an unforeseen manner, leaving the Avengers utterly defeated, Loki in a frantic escape, and Thanos temporarily retreating. The only true victor was that figure, marked by space runes upon his chest, gazing coldly down upon the wreckage. Chen Mo felt the surging power within him, a fusion of the space stone's essence and the almost complete mastery over space, as a cold smile slowly formed at the corner of his mouth. "The strongest on Earth? This is merely the beginning." Chapter 101. Ripples of Space. Movements in the sanctuary above the ruins of New York. The smoke had yet to dissipate. The once thriving heart of Manhattan now lay in ruins, reduced to twisted steel skeletons, molten shards of glass, and gaping pits plunging deep into the earth. The air was saturated with the acrid scent of charred remains, ozone, and a faint hint of blood, silently narrating the brutality of a war that transcended human comprehension. The wailing of survivors, the blaring of rescue sirens, and the rumble of machinery intertwined amidst the debris, composing a mournful elegy. Chen Mo stood at the edge of skyscraper, its upper half sheared off, surveying the hellish panorama he had a hand in creating. Clad in a simple black combat suit, immaculate and unblemished, he seemed a stark contrast to the surrounding desolation. Upon his chest, the silver-blue space rune, imprinted from the shattered remnants of the cosmic cube, pulsated gently with his breath, emanating a profound and subdued luminescence. Dragon Rune Fusion Degree, 783. Control of Spatial Rules, 100 Beginner. Energy Reserve, 92. Space Essence and Continuous Transformation. New Ability. Spatial Perception, Passive. Passively perceives spatial anomalies, energy nodes, and dimensional fluctuations within a 10-kilometer radius. The system's interface vividly manifested within his consciousness. The transformation brought forth by the fusion with the Space Stone was nothing short of astounding. It was not merely a geometric enhancement of the Dragon Rune's power, but rather a profound comprehension of the very essence of space. At this moment, he needed no deliberate exploration. New York City, in his eyes, had transcended the mere accumulation of matter. He could perceive the intricate networks of pipes beneath the city as dim veins, observe the subtle spatial stress distortions within the remaining structures due to damage, and even faintly detect the residual spatial tremors in the air, akin to ripples upon water, remnants of Thanos' arrival and his forceful spatial leap. However, amidst the desolation dominated by physical devastation, several extraordinarily subtle yet distinctly different anomalies, akin to fireflies in the night, vividly registered in his perception. They were not mere ruptures or distortions of spatial structure, but rather a weaving, an intricate tapestry that cleverly folded, stitched, and layered the spatial dimensions of reality, forming independent and stable pockets or nodes of energy. These structures emanated an ancient order, imbued with a peculiar essence that transcended the ordinary dimensions of reality. Among these anomalies, one exhibited the most stable and potent energy response, located at 177 Bleecker Street, Manhattan. A magical barrier, Chen Mo murmured softly, a flicker of intrigue passing through his icy gaze. Kamartaj, the magical guardian of Earth, the sanctum of New York, the domain of a sorcerer from the original ancient texts. This ability to manipulate space is indeed fascinating. Though, in light of his current mastery over spatial control, such a barrier appeared as fragile as a child's building blocks. The underlying philosophy of its construction and the energy forms contained within, which diverged from purely physical rules, presented him with an entirely new specimen. System task triggered. Initial exploration of dimensions. Task description. Engage with and analyze at least one magical node, such as the Sanctum of New York, and gain a preliminary understanding of the energy, magic, composition rules, and operational principles of this dimension. Task reward. Activation of a Sheep Talisman. Spatial Rule Analysis Degree. 5. Random fragment of magical knowledge. 1. The notion of the Sheep Talisman facilitating astral projection. A thought stirred within Chen Mo. Among the 12 talismans, the Sheep Talisman represented the power of the soul and had remained in an unactivated gray state. It appeared that interacting with the magical dimension was the key to unlocking it. With a fleeting motion, he activated the Rabbit Talisman, causing no sonic booms or air disturbances. He seamlessly melded into the very fabric of space, vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood before the seemingly unremarkable, somewhat dilapidated wooden door at 177 Bleecker Street. To the naked eye, it was merely an ordinary Victorian-style row house. Yet, within Chen Mo's spatial perception, the door and the entire building were enveloped by an extraordinarily complex, three-dimensional network composed of countless golden energy runes. This network was not entirely closed. It functioned like a sophisticated filter, permitting specific frequencies or entities to pass while excluding all else, including physical probing and unauthorized intrusions. The combination of spatial folding and dimensional barriers held intriguing potential. Chen Mo extended his finger, a delicate silver-blue energy of spatial power swirling at his fingertips, and gently touched the wooden door. Buzz! Just as his fingertip was about to make contact with the door panel, the layer of invisible golden rune network suddenly illuminated. A tremendous repulsive force materialized, not as a physical impact, but as a spatial-level rejection and expulsion. It was as if the door, along with the space it guarded, was yanked backward by an unseen hand, instantly widening the chasm between it and the realm of reality. Despite his finger being a mere centimeter from the door panel, it felt as though an insurmountable abyss lay between them. Meanwhile, a subtle yet extraordinarily pure mental intention, akin to invisible tendrils, sought to quietly infiltrate Chen Mo's mind, imbued with a sense of scrutiny and warning. Uninvited, one must not enter. An unfamiliar, formidable presence, A gentle, yet unequivocal voice resonated deep within Chen Mo's consciousness. This voice did not emanate from within the door, but seemed to arise from the very essence of this space, imbued with antiquity and profundity. Oui, she was indeed observing. A cold smile crept upon Chen Mo's lips. A warning? After harmonizing with the power of the spatial gem, there were few places in this world capable of restraining him. Invitation? He retracted his finger, and the silver-blue radiance at his fingertip not only persisted but instantaneously solidified, exuding a sharpness capable of cleaving through space. The destinations Chen Mo aspired to reach have never required the permission of others. Before his words could fully dissipate, the spatial force he had concentrated at his fingertip, akin to the sharpest scalpel, gently sliced through the shimmering barrier of golden light before him. With a sound akin to the tearing of heavy silk, a jarring noise echoed. The magical barrier, composed of countless ancient runes and designed to withstand incursions from conventional dimensions, faltered before the cutting power infused with the essence of the spatial gem, as if it had encountered its nemesis. A distinct opening, edged with subtle black spatial fissures, was forcefully torn apart. Within the breach, the scenery of Brick Street no longer lay, but rather a swirling passage composed of pure magical energy, shimmering with mesmerizing light and shadows. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo stepped inside. Chapter 102. The Mirror Maze, Awakening of the Sheep Symbol. As he stepped in, the world transformed abruptly. The clamor and decay of Brick Street vanished without a trace. Chen Mo realized he was not within a room, but standing in an endless, bizarre expanse of extraordinary space. Beneath him lay a surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting distorted lights and shadows, while overhead, the sky mirrored the scene below. Countless enormous, angular mirrors floated like a kaleidoscope, suspended and stacked at unimaginable angles, extending towards the horizon. Within these mirrors, myriad reflections of Chen Mo emerged. Yet these images were not static. They moved, split, and reconfigured, some acting at speeds both swift and slow, with certain reflections performing actions entirely distinct from his own, as if endowed with independent consciousness. Here, space was folded, replicated, and distorted, forming an immense and dizzying mirror maze. Warning: entering the high-dimensional fragment of the Kamar Taj mirror dimension. Spatial structure: highly distorted, non-Euclidean geometric realities, partially ineffective. Detected high-intensity dimensional energy, magic erosion. Threat assessment: moderate, primarily bewildering foes, with latent lethal intent. The system's alarm blared in his mind. Chen Mo attempted to summon his spatial perception, only to find the previously clear spatial threads, now rendered chaotic, akin to a disturbed pool of water. The mirrors are not mere reflections. They represent nodes of spatial folding, each one potentially an independent trap or an entrance to an unknown realm. The Ancient One did not manifest directly, yet he imparted a stern warning through this mirror dimension. A mere parlor trick, Chen Mo scoffed coldly. He attempted to take a step forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With his movement, dozens of colossal mirrors around him seemed to come alive, instantly adjusting their angles. Countless reflections of Chen Mo synchronized their actions in unison. Some bore eerie smiles. Others conjured dark golden orbs of explosive dragon energy, while some reached out from the mirrors like phantoms, grasping toward him. More bizarrely, these attacks were not mere illusions. Chen Mo could distinctly feel waves of magical energy and corporeal energy arms, imbued with a palpable sense of threat, surging toward him from all directions. Mirror attacks: a fusion of reality and illusion. In this dimension, deceptive images could transform into genuine assaults. Chen Mo stood firm, invoking the power of the Bull Talisman, enveloping himself in a shroud of divine energy. A pale golden force field enveloped him like tangible armor. Bang, bang, bang. The magical shockwaves collided with the force field, dissipating like rain on banana leaves. Several reaching energy arms were rebuffed by the force field, shattering into fragments. However, at that very moment when he deflected this wave of attacks, the mirror-like floor beneath him suddenly softened like rippling water. Collapsing, a powerful suction pulled at him, threatening to drag him into the endless mirror abyss below. Simultaneously, the mirrored sky above pressed down violently, countless sharp-edged reflections descending like blades. A pincer attack from above and below. Be still, Chen Mo commanded, the mental power of the chicken talisman erupting with thunderous force. No longer merely manipulating objects, he combined it with spatial control to achieve spatial solidification. Buzz. The space within a 10-meter radius of him instantly became as if cast in eternal ice. The collapsing ground was forcibly frozen in a bizarre state of semi-liquid and semi-solid. The descending mirrored ceiling was held aloft by an invisible, colossal force, unable to descend an inch. The jagged edges were but half a foot from his head. Yet, the solidification of space required continuous energy output, and its range was limited. More mirrors pressed in from all directions, and the reflections of Chen Mo within them emitted silent derision, coalescing into even more potent magical attacks. Fireballs, ice spikes, and chains of lightning illuminated the labyrinth with a dazzling array of magical brilliance, as lethal waves of energy surged forth like a tide. Warning: energy consumption escalating. Range of spatial solidification diminishing. Dimensional core, energy interference detected. Spatial control partially suppressed. A flicker of impatience flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. This labyrinth was endless, and entangling with these reflections was futile. He had to locate the core or shatter through with sheer force. He raised his right hand, the annihilation power of the dragon talisman coalescing in his palm. This time, it was no longer merely dark golden. It integrated the properties of spatial cutting, forming a silver-blue-black energy sphere. The aura of destruction spread instantaneously. However, just as he was about to unleash this energy sphere capable of tearing apart vast expanses of mirrored space, an unexpected change occurred. A subtle, yet chilling wave, piercing to the very core of the soul, suddenly emanated from an ostensibly ordinary mirror behind him. This wave was not a magical assault. Rather, it resembled a form of probing, a gaze imbued with greed and malice, originating from a deeper dimension. It deftly circumvented Chen Mo's physical defenses and spatial barriers, akin to an invisible needle, directly targeting his spiritual essence. Warning: high-dimensional spiritual erosion detected. Source: unknown entity dimension, deep layer. Threat level: high soul contamination and consciousness parasitism. Physical defenses compromised. Spatial barriers partially breached. Passive activation: dog talisman soul protection, initiated. Horse talisman spiritual purification, initiated. The golden radiance of the dog talisman and the white glow of the horse talisman instantly illuminated Chen Mo's consciousness sea, steadfastly guarding his soul's essence and attempting to purify the chilling incursion. However, this invasion from the deep entity dimension was remarkably sinister and obstinate, akin to a festering wound, fiercely resisting the protective forces of the two talismans as it sought a crevice to infiltrate. The intense conflict at the soul level caused Chen Mo's dragon burst action to falter. A wave of profound dizziness and the agony of his soul being torn asunder surged forth. Just at this critical juncture, besieged from both within and without, his soul under assault, a resounding hum erupted from the depths of his consciousness sea. The ethereal manifestation of the sheep talisman, which had remained dormant, seemed to respond to the external spiritual turbulence, or perhaps was stirred by the protective energies of the dog and horse talismans. It suddenly radiated a gentle, unprecedented white light. This white light was not blinding, yet it bore a pure power that penetrated all illusions, reaching the very essence of the soul. It swept across Chen Mo's entire consciousness sea in an instant, akin to sunlight dispelling gloom. The chilling invasion, entwined with the energies of the dog and horse talismans, encountered its nemesis in this pure soul light, emitting a silent, anguished wail before it swiftly dissipated like melting ice and snow, completely purified and dispersed. Simultaneously, the white light of the sheep talisman did not wane. It surged forth like a warm tide, enveloping Chen Mo's entire soul in an instant. An unprecedented sensation of ethereal lightness arose, as if he had shed all material constraints, filling his consciousness with wonder. Sheep talisman activated. Fusion Degree 1. Acquired basic ability. Soul projection allows the conscious mind to detach from the physical body, existing in a spiritual form for mental perception, projection, attack, and defense. The strength and capabilities of the spiritual form are influenced by the fusion degree and mental strength. Passive effect. Soul stabilization significantly enhances resistance against mental attacks, soul erosion, and consciousness manipulation. At the critical moment of soul assault, the sheep talisman awakened under the dual stimuli of the oppressive mirror dimension and the encroaching deep dimension. Chapter 103. The emergence of the spiritual body, a glimpse into the dimensions the instant the sheep talisman activated. Its pure soul light not only dispelled the external invasion, but also, like a warm spring, instantly soothed all discomforts that Chen Mo had experienced due to the spiritual conflict. An unprecedented sensation of transparency and lightness has supplanted the previous heaviness and dullness. His consciousness resembles a pristine mirror, dusted clean, becoming remarkably lucid and perceptive. The flow of information from the system flickers through his awareness. Chen Mo, with a subtle shift in thought, endeavors to harness the nascent power of the sheep talisman, embodying the essence of his soul. Buzz, a translucent apparition, identical in form to Chen Mo, yet radiating a soft white light, gradually emerges from his body, akin to a reflection in water. This is his spiritual body. The moment of separation from the material form evokes an extraordinary sensation, as the constraints of the physical world seem to dissipate. Gravity, air resistance, and even the pressure of spatial solidity become negligible to the spiritual body. He feels as light as a feather. Wherever his mind directs, the spiritual body can instantly soar. More remarkably, his perception undergoes a profound transformation. The material world appears semi-transparent, as if veiled by a delicate gossamer. He can distinctly perceive the golden currents of the Ox Talisman's divine power flowing within his corporeal form, the silver-blue essence of the Dragon Talisman, and the dormant energy nodes of other talismans. He observes the mirrored dimensions around him, where magical energy flows like golden streams behind the labyrinthine mirrors. He even catches a faint sense of a powerful and serene consciousness deep within this dimensional space, quietly observing with a hint of astonishment. Ancient One. The previously ominous waves attempting to invade him become clearer. They do not emanate from the mirror dimension itself, but rather from a deeper, darker rift in the dimensional fabric, akin to a greedy wound seeping foul spiritual energy through the weak points between the mirror and the real dimensions. Thus it is. A cold smile curves Chen Mo's lips. This mirrored labyrinth not only ensnares foes, but also serves as a bait, luring and trapping those who inadvertently wander in or are sensitive to magical energy. The true peril lies in the predators from the deeper spiritual dimensions attracted by the magical energy. Ancient One likely brought him here with the intent of having him purge these pests. At that moment, a chilling sound, akin to the hissing of countless venomous serpents, emanates from the mirror behind Chen Mo's spiritual body, which had just been suffused with a cold wave. The mirror ripples violently, as if disturbed by a stone cast into water, and a more potent, foul darkness surges forth. Subsequently, several shadowy tendrils, oozing thick black liquid, dart from the mirror like sharks sensing blood, driven by greed and malice, lunging towards Chen Mo as recently detached spiritual body, aglow with the purity of his soul. Warning. Detecting an entity from the spectral dimension. Shadow Devourer, low tier. Characteristics: spectral assault, soul siphoning, shadow stealth. Threat level: moderate against spectral special attacks. Seeking death. A glint of cold light flickered in the eyes of Lingti Chen Mo. He had been pondering the perfect opportunity to test the might of this sheep talisman. Confronted by the encroaching shadow tendrils, Lingti Chen Mo stood resolute, channeling the power of the sheep talisman. Condense. A translucent white light shield, forged from pure soul energy, materialized instantaneously before his spectral form. The surface of the shield shimmered with enigmatic runes, exuding an aura that fortified the soul and dispelled malevolent forces. Thud, thud, thud. Several shadow tendrils collided violently against the soul shield. There was no thunderous roar, only the hissing sound akin to hot oil meeting snow. The viscous black liquid on the tendrils was swiftly purified and evaporated upon contact with the sheep talisman's pristine soul energy. The tendrils themselves trembled violently, as if seared. Wilting under the shield's protection, the Shadow Devourer emitted a cry of anguish, seemingly unprepared for the formidable protective power of this newly manifested spirit. Yet it did not retreat. The dark aura emanating from the mirror intensified, and more shadow tendrils, akin to frenzied serpents, coiled toward Lingti Chen Mo from all directions, piercing forth. Simultaneously, a powerful mental assault, infused with chaos and dissent, struck Chen Mo's spectral consciousness like an invisible hammer. Oomph! Such trivial skills dare to challenge me? Chen Mo sensed the feeble mental onslaught, which failed to disturb the essence of his soul, fortified by the dual protection of the dog talisman and the horse talisman. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as the power of the sheep talisman surged once more. This time, it would not be for defense. Break! A tangible white mental spike erupted from the center of Chen Mo's forehead in an instant. Its speed transcended the limitations of the physical realm. The mental spike disregarded the coiling shadow tendrils, piercing directly into the depths of the rippling mirror. Striking at the core consciousness of the shadow devourer concealed within the dimensional crevice. A piercing shriek erupted, resonating at the very soul level. The mirror shattered like fragile glass. The surging dark aura dissipated instantly, akin to a deflated balloon. Several entwined shadow tendrils withered as if bereft of life, dissolving into wisps of black smoke. In a single strike, a mental assault, annihilating the low-tier shadow devourer. Chen Mo hovered in midair, observing the mirror, which was rapidly mended by golden magical energy. Feeling the power of the sheep talisman surge within the realm of the soul, a sensation of mastering a new domain blossomed within him. The battles at the soul level seemed far more direct and lethal than mere physical destruction. His gaze swept across the still bizarre mirror maze, his spectral senses fully extended. Akin to an invisible radar, scanning for those hidden in the corners, emanating a chill reminiscent of dark waves from dimensional rifts. How many more shall come? The voice of Chen Mo resonated within the soul plane, laced with icy provocation. He yearned for more targets to familiarize and hone this nascent soul power. Chapter 104. The soul fire burns the demons. Ancient One appears the provocation from the spiritual entity Chen Mo was akin to a colossal stone cast into a dark pond. The shadowy corners of the mirror dimension, which were already restless, erupted into chaos. Hisses, growls, and whispers, various spine-chilling sounds emanating from the depths of the soul layer, surged forth from all directions, as if the gates of hell had been flung open. Warning! Multiple spiritual dimensional life forms detected. Target types: Shadow Devourer, low tier; Wailing Banshee, low tier; Soul Devouring Worms, swarm; Threat level: medium-high cumulative psychic pollution from swarm attacks. Behold! To the left, a massive diamond-shaped mirror had been stained black like ink, from which dozens of even thicker, shadowy tentacles, adorned with suckers and jagged maws, surged forth. Resembling a colossal black octopus, reeking of a potent soul stench. It was a more formidable shadow devourer. In the upper right, within a distorted, arched mirror, several translucent female phantoms clad in tattered long skirts emerged. They bore no facial features, save for mouths that opened and closed with silent shrieks. Waves of profound sorrow, despair, and resentment surged forth like tangible sound waves, crashing in relentless layers. The wailing banshees. Beneath and above, the mirror ground and sky bubbled like a boiling swamp. Worms, as thick as fingers and translucent, writhing with murky green light, emerged. They had no eyes, only gaping maws lined with spiraled teeth, producing a disquieting rustling sound as they surged toward Chen Mo's spiritual form like a tide. The soul-devouring worms, individually weak, yet numbering in the thousands. They feasted voraciously on spiritual energy. In an instant, Chen Mo's spiritual entity was engulfed by a sea of monsters from the spiritual dimension. The piercing shrieks entangling shadows, and foul assaults targeting his soul descended upon him like a torrential storm. Ah, now this is intriguing. Faced with this terrifying onslaught, Chen Mo's spirit showed no fear. Rather, a fervent battle intent ignited in his eyes. The power of the sheep talisman had awakened, and it required such a sharpening stone. Soul barrier. With a mere thought, he unleashed the full force of the sheep talisman. A thick, translucent white light shield enveloped his spiritual form in all directions. The surface of the shield shimmered with profound runes, exuding an aura of stability, purification, and rebounding power. Puff! Hiss! The wailing banshee's psychic shrieks collided with the barrier, akin to striking a wall of copper and iron, creating ripples that only provoked the purification power within the barrier to burn them, eliciting cries of anguish. The tentacles of the shadow devourers coiled and clawed at the barrier, producing a harsh, grinding noise as the viscous black liquid was swiftly purified and evaporated. The tentacles repelled by the rebound force. The soul-devouring worms surged against the barrier like a tidal wave, frantically gnawing. Yet their maws could not breach the defense crafted from high concentrations of soul power. Instead, they were scorched to ash by the purifying light swirling upon the barrier. However, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. The assault seemed endless. The radiance of the soul barrier began to flicker under relentless assault, its energy depleting significantly. Passively enduring such blows was not in my character. With a sharp glint in his eyes, the spirit Chen Mo recognized a necessity for a more proactive and efficient means of attack. The individual mental assault of the goat talisman was formidable, yet it proved inefficient against this swarm. He required an area of effect annihilation. In an instant, a frenzied thought surged through him. Could the obliterative power of the dragon talisman be harnessed at the soul level? Could he ignite a dragon's explosive force using the essence of the soul as fuel? Without hesitation, Chen Mo plunged his consciousness into the sea of awareness. Reaching out to connect with the ethereal image of the dragon talisman, emblematic of destruction and explosion. Simultaneously, he meticulously guided the soul energy of the goat talisman, attempting to interface and merge it with the dragon talisman's ferocious annihilation attribute. A peculiar resonance emerged between the two talismans. Instead of obliterating the pure soul energy, the dragon talisman's destructive power ignited upon contact, akin to a fierce flame meeting the finest of fuels. A novel energy, imbued with the characteristics of soul incineration and annihilation, swiftly coalesced in the palm of Chen Mo's spirit. No longer dark gold or silver blue, it transformed into a pristine, platinum flame, seemingly capable of incinerating all tainted souls. Attempting ability fusion, goat talisman, soul energy, dragon talisman, annihilation attribute. New application technique generated. Soul fire of purification, prototype, capable of consuming soul energy and releasing a platinum flame with potent destructive and purifying effects on both spiritual and mental entities. Burn, Chen Mo commanded, as the pulsating platinum flame in his palm surged dramatically, culminating in an eruption. There was no deafening explosion, only a resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the depths of the soul, divine and majestic, centered around Chen Mo's spirit. A flawless circle of platinum flames erupted like a supernova, instantaneously radiating outward. With a fire ring traversed, the space appeared to be cleansed, sizzling, like a searing iron pressed against fresh snow. The frenzied tentacles of the shadow devourers, caught in the blaze of the platinum flame, were vaporized before they could even emit a cry. The faceless specters of the wailing banshees, swept by the flames, disintegrated silently like soap bubbles under sunlight, leaving behind only a wisp of purified smoke. The most tragic fate befell the tide-like soul-devouring worms. The platinum flame was their deadliest nemesis. Wherever the fire reached, clusters of worms ignited like gasoline, instantaneously transforming into tiny platinum fireballs before being utterly obliterated. A peculiar scent wafted through the air, reminiscent of sandalwood ash. A remnant of souls fully purified. With just a single strike, the platinum purification fire ring swept across, eradicating all spiritual monstrosities within a 100-meter radius of Chen Mo. Regardless of their strength, the once tumultuous onslaught was instantaneously cleared, leaving only a few creatures at the distant edges of the reflective dimension, who, in panic, shrieked and retreated like a tide into the rifts of dimensional space, daring not to show themselves again. The mirror dimension fell into a profound silence. Only the pure, platinum flames of embers, drifting through the void like stars, illuminated this bizarre realm. The crisp sound of applause suddenly echoed in the silence. Chen Mo's spirit abruptly turned. Before him, not far away, a colossal mirror that once reflected countless distorted images rippled like water. A figure emerged slowly from the mirror. She donned a simple beige monk's robe, her head shaven, with a serene countenance and eyes deep as the cosmos. Her steps were measured, as if she were strolling through her own garden. There was no powerful energy radiating from her, yet she exuded an aura that seemed to meld seamlessly with the mirror dimension, as if she were the sovereign of this space. The supreme sorceress Gu Yi had finally appeared. She regarded the remaining platinum embers that lingered around Chen Mo's spirit, then glanced at the mirror's cracks, which were being mended by magical energy after purification. A flicker of indescribable complexity passed through a profound gaze, wonder, scrutiny, and a hint of scarcely perceptible concern. The manner in which one could ignite extinguished flames and incinerate impurities using pure soul power was unprecedented. Gu Yi's voice was gentle, like a spring breeze. Mr. Chen Mo, your very existence constitutes a significant variable. Chapter 105. The Sorcerer's Admonition. The Gate of Dimensions. Gu Yi's voice resonated within the silent mirror dimension, calm, yet imbued with a force that probed the essence of existence. She gazed at Chen Mo's spirit, her eyes seemingly penetrating the layer of platinum embers surrounding his soul, gazing directly at its core. Chen Mo's spirit gradually retracted the flickering embers, reverting to a pristine white form. In the presence of this supreme guardian of Earth, he remained vigilant, heightening his spirit perception to its utmost, while his physical self readied for any unforeseen circumstances. The sheep talisman had just awakened, and the dragon talisman was being tested for the first time. Although their power was formidable, he understood that this seemingly ordinary bald woman possessed depths that far surpassed those of the earlier spirit creatures. A variable? The voice of Chen Mo's spirit resonated on a soul level, laced with a chilling amusement. I merely reclaimed what rightfully belongs to me, the space gem, while tidying up some uninvited debris. As for you, sorceress, you lured me into this infernal place, unleashed those creatures to entertain me, and now you appear. Do you wish to act as a judge or collect a toll? Gu Yi paid no heed to the sharpness in Chen Mo's words. She gently shook her head, her gaze sweeping over the mirror's cracks that were gradually being repaired by golden magical energy. The mirror dimension serves as a barrier that isolates reality, safeguarding it, while also acting as a prison that confines and exiles dangers. Those pests from the deep layers of the spirit dimension are like a festering sore. Eradicating them demands a price, while allowing them to persist would erode the very foundation of the dimension. Your emergence and the properties of your power are precisely the most effective tools for their removal. She acknowledged her utilitarian approach with a tone as neutral as stating a fact. Tools? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Mo's ethereal eyes, and the platinum flames subtly hinted at a resurgence. He despised being manipulated. There was no need for anger. Ancient One, as if perceiving his thoughts, raised her hand in a calming gesture, and an invisible yet gentle force of spatial solace enveloped him, momentarily stalling the flickering flames upon his ethereal form. I do not perceive you as a mere tool to be controlled. This is more akin to a transaction. You assist me in eliminating the long-standing threats that have plagued the sanctum, and in return, she paused, her gaze resting on the faintly shimmering spatial rune upon Chen Mo's corporeal chest. I can offer you a piece of advice and a doorway. Advice? A doorway? Chen Mo squinted slightly. You have merged with the power of the spatial gem, acquiring near primordial authority. Ancient One's tone grew grave, her profound gaze seemingly penetrating dimensions, glimpsing further into the future. Space is one of the fundamental cornerstones of the universe, yet also connects to countless unknowns and perils. What you have witnessed today, the encroachment of the ethereal dimension, is merely the tip of the iceberg. Within the vast multiverse, myriad greedy eyes covet reality and yearn for dominion over the essence of space. Your power, akin to a beacon ignited in the abyssal dark, will attract hunters far beyond your imagination. Misusing spatial forces, recklessly traversing and breaching dimensional barriers will only hasten your own demise. She regarded Chen Mo, her tone tinged with warning. With great power comes great responsibility. You may disregard this, yet at the very least, remember the consequences it entails. Each act of brazen violation against the laws of space could, unbeknownst to you, rend open a fissure leading to calamity. Tread carefully. Chen Mo remained silent. Ancient One's words were not mere hyperbole. The arrival of Thanos and the encroachment of the deeper, ethereal dimensions attested to this truth. Yet, he sought absolute power and freedom, not guardianship. Consequences? Calamity? Should they dare approach, he would crush them. Nonetheless, the information Ancient One divulged clarified his understanding of the dangers within the multiverse. As for the doorway, Ancient One shifted her tone, raising her right hand, her index and middle fingers brought together, and slowly traced a circle in the void before her. Buzz, accompanied by the flickering golden sparks from her fingertips, a circular portal, approximately 2 meters in diameter and edged with golden flames, materialized from thin air. The other side of the portal was neither the ruins of New York nor the snowy peaks of Kamartaj, but rather an indescribably bizarre spectacle, a chaotic amalgamation of colors and forms. It appeared to be the ultimate chaos of every hue and shape. Twisted and swirling galaxies flowed like paint. Shattered landmasses floated amidst vibrant mists, and enormous, indescribable silhouettes of creatures writhed in the backdrop, where the laws of physics seemed to have utterly failed. Waves of powerful, chaotic, and primal malice, like tangible tides, emanated faintly through the portal. Warning: detected ultra-high-dimensional, unstable spatial coordinates. Energy readings: indescribable chaotic multiverse. Threat level: extremely high conceptual pollution and rule distortion. Suspected target: edge of the chaotic magical dimension, Crimson Cosmos, Siderax domain. This is a portal leading deep into the multiverse, to the very edge of a dimension where magical energy is at its most primal and ferocious. The voice of the Ancient One remains calm, yet her gaze carries a profound significance. It is one of the origins of magic and a nest for countless formidable dimensional entities, where danger and opportunity coexist. Your soul's power is unique, and perhaps you may discover a chance for further transformation or encounter even stronger prey there. She observes the sudden spark of intense excitement in Chen Mo's spiritual form, akin to the fervor of discovering a new continent, and slowly adds, "This door serves as my token of gratitude for clearing out the pests, as well as a slight indulgence for your curiosity. The portal will exist for merely 10 breaths. The choice to enter or not lies with you." Upon finishing her words, the Ancient One's figure melds like ink dissolving in water, gradually fading away until she disappears within the mirrored dimension, leaving behind a portal ablaze with golden flames, leading into an unknown chaotic realm, along with a haunting allure and whispers emanating from beyond. Chen Mo's spiritual form returns to his corporeal body. He stands before the burning portal, the runes on his chest pulsating with an ethereal glow, his eyes shimmering with fierce interest and a desire to conquer. He remembers the Ancient One's advice, yet he is more captivated by the bait she has cast. Stronger prey? More primal magical energy? This is precisely the sharpening stone and sustenance he craves. In the chaotic dimension, Chen Mo feels the tumultuous energy emanating from beyond the portal, stirring his dragon and sheep talismans into a restless agitation. A wicked smile curves at the corner of his mouth. It appears to be an excellent place to gain experience. Without a moment's hesitation, he steps forward, his figure instantly engulfed by the bizarre and infinitely possible golden flame portal. Chapter 106: Crimson Storm. Shaping the mind, stepping into the golden flame portal feels akin to plunging from a tranquil shoreline into a seething sea of lava. Ferocity, chaos, distortion. These are Chen Mo's initial sensations. His body feels as though it has been thrust into a high-speed, spinning kaleidoscope, torn apart by countless invisible hands. Beneath his feet, there is no solid ground, only a continuously shifting crimson energy flow, akin to liquid, occasionally coalescing in a fragmented land, only to dissolve again into swirling mists. Above him, the sky is equally chaotic, shattered stars scattered like marbles tossed carelessly by a child, spinning disorderly in a colorful, viscous canopy, colliding and vanishing into nothingness. The air is thick with a primal, savage essence, yet harbors boundless potential for creation and destruction in its chaotic energy. This energy possesses an intense corrosiveness, desperately attempting to penetrate every pore of Chen Mo's being, tearing at his flesh and tainting his spirit. Warning: entering the ultra-high-dimensional, unstable, chaotic magical dimension, edge of the Crimson Universe. Detection: high concentration of chaotic magical energy, crimson power eroding. Stability of physical laws: extremely low, gravity, material forms, energy conduction, and other rules partially ineffective and distorted. Mental pollution intensity: high chaotic and maddening whispers. Passive trigger: Dog Talisman conceptual protection, stabilizes essence of existence. Horse Talisman purification barrier, resists energy and spiritual pollution. The golden light of the Dog Talisman and the white light of the Horse Talisman interwove around Chen Mo's body, forming a resilient dual barrier akin to rocks, steadfastly resisting the tumultuous waves of chaos. The spatial rune on his chest illuminated automatically, casting a silver-blue aura that circulated around him, forcibly stabilizing a small area of relatively normal space, preventing him from being instantly torn apart or dissolved by this chaotic dimension. Steadying himself, Chen Mo inhaled deeply the air saturated with a blend of sulfur, rust, and an exotic floral fragrance. Rather than fear, his eyes ignited with an unprecedented flame of excitement. Although the energy here was wildly chaotic, its concentration and quality far surpassed that of Earth or even mirror dimensions. He could distinctly sense the dragon talisman within him greedily absorbing the chaos energy, closely aligned with spatial attributes, its fusion steadily and resolutely increasing. The newly birthed sheep talisman, like a parched sponge, ravenously absorbed the omnipresent crimson energy imbued with spiritual and soulful qualities. Dragon Talisman Fusion Degree, 785,786, slowly increasing. Sheep Talisman Fusion Degree, 1113, rapidly increasing. Chaos Magic Energy, Deep Red Power, Analysis, 001, extremely slow. What a splendid place. Chen Mo Mullet. Attempting to summon the divine power of the Ox Talisman to test its might with a punch in this chaotic realm. However, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. Just as he focused his intent, before he could even lift his fist, a grotesque giant fist, composed entirely of pure deep red energy and as large as a truck, inexplicably materialized from the swirling crimson mist ahead. This colossal fist bore an uncanny resemblance to the mighty strike he envisioned with the Ox Talisman. With a howling rush, despite the near absence of air, it came crashing toward Chen Mo. Bang! Taken by surprise, Chen Mo barely had time to cross his arms for defense. The divine power of the Ox Talisman automatically shielded him. In the deafening impact, Chen Mo was propelled backward for hundreds of meters, shattering a floating, glass-like dark red crystal. A wave of soreness surged through his arms. Warning. Detected special dimensional law. Thought manifestation beginner. Law description. Within this dimension, intense thoughts, especially emotional combat thoughts, may trigger chaotic magic energy, manifesting corresponding energy creations or phenomena. Can thought transform directly into an attack? Chen Mo shook his tingling arms, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. This rule seemed tailor-made for his battlefield. His combat spirit had always been the most fervent fuel, as if to validate his thoughts. The anger he felt when he was struck previously once again stirred the surrounding chaotic energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The crimson mist swirling around him roiled violently, instantly coalescing into 3 giant swords ablaze with deep red flames, 5 energy whips adorned with spikes, and a rain of acid droplets cascading like molten lava from above. The all-encompassing manifestation of his intent took shape in an instant, enveloping him with an aura of destruction. This is excellent. Chen Mo felt not fear, but rather exhilaration. He no longer suppressed his fighting spirit. Instead, he unleashed it with the ferocity of a volcano. Want to play? Then let us play big. With a thought, he summoned the power of the Rabbit Talisman, and his speed surged to its zenith. His figure cast dozens of solid afterimages within the confined safe space. Simultaneously, the annihilation force of the Dragon Talisman wildly coalesced in his palm. This time, he no longer sought stability in form. Rather, he poured forth the violent essence of destruction, mingled with an insatiable greed for chaotic energy without reservation. Boom! A torrent of energy, thicker than before and swirling in dark gold and deep red, erupted from Chen Mo's palm. This was no longer a precise dragon burst, but a cataclysmic storm of annihilation. Wherever the storm swept, the manifested thoughts of colossal swords, long whips, and acid rain were torn asunder and devoured as if they were mere paper. The storm surged on, crashing fiercely into the rolling crimson sea ahead. It was akin to pouring ice water into boiling oil. Rumble. The crimson sea, struck by the dragon burst storm, erupted into a more violent chain reaction. It was as if Chen Mo's thoughts, brimming with destruction and plunder, had ignited a powder keg. The entire sea of clouds boiled over, exploding. Countless chaotic and tumultuous deep red energy currents were unleashed. They collided, annihilated, and fused, ultimately forming a crimson tempest composed entirely of pure chaotic magical energy. Sweeping across several kilometers. Within the storm, deep red lightning danced like frenzied, demonic serpents. Energy currents coalesced into various twisted and grotesque beastly phantoms, emitting silent roars. Shattered fragments of space flew about like sharp blades. The destructive energy waves caused even Chen Mo's small stable space to tremble violently. Warning: Crimson Storm formed. Threat level: high. Range: energy annihilation, space tearing. Energy absorption efficiency: Dragon Talisman fusion degree 791,795, soaring rapidly. Sheep Talisman fusion degree 2,127, soaring rapidly. Chaotic magical energy resolution 00501, slowly rising. Ha ha! Delightful. Chen Mo, standing at the storm's edge, felt the two great talismans within him ravenously devouring the chaotic energy. And he laughed with glee. He decided to cease stabilizing the space, deliberately withdrawing some of the spatial rune's power, exposing his body to the storm's residual waves. Hiss. The energy currents, capable of rending steel, collided with the bull talisman's protective shield, producing a piercing friction sound. Deep red lightning struck down, dissipated by the purification barrier of the horse talisman. The chaotic whispers of the mind assaulted his consciousness, but were blocked by the soul barrier of the sheep talisman. The baptism of pain and destruction brought forth the exhilarating sensation of rapidly increasing power. Chen Mo, like a demon god amidst the storm, became the furnace of his own essence, fervently refining the talisman powers and deciphering the primal rules of this chaotic dimension. His thoughts coalesced within the storm, becoming ever more refined and domineering, subtly resonating with the deeper layers of this chaotic dimension. Chapter 107: Crimson Behemoth. Monkey Talisman mutation. The Crimson Storm rampaged and roared like a living beast in the chaotic dimension. Chen Mo stood like the eye of a storm at the very center of destructive energy. The glowing runes upon his body flickering uncertainly under the onslaught of the Crimson Maelstrom, yet growing increasingly resilient. The synergy between the dragon and goat runes surged with the frenzied infusion of energy, and his comprehension of chaotic magical energy, though arduous, steadily improved. Dragon Rune Synergy, 803. Goat Rune Synergy, 45. Chaotic Magical Energy Comprehension, 03. New Passive. Chaotic Resilience Beginner. Slightly enhances resistance to the erosion and mental pollution of chaotic magical energy. The fury of the storm began to wane, not due to a depletion of energy, but rather because Chen Mo's will, through relentless resistance and absorption, gradually acclimated to this turbulence, instinctively guiding and taming portions of the energy that struck him. He was like a rock, rendered ever harder by the relentless waves of the raging sea. However, just as the storm subsided and Chen Mo prepared to delve deeper into this crimson cloud sea, a roar erupted, one that defied the laws of physics and resonated directly at the soul level, akin to the simultaneous explosion of countless stars, instantly engulfing the entire space. The raw power contained within this roar, laced with chaotic intent and ancient malevolence, reignited the calmed storm. It even caused the protective rune barrier surrounding Chen Mo to pulse violently. Warning: detection of a hyperdimensional life form reaction. Energy level: planar, juvenile growth. Threat assessment: fatal, embodiment of chaotic rule, conceptual power. Source: core of the Crimson Cloud Sea. Chen Mo abruptly lifted his head, his pupils constricting. Before him, the rolling crimson clouds were violently torn apart by an invisible hand. An unfathomably massive shadow began to emerge from the depths of the cloud sea. It bore no fixed form. Its body was composed of the purest, viscous, deep red energy, constantly writhing, at times coalescing into a grotesque skull adorned with bone spines, at times extending enormous claws forged from shattered stars and planar fragments, and at times morphing into a colossal maw flowing with magma. Countless twisted, wailing soul phantoms floated within it, remnants of dimensional beings it had devoured. Its mere existence caused the surrounding space to shatter and heal like fragile glass, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. The Crimson Behemoth, the primordial monster of the chaotic dimension, the embodiment of order and chaos, the eyes of the giant, composed of swirling deep red energy, if they could indeed be called eyes, instantaneously locked onto Chen Mo, who was as insignificant as dust at the storm's edge. An insatiable, primal hunger for high-energy life forms surged forth like a tangible tide. There was no communication, no probing. The giant's colossal claws, crafted from planar fragments and bearing the terrifying might to crush stars, disregarded the distance of space, appearing above Chen Mo in an instant and coming down with tremendous force. The wind from the claw shattered the space around him, creating countless tiny black fissures. Quick, faster than the limits of physics. This was an attack at the level of rules. Chen Mo felt the hair on his body stand on end as the shadow of death swiftly enveloped him. The fusion of the Rabbit Talisman's divine powers and spatial control reaches its zenith. Space leaps, in a mere fraction of a second, as if teleported. His figure vanishes from its original location, reappearing atop a massive, floating, dark red boulder several kilometers away. Boom! The spot he previously occupied, along with the very fabric of that space, is utterly shattered by the colossal claw, a gargantuan black hole, its edges flowing with deep red energy, forms instantaneously, voraciously devouring the surrounding crimson mists. A cataclysmic shockwave sweeps outward. How perilous! Chen Mo feels a lingering dread. Had it not been for his breakthrough in spatial abilities, that blow would have left him severely injured, even with the Rabbit Talisman as protection. Yet, the beast's reaction is swifter still. It appears to be exceedingly sensitive to spatial fluctuations. As Chen Mo's figure solidifies on the boulder, the beast's gargantuan maw, streaming with molten rock, seems to traverse space itself. Appearing before him, the mouth opens, revealing not flesh and blood, but a swirling vortex of pure, chaotic energy. An irresistible, terrifying suction force erupts instantaneously, seeking to consume Chen Mo along with the entire boulder. The strength of the pull renders Chen Mo's spatial leap sluggish. The boulder beneath him groans under the unbearable strain, fracturing in an instant. You wish to devour me? Let's see if your teeth are strong enough. Chen Mo's eyes blaze with fierce determination. The annihilating power of the Dragon Talisman coalesces once more. However, this time, he does not strike directly. Inspiration strikes. The concept of shaping rules. If thought can manipulate energy for offensive purposes, can it not also be employed for defense? Monkey Talisman, transform for me. Chen Montak Hoas Invakli. Channeling his willpower fervently into the Monkey Talisman, targeting the chaotic energy mouth of the beast. Buzz. The phantom of the Monkey Talisman radiates brilliance within Chen Mo's consciousness. An intangible, formless wave, imbued with the power to alter the very fabric of reality, envelopes the beast's maw in an instant. A miracle unfolds. The vortex, capable of devouring stars, experiences a brief, peculiar distortion under the influence of the Monkey Talisman's rule. The speed of the vortex's rotation suddenly halts, and for a fleeting moment, the deep red energy forming its edges seems poised to coalesce into a solid structure, as hard as ruby, although this transformation is exceedingly ephemeral. Swiftly overwhelmed by the beast's even more potent chaotic force, the mere fraction of a second of delay proves sufficient. Dragon explosion. Space tears apart, seizing this fleeting opportunity. The Dragon Talisman's energy, long since prepared, merges with the spatial cutting force, transforming into a meticulously condensed beam of silver, blue, and black light, akin to a comet slicing through the night sky, precisely piercing the core of the vortex, which had momentarily faltered. Shishilboom. There is no earth-shattering explosion. Only a muffled sound akin to the tearing of thick leather reverberates. The center of the beast's chaotic energy maw is forcibly penetrated by the dragon explosion, infused with the attribute of spatial rending. A massive cavity emerges at the vortex's heart, its edges a tumultuous interplay of deep red energy, constantly annihilating yet striving to reassemble. The cataclysmic suction was abruptly interrupted. Ack! The scarlet behemoth emitted a soul-wrenching roar of anguish. Its colossal form trembled violently from the impact of the core assault, battering the surrounding sea of clouds and stirring up a tempest of chaotic energy. Its eyes, composed of deep crimson vortices, fixated intently on Chen Mo, the greed within them now replaced by fury. Monkey Talisman Fusion Degree, 5158, abnormally soaring. New application skill comprehension. Conceptual transformation, prototype, allows for a brief distortion of the target's conceptual form, such as energy, solid entities, life, and non-life. With success rate and effect influenced by the target's energy level, rule resistance, and one's own fusion degree. Enormous consumption required. Chen Mo gasped for breath, gazing at the enraged beast, his eyes glinting with ecstatic light. The Monkey Talisman. It could actually touch the realm of conceptual transformation, though merely a prototype. It consumed vast amounts of energy and had only a fleeting effect on such an entity. It undeniably opened a new door. Once more, Chen Mo licked his lips, his battle spirit soaring even higher. The Scarlet Behemoth had become his finest sharpening stone. Chapter 108, Soul-Shaping Concept. Devastating the behemoth, the fury of the Scarlet Behemoth ignited the entirety of the chaotic dimension. Its unparalleled massive form churned the deep crimson sea of clouds, each upheaval triggering spatial tremors and unleashing devastating energy tides. The Maw Vortex, which Chen Mo had interfered with and penetrated using conceptual transformation, was rapidly healing under the frenzied infusion of deep red energy. Yet the brutality burning in the beast's eyes and its murderous intent directed at Chen Mo were more intense than ever. Warning: target, Scarlet Behemoth, has entered a frenzied state. Energy wave intensity increased, 150. Spatial lock intensity increased, 200. Threat level: fatal, conceptual level power out of control. As Chen Mo sensed the terrifying murderous intent pressing upon his very soul, his heart raced while his blood boiled. Fear? No. It was pure exhilaration. Only in the face of such a monster could the limits of the talisman be truly pushed. The behemoth no longer attempted to consume with its maw, its colossal claws, forged from shattered stars and fragments of dimensions, lifted once more. This time, upon its claws, the deep crimson chaotic energy surged like boiling magma, gathering and compressing. The space around the claw tips twisted and tore under immense power, forming concentric black ripples in the fabric of reality. A more pure and terrifying aura of destruction permeated the air. This was a crushing force at the level of the rules, surpassing any previous assault. I cannot withstand this head-on. Chen Mo made an instantaneous judgment. The power contained within this claw was sufficient to obliterate him and the surrounding space into fundamental particles. The immortality of the dog talisman in the face of such a conceptual level attack remained uncertain. Evade? The rabbit talisman and spatial leap would be significantly hampered under the beast's frenzied spatial lock. Defend? The divine barrier of the ox talisman would likely be as fragile as paper against such an assault. Attack? The annihilation power of the dragon talisman seemed insufficient to disrupt the buildup of this magnitude. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo's gaze was firmly locked onto the deep crimson energy core gathering and compressing atop the behemoth's claw. A wildly fervent thought surged forth, accompanied by the newly awakened power of the sheep talisman. The essence of intention took shape. If intention could manipulate chaotic energy to form offensive constructs, could it not also forge defenses? Perhaps even dismantle? The target was not the colossal beast itself, but rather the highly concentrated core of chaotic energy on its claw. Poised to erupt, with the force of his soul, he sought to forcibly interfere with and even alter its energy structure. The soul power of the sheep talisman. Coalesce. Chen Mo roared within, his spiritual perception instantly heightened to its zenith. The nascent power of the sheep talisman erupted with unprecedented intensity. The pure essence of soul energy transcended mere defense or mental assault, transforming into innumerable strands of thought, thinner than a hair, yet infinitely resilient, disregarding the distances of space. Piercing like the most delicate of probes into the tumultuous, deep red energy core of the beast's claw. This was akin to retrieving a chestnut from a fire. He was sending his fragile soul energy into an energy core on the verge of explosion. Excruciating pain, as if his very soul were cast into a furnace. The chaotic energy, rife with discord and destructive intent, ferociously eroded the strands of thought Chen Mo had ventured to insert. The barrier of the sheep talisman trembled violently, its fusion rapidly intensifying amidst the agony. Warning: soul power is under high-intensity, chaotic energy erosion. Sheep talisman fusion degree, 515,967, agony surging. Mental pollution resistance in progress bind. Chen Mo's eyes glowed crimson, blood seeping from his gums as he fervently infused all his will and every concept of stability and solidity into that deep red energy core through the strands of thought. Buzz! A miracle transpired once more. Under the forceful intervention of the countless strands of thought and the infusion of concepts, the highly compressed, soon to erupt deep red energy core on the beast claw exhibited an extraordinarily brief, nearly impossible stagnation in its violent rotation and collapse. It was as if a pot of boiling oil had been instantaneously cast into the depths of eternal ice. Though but a fleeting moment, that cataclysmic torrent, capable of annihilating stars, was forcibly halted. The terrifying claw of the beast, brimming with potential devastation, became lethally rigid due to the momentary stagnation of this core energy. Its apocalyptic momentum faltering. Now was the moment. Dragon eruption. Maximum power. Space tearing. Target core. Chen Mo bellowed. Blood seeping from all 7 orifices due to the immense burden at the level of his soul. Yet he pressed on. The power of the Dragon Talisman mingled with the sharpness of spatial cutting, bolstered by the space runes on his chest, transforming into an exquisitely condensed beam of pure black destruction, launched with a speed beyond thought, precisely targeting the energy core node that had been momentarily solidified by the strands of thought. This time, there was no obstruction. Swoosh! Boom! The black beam pierced through the solidified, deep red energy core as effortlessly as a red-hot iron rod through softened butter. Unimpeded as it traversed the core, the terrifying energy contained within, forcibly compressed to its utmost limits, lost the restraints of the strands of thought and the stability of its core structure. Erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! An indescribable roar echoed, as if a supernova had ignited upon the beast's claw. A cataclysmic surge of destructive energy, 100-fold more intense than the previous Crimson Storm, erupted with a thunderous roar. The claws of the colossal beast, composed of fragmented dimensions, were instantly marred with spiderweb-like cracks, shattering like porcelain struck by a mighty hammer. Countless massive fragments, ablaze with deep crimson flames, shot forth like meteors, creating vast voids within the surrounding sea of clouds. A chilling howl erupted from the crimson behemoth, the most anguished and sorrowful roar since the battle began. This sound, steeped in fury, torment, and a hint of unbelievable terror, reverberated through the entire chaotic dimension, causing it to tremble. The beast's massive form lost its balance as one claw was rendered useless, staggering backward and collapsing large sections of floating landmasses. Deep red energy surged forth from the severed claw like blood from a wound. Sheep Talisman Fusion Degree, 83. Comprehension ability, mind interference, concept shaping. With immense soul power and intent, one can briefly interfere with the structure of reality's energy, shaping it at a conceptual level such as solidifying energy, altering form stability, etc. The effectiveness and duration are influenced by the target's level, one's own soul strength, and the concentration of intent. This requires significant energy. Dragon Talisman Fusion Degree, 815. Chen Mo gasped for breath, floating in the temporarily cleared area from the explosion. Watching the crimson beast writhing in agony, energy surging wildly from its severed claw, a sinister smile creeping across his pale face. Despite the enormous toll on his soul power and the splitting headache, this strike was worth it. The conceptual transformation of the monkey talisman and the shaping interference of the sheep talisman, under the pressure of life and death, were undergoing a qualitative leap in capability. Chapter 109. Crimson Core, dimensional brand from the severed claw of the crimson beast. Deep red energy surged forth like a lava torrent breaching a dam, staining the surrounding chaotic clouds in even more blinding crimson. Its eye, formed from a vortex of energy, fixated intently on Chen Mo, its brutality and madness almost palpable. Yet more pronounced was an instinctual wariness of danger. This seemingly insignificant entity possessed not only the power to harm it, but also wielded a peculiar ability that could disrupt its core energy rules. The beast's roar subsided into a low growl, yet it carried an even greater menace. Its massive form no longer charged recklessly, but slowly retreated, vanishing into the depths of the roiling crimson cloud sea, the energy flowing from its severed claw acting as a great curtain, concealing its movements. A subtle yet powerful wave of energy emanated from the core of the cloud sea, as if the beast were siphoning the strength of the entire dimension to restore itself, simultaneously concocting a more terrifying counterattack. Chen Mo floated in the relatively calm area of turbulent energy, hastily soothing the tumult within his blood and the fatigue at the soul level. The powers of the dog talisman and the horse talisman operated at full capacity, mending the soul damage inflicted by the forced use of mind interference. His cold gaze pierced through the dense crimson mist, locking onto the direction where the beast's aura had vanished. Does it seek to hide? Or is it preparing a formidable strike? Chen Mo chuckled coldly. Take advantage of its weakness to claim its life. An experience like this, with a chaotic beast of such caliber, is a rare opportunity. Rabbit Talisman, Spatial Leap. With a thought, speed intertwined with the power of space. His silhouette transformed into a blurred stream of silvery blue light. Disregarding the tumultuous and corrosive crimson sea of clouds ahead, as he advanced toward the core region, where the aura of the colossal beast was most potent. The closer he approached the core, the more chaotic and perilous the environment became, escalating exponentially. Gravitational distortions. At times, his body felt 1,000-fold heavier, bones creaking under the strain. At other moments, he felt as light as a feather, as if to float away into the shattered sky. The power of the bull talisman formed a stable force field around him, resisting with sheer force. Material distortion. Floating rocks before him melted like wax, reconfiguring into grotesque monsters that lunged at him. Scarlet streams of energy suddenly crystallized into deadly spikes. The power of the monkey talisman was passively activated, momentarily transforming the attacking rock beast back into harmless debris, while warping the crystalline spikes into loose granules. Mental pollution, chaotic whispers, frenzied mutterings, and malevolent temptations pierced his consciousness like countless steel needles. The soul barrier of the goat talisman radiated pure white light, isolating all distractions like a divine anchor. The conceptual sanctuary of the dog talisman firmly anchored his core of awareness, rendering him unyielding. Energy tides, the deep crimson, chaotic energy, like a living viscous liquid, pressed in from all directions, eroding and attempting to dissolve his talismanic defenses. The dragon talisman, akin to a greedy glutton, voraciously consumed and filtered the relatively stable energy particles under precise control, while annihilating and dispersing the excessively violent impurities. Dragon Talisman Fusion Degree, 821823. Goat Talisman Fusion Degree, 8587. Chaotic Magic Energy Resolution, 0506. Monkey Talisman Fusion Degree, 63. Passively enhanced. Each confrontation with the environment, each application of talismans to resolve crises, served as a crucible for honing and enhancing his abilities. Chen Mo danced upon the edge of a blade, drawing sustenance from destruction. Yet his speed remained unwavering. At last, he broke through the outermost turbulent energy vortex, and clarity unfolded before his eyes. A relatively tranquil area emerged, devoid of raging storms or shattered star remnants. Before him lay an endless expanse of a crimson lake, as pure and translucent as the finest ruby. The lake was not merely liquid, but a concentrated, unbreakable essence of chaotic magical energy, flowing in a liquid state. Above the surface of the lake floated countless deep red energy crystals of varying sizes, pulsating like hearts, emanating a heart-stopping magnitude of waves. At the center of the lake, the scarlet behemoth was submerged. Its colossal form greedily absorbed the primal energy within the lake, visibly regenerating its severed claws at an astonishing rate. It had evidently detected the intruder. Its head, submerged in the lake, abruptly rose, and its deep red vortex-like eyes flared with unprecedented ferocity. A pressure, exponentially more powerful than before, surged forth, mingling with the energy of the entire primal lake, bearing down on Chen Mo like an invisible mountain. Had he found the lair? A gleam of brilliance flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. This lake was the essence of this chaotic dimension. It was the source of the giant beast's power. Roar! The giant beast bellowed, no longer granting Chen Mo any opportunity. It suddenly opened its massive maw, revealing a newly formed orifice, this time not with a whirlpool suction, but instead unleashing a beam of energy so refined it sparkled like deep red crystal. Wherever the beam traversed, space silently dissolved and vanished, leaving behind an indelible black trace. This was a decisive strike infused with the power of the primordial lake. Its speed and might far exceeded anything before. There was no escape. Space was locked. To block it, with Chen Mo's current strength, attempting to withstand this primordial beam head-on was fraught with peril. Life and death hinged on a fleeting moment. Chen Mo's mind raced to its utmost limits. The Dragon Talisman required time to charge. Mental interference consumed vast amounts of energy and might not suffice in time. The concept transformation of the monkey talisman had an unknown effect against such pure energy onslaughts. Suddenly, his gaze swept over the giant beast, revealing a small yet exceptionally bright scarlet point deep within its throat, exposed as it exhaled the beam. This was the core node of energy circulation within its body. A frenzied thought took shape in an instant. The pig talisman, laser eyes, targeting the core node. Chen Mo roared, his eyes instantly turning crimson. Two beams of intensely concentrated, searing red rays, their temperature high enough to vaporize adamantium in an instant, shot forth like two glowing steel needles, precisely aimed at that scarlet point deep within the giant beast's throat. The beast clearly did not anticipate Chen Mo's counterattack in such a manner. Though the primordial beam it exhaled was immensely powerful, its defenses, particularly at the core node during the attack, would inadvertently allow for a slight leakage of energy. Puff! Puff! The two red-hot rays struck that scarlet point with pinpoint accuracy. Hiss! It was as if a searing iron was pressed against ice. The resilient, deep, red energy shell of the giant beast was instantaneously pierced by the extreme heat and penetration of the pig talisman, creating two tiny holes. The thermal rays forcefully penetrated its interior, striking the core node directly. Ew! The beast's roar swiftly transformed into a heart-wrenching wail. The primordial beam it exhaled was abruptly severed, collapsing like a water pipe gripped by the throat. Its massive body convulsed violently due to the damage sustained at the core node, twitching uncontrollably. The recently mended broken claws shattered once more. Its body, drenched in the lake, thrashed wildly, generating towering waves of scarlet. Integration of pig talisman. 3,140, exceptionally skyrocketing. Understanding ability. Super concentrated ray. Enhances the pig talisman's laser heat, increasing penetration and destructive power, with the potential for a brief fusion of environmental energy, such as chaotic magic, to amplify its strength unstable. Chen Montak panted hiavili, observing the severely wounded and writhing beast, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes. The core node was damaged, yet it seemed not entirely obliterated. The vitality of this beast was terrifyingly resilient. Moreover, he sensed the energy from the entire primordial lake surging frantically into the giant beast, mending its wounds. The fluctuations of the core node, though chaotic, were gradually stabilizing. This was no place to linger. If the giant beast recovered, coupled with its home advantage, the consequences would be dire. Chen Mo made a swift decision. He dove down sharply, not towards the giant beast, but towards the pure scarlet primordial lake below. Dragon Talisman. Maximum power. Space Devour. With arms outstretched, the runes etched upon his chest erupted forth with an unprecedented silver-blue radiance. A colossal vortex of energy, its edges flickering with dark rifts of space, materialized before him, voraciously consuming the chaotic primordial magical energy from the lake below, akin to a great whale siphoning water. The intensely rich crimson essence surged forth like a torrential flood, wildly pouring into the vortex, greedily absorbed and transformed by the spatial runes and dragon incantations. Warning: high-purity, chaotic, primordial energy infusion. Dragon incantation fusion level 830845859, soaring dramatically. Goat incantation fusion level 93101115, rising exponentially. Chaotic magical energy resolution 101,520, rapidly escalating. Energy reserves 120,150, overloaded. A furious roar emanated from the colossal beast, which, while mending itself, sensed its essence being ravaged. Ignoring its injuries, it violently thrust half of its massive form from the lake, a newly formed claw imbued with cataclysmic power, aimed mercilessly at Chen Mo simultaneously. The entire primordial lake's energy surged as if animated, transforming into countless deep crimson energy serpents that coiled around Chen Mo's voracious spatial vortex. The plunder was interrupted. Destructive strikes ensued. A flicker of regret passed through Chen Mo's eyes, yet the bounty had far surpassed his expectations. He decisively ceased the consumption, unleashing the power of the spatial runes. Away, in a flash, as the gigantic claw descended and the energy serpents entwined, his form transmuted into a silver-blue streak of light, melding into a forcibly torn rift in space, vanishing from the scarlet core. Just as he disappeared, on the surface of the runes at his chest. Heated from the excessive absorption of primordial energy, a minute yet profound, deep crimson line, bearing the essence of primordial chaos, quietly imprinted itself like a living entity, only to flicker out of existence. Chapter 110. The Gift of Dimensions. A twisted return rending through dimensional space to escape the lethal counterattack of the Scarlet Beast. The ensuing spatial turbulence was far more intense than ever before. Chen Mo felt as though he had been cast into a hyperspeed washing machine, repeatedly kneaded by countless invisible hands. His body tumbled and collided within the chaotic currents, the glow of the runes upon his skin flickering erratically, rapidly depleting the immense energy he had just absorbed. Warning: high-intensity spatial turbulence impact. Spatial barrier overload. Energy consumption 3,540. Passive trigger. Dog incantation spatial anchoring, stabilizing spatial coordinates. Horse incantation energy diversion, alleviating spatial tier damage. Thanks to the dog incantation's absolute anchoring of existence and the horse incantation's superb resistance to energy damage, Chen Mo struggled to stabilize himself amidst the tumultuous spatial crevices, enduring the disorientation and sensations of tearing. He exerted all his strength to activate the spatial runes upon his chest, seeking the faint spatial coordinates belonging to the Earth universe that he had left behind. Found it. A familiar, stable spatial fluctuation was captured, akin to spotting a lighthouse amidst turbulent waves. Rabbit incantation. Spatial leap. Target Earth. Chen Mo belot, channeling the remaining energy into the spatial runes, while simultaneously amplifying the speed of the rabbit incantation. Buzz. A channel of silver-blue space, more refined yet adorned with unstable crimson streaks, was forcefully carved out amidst the chaotic fissures. Chen Mo's figure transformed into a stream of light, plunging fiercely into its depths. As he traversed the bizarre and distorted passage, the familiar azure outline of Earth finally emerged before him. Just as Chen Mo was on the verge of bursting forth from the channel and returning to the universe of Earth, an unexpected transformation occurred. The spatial rune emblazoned on his chest, which had recently become searing from consuming an excess of chaotic essence, suddenly ignited with a blinding radiance due to an almost imperceptible deep red mark upon it. A surge of violent, chaotic intent, brimming with primal malice, rushed through the imprint's channel, akin to a flood breaching its dam, forcefully crashing into Chen Mo's sea of consciousness. This intent did not originate from the Crimson Behemoth, but rather emanated from an even more ancient and grand force, seemingly embodying the will of the entire chaotic magical dimension. It was infused with the rage of stolen essence and an absolute will to confine the escapee. Warning: high-dimensional conceptual psychic impact detected. Source: chaotic magical dimension, Crimson Universe, source will. Threat level: lethal, conceptual pollution dimension confinement. Passive trigger: Canine Talisman Conceptual Shelter, Resistance to Dimension Confinement. Equine Talisman Mental Purification, Resistance to Conceptual Pollution. Passive Trigger, Ovine Talisman Soul Barrier, Full Defense. Buzz. Chen Mo's sea of consciousness felt as though it were being struck by countless colossal bells simultaneously, even with the protective forces of the three talismans activated. He still sensed his soul tremble violently, his awareness fading into oblivion. His body came to a sudden halt at the exit of the spatial channel. The imminent leap was forcefully interrupted. More terrifyingly, the chaotic will unleashed by that deep red mark acted as a massive anchor, violently distorting and shaking the entire spatial channel. The vision of Earth at the other end became blurred and twisted, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the channel itself, under the interference of chaotic will, began to destabilize, with vast patches of black cracks emerging like spider webs along its edges. Turbulent spatial currents surged through the fissures. Warning: spatial channel undergoing high-dimensional will interference. Stability 35, rapidly declining. Warning: dimensional confinement force field generated. Escape failure rate 70 to 80, continuously rising. Do you intend to keep me here? Chen Mo broke free from the dizziness of the soul impact, his eyes burning crimson with fury. An endless wrath and ferocity surged within him. Having just escaped from the clutches of the behemoth, he found himself ensnared once more by the will of this dimension. Is my path something you can obstruct? He descended into utter madness. No longer caring about consumption, he unleashed the vast, yet to be fully transformed, chaotic essence energy he had just absorbed without reservation. Dragon Talisman. Spatial annihilation. Open for me. The spatial rune on his chest erupted with an unprecedented silver-blue radiance. Intermingled with the rampaging crimson energy, he plunged his hands fiercely into the distorted barriers of the spatial channel. The annihilation power of the Dragon Talisman combined with the characteristics of spatial cutting, akin to two colossal axes cleaving through the invisible dimensional confinement force field. Boom! A resounding explosion reminiscent of the universe's inception echoed forth. The entire turbulent spatial channel was forcefully cleaved open, revealing a vast chasm. The visage of Earth became clear once more. Yet beyond this gash lay an even more ferocious spatial tempest. Simultaneously, Chen Mo summoned the recently advanced power of the Goat Talisman. The soul barrier contracted to its utmost, safeguarding the core consciousness. His thoughts became intensely focused, locking onto the coordinates of Earth. Monkey Talisman. Conceptual transformation. Target confinement field. Render me fragile. A hum resonated as an intangible wave swept across. The dimensional confinement field, instigated by the deep crimson brand, experienced a temporary alteration in its resilient concept, rendered weak under the distortion of the Monkey Talisman-esque concept. Now is the moment. Move. Chen Mo exhausted the last vestiges of his strength, layering the Rabbit Talisman with spatial leap. In an instant, his figure morphed into a beam of light intertwined with silver blue and scarlet. Surging forth like a released arrow the moment the confinement field showed a flaw due to the conceptual distortion, and he plunged into the cosmos of Earth's universe. At the moment he burst forth, the chaotic will-infused spatial channel behind him imploded like a puncture balloon, collapsing with a resounding roar that echoed through the dimensions of the soul, disintegrating into nothingness. The violent spatial turbulence surged outward, only to be swiftly calmed by the very laws of the universe. Chen Mo floated amidst the cold, silent depths of space, gazing at the distant azure planet, gasping heavily. His combat suit was tattered in multiple places, a trace of golden blood gracing the corner of his lips, while waves of weakness and pain surged from the depths of his soul. The deep crimson rune on his chest had not vanished, its glow merely dimmed, resembling an ominous mark. Successful escape. Dragon Talisman Fusion Degree, 872. Goat Talisman Fusion Degree, 138. Monkey Talisman Fusion Degree, 71. Pig Talisman Fusion Degree, 45. Chaos Magic Energy Resolution, 35. Acquired. Chaos Dimension Brand, Deep Crimson. A mark of the chaotic magical dimension, containing a faint deep crimson power, capable of slowly absorbing and resolving. Risk. May attract the attention of dimensional entities. Energy Reserve, 15. Severe Depletion. Status. Moderate soul damage, recovering. Gazing at the remarkable enhancements displayed on the system panel, alongside the risky brand, Chen Mo wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes flickering with a cold yet exhilarated gleam. I have noted this gift from the chaos dimension. He murmured softly, casting his gaze towards Earth, pondering that their next encounter would not find him in such disarray. With a flicker, he dashed toward Earth, transforming into a streak of flowing light. In the starry sky, only the dim, deep crimson brand remained, akin to the eye of a malevolent demon, quietly vanishing beneath his skin. Chapter 111. The Return to Dimensions. Smoke of New York. The anguished roar of the scarlet behemoth, which filled the entire dimension, abruptly ceased, as if its throat had been constricted. Its colossal form now curled within the shattered sea of scarlet clouds. The deep red vortex constituting its core soul was violently torn open, revealing a horrific wound. Its edges flowing with dark golden soul fire and silver blue spatial fissures. Deep within the wound, there emerges not a mere chaos of unrefined energy, but rather a bizarre state. Forcibly solidified and purified, the dark golden soul fire, akin to a relentless parasite, incessantly burns and purifies the deep crimson energy that seeks to heal the wound, while the silver-blue rifts in space obstruct the natural process of self-repair. Each surge of energy near the wound triggers a violent annihilation reaction, bringing forth soul-rending agony. Scarlet Behemoth, Dimensional Level Juvenile, Status, soul core severely injured. Energy circulation impeded. Rule repair capacity significantly diminished. Enveloped in a state of feeble rage. The behemoth's eyes, composed of innumerable fragments of souls, fixate intently on the minuscule figure suspended in the void. Chen Mo's ethereal form, exuding a terrifying aura. Although the platinum soul fire enveloping his ethereal body has dimmed considerably, it stands as a banner of victory, heralding a fierce confrontation where the weak triumph over the strong. However, Chen Mo's condition is far from favorable. The forced fusion of the powers of the sheep, dragon, and monkey sigils, unleashing an attack that touches the very fabric of rules, consumes an unimaginable amount of energy. His ethereal form has become nearly transparent, the platinum soul fire flickering precariously. With waves of tearing weakness emanating from the essence of his soul, the powers of the dog and horse sigils whirl chaotically, mending the wounds of his soul and resisting the residual onslaught of chaotic energy. Warning: soul essence depletion, 62. Sheep sigil fusion degree, 143. Actual callable power significantly diminished due to essence depletion. Overall energy reserve, 8. Status: severely injured soul, in a state of extreme weakness. Just then, a hum reverberates as the small area, tenuously stabilized by spatial runes where Chen Mo's true form resides, ripples like water. A familiar circular portal, ablaze with golden sparks, opens behind him without warning. Inside the portal, there is no longer the chaos of crimson, but rather the ancient elegance of the New York sanctum, adorned with magical runes upon its ceiling. Standing at the threshold of the portal is Ancient One, clad in a beige monk robe, his calm gaze piercing through the fabric of space, resting upon Chen Mo and his heavily wounded ethereal form, with a hint of barely perceptible astonishment in his eyes. Mr. Chen Mo, the storm of the chaotic dimension is not one that can be traversed unscathed every time. Ancient One's voice resonates directly within Chen Mo's consciousness, transcending dimensional barriers. Your experiment has drawn considerable attention from ancient beings. This place is no longer safe. Almost simultaneously with Ancient One's words, Chen Mo's soul perception detects an anomaly. In the deeper recesses of the Crimson Cloud Sea, amidst the chaos and darkness momentarily quelled by the behemoth's anguished roars, several, even older and more obscure wills, imbued with cold greed or pure malice, awaken quietly, like sharks drawn by the scent of blood, extending their invisible tendrils towards this recently ravaged area. One of these wills, vast and chaotic, even prompts the severely injured Scarlet Behemoth to instinctively recoil. Warning: multiple high-tier wills detected and locked onto. Threat level: unknown, conceptual, and rule level. Recommendation: immediate withdrawal. Chen Mo's ethereal form snorts coldly, instantaneously returning to his true self. He cast a glance at the Ancient One on the other side of the portal, then briefly surveyed the distant Crimson Behemoth, momentarily incapacitated by excruciating pain and terror, yet locking its vengeful gaze upon him. This score would be remembered. Once I regain my strength, I shall return to claim your core. Without further ado, Chen Mo steeled himself against the excruciating agony tearing at his soul and the frailty of his body, stepping resolutely into the portal ablaze with golden sparks. The brilliance swirled. The space shifted. The suffocating chaos energy was abruptly severed, replaced by the tranquil, at least relatively tranquil, air of the sanctum, imbued with the scent of aged books and sandalwood. Thud! As soon as he landed, Chen Mo stumbled, collapsing onto one knee. A violent dizziness and a profound emptiness at the soul level surged over him like a tidal wave, rendering his complexion pale as parchment. His forehead instantly beaded with cold sweat. The luminous sigils adorning his body dimmed considerably. The Ancient One observed him quietly, showing no intention to assist him, merely stating with composure, "The wounds at the soul level are grave and require rest and special care." Unnecessary. Chen Mo abruptly lifted his head, bloodshot eyes ablaze with stubborn resolve. He forcibly summoned the purifying power of the horse sigil. A gentle white light enveloped him, merging with the ceaseless essence of the dog's sigil, striving to mend the fissures in his soul. Simultaneously, he attempted to channel the residual, thin chaos energy within him, the deep crimson force, like a trickling stream, cautiously integrating it into the essence of his soul, hoping to expedite the healing process. Horse Sigil in full operation, repairing soul wounds, speed, slow. Deep Crimson Force, trace, analysis, and fusion attempt. Warning: energy attributes volatile. Forced fusion carries high risk. Repair efficiency, 0, 5, unstable. The healing process was agonizingly slow. Each attempt to guide the volatile Deep Crimson Force felt akin to tearing open new wounds on his fragile soul, only to forcefully stitch them back together. Yet, Chen Mo gritted his teeth, remaining silent. He would not allow even a hint of weakness before the Ancient One, nor would he accept her benevolence. The Ancient One regarded the faint yet tenacious white light surrounding Chen Mo and the weak yet remarkably resilient crimson stream within him. A fleeting glimmer of indescribable emotion flashing in her profound gaze. This method of self-repair, using volatile alien energy, bordering on self-mutilation, reshaped her understanding of the variable before her. At that moment, boom, a deep, resonant explosion, seemingly emanating from the distant horizon, yet startlingly clear, pierced through the sanctum's magical barrier, reverberating ominously. Following that were the more frequent sounds of energy weapons firing, akin to popping beans, and the cacophony of collapsing structures. The crystal windows of the New York sanctum, inscribed with magical runes, were instantaneously illuminated by the vibrant energy beams and explosive fire erupting from the sky outside. A massive, monstrous extraterrestrial vessel, resembling a whale skeleton, could be discerned rampaging through the smoke-filled heavens. Countless small aircraft flitted about like locusts, unleashing a deluge of deadly light. The Battle of New York. The invasion of the Chitauri had erupted during his sojourn into the chaotic dimension. System task triggered. Battlefield Reaper task description. Intervene in the New York conflict. Eliminate at least 1,000 Chitauri soldiers and their aerial vehicles and destroy a Leviathan mothership. Test the adaptability of spell abilities, particularly newly developed ones, in a large-scale battlefield environment. Task rewards: Dragon Spell Fusion Level 5, Rabbit Spell Fusion Level 3, Energy Reserves restored to 50, Random Spell Application Skill, Battlefield-oriented, 1. The system's prompt was cold and efficient, akin to the directives issued by the most precise war machines. Chen Mo abruptly lifted his gaze, peering through the war-torn window at the chaotic battlefield beyond. The agony etched in his eyes due to weakness was instantly replaced by a fiercer, more avaricious light. Pain? Weakness? In the face of experience packs and energy sources, they were trivial. The bugs have finally arrived. He forcefully suppressed the excruciating pain of his soul, leaning against the wall to gradually straighten his body. The dim glow of his spells flickered back to life, as if infused with fuel, once again shining defiantly. Although it paled in comparison to its former glory, it bore the ferocity of one who had returned from the brink of death. Ancient One observed the unabashed desire for destruction and plunder in Chen Mo's eyes and glanced at the scenes of devastation outside. Her brow furrowed imperceptibly, yet ultimately transformed into a silent sigh. She could neither prevent nor intervene in this unpredictable choice. The battlefield served as the finest whetstone. Chen Mo cracked his neck, producing a series of audible pops, and a cold, reckless smile spread across his lips as he mused that perhaps these alien scum could yield some interest. He turned away from Ancient One, and with a flicker of his form, the ethereal glow of the serpent's spell briefly shimmered, though greatly diminished by his weakness, blending him into the shadows as he surged forth from the sanctum's doors, plunging into the inferno of battle. Chapter 112. The Sanctum's Gift. Specters of the battlefield bursting forth from the sanctum's gates. The cacophony and chaos of war crashed upon him like a tangible wall. The shrill sounds of explosions, the piercing wails of energy weapons, the cries and screams of humanity, and the thunderous collapses of buildings mingled with the acrid scent of smoke, dust, and blood, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Bleak Street was no longer the tranquil thoroughfare it once was. The street lay choked with the debris of collapsed structures, while charred remains of vehicles belched plumes of black smoke. In the sky, Chitauri aerial vehicles whizzed by like locusts, their crimson beams resembling the scythes of death, indiscriminately reaping lives and structures that could not evade their wrath. In the distance, toward Stark Tower, a robust azure energy beam shot skyward, tearing open a vast spatial portal amidst the clouds, from which more alien forces continuously surged forth. High-intensity spatial fluctuation detected. Cosmic Cube activation state. Enemy unit scanned. Chitauri infantry, low threat. Chitauri speeder riders, medium-low threat. Leviathan mothership, high threat aerial fortress. Battlefield threat level, medium-high, large-scale destructive chaos environment. Chen Mo inhaled deeply the stifling air laden with the scent of smoke, as the spatial runes on his chest flickered subtly, forcibly stabilizing his spatial perception, which had become sluggish due to the weakness of his soul. His current state is abysmal, with soul wounds gnawing at him like maggots, disrupting the flow of his incantations, and his energy reserves plummeting to an all-time low. Yet, amidst this chaotic battlefield, the air thick with destructive energy and the palpable fear surrounding him feels like a much-needed rain after a prolonged drought. Kill! A cold thought surged within him. The Serpent Talisman was activated with all its might. A shadowy luminescence enveloped his body, rendering his figure elusive, as if he melded into the smoke and the shadows of the surrounding structures. Although his weakened soul diminished the perfection of his invisibility, leaving faint afterimages during rapid movements or in bright light. In this tumultuous battlefield, it sufficed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 Zatauri hoverbikes darted through the air in a triangular formation, their riders unleashing fire upon the fleeing crowd below with energy weapons. Pow, 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 without warning. 3 concentrated beams of silver-blue light, imbued with a faint spatial rending quality, a diluted version of the Pig Talisman's laser eye, pierced through the helmets of the 3 pilots like a grim Reaper's decree. The beams annihilated their brains with pinpoint accuracy, leaving no excess energy to dissipate. The uncontrollable hoverbikes veered wildly and crashed into a nearby building, erupting in a deafening explosion. What is happening? The panicked crowd on the ground gazed in astonishment at the suddenly out-of-control explosions, bewildered. Chen Mo's figure flitted like a specter through the shadows. He did not choose to launch a grand attack. Instead, he operated like the most lethal of ghostly assassins. Each appearance was in the enemy's visual blind spots, or during their moments of vulnerability. Each strike was meticulously aimed at vital points, dispatching foes with minimal energy expenditure. A squad of Zatauri infantry was establishing a firing point behind an overturned bus. Chen Mo glided past them like a wisp of smoke, his fingers lightly tapping. The transformative power of the Monkey Talisman, combined with a hint of chaotic energy's properties, was quietly set into motion. Target: their energy rifles. Crack, crack, crack. The infantrymen, in terror, realized that their weapons had instantaneously warped and distorted. The once rigid barrels softened like melting candles, swelling, then violently exploding. Scalding liquid metal and surging currents from the energy batteries engulfed the squad in an instant. Monsters! Invisible monsters! The surviving Zatauri soldiers screamed in terror, frantically firing into the empty surroundings, only to shatter more glass and walls. Chen Mo had already appeared down another street. He looked up at a Leviathan mothership hovering low in the air, bombarding an office building with its underbelly cannons. That colossal form loomed like a floating battleship. Time to test a new toy. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He endured the agony of his soul tearing apart, and once more sank his consciousness into the sea of awareness, reaching out to the newly activated Mouse Talisman S Phantasm. This time, the target was not an inanimate object, but the chaotic mental energy emanating from the battlefield, coalescing from countless fears, anger, and despair. And that Leviathan, the Mouse Talisman, transformed stillness into motion, infusing the chaotic spirit with vitality. Chen Mo roared internally, injecting his intent with fervor. An intangible wave, imbued with the essence of creation and vitality, radiated outward from Chen Mo's presence. It did not activate tangible objects, but instead influenced the invisible field of spiritual energy. In an instant, the air above the battlefield in New York, saturated with a negative spiritual energy born from mass slaughter and fear, began to ripple violently. Akin to the surface of water disturbed by a thrown stone, countless translucent, distorted phantoms, born from fear, anger, and despair, were momentarily animated and given direction by the power of the Mouse Talisman. They surged towards the hovering Leviathan mothership as if drawn by a magnetic force, disregarding physical barriers, flooding into the vessel like an invisible tide. Mouse Talisman Fusion Level 3238. Soaring. New Application Technique Comprehension. Fear Activation. Prototype. Can temporarily animate the intense negative spiritual energy dissipating on the battlefield, endowing it with rudimentary awareness and aggressive tendencies such as fear and anger, guiding it to assault designated targets on the spiritual and soul level. The effect is influenced by the concentration of spiritual energy and the target's soul defense strength. Inside the Leviathan mothership, alarms blared. Unknown spiritual energy intrusion detected. Intensity rising rapidly, exceeding threshold. Monster, stay away. On the bridge, the Zatari commander and crew suddenly clutched their heads, emitting piercing screams. Before them materialized myriad illusions drawn from the depths of their innermost fears. Deceased comrades, colossal beasts devouring planets, and even Thanos, the harbinger of their fate. These fear-animated phantoms, instigated by the Mouse Talisman, assailed their relatively fragile mental defenses with ferocity. The entire Leviathan mothership lost control in an instant, swaying and rolling through the air like a drunken giant. Its belly cannons fired indiscriminately, resulting in the destruction of several Allied aircraft. Ultimately, it crashed into a taller building nearby, erupting into a colossal fireball amidst a thunderous explosion. This bizarre spectacle left countless onlookers on the battlefield, including both Zatari and humans, dumbfounded. What was that? Iron Man, Tony Stark, who had just obliterated an aircraft with a palm cannon, hovered in the air, watching as the Leviathan spiraled into madness and self-destruction. His face behind a mask a portrait of astonishment. Meanwhile, the instigator Chen Mo, after unleashing this peculiar strike, felt an acute intensification of soul-rending pain, his vision blurring, nearly causing him to collapse once more. He braced himself against the charred remnants of a nearby car, gasping for breath. Yet it was not enough. He gazed at the slow count of kills and the still insufficient energy reserves displayed in the system, as well as the Leviathan motherships looming in the distance. Akin to mountains, continuously dispatching troops, the fire in his eyes, unwavering. At that moment, a gentle yet undeniable mental presence pierced through the battlefield's chaos, directly reaching the depths of Chen Mo's exhausted consciousness. Mr. Chen Mo, it was the voice of the Ancient One, resonating with an unusual penetrating quality at the level of his soul. The gifts of the chaotic dimension are not solely violent energies. Your wounded soul, there has also been tainted by a trace of chaos. Forcing suppression is not the optimal strategy. As her voice resonated, a subtle stream of ethereal light, composed of pure golden magical runes, surged forth like a sentient thread, disregarding the barriers of space, and instantaneously penetrated the center of Chen Mo's brow from the direction of the New York sanctum. Detected the infusion of pure magical knowledge. Source: Ancient One, Supreme Sorcerer of Kamartaj. The information stream contains fragments of fundamental dimensional cognition, advanced techniques for soul trauma purification, and spatial structure stability model. Warning: the information stream harbors a formidable mental imprint. Would you like to analyze and absorb it? Rather than forcibly imparting knowledge, the information stream lingered like an index, a prologue, quietly hovering at the periphery of Chen Mo's consciousness. What is this? Chen Mo's gaze sharpened. A seemingly insignificant reference regarding the organization of the chaotic power within him, particularly that which stemmed from an alternate dimension's soul trauma. The Ancient One's voice flowed calmly. The choice of usage rests with you. The battlefield serves as an excellent experimental ground. The voice gradually faded away. As Chen Mo sensed the fragments of knowledge shimmering with wisdom within his consciousness, he remained silent for a moment. Is this a transaction? A recompense? Or perhaps a more profound scheme? He could not ascertain. Yet one thing was clear. These fragments of knowledge, especially those pertaining to soul, trauma, purification, and spatial stability, were indeed a timely boon for his current predicament. How fortuitous! Chen Mo suppressed his wariness, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he chose to analyze and absorb the knowledge. Buzz! The system's formidable analytical capabilities were instantly activated. The golden rune fragment disassembled and reformed rapidly, as if cast into a furnace. The intricate and esoteric magical knowledge flowed into his consciousness in a manner comprehensible to Chen Mo, akin to a clear spring. Particularly enlightening were the sections on how to gently mend the fissures of the soul using energy, including chaotic energy, and how to efficiently stabilize spatial structures in times of energy scarcity. These insights illuminated Chen Mo's mind. Analyzing magical knowledge fragments, chaotic magical energy analysis rate, 0.507, accelerating enhancement. Soul trauma repair efficiency, 23, stabilizing enhancement. Spatial control, stability enhanced. Energy consumption reduced by 10. Though the repair process remained slow, the excruciating pain that had torn at his soul noticeably diminished, and his command over the incantations became significantly more fluid. The serpent incantation, once hindered by weakness, regained near perfection in its invisibility. The energy expenditure also saw a substantial reduction. So it is that chaos is not solely a force of destruction, but also a twisted order. A spark of brilliance flickered in Chen Mo's eyes, and his previously wavering form steadied once more, akin to a lurking cheetah rejoining the shadows. He lifted his gaze towards a Leviathan mothership diving towards the Brooklyn Bridge, poised to unleash its landing troops, the chill in his smile deepening. Then, let us utilize this iron coffin to experiment with a newly acquired spatial stability model. Chapter 113, Spatial Traps, The Fall of the Derelict Ship. The fragments of knowledge bestowed by the Ancient One nourished Chen Mo's battered soul and parched energy cycle like precious dew, though the path to recovery remains fraught with challenges. The debilitating sense of imminent collapse has been temporarily subdued, restoring a semblance of control over his energy to a relatively efficient level. More significantly, the fragments of knowledge regarding the stability model of spatial structure have unlocked a portal to a new realm for Chen Mo previously. His manipulation of spatial forces was largely instinctual, relying on the authority bestowed by incantations to violently tear, warp, and solidify the fabric of space. However, now he possesses a meticulous blueprint, gaining insight into the subtleties of spatial ripples, nodes, stresses, and folds. Stability can also transform into a formidable weapon. Veiled by the Serpent Talisman, Chen Mo's figure became like an invisible tempest, darting through the blazing streets, aimed squarely at the colossal Leviathan-class mothership, the Bonebreaker, looming towards the Brooklyn Bridge. This behemoth, akin to a monstrous creature of the deep, swooped down ominously, its menacing underbelly revealing layers of armored hatches, all ajar, exposing a multitude of landing bays. Hundreds of Chitari infantry and flying motorcycle troops surged forth from these openings, resembling a deluge, poised to assault the bridge and the surrounding urban landscape. Target locked. Leviathan Mothership Bonebreaker, Designation 7. Status, Low Altitude Dive, Landing Mode. Energy Shield, localized, concentrated at the bow and engines. Weakness marked, based on spatial model extrapolation at the moment the landing bay doors open. The spatial structure of the ship's underbelly experiences periodic stress weaknesses due to energy redistribution and the movement of the hatch mechanisms. Node coordinates duly noted. The system's prompts, combined with his newfound understanding of spatial dynamics, allowed Chen Mo to instantaneously pinpoint the optimal moment and location for his attack. He resolved against confronting the formidable armor and energy shield head-on. The Rabbit Talisman erupted with power, his form transformed into a fleeting streak of light, deftly bypassing the frontline battlefield and the ship's cannon fire, reappearing beneath the vast underbelly of the Bonebreaker just as another wave of landing troops surged forth. With the immense hatch momentarily ajar, spatial confinement, with hands poised in the air, Chen Mo immersed his consciousness entirely within the spatial model he had just grasped. The psychic force of the Chicken Talisman no longer merely seized objects. It became akin to countless precise probes, deftly piercing the identified spatial stress weak points. Simultaneously, the silver-blue glow of the spatial runes on his chest surged as the potent essence of spatial power, guided by the psychic probes, forcibly fused the weakened nodes in a small surrounding area of the spatial structure as if welding them together. Buzz! An invisible, weighty ripple in space surged outward from the designated nodes. The Chitauri soldiers and flying motorcycle troops, poised to burst through the hatch, collided with an unseen, indomitable alloy wall that had materialized abruptly. The leading soldier was instantaneously crushed into a pulp, while the motorcycles twisted and exploded upon impact. More terrifyingly, the enormous hatch, now partially opened, emitted a grating metallic groan from its mechanical structure. The hydraulic rods and drive shafts supporting the hatch, suddenly compressed by the newly welded spatial structure, twisted and shattered like fragile twigs, creaking and rumbling. The half-open colossal hatch was wrenched apart as if by an invisible giant hand, accompanied by a heart-wrenching sound of tearing metal violently detaching from the hull. Countless twisted fragments of metal, severed pipelines, and the throng of Chitauri soldiers behind the hatch cascaded down like a waterfall, plummeting toward the Brooklyn Bridge and the East River below. The scene was nothing short of catastrophic. The massive bone breaker trembled violently, as though struck with a powerful blow to its abdomen. Ear-piercing alarms reverberated throughout the vessel. Alert! Severe damage in the abdominal landing bay. Structural failure. Warning. Anomalies detected in localized space. The engine vector control system is under unknown interference. Hull attitude control lost. Repeat. Hull attitude control lost. The gigantic Leviathan mothership, suddenly afflicted by a massive wound and subjected to irregular stresses from spatial confinement, instantaneously lost its balance. It plummeted like a great bird with severed wings, engulfed in billowing smoke and sparking energy, its bow diving sharply downward, violently tumbling through the air toward the Brooklyn Bridge. My heavens! The colossal vessel is on a collision course. The National Guard and police, resisting the Chitauri infantry's assault on the bridge, looked up in terror at the enormous shadow looming above. Jarvis, calculate the impact point. Evacuate the crowd. Damn it, which lunatic is responsible for this? Iron Man, Tony Stark, was frantically dodging attacks from aerial craft while attempting to push the uncontrollable behemoth away with his repulsor beams, but to no avail. In that critical moment, Chen Mo appeared above the tumbling hull of the Bonebreaker. His complexion remained pale, yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle's. Observing the steel monstrosity poised to collide with the bridge below, he felt no pity, only cold calculation. Such a massive wreckage would surely damage the flora and fauna below. He murmured to himself, raising his hands once more, not to confine, but to guide. The knowledge of spatial modeling came into play again. Coupled with his powerful spatial perception, he instantly pinpointed a crucial spatial node in the trajectory of the tumbling Bonebreaker, where its kinetic energy was strongest, structural distortion most severe, and spatial integrity most unstable. Spatial leap. Target, the center of the Hudson River. With a fierce shout, Chen Mo unleashed a dazzling silver-blue radiance from the spatial runes on his chest. He summoned all the dwindling power of spatial origin within him, mingled with a trace of chaos energy recently deciphered, intended to disrupt the Leviathan's energy field, and precisely injected it into that spatial node. With a resounding hum, a vast, distorted silver-blue spatial portal unexpectedly unfolded before the tumbling Bonebreaker. On the other side of the portal lay the broad, yet empty expanse of the Hudson River's center, like a giant stepping into a void. The out-of-control Bonebreaker plunged into the immense portal, its massive form vanishing from above New York's Brooklyn Bridge in an instant. The next moment, the air above the Hudson River twisted and tore apart violently. The massive bow of the Leviathan emerged from the spatial gate, as if it had shattered the surface of the water. Then, propelled by cataclysmic kinetic energy, it struck the broad expanse of the river with a ferocious impact, utterly unforgiving. The indescribable terror of the collision was akin to a meteor's descent. The Hudson River was violently dented, creating a colossal crater several hundred meters in diameter. Towering walls of water surged skyward, and the ferocious shockwave shattered every pane of glass along the banks. The river was instantaneously compressed and vaporized, forming a ring of white vapor that radiated outward. The immense ship disintegrated upon impact, countless fragments mingling with the remains of Chitauri soldiers, scattered into the sky like petals from a celestial flower, then raining down upon the river and the shores amidst flames and thick smoke. A gigantic mushroom cloud, a chaotic amalgamation of fire, black smoke, and white vapor, rose majestically above the Hudson River, as if punctuating the tumultuous battlefield with a blood-curdling exclamation mark. The entire battlefield, encompassing both the Chitauri in the skies and the bloodied human forces, along with the newly assembled Avengers, including Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, who had just arrived in the Brooklyn Bridge area, were left in stunned silence by this sudden and horrifying spectacle. Had a Leviathan mothership truly been obliterated? In an unfathomable manner. transported, and then shattered. In the air, Tony Stark's expletives were muted by JARVIS. As he gaped at the spectacular devastation unfolding over the Hudson River, his expression beneath the helmet a tapestry of astonishment. It was his ghost. On the ground, Captain Steve Rogers, having just toppled a Chitauri soldier with a shield, scanned the chaotic skies and shadows with piercing eyes, seeking the source of that enigmatic figure. Meanwhile, the architect of this catastrophe, Chen Mo, felt the pang of soul-wrenching fatigue as the energy he had just regained was swiftly depleted. He let out a muffled groan, barely maintaining the invisibility granted by the Serpent Talisman, his form flickering uncertainly. Mission Progress Update. Leviathan Mothership destroyed, 11. Chitauri units destroyed, 7, 891,000. Energy reserves, 3, severely depleted. Warning. High energy response rapidly approaching. Threat level high. Source. Loki, bearer of the Mind Scepter. The system's alarms blared sharply. Chen Mo abruptly lifted his gaze. From the direction of Stark Tower, a figure clad in green and gold, wielding the Mind Scepter pulsating with an eerie blue light, hurtled towards him like a shooting star. Loki's face bore the fury of being toyed with, coupled with a chilling intent to kill. "I have found you, you lurking rat." Loki's roar, amplified by the magic of the scepter, echoed across the sky. "Disrupting the sacred conquest? With your meager power?" The gem atop the Mind Scepter blazed with radiant blue light. A robust energy beam, capable of piercing armored vehicles, tore through the air, instantly traversing hundreds of meters to directly target Chen Mo's concealed position. Wherever the beam passed, the air shrieked as if being seared. Chapter 114. The Staff's Ruin. The mouse curses might a blue beam of light, emanating from the Mind Staff, accompanied by a piercing shriek that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of one's psyche, descended in an instant. Loki, consumed by fury, struck out with unrestrained vigor, vowing to obliterate the specter that had repeatedly thwarted his plans and brought him disgrace. At the moment the beam locked onto him, Chen Mo felt as though he were the target of a venomous serpent, a chilling warning pricking at the depths of his soul. In his prime, he would have had countless means to evade or withstand such an assault. Yet now, with his spirit severely wounded and energy depleted, the serpent's curse, cloaked in invisibility, faltered under the weight of the overwhelming energy that sought to ensnare him. There was no escape. To resist would be to flirt with peril. On the precipice of life and death, a fierce determination ignited within Chen Mo's eyes. A bold, almost frenzied idea flashed through his mind. The transformation of the monkey curse concept, targeting the space ahead. He chose neither to defend nor to alter the beam, but instead poured the last remnants of his energy, an amalgamation of spatial power and faint chaotic traits, into the monkey curse, wagering everything on this singular act. With a hum, an invisible wave, distorting the very concept of reality, enveloped a small region of space before Chen Mo at a velocity surpassing light itself. This time, the target was not a tangible object or an energy form, but the very attributes of space itself. Monkey curse concept transformation activated. Target attribute: space, stable reality, attempting to distort into spatial mirror deflection state. Warning: target level too high. Severe energy deficiency. Success rate: extremely low. The power of the monkey curse surged wildly, sending tremors through the spectral talisman in Chen Mo's consciousness. The structure of the space ahead began to exhibit an ephemeral, almost imperceptible tendency toward mirroring, as if attempting to transiently replicate that space into a mirror-dimensional structure possessing deflective attack characteristics. The line between success and failure was razor-thin. Suddenly, the blue beam of mental energy collided fiercely with the area of space that had been forcibly endowed with a mirroring concept. Rather than erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, the beam struck the space like a projectile piercing a strange water surface. The space warped violently, rippling, as the beam underwent an uncanny deflection, not entirely reflected, but rather dispersed like light through an invisible prism. One principal beam was refracted upwards, shearing the roof off a building, while several scattered beams, like celestial maidens scattering flowers, obliterated unfortunate Chitauri vessels in midair. The beam that truly penetrated the distorted space, aimed at Chen Mo's essence, had its power diminished by over 70%, and its accuracy was severely compromised. What? Loki's pupils constricted in disbelief as he plummeted. His staff's assault had been deflected, even significantly weakened. The residual mental energy beam struck forcefully against Chen Mo's crossed arms. The power of the Ox Curse instinctively shielded him. Golden light flickered. Chen Mo grunted, his body hurled backward by the tremendous impact, crashing through a wall and landing amidst a burning shop. Debris flew, and dust enveloped the air. Ox Curse Divine Power Shield activated. Physical impact absorbed. Mental energy corruption. Horse Curse Purification Barrier activated. In the midst of spiritual contamination resistance, a warning echoed. Physical damage, minor. Soul tremors, intensifying. Coughing, Chen Mo struggled to rise from the ruins, wiping away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, primarily a result of internal shock. Though disheveled, his gaze gleamed with an alarming intensity. He had succeeded. Despite the tremendous strain and cost, the concept of the monkey talisman had transformed, successfully disrupting the fabric of reality and significantly weakening the Mind Scepter's locking attack. Impossible. Loki hovered in the air, staring down at the figure that had risen from the dust. His handsome features twisted in shock and rage. He could not fathom how the other had achieved this. It was beyond any known magic or technology. Rodent, you have angered a god. Loki, consumed by indignation, raised the scepter once more, the gemstone atop irradiating a brilliant blue light as a more terrifying energy began to coalesce. However, Chen Mo did not grant him the opportunity to gather himself for another assault. The mouse talisman activated in terror. Target, Loki. Enduring the soul-wrenching agony and dizziness from energy depletion, Chen Mo once again summoned the newfound powers of the mouse talisman. This time, his aim was directly at Loki himself. A hum resonated. The invisible activation wave spread forth. The battlefield was suffused with the intense fear and cursed energy born from Loki's cruel reign and the slaughter by the Chitauri, now imbued with vitality and direction. Countless distorted, wailing specters of fear surged forth, disregarding physical distance and the divine shield that cloaked Loki's form. Asgardian divine power offered relatively weak protection against spiritual assaults. Much like piranhas drawn to the scent of blood, they invaded Loki's mind with frenzied abandon. Loki's arm, raised to wield the scepter, suddenly froze. The world before him warped dramatically. The resplendent halls of Asgard morphed into a hell's cape flowing with molten lava. The souls of those he had slain, including Lao Fei, and the spirits of those who fell to the Chitauri's blades, along with his own complex fears and jealousy towards Odin and Thor, coalesced into grotesque phantoms, relentlessly battering his consciousness. Begone! Illusions! All damned illusions! Loki clutched his head, screaming in anguish as the energy he had gathered dissipated in an instant. The illusion magic he prided himself on had turned into a venomous backlash. Now, a cold glimmer flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Even at the end of his strength, he was determined to deliver a lethal blow. The rabbit talisman erupted. His figure shot forth from the ruins like a flash, lunging at the disoriented Loki in midair. In his hands, there were no weapons, only a clenched fist flickering with a dim golden light. The divine power of the Ox Talisman. No elaborate techniques. Merely the culmination of his final strength, the purest physical impact. Just as Chen Mo's fist was about to connect with Loki's body, a brilliant golden divine shield erupted around Loki. The instinctual defense of the Asgardian royal bloodline was triggered. Simultaneously, a flicker of clarity momentarily pierced through Loki's chaotic gaze. After all, he was the god of mischief, and his mental fortitude far exceeded that of ordinary beings. The transient confusion was nearing its end. Seeking death. Loki's eyes blazed with murderous intent, and his free left hand coalesced with powerful frost divine energy, striking down towards the approaching Chen Mo. In that moment of urgency, he could no longer wield the Mind Scepter, but this blow was sufficient to freeze steel. In a moment of dire consequence, in Chen Mo's gaze, there was neither surprise nor retreat. His assault remained unwavering. Yet in the fleeting moment of Loki's frost-imbued divine power, the incantation of the monkey talisman triggered a conceptual distortion. The divine shield, an energy entity before the target, attempted to morph into a fragile crystalline structure. Once more, the monkey talisman unleashed its uncanny transformative power at the conceptual level. A resonant hum enveloped Loki's radiant golden shield with precision. Crack! A subtle yet chilling sound of fracture echoed, as the resilient Asgardian shield, capable of withstanding heavy energy bombardments, contorted under the influence of the monkey talisman's conceptual force. Its energy structure shattering into a web of fine cracks akin to delicate glass. Although this transformation was fleeting and almost instantly countered by Loki's formidable divine might, that ephemeral vulnerability proved sufficient. Chen Mo's fist, infused with the last vestiges of the bull talisman's power, pierced through the fissured divine shield as effortlessly as shattering thin ice, landing a devastating blow upon Loki's handsome visage, which was etched with disbelief and shock. The impact resounded with a dull thud, a sound so jarring it made one's teeth ache. Gold and divine blood mingled with a few teeth, tracing a haunting arc through the air. Loki, akin to a kite severed from its string, was propelled backward by this concentrated punch, spiraling through the air like a projectile, crashing into the glass facade of a nearby office building. Shattered glass cascaded down like a waterfall of ice crystals. The crafty god of mischief, the invading commander wielding the scepter of mind control, had been struck down by a single blow. At that moment, it felt as though time itself had paused on a battlefield. Chapter 115. Dragon-S breath scorches the sky. Master the battlefield. Loki smashed through the glass wall like a ragged sack, vanishing into the depths of the building, leaving behind a flurry of glass shards and an enraged, agonized roar that echoed between the structures. "Lord Loki!" cried the Chitauri flying soldiers in terror from above. On the ground, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and others who witnessed this transformative spectacle were rendered utterly astonished. The enigmatic figure who had emerged so mysteriously, employing unfathomable tactics, had not only caused a Leviathan flagship to plummet into the river, but had now sent the seemingly invincible Loki flying with a single punch. Chen Mo's form descended slowly, kneeling upon one knee, gasping for breath, each inhalation pulling at the deep-seated agony within his soul. The repeated use of the monkey talisman's conceptual transformation, particularly the final distortion of Loki's divine shield, had drained the last remnants of energy from his being, leaving his soul feeling as if it were being torn anew, and his vision blurred to darkness. The invisibility effect of the snake talisman had long since dissipated, exposing his figure entirely upon the smoke-filled battlefield. Energy reserve, 0-1. Approaching depletion. Soul essence depletion intensifying. Horse talisman purification efficiency diminishing. Warning, extremely weak state. Immediate withdrawal from battlefield advised. The system's alarm resonated in his mind like a funeral bell. However, Chen Mo's gaze remained fixated on the office building that had been struck by Loki, as well as the incessantly emerging spatial portals from which the Chitauri forces poured forth. The mission target was still short by over 200 minions. Loki had not yet met his demise. He required energy. At that moment, a ferocious roar, imbued with a sense of brutality, echoed from a distance. A colossal green figure, akin to an uncontrollable locomotive, rampaged through the streets. It was none other than the Hulk, enraged by the Chitauri soldiers. His devastating strength effortlessly tore through the ranks of Chitauri troops and light vehicles, while simultaneously causing extensive collateral damage to buildings and increasing the risk of unintended casualties. Several Chitauri aircraft buzzed around him, firing frantically in an attempt to divert his attention and lead him away from the main battleground. Chen Mo's eyes swept over the Hulk's massive form, brimming with gamma energy, a glimmer of cold light flashing within his gaze. The gamma radiation also served as a high-quality energy source. System notification: high concentration of gamma radiation detected. Bruce Banner's Hulk. Energy nature: violently unstable with a high degree of contagion. Forced absorption risk: extremely high genetic contamination and mental frenzy. High risk, but it also signified high reward. Risk? Huh. A near-maniacal smile curled at the corners of Chen Mo's mouth. Having just emerged from the chaotic dimension, what did he care for gamma radiation? He straightened his posture, no longer suppressing the insatiable desire to devour all forms of energy that surged from the core of his spells. With a low growl, he activated the rabbit's spell's ultimate speed. His figure transformed into a streak of light, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, not charging toward the Hulk. but rather racing toward the bodies of the Chitauri soldiers that had been crushed by the Hulk along his path. In a fleeting moment, as he passed the corpses, Chen Mo's hands reached out like phantoms. The transformation power of the monkey spell was unleashed. The target was not the corpses themselves, but rather the energy cores of the Chitauri individual energy weapons, the unstable, blue-glowing energy batteries that remained. Transform. Crack. 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 Those batteries, fraught with perilous radiation and unstable energy, were instantaneously twisted and reconfigured under the might of the monkey spell. Their form shifted from dangerous explosives, forcibly transmuted into the purest and most benign crystallized energy devoid of attributes. Though the conversion efficiency was exceedingly low, it was better than nothing. Chen Mo seized these newly condensed, translucent crystals, no larger than a fingernail, and without hesitation crushed them in his palm. Boom! A faint stream of energy surged into his parched meridians, akin to a long dry riverbed welcoming a gentle rain. Energy reserves restored. 5. This meager energy was but a drop in the ocean, yet it sufficed to enable him to launch an attack. Chen Mo abruptly lifted his gaze, locking onto the Chitauri aircraft that were provocatively circling the Hulk in the sky. His eyes turned frigidly resolute. Dragon spell, ignite for me. He no longer sought breath, but rather the utmost concentration. The annihilation power of the dragon spell was compressed to its zenith in his palm, mingling with a hint of the chaotic properties he had recently assimilated. A slender beam, no thicker than an arm, entwined in hues of dark gold and deep crimson, emanated a devastating silver-blue energy from its core, akin to the spear of death, unleashed in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The velocity of the beam surpassed that of reflex, piercing through the engine cores of 3 aircraft with unparalleled precision. There was no explosion, only annihilation. The struck vessels vanished instantaneously, akin to ice cast into a steel furnace, vaporizing from their engines without leaving a trace. Only the lingering heat distortion in the air and the acrid scent of ionized metal remained. Zetarii aircraft destroyed. 3. Mission progress. 992-1000. Abruptly bereft of targets, Hulk paused in bewilderment, scanning his surroundings. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, after delivering that concentrated strike, swayed slightly. His energy reserves diminished once more. It was still insufficient. He needed just a little more. His gaze, akin to that of a ravenous wolf, fixated on the nearby green figure of Hulk, who was venting his destructive urges. The surging, seemingly boundless gamma energy radiated a lethal allure in his eyes. Roar! As if sensing Chen Mo's predatory stare, Hulk whipped around, his savage green pupils locking onto him. An instinct of being prey and a source of energy ignited an unprecedented sense of provocation and fury within Hulk. He abandoned the scattered Zetarii soldiers around him, his colossal frame crouching slightly, akin to a beast ready to pounce, fixating intently on Chen Mo. Hulk smashed. The earth-shattering roar resonated through the streets. His green muscles, akin to granite, bulged, accumulating destructive power. The focus of the battlefield seemed to shift instantaneously from the sky's spatial portal and Loki to this street, to the impending clash between the mysterious powerhouse and the invincible Hulk. Iron Man in the air, Captain America on the ground, and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. While the mysterious figure was undeniably formidable, it was evident that he was nearing his limits. How could he withstand the wrath of Hulk? Chapter 116. The rampaging dragon's roar. Battlefield cleared. Loki, akin to a kite severed from its string, let out a twisted wail, splattered with divine blood, as he hurtled through the air, crashing violently into the thick glass curtain wall of the Stark Tower's upper platform. The tempered glass shattered instantaneously, exploding into a shower of crystalline fragments. He became deeply embedded within the metal framework of the curtain wall, his form contorted, his scepter flying dozens of meters away, landing with a clatter at the platform's edge. The entire battlefield seemed to have been pressed on pause. The frenzied Zetarii soldiers ceased their firing. Fleeing humans forgot to scream, and the Avengers lost sight of their enemies. All gazes, whether filled with fear, shock, or disbelief, were fixated on that figure embedded in the wall of Stark Tower and the silhouette in the void, slowly retracting its fist, surrounded by smoke and an intangible aura of death. The god of mischief was struck away. Loki, just moments after being smashed into the floor by Hulk. Thor, covered in dust, struggled to lift his head, witnessing his brother's plight, and let out a roar filled with rage and astonishment. Iron Man, Tony Stark, hovered in midair, the scanner within his helmet frantically refreshing the life signs and residual energy reactions of Loki, his voice imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Jarvis analyzed the recent energy fluctuations. What on earth did that guy just do? It seems he has altered some kind of rule. Chen Mo floated in the air, gasping heavily. The agony of his soul felt like countless steel needles swirling within his mind, the overwhelming force of the monkey talisman's conceptual power draining him to the brink of darkness. Yet, he forced himself to straighten his back, the ghostly light of the snake talisman flickering on his body, maintaining a final stance of intimidation. His cold gaze swept across the battlefield below, momentarily suspended, ultimately resting upon the Chitauri army that, despite their confusion from the loss of their commander, Loki, still held an overwhelming numerical advantage. No matter how vast their numbers, they remained mere ants. Insectal chatter, Chen Mo's voice, though not raised, pierced through the cacophony of the battlefield like the cold friction of metal, resonating clearly in the ears of every living being, bearing an indifference that looked down upon all life and an unabashed intent to kill. He no longer suppressed himself, no longer conserved. The torment of his soul and the scarcity of energy required a more ferocious destruction to fill the void. It demanded the wails of his enemies to assuage the pain. Dragon Talisman, annihilate the storm. Chen Mo spread his arms wide, akin to a deity embracing destruction. The phantasm of the Dragon Talisman, emblematic of ultimate devastation, blazed furiously within his consciousness. This time, he no longer sought precision, nor held back on consumption. He poured the newly fused attributes of spatial tearing, along with the chaotic energy properties he had previously deciphered, and the seething malice within his chest, unreservedly into the fray. Virum, no longer beams, no longer storms. Centered around Chen Mo, the air within a spherical radius of hundreds of meters twisted violently as if disturbed by thrown stones, boiling. Countless fine, silver-blue spatial fissures appeared from thin air, intertwining. The violent, dark gold and deep red annihilation energy surged forth like a volcanic tsunami from every spatial rift. They collided, fused, and obliterated one another, instantaneously forming a realm of indiscriminate destruction that engulfed all. Dragon Talisman overload activated. Fusion rate, 391,395, rapidly ascending. Warning, energy reserves depleting rapidly. 543, new passive, annihilation field, prototype, dragon explosive energy mixed with spatial tearing power, forming a small-scale, sustained destruction space, where the annihilation field swept through. All matter and energy were consigned to oblivion. The densely clustered Chitauri aircraft collided with an invisible grinder, instantaneously torn apart, disintegrated, and vaporized. Not even the light of the explosions had time to ignite. The Chitauri infantry formations, surging like tidal waves across the ground, along with the concrete streets beneath their feet and the wreckage of overturned vehicles, were as if erased by a colossal eraser, leaving only vast, smooth, mirror-like craters, emanating the scent of high-temperature charring. A colossal Leviathan mothership, having just emerged halfway through a spatial conduit, bore a grotesque visage as its head and the forward section of its hull were struck by the edge of the annihilation field. The resilient bioalloy armor melted away, as if it were mere butter. In an instant, the gargantuan body lost a third of its mass. The severed edges gleamed like polished glass, emitting wisps of smoke and crackling electricity, while the remaining carcass plummeted like a lifeless fish. The heart-wrenching wails of the Chitauri echoed in a haunting contrast to the eerie silence emanating from the obliterated region. Just a single strike, centered around Stark Tower, a vast, hollow death zone was forcibly carved out of the sky and ground, spanning several hundred meters. The once dominant Chitauri forces were seemingly erased by the hand of a divine being, leaving behind a gaping void. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The surviving Chitauri troops appeared frozen, their momentum abruptly halted as terror spread through their cold, mechanical, biological nerves like a plague. On the ground, civilians and soldiers who had narrowly escaped the carnage gazed upon the newly formed expanse and the smooth abyss as though witnessing a miracle or the apocalypse. Some crumpled to the ground, others wept silently, while a few knelt in reverence before the ominous figure looming above. The Avengers were collectively rendered speechless. Captain Steve Rogers gripped his shield tightly, his knuckles whitening, his expression a tumult of emotions. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff pursed her lips, her eyes brimming with shock and vigilance. Hawkeye Barton instinctively reached for his quiver, seemingly in search of a weapon capable of countering such an entity. Hulk pounded the ground in a fit of rage, releasing an unintelligible roar, yet a flicker of instinctual trepidation crossed his small green eyes. My tower. Tony Stark lamented as he beheld the gaping hole in the roof of his building caused by Loki's attack, along with the massive, smooth crater below. His mouth twitched beneath his mask, a mixture of heartache and dread at the overwhelming power of destruction. Chen Mo hovered in the air, gasping for breath. The full force of the dragon charm's activation exacerbating his already depleted energy, the sensation of his soul tearing apart akin to being scorched by fire. Yet he forced himself to suppress all pain, his icy gaze sweeping across the battlefield, ultimately settling on the top platform of Stark Tower, where the cosmic cube pulsed with an ethereal blue light, accompanied by the Mind Stone scepter that Loki had left behind. The energy gem. He licked his cracked lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice and desire. It was the key to restoring his power, even to achieving a breakthrough. Just then, an explosive roar shattered the air. The outer perimeter of the battlefield saw more enraged Chitauri forces, controlled by higher commands, surging forth like a maddened swarm of ants, undeterred by death. From the spatial conduit above, another even larger Leviathan mothership emerged, its armored hull enveloped in a thick energy shield, revealing its fearsome head. Their objective remained unchanged: conquest, slaughter, and to prevent that terrifying entity from approaching the cosmic cube. Attempt to stop me? Chen Mo glared at the oncoming tide of foes, his hostility surging. He abruptly lowered his gaze, focusing on a street below choked with Chitauri infantry, where civilians, unable to evacuate in time, fled in desperate haste. Ox charm, rabbit charm. His thoughts surged forth. Chen Mo's figure instantaneously vanished into thin air. In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed, akin to a meteor plummeting to the earth. Chen Montak, propelled by an unimaginable kinetic force surpassing the speed of sound, crashed violently into the heart of the street. The boundless power endowed by the Bull Talisman erupted instantaneously. At the point of his landing, the solid concrete ground shattered as if struck by a colossal hammer, fracturing and disintegrating, then surging upward like a tsunami. A devastating shock wave formed, rising to over 10 meters, a chaotic amalgam of rubble, rebar, and the remnants of fallen Zetarii soldiers. Dozens of Zetarii infantry were obliterated as if struck by an invisible giant hand, reduced to mere dust. With a shockwave passed, the external walls of buildings crumbled extensively, clouds of dust billowing skyward. Amidst the swirling debris, a figure burst forth like a rampaging rhinoceros. It was none other than Chen Mo, having unleashed the bull-rabbit combination technique. He no longer soared through the air. Instead, he harnessed the rabbit talisman's incredible speed and the bull talisman's immense strength to charge forward in the most primal and ferocious manner. Swiftly, so swiftly that he created dozens of solid afterimages. Heavy, so heavy that with each step, the ground trembled and cracked as if shaken by an earthquake. Boom! A Zetarii light armored vehicle was effortlessly hurled aside like a toy, crashing through a building's wall. Bang! A Zetarii heavy mech, attempting to retaliate with an energy cannon, was obliterated by a single punch that pierced its chest armor, the core energy reactor exploding violently, everything blocking his path, be it Zetarii soldiers, armored units, or structural barriers, was annihilated with ruthless efficiency. He charged through the enemy lines like a colossal battering ram, carving a bloody and metallic corridor straight toward Stark Tower. Roar! A Leviathan mothership, skimming low overhead, seemed to receive an interception command, its massive form barreling toward Chen Mo's path with the intent to crush him into oblivion. Seeking death. A fierce glint ignited in Chen Mo's eyes. His charge remained undeterred. Just as the two were about to collide, the chicken talisman activated. Powerful psychokinesis enveloped the tail of the Leviathan as if ensnared by an invisible net. Chen Mo stomped forcefully, channeling the bull talisman's strength into his arms. Get away! Under the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, the gargantuan Leviathan mothership was inexplicably lifted by Chen Mo's telekinesis, his arms erupting with divine strength as he swung it around. The massive vessel traced a grand arc through the air, akin to a thrown hammer, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being torn apart, and it crashed fiercely into another Leviathan that was deploying landing troops. Boom! The two steel behemoths collided violently in mid-air. The explosive flames and shockwaves erupted like a miniature nuclear explosion, countless fragments and Zatari soldiers raining down like droplets of rain. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's figure, propelled by this cataclysmic reaction force, soared skyward like an arrow released from its bow, his target set on the pinnacle platform of Stark Tower. Behind him lay a path paved with destruction and the countless eyes of onlookers, filled with a terror that rendered them numb. In this moment, he ceased to be a specter on the battlefield and transformed into a harbinger of destruction descending upon the mortal realm. Chapter 117. The Cube in Hand. A surge of energy. Harnessing the terrifying recoil from the Leviathan, Chen Mo's figure ascended like a spear piercing the heavens, instantly reaching the apex of Stark Tower. The fierce currents generated by his rapid movement whipped his tattered garments, revealing a robust yet scarred physique beneath. The platform lay in disarray. Shattered glass walls resembled jagged teeth, and Loki was ensnared within the twisted metal framework, his fate uncertain as divine blood flowed in rivulets down the wall. The Cosmic Cube, nestled within a makeshift device hastily assembled by Dr. Selvig, emitted a captivating azure glow, with spatial energy oscillating like tangible tides. The Mind Stone lay quietly at the edge of the platform. Chen Mo's objective was unmistakably clear. He disregarded Loki's precarious state, even neglecting to cast a glance at the Mind Stone so near at hand, his icy gaze magnetically affixed to the Cosmic Cube. That pure, vast power, representing the essence of space, emitted a deadly allure to the depleted energy and wounded soul within him. It is mine, Chen Mo growled, accelerating with the rabbit talisman, charging toward the cube. However, just as he neared the device, less than 10 meters away, a blinding orange beam tore through the air, searing with intense heat, aimed unerringly at Chen Mo's path. It was Iron Man, Tony Stark, finally responsive, despite his trepidation towards this calamity. Knew the Cosmic Cube must not fall into the hands of this madman. Put that down. It is not yours to touch. Tony's furious roar resonated through his suit's speakers, as both palm repulsors and shoulder-mounted missile pods ignited simultaneously. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, two piercing sounds of air slicing through emerged from different directions. One was a specially crafted explosive arrow, Hawkeye, whistling sharply, while the other was a shadow moving with lightning speed, Black Widow's electrified grappling hook, both targeting Chen Mo's legs. Captain America, Steve Rogers, sprang forth like a nimble cheetah from a breach on the opposite side of the platform, hurling his vibranium shield with a fierce gust of wind aimed directly at Chen Mo's back. The Avengers' first coordinated effort to thwart him. Their goal, prevent Chen Mo from seizing the Cosmic Cube. Faced with this barrage of attacks from all sides, Chen Mo exhibited no discernible emotion, only an irritable impatience at the disturbance. Get lost. He was even too indifferent to employ his talismanic abilities. The bull talisman's divine power roared within him. His sprint surged. Unimpeded, with his right fist clenched, he unleashed a straightforward, powerful strike against the oncoming repulsor beam. Boom! The orange high-energy beam shattered like fragile glass beneath the immeasurable might of his fist, scattering energy sparks in all directions. Immediately thereafter, his body twisted in an unfathomable manner, like a boneless fish amidst his high-speed charge. Hawkeye's explosive arrow grazed the tips of his hair, detonating in the distance. Black Widow's grappling hook missed its mark. Meanwhile, the vibranium shield thrown by Captain America was caught effortlessly by Chen Mo without so much as a backward glance, like grasping a delicate, drifting leaf. The formidable impact was effortlessly absorbed by him, his fingers exerting force as the indomitable vibranium shield emitted a groan of unbearable strain, instantly contorting. Then, with a nonchalant flick, He discarded it behind him as if it were mere refuse. Whoosh! The deformed shield transformed into a streak of dark energy, propelled with a speed and force even more terrifying than before, crashing down upon the newly landed Captain America. Steve's expression shifted dramatically. In his haste, he could only cross his arms to brace himself. Bang! A muffled thud resounded. Steve was struck as if by a battering ram, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward, crashing into the instruments on the platform, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The swiftness of the rabbit talisman allowed Chen Mo to breach all obstacles in an instant. His figure appeared before the Tesseract device. No! Tony Stark's eyes widened in fury, as all the thrusters on his suit erupted with a fervent blaze, recklessly charging towards Chen Mo. Missiles launched in rapid succession from his shoulder-mounted missile array. Hulk let out a thunderous roar, his legs propelling him like a green cannonball as he scaled the side of the building, his colossal fist, imbued with the strength to crush mountains, descending forcefully towards the back of Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo remained oblivious to the potentially fatal assault behind him. In his eyes, there was only the Tesseract, glowing ominously close. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his right hand, fingers splayed, disregarding the intricate energy circuits and protective fields surrounding the Tesseract, which were rendered ineffective before the might of the Bull Talisman, and grasped the cube, radiating an ethereal blue light. The instant his fingertips made contact with the cold, smooth surface of the cube, buzz! An indescribable torrent of spatial energy, vast and overwhelming, surged forth as if a galaxy suppressed for eons had burst its dam, violently coursing through Chen Mo's arm and brazenly invading his body. Warning! Detection of ultra-high concentration of spatial origin energy, core of the Tesseract, forcibly integrated. Energy level, Infinity Gem grade. Body capacity, limit warning. Soul capacity, limit warning. Energy circuit overload. Spatial rune core overload. Passive trigger, Dog Talisman concept protection, stabilizing existence. Horse Talisman purification barrier, resisting energy erosion. Excruciating pain, far exceeding the previous torment of the soul. As if his entire being, body and soul alike, had been thrust into a maelstrom of spatial turbulence, repeatedly sliced, shattered, and reconstituted. Chen Mo's body stiffened instantaneously, as if ensnared by a binding spell. His surface illuminated with the blinding golden light of the Dog Talisman and the white light of the Horse Talisman. Yet the azure spatial energy raged within him like a furious dragon, crashing wildly. Beneath his skin, it felt as though countless blue worms writhed within. His veins and meridians emitted mournful cries under the unbearable strain. The interface of his consciousness flickered with frantic red alerts. Boom! 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 Tony's miniature missiles and Hulk's devastating punches struck Chen Mo's rigid back almost simultaneously. An enormous explosion of fire and the shockwave from Hulk's fist merged, instantly engulfing Chen Mo's figure. The platform trembled violently, debris and metal shards scattering like bullets. Had they vanquished him? Tony hovered in midair, his gaze fixed anxiously on the epicenter of the explosion. The Hulk, with his piercing green eyes, emitted a low, perplexed growl. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Chen Mo's silhouette remained standing, his hand extended in a grasp towards the cosmic cube. The fragments of armor on his back, debris from Tony's missiles, along with the imprints of the Hulk's fists were starkly visible, even revealing the purplish-red contusions beneath his torn clothing. Yet, his spine stood straight, forged as if from the hardest alloy. The cosmic cube in his grasp pulsed with an ethereal blue light, flickering intensely like a heartbeat. Tangible, viscous azure, spatial energy surged through the veins of his arms, flooding into his body. Meanwhile, the golden light of the Dog Talisman and the white light of the Horse Talisman intertwined around his exterior, fiercely resisting the dual onslaught of external attacks, an internal tempest of energy. With each flicker of light, violent undulations of spatial energy accompanied it. Simultaneously, the spatial rune on his chest erupted in an unprecedented brilliance of silver and blue, voraciously devouring the influx of primal spatial essence like an unfathomable abyss. Warning: spatial rune core overload at 120, initiating forced fusion and dissection of spatial essence. Dog Talisman fusion degree, 362,365, gradually rising. Horse Talisman Fusion Degree, 338,341, gradually rising. Dragon Talisman Fusion Degree, 401,403, gradually rising. Other talismans show minor increases in fusion degree. Energy reserves, spatial essence 01015, rapidly filling and overflowing. Soul injury repair efficiency, 56, quickly improving. The agony persisted, yet within that pain lay an unprecedented sense of burgeoning power. The boundless spatial energy of the cosmic cube, akin to the most ferocious fuel, was being forcibly tamed, devoured, and transformed into a source of strength through the system and the power of the runes within him. The wounds to his soul were healing at an unprecedented speed, washed and mended by the primal essence of space. Chen Mo slowly lifted his head, his face contorted in pain, yet his eyes shone like burning stars. His cold gaze swept over the astonished Iron Man and Hulk, eventually resting upon the cosmic cube in his hand, its glow stabilizing. There was ample energy. Chapter 118. The Spatial Rune. The scepter changes hands. The viscous azure spatial energy of the cosmic cube surged like a rushing galaxy, relentlessly washing over every corner of Chen Mo's being. The pain felt as though countless steel knives were scraping his bones. Yet alongside this torment came power. The exhilarating sensation of the rune fusion escalating. The liberating feeling of his soul's wounds healing swiftly. Spatial Rune Core Fusion Degree, 5,560, rapidly soaring. Spatial Essence Energy Resolution, 2,530, rapidly improving. Energy Reserves, Spatial Essence 4,050, continuously filling. Soul Essence Loss Repair, 7,065, steadily recovering. The golden light of the Dog Talisman and the white light of the Horse Talisman gradually stabilized, forming a resilient dual barrier to withstand the final violent onslaught of the cosmic cube's energy. The silver-blue radiance of the spatial rune upon his chest grew increasingly resplendent, seemingly expanding in size. Countless arcane symbols surged and dissipated within, emanating a disquieting spatial fluctuation. He slowly tightened his grip around the cosmic cube. That frigid cube, in this moment, transformed from a perilous bomb into an integral part of his source of power. The tumultuous energy gradually succumbed, akin to a wild stallion harnessed by reins, beginning to flow according to his will. Roar! Hulk, witnessing Chen Mo withstand his heavy punch and missiles unscathed, at least on the surface, erupted in fury. He felt his supremacy challenged. The sinewy green muscles bulged, and with a thunderous beat of his fists against his chest, he unleashed a resonant roar and charged once again at Chen Mo. This time, his entire form was enveloped in a crimson aura of rage, his strength evidently reaching its zenith. Hulk, stop! Iron Man Tony shouted anxiously, perceiving more clearly that the opponent's state had not deteriorated. Instead, it was strengthening at an alarming rate. He raised his arms, deploying more miniature missiles from his shoulders, and readied the palm repulsors to their maximum potential, preparing to coordinate the second assault with Hulk, determined to prevent the other from fully mastering the cosmic cube. Annoying fly. Chen Mo's gaze was icy. Although he had yet to fully assimilate the energy of the cosmic cube, the power surging within him was no longer in the state of depletion he once experienced. Facing Hulk's cataclysmic charge, Chen Mo neither flinched nor evaded. His left hand firmly grasped the cosmic cube, accelerating the absorption of energy, while his outstretched right hand, fingers splayed, directed palmward towards the onrushing green giant. Chicken Talisman Telekinetic Barrier. Buzz. No longer merely an act of manipulation. The newly deciphered spatial stabilization model merged with the spatial rune, forming an invisible, translucent barrier shimmering with a faint silver-blue hue that instantaneously coalesced before Chen Mo. This barrier structure was no longer flat. It resembled a honeycomb, comprised of countless minute, stable spatial units stacked layer upon layer. Boom! Hulk, with a ferocious body capable of shattering mountains, collided violently against the spatial barrier. There was no cataclysmic roar, only a muffled thud that could halt one's heartbeat. The terrifying kinetic energy, potent enough to shatter vibranium shields, was absorbed, dispersed, and transmitted throughout the seemingly fragile spatial barrier. The silver-blue light flickered intensely. The surface of the barrier rippled like water, even forming a massive indentation in the shape of a fist. Yet, it remained unbroken. Hulk's momentum was abruptly halted. His colossal frame leaned back slightly due to the counterforce, and for the first time, a look of incredulity graced his face. His pride in absolute strength had been thwarted by an invisible wall. What? In the sky, Tony Stark was equally astonished. JARVI. SS analytical data refreshed rapidly, detecting ultra-high intensity composite force field, physical defense field strength, unknown upper limit, spatial structure stability coefficient, extremely high, energy composition, unknown primordial spatial mental energy. This shattered his understanding of the defensive force field. Retreat. Chen Mo sharpened, with a powerful thrust of his palm forward. The space barrier that obstructed the Hulk was suddenly infused with a ferocious energy, instantly transforming from a pure defensive form into an offensive one. Countless minuscule space units comprising the barrier detonated like explosive devices, unleashing a formidable repulsive force. Bang! A resounding thud echoed once more. The Hulk's massive frame was hurled backwards as though struck by a heavy truck, uncontrollably flying away. He shattered the railings at the platform's edge, plummeting like a green meteor towards the burning streets below. With a thunderous crash, he struck the ground, creating a deep crater, dust swirling around him. Hulk! Tony exclaimed in shock. Without a glance at the falling Hulk, Chen Mo's icy gaze turned to the furious Iron Man hovering above. He slowly raised his left hand, the cosmic cube radiating a ghostly blue light, surrounded by tendrils of spatial energy that twirled around it like obedient spirits. Your toy is of no use to me. Chen Mo's voice carried a hint of the deliberate rage of someone who had just seized immense power. With a mere thought, buzz, the ethereal glow of the cosmic cube intensified. A colossal azure cube, entirely composed of spatial energy, materialized out of thin air, encasing Iron Man. Space was instantaneously severed and confined. Tony felt the surrounding space solidify like amber. The thrusters of his armor were forcibly compressed and distorted by an invisible force. Every action became sluggish and burdensome, as if he were ensnared in the thickest mire. Even his thoughts seemed to lag. Jarvis! Maximum power thrust. Break free, Tony shouted, as the thrusters across his armor erupted with blinding light. Hiss! The azure prison emitted a piercing scream, its surface rippling violently. Amidst Iron Man's desperate struggle, faint cracks began to emerge in the cage. After all, Tony's armor incorporated elements of spatial technology, such as the shrinking device prior to the application of PIM particles, making it not entirely defenseless against spatial confinement. A futile struggle. Chen Mo chuckled coldly, refraining from further reinforcing the confinement. Though his power surged, most of his energy was still devoted to suppressing and absorbing the core energy of the cosmic cube. His gaze shifted towards the edge of the platform, where the Mind Scepter glimmered with an eerie blue light. Loki's weapon harbored the Mind Stone. An intense greed surged within him once more. Having tasted the sweetness of the Space Stone's power, how could he possibly overlook the Mind Stone? In an instant, his figure flickered, invoking a teleportation spell, appearing beside the Mind Scepter. Just then, a golden-red figure burst through the window from below the platform like a bolt of lightning. It was none other than Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had just been sent flying. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained steadfast as iron. He observed Chen Mo's actions. His target, the very same scepter. Stop! That is not yours to take, Steve roared, charging towards the Mind Scepter with a speed that surpassed human limits. He was acutely aware that he could not triumph over the man before him, who loomed like a demonic entity. Yet, he was resolute in his determination to prevent the other from seizing the second Infinity Stone, for the fate of the entire Earth hung in the balance. Overconfidence. Chen Mo did not even glance back. Instead, he gripped the Tesseract with his left hand and casually gestured backward with his right. Buzz! The forces of space surged forth. Steve lunged toward the path of the scepter, only to find the very fabric of space folding and distorting in an instant. Though he felt he was charging toward the scepter, his body inexplicably hurtled toward the gaping void at the edge of the platform. It was as if the distance had transformed into an insurmountable chasm. A spatial trap? Steve was struck with terror. He forcefully twisted his body just in time to halt at the platform's brink, drenched in cold sweat. When he lifted his gaze again, Chen Mo had already bent down, firmly grasping the cold metallic shaft of the Mind Scepter. At the moment his fingertips brushed against the scepter, buzz. The yellow Mind Stone at the tip of the scepter erupted with a dazzling, otherworldly radiance. A wave of chilling, eerie, and infinitely tempting mental energy surged forth. Disregarding the purifying barrier of Chen Mo's protective talismans, akin to the most cunning of serpents, it swiftly penetrated his consciousness. Submit to the ambition. Unleash the desires buried deep within your soul, and embrace a greater existence. Countless whispers of temptation reverberated within Chen Mo's mind. The power of the Mind Stone actively eroded his will, seeking to awaken his innermost dark and violent thoughts, amplifying them without restraint. Warning: detected an extremely high concentration of mind energy intrusion. Source: Mind Stone, Infinity Stone. Mental contamination intensity, lethal. The purifying barrier of a talisman is under severe assault. Passive trigger: Sheep Talisman, Soul Barrier. Dog Talisman, Mental Fortification. Within his consciousness, the ethereal form of the Sheep Talisman erupted with resilient white light, forming layers of soul barriers to withstand the mental onslaught. The golden light of the Dog Talisman served as an anchor, stabilizing Chen Mo's core will. The purifying power of the Horse Talisman surged into action, striving to dispel the seductive whispers. Chen Mo's body trembled violently. His grip on the scepter tightened abruptly, his knuckles cracking audibly. A fleeting expression of struggle and fury crossed his face. The power of the Mind Stone was too strange and formidable. Despite his soul's wounds being mostly healed and the protection of 3 talismans, he still felt the impact akin to a lone vessel tossed upon a raging sea. A mere stone dares to manipulate me. Bloodshot eyes glimmered with ferocity as he let out a bestial roar. His will, tempered like steel, grew increasingly resilient amidst the ceaseless temptations and assaults. Submit to me. He summoned the ferocious energy of space he had just absorbed, melding it with the overwhelming will of the Bull Talisman. Like a deluge bursting forth from a dam, he forcefully rebounded the energy back into the Mind Scepter. Boom! An invisible mental tempest, intertwined with chaotic spatial turbulence, erupted violently around Chen Mo. The instruments on the platform instantly malfunctioned and ignited. Iron Man, having just escaped the spatial prison, was flung away by this tempest. Captain Steve was likewise blown back repeatedly. The Mind Stone atop the scepter flickered with a bizarre yellow light, its intensity wavering like a candle in the wind, erratic and unstable. Ultimately, under the overwhelming and tyrannical counterattack of Chen Mo, the brilliance swiftly dimmed. That chilling and beguiling thought recoiled into the depths of the gem like a startled serpent. The scepter regained its tranquility, appearing merely as an exquisite piece of art. Chen Mo gasped heavily, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yet his gaze remained as frigid and profound as a frozen lake. He lowered his eyes to the 2 scepters in his hands. In his left hand, the cosmic cube, a deep azure with the power of space flowing gently. In his right hand, the Mind Scepter, its golden light coiling inward, enigmatic and alluring. He slowly raised his head, his icy gaze sweeping over the shaken Iron Man and the just stabilized Captain America as a sovereign surveying his realm. Behind him lay a city ablaze, a battlefield in ruins, and countless eyes filled with fear, awe, or hatred. At that moment, the balance of the New York battle tipped irrevocably. Chapter 119, Dual Stars in Hand. The portal crumbles. The cosmic cube hovered in the palm of Chen Mo's left hand, its azure spatial energy flowing like a gentle river of stars, ceaselessly nourishing every fiber of his being, mending the fractures of his soul, and propelling the fusion of spells to ascend steadily. Clutched tightly in his right hand, the Mind Scepter, although the Mind Stone lay dormant at its apex, the eerie yellow light subtly coursed within the scepter, akin to a slumbering serpent, exuding a heart-stopping allure and threat. Core fusion degree of spatial runes, 75. Spatial origin energy analysis degree, 50. Energy reserve, spatial origin 80. Soul origin damage repair, 50. Dragon spell fusion degree, 425. Ox spell fusion degree, 381. Rabbit spell Fusion Degree, 368. The fusion degree of other spells has significantly increased. Power. An unprecedented sense of strength filled his entire being. Chen Mo could even distinctly hear the whispers of space near his ear, feeling every subtle tremor of the city beneath his feet. He gently closed his eyes, savoring the surging torrent of energy within him, nearly bursting forth. A look of near ecstasy gracing his features. This was precisely what he desired. Put down the cube and the scepter. Immediately, the voice of Tony Stark, the Iron Man, broke the brief silence, imbued with an unprecedented gravity and a trace of barely detectable fear. He hovered at a distance, all weapon systems activated, palm repulsors, mini-missiles, and even the chest-mounted arc reactor locking onto Chen Mo, energy surging and poised for release. He dared not act rashly. The energy fluctuations emanating from Chen Mo caused Jarvis's alarm to blare frantically in his helmet. Captain Steve Rogers also struggled to rise. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp as an eagle, firmly grasping his deformed vibranium shield. Though severely warped, its properties still rendered it usable, assuming a defensive stance. He understood that a direct confrontation would be futile, but the will to protect could not waver. From below, the furious roar of the Hulk and the tremendous crashes of collapsing buildings echoed, clearly indicating that the green giant was emerging from a deep pit, ready to rejoin the fray. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes, his icy gaze sweeping over the apprehensive Iron Man and Captain America, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He could hardly be bothered to utter a single word. Buzz. He slightly raised his left hand, and the cosmic cube emanated a brilliant glow. An invisible, vast force of space instantaneously spread out. Tony felt as though the space surrounding his armor had become extraordinarily viscous, as if he were encased in solidified cement. All the thruster nozzles were forcibly compressed and deformed, emitting a piercing metallic screech. The alarms inside the armor blared red. Space confinement strength, critical. Power system malfunction. Weapon systems locked. He felt as if he were pinned like an insect in amber, unable to move even a single finger. Steve similarly felt a weight bearing down on him, as though he were shouldering an immense burden. The ground beneath his feet seemed to transform into quicksand, with an intangible force pressing in from all directions, making it difficult for him to breathe. He attempted to lift his shield, but the movement was as slow as that of a snail. Roar! The massive green figure of Hulk finally leaped onto the platform's edge, radiating overwhelming fury and a sense of destruction. His colossal fist, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart, descended violently towards Chen Mo's back. He intended to smash this individual who had humiliated him twice into a pulp. Chen Mo did not even turn around. He merely waved his right hand, which grasped the mind scepter, casually backward. Buzz! The yellow gem at the tip of the mind scepter flickered with light. An intangible, formless wave of strong mental suggestion instantly spread out, precisely enveloping the charging Hulk. Hulk's assault? The furious charge of Hulk suddenly faltered. A fleeting expression of confusion and chaos flashed in his green eyes, filled with rage. The power of the Mind Stone, even when merely guided by Chen Mo, was sufficient to disrupt Hulk's relatively simple and frenzied thoughts. He found his intended target suddenly becoming indistinct, even somewhat familiar. The raging fist halted just half a meter from Chen Mo's back. The gust of wind generated fluttering Chen Mo's clothing. Be quiet, big guy. Chen Mo's indifferent voice resonated. Hulk clutched his head, emitting a low growl of pain and confusion, restlessly pacing in place, ensnared in a moment of mental disarray. In a mere instant, the three main Avengers found themselves ensnared. Iron Man was rendered a statue by the spatial confinement. Captain America was pressed to the ground by gravitational forces, and Hulk was thrown into confusion by the mental interference. Absolute suppression, unmatched power. Chen Mo's gaze finally fell upon Loki, who was embedded in a twisted metallic frame, gasping for breath. The god of mischief's robe lay in tatters, his golden armor dented, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes glazed over. It was evident that Chen Mo's punch, imbued with conceptual power, had not only severely injured his divine form, but had also shaken his very essence. You insignificant insect! Loki struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with resentment, fear, and a trace of unbelievable humiliation. He could not accept that he had been defeated so thoroughly and so disgracefully. Insect? Chen Mo slowly approached Loki, looking down upon him with an air of superiority, as if regarding a repugnant pile of refuse. Now, who is the insect? He raised his right hand, the cold tip of the mind scepter pressing against Loki's forehead. At the pinnacle of the scepter, the soul gem seemed to sense Loki's soul, steeped in negative emotions. As the yellow light flickered slightly, emitting a greedy hum. No, you cannot. Loki felt the chilling breath of death, his pupils constricting in fear. He desired to summon his last vestiges of divine power to resist, but the tremors of his divinity and the agonizing pain in his body rendered him incapable of even gathering a modicum of magical energy. Your play is about to reach its conclusion. Chen Mo's voice resonated coldly, devoid of any emotion. With a mere thought, he connected with the ethereal representation of the mouse talisman within the sea of consciousness, symbolizing the bestowal of life and awareness. Simultaneously, he infused a hint of the recently deciphered, seductive and controlling power from the soul gem, blended with pure murderous intent, into it. Mouse Talisman Activation Command. Self-destruct. A peculiar wave, embodying the duality of creation and destruction, surged through the soul scepter and instantly penetrated Loki's brow, reaching deep into the chaos of his soul. Loki's body stiffened abruptly, his unfocused gaze transformed into an abyss of emptiness, soon to be filled with a fervent, self-destructive command. The power of the soul gem amplified the directive of the mouse talisman, rendering it an irresistible absolute command. For the great master, Loki emitted a voice that was dreamlike and devoid of emotion, his face betraying an eerie, martyr-like fervor. Under the horrified gaze of Iron Man and Captain America, Loki suddenly raised his only movable right hand, fingers conjoined like a blade. The divine power of Asgard, albeit feeble, mingled with the self-destructing energy bestowed by the mouse talisman. And without hesitation, he plunged it into his own heart. Splurt! Golden divine blood erupted like a fountain, staining the shattered armor and the cold platform. Loki's body convulsed violently, the fervor in his eyes swiftly fading, leaving only an endless void and silence. He gazed down at his hand, which had pierced through his chest. A flicker of incredulity etched upon his face, before his head tilted, and he succumbed to lifelessness. The trickster god Loki, in the most absurd and humiliating manner, was compelled to take his own life, thus concluding his existence filled with betrayal and ambition. Elimination of a significant plot character, Loki Laufeyson, gained substantial primordial energy. Mouse Talisman Fusion Degree, 85. Soul Gem Resolution, 12. Energy Reserve, Mixed, 95. The system's notification coldly proclaimed the fall of a deity. Chen Montag, Expressionless, retracted the soul scepter as if he had merely crushed an annoying insect. He lifted his gaze towards the energy emission device crafted by Dr. Selvig atop the building, still operational, sustaining the vast spatial conduit. The core of the device resonated intensely with the cosmic cube, a cerulean beam shooting skyward, connecting to the swirling vortex from which the Chitauri army relentlessly poured forth. An eyesore. Chen Mo held the cosmic cube in his left hand, casually raising the soul scepter with his right, directing its tip toward the energy emission device. He chose neither to terminate the program nor to allow Thor to shatter the machine with his hammer, as had transpired in the original narrative. What he sought was a more direct, more domineering solution, one that resonated with his current state of mind. The dragon incantation space was annihilated. Crumble before me. Boom! An unprecedented beam of terrifying light erupted from the apex of the mind scepter. This beam transcended mere psychic energy. At its core lay the ferocious annihilation power of the dragon incantation, enveloped by the extraordinarily pure primordial spatial energy provided by the cosmic cube. The beam radiated a profound dark golden hue, its edges entwined with ever-shifting silver-blue spatial fissures. In an instant, the beam traversed the void, striking fiercely at the heart of the energy emission device. There was no explosion, only silent annihilation and disintegration. The impacted components, be they the robust alloy shell, the intricate energy circuits, or the vast currents of spatial energy within, were instantly reduced to their most fundamental particles upon contact. The annihilation force obliterated matter, while the spatial energy acted as the most exquisite scalpel, precisely severing all energy links between the device and the cosmic cube, simultaneously reversing the stability of the spatial passage. Buzz crackle. The entire energy emission apparatus melted away silently, like ice plunged into a caustic acid, disintegrating rapidly from the core outward. The materials and energies constituting it were utterly erased, leaving behind a vast void with smooth edges, exuding an aura of spatial annihilation. Concurrently, the ethereal blue spatial pillar connecting heaven and earth twisted and flickered violently, having lost its stabilizing anchor below, and subjected to the reverse impact of Chen Mo's annihilation beam imbued with primordial spatial essence. The colossal spatial passage shattered like a broken mirror, instantly etched with a web of cracks. Boom! Within the passage, a heart-stopping sound resonated, akin to the mournful wail of the cosmos. The Chitauri forces traversing the passage were caught in a tumult of spatial chaos, instantly torn to shreds. The passage itself began to violently contract, twist, and collapse. In the sky, the enormous spatial vortex was crushed by an unseen hand, erupting in a final blinding blue light before collapsing inward, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Only a fleeting, distorted ripple of space remained, gradually settling. The wound above New York was forcibly cauterized by Chen Mo in the most brutal, violent manner. Sunlight finally streamed unobstructed over the ravaged city of New York. Though the city still burned, smoke billowing, the despairing invasion portal in the sky had vanished. On the battlefield, the remaining Chitauri soldiers and vessels floundered like worker bees bereft of their queen, plunging into utter chaos and paralysis. They had lost command, with Loki's demise and reinforcements with the closure of the portal, their attacks becoming erratic, even turning upon one another or hovering vacantly in the air. On the platform, a profound silence reigned. Iron Man, Tony Stark, felt the confinement of space dissolve the moment the portal closed. He stumbled slightly before regaining his balance within the armor, his pallor beneath the mask resembling that of a ghost. He gazed upon the device's base, utterly obliterated, leaving behind a terrifying void, and then shifted his focus to Loki's gruesome corpse after his self-destruction. Finally, his eyes settled on a figure wielding dual gems, exuding an aura akin to that of a dark deity, sending a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. Captain America, Steve Rogers, experienced a sudden release from the pressure that had weighed upon him. Leaning on his deformed shield, he breathed heavily, his gaze directed towards Chen Mo. Filled with an unprecedented complexity of emotions, relief at having survived, shock at Loki's demise, but most profoundly, a deep-seated trepidation and fear of this mysterious entity's terrifying powers and disregard for the rules. The Hulk, freed from mental disturbances, stared blankly at the vanished portal and the chaotic battlefield, glancing at Chen Mo with an unintelligible low growl escaping his lips. His furious rage seemingly diminished by the consecutive shocks he had endured. Chen Mo remained oblivious to the Avenger's intricate gazes. He lowered his head, observing the deep blue cosmic cube in his left hand, its ethereal glow swirling within his palm like a miniature galaxy, while his right hand clutched the Mind Scepter, its golden staff cold to the touch, the gem at its apex subdued, yet radiating a disquieting residual power. With both gems in hand and the essence of space surging within him, Chen Mo stood at the edge of the platform, surveying the hellish scene of New York City below. Burning buildings resembled colossal torches, billowing black smoke that obscured half the sky. The streets were littered with twisted metallic wreckage, the shattered limbs of Chitauri soldiers mingling with the bodies of humans who had perished before they could be collected. The remnants of explosions danced amongst the ruins, crackling with sounds that intertwined with the faint moans of the wounded and the aimless energy blasts from disoriented Chitauri soldiers in the distance. The air was thick with the scent of blood, the acrid odors of gunpowder and ozone lingering in the aftermath of the chaos, painting a picture of apocalyptic embers. Yet, amidst this desolate landscape, an eerie calm began to spread. Surviving citizens cautiously emerged from their hiding places, peering at the sky where the horrifying portal had vanished, observing the disoriented Chitauri remnants flailing about like headless flies. A sense of bewilderment and disbelief replaced their earlier profound terror. Soldiers and police officers ceased their fire, staring blankly at the sudden victory, some even collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. The cacophony of war was swiftly receding, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a haunting silence. System task, Battlefield Harvester, completed. Task evaluation, surpassed. Task rewards, Dragon Talisman Fusion level 5, current 475. Rabbit Talisman Fusion level 3, current 398. Energy reserve restored to 100, space origin. Acquired random talisman application technique, Battlefield 1. Bull Talisman Shockwave, passive and active, can generate a ranged shockwave during divine power eruption. Active release can direct oscillation to target's internal structure. Warning, high-intensity energy scans detected globally, satellites, radar, magical spectrum. Threat assessment, high, information espionage locked. Source, multiple national governments. Shield Bureau, unknown magical source, Kamartaj. Unknown extraterrestrial signal, suspected Asgardian Thanos fleet. The system's cold notification starkly indicated that while the external warfare momentarily paused, an invisible storm began to brew. Chen Mo disregarded the system's warning. Gradually, he raised his right hand, the yellow gem atop his mental staff, once again glimmering with a faint light. This time, it was not an attack, but a guidance. The Mouse Talisman's Fear Activation Cluster Command, Self-Destruct, Hum, an intangible wave, mediated by the mental staff. Intertwined with the activation power of the Mouse Talisman and the coercive command of the mental gem, instantaneously enveloped the vast negative psychic energy field, composed of countless deaths and fears that permeated the skies of the New York battlefield. The fleeting phantoms of fear, temporarily animated by the Mouse Talisman, now resembled soldiers receiving a supreme command. No longer did they wail aimlessly. They surged toward the remaining, leaderless Chitauri soldiers and aircraft on the battlefield, akin to a frenzy of piranhas drawn by the scent of blood. Puff, puff, puff. There was no physical assault, only pure mental erosion and command coverage. The Chitauri infantry, haphazardly firing their weapons, suddenly froze, their eyes flickering with erratic red light, then becoming as vacant and frenzied as Loki in his final moments. Without hesitation, they turned their weapons upon their own heads or those of their comrades, pulling the triggers. The aircraft careened through the skies, erratic as if intoxicated, before their engines overloaded, erupting in flames as they crashed into the remaining Chitauri gathering points or desolate ruins, akin to suicide bombers. In an instant, the remnants of the battlefield in New York echoed with the cacophony of Chitauri soldiers turning upon each other and the explosive impacts of their self-destructing aircraft. It was as if a final, bloody requiem had been played for this war. In mere seconds, all remaining threatening Chitauri units on the battlefield were eradicated. Chen Mo lowered his mental staff, his complexion slightly pale. Such extensive, high-precision mental command coverage, even with the aid of the mental gem and the battlefield's existing psychic energy field, incurred tremendous expenditure. Yet, he remained unfazed, gazing down at the swiftly cleansing battlefield, his eyes reflecting only indifference. Efficiency was paramount. These remnants were unworthy of consuming more of his time. What have you done to them? Upon the platform's edge, Bruce Banner, having recently emerged from the depths of despair and witnessing the bizarre self-destruction of the Chitauri soldiers, clutched the twisted railing, his complexion ashen, his voice trembling with uncertainty. As a scientist, he struggled to comprehend this form of mental control that transcended the bounds of understanding. Chen Mo, however, regarded him with indifference, his gaze sweeping over the imprisoned Iron Man, the subdued Captain America, and the shaken Banner below, as if they were mere pebbles along the roadside, nothing more than refused to be discarded. His voice, devoid of emotion, carried an oppressive chill. Now, it is your turn. Tony and Steve felt their hearts leap into their throats. The adversary wielded dual infinity stones, their power unfathomable, and their actions utterly reckless. Even Loki would not hesitate to eliminate them. They harbored no doubts about the other S ability to obliterate them in an instant. Wait, a calm yet aged voice suddenly resonated, imbued with an extraordinary clarity that echoed within the consciousness of everyone present on the platform. Buzz, a circular portal, ignited with golden sparks, silently unfurled to the side of Chen Mo. Within it lay the familiar sights of the sanctum in New York. The Ancient One, clad in a beige monk's robe, stood serenely at the portal's threshold, her gaze profound, transcending space to settle upon Chen Mo, also sweeping over the cosmic cube and the Mind Stone in his possession. Mr. Chen Mo, she intoned, her voice tranquil yet imbued with an undeniable force. The war has concluded. Excessive destruction will only invite a deeper, more profound darkness. The balance of the universe requires maintenance. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the Ancient One. He sensed that the aura of this supreme sorceress had solidified since their last encounter. She had evidently taken measures in the shadows, perhaps to ward off prying eyes from other dimensions. Her appearance now, was it a warning, advice, or a threat? Balance? A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Mo's lips as he weighed the cosmic cube in his hand, its azure glow illuminating his indifferent visage. Power is my balance. He refrained from immediate action. The Ancient One's arrival made him acutely aware that the depths of Earth's waters ran far deeper than he had previously imagined. Although he was formidable at this moment, the toll of consecutive battles combined with the absorption of the stone's energies left him less than at his peak. Engaging in conflict with such an unfathomable supreme sorceress was not a prudent course of action, especially now, when he had just reaped significant gains that required time to assimilate. Your spoils contain the foundational power of the universe, the Ancient One remarked, her gaze fixating on the two infinity stones, her tone remaining steady. They harbor not only strength but also endless covetousness and calamity. Earth cannot withstand the burden of such prolonged gravitational influence from two stones. Are you instructing me? Chen Mo's eyes sharpened, the dark golden glow of his dragon talisman flickering across his surface, an overwhelming aura of annihilation warping the surrounding space. Unfazed, the Ancient One simply held his gaze, the golden sparks around the portal leaping silently, radiating arcane magical vibrations that subtly countered the spatial power emanating from Chen Mo. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Just then, the piercing sound of air raid sirens echoed mournfully from every corner of New York City. The shrill tones sliced through the heavens, shattering the brief stillness of the battlefield and disrupting the tense standoff on the platform. Following this, a cacophony of propeller roars and the howling of jet engines grew ever more intense, approaching like a dark cloud looming overhead. As the crowd looked up, they beheld a multitude of dark specks filling the sky surrounding New York City. Fighter jets, countless warplanes, and armed helicopters converged upon Manhattan, racing towards the Stark Tower like vultures sensing blood. The missiles suspended beneath their wings gleamed with a cold, lethal sheen in the sunlight. Above this swarm, in the higher reaches of the sky, the shadowy silhouettes of massive aerial fortresses, the Quinjet carriers belonging to the military, emerged intermittently from the clouds. Their colossal gun barrels and missile launch silos slowly opened, locking onto the targets below. Further afield, peculiar aircraft adorned with the emblem of S.H.I.E.L.D. circled ominously. The military and S.H.I.L.D. arriving just in time at the war's conclusion after the invaders had been dealt with. Approached with formidable might, their scrutinizing, vigilant, and perhaps even greedy gazes encompassing this land, recently ravaged by calamity, along with the figure on the platform grasping the dual gems, drawing them into their encirclement. The world's attention, through satellites, surviving media lenses, and countless wide-eyed spectators, fixated intently upon the pinnacle of Stark Tower, upon the imposing figure who cradled the azure tesseract in one hand and wielded a golden scepter in the other, resembling a deity. Just as the fires of war in New York began to extinguish, a new, intangible storm had already descended, with the epicenter being Chen Mo, who held the Infinity Stones. Looking down upon all. Chapter 121. Deterrence across the globe. Astral stride. The wailing of the air raid sirens resembled the death throes of a colossal beast, tearing at the frayed nerves of New York City. In the sky, the vast formation of aircraft was unmistakably visible, looming like a tempest. The sleek bodies of the F-22 Raptors and F-35 Lightnings reflected a chilling metallic sheen, while the air-to-air missile warheads dangling from their wings flickered with a deadly red glow. The swarm of armed helicopters resembled a massive steel hive, their rotors stirring up the smoke of battle as the 30mm cannon of the Apache helicopter coldly rotated, locking onto its target. Above the clouds, the enormous shadow of the Quinjet carrier, belonging to the North American Aerospace Defense Command, flickered in and out of view, its massive electromagnetic railgun humming ominously as it charged, resonating like a growl from the abyss, penetrating the layers of air and striking heavily upon the hearts of every survivor. The exclusive aircraft of S.H.I.E.L.D. circled like phantoms at the periphery of the battlefield, maintaining their distance, yet clearly announcing their presence and stance with the iconic eagle emblem. The gaze of the world, through satellites, through the trembling lenses of surviving media, and through every screen flashing urgent news, was locked firmly upon the figure atop Stark Tower. Cradling the azure cube in one hand and wielding a golden scepter in the other, his tattered garments billowed violently in the wind generated by the aftermath of the explosion, reminiscent of a deity emerging from myth. He had just crushed the skull of an intruder and now coldly surveyed the mortal armed forces that had come to restore order. An invisible pressure loomed over Manhattan like a colossal mountain. Mr. Chen Mo, the voice of the Ancient One, remained serene, akin to a clear spring penetrating the tempest. Resonating within Chen Mo's consciousness, the fear and greed of humanity often wield more destructive power than external foes. The gravitational pull of the two gems could easily tear apart this fragile spatial barrier, summoning a true cataclysm. Returning them to their rightful place was the sole option for maintaining balance. Her gaze swept across the skies, densely populated with fighter jets, carrying a barely perceptible warning. Balance? Chen Mo scoffed, weighing the luminous cosmic cube in his left hand. The azure glow illuminated his cold, defiant profile. My power constitutes the new equilibrium. Who dares to reach out shall have their claws severed. His voice, though not loud, reverberated through a form of spatial transmission, resonating directly in the ears of every fighter pilot, mothership commander, and global dignitary watching the live broadcast. It bore an air of indifference and an unabashed threat. This is the North American Air Defense Command, codenamed Source Spirit, the superhuman. Immediately relinquish any unidentified, dangerous objects in your possession. Place your hands on your head and await further instructions. I repeat, relinquish the dangerous items and await further instructions. Otherwise, we shall employ every necessary means of force. A calm yet authoritative voice echoed through the public communication channel, coinciding with the fighter jets collectively descending in altitude, the shrill sound of radar locking onto targets resonating ominously. Chen Mo merely scoffed, too disinterested to utter a single word. Holding the cosmic cube in his left hand, he casually pointed the scepter forward with his right. A low hum emanated as the yellow gem atop the scepter flickered momentarily. An invisible, intangible psychic shockwave instantly radiated outward. In the sky, dozens of pilots, having just locked onto their targets and preparing to dive in for a test, suddenly found their surroundings warping grotesquely. Instrument panels morphed into fearsome beasts. Wingmen transformed into menacing Chitauri monsters, while the city below boiled into a sea of blood. The sheer intensity of the terror-induced hallucinations shattered their rationality in an instant. No. Get away. Enemy attack. Fire. Fire. Ah. The airwaves erupted with piercing screams and frantic shouts. The fighter jets, akin to drunken revelers, roared with their engines, executing a series of bewildering, evasive maneuvers, colliding with one another. One aircraft spiraled uncontrollably towards the city below, its pilot frantically yanking the control stick in a desperate attempt to ascend, while another, in a panic, launched infrared flares at a nearby ally. Chaos. Merely a thought unleashed a mental disturbance that plunged this elite aerial force into utter disarray. Target engaged in psychic assault. All units activate the highest level of psychic defense protocols. Fire. Fire authorization granted. Engage and bring down the target. The commander's roar was tinged with desperation and dread. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fighter jets and armed helicopters, positioned at the periphery and untouched by the chaos, opened fire without hesitation. Dozens of air-to-air missiles, trailing long tails of flame like the spears of death, were launched from all directions toward the pinnacle of Stark Tower. In the high skies, the electromagnetic railgun on the underbelly of the Quinjet completed its charging, unleashing a massive projectile, entwined with blue arcs of electricity that tore through the air with cataclysmic force. Arriving in advance, Iron Man, Tony Stark, paled in horror. Madman, move away. He attempted to activate his armor for interception, But the recent spatial confinement left the system rebooting in self-diagnosis. Captain America, Steve Rogers, could only futilely raise his morphing shield. No. Dr. Banner shut his eyes in terror. The Ancient One furrowed her brow as the golden sparks around the portal began to whirl rapidly. Confronted with this saturating assault capable of reducing the entire top floor to mere dust, Chen Mo's lips curled into a cold arc. The rabbit talisman activated for temporal spatial leap. Buzz! A silver-white radiance enveloped his body instantaneously. However, this time, the brilliance was intermingled with a substantial amount of deep blue spatial primal energy. Just as the first missile was about to strike the platform, Chen Mo's figure, along with the cosmic cube and the scepter of mind, flickered violently like a malfunctioning television screen. The next moment, boom, 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 dozens of missiles collided violently with that fearsome electromagnetic railgun strike. Stark Tower's pinnacle was instantly engulfed in a cataclysmic blaze and shockwave. The blinding light rendered even the sun in the sky dim. The sturdy top platform was utterly shredded and vaporized as if made of paper. Enormous clouds of dust mixed with chaotic energy surged skyward. The target has vanished. The command center erupted in incredulous exclamations. Wait, spatial readings are anomalous. At the 2 o'clock position, 3,000 meters high in the air. What? All eyes turned sharply. Above Central Park in Manhattan, an altitude of approximately 3,000 meters, the space rippled like the surface of water. Chen Mo stepped forth, completely unscathed. He still cradled the cube in his left hand and held the scepter in his right, as if merely stepping from one room to the balcony. Calmly suspended beneath the vast azure sky, with a burning city and swarming fighter jets beneath him like mere flies. Spatial leap, ignoring distance, ignoring attacks, like a deity strolling through the void. Rabbit Talisman fusion rate, 405. Core application of spatial runes. Short distance spatial leap proficient. Warning, leap incurs substantial cost. Spatial primal energy reserves decreased to 70. Lock onto him. Saturate all firepower. Do not give him a moment to breathe. The ground commander's roar was laced with frenzied hysteria. The capabilities displayed by the target had transcended their cognitive limits, transforming fear into a more frenzied desire to attack. As more aircraft altered their course, their cannons unleashed deadly tongues of fire, and a barrage of missiles ascended once more, interweaving to form a deathly net that enveloped the heavens. Chen Mo hovered high above, his gaze fixed coldly upon the oncoming assault, reminiscent of fireworks cascading toward him. He slowly raised his right hand, the yellow gem atop his mental scepter radiating an unprecedented brilliance, akin to a miniature sun. An immense surge of psychic energy, intertwined with the activation commands of the mouse sigil, was forcibly extracted and compressed by him. A swarm of incessant flies. His indifferent voice resonated through the sky, issuing the command of the psychic storm. Fall. Buzz. A visible, golden-ringed psychic shockwave erupted from Chen Mo's center, expanding instantaneously like a supernova, encompassing the sky within a radius of several kilometers. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All aircraft, fighter jets, helicopters, and even the hovering shield vehicles within the shockwave's reach experienced their cockpit screens flashing violently before succumbing to an immediate blackout. The metallic exteriors groaned under the unbearable strain. More terrifying were the pilots. Whether seasoned veterans or skilled elites, in that instant, their consciousness was plunged into the depths of the most harrowing nightmare. The despair of Loki in his final moments, the roars of the Chitauri beasts, the visions of urban devastation, and even the most primal fears buried deep within their souls were magnified infinitely. The activation of the mouse sigil transformed these fears into demons that commandeered their bodies. No, fall, quickly fall. Let us all perish together. The communication channels were utterly drowned in frantic screams of despair and chaotic electrical static. All aircraft ensnared in the shockwave were struck as if by an invisible hand, their engines sputtering to silence, either extinguished or shut down in a frenzy by the pilots themselves. The assault ceased abruptly. Hundreds of Steel Eagles, representing humanity's pinnacle of military might, in that instant, lost all propulsion and control, plummeting toward the burning city of New York, toward Central Park, toward the Hudson River, like dumplings falling into boiling water, emitting desperate wails. In the sky, a deadly rain composed of steel and flames began to fall. Before the eyes of countless spectators witnessing the global broadcast, silence fell instantaneously. A chill surged from the base of the spine, racing toward the crown of the head. Chapter 122. The Healing Aura. Eye of the Storm. Hundreds of fighter jets, like wing-broken ironbirds, descended with mournful winds toward various parts of New York. This scene was far more despairing than any alien invasion. Humanity's military might, in the face of absolute power, appeared as fragile as a child's toy. No. Within the command center, the general's roar transformed into a terrified lament. Initiate emergency landing procedures. Eject. Quickly eject. The communication channel was filled with screams of utter chaos. However, it was all too late. The impact of the psychic storm was instantaneous, lethal. Most pilots, overwhelmed by sheer terror, were completely dominated by the commands of the mouse sigil. Unable to execute any effective maneuvers, catastrophe loomed ominously. Buzz! A warm, gentle, and vibrantly radiant milky white halo suddenly emanated from Chen Mo, as if a ray of divine sunlight had been cast into the depths of despair. The purification light of the horse talisman dispersed in a collective wave, expanding at a velocity that transcended the laws of physics, swiftly sweeping past all the fallen aircraft, wherever the light touched. The haunting phantoms of fear that clung to the souls of the pilots melted away like snow under the sun. The coercive commands of the mouse talisman forcibly stripped away and purified. The pilots, previously engulfed in chaos and madness, regained their clarity in an instant. What am I doing? Ascend. Quickly ascend. Restart the engine. Eject. There's no time. Eject. Restored to their senses, the pilots relied on their honed instincts to make the most prudent choice at the last moment. The engines reignited, spewing forth flames as the out-of-control aircraft desperately pulled up its nose. For those who could not salvage the situation, they decisively yanked the ejection seat's pull ring. Bang! 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 A multitude of pristine parachutes blossomed densely over New York City, like hopeful flowers blooming in the rain of death. Boom! Boom! Rumbling. The wreckage of the uncontrollable aircraft continued to plummet to the ground like meteors. Some crashed into the Hudson River, creating towering water columns. Others plunged into the trees of Central Park, igniting fierce fires, and some struck the edges of already half-destroyed skyscrapers, triggering a cacophony of secondary collapses and explosions. With dust once again enveloping the area, it was a scene of devastation. Yet, compared to the catastrophic consequences that would have ensued had over 100 fuel-laden and ammunition-packed aircraft plummeted directly into densely populated areas, this was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. At least, the vast majority of the pilots were saved at the last moment. The milky white purification light gradually receded, leaving Chen Mo suspended in the high sky, his complexion slightly pale and his brow furrowed. Such an extensive collective purification and dispersal, even with the support of the horse talisman and the recently absorbed spatial energy, posed a considerable burden on his soul essence, which had only just regained a significant portion of its strength. Horse talisman fusion degree, 368. Soul essence loss recovery, 55. Energy reserves, spatial essence, 65. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. On the ground, the soldiers and citizens who had just escaped death gazed up at the descending parachutes, then turned their eyes to the figure above who had both instigated the disaster and averted a greater catastrophe, their expressions a complex tapestry of fear, hatred, confusion, and even a flicker of relief at having survived. The surviving aircraft in the sky ascended in terror to a higher safe altitude, daring not to approach even slightly, much less initiate an attack. The colossal form of the Kuan-style mothership loomed above the clouds, resembling a dormant beast, hesitant to act recklessly. The S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft retreated even further. Master Gu Yi stood before the sanctum's portal, observing Chen Mo, a subtle ripple flickering in her eyes. She witnessed him saving those pilots, an act that seemed at odds with the cold ruthlessness he had previously exhibited. Why? Gu Yi's voice, laced with inquiry, resonated directly within Chen Mo's consciousness. A worm dies, and so be it. Chen Mo's voice remained cold, tinged with a hint of impatience and the fatigue that follows the depletion of one's soul. Yet, I have not gathered enough of my belongings. Who will compensate for the damage caused by this metallic debris? His gaze swept across the city below, lingering momentarily on the half-destroyed areas that might conceal advanced laboratories or vaults. His act of saving lives, rather than stemming from compassion, seemed rather a means to prevent his potential assets from being utterly obliterated by needless falls. Gu-Yi fell silent, as if coming to a realization. Just then, a resounding thunderclap erupted from the clear sky without warning. A colossal pillar of thunder, entwined with destructive lightning, descended like a lance of divine retribution, tearing through the clouds with unmatched ferocity, aimed directly at the suspended Chen Mo. The speed surpassed the limits of perception. Within the tempest, a formidable figure cloaked in a scarlet mantle, bearing golden hair, emerged, none other than Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard. His eyes burned crimson, brimming with boundless wrath and a fierce desire for vengeance. Despicable mortal, return Loki to me. The wrath of the thunder god had descended upon the earth. Faced with a divine retribution capable of leveling mountains, Chen Mo's malice surged, having just expended his soul's power to save others. He found himself in a momentary state of weakness, yet this reckless brute dared to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Seeking death, Chen Mo did not even resort to his protective talismans. He abruptly raised his left hand. The cosmic cube radiated a brilliant glow. The vast power of space coalesced above him in an instant. Space folded and refracted. With a hum, the space less than 10 meters above Chen Mo crumpled and twisted into a bizarre angle, as if a wrinkled piece of paper. The cataclysmic pillar of thunder struck the folding point with tremendous force. No explosion occurred as anticipated. The thunderous might, potent enough to annihilate all, was forcibly redirected by the folded space. Like light passing through a prism, the refracted destructive thunder, now infused with even greater ferocity, descended like a colossal axe cleaving the heavens, crashing into the hovering North American Air Defense Command's Quinn-class mothership in the distant sky. The blinding lightning instantly engulfed the massive vessel. The super-alloy armor, capable of withstanding a small nuclear explosion, melted and vaporized like butter. A tremendous explosion, coupled with the chain reaction of munitions detonating within, tore the aerial fortress into countless burning fragments, akin to a magnificent, fiery steel firework erupting in the sky. The shock wave swept across the surroundings, causing distant fighter jets to sway like leaves caught in the wind. Thor's figure materialized within the tempest, maintaining a throwing posture. His gaze fixed upon the horrifying aftermath wrought by the thunder he had summoned, leaving him utterly paralyzed. The expression of fury on his face solidified, replaced by sheer shock and disbelief. He had merely sought vengeance for his brother, yet had inadvertently obliterated the flagship of his allies. Fool! Tony Stark watched as the vessel, a symbol of humanity's supreme military might, transformed into a fireball before his eyes, the pain nearly suffocating him. As he shouted angrily at Thor, Chen Mo hovered in the air and scathed. His left hand cradled the cosmic cube, its ethereal glow swirling about him. Though his complexion was slightly pale from the continuous casting of spells, his gaze was as frigid as eternal ice. He slowly raised his right hand, the staff of mind pointing menacingly at the dazed Thor, the yellow gem atop the staff glimmering with a chilling, predatory light under the sun. A brute of Asgard? Chen Mo's voice sliced through the air like a cold wind across a frozen lake. You wish to accompany your brother? I shall grant your wish. A terrifying intent to kill, mingled with the oppressive force of the two Infinity Stones, enveloped Thor like an invisible tsunami. Just moments ago lost in a brief stupor from accidentally slaying an ally, the god of thunder now felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of ice. The shadow of death had never appeared so starkly before him.